Ling Feng traversed the Douluo Continent, binding himself to a divine-level signing system and awakening the Darknight Qilin Martial Soul. At the tender age of 6, upon meeting Zhu Zhuqing, he resolved to protect her for a lifetime. Together, they fled the shackles of Xingluo and entered Shrek Academy. Through competitions, they gained renown, and during the Sea God trials, he encountered fortuitous events, with his soul rings ascending beyond their rank, ultimately achieving divinity. She too transcended herself, inheriting the Moonlight God's position. The two deities stood side by side, sweeping through Jialing Pass and quelling the continent's turmoil. Ultimately, they ascended to the divine realm, crafting an eternal legend, forever accompanied by the celestial seas and starry rivers, unseparated through the ages. Chapter 1. Crossing over and awakening. In the moment that Ling Feng's consciousness revived, he felt as though his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, buzzing with the cacophony of countless fragmented memories. Flooding into his mind like a dam bursting, assailing his original understanding, he recalled that he should have been exhausted and asleep after an all-night work session, yet, upon opening his eyes, he found himself not beneath the familiar ceiling of his rental apartment, but rather gazing at a bed canopy intricately carved with elaborate patterns, exuding an antique charm. Beneath him lay a rigid wooden bed, and though the quilt draped over him was made of fine fabric, it bore an air of antiquity. "Feng, are you awake? Today is the grand day of martial soul awakening. You must not be late." A gentle yet somewhat urgent voice of a middle-aged woman drifted in from outside. As the words fell, a woman clad in a simple skirt, her hair touched with frost, entered the room, her face clearly revealing both tension and anticipation. More memories fused into his consciousness. Ling Feng, the sole heir of the declining Ling family, a baron under the rule of the Douluo Empire. His father, Ling Zhan, once an ordinary baron of the empire, had retired due to injuries, sustaining the last vestiges of nobility through a meager salary and a small plot of land. His mother, Su Wan, was once an ordinary woman, dedicated to her husband and children. Their family had long since lost its former glory in this world where strength reigned supreme. Without a powerful soul master, a noble title was merely an empty shell. And he, Ling Feng, a soul from the Blue Star, had inexplicably traversed into this world of Douluo Continent, becoming this 6-year-old child. Mother, the unfamiliar term, slipped from his lips, tinged with the tender voice characteristic of childhood. Ling Feng felt a bewildering blend of confusion, yet strangely merged with the original emotions of this body, naturally developing a sense of closeness towards the woman before him. "Quickly rise, freshen up, the awakening ceremony is about to commence. Your father and several elders of the family are waiting at the ancestral hall." Su Wan hastened forward, deftly assisting Ling Feng into a somewhat worn but neatly laundered brocade robe, meticulously tying the sash. Ling Feng allowed his mother to arrange him, yet within, tumultuous waves surged. Douluo Continent, Martial Soul, Soul Master. Was this not the world from a renowned novel he had read in his past life? He had genuinely arrived here. Excitement, fear, disbelief, a myriad of emotions intertwined within him. But he quickly compelled himself to regain composure. Regardless of the reason behind his crossing, the immediate challenge before him was the martial soul awakening. This would determine his destiny, especially within such a declining family. Whether he could become a soul master was a matter of immense significance. Following his mother, they exited the room and traversed several corridors, eventually arriving at the ancestral hall of the Ling family. The hall was not grand, and it bore signs of age, yet it was immaculately maintained. In the center stood several solemn elders, the last remaining dignitaries of the family. Among them was his father, Ling Zhan, who retained his upright stature, though his brows were shadowed by an enduring melancholy and anticipation. Upon seeing Ling Feng enter, he inclined his head slightly, his gaze brimming with encouragement. In the heart of the hall lay a rudimentary awakening array. The ceremony was presided over by a soul master dispatched from the city lord's manor, named Su Yuntao, a man in his 20s with a stern countenance. Ling Feng, step into the center of the array. Su Yuntao instructed with an official demeanor, his voice steady and unyielding. Having spent years awakening the martial souls of children, he had witnessed countless disappointments and mediocrity, harboring little hope for this declining noble family. Ling Feng inhaled deeply and complied. Positioning himself within the circle formed by 6 black stones, he could sense the fervent gazes of his parents and the elders behind him, their weighty stares nearly suffocating. "Do not fear. Close your eyes and attune your senses," Su Yuntao commanded, his tone firm. "Lone wolf, manifest." A surge of soul power rippled forth. Su Yuntao's body swelled slightly, His hair lengthened, and his eyes glowed with a verdant light. Two soul rings, one white and one yellow, ascended from beneath his feet, encircling him. For a child unaccustomed to such sights, the spectacle was profoundly impactful. Yet, Ling Feng felt little fear, only curiosity. He obeyed and shut his eyes in an instant. Su Yuntao swiftly clapped his hands, sending 6 faint green lights into the black stones embedded in the ground. Immediately, a layer of golden radiance emanated from the stones, forming a soft golden barrier that enveloped Ling Feng. Warmth. This was Ling Feng's immediate sensation, as if he were cocooned within a soothing hot spring, an indescribable comfort washing over him. He could distinctly sense something awakening within him, a latent power stirring deep within his soul. The warm essence permeated his being, and instinctively, Ling Feng raised his right hand. In that moment, a torrent of warmth surged forth, and he felt a faint humming resonate within him. All eyes in the ancestral hall converged upon his right hand. However, what manifested first was not the martial soul, but a potent wave of energy. As Ling Feng lifted his right hand, a brilliant beam of light abruptly shot skyward from his form, faint yet unmistakable. Within the light, flecks of golden brilliance twinkled, akin to myriad golden stars shimmering in the night sky. "This is innate soul power," exclaimed an elder with broader knowledge, his eyes widening in astonishment, his voice trembling. "Energy externalization, condensing microlight. Could this be?" Su Yuntao was similarly taken aback, his previous indifference swiftly replaced by astonishment. Having presided over awakenings for many years, he had rarely encountered such phenomena, yet he could not mistake it. He swiftly produced a blue crystal sphere and presented it to Ling Feng. "Concentrate, and use your thoughts to retract your martial soul. Then place your hand upon it." Ling Feng instinctively complied. He sensed the warm energy retreating into his being like a receding tide, causing the anomaly on his right hand to temporarily vanish. He pressed his palm against the crystal ball. At the moment his hand made contact with the crystal, it felt as though he encountered an immense suction, and the warm current surged forth from within him. In the next instant, the entire ancestral hall was suffused with an intense blue radiance. The blue crystal orb shimmered like a resplendent sapphire, its brilliance dazzling and almost blinding. "Oh my goodness!" Su Yuntao exclaimed in astonishment, his hand trembling around the crystal ball. "Innate full soul power. It is indeed innate full soul power." The ancestral hall fell into a profound silence. The sound of a falling needle could be heard. Everyone was rendered speechless by this sudden and unexpected joy. Ling Zhan clenched his fists tightly, his body trembling slightly with excitement. Su Wan covered her mouth with her hand, tears of joy and disbelief welling in her eyes. Several elders were so exhilarated that their beards trembled. Heaven bless the Ling family. Heaven bless the Ling family. Innate full soul power. Our Ling family is finally about to produce a formidable soul master. Innate full soul power signifies a starting point of level 10 soul power with just one soul ring. One can directly become a soul master. This is a talent that is exceedingly rare. However, amidst this overwhelming joy and commotion, a cold, mechanical voice abruptly resonated in Ling Feng's mind, clearly cutting through the external tumult. "Ding! Host's soul power awakening detected. Activation conditions met. Binding the God level sign-in system. Binding successful. Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the God level sign-in system. This system will assist you in reaching the pinnacle of Douluo and achieving divinity." Ling Feng's mind was shaken to its core. A system? As a transmigrator, he naturally understood the implications of this. This was his greatest reliance for establishing himself in this perilous yet thrilling world and even ascending to greatness. While cheers and excitement persisted outside, Ling Feng's thoughts were entirely captivated by the system interface in his mind, but he suppressed the elation within, striving to maintain an outward calm. Yet deep within his eyes, a fervent flame had ignited. "Oh, continent, here, I Ling Feng come, and I am destined to be anything but ordinary." Chapter 2. Soul of the Darknight Qilin. The jubilant cheers and excitement within the ancestral hall gradually subsided after a considerable time. However, the crowd soon became acutely aware of a pivotal question. What was the soul spirit? In the aftermath of the shock induced by the innate full soul power, everyone had nearly overlooked the essence of Ling Feng's soul spirit. It appeared that they had only witnessed the burst of golden light and soul power, without discerning the specific form of the soul spirit. Su Yuntao took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumultuous emotions within. The emergence of innate full soul power transformed his attitude towards Ling Feng entirely, rendering his tone significantly more solemn. Ling Feng, concentrate once more and attempt to summon your soul spirit. Such formidable innate soul power suggests your soul spirit is far from ordinary. Ling Zhan and the elders immediately held their breath, their gazes intensifying with fervor. Indeed, innate soul power is closely intertwined with the quality of the soul spirit. What kind of formidable entity could possess such a high level of innate soul power? Was it possible that the Ling family was on the verge of birthing a wielder of a top-tier beast soul spirit or a powerful weapon soul spirit? Ling Feng nodded, his heart brimming with anticipation. He closed his eyes, once again reaching out to the awakening force within him, guided by the sensation he had just experienced. This time, the feeling was even clearer. The force was vast and profound, imbued with a sense of nobility and authority, and even a trace of solitude and strength lurking in the shadows. It resided deep within his dantian, slowly surging forth in response to his call. A low, resonant hum emanated from within him, deeper than before, not originating from the outside world, but from within Ling Feng himself. A profound dark light erupted from the palm of his right hand, coalescing instantaneously. The dark light was not blinding, yet it seemed to absorb the surrounding illumination, exuding an air of mystery and nobility. As the radiance gradually solidified, it transformed into a vivid phantom of a soul beast standing merely a foot tall. It resembled a Qilin, with a dragon-like head, covered in a dense dark-scaled armor. The edges of the scales shimmered with a subtle dark golden glow, reminiscent of the celestial trajectories in the night sky. Its physique was robust and powerful, with hooves like columns, naturally surrounded by a faint ring of black mist, as though it had emerged from the depths of the night. Most striking were its eyes, which gleamed with a pure golden hue, calm and authoritative, exuding an ancient aura that seemed to originate from the primordial chaos. Though merely a phantom, the invisible pressure it radiated caused every individual in the ancestral hall to feel a pang of trepidation, their breaths momentarily caught in their throats. Su Yuntao's wolf spirit emitted a low whimper, instinctively taking a half-step back, overwhelmed by a primal sense of suppression. What is this? An elder stammered, his eyes wide with astonishment. What kind of beast soul spirit is this, to possess such might? Ling Zhan also wore a look of shock. He had never seen nor even heard of such a form of soul spirit, yet there was no mistaking the formidable aura it exuded. The astonishment in Su Yuntao's eyes surpassed even that of witnessing the innate, full soul power earlier. He stared intently at the dark Qilin phantom, and after a moment, murmured in disbelief. A Qilin form, yet shrouded in darkness, treading upon the mist of the underworld. Could this be the legendary top-tier beast soul spirit, the Darknight Qilin, mentioned in ancient texts? Darknight Qilin. The elders gasped in unison. Although they had never encountered it, the mention of top-tier Qilin was sufficient to convey everything. Indeed, it must be. Su Yuntao's tone was imbued with a newfound certainty, his gaze directed at Ling Feng brimming with awe and envy. The Darknight Qilin, a supreme beast martial soul of both offensive and agility attributes. It was said to possess unparalleled dark attributes and formidable power. With speed and explosive force that were simply extraordinary, it might even carry a hint of mental intimidation. This was indeed one of the pinnacle existences among beast martial souls. To think that in my lifetime, I, Su Yuntao, would have the privilege of awakening a prodigious talent with a top-tier beast martial soul. How fortunate! The ancestral hall once again fell into a profound silence, yet this time it was a silence born of sheer astonishment. A top-tier beast martial soul, innate full soul power. The mere appearance of either of these would be sufficient to incite a sensation, yet now they converged upon a single individual, a scion of their once great but now diminished family. A wave of immense joy surged through Ling Zhan and every elder present, as they envisioned a glorious revival of their lineage and the sight of Ling Feng standing tall amidst the continent's formidable powers in the future. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Ling Zhan repeated the word thrice, his eyes glistening with tears, overwhelmed with emotion. Su Wan was equally moved to tears, clutching her husband's arm tightly. Ling Feng felt the powerful sensation of bloodline connection emanating from the Darknight Qilin Martial Soul in the palm of his right hand. His heart also stirred with excitement. The Darknight Qilin, truly an extraordinarily powerful martial soul. Coupled with his innate full soul power and the system, his future appeared resplendent. With a mere thought, he retracted his martial soul. The heart-stopping pressure dissipated instantly, and the others seemed to regain their ability to breathe. Su Yuntao regarded Ling Feng with an exceptionally amiable demeanor. Ling Feng, your talent is unparalleled, and your future is limitless. Be sure to acquire your first soul ring as soon as possible to officially become a soul master. At that time, Whether you choose to join the Imperial Academy or the Spirit Hall, you will receive the utmost attention. Ling Feng nodded obediently. Thank you for your guidance, Master. In the time that followed, Ling Feng became the family's cherished treasure. The elders surrounded him, offering warmth and concern, while his father, Ling Zhan, radiated joy. His years of pent-up frustration vanishing like mist. His mother, Su Wan, busied herself preparing a sumptuous feast to celebrate the momentous occasion. Amidst the family's exuberance, Ling Feng's thoughts lingered on the system he had just activated. Seizing a rare moment of solitude, he excused himself under the pretext of needing rest to familiarize himself with his martial soul and retreated to his small room. Once the door was closed, isolating him from the external clamor, Ling Feng eagerly immersed his consciousness into his mind. Chapter 3. Initial Exploration of the System. The room settled into tranquility as Ling Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, closing his eyes and focusing intently on the peculiar sensations within his mind. With his thoughts concentrated, a semi-transparent blue screen, imbued with a sense of advanced technology, materialized vividly within his consciousness. The interface was simple and intuitive. At the top were several options: personal information, sign in, backpack. Ling Feng directed his focus towards the personal information option, and the interface transitioned accordingly. Host: Ling Feng. Age: 6 years. Martial Soul. Darknight Qilin. Soul Power. Level 10. Requires Soul Ring for promotion. Soul Ring. None. Soul Bone. None. Skills. None. Items. None. Gold Soul Coins. 0. The information was clear at a glance. His attention then shifted to the most crucial option: sign in. Upon accessing the sign-in feature, one finds it divided into 3 distinct sub-options: daily sign-in, location sign-in, and achievement sign-in. The daily sign-in allows for a singular sign-in each day, granting a random basic reward, which may include a slight enhancement of soul power, gold soul coins, or common items. A prominent sign-in button below indicates the availability of today's sign-in. The location sign-in necessitates the presence at specific significant locations, such as the core area of the Stardow Forest, the Hall of the Pope, Sea God Island, or the Eyes of Ice and Fire, to activate the sign-in, with the first sign-in yielding generous rewards, including advanced battle spirits, high-year soul rings, or special items. Current status indicates no available sign-in locations. The achievement sign-in is activated upon the completion of specific actions or the attainment of achievements, such as obtaining the first soul ring, joining Shrek Academy, or winning a championship, providing corresponding rewards. Current status indicates no available sign-in achievements. Ling Feng comprehended the system's functions clearly, recognizing its vast potential. The daily sign-in is a gradual accumulation, while the location and achievement sign-ins are pivotal for significant advancements in strength. His gaze settled on the daily sign-in, with a hint of anticipation, and he mentally clicked the button. Ding! Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward: 10 gold soul coins and 1 primary soul power potion. Primary soul power potion, after use. It can slightly enhance soul power, effective for soul masters below level 20. Simultaneously, a compartment in the backpack illuminated, revealing icons for 2 items, a pouch of coins and a potion radiating a faint glow. The gold soul coins were directly reflected in the personal information bar, with the gold soul coins tallying now at 10. 10 gold soul coins represent a modest fortune for an ordinary family, yet for a soul master's cultivation, it is merely a drop in the ocean. Nonetheless, it is better than nothing. The most crucial aspect is that this sign-in occurs daily. Little by little, it becomes a considerable resource. Moreover, the primary soul power potion is perfectly suited for his current needs. Ling Feng did not hasten to use the potion. Instead, he continued to explore the system. He noticed a flickering gift box icon at the bottom of the sign-in interface, labeled Newbie Gift Pack. A newbie gift pack. Ling Feng felt a surge of joy and promptly clicked to open it with his mind. Ding! Newbie gift pack opened successfully. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward: 100 gold soul coins and 1 10-year soul ring duration enhancement card. With a flash of light, his backpack swelled with a larger pouch of coins and a peculiar card shimmering with a white halo. 100 gold soul coins, universal currency on the continent. 10-year soul ring duration enhancement card can be applied to any soul ring, directly increasing its duration by 10 years, limited to soul rings under 1,000 years, with a maximum enhancement up to 999 years. Remarkable treasures. Ling Feng's eye sparkled. 100 gold soul coins alleviate his immediate financial concerns, ensuring he need not fret over money in the short term. Furthermore, the 10-year soul ring duration enhancement card is exceptionally practical. In Douluo Continent, the duration of each soul ring is of utmost importance, directly influencing the power of soul skills. The higher the duration, the more formidable the soul skill. although this card can only enhance one's capabilities by a decade at a time. Acquiring additional cards, or even more advanced longevity enhancement cards, could potentially elevate a rudimentary white decade spirit ring to a splendid yellow century, or even beyond. Truly, this system is formidable. Ling Feng suppressed the impulse to immediately utilize the elementary soul power potion. His soul power had already reached the maximum of level 10, and without obtaining a spirit ring, he could not progress further. Using the potion now would merely be a waste. Both the potions and the golden soul coins were temporarily stored in the System's backpack, easily accessible with a mere thought, which was quite convenient. After thoroughly studying the system, Ling Feng exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of clarity. The path ahead became evident: to swiftly acquire the first spirit ring and embark on the true journey of a soul master, subsequently leveraging the system to continuously grow stronger. Just as he was mapping out his future, a voice emerged from outside the door. It was his mother, Su Wan. "Fenger, have you rested well? Come out quickly. We must attend the Zhu family's banquet. We cannot neglect our manners." The Zhu family? A sudden realization struck Ling Feng as memories surfaced. The Ling family, of which he was a part, had a distant yet notable kinship with the esteemed Zhu family of the Luo Empire. During the prosperous days of the Ling family, they might have cultivated some rapport, but now, in their diminished state, that bond had long since faded. Nevertheless, events such as Spirit Awakening were significant, especially given Ling Feng's astonishing talent. Although the outside world remained unaware of his innate, full soul power and exceptional spirit, they only knew of the remarkable phenomena accompanying his awakening. According to noble etiquette, the Ling family indeed needed to report to the main family, thereby maintaining even the faintest connection. Ling Feng had little interest in such social engagements. But suddenly, a name flashed through his mind: Zhu Zhuqing, the girl whose fate was fraught with trials and solitude in the original narrative. She should be only 6 years old now, right? A surge of inexplicable impulse and anticipation welled up within him. He promptly leapt from his bed, adjusted his robes, and opened the door. "Mother, I am ready. Let us depart." Chapter 4. The First Encounter with Zhuqing. Riding in the family's somewhat antiquated yet impeccably polished carriage, Ling Feng accompanied his parents to the Zhu family residence located in the heart of the city. In stark contrast to the somewhat shabby baronial manor of the Ling family, the Zhu manor was nothing short of magnificent. Towering walls, an imposing entrance, and solemn guards clad in iron armor stood vigil. All underscored the authority and prestige of the empire's foremost nobility. After presenting their invitation and being announced, the family of 3 was guided inside by a steward. The interior courtyard was expansive, with winding corridors adorned by exotic flowers and plants, while servants moved about with disciplined efficiency. Ling Zhan and Su Wan appeared somewhat apprehensive, carefully adhering to noble protocols. In contrast, Ling Feng remained quite composed, having witnessed numerous grand occasions in his previous life, and with a clear objective in mind. He felt more curiosity than trepidation as he surveyed his surroundings. The banquet was held in a modest side hall, clearly indicating that the Zhu family did not place excessive importance on the Ling family as distant kin, treating the visit as a mere formality. The attendees primarily comprised some distant relatives of the Zhu family and their stewards, while the principal figures of the family were conspicuously absent. Ling Zhan respectfully reported to a steward of the Zhu family about the extraordinary phenomenon accompanying Ling Feng's martial soul awakening, deliberately omitting specific details regarding its level and nature. He conveyed the Ling family's continued willingness to follow the Zhu family's lead. The steward listened with a detached demeanor, occasionally nodding, his attitude neither particularly warm nor dismissive, yet maintaining a baseline of courtesy. After some small talk, the adults engaged in conversation nearby, finding the atmosphere somewhat tedious. Ling Feng quietly retreated to the corridor outside for a breath of fresh air. As the night deepened, lanterns illuminated the corridor with a soft glow, and a gentle evening breeze carried a hint of coolness. At that moment, Ling Feng's gaze was drawn to a small figure at the far end of the corridor. It was a little girl, seemingly of similar age to him, clad in a fitted black dress. Her long, soft black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her skin was pale, almost translucent. She was remarkably beautiful, like a finely crafted sculpture, yet her deep purple eyes bore an unusual maturity, lacking the innocent exuberance typical of children. Instead, they reflected an early sense of aloofness and detachment as she gazed quietly at the rockery and pond in the courtyard. Her diminutive form, bathed in the lantern's light, appeared particularly solitary, as if she were an incongruous presence amidst the surrounding revelry. It was she, Zhu Zhuqing. Despite her tender age, her unique, ethereal demeanor and striking beauty allowed Ling Feng to recognize her instantly. In this moment, she had yet to endure the trials of future betrayals and pursuits. Yet it seemed she had already begun to sense the pressure of familial competition and the heavy constraints of a binding marriage contract. Within her lovely eyes lay a subtle hint of confusion and an almost imperceptible fragility. Ling Feng's heart stirred gently, remembering her fate as depicted in the original narrative. A profound instinct to protect her surged within him. Was not one of his purposes in this world to shield her from the predetermined tragedy that awaited? Taking a deep breath, he donned a smile he deemed most amiable and innocuous, and stepped forward. His footsteps caught the girl's attention, and she turned her head cautiously to regard him, her purple eyes assessing and wary, resembling a sensitive little cat. "Hello," Ling Feng said, halting a few paces away from her, his voice soft. "I am Ling Feng. Are you here enjoying the scenery alone?" Zhu Zhuqing regarded him, her response delayed. The wariness in her gaze still palpable. She seemed unaccustomed to the advances of strangers, particularly peers. Ling Feng felt no embarrassment. He recalled that his system backpack contained 10 gold soul coins obtained from today's sign-in. He had no intention of using the novice gift coins just yet. Gold soul coins were tangible currency, but the system indicated they could be extracted directly or transformed into any form within this realm. An idea sparked in his mind, and he delved into his backpack, attempting to transmute 1 gold soul coin into a piece of candy native to this world. A faint glimmer flickered, and in his palm materialized a piece of fruit candy wrapped in beautiful paper, exuding a delicate sweetness. This was the most fitting gesture he could conceive for approaching a 6-year-old girl. He opened his palm, offering the crystalline candy to Zhu Zhuqing, his smile remaining warm. "Here. For you. It's very sweet." Zhu Zhuqing's gaze fell upon the candy, then lifted to meet Ling Feng's benevolent smile. Her delicate fingers instinctively clenched the hem of her dress, and a flicker of hesitation and inner turmoil crossed her eyes. She seemed unaccustomed to accepting gifts, particularly from strangers. The air fell silent for a few moments, the evening breeze carrying the distant murmur of festivities. Ultimately, perhaps it was Ling Feng's gaze, imbued with sincerity, or perhaps the innate craving of a child for sweets, that compelled her. She gently pressed her lips together and cautiously extended her fair hand, swiftly retrieving the candy from Ling Feng's palm. The tips of her fingers inevitably brushed against his warm skin, sending a slight chill through her. Lowering her gaze to the candy cradled in her palm, her voice emerged, faint as a whisper, "Thank you." After speaking, she did not immediately unwrap the candy. Instead, she clutched it tightly, briefly glanced at Ling Feng once more, then turned away. Her small steps echoing the timid grace of a startled fawn as she hurried along the corridor. The black hem of her dress vanished into the shadows of the pillars. Ling Feng stood rooted in place, watching the direction of her departure, his palm still tinged with the lingering coolness of her touch. A smile gradually spread across his face, transforming into an authentic, heartfelt grin. Their first encounter had unfolded more smoothly than he had anticipated, although she remained aloof and reticent. At least she had accepted his candy and expressed her gratitude. This was a beginning. Ling Feng clenched his fist, his heart brimming with resolve. He would acquire a soul ring, grow stronger, and gradually draw nearer to her, protecting her along the way. The night was gentle, the stars twinkling into existence, as if bearing witness to the quiet intertwining of their fates. The story belonging to Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing inscribed its first note in that moment. Chapter 5. Temporary card for enhanced soul power training speed. Several days had passed since their encounter at the Zhu family banquet. The fleeting moments spent in the corridor. Her cool, yet subtly fragile violet eyes frequently surfaced in Ling Feng's mind. He understood that mere determination was insufficient to truly approach Zhu Zhuqing and alter her destiny. In this world, only strength served as the foundation of everything. As dawn broke, Ling Feng awoke before the sun had fully risen, ensuring he did not disturb anyone. He quietly made his way to the modest training area within his family's courtyard. Here, some antiquated training equipment lay scattered, which his father, Ling Zhan, occasionally utilized to stretch his limbs. Breathing in the brisk morning air, Ling Feng's mind delved deep within. The semi-transparent blue system interface materialized before him. He adeptly selected the check-in option, his gaze fixating on the prominent daily check-in button. With a touch of anticipation, he gently clicked it with his mind. Ding! Daily check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received the following rewards: 5 gold soul coins, 1 temporary card for enhanced soul power training speed. Weak. Temporary card for enhanced soul power training speed. Weak. Upon use, the soul power training speed will increase by 10 for the next 6 hours. Oh, not an immediate boost to soul power, but rather an acceleration card? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, yet soon felt a sense of satisfaction. For him, who has reached a bottleneck at the 10th level of soul power, potions that directly enhance soul power are temporarily of no use. However, this card that accelerates cultivation is precisely what he needs to consolidate and purify his existing soul power. laying a more solid foundation for acquiring his first soul ring, while also allowing him to familiarize himself with the nuances of soul power circulation. His inventory now contained 5 golden soul coins and a silver card adorned with a swirling vortex of energy. Without hesitation, Ling Feng immediately chose to use the temporary acceleration card for soul power cultivation. The card transformed into a cascade of silver light and dissipated. In an instant, Ling Feng felt a subtle change in the surrounding air. The faint particles of energy that permeated the heavens and earth seemed to resonate with him more harmoniously, and his perception became slightly clearer. He wasted no time and promptly sat cross-legged, aligning himself with the meditation techniques of this world, alongside the rudimentary knowledge of the Xiantian skill that lingered in his memory from his past life. With his heart directed towards the heavens, he endeavored to guide the soul power within him, which had reached a state of fullness at the 10th level. Ordinarily, upon reaching a bottleneck, soul power could not increase, and cultivation would yield diminishing returns, primarily serving to familiarize oneself with the flow of energy. Yet at this moment, under the influence of the system card, Ling Feng distinctly felt the soul power within him, which had previously resembled a tranquil lake, beginning to flow spontaneously and accelerate. It moved along specific meridian pathways, and with each cycle, the soul power seemed to grow more refined, nourishing his body more profoundly. The sensation was akin to a saturated sponge being gently compressed by a force, expelling deeper layers of emptiness, rendering its essence purer and more resilient. Though the total amount did not increase, Ling Feng sensed his control over the soul power was enhancing, and its quality was being subtly honed. The Darknight Qilin Martial Spirit also appeared to sense this refinement, emitting a soothing low hum from deep within his dantian, resonating more clearly with the soul power. As time passed, the morning sun leapt above the horizon, casting golden rays that enveloped the courtyard, bestowing Ling Feng with a delicate golden sheen. When he opened his eyes once more, a fleeting glimmer sparkled within them, and he felt rejuvenated, his physical state adjusted to its optimal condition. Although the acceleration effect of 10 was slight, it was perfectly suited to his current situation of being unable to increase his soul power, allowing for purification and consolidation. Fenger, up so early to cultivate, came the voice of his mother, Su Wan, from behind, imbued with both pride and a hint of concern. She approached, carrying a bowl of steaming meat porridge. Eat something. While cultivation is important, you must not neglect your body. Thank you, mother. Ling Feng replied as he accepted the bowl and began to savor the sweet warmth. After becoming a soul master, his body's demand for energy would increase, making the consumption of ordinary food essential. Your father left early this morning, Su Wan remarked, her gaze filled with pride as she looked at her son. He said he would inquire about obtaining a soul ring and see if he could gather some funds to hire a reliable soul master to accompany you to the soul hunting forest. Ling Feng paused. Acquiring his first soul ring was of utmost importance. With the family's decline, they could not afford a powerful soul master for protection, and his father would undoubtedly have to toil over this matter. Mother, there is no need to worry too much. I will succeed, Ling Feng reassured her. He possessed a system at hand, harboring aspirations for the future, yet devoid of significant fear. After finishing his breakfast, Ling Feng did not cease his cultivation. He continued to familiarize himself with the flow of soul power, while also attempting to actively communicate with and sense his Darknight Qilin Martial Soul. With unwavering focus, he endeavored to perform a localized manifestation of his martial soul. As his thoughts stirred, a faint surge of energy flowed toward his right hand. Before him, on the palm of his right hand, a delicate shadow of dark scales emerged, and his nails subtly sharpened, glimmering with a hint of cold metallic luster. Simultaneously, a slight yet palpable sensation of power and sharpness emanated from his right hand. He had succeeded. A wave of joy washed over Ling Feng. Although this initial localized manifestation consumed minimal soul power and offered little practical enhancement, it signified a deeper integration with his martial soul. He diligently practiced this process, striving for a seamless connection between his will and his martial soul's response. Throughout the day, aside from the necessary meals and rest, Ling Feng immersed himself in the consolidation of his soul power and the familiarization with his martial soul. The subtle acceleration effect continued to manifest, allowing him to distinctly perceive the growing mastery over his soul power with each session of cultivation. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the effects of the temporary soul power cultivation speed enhancement card finally faded. Ling Feng rose, feeling the soul power within him, though unchanged in totality, had become evidently more refined and fluid in its circulation, a satisfied smile gracing his face. The reward from his first daily sign-in exceeded his expectations in practicality. He looked forward to each subsequent sign-in and the delightful surprises that awaited him from various locations and achievements. As night enveloped the world, Ling Feng lay in bed, his mind wandering. Perhaps tomorrow he should find a way to wander near the Zhu family once more. He wondered if he might again encounter that ethereal figure. With a sense of anticipation for the future and a gentle longing for someone, Ling Feng drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 6. Approaching her. In the days that followed, Ling Feng maintained a regular routine. Each morning, he promptly signed in, utilizing the rewards he received, sometimes gold soul coins, at other times a slight enhancement of soul power, or trivial items, to aid his cultivation and reinforce himself. His thoughts increasingly gravitated towards the Zhu family. On one particular day, his sign-in yielded a small pack of bird egg biscuits, renowned for their sweet crispness and favored by children, as the system described. Observing the adorable little biscuits in his hand, an idea sparked within him. He knew that as the legitimate daughter of the Zhu family, Zhu Zhuqing's outings would undoubtedly follow a certain pattern, disallowing her the carefree frolics typical of an ordinary child. Most likely, her movements were confined to specific areas within the Zhu family estate. Thus, in the afternoon, Ling Feng concocted an excuse to venture out, seemingly meandering along the towering walls of the Zhu estate without a clear purpose. His heightened perception, cultivated through innate soul power and the subtle enhancements from the system, rendered him far more astute than his peers. He deliberately selected a relatively quiet area along the wall, close to the inner garden, where a secluded side entrance occasionally saw the comings and goings of servants. Pretending to pick up stones by the roadside, he listened intently to the sounds emanating from within the walls. Meanwhile, he discreetly retrieved the pack of bird egg biscuits from his system backpack, sampling one himself. The taste was indeed delightful. After waiting for approximately half an hour, just as Ling Feng thought he would return empty-handed today, a faint sound of footsteps and gentle breathing approached from within the wall. It seemed someone was exercising in the vacant space beside the inner wall. Ling Feng's heart stirred. Cautiously, he took advantage of the cover provided by an ancient tree at the wall's edge, climbing up a slightly elevated mound of earth to peer quietly inside. There, on a small patch of bluestone in the courtyard, a petite figure diligently practiced basic combat movements, jabs, side kicks, and evasions. Her movements, though evidently immature and lacking in strength, were executed with remarkable seriousness and meticulousness. Sweat dampened her dark hair at the forehead, her small face taut with concentration, and her violet eyes sparkled with an intensity that belied her tender age, radiating stubbornness and perseverance. It was Zhu Zhuqing. Ling Feng observed her silently, refraining from interrupting immediately. He could tell she was exerting herself, with some movements slightly distorted due to fatigue, yet she persisted, repeating them time and again. Was this the life expected of the offspring of a prominent family? At merely 6 years old, she bore such heavy expectations and pressure. A flicker of compassion stirred within Ling Feng. Eventually, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to reach her limit, pausing to rest with her hands propped on her knees, gasping for breath, her tiny shoulders rising and falling. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Feng descended from the mound, maneuvered to a secluded side door, and feigned a casual pass. Holding a packet of opened bird egg cookies, chewing on a piece that emitted a crisp crackling sound. The noise indeed caught Zhu Zhuqing's attention as she lifted her head cautiously, glancing toward Ling Feng at the side door. Upon recognizing the boy from a few days prior at the banquet, who had given her candy, her initial wariness slightly diminished, though a lingering aloofness remained. Seeing her gaze, Ling Feng immediately broke into a radiant smile, raising the bag of cookies, and, from beyond the courtyard wall, called out, "Zhu Zhuqing, what a coincidence! Are you training? Would you like to try this? It's delicious, my mother just bought it for me." Zhu Zhuqing regarded the cookies in Ling Feng's hand, then his clean face adorned with cookie crumbs, pursing her lips. The exertion of her training had indeed left her somewhat hungry, and the sweet aroma of the cookies was quite tempting. Yet, she remained still, silently observing. Ling Feng was unhurried. He held the bag aloft, his smile unwavering. After a moment's thought, he carefully extracted several cookies from the bag and placed them on a relatively clean stone pedestal beside the side door. Then stepped back a few paces. "I've left them here. If you wish to eat, feel free to take them. My mother says sharing is a virtue," he remarked, resuming his own munching with exaggerated delight. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a considerable time. She glanced at the cookies on the pedestal, then back at Ling Feng, who had retreated a few steps, seemingly without intentions of approaching. Ultimately, her hunger and curiosity for the sweet flavor overpowered her caution. Gradually, she crept toward the side door, swiftly snatching a cookie from the pedestal before retreating back to a safe distance, the entire process reminiscent of a stealthy kitten stealing a morsel. Holding the cookie, she did not immediately consume it. Instead, she looked at Ling Feng first. He smiled and nodded at her, encouraging her to enjoy her treat. She lowered her head and took a delicate bite. The crisp, sweet flavor melted in her mouth, causing her eyes to glimmer slightly. Although her expression remained largely unchanged, her pace of eating evidently quickened. Ling Feng observed her as she nibbled, finding her demeanor particularly amusing. He refrained from drawing closer or engaging in conversation, maintaining a respectful distance while he savored his own biscuit. For a moment, the only sounds were the subtle crunching of their chewing and the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind. Once she finished her biscuit, Zhu Zhuqing brushed off the crumbs from her hands and glanced at Ling Feng. Her lips moved as if she wished to speak, yet ultimately, silence prevailed. She exchanged another fleeting look with him before turning away to resume her practice, though this time, her movements seemed to exhibit a hint of relaxation. Ling Feng, satisfied, departed, marking the initial serendipitous encounter as a success. From that point onward, Ling Feng made it a habit to appear by the secluded side door of the Zhu family estate at irregular intervals. Occasionally, he brought along intriguing yet inexpensive snacks, mostly rewards from his own endeavors, or a rough wooden toy he had carved himself. At times, he even picked up an oddly shaped leaf to share with her. He always maintained a distance that allowed the sensitive Zhu Zhuqing to feel secure. After sharing, he would sometimes recount amusing anecdotes he had heard from the outside world, or simply remain quiet, observing her practice before taking his leave. Most of the time, Zhu Zhuqing remained reticent. She seldom responded to Ling Feng's words and continued to accept his offerings with caution. However, Ling Feng could keenly sense that her wariness was gradually diminishing. From initially retreating the moment she received something, she progressed to eating in his presence. From showing no reaction when he spoke, she began occasionally to meet his gaze with her beautiful violet eyes, from entirely ignoring his existence. She would sometimes glance toward the side door if he happened to arrive later than usual. Her attention began to follow the figure of this boy who consistently wore a warm smile, and who would appear and then quietly depart. This was a slow and subtle transformation, yet for the emotionally guarded Zhu Zhuqing, it was a remarkable change. Ling Feng resembled a gentle ray of sunlight, striving to penetrate the icy shell surrounding her heart. He relished this process. Each glimpse of her gradual change brought him more joy than any reward he might earn. He understood that to truly reach her heart required patience and sincerity, and he, above all, possessed an abundance of patience. Chapter 7. The Library Check-in. As the relationship with Zhu Zhuqing progressed steadily and gradually, Ling Feng did not neglect his own cultivation and preparation for the future. Obtaining his first spirit ring was his most pressing goal, and selecting the appropriate spirit ring necessitated a thorough understanding of spirit beasts. One day, Ling Feng recalled the nearly forgotten family library. Despite the Ling family's decline, their ancestors had once produced formidable spirit masters and experienced a brief period of glory. The library, a relic from that time, was nestled in the most secluded corner of the estate's backyard, housed within a quaint wooden cabin. Due to the decline of the family, with no successors to manage it, the library had long been neglected, filled predominantly with mundane historical texts and outdated soul master notes. Ling Feng pushed open the creaking wooden door, and a musty odor of aged paper mixed with a faint scent of mildew greeted him. Sunlight streamed through the narrow window, illuminating the motes of dust dancing in the air. Most of the books on the shelves were cloaked in a fine layer of dust, lending an air of desolation. However, Ling Feng's primary purpose for this visit was not the ordinary books. He hoped that this repository of his family's soul master history might activate the system's location check-in. With anticipation, he silently uttered, "System, check-in at this location." Ding. Location check-in successful. Detected location, Ling Family Library, infused with a faint aura of soul master history. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward. Comprehensive Guide to Low-Level Soul Beasts, Mental Transmission Edition, 1. Success. While it may not be an exceptionally high-level location, it indeed allowed for check-in. The reward was precisely what he desired. A thick, ancient tome adorned with illustrations of various soul beast phantoms appeared in the system's inventory. Beside the book was a system note. Upon use, related knowledge will be directly infused into the host's mind, forming memories that the host must comprehend and digest independently. Directly infusing memories? Ling Feng felt a surge of joy. This was far more efficient than laboriously studying. He promptly chose to use it. In an instant, the ancient book icon transformed into a stream of light, rushing into his brow. Ling Feng experienced a slight pressure in his head as an avalanche of information about soul beasts flooded into his memory, akin to a tidal wave. This sensation of expansion persisted for approximately 15 minutes before gradually subsiding. With his eyes closed, he digested the information, discovering an immense wealth of knowledge now residing in his mind. This knowledge encompassed the forms, habits, habitats, attack methods, and characteristics of commonly found 10- and 100-year-old soul beasts. How to discern the age of a soul beast, which soul beasts might yield suitable soul rings for various types of soul masters, such as those specializing in offense or defense, the general directions of soul skills obtainable from different soul rings, as well as precautions and insights necessary when hunting soul beasts and absorbing soul rings. Although this knowledge was systematic and comprehensive, it was limited to low-level soul beasts under 1,000 years. It was invaluable for Ling Feng, who was on the cusp of acquiring his first soul ring. Excitedly, he opened his eyes, and the dusty library appeared transformed. Armed with the knowledge imparted by the system, he believed that the physical books here could also serve as references and validations. He began to rummage through the shelves, primarily searching for notes or manuscripts related to soul masters and soul beasts. Dust soiled his hands and sleeves, but he paid it no mind. Indeed, in a corner at the bottom of a dilapidated book chest, he discovered several training manuscripts and hunting notes left by the ancestors of the Ling family. The pages had yellowed and become fragile, the handwriting somewhat blurred. He carefully perused them. These notes chronicled the ancestors' experiences in the soul hunting forest, detailing the types of soul beasts encountered, the methods of hunting, the soul rings absorbed, the soul skills obtained, and various precautions and insights. Though the passage of time may have rendered many details somewhat outdated, and the recorded soul beasts may not rank highly, the practical knowledge contained within is invaluable, serving as a perfect complement to systematic understanding. Ling Feng, feeling as if he had stumbled upon a treasure, immersed himself wholeheartedly in the material. He compared the ancestral notes with the knowledge of low-level soul beasts stored in his mind, gaining a deeper comprehension. Thus, he realized that when hunting the netherwolf, one must be wary of its dying retaliatory bites. It is advisable to eliminate it from a distance or control its head. The ghost vine is fearful of flames, which can easily subdue it, but the soul ring it produces may carry resilience or entangling effects. The first soul ring of his ancestor came from a 430-year-old frenzied baboon, granting a soul skill that enhanced strength, though the absorption process was excruciating, nearly resulting in failure. It appears that the age of the soul ring is not absolute, as it also correlates with the physique and willpower of the soul master. He read with rapt attention, completely oblivious to the passage of time, until his mother, Su Wan, arrived, and he realized it was already dusk. "Fenger, how did you end up here?" "You're covered in dust," Su Wan remarked, observing her son, whose hands were filthy, yet whose eyes sparkled with excitement, feeling both amused and pained. "Mother, I am studying the notes left by our ancestors to learn about soul beasts," Ling Feng exclaimed, raising the aged manuscript in his hand with enthusiasm. Hearing this, Su Wan's eyes flickered with a mix of pride and concern. While she was delighted by her son's eagerness to learn, the dangers associated with acquiring a soul ring weighed heavily on her mind. Learning is indeed commendable, but do remember to rest. Dinner is ready. Hurry back to wash your hands and eat. All right, Ling Feng nodded, carefully bringing back the most valuable manuscripts to his room, preparing to continue his studies that night. In the following days, Ling Feng consolidated his soul power during the day, practiced the control of his martial soul, occasionally encountered Zhu Zhuqing around the outskirts of the Zhu family in the afternoon, and diligently researched soul beast knowledge and ancestral notes at night. He gradually devised a clear plan regarding his choice of the first soul ring. His Darknight Qilin Martial Soul, which possessed both offensive and agile characteristics, boasted advantages in strength, speed, explosive power, and a hint of dark attributes. Therefore, the ideal first soul ring should enhance one or more of these abilities. He focused on several hundred-year soul beasts known for their explosive strength, dark attributes, or exceptional speed, with a clear objective in mind. His desire to obtain a soul ring intensified. Chapter 8. Acquiring the first soul ring. After days of diligent study and immersion in soul beast knowledge, Ling Feng felt that his soul power had solidified remarkably, and his perception and initial control over the Darknight Qilin Martial Soul had reached the limits of his current capabilities. The acquisition of the first soul ring was now an inevitable endeavor. During dinner, Ling Feng set down his utensils and, with a serious expression, addressed his parents. "Father, Mother, my soul power is now completely stabilized, and I feel it is time to act. I wish to venture to the soul hunting forest to obtain my first soul ring." Ling Zhan and Su Wan exchanged glances, their expressions a mixture of anticipation and concern. After a moment of contemplation, Ling Zhan spoke. "Fenger, I understand your eagerness. Over the past few days, I have made inquiries and contacted a reputable soul master who is willing to lead a team into the soul hunting forest to help us seek out suitable 100-year soul beasts. However, the remuneration." Ling Zhan's face revealed a hint of difficulty. Hiring a soul master, even one of the most basic 31st rank, requires a substantial amount of gold soul coins, a heavy burden given the current circumstances of the Ling family. He had nearly sold off several of the few valuable ornaments that remained in the house, just to scrape together half of the required sum. "Father, I might be able to cover part of the remuneration," Ling Feng interjected. Over the past few days, his daily sign-ins, combined with the initial gift pack and accumulated rewards, had enabled his system backpack to amass a total of 215 gold soul coins, 100 from the beginner's pack and 115 from daily sign-ins. A considerable fortune indeed. More than sufficient to cover the expenses of hiring a soul master. You? Both Ling Zhan and Su Wan gazed at their son in astonishment. Ling Feng had already devised his explanation. He lowered his voice and feigned mystery. Father, mother, do you recall the extraordinary phenomenon during my martial soul awakening? Perhaps due to my innate soul power, I feel I have been granted a touch of special favor. Occasionally, I come across some scattered gold soul coins seemingly by chance. He could not reveal the existence of the system directly, so he opted for this vague description to explain the source of his funds. As he spoke, he dashed back to his room and retrieved 100 gold soul coins from his system backpack, placing them in a small pouch and then laying it on the table. The coins, glimmering with golden light, clinked melodiously as they tumbled onto the surface. Ling Zhan and Su Wan were momentarily rendered speechless. This. Ling Zhan picked up a coin for a closer inspection, confirming its authenticity. Fenger, where did you acquire this? Well, I occasionally find them while playing in the yard or taking a stroll, Ling Feng replied, blinking innocently, as if luck were particularly on his side. Ling Zhan and Su Wan exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe, yet the reality before them was undeniable. They could only attribute it to their son's extraordinary talent. Perhaps a divine blessing. Ling Zhan clapped a hand heavily on Ling Feng's shoulder, his eyes brimming with tears, overwhelmed with emotion. This money alleviates our urgent needs. Excellent. Excellent. Heaven bless my son. I shall go and invite that esteemed soul master tomorrow, arranging for our departure post-haste. Ling Zhan was filled with newfound vigor. At that moment, Ling Feng proposed another idea. Father, since we are to invite the esteemed soul master, it is a rare opportunity. I have heard that Miss Zhu Zhuqing from the Zhu family is nearing the age to acquire her first soul ring. Could we suggest to the Zhu family that Miss Zhuqing accompany us? With the protection of the soul master, it would be safer for her to obtain her soul ring. This would not only deepen our ties with the Zhu family, but also conserve their energy. This was a plan he had contemplated thoroughly. Firstly, it would create an opportunity for shared experiences with Zhu Zhuqing, enhancing their relationship. Secondly, he hoped to personally participate in or even guide her in acquiring her first soul ring, preventing her from obtaining an unsuitable one. Thirdly, with the Zhu family's prestige, they might attract a more formidable soul master or ensure a smoother journey. Upon hearing this, Ling Zhan's eyes lit up. This is indeed a splendid idea. It not only fosters goodwill with the Zhu family, but also leverages their influence to ensure a safer process for my son in acquiring his soul ring. He nodded vigorously. Fenger, you have considered this well. I shall visit the Zhu family at once to discuss this matter. Ling Zhan acted with resolute determination, promptly taking the 100 golden soul coins provided by Ling Feng as a deposit to contact the soul master. He then prepared a modest gift and set off to discuss matters with the Zhu family. The proceedings unfolded even more smoothly than anticipated. Despite the Zhu family's immense power, internal competition was fierce. Although they held Zhu Zhuqing, a legitimate daughter, in high regard, the distribution of resources adhered to specific rules. The family would not necessarily dispatch particularly formidable guardians for the first soul ring of a 6-year-old child. Upon learning that the Ling family was willing to hire a soul master and extend an invitation for companionship, the Zhu family's steward, after a brief consideration, acquiesced. This posed no loss for the Zhu family. Rather, it alleviated their burden and served to honor their distant relatives, the Lings. That evening, Ling Zhan returned with good news. They would set out in 3 days. Destination, the soul hunting forest. Companions included Ling Feng, Zhu Zhuqing, Ling Zhan, who would remain outside the forest for support, and a level 31 assault-type soul master named Yin Feng. Upon receiving the news, Ling Feng was elated. He was finally about to take a crucial step towards becoming a soul master. Moreover, he would embark on this journey alongside Zhu Zhuqing. He could hardly contain his excitement at the thought of how his strength would surge after acquiring his first soul ring. What rewards would the sign-in system bestow upon him for his achievement sign-in? Chapter 9, A Journey Together. The 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the morning of departure, as dawn broke and the air still bore a hint of chill, Ling Feng stood ready outside the Ling family gate. Dressed in dark, agile attire suited for movement, his youthful face radiated an uncontainable thrill and anticipation. His father, Ling Zhan, stood beside him, his expression a blend of seriousness and concern, repeatedly checking the supplies of fresh water, provisions, and basic medicinal herbs in their packs. Fenger, once we enter the soul-hunting forest, you must adhere strictly to Master Yin Feng's arrangements. Do not act recklessly. Safety is paramount. Do you understand? Ling Zhan earnestly cautioned. his eyes reflecting a father's worry. "Rest assured, Father, I comprehend the gravity of the situation," Ling Feng replied with a serious nod, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the end of the street, eager for the appearance of a familiar figure. Before long, a carriage, far more splendid and spacious than the Ling family's, came to a steady halt before them, driven by a Zhu family guard. The carriage curtains were fashioned from fine silk, edged with the family crest of the Zhu clan. As the curtain lifted, a stern-faced middle-aged man clad in Zhu family guard attire emerged first, offering a slight nod to Ling Zhan as a form of greeting before standing silently beside the carriage, exuding a calm demeanor, evidently a soul master. Next, a petite figure appeared at the carriage door, Zhu Zhuqing. Today, she had exchanged her customary dress for a fitted black outfit, her small form wrapped neatly and elegantly, accentuating her snow-white skin and inky black hair. Her face retained its characteristic coolness, yet upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of tension and barely perceptible anticipation lurking within her beautiful violet eyes as she clutched a small bundle. Ling Feng immediately approached with a radiant smile. "Zhuqing, good morning. Are you ready?" Zhu Zhuqing glanced at him, offering a soft, almost imperceptible response. Her gaze swiftly traversed the humble entrance of the Ling family estate and the imposing figure of Ling Zhan beside it, revealing no hint of disdain, merely a calm observation. Ling Zhan stepped forward, addressing Zhu Zhuqing gently. "Miss Zhu, although the journey is not far, it will still require some time. I hope you can bear with us." His words were both courteous and intended to encourage the two children to look out for one another. Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly in response, remaining reticent as ever. At that moment, the sound of steady footsteps approached. Everyone turned to see a tall, muscular man with a dark complexion and a resolute expression striding towards them. Dressed in simple leather armor, his sinewy muscles were evident, and he bore a heavy shield and a short-handled battle axe on his back, exuding an air of authority. The 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, briefly flashed at his feet, signifying his status as a soul ancestor. "Master Yin Feng," Ling Zhan exclaimed, quickly bowing in respect. This was the formidable assault-type soul ancestor he had hired, whose martial spirit was the rock shield, renowned for its exceptional defense and strength. Yin Feng surveyed those present. Pausing slightly on Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing, his voice resonant. "Master Ling, Miss Zhu, it is getting late. We should set off. The soul-hunting forest is no place for leisure. You must heed my commands along the way." "Indeed, we are in your capable hands, Master," Ling Zhan replied promptly. Yin Feng nodded at the Zhu family guard, instructing, "You may follow in the carriage behind." With that, he mounted a prepared pack horse, taking the lead. The Zhu family guard also set their carriage in motion. Ling Feng naturally approached the Zhu family's carriage, extending his hand to assist Zhu Zhuqing, who was preparing to board. With a warm smile, he suggested, "The road may be a bit bumpy. Shall we sit together?" Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, gazing at his hand, but ultimately chose to nimbly climb into the carriage herself. However, she shifted slightly to make room for Ling Feng. He was unperturbed, cheerfully joining her inside. Ling Zhan observed the two children settling in with a glimmer of satisfaction in his eyes, once again bowing to Yin Feng. "Master, I entrust my child and Miss Zhu to your care. To take a person's wealth is to bear their burdens. I will do my utmost," Yin Feng replied succinctly, urging his horse onward. The Zhu family's carriage followed slowly behind, while Ling Zhan remained stationary, watching as the carriage disappeared down the street. His expression filled with both hope and concern. Inside the carriage, the space was quite spacious, adorned with soft cushions. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing sat side by side. The atmosphere momentarily subdued. The only sounds were the rolling of the wheels and the distant murmur of the street outside. Zhu Zhuqing sat upright, her gaze fixed ahead, her small hands resting on her knees, appearing somewhat reserved. Ling Feng pondered for a moment, retrieving a water pouch and a piece of jerky wrapped in oil paper from his satchel, offering them. "Would you like some water? Or perhaps a bite to eat? It might take a while on the road." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, indicating she did not require anything. Ling Feng did not press further, taking a bite of the jerky himself before initiating a conversation. He recounted amusing anecdotes he had gleaned from his ancestors' notes about the soul-hunting forest, such as the timid nature of certain soul beasts that would flee at the slightest fright, the gluttonous ones that could be lured by food, and a peculiar flower that only bloomed near the forest, glowing at night, among other tales. His voice rang clear and vibrant, weaving tales with vivid imagery, occasionally accompanied by exaggerated expressions and gestures. Initially, Zhu Zhuqing remained quietly attentive, devoid of any response. Yet gradually, the tension in her delicate features seemed to soften slightly. Although she did not turn to face Ling Feng, her ears perked up subtly, indicating her engagement in the narrative. When Ling Feng spoke of a plant known as sneezing grass, which caused spirit beasts to sneeze incessantly. The corners of Zhu Zhuqing's lips appeared to curve ever so slightly upward. Though this fleeting smile quickly vanished, it did not escape the keen observation of Ling Feng. Amused, he found renewed vigor in his storytelling. He even produced some trinkets obtained from a previous sign-in, such as a whistle that emitted a faint bird-like chirp and an indestructible wooden doll, attempting to capture her attention. "Look at this," Ling Feng said, blowing into the bird whistle, producing a crisp chirp. "Doesn't it sound real?" Zhu Zhuqing could no longer contain herself. She cast a quick glance at the whistle in his hand, curiosity flickering in her eyes, yet she remained silent. Ling Feng extended the whistle toward her, saying, "Here, play with it." Zhu Zhuqing regarded the whistle offered before her, then looked at Ling Feng's sincere smile. After a moment's hesitation, she finally reached out her small hand to accept it. Mimicking Ling Feng, she cautiously brought it to her lips and blew gently. A faint yet clear bird call echoed. It seemed as though she had accomplished something extraordinary. Her eyes brightened momentarily, and she unconsciously blew again. The sound of another chirp followed. Ling Feng watched her with delight, his smile growing ever more radiant. Thus, with Ling Feng's unwavering efforts, the once chilly and silent atmosphere within the carriage gradually warmed. Although most of the time it was Ling Feng who spoke while Zhu Zhuqing listened, occasionally providing the slightest reactions, the distance between them seemed to quietly diminish with the movement of the wheels. The journey was long, yet with companionship, it felt far less monotonous. Chapter 10. Sign in at the Soul Hunting Forest. The carriage traveled for nearly an entire day until the evening, when the surrounding environment began to shift gradually. The smooth official road transformed into a rugged dirt path, and the familiar farmlands and villages were replaced by dense woods. The air took on a more primal and humid essence, infused with the fresh scent of earth and foliage, occasionally punctuated by distant animal roars and bird calls. "We are nearing the outskirts of the Soul Hunting Forest," a deep voice resonated from outside the carriage. "We will rest for the night in the small town ahead and officially enter the forest tomorrow morning." Ling Feng lifted the carriage curtain to gaze outside, where the horizon revealed the contours of an expansive, seemingly infinite primordial forest growing clearer. That was the Soul Hunting Forest, the starting point for countless low-ranked spirit masters. Brimming with opportunity, yet fraught with peril, he felt the stirrings of his Knight Qilin martial spirit within him, a palpable desire for battle and the thrill of the hunt. Soon after, the carriage came to a halt at the entrance of a modest yet lively little town. This quaint town exists solely due to the Soul Hunting Forest, where one can observe soul masters of varying abilities, shops selling weapons, healing potions, and essential supplies, as well as taverns offering lodging. Yin Feng, evidently well acquainted with the locale, skillfully arranged accommodations at a relatively clean and tidy inn. He shared a room with the guards of the Zhu family, while Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing each occupied adjacent small chambers. After settling in, the group convened in the inn's lobby for a modest dinner. During the meal, Yin Feng solemnly reiterated several precautions regarding their impending venture into the forest. "Tomorrow, as we enter the forest, you two must stay closely behind me and refrain from acting independently. The forest is fraught with peril. It is not just the soul beasts we must fear. Certain toxic plants and marshy areas could also claim your lives. You are strictly forbidden from touching anything unfamiliar without my explicit permission. Do you understand?" Both Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing nodded earnestly. "Your martial souls are both beast type, particularly you, Ling Feng, with your Knight Qilin, which possesses a high grade. This may exert a bloodline suppression on certain types of soul beasts, but it could also attract formidable predators, so exercise utmost caution," Yin Feng added, casting a pointed glance at Ling Feng. The dinner concluded amid a somewhat tense atmosphere. Each returned to their respective rooms to rest and rejuvenate for the challenges that awaited them the following day. Once back in his chamber, however, Ling Feng did not immediately retire. He stood by the window, gazing out at the dark expanse of the Soul Hunting Forest, which loomed like a colossal beast beneath the moonlight, his heart racing with excitement. At that moment, the system interface in his mind automatically appeared, with the option for location check-in gently pulsating. Detected check-in location, Soul Hunting Forest, periphery. Would you like to check in? Ling Feng felt a surge of exhilaration. Indeed, such a significant location as the Soul Hunting Forest undoubtedly met the check-in criteria. Without hesitation, he silently affirmed, "Check-in." Ding. Location check-in successful. Detected location, Soul Hunting Forest, periphery. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward. Centennial Soul Beast Tracking Compass, one-time use, X1. An ancient bronze compass icon materialized in the system's inventory. The compass's central needle did not point north or south, but instead rotated slowly, accompanied by a system description, one-time item. Upon use, it will guide the user to the direction of the most suitable Centennial Soul Beast, age range, 300 to 500 years, within a 10-mile radius for their current martial soul, lasting for 1 hour. The needle's color deepens as the target's age increases, light yellow to deep yellow to pale purple. This is splendid. Ling Feng could hardly contain his joy. This was akin to receiving a lifeline. The most challenging step in acquiring the first soul ring is locating an appropriate soul beast. The vast expanse of the soul hunting forest, with its sparse and elusive soul beast population, makes blind searching not only inefficient but perilous. With this compass, he could directly pinpoint the most suitable centennial soul beast for his Darknight Qilin Martial Soul, sparing him countless troubles and significantly reducing risks. He suppressed the urge to use the compass immediately. They were still in the town, a considerable distance from the forest, and the nighttime forest presented even greater dangers, rendering it an ill-timed moment for acquiring a soul ring. He resolved to wait until they entered the forest tomorrow before utilizing it. With that thought, he withdrew his consciousness from the system, his excitement still difficult to quell. With this compass in hand, he was filled with confidence in acquiring an exceptional first spirit ring. He gazed out at the dark forest, a resolute light gleaming in his eyes. The first spirit ring of the Darknight Qilin, I am coming. Chapter 11. The Quest for the Spirit Ring. The following morning, as dawn barely broke, the group was already prepared to set off. The early morning chill enveloped the small town, with a faint mist lingering in the air. Ling Feng led the way, followed by the Zhu family's guards, protecting Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing in the center as the four of them stepped into the realm of the soul-hunting forest. Upon entering the forest, the light dimmed instantly. Towering ancient trees blocked out the sun, and thick vines hung from the branches. The ground was carpeted with a deep layer of fallen leaves, soft and yielding underfoot, producing a rustling sound with each step. Various peculiar plants, previously unseen, dotted the landscape, and the air was infused with a lang of decaying leaves, earth, and a subtle floral fragrance, mingled with a primal sense of danger. Ling Feng's expression grew more solemn as he summoned his martial soul, the rock shield. A massive shield, seemingly composed of stone, flickered into existence before him, while 3 soul rings, 1 white and 2 yellow, slowly rotated beneath his feet, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. He whispered, "Stay close to me, watch your step and surroundings, and maintain silence." Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing tensed, carefully trailing behind Ling Feng, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Zhu Zhuqing's delicate face was taut with anxiety. Instinctively inching closer to Ling Feng, he could sense her trepidation and murmured softly, "Don't be afraid, Master Ling Feng is here." After delving into the forest for about half an hour, traces of 10-year spirit beasts began to emerge, such as the lightning-fast lightning rabbit and the 10-year green leaf snake camouflaged as leaves, but all were easily driven away or avoided by Ling Feng. These were not their targets. Ling Feng felt that the moment was ripe. He discreetly retrieved the 100-year spirit beast tracking compass from his system backpack. The compass felt slightly heavy in his hand, exuding an ancient aura. Silently, he infused a thread of soul power into it. Buzz. The pointer at the center of the compass suddenly trembled, halting its erratic rotation, and steadily pointed towards a direction ahead to the left. Simultaneously, the pointer emanated a deep yellow light, within which a faint hint of purple began to emerge. Deep yellow, approaching pale purple. Ling Feng's heart raced with joy. The spirit beast indicated must be nearing 500 years old, precisely at the theoretical limit his body could endure. He immediately lowered his voice to Ling Feng, saying, "Master Ling Feng, I sense that direction. It seems something is attracting my martial soul." He could not directly disclose the compass's existence, so he used his martial soul's perception as an excuse. Ling Feng furrowed his brow upon hearing this, carefully attuning himself to the direction Ling Feng indicated, and remarked thoughtfully, "The aura in that direction is indeed denser. Your martial soul is of high grade, and it is normal for you to have keen perception. All right, let us investigate that way, but we must exercise greater caution. What can evoke a response from your martial soul is certainly not an ordinary 10-year spirit beast. It is likely something formidable." The team cautiously adjusted their course, advancing in the direction indicated by the compass. The further they traveled, the taller and denser the surrounding trees became, the light grew dimmer, and an almost imperceptible sense of oppression began to permeate the air. Zhu Zhuqing also sensed the change in the environment, her small hands instinctively clenching tightly. Ling Feng discreetly cast a reassuring glance in her direction. After proceeding for approximately a quarter of an hour, the stalwart Yao Feng suddenly halted, raising his fist as a signal of caution. His nose twitched slightly as he murmured, "There's a scent of blood. It's from a feline or leopard-like soul beast, and its age is considerable." Almost simultaneously with his words, a dense thicket ahead rustled violently, and a shadow as swift as a wraith leaped forth, targeting Yao Feng at the forefront of the group. It was a soul beast, a leopard enveloped in dark fur. Its form long and elegant, muscles rippling with explosive power, its eyes glinting with a cold green light amidst the shadowy forest. Its claws shot forth, radiating a chilling sharpness. The shadow leopard. With such speed and vigor, it must be at least 350 years old. Be cautious. Yao Feng, experienced and astute, instantly recognized the threat. He let out a low growl, his first soul ring illuminating, and activated his first soul skill, Rock Barrier. The rock shield of his martial soul solidified and expanded suddenly, positioning itself like a genuine stone barrier before him. Bang! The shadow leopard's claws struck fiercely against the rock shield, producing a shrill sound of friction, sparks flying. Yao Feng's body trembled slightly, his feet rooted firmly to the ground, stabilizing his stance. Meanwhile, the shadow leopard, utilizing the recoil, nimbly flipped in the air and landed on a nearby thick tree trunk, crouching low while emitting a threatening growl from its throat. Its green eyes fixed intently on the group. Good heavens! Such speed and power, it must be over 400 years old. A flicker of gravity crossed Yao Feng's eyes. But more so was exhilaration. Ling Feng, this shadow leopard is remarkably suited to your Darknight Qilin Martial Soul. Its soul ring may well grant you skills related to explosive speed or stealthy ambush. Ling Feng's heart raced. His compass had indeed pointed him true. The attributes and age of this shadow leopard perfectly aligned with his desires. Master, what must I do? Ling Feng inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement, and asked calmly. He understood that the final strike must be his own to absorb the soul ring. I and the guards will restrain its movements to create an opportunity. You must seize the moment, unleash your strongest attack, and deliver a fatal blow. Yao Feng spoke rapidly. Miss Zhu, step back and ensure your safety. Be prepared to use your martial soul to disrupt it at any moment. Zhu Zhuqing promptly nodded, obediently retreating to a safe distance while summoning her martial soul. A flicker of ethereal light passed, making her appear even more agile. Her fingertips extended sharp claws, and her eyes transformed into deeper vertical slits, revealing her martial soul. The nether spirit cat. Although she lacked a soul ring beneath her feet, the agility bestowed by her martial soul remained. Now, Yao Feng shouted, his second soul ring glowing as he activated his second soul skill, Tremor Strike. He forcefully slammed his rock shield against the ground, sending a powerful shockwave toward the tree where the shadow leopard resided. Concurrently, a guard from the Zhu family sprang into action, his martial soul manifesting as a long blade. His white and yellow soul rings illuminating as the blade glimmered, slicing toward the shadow leopard from the flank, attempting to block its escape route. The shadow leopard reacted with remarkable speed, its limbs propelling it upward as it leaped from the trunk in an attempt to evade the shockwaves rippling across the ground. However, the coordination between the rocky peak and the guardian was impeccable. The shockwaves hindered its jump, while the glint of the guardian's blade forced it to twist and dodge. Now was the moment. A flash of brilliance ignited in Ling Feng's eyes as the Darknight Qilin Martial Spirit, already prepared, instantly manifested. His hands became adorned with faint dark scales, and his nails sharpened into deadly points, an overwhelming sense of strength and affinity for darkness coursing through him. With a powerful push from his legs, he surged toward the shadow leopard, which was momentarily weakened, like an arrow released from its bow. Lacking soul skills, he concentrated all his soul power into his right hand. The dark Qilin's claw slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh as it aimed directly for the relatively soft underbelly of the shadow leopard. Roaring in anger, the shadow leopard sensed the impending threat and forcefully twisted its body, its claws striking towards Ling Feng. With a resounding thud, Ling Feng's claw plunged deep into the leopard's abdomen, spilling forth a pool of blood. At the same moment, the leopard's lethal claws raked across Ling Feng's shoulder, leaving behind gashes that revealed bone. Severe pain shot through him, and he let out a muffled grunt, yet he gritted his teeth, refusing to retreat. Channeling all his strength and soul power into this decisive blow, slashing downward with ferocity. A deep gash extended from the leopard's abdomen all the way to its hind leg. The shadow leopard let out a chilling wail, crashing heavily to the ground. After a brief struggle, it lay still. A brilliant yellow soul ring gradually coalesced above its lifeless body, its hue rich and profound, with hints of violet at the edges. Success! Ling Feng pressed his hand against his bleeding shoulder, panting heavily, yet his face radiated joy. Although injured, this final strike was his own accomplishment. Yin Feng and the Guardian also breathed a sigh of relief. Yin Feng gazed at the profound yellow soul ring with admiration, exclaiming, "Well done. You have courage. This shadow leopard must be over 470 years old, nearly 500. Your first soul ring begins at a level far exceeding that of ordinary individuals." Zhu Zhuqing hurried to Ling Feng's side, her expression reflecting a subtle concern as she noticed the wound on his shoulder. From her small satchel, she produced clean bandages and healing ointment, offering them to him. Ling Feng accepted the medicine, flashing her a reassuring smile that conveyed he was unscathed, before his eyes heatedly focused on the floating, profound yellow soul ring. Chapter 12. Absorbing the soul ring. Ling Feng, enduring the excruciating pain in his shoulder, swiftly applied the healing ointment and bandages Zhu Zhuqing had provided. The powder stung as it made contact, followed by a soothing sensation, and the bleeding quickly subsided. After all, it was a remedy from the Zhu family, renowned for its efficacy. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his determined gaze upon the deep yellow soul ring hovering above the shadow leopard's corpse. The soul ring emanated a gentle, yet powerful energy wave, drawing his martial spirit closer. Sit cross-legged and focus on your martial spirit, Yin Feng instructed in a grave tone. With utmost seriousness, use your soul power to draw in the soul ring, guiding it towards yourself. The process may be painful. You must maintain your composure and fully channel your soul power to absorb it. This is the most critical step. No one else can assist you. It is solely dependent on you. Ling Feng nodded gravely and followed the instructions, sitting cross-legged before the soul ring, his 5 hearts directed towards the heavens. He closed his eyes, regulated his breathing, and concentrated his mind deep within his dantian, striving to connect with the Darknight Qilin Martial Soul. The Darknight Qilin sensed the aura of the shadow leopard soul ring, emitting a low growl filled with excitement and longing. With a mere thought, Ling Feng summoned his soul power, reaching out towards the yellow soul ring as if it were an extension of himself. The instant his soul power made contact with the ring, the profound yellow halo seemed to find its sanctuary, quivering violently before transforming into a stream of light that abruptly enveloped Ling Feng's body, then swiftly contracting to firmly bind itself around him. In that fleeting moment of the soul ring's embrace, an overwhelming, ferocious energy surged into Ling Feng's being like a torrent breaching its dam, flooding his body with the remnants of the shadow leopard's wild essence. This energy was far more tempestuous than the soul power he had cultivated himself, violently battering against his meridians, flesh, and even bones. An intense agony swept through him instantaneously, as if this foreign energy threatened to rupture and tear him apart. Ling Feng's complexion turned ashen, veins protruding on his forehead, cold sweat cascading down as his body trembled uncontrollably. He clenched his teeth, the sound of grinding teeth echoing in his ears. He dared not delay for even a moment. He immediately channeled all his energy into his meditative techniques, guiding his own Darknight Qilin soul power to act as a dam, desperately directing, merging, and refining this chaotic energy. The process was exceedingly arduous. The energy of the shadow leopard was not only vast, but also imbued with the lingering ferocity and wildness from its life, relentlessly assaulting Ling Feng's spirit, attempting to lead him astray. Fragments of the shadow leopard's predatory and violent memories flashed through his mind. Yin Feng and the Zhu family's guardians stood vigilantly nearby, anxiously scanning their surroundings to prevent any soul beasts or curious entities from approaching. Yin Feng observed Ling Feng's pained yet resolute demeanor, admiration flickering once more in his eyes. Enduring the agony of absorbing a nearly 500-year-old soul ring was no trivial feat that an ordinary great soul master could easily withstand. This boy's temperament and willpower far surpassed his years. Zhu Zhuqing held her breath, her violet eyes fixated unwaveringly on Ling Feng, her small hands gripping the edge of her garment tightly, unaware of how focused and concerned her gaze had become. Watching Ling Feng's expression of torment, observing his trembling yet unwavering spine, a chord within her heart was gently plucked. The boy who always approached her with a warm smile revealed a side of resilience and strength she had never seen before. Time trickled by. The internal tug-of-war within Ling Feng continued. The Darknight Qilin Martial Soul showcased the might of its supreme nature. It seemed to possess an innate quality of dominance and devouring, gradually yet resolutely consuming and assimilating the energy of the shadow leopard. That ancient primal essence exerted considerable suppression on the residual wildness of the shadow leopard. The pain gradually subsided, replaced by a sense of fullness and potency. The turbulent energy was progressively refined, transformed into pure soul power, integrating into his own soul power cycle, continuously expanding his meridians and fortifying his body. Time flowed by unnoticed, and as the last vestige of the shadow leopard's energy was completely refined, the profound yellow spirit ring around Ling Feng suddenly stabilized, its brilliance contained, gracefully encircling him like a perfect blend, gently pulsating. A wave of soul power, far more potent than before, erupted from within him. Ling Feng abruptly opened his eyes, their brilliance shining forth, as if a fleeting glimmer of dark gold had flickered. Rising to his full height, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through his body. The previous fatigue and pain vanished without a trace, leaving him in an unprecedented state of vitality. He had succeeded. Overwhelmed with joy as he sensed the surging soul power within, His elation was palpable. With a mere thought, the profound yellow spirit ring obediently manifested beneath his feet, slowly rotating. Excellent. His soul power had transcended 2 levels, directly reaching the 12th rank. Yin Feng, having sensed Ling Feng's aura, erupted in hearty laughter, clapping him on the shoulder, carefully avoiding the injury. Kid, you truly have it in you. The absorption of that spirit ring was flawless. Only then did Ling Feng realize that his soul power had indeed skyrocketed, breaking through the bottleneck to attain the 12th level. The immense energy contained within the spirit ring, aged over 470 years, was undeniably vast. Turning his gaze, he met Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, which were filled with concern that had transformed into astonishment, tinged with a subtle hint of joy. Ling Feng offered her a radiant and confident smile. As always, see, I told you it would be fine. Zhu Zhuqing, gazing into his bright eyes and the profound spirit ring beneath him, gently nodded. This time, the frost in her gaze seemed to have thawed just a little. Chapter 13, The First Soul Skill. The successful absorption of the spirit ring had elevated Ling Feng's soul power to the 12th rank, filling his heart with immense joy. Yet, he was even more eager to discover the soul skill bestowed upon him by this spirit ring, which was so close to the 500-year mark. Quick, try your first soul skill. Yin Feng urged with palpable anticipation. Such a high-ranking first spirit ring would undoubtedly yield an extraordinary soul skill. Taking a deep breath to steady his excitement, Ling Feng focused his mind, channeling the newly awakened power within him. And the profound yellow spirit ring beneath his feet suddenly glowed. First soul skill, Shadow Assault, accompanied by Ling Feng's low exclamation. His body was enveloped in a thin layer of dark shadow, transforming him into a blurred afterimage. In the next moment, where he had been standing, only faint ripples of air remained, while his true form had already appeared beside a large tree 10 meters away. The entire process was as swift as lightning, silent, save for a barely perceptible disturbance in the air. After revealing himself, the dark shadow did not dissipate immediately. Instead, it coalesced upon his right arm, enveloping his dark Qilin claw in a deeper layer of shadow, exuding an aura of unparalleled sharpness. Instinctively, he swiped out with his claw. Swoosh! Instantly, 3 deep gashes, several inches deep, appeared on the massive tree trunk, smooth-edged as if cleaved by a razor. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback by the speed and power of his own abilities. He meticulously savored the sensation he had just experienced. At the moment of unleashing his soul skill, his speed erupted to an extraordinary pinnacle, and his trajectory bore an elusive quality, difficult to grasp. In the instant following his ambush, his next attack would be augmented by dark energy, rendering it even more destructive. What a splendid shadow strike! A gleam of astonishment ignited in Yin Feng's eyes, unable to restrain his exuberant applause. This technique combined instantaneous acceleration with a stealthy strike. It was remarkably swift and remarkably silent, making it a divine skill for advancing, pursuing, or evading. Moreover, the amplification of this attack was quite impressive. Undoubtedly, it ranked among the finest soul skills of the century. The Zhu family guard stood dumbfounded, eyes brimming with envy. Such a soul skill, when possessed by any soul master, could become a formidable trump card. Ling Feng's heart swelled with joy. This shadow strike flawlessly inherited the traits of the shadow leopard, significantly compensating for his current shortcomings in mobility and explosive power, allowing him to fully unleash the speed and offensive advantages of the Knight Qilin in an instant. He believed that even soul masters of the same rank or higher would struggle to respond to such an unexpected assault. What further captured his attention was the color of the soul ring. When he executed his soul skill, the soul ring radiated a profoundly deep yellow, its brilliance so intense it seemed almost unbreakable, with a faint purple hue at its edges becoming increasingly pronounced. Yin Feng also noticed this and approached to examine the soul ring beneath Ling Feng's feet, marveling. Truly remarkable. This soul ring's age is undoubtedly around 490 years. Young man, your physical prowess and willpower are nothing short of monstrous. Your future accomplishments are boundless. Receiving such high praise from a soul venerable attested to the substantial value of Ling Feng's first soul ring. Ling Feng retracted the soul skill, and the soul ring faded from view. He felt the burgeoning power within him and the emergence of a new soul skill, filling him with renewed confidence for the future. With a system to assist him, a top-tier martial soul, and an exceptional soul skill, his journey as a soul master commenced from a significantly higher vantage point than most. He couldn't help but turn his gaze towards Zhu Zhuqing. She stood quietly, yet her violet eyes clearly reflected the image of him executing his soul skill moments ago. Filled with a hint of awe, a whisper of yearning, and perhaps a touch of joy for him, Ling Feng approached her, smiling as he inquired, "How do you find my first soul skill?" Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze to meet his sweat-drenched yet spirited face and softly replied, "Very fast. Very impressive." This was perhaps the first time she had expressed such direct praise, and though her voice remained soft, it brought great delight to Ling Feng's heart. Next, it would be time to seek a suitable soul ring for you. Ling Feng regarded her earnestly, stating, "You too shall acquire a powerful soul skill." Upon hearing this, a flicker of anticipation sparkled in her eyes, and she nodded vigorously. The successful absorption of the first soul ring not only heralded a leap in power, but also seemed to thin the invisible barrier that had existed between them. Sunlight filtered through the leaves in the forest, casting a warm glow upon the young man and woman, as if heralding a future that was gradually becoming ever more radiant. Chapter 14, Seeking for Her. Ling Feng successfully absorbed the soul ring of the shadow leopard, significantly enhancing his strength and lightening the atmosphere within the team. Yin Feng regarded Ling Feng with a gaze filled with admiration, now tinged with a sense of equality. After all, a youth bold enough to absorb a soul ring nearing 500 years and successfully acquire such a formidable soul skill harbors potential that undoubtedly surpasses that of a soul master. Yet, their current mission remained unfinished. The eyes of the group soon turned to Zhu Zhuqing, who still lacked a soul ring. "Miss Zhu," Yin Feng addressed her, his tone softer than before, "your martial spirit is the nether cat, belonging to the agility-focused category. When selecting your first soul ring, it should primarily enhance your speed, agility, or penetrating attack power. Ideally, its age should be controlled around 350 years for safety. With Ling Feng's exceptional performance preceding us, I have slightly raised the age standard, yet it still falls below Ling Feng's, ensuring security." Zhu Zhuqing nodded earnestly, a hint of determination gracing her delicate features. Having witnessed Ling Feng's acquisition of a powerful soul ring firsthand, she naturally yearned to become stronger. "Master Yin Feng," Ling Feng interjected, his shoulder wound healing under the nurturing of his 12th level soul power and quality medicine. "We are unfamiliar with the soul hunting forest, and finding a suitable soul beast for Zhuqing may require your expertise." Despite his willingness to assist, the one-time use soul beast tracking compass had already been expended, leaving them reliant on Yin Feng's experience. "Leave it to me," Yin Feng replied, nodding. "There are several commonly compatible soul beasts for the nether cat, such as the swift weasel, shadow mouse, or the more aggressive ghost pattern cat and claw lynx. Let us head eastward. There lies a region where these agile soul beasts are frequently found." The team resumed their journey, and this time, Ling Feng naturally positioned himself beside Zhu Zhuqing, subtly adopting a protective demeanor. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at him but said nothing, silently following his lead. Along the way, Ling Feng quietly shared his knowledge gleaned from the system and ancestral notes regarding the characteristics, weaknesses, and attack habits of the various soul beasts. The swift weasel possesses the fastest speed but has weaker attack power and is easily startled. The shadow mouse excels in stealth and burrowing, launching unexpected attacks, yet lacks strength in direct combat. The ghost pattern cat offers a balanced skill set, showcasing good speed, attack, and stealth, especially with its claws that provide a mild armor-piercing effect, which could grant you a commendable offensive soul skill. The claw lynx is the most aggressive, boasting the greatest strength, though it compromises speed and agility, and its ferocity poses a higher risk during hunts. His explanations were clear and systematic, even delving into the potential soul skill directions of each beast, prompting a slight turn of Yin Feng's head in surprise at the depth of this boy's knowledge about soul beasts, entirely unbecoming of a mere 6-year-old. Zhu Zhuqing listened intently, her violet eyes sparkling as she committed each of Ling Feng's words to memory. She realized that this boy, who always approached her with a smile, possessed a wealth of understanding. This revelation instilled within her an involuntary sense of reliance and trust. The pursuit of the soul beast proved to be more intricate than it had been for Ling Feng. They encountered several 10-year-old swift weasels and shadow mice, but deemed them too young and abandoned the search. They also stumbled upon a 400-year-old claw lynx. Yet Yin Feng deemed its temperament too fierce and its age unsuitable for Zhu Zhuqing's first soul ring, opting to cautiously bypass it. As afternoon waned, sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting mottled patches of light upon the ground. Just as weariness began to settle upon the group, a faint rustling sound emerged from a shadowy thicket ahead, accompanied by a low, warning growl reminiscent of a feline. Yin Feng immediately raised a hand to signal a halt. Attuning his senses before whispering, "Their movement. The aura is potent, likely over 100 years old. Exercise caution." The group held their breath and cautiously approached. Parting the layers of leaves, they beheld a slender feline soul beast with a gray-black coat adorned with bizarre, twisted dark patterns, crouched protectively in a small clearing, issuing a low growl at a nearby venomous snake that was attempting to creep closer. Its limbs were agile, claws sharp, and its amber eyes glimmered with a cold light in the shadows. It's a ghost pattern cat. Judging by its size and soul power fluctuations, it's likely between 300 and 350 years old, perfectly suitable. Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly assessed, Miss Zhu. This soul beast is ideal for you. Its attention is drawn to that snake. This is our best opportunity. He turned to Zhu Zhuqing, his tone serious. Remember, you must deliver the final blow yourself. We will assist you in restraining it and creating the opportunity. Do not fear. Utilize your martial spirit and trust in your speed. Zhu Zhuqing took a deep breath and nodded resolutely. She summoned her phantom spirit cat martial spirit, her body becoming lighter and more agile. Her sharp claws extending from her fingertips, her gaze sharpening as she fixed her focus on the ghost pattern cat. Now, Ling Feng commanded, his voice low, and they moved in unison with the guards. Ling Feng refrained from unleashing a wide-ranging soul technique, fearing it might startle the ghost pattern cat into fleeing. Instead, he stomped his foot, producing a deep, resonating sound, unleashing a powerful soul master aura that pressed against the snake and the ghost pattern cat. Startled, the snake recoiled and swiftly vanished into the underbrush. Meanwhile, the ghost pattern cat, its fur bristling, instinctively prepared to flee. Now is the time. Zhuqing, go? Ling Feng urged from the side, his gaze filled with encouragement. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes narrowed, and her petite form surged forward, empowered by her martial spirit. Her speed surpassed that of her peers, akin to a wisp of black smoke, silent yet extraordinarily swift, as she lunged towards the startled ghost pattern cat. The ghost pattern cat reacted with remarkable swiftness, sensing the wind behind it, and abruptly twisted its body, its gleaming claws aimed at Zhu Zhuqing. Its speed was equally astonishing. Yet Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have anticipated its counterattack. Undeterred, she maintained her momentum and, at the critical moment, twisted her body at an incredibly flexible and improbable angle, narrowly evading the razor-sharp claws. Simultaneously, her own phantom spirit cat claws struck accurately and fiercely at the relatively vulnerable neck of the ghost pattern cat. In a strategic display of both defense and offense, she exhibited remarkable calmness, decisiveness, and precision, embodying the quintessential attributes of an agile soul master. She bore no semblance to a novice engaging in combat with a century-old soul beast for the first time. With a sharp sound of claws piercing flesh, a chilling cry erupted from the ghost pattern cat. Blood gushed from its neck, and after a few futile struggles, it collapsed to the ground, its vitality swiftly waning. A radiant circle of bright yellow soul rings gradually materialized above its lifeless form, the pure and luminous hue signifying its 3 centuries of existence. The entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye, requiring neither assistance from Ling Feng nor his guards for a second strike. Zhu Zhuqing stood still, breathing slightly heavier as she gazed at the carcass of the ghost pattern cat and the surrounding yellow soul ring. Her delicate face remained stoic, yet her tightly clenched fists and the faint glimmer in her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. She had accomplished the kill single-handedly, with remarkable efficiency. Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with delight as he couldn't help but exclaim, "Beautiful! Zhuqing, splendid work." Ling Feng also exhaled in relief, his face openly expressing admiration. "Excellent. Quick reflexes, precise judgment, and decisive action. Miss Zhu, your talent in combat is truly exceptional." He had initially harbored concerns that this noble lady might falter or hesitate, yet her performance far exceeded his expectations, exhibiting both composure and prowess. Upon receiving the praise, especially from Ling Feng, Zhu Zhuqing felt her cheeks flush slightly, a hint of bashfulness causing her to lower her gaze. However, the corners of her mouth involuntarily curled upwards in a subtle smile. She had successfully acquired her first soul ring through her own efforts. Chapter 15, Her Soul Ring. Having independently slain the ghost pattern cat, Zhu Zhuqing took a moment to steady her somewhat rapid breathing. As she beheld the luminous yellow soul ring, her cool eyes finally sparkled with joy and anticipation. This was her first trophy earned through her own strength, and the initial step towards her journey of becoming a formidable warrior. Seating herself cross-legged, she focused on her martial soul, preparing to absorb the energy. Ling Feng once again offered guidance, his tone notably gentler than before. He had developed a fondness for this talented and composed young lady from the Zhu family. Zhu Zhuqing nodded earnestly, following his advice as she settled before the ghost pattern cat's soul ring, closed her eyes, and began to adjust her state of mind. Ling Feng observed intently from the side. While he knew that absorbing a soul ring of over 300 years posed far less risk than his own experience, he couldn't shake off a sense of nervousness and concern. Instinctively, he stepped forward slightly, adopting a protective stance. Soon, Zhu Zhuqing activated the soul ring. The brilliant yellow aura transformed into a flowing light, enveloping her slender form. The energy from the soul ring began to surge into her body. It was evident that her body trembled slightly, her delicate brows knitting together as she endured the pain brought on by the energy influx. Nevertheless, she bit her lip, remaining silent, and exerted all her effort to channel and absorb the power. Her nether spirit cat martial soul seemed to resonate exceptionally well with the ghost pattern cat's soul ring, making the absorption process considerably smoother than Ling Feng's experience. While the energy shock still persisted, the repulsion was markedly reduced, and the rate of integration accelerated. Ling Feng, Yin Feng, and the guardian stood quietly by her side, making no sound to disturb her. As time passed, the fluctuations of Zhu Zhuqing's soul power gradually grew stronger, and the brilliant yellow soul ring became increasingly stable, perfectly merging with her aura. Finally, approximately an hour later, the radiance of the soul ring completely retracted, steadily encircling Zhu Zhuqing as it pulsed gently. A distinct wave of soul power emanated from within her. She had ascended to the rank of an 11th level soul master. She had successfully absorbed the soul ring of the ghost pattern cat, officially becoming a soul master. Zhu Zhuqing's long eyelashes fluttered slightly before she slowly opened her eyes. Her violet irises shimmered with newfound brilliance and depth, as if infused with a greater strength. As she sensed the surge of soul power within her and the newly connected soul ring closely tied to her martial spirit, a faint yet genuine smile blossomed on her usually expressionless face, reminiscent of the first thaw of ice and snow, or the sudden bloom of spring flowers, exquisitely captivating. Ling Feng had been intently watching her, and upon witnessing her successful absorption and the emergence of her smile, he finally felt a wave of relief wash over him, his own face breaking into a sincere expression of joy. "Congratulations, Zhuqing. You have become a soul master," Ling Feng exclaimed, his voice brimming with happiness. Yin Feng nodded in agreement. "Congratulations, Miss Zhu. The absorption process went remarkably well, and your soul power has directly elevated to the 11th level. Excellent." Zhu Zhuqing rose to her feet and gave a slight bow to Yin Feng, saying, "Thank you, master." Although her tone remained cool, the gratitude within was unmistakable. She then turned to Ling Feng, softly expressing, "Thank you." This time, her gaze was steady, clearly conveying her appreciation for his care along the journey, for sharing his knowledge, and for his heartfelt congratulations at this moment. Ling Feng smiled and shook his head, indicating that no thanks were necessary. With a flourish akin to magic, he produced a water skin from his treasure bag and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing. "The absorption of a soul ring is quite taxing, isn't it? Please drink some water and take a moment to rest." His actions were as natural as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the water skin before looking into Ling Feng's clean, sincere eyes, which sparkled with warmth. After a brief pause, she no longer hesitated or refused as she had initially. Instead, she extended her hand and accepted the water skin. She did not drink immediately, but softly stated, "I have a soul skill now." "Oh, what is it? Do try it out." Ling Feng inquired eagerly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Yin Feng also looked on with interest, for soul skills derived from the ghost pattern cat were typically impressive. Zhu Zhuqing nodded and took a few steps aside. With a mental command, the bright yellow soul ring beneath her feet glowed. First soul skill, Netherworld Stab, accompanied by her cool voice. Her body seemed to blur momentarily before she burst forth in a sudden surge of speed, propelling herself approximately 5 meters forward. During this swift advance, her right hand, now adorned with the ethereal claws of the Netherworld spirit cat, was enveloped in a faint ghostly light, exuding an intense penetrating aura as she thrust forward with great force. Swoosh! The air was sliced through, emitting a sharp sound. Though lacking a specific aim, the explosive speed and fierce intensity that erupted in that fleeting moment were distinctly palpable. As the soul technique concluded, Zhu Zhuqing took a gentle breath, casting a glance towards Ling Feng and Yin Feng, her eyes shimmering with a hint of hopeful affirmation. "Splendid. What an exceptional shadow piercer." Yin Feng could not help but exclaim once more, marveling at the instantaneous surge accompanied by the enhanced piercing attack. This soul technique, belonging to the agility-oriented category, proved immensely practical, whether for entering the fray, pursuing adversaries, or evading attacks. "Miss Zhu, your choice of this first soul technique is remarkably successful." Ling Feng, too, was lavish in his praise, applauding her. "Incredible, Zhuqing. This soul technique bears some resemblance to my shadow assault, yet it emphasizes singular penetrating strikes. Combined with your martial spirit, its potency must be formidable." With the validation from both, particularly Ling Feng's unabashed admiration, a deeper smile graced Zhu Zhuqing's lips. Although still subtle, it was sufficient to illuminate her cool visage. Lowering her gaze to her hands, she savored the newfound strength coursing within her. Filled with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and confidence in her future, she then picked up the water pouch that Ling Feng had offered, sipping delicately. The sweet spring water quenched her throat, as if nurturing certain previously sealed parts of her heart. As the sun began its descent, golden rays filtered through the trees, casting a warm glow upon the young boy and girl who had just acquired their first soul ring. They exchanged glances, each reflecting joy for the other and aspirations for their futures. Ling Feng beheld the girl beside him, whose faint smile radiated more brilliantly than the sun, and his heart softened. To safeguard her smile and help her forever escape the shadows became an unmistakably clear and steadfast objective at that moment. The journey of both their paths as soul masters officially commenced, and their destinies became inextricably intertwined due to this shared experience. Chapter 16, The Return Journey. Having successfully acquired their first soul ring, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing officially stepped into the realm of soul masters. And the atmosphere during their return journey was noticeably lighter and more cheerful. Ling Feng's previously stern demeanor softened considerably, occasionally offering insights regarding the application of soul techniques. The Zhu family guard remained silent, but the vigilance in his gaze had relaxed somewhat. Once again, they found themselves in the spacious carriage of the Zhu family, with Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing seated side by side. However, the ambience was starkly different from the distant quietude of their arrival. Now, despite not being boisterous, there flowed a natural and harmonious atmosphere of communication within the carriage. The setting sun's rays streamed through the window, enveloping the interior in a warm, golden-orange hue. Ling Feng turned his head to observe the girl beside him. Zhu Zhuqing seemed still lost in the exhilaration and novelty of her first soul technique. Occasionally, she would raise her hand, gazing at the faintly visible claws at her fingertips, feeling the far more potent soul power coursing through her veins. Shadow Piercer, she whispered, repeating the name of her soul technique, her lips curling into an almost imperceptible yet genuine smile. How does it feel? Is the flow of soul power smooth when the technique is activated? Ling Feng naturally inquired, his tone imbued with concern and a desire to share his experiences. He recounted, when I first employed the shadow assault, I struggled with direction and distance, nearly colliding with a tree. His self-deprecating humor successfully captured Zhu Zhuqing's attention. She turned her gaze toward him, her lovely violet eyes reflecting a moment of serious contemplation before she gently shook her head. It felt quite natural. My soul power is primarily concentrated in my legs and right arm. When I unleash it, my body seems instinctively aware of how to move. Her voice, still cool, no longer bore the frigid distance that repelled others, but instead flowed like a stream over pebbles, imbued with a natural rhythm. Moreover, her responses had noticeably increased in length. That is reassuring. It signifies a strong compatibility between this soul ring and your martial spirit, Ling Feng remarked with a smile, then continued enthusiastically, my shadow assault is similar. The sensation of instantaneous speed is truly marvelous, as if the entire world around me slows down. The only drawback is the considerable soul power consumption. At my current level, I could manage perhaps 5 or 6 full force attempts before exhaustion sets in. How about your nether-piercing strike? Zhu Zhuqing thoughtfully attuned herself to her energy before responding. It consumes more than my usual attacks, yet seems slightly less than your soul skill. She instinctively made a comparison. Indeed, my soul skill emphasizes all-encompassing speed and stealth, while yours focuses more on penetration and direct assault. It is only natural that the consumption differs due to our distinct emphases, Ling Feng analyzed, his eyes suddenly brightening. Imagine if we both deployed our soul skills simultaneously, my shadow assault distracting from the side, while your nether-piercing strike targets directly. Wouldn't that be a remarkable synergy? He eagerly began to devise tactical combinations. As Zhu Zhuqing listened to his ideas, her eyes glimmered with interest, clearly captivated by the notion. She unconsciously leaned in slightly, focusing intently, occasionally nodding in agreement or posing her own small questions. What about the timing? How do we coordinate? Timing, Ling Feng mused, stroking his chin with a serious expression, requires practice to cultivate our synergy. For instance, I could signal you, or we could agree on a specific target to strike when the opportunity arises. We should find a place to test our coordination. Zhu Zhuqing softly acknowledged. Though she said little more, the intent in her gaze was unmistakable. No longer merely a passive listener, she exhibited signs of active engagement. Ling Feng sensed the subtle transformation within her, a joy that was difficult to articulate blossoming in his heart. The girl, once as cold as ice, was gradually thawing, revealing a tender and authentic side. Her words had multiplied. While still not overly talkative, she no longer merely answered questions but began to express her thoughts and inquiries. The cool aura surrounding her had not entirely dissipated, yet it now resembled an intrinsic quality rather than a deliberate barrier, especially in his presence. That icy exterior had noticeably thinned. As the sun dipped below the horizon, only the brilliant hues of the sunset remained in the sky. The interior of the carriage dimmed, yet it radiated an even greater warmth. Ling Feng once again retrieved some dried meat and provisions from his treasure pouch, a fusion of a system backpack and storage belt, and offered them to Zhu Zhuqing. This time, she accepted them with ease, savoring each bite. What are your plans upon returning to your family? Ling Feng inquired, chewing thoughtfully. You will likely commence a more structured training as a soul master, correct? Zhu Zhuqing swallowed her food and nodded. Indeed. The family possesses a training ground and mentors. She paused, her voice dropping slightly, tinged with a barely perceptible melancholy. There are many assessments to contend with. Ling Feng discerned the pressure in her tone. He had long been aware of the competitive atmosphere within the Zhu family. Setting down his food, he regarded her earnestly. Do not worry. You now have an excellent starting point. A first soul ring of over 300 years is remarkable wherever it is placed. With diligent training, you will surely grow stronger. After a moment's thought, he added with a smile, and if you encounter any difficulties in your training or wish to practice sparring, feel free to seek me out. We can progress together. His smile radiated warmth and sincerity even in the dim carriage, exuding a comforting strength. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze to him, the last rays of the setting sun casting delicate specks of light in her eyes. She studied him quietly for a few seconds before softly replying, okay, a simple word. Yet it seemed to encompass 1,000 sentiments, an affirmation, a trust, and a silent acknowledgement. The carriage fell into a tranquil silence once more. But this stillness was no longer awkward. Instead, it bore a comforting ease that required no words. Each indulged in their meal, and whenever their eyes met, a gentle smile would naturally grace their faces. Leaning against the carriage wall, Ling Feng gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, gradually shrouded in dusk, his spirits soaring. This expedition to the soul-hunting forest yielded far beyond expectations. Not only had he acquired an exceptional first soul ring and soul skills, but more significantly, his relationship with Zhu Zhuqing had made groundbreaking strides. He could distinctly sense that the ice barrier separating them had melted considerably. They were no longer mere acquaintances, but had begun to communicate, share, and even develop an unspoken understanding. Perhaps it was more than friendship. Ling Feng mused, observing the serene profile of the girl beside him. A profound sense of protectiveness and happiness welled within him. The carriage glided smoothly along the official road, the rhythmic sound of the wheels akin to a gentle accompaniment. In this twilight of their return journey, two youthful hearts, drawn closer by shared experiences and sincere proximity, quietly converged. Ling Feng understood that a long road lay ahead, with the weight of familial pressures and fate's constraints still heavy upon Zhu Zhuqing. Yet, in this moment, witnessing the noticeable softening of her once cold demeanor and hearing her occasional, albeit faint, yet genuine voice, he brimmed with confidence. Regardless of the obstacles, he vowed to remain by her side, step by step, aiding her in shattering every chain that bound her. As night fully descended, the stars began to adorn the sky. In the distance, the outline of the starry capital city became faintly visible. Home was drawing near, and their story was only just beginning a new chapter. Chapter 17, Soul Power Level 13. Returning to the Ling family, a subtle stir naturally ensued. Ling Zhan and Su Wan, upon witnessing their son's safe return, were overjoyed to see that his shoulder injury had largely healed. Moreover, he had successfully absorbed his first soul ring, which was nearly 500 years old, thus becoming a level 12 soul master. Their elation was beyond words, as they eagerly inquired about every detail of his journey. Their joy intensified upon hearing about the formidable effects of the soul skill, Shadow Assault, causing them to beam with delight. Ling Feng recounted the events, omitting the assistance of the system and the perils he faced, merely attributing his success to fortunate encounters with suitable soul beasts and the guidance of Master Yin Feng. Even so, this was sufficient to evoke profound emotions in Ling Zhan, who repeatedly exclaimed, "Heaven bless my son! Heaven bless my son!" In the days that followed, Ling Feng's life became structured and fulfilling. Rather than becoming complacent due to his newfound strength, he immersed himself even more diligently in his cultivation. Each morning, his ritual of daily sign-in remained unwavering. The rewards were still random, sometimes a few gold soul coins, at times a minor enhancement of soul power, and occasionally peculiar trinkets of little use. Ling Feng remained undeterred, understanding that gradual accumulation was a significant advantage. He devoted most of his time to solidifying his newly acquired soul skill, Shadow Assault, and enhancing his soul power. In the modest training ground of his backyard, his figure could often be seen practicing tirelessly. Time and again, he executed Shadow Assault, feeling the flow of soul power within specific meridians, adjusting the angle, distance, and the method of unleashing the subsequent reinforced strike. From initially struggling with direction to gradually mastering it, he even learned to make subtle trajectory adjustments while moving at high speed. The claw strikes that followed the assault grew increasingly fierce and precise. The strength of his Darknight Qilin Martial Soul began to emerge gradually. As his soul power increased and his familiarity with his martial soul deepened, the illusory scales on his arm became more solidified during partial possession, resulting in a more significant amplification of strength. He even began experimenting with merging the dark attribute aura of his martial soul with shadow assault, intensifying the shadowy veil enveloping his body and making the assault even more covert and difficult to detect. Amidst this relentless and diligent training, approximately half a month later, one morning, after completing his routine soul power cultivation, Ling Feng distinctly felt a surge of soul power within him, as if he had broken through an invisible barrier, elevating both the speed and quality of his soul power. His heart leapt with joy as he immediately delved into his mind to check his personal information. Host: Ling Feng. Age: 6 years. Martial Soul. Darknight Qilin. Soul Power. Level 13. Soul Ring. Yellow. Nearly 500 years. Soul Bone. None Skill. Shadow Assault. First Soul Skill. Items: 237 Gold Soul Coins. Miscellaneous Goods. Gold Soul Coins. 237 indeed. His soul power had risen to level 13. Although the soul power required to transition from level 12 to 13 was far less daunting than that needed to acquire his first soul ring. Achieving this breakthrough in just half a month was remarkable. This success was undoubtedly attributed to his exceptional innate talent, with full soul power and the strength of his Darknight Qilin Martial Soul, as well as his tireless dedication to cultivation. The joy derived from this enhancement of power was immense. Ling Feng excitedly clenched his fist, feeling an even greater power surging within him. What filled him with anticipation was the promise made with Zhu Zhuqing, since returning from the soul-hunting forest. Although they had both returned to their respective homes, Ling Feng had not forgotten their earlier conversation about training together to cultivate their synergy. The very next day, he would make his way to the secluded side entrance of the Zhu family estate, where he would occasionally encounter Zhu Zhuqing diligently practicing. At times, he would have to wait a while, but each meeting was accompanied by small snacks or trinkets he brought along, allowing their exchanges on cultivation insights to flow naturally. Today, I broke through to the 13th level of soul power. Upon reaching their familiar spot, Ling Feng was eager to share this joyous news with Zhu Zhuqing, his face adorned with a radiant smile, devoid of any hint of boasting, purely a moment of shared happiness. Zhu Zhuqing, who was practicing her phantom stab, paused her movements and turned to him, a flicker of clear surprise passing through her violet eyes, quickly replaced by a subtle admiration and a firm resolve to encourage herself. She understood while the rigorous accumulation required to advance from the 12th to 13th level, and Ling Feng's speed was indeed astonishing. Congratulations, she said softly, her tone sincere. Thank you, Ling Feng replied. How is your soul power cultivation progressing? Have you mastered the phantom stab more proficiently? Zhu Zhuqing nodded and demonstrated her technique. In an instant, her figure flickered, advancing like a specter several meters forward, the sound of her claws slicing through the air sharper and more formidable, clearly showing her improvement. Excellent. Ling Feng praised without reservation, his eyes sparkling with eagerness. Shall we test our coordination today? As we discussed earlier, I will create the distractions while you focus on the offense. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes brightened with anticipation as she softly acknowledged him. They found a relatively open and deserted area. Ling Feng picked up a few small stones from the ground, saying, I will not use my soul skills initially, but will instead simulate the interference of a shadowy ambush by throwing these stones from different angles toward your predicted target. You should attempt to strike the target with your phantom stab. He pointed to a rudimentary circle drawn on the trunk of a distant tree as the target. All right, Zhu Zhuqing said, centering herself, her gaze fixed on the target, her body slightly lowered in preparation to unleash her soul skill at any moment. Ling Feng took a deep breath, flicking his wrist as he launched a stone with a whistling sound, not aimed directly at the target, but instead arcing towards a point approximately a meter to the left of the circle. This was intended to simulate the lateral distraction of a shadowy ambush, drawing the enemy's attention. Almost instantaneously after the stone was released, Zhu Zhuqing moved. Phantom stab. Her figure transformed into a black line, piercing straight toward the target. She struck with incredible speed, hitting the center of the circle with precision. However, Ling Feng noticed that her timing in executing the soul skill seemed not to fully account for his distraction. It appeared more as if they were both simply completing their respective actions. Well done. A hit, Ling Feng affirmed, then offered a suggestion. However, if we were facing a real enemy, my distraction is meant to create an opening. You might consider delaying your attack just slightly, waiting until my interference causes a momentary hesitation or misalignment from the opponent before launching your stab. The effect could be even more pronounced. Let us try to synchronize our rhythm. Zhu Zhuqing nodded thoughtfully, ready for the second attempt. Ling Feng once again hurled a stone, simulating a side distraction. This time, Zhu Zhuqing did not act immediately. Her gaze remained fixed on the imagined enemy, seemingly weighing the opportune moment. Just as the stone was about to skim past the target's side, she sprang into action. The ethereal stab. Her figure flashed, and her claws accurately struck the target's heart once more. Splendid. Ling Feng was genuinely surprised this time. This was the sensation he had been seeking. You seized that hypothetical moment of distraction. Although it was merely a simple coordination exercise, Zhu Zhuqing's innate talent for timing in combat was astonishing. She appeared to possess an inherent intuition, capable of capturing those fleeting opportunities. In the subsequent practice sessions, the two continued to experiment. Ling Feng varied the methods and angles of distraction, sometimes rapid, sometimes slow, sometimes feigning one direction while attacking another. Zhu Zhuqing remained wholly focused on observation and judgment before launching her strike. Initially, there were occasional misalignments in their coordination. Either Zhu Zhuqing would strike too early or too late. Yet neither of them felt disheartened, exchanging brief comments after each attempt. I thought that angle was a feint, so I hesitated, she noted. Shall I give you a signal before I make my move next time? Yes, was her reply. Gradually, their errors diminished. Often, they no longer required verbal communication. A subtle gesture or a fleeting glance would suffice for Zhu Zhuqing to intuitively respond with impeccable timing. Such synergy resembled a gentle stream, quietly converging through repeated practice, gradually becoming fluid and natural. As the sun began to cast its final rays, both were somewhat fatigued yet exhilarated in spirit. For their final practice, Ling Feng's gaze sharpened as he raised his right hand to initiate a throwing motion. Zhu Zhuqing immediately locked onto the target, subtly adjusting her stance. The stone flew not in a straight line, but with a slight alteration in trajectory. Almost simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her ethereal stab. Her path was not straightforward, but carried an imperceptible curve, perfectly evading the simulated distraction of the stone, hypothetically a teammate, and striking the very center of the target with remarkable precision. With a soft sound, they both paused. Ling Feng gazed at the repeatedly struck target, then turned to the slightly breathless Zhu Zhuqing, whose forehead glistened with a fine sheen of perspiration, but whose eyes sparkled with vitality. A broad smile spread across his face. We did it. Zhuqing, you are incredible. Our coordination is simply seamless. Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing Ling Feng's unreserved admiration and joy, felt her cheeks warm under the setting sun. She took a gentle breath, her lips curving into a clear arc of achievement. It is your guidance that is commendable. This was her first direct acknowledgement of Ling Feng's role. Ling Feng shook his head with a smile. It is our collaboration that shines. He stepped closer, naturally pulling a clean handkerchief from his pocket and offering it to her. Wipe your sweat. Let us conclude today's practice and ensure you rest well. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated briefly at the handkerchief presented to her, but ultimately accepted it, murmuring, "Thank you." The two walked side by side out of the grove, their shadows elongated by the setting sun. Though the conversation remained somewhat limited, the atmosphere was infused with an unspoken understanding and closeness, palpable in the air. Ling Feng turned his head to admire the gentle contours of the girl beside him, feeling the almost entirely dissipated chill directed towards him, and his heart swelled with contentment. The enhancement of his soul power and the emergence of synergy heralded a promising trajectory ahead. Chapter 18, Gradual Ascension. The path of a soul master is seldom devoid of challenges, and progress is not always as swift as one might hope. After successfully acquiring his first soul ring and breaking through to the 13th level, Ling Feng inevitably entered a phase of relative stagnation in his training. The journey from level 13 to 14 demanded an increased accumulation of soul power. Despite possessing innate full soul power and the esteemed Darknight Qilin Martial Spirit, Ling Feng acutely sensed that the growth of his soul power was no longer as rapid as it had once been. It now required persistent diligence and meticulous effort, accumulating bit by bit. The daily ritual of daily check-in remained an unwavering habit. The rewards varied. Sometimes he received a handful of gold soul coins, slightly alleviating the family's somewhat strained finances. At other times, the benefits were minimal, merely a meager enhancement of soul power. And occasionally, he encountered whimsical items, such as a bag of particularly fragrant flower seeds, an everlasting candlestick, or even a finely crafted set of carving tools. Ling Feng meticulously stored these items, pondering that they might prove useful someday. He dedicated more of his time to the foundational cultivation of soul power and the refinement of soul skills. The small training ground in the backyard had nearly become his second home. Time and again, he practiced meditation techniques, guiding his soul power through his meridians. Acutely aware of the subtle yet tangible growth, he repeatedly executed shadow assault, launching strikes from various angles and distances, striving to minimize soul skill consumption while maximizing potency and accelerating execution speed. He even began experimenting with slight directional adjustments during high-speed movements or abruptly interrupting his soul skills to confound his opponents. These intricate maneuvers demanded exceptional control over his soul power and intense mental focus, often leading him to deplete his energy, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. Sweat soaked his garments, and he occasionally bore minor bruises from miscalculations, yet Ling Feng reveled in the experience. He could distinctly perceive his daily progress, his mastery over strength becoming increasingly refined. This tangible sense of empowerment through diligent effort filled him with an immense sense of fulfillment. Aside from his training, he was also intrigued by another feature of the system, location check-in. Although the Ling family had fallen from grace, they once boasted a lineage of soul masters. Perhaps certain special locations might trigger a check-in? With this curiosity in mind, he commenced an exploration of the family estate. He first ventured to his parents' main house, a space imbued with familial warmth, yet the system remained unresponsive. He then proceeded to the kitchen, vibrant with the essence of daily life, but the system remained silent. He even sneaked into the storeroom, where, apart from stirring up a cloud of dust and discovering a few dilapidated jars, he found nothing. It appeared that only locations imbued with special significance or energy fluctuations would suffice. Ling Feng pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. He cast his gaze towards the last two potential locations within the estate, the Ancestral Hall and the Training Ground. The Ancestral Hall, a place where one awakens their martial spirit, had already been signed in. Thus, only the Training Ground remained, where he diligently perspired each day. On that sunny afternoon, after completing a round of soul power cultivation, Ling Feng did not immediately commence practicing his soul techniques. Instead, he stood in the center of the Training Ground, surveying this familiar locale. The stone slabs beneath his feet bore the marks of years of tread and training, while a few aged stone blocks and wooden posts rested in the corners, with resilient wild grass even sprouting at the edges. This place, though rudimentary, was a testament to his countless efforts and sweat. Taking a deep breath, filled with anticipation, he silently intoned in his heart, "System, sign in at the Training Ground." Ding. Location sign in successful. Detected location, Ling Family Training Ground, a testament to the host's enduring will and sweat. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward, Mastery of Basic Footwork, 1. A refreshing surge of energy instantly flooded Ling Feng's mind, not as an overwhelming influx of memories, but rather akin to an instinctive awakening and a profound imprint of muscle memory. Knowledge of how to exert force, shift one's center of gravity, maneuver within confined spaces, utilize terrain, and maintain balance while moving. All these fundamental, yet crucial footwork techniques and principles were indelibly etched into his physical instincts, as if they were innate. This was not an esoteric soul technique of agility, but rather the cornerstone that intertwined all advanced evasion and mobility skills. While it did not directly augment speed, it enabled his existing velocity to manifest at 200% efficiency, making movement more effective, effortless, and unpredictable. Ling Feng instinctively shifted his footing, feeling an immediate lightness envelop him, as his control over his body ascended to a remarkable new level. He attempted to move laterally with rapidity, as his feet interlaced. His body naturally traced a subtle arc, stable and fluid. He surged forward with a sudden dash, and just before colliding with a wooden post, his ankle executed an almost imperceptible twist, allowing his body to glide past the post at an ingenious angle, unscathed. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, without a hint of hesitation. It was truly astonishing. Ling Feng was both surprised and elated. Though the name, Mastery of Basic Footwork, seemed ordinary, its actual worth, in his view, rivaled that of a formidable century-old soul technique. It could significantly enhance his survival capability and combat agility, allowing him to execute shadow assault with unparalleled finesse. Imagine, with the rapidity of shadow assault combined with exquisite footwork for precise maneuvers, his attack trajectories would become even more elusive and difficult to defend against. He excitedly began to experiment on the Training Ground, akin to a child who had just received a new toy. His figure darted across the small arena, dodging, halting suddenly, and changing direction, his movements increasingly fluid and natural, imbued with a unique sense of rhythm, shedding all remnants of his prior clumsiness. Complex maneuvers that once required soul techniques could now be executed predominantly through basic footwork, with barely any exertion. It was not until the sun dipped below the horizon that Ling Feng, still yearning for more, finally ceased his activity, drenched in perspiration, yet with eyes that sparkled with extraordinary brilliance. The recent check-in reward was a delightful surprise, significantly enhancing his practical abilities in a comprehensive and immediate manner. The next day, when he returned to the small clearing beside the Zhu family residence, Zhu Zhuqing perceptibly noticed a change in him. Ling Feng did not immediately commence practicing his soul skills. Instead, he eagerly demonstrated the new footwork he had recently comprehended. He moved swiftly through the forest glade. His figure elusive. Though his speed did not match that when utilizing soul skills, he consistently evaded obstacles at the last possible moment. His movements both succinct and efficient, exuding a pleasing sense of coordination. Zhu Zhuqing observed his fluid motions, akin to a swimming fish, and a hint of surprise flickered in her violet eyes. Your footwork, she remarked. Haha, I've been making some progress in my training lately. I feel my control over my body has improved, Ling Feng explained with a smile, deliberately omitting any mention of the system. Approaching Zhu Zhuqing, he added, I believe this will be quite beneficial in combat, especially for us agile attack types. Good footwork can conserve a great deal of stamina and create more opportunities. Would you like to give it a try? Zhu Zhuqing, sensing the sincerity in Ling Feng's eyes, nodded gently. She could also discern the extraordinary nature of his footwork. Ling Feng patiently elucidated some of the core principles he had grasped from mastering basic footwork, such as how to utilize the subtle force of the toes and ankles to change direction swiftly, how to maintain balance during movement, and how to observe the environment for predicting landing points. He demonstrated these techniques personally. Zhu Zhuqing listened intently. Being an exceptionally gifted agile attack soul master, her control over her body was remarkable. As she attempted to mimic Ling Feng's movements, she initially struggled, but soon grasped the essential techniques, her actions becoming increasingly refined. Rather than engaging in a practice of soul skill coordination, they immersed themselves in the exploration and refinement of basic footwork. One taught with diligence, while the other learned with focus. Ling Feng noted Zhu Zhuqing's remarkable comprehension. Often, with just a slight hint from him, she would immediately understand and make adjustments, even able to extrapolate and integrate certain footwork techniques into the characteristics of her abyssal spirit, cat martial soul, rendering her movements even more silent and imbued with the unique grace of felines. Yes, just lower your center of gravity a touch more. Yes, Ling Feng encouraged, his eyes brimming with admiration. Zhu Zhuqing adjusted her stance according to his guidance, her figure gliding silently several meters like a spirit cat, her movements smooth and discreet. She halted and turned to Ling Feng, her eyes sparkling with a quest for affirmation. Perfect, Ling Feng exclaimed, raising his thumb in generous praise. A slight smile curved Zhu Zhuqing's lips, clearly pleased with her progress. She looked at Ling Feng and softly said, Thank you. You're welcome. We are progressing together. Ling Feng replied with a joyful smile. The ability to share his gains with her and aid her in becoming stronger brought him more happiness than the rewards he himself had received. Beneath the setting sun, the two fell into a comfortable silence, each practicing footwork, occasionally exchanging insights or demonstrating particular movements. The atmosphere was serene and harmonious. Ling Feng could sense that after their shared battles in the soul-hunting forest and days of joint training, Zhu Zhuqing had nearly fully opened her heart to him. Though her words remained few, she no longer hesitated to express herself, actively posing questions and sharing her feelings. The once frigid distance had vanished, replaced by a warm, mutual trust and understanding. He recognized that the enhancement of soul power was a gradual and persistent journey, one that could not be rushed. Yet, throughout this process, he could solidify his foundation, hone his skills, and accompany her in growth. Observing the girl beside him as she diligently practiced, Ling Feng felt that these days of slow advancement were fulfilling and beautiful, radiating with the light of hope. Amid this seemingly tranquil accumulation, the bottleneck at level 14 approached quietly and unobserved. Chapter 19, Soul Power Level 15. Time flowed like water, imperceptibly passing. It had been over 3 months since their return from the soul-hunting forest. The autumn air deepened, the old tree in the courtyard adorned with golden hues, while occasional leaves danced as they fell, bringing a touch of melancholy yet embodying a unique serene beauty. Ling Feng's life remained governed by a nearly rigorous routine. His daily sign-in had become a habit, with rewards still being random gold soul coins, faint soul power replenishments, or peculiar trinkets. He accepted them all with a tranquil mindset. He understood that true strength hinged more on relentless daily practice than on the system's capricious grants. The small training ground in the backyard bore witness to countless drops of sweat and unwavering perseverance. The cultivation of soul power resembled streams converging into the sea, gradually yet resolutely accumulating. Transitioning from level 13 to 14 took him nearly a month, while the leap from 14 to 15 demanded even greater accumulation, rendering the process more arduous. He felt no impatience. Aware of the significance of a solid foundation, he devoted most of his time to refining the purity of his soul power and deeply integrating the techniques of shadow assault and mastery of basic footwork. With each cycle of soul power circulation, he pursued perfection, guiding the energy to nourish and expand every delicate meridian. With every activation of his soul skill, he sought excellence, pondering how to unleash the greatest power with the least soul energy, and how to seamlessly blend the intricacies of footwork with the swiftness of soul techniques. His bond with the Darknight Qilin Martial Soul grew ever more profound. When partially embodied, the dark scales on his arm became more tangible, providing a power amplification nearing 15% with an extended duration. His perception of darkness sharpened significantly. When moving within shadows, his presence naturally became more subdued. On an autumn afternoon, crisp and refreshing, Ling Feng had just completed a full cycle of soul power cultivation. As he gradually withdrew his energy and opened his eyes, he distinctly felt the surging and abundant soul power within him, flowing smoothly and more robust than before. A sense of natural accomplishment welled up within him. With a slight shift of thought, he delved into his consciousness. Host: Ling Feng. Age: 6 years. Martial Soul. Darknight Qilin. Soul Power. Level 15. Soul Ring. Yellow. Approximately 500 years. Soul Bone. None Skill. Shadow Assault. First Soul Skill. Items: 318 Gold Soul Coins. Various miscellaneous goods. Gold Soul Coins. 318. Level 15. A smile involuntarily graced Ling Feng's lips. Although his pace had slowed somewhat compared to before, each step he took was imbued with remarkable solidity. He could sense that his soul power, both in terms of strength and purity, far surpassed that of his peers, rivaling even some soul masters of level 17 or 18. This was the fruit of diligent training and the advantages conferred by his exceptional martial soul. The steady enhancement of his abilities filled him with joy. What excited him even more was the prospect of meeting Zhu Zhuqing that afternoon. Over the past 3 months, barring the occasional inclement weather, the two had fortuitously encountered each other nearly every afternoon in a small clearing beside the Zhu family residence. This had become an unspoken agreement between them. Training, sparring, and sharing insights were the unwavering themes of their meetings. Zhu Zhuqing's progress had also been rapid. After Ling Feng shared the principles of mastering basic footwork, she, drawing on the innate talent of her phantom spirit cat martial soul and her own diligence, had seamlessly integrated the footwork techniques, moving with an ever-increasing grace and unpredictability. Her soul power had steadily ascended to the pinnacle of level 12, just a step away from the 13th. Their synergy and soul skills had grown increasingly refined. Often, a mere glance was sufficient for them to understand each other's intentions. Today, Ling Feng wished to introduce a fresh element into their exchange. He recalled the comprehensive knowledge of low-level soul beasts imparted by the system and the insights recorded in his ancestors' notes, and resolved to discuss some soul beast knowledge with Zhu Zhuqing. After all, as soul masters, they would inevitably have to interact with various soul beasts in the future. A wealth of knowledge would not only aid in acquiring suitable soul rings, but also serve as a safeguard for survival in the wild. In the afternoon, when Ling Feng arrived at their usual meeting place, Zhu Zhuqing was already practicing her footwork. Her figure danced among the fallen leaves, as light as a feather, her toes barely grazing the ground, producing almost no sound, her movements both elegant and efficient. "Hey, Zhuqing," Ling Feng greeted with a smile. Zhu Zhuqing halted her movements and turned to face him. The autumn sun filtered through the sparse branches, casting dappled shadows upon her fair visage. Upon seeing Ling Feng, she nodded gently in acknowledgement. After spending such a considerable time together, the icy exterior she once maintained had melted away in his presence, though her expressions remained somewhat restrained. Her gaze was soft, even betraying a hint of subtle anticipation. "How has your footwork practice been today?" Ling Feng inquired, as he typically did, concerned for her training. "Not bad," Zhu Zhuqing replied softly, flexing her wrist, feeling a newfound fluidity. "That's good to hear." Ling Feng moved closer, leaning against a nearby tree, and casually remarked, "By the way, I recently revisited some old hunting notes at home and came across some intriguing accounts regarding soul beasts." At this, Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze toward him, her violet eyes reflecting a keen interest. She remained silent, but her attentive demeanor was an encouragement in itself. Ling Feng cleared his throat and began to recount. For instance, the notes mention a soul beast known as the illusory sound toad, which has a relatively short lifespan, typically only spanning several decades to a little over a century. It lacks any significant offensive capabilities, but its cries are peculiar. They can disrupt a soul master's mind, inducing mild hallucinations. Encountering it at night or in complex terrains could prove troublesome. However, this toad is particularly averse to a plant called silverleaf grass. It will steer clear of the scent from a considerable distance. He spoke with great detail, not only elucidating the characteristics of soul beasts, but also discussing methods to counter them and their vulnerabilities. Zhu Zhu quietly listened, her gaze fixed on Ling Feng's face. occasionally flickering with interest as she envisioned the essence of these soul beasts. Noticing her captivation, Ling Feng continued, "There exists a breed known as the ironclad rhinoceros. Renowned for its formidable defense, 100-year-old specimen possesses a tough hide, impervious to ordinary blades, and boasts a terrifying charge. However, its weaknesses lie near its eyes and anus, and it struggles with agility in turning. Historical records recount a legendary ancestor's team that, through the relentless harassment of a nimble soul master from the side, ultimately seized the opportunity to vanquish it." After concluding, he turned to Zhu Zhuqing with a smile, inquiring, "Surely your family's mentors have imparted knowledge of this nature?" Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head, her voice soft. "Not much. Primarily, we focus on cultivation and combat." Her succinct response stirred something within Ling Feng. The Zhu family prioritizes practical engagement and results, perhaps placing less value on such esoteric knowledge. "Shall I share more with you in the future?" Ling Feng ventured, believing that understanding would only prove advantageous. "If we were to venture into the soul-hunting forest again, it would surely enhance our safety." Zhu Zhuqing regarded him in silence for a few moments, before subtly nodding and emitting a barely audible sound of affirmation. Though a mere whisper, it invigorated Ling Feng, for he recognized it as a clear acceptance and agreement from her. Thus, for the remainder of their time, he selected intriguing and practical insights from the comprehensive guide to soul beasts, narrating them with fervor. From discerning the types and ages of nearby soul beasts through tracks and droppings, to identifying the valuable or uniquely useful parts of certain beasts, and even delving into their peculiar habits and legendary tales, he spoke with vivid engagement, transcending mere recitation to weave in his own interpretations and imaginings. Zhu Zhuqing remained primarily a quiet listener, seated on a nearby stone with her knees drawn close, her gaze occasionally drifting from Ling Feng to the distant woods, absorbing his words. Gradually, however, Ling Feng discerned that she was no longer a passive listener. When he recounted particularly cunning or perilous soul beasts, her brow would furrow slightly. When he described a soul beast with extraordinary survival tactics, a glimmer of curiosity would spark in her eyes. And when he mentioned a soul beast that could yield soul rings suitable for agile attack-type soul masters, her attention would sharpen significantly. Occasionally, after he paused to reflect, she would lift her head and softly pose a couple of succinct queries. What is the nemesis of the illusory sound toad? Does the ironclad rhinoceros have good night vision? Is the ghost vine truly averse to fire? Her questions were incisive, revealing her exceptional combat intuition and analytical prowess. Although her words were still sparse, often just a few phrases, they unmistakably conveyed her earnest engagement and contemplation. Ling Feng patiently addressed each of her inquiries, seamlessly expanding upon related knowledge. Their exchange, though leisurely paced, radiated a rare tranquility and harmony. The autumn sunlight gently enveloped them, while the only sounds in the forest were the rustling leaves stirred by the wind and the soft voice of Ling Wan. Zhu Zhuqing sat quietly, cradling her knees, occasionally inquiring with focused and clear eyes. Observing her demeanor, Ling Feng felt an indescribable sense of fulfillment blooming within him. He sensed that he was gradually, yet profoundly, stepping into her world, not merely as a companion in cultivation, but as a friend with whom to share knowledge and thoughts. The enhancement of soul power was a slow and steady process, yet the exchange of emotions and the sharing of understanding imbued each day with newfound significance. He understood that the journey to her fully opening her heart and confiding her troubles and pressures was still a long one. Nevertheless, at this moment, her ability to listen quietly to his stories and respond occasionally was a precious advancement for him. As the sun dipped low in the west, casting elongated shadows of the two, Ling Feng remarked with a smile that it was time to return. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, rising to brush off the grass from her clothes. They walked side by side out of the small grove. The following day, just before parting, Zhu Zhuqing unexpectedly spoke softly, pausing before continuing. "Can you still tell stories?" Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, but then a broad smile illuminated his face as he nodded vigorously. "Of course. Tomorrow I shall share with you the characteristics and countermeasures of flying soul beasts." Zhu Zhuqing glanced at him, and the corners of her mouth seemed to curve upward, albeit slightly, yet it was undeniably real. Lowering her head, she softly replied, "See you tomorrow," before turning and departing with a light step. Ling Feng watched her silhouette vanish beyond the side gate of the Zhu family, his mood as clear and lofty as the autumn sky. With his soul power reaching level 15, his relationship with her had advanced another step. Everything felt just right. Chapter 20, Her Dilemma. As autumn deepened, the weather grew cooler. Ling Feng continued his cultivation methodically, steadily progressing towards level 16. Each day he signed in, honing his soul power, refining his soul skills, and studying footwork. His life was fulfilling and serene. His afternoon rendezvous with Zhu Zhuqing had become the most anticipated moment of his day. They still met in that familiar clearing, mostly engaging in training and sparring. Occasionally, Ling Feng would share some knowledge about soul beasts or intriguing anecdotes gleaned from ancestral notes. Just as before, Zhu Zhuqing remained reticent. Yet her attentiveness while listening grew increasingly profound, and the questions she posed became more incisive. The unspoken understanding between them deepened like a gentle stream, slowly yet persistently. However, in recent days, Ling Feng keenly observed that Zhu Zhuqing seemed somewhat off. She continued to appear punctually, diligently practicing her footwork and soul skills. Yet beneath her icy exterior lay a trace of unresolved tension and restlessness. Her brow would often unconsciously furrow, and during practice, she occasionally appeared distracted. Once, while executing the phantom thrust, she exerted too much force and nearly twisted her ankle, an occurrence that would have been almost impossible in the past. Most importantly, within her always clear and focused violet eyes, there seemed to linger a faint veil of gloom. Occasionally, she would gaze into the distance, embodying a weight and sense of powerlessness that belied her age. Ling Feng observed her with concern. He understood that, given Zhu Zhuqing's cool and reserved nature, directly inquiring would likely yield no answers, but rather cause her to shut her heart even tighter. That afternoon, after their practice session, Ling Feng casually asked, "Zhuqing, have you been progressing well in your cultivation lately? You seem a bit weary." Zhu Zhuqing was tidying her slightly disheveled sleeves when she momentarily paused at his words. She did not immediately raise her gaze but softly replied, "It's nothing." Her voice was faint, laced with a clear intent to evade. Ling Feng felt increasingly certain that she was grappling with difficulties. He refrained from pressing further, merely offering a gentle smile. "That's good to hear. If you need any assistance or someone to talk to, I'm always here." Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head to glance at him, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. It seemed she wanted to say something, but in the end, she merely pressed her lips together and lowered her gaze again, softly uttering, "Thank you. I'll be going now." With that, she turned to leave, her silhouette appearing somewhat fragile and lonely. Ling Feng stood rooted in place, watching her vanish beyond the towering walls of the Zhu residence, his brow slightly furrowed. He needed to uncover what was troubling her. The following day, rather than heading directly to their usual meeting place, Ling Feng made his way to a tea house near the main entrance of the Zhu family estate. He chose a window seat, ostensibly enjoying his tea while discreetly observing the servants coming and going from the Zhu household. After waiting approximately half an hour, he spotted a familiar figure, the young maid who often attended to Zhu Zhuqing, responsible for her daily needs, and sometimes stationed near the side entrance. Her name seemed to be Xiaoyun. She was carrying a basket of vegetables, apparently heading out to shop. A flicker of inspiration ignited within Ling Feng as he set down his tea money and quickly followed her. In a relatively secluded alleyway, he called out to her, "Xiaoyun." The maid was startled, turning to see Ling Feng, and she immediately relaxed, hastily performing a respectful bow. "Young Master Ling." She recognized him and understood that he shared a good rapport with her mistress. "No need for formalities," Ling Feng replied with a warm smile, handing her a few silver coins. "I would like to inquire if Zhuqing has encountered any troubling matters recently. I've noticed she seems a bit downcast, and I'm worried." Xiaoyun glanced at the silver coins in her hand, then at Ling Feng's face, which bore genuine concern. After a moment's hesitation and a cautious glance around, she lowered her voice, "Young Master Ling, you've noticed Haven to you?" Alas, she has indeed been facing difficulties. She sighed, her youthful face etched with worry. Miss has been stuck at the 12th pinnacle for nearly half a month, unable to break through to the 13th level. There have been whispers in the family, comparing her to the eldest young lady, saying her talent is lackluster and that she is wasting the family's resources. Although she does not voice her feelings, she must be suffering deeply inside. She has been cultivating even more diligently than before, nearly to the point of exhaustion. But it seems that the harder she tries, Xiaoyun dared not continue. But Ling Feng had already grasped the entirety of the situation. Anxiety from the bottleneck period, pressure from within the family, and the invisible comparisons imposed by a marriage contract akin to a shackle. All these burdens have fallen heavily upon the shoulders of a mere 6-year-old girl. Her strong and resilient nature undoubtedly compels her to bear all this pressure silently, with no one to confide in, forcing her to endure alone. Ultimately ensnared in a vicious cycle of increasing desperation and inability to break free. Ling Feng felt a pang in his heart, a subtle yet pervasive ache. He had long been aware of the complexities surrounding the Zhu family, yet he had not anticipated that such pressure would manifest so concretely and cruelly upon her. "I understand now. Thank you, Xiaoyun," Ling Feng spoke in a subdued tone. "Please do not mention that I inquired about this to Zhuqing." "Understood, my lord." Xiaoyun promptly nodded, hastily carrying her basket of vegetables away. Ling Feng remained rooted in place, his brow furrowed. Overcoming a cultivation bottleneck is a challenge that others find difficult to assist with, as it largely relies on one's own comprehension and breakthroughs. However, he could not bear to watch her suffer in silence. To comfort her directly, the effect might be limited, perhaps even causing her embarrassment. To help her find a breakthrough opportunity, that requires chance, which cannot be forced. What could he possibly do? Ling Feng fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps he could first help her relax her taut nerves? A calm mind may sometimes more readily inspire breakthroughs. Suddenly, he recalled that during his daily sign-in a few days ago, he had seemingly acquired something. He promptly delved into his system backpack to search. Soon, his gaze settled upon a small bundle of pale blue dried flowers, exuding a faint, soothing fragrance. Ning Shenhua possesses mild calming effects, alleviating anxiety. It can be brewed as tea or placed beneath one's pillow. When he first obtained it, he had deemed it somewhat trivial and carelessly tossed it into the corner of his backpack. Little did he know it might prove useful at this moment. This is it. An idea took shape in Ling Feng's mind. He glanced at the sky and hastened homeward. As twilight descended and the sun hung low, Ling Feng returned to the Zhu residence, but instead of approaching the side entrance, he circled to a more secluded section of the courtyard wall. Based on his prior observations and the incidental information disclosed by Xiaoyun, it appeared that behind this high wall lay the backyard of Zhu Zhuqing's residence, where she occasionally retreated to sit alone when overwhelmed by melancholy. The wall was tall, but for a 15th-level soul master well-versed in footwork, it was not insurmountable. He carefully surveyed his surroundings, ensuring no one was in sight, then took a deep breath. With a powerful push, his body ascended the wall as silently as a phantom. Quickly glancing down, within was a small yet exquisitely designed garden, somewhat desolate, with a tiny pavilion nestled in one corner. At this moment, the garden was devoid of people. Ling Feng made up his mind, swiftly retrieving the bundle of Ning Shenhua from his backpack and delicately tying it with a fine thread. His gaze swept across the garden, finally resting upon the stone table within the pavilion. With a flick of his wrist, the bundle of calming flowers landed precisely and gracefully in the center of the stone table, distinctly visible. Having completed his task, he swiftly descended from the wall, his figure merging seamlessly with the deepening dusk, leaving no trace behind, nor any signature. He was unaware of the profound impact this seemingly insignificant gesture could have, nor was he certain whether she would notice it, and if she did, what her thoughts would be. Nevertheless, he hoped that even if it could only bring her a sliver of tranquility and solace, it would be worthwhile. He wished for her to know that even in her moments of hardship and solitude, there was someone who quietly cared for her. As nightfall silently descended, enveloping the grand mansion of the Zhu family, it also shrouded the tender sentiment hidden deep within, known only to him. Ling Feng stood at a distance, casting a glance at the towering courtyard walls, and silently murmured, "Zhu Qing, keep going. Everything will turn out fine." Chapter 21. The first initiative to seek him out in the deepening night. Zhu Zhuqing sat alone in the desolate pavilion of the courtyard, the moonlight cascading down, elongating her petite silhouette and adding an air of solitude. The frustration from her fruitless attempts at cultivation during the day, coupled with the faint whispers of gossip within her family, coiled around her heart like cold tendrils, tightening their grip and nearly suffocating her. She despised this feeling, this sense of helplessness in controlling her own progress, which made her restless and left her with no outlet for her emotions. Her gaze unconsciously swept across the stone table before abruptly freezing. A bundle of pale blue hay lay quietly in the center, contrasting sharply with the grayish-white stone surface. It was neither a plant from the garden, nor could it have been swept there by the wind. Zhu Zhuqing instantly became alert, her violet eyes scanning the surroundings with keen sharpness. The garden was silent under the night sky, save for the rustling leaves stirred by the evening breeze. Cautiously, she approached the unfamiliar bundle, refraining from touching it immediately. As she drew nearer, a faint, almost imperceptible fragrance wafted into her nostrils, and oddly, she felt that the turmoil in her heart was soothed by this delicate aroma. This was not something harmful, her instincts assured her. She extended her small hand and gently picked up the bundle of pale blue hay, examining it closely. The slender stems and curled leaves exuded an aura of tranquility and peace. She had never encountered such a plant before. Who had placed it here, and for what purpose? A name almost instantly leapt into her mind, Ling Feng. Could it be him? Only he would find various ways to draw near to her, presenting her with an array of delightful treats, intriguing toys, and the enchanting tales of soul beasts she had never heard before. Only he seemed capable of discerning the subtle shifts in her emotions, as he did that summer afternoon when, despite her efforts to conceal it, he noticed her distress. This unobtrusive manner of care resembled his style. Besides him, who else would engage in such an act? The members of her family? Unthinkable. They would only urge, compare. or observe coldly from afar. Holding the bundle of calming flowers, Zhu Zhuqing felt as though a warm pebble had been cast into the cold lake of her heart, creating ripples that spread outward. A complex array of emotions surged within her, an inkling of embarrassment at being seen through, a touch of gratitude for this silent concern, and more prominently, a warmth she had not experienced in a long time. She brought the calming flowers back to her room, hesitating for a moment before ultimately deciding against brewing tea, as it would draw too much attention. She did not wish to be questioned by others. Instead, she carefully opened a small portion and placed it beside her pillow. That night, the delicate fragrance of the calming flower lingered in the air, akin to a silent solace. Miraculously, her taut nerves began to unwind, no longer compelling her to batter against the impenetrable barrier. Instead, she succumbed to a profound, dreamless slumber. It was the most restful night she had experienced in a fortnight. When dawn broke the following day, Zhu Zhuqing awoke feeling refreshingly invigorated. The weariness accumulated over days, and the restlessness within her significantly alleviated. Although her soul power had not ascended, her mindset had transformed. She gazed at the few pale blue stalks of hay beside her pillow, her eyes softening momentarily. A thought crystallized with remarkable clarity and resolve. She would seek him out to express her gratitude. This time, there would be no waiting for a chance encounter. She would take the initiative. In the afternoon, the sun shone brightly. Ling Feng arrived at their usual meeting spot, a small clearing, yet he felt a twinge of uncertainty. He was unaware if last night's airdrop had been successful, nor did he know how Zhu Zhuqing would react. As he practiced his footwork absent-mindedly, he occasionally glanced toward the side gate of the Zhu residence. Footsteps approached. Ling Feng immediately turned, and indeed, he beheld that familiar, ethereal figure. He was about to greet her with his usual smile when he perceptively noticed that today, Zhu Zhuqing seemed somewhat different. She approached him steadily, her gaze no longer evasive or burdened with worries, but radiating a clear, determined brilliance, locking onto him directly. Ling Feng's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. Zhu Zhuqing halted a few steps away from him. Unlike her customary silence before their training began, she lifted her chin slightly, her eyes sparkling with clarity as they met his. The air fell into a momentary stillness, broken only by the rustle of wind through the leaves. Ling Feng felt a twinge of shyness under her gaze. He rubbed his nose and broke the silence first. Zhuqing, you've come. Shall we continue practicing our footwork coordination today? However, Zhu Zhuqing did not respond to his question. She pressed her lips together, seemingly resolving herself to something, and then retrieved a bundle of pale blue hay tied with silk thread from her small pouch, presenting it to Ling Feng. Her voice remained cool, yet it carried a subtle tremor, no longer entirely placid. Is what you left behind, correct? Ling Feng looked at the calming flower in her hand, and then into her violet eyes, which seemed capable of piercing through to the very soul. Realizing he could not conceal the truth, he nodded and admitted candidly, yes. I noticed you seemed quite fatigued and restless lately. This flower, known as the calming flower, has a soothing effect. Placing it by your pillow might help you sleep better. His tone was natural, imbued with genuine concern, devoid of any hint of condescension or self-importance. Indeed, it was he. Although she had anticipated this revelation, hearing him acknowledge it made Zhu Zhuqing's heart flutter gently. Her fingers tightened around the calming flower, and lowering her gaze, she spoke softly, yet her words resonated clearly in Ling Feng's ears. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ling Feng. This marked her first formal and proactive expression of gratitude towards him. No longer was it the timid whisper of thanks received when accepting a piece of candy. Rather, it was a heartfelt expression imbued with purpose and sincerity. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon a warm smile blossomed upon his face, as if the sunlight had suddenly brightened. No need for formality, Zhuqing. I am simply glad to assist you. He observed her lowered head and couldn't help but soften his tone. Do you feel any better? Zhu Zhuqing replied softly, lifting her gaze. The shadows in her eyes seemed to have dissipated considerably, and she appeared to have rested well. After a brief pause, as if hesitating, she continued. Albeit her voice remained subdued, my soul power has yet to break through. Remarkably, she had taken the initiative to mention her cultivation struggles to him. Such a thing would have been unthinkable previously. Ling Feng's heart trembled as he realized that the small bundle of calming flowers might have truly breached a corner of her defenses. He reined in his smile, his expression turning earnest yet gentle. Everyone encounters a bottleneck at some point. There's no need to rush. The more anxious one becomes, the more likely the flow of soul power will stagnate. Sometimes, it's beneficial to relax and not dwell upon it. Perhaps the breakthrough will come in its own time. His words were calm and filled with understanding, devoid of any hint of condescension. They were more akin to a sharing of wisdom and encouragement. Zhu Zhuqing listened quietly. It was the first time anyone had spoken to her in such a manner. Her family only urged her to strive harder, not to fall behind, to remember her responsibilities. But no one had ever told her that it was acceptable to take a breath and relax. She gazed into Ling Feng's sincere eyes, and the layer of ice around her heart melted a fraction. She nodded gently. I understand. It seemed she wished to explain the source of her pressure, yet ultimately, she held her tongue, softly adding, thank you for the flowers, and for your words. Are we not friends? Ling Feng replied with a smile that crinkled his eyes. Isn't it natural for friends to help one another? Friends. Zhu Zhuqing silently repeated the term in her mind. For someone who had always lived in a competitive and oppressive environment, the word friend felt distant and foreign. Yet at this moment, spoken from Ling Feng's lips, it carried a reassuring warmth. As she beheld his radiant smile, the corners of her lips ever so slightly curled upwards, almost imperceptibly, like the first faint ripple upon melting ice. Though fleeting, it existed in that moment. She echoed softly once more, this time imbued with a hint of something more. A brief silence enveloped them, yet it was no longer fraught with awkwardness and distance. Instead, it flowed with a subtle, unspoken warmth. Ling Feng was the first to shatter this tranquility, pointing to the open area behind him with a relaxed tone. Shall we practice today? Or perhaps you might like to try something different. I happened to acquire an intriguing little gadget yesterday. As he spoke, he produced a small wooden top from behind him, adorned with simple, colorful patterns, as if conjuring a trick. In the past, Zhu Zhuqing would likely have declined, considering it a waste of time. However, at this moment, as she gazed at the spinning top that emitted a gentle humming sound, and then at Ling Feng's encouraging and cheerful expression, she found herself inexplicably inclined to accept. Casting a glance at the calming flowers in her hand, she carefully tucked them back into her bag, then raised her eyes to Ling Feng and nodded gently. All right. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting gentle rays upon two children seated side by side at the edge of a clearing. The air was imbued with the delicate fragrance of calming flowers, accompanied by a gentle essence known as ice-breaking. For the first time, their interaction transcended mere unilateral closeness and anticipation, blossoming into a genuine, reciprocal dialogue and exchange. Although the path ahead remained long, the solid ice had begun to crack, heralding the promise of a warm spring. Chapter 22, Garden Sign-In. As the morning light softly illuminated the room, it fell upon Ling Feng's face. Like countless mornings before, he awoke to consciousness and immediately delved into his mind, skillfully activating the softly glowing system interface. The button for daily sign-in remained prominent. Sign in, he silently affirmed. Ding. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 gold soul coins. The system's prompt echoed as usual, with the reward being a rather mundane sum of 10 gold soul coins. Ling Feng had long since grown accustomed to this. The daily sign-ins were typically lackluster, with truly valuable rewards dependent on location and achievement sign-ins. He casually stored the gold soul coins in the currency section of his system backpack, watching as the number flickered slightly, contributing a negligible increase to his modest treasury. After rising and washing up, Ling Feng shared breakfast with his parents. However, he did not immediately immerse himself in soul power training as he usually did. The groundbreaking conversation he had with Zhu Zhuqing lingered in his heart like a warm current. He understood that mere comfort and calming flowers could not fundamentally resolve the bottlenecks and pressures she faced. He needed to grow stronger and discover more effective means to genuinely assist her. Wandering outside, he found himself, almost unconsciously, in the back garden of the Ling family. This garden, though not large, was charmingly exquisite, a sanctuary where his mother, Su Wan, spent her time tending to the plants. A variety of common flowers bloomed in competition. Lush greenery thrived, and the air was filled with a gentle herbal fragrance that was refreshing and uplifting. Ling Feng strolled along the pebble-paved path, inhaling the crisp morning air, yet his thoughts remained preoccupied with Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, after a brief silence, the system's prompt unexpectedly resonated once more in his mind. Ding. Host detected at a specific location, Ling Family Garden, infused with faint with spirit resonance. Conditions for location sign-in met. Would you like to sign in? Ling Feng halted abruptly, a look of surprise lighting up his face. The Ling Family Garden? This counted as a specific location? He had passed through here almost daily without any previous system response. Was it because his mother had recently transplanted certain special plants, enhancing the gardens with spirit resonance to meet the sign-in criteria? Or was there some mechanism regarding the system's location assessment that he had yet to fully comprehend? Regardless, this was undoubtedly a delightful surprise. Sign in. He confirmed resolutely in his mind. Ding. Location sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill. Elementary herbal identification. Commencing infusion of related knowledge and experience. A vast, slightly cool stream of information surged into Ling Feng's mind, not painful, but bringing with it a peculiar sense of fullness. Countless intricate pieces of knowledge regarding herbal plants, images, names, characteristics, aromas, medicinal properties, growth environments, harvest seasons, and processing methods are indelibly etched in the depths of his consciousness, akin to an innate memory. In the brief span of mere breaths, it seems as though he has undergone years of diligent study and field practice in herbal knowledge. As he abruptly blinks and gazes again at the garden before him, the entire world appears transformed. Those plants, previously regarded merely as aesthetically pleasing flowers and verdant grasses, now each possess their own names and significance. Behold, that cluster of purple blooms represents the immature form of the tranquil flower. While its calming effects may not rival the finished products of the system, with proper preparation, it can still aid in sleep. In the corner, that unassuming grass with serrated leaves is known as hemostatic grass. When crushed and applied externally, it swiftly staunches minor wounds. Even the vibrantly cultivated rose petals, nurtured by his mother, can be transformed through special extraction into a floral essence that possesses a subtle, nourishing effect on the soul. This revelation has opened a gateway to an entirely new world. In the wake of his exhilaration, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. Herbal remedies for bodily conditioning for Zhu Zhuqing. She is currently at a bottleneck, both physically and mentally exhausted. Although the tranquil flower may assist her in sleeping, the addition of other gentle, nourishing herbs that stabilize and enhance foundational energy could potentially aid her in achieving a more stable mindset and even accumulate energy for breakthroughs. Once this notion took root, it could not be contained. He immediately set to work, his gaze scanning the garden with the precision of the most adept scanner. Armed with his newly acquired skill in basic herbal identification, he swiftly pinpointed several targets. Cautiously, he avoided his mother's cherished rare blooms, instead harvesting a few leaves exuding a refreshing aroma from inconspicuous corners or supporting green plants. These leaves, which condense pure morning dew, contain a faint life energy and have a calming effect when brewed in water. He also unearthed a few robust roots of the pale yellow soil ginseng, a foundational tonic herb with mild properties that invigorates the spirit and strengthens the spleen, ideal for a soul master in the throes of rapid development. His movements were gentle and swift, mindful not to disrupt the aesthetic harmony of the garden. Once he completed the harvest, he sought a quiet spot, meticulously cleaning the soil from the herbs in accordance with the knowledge stored in his mind. He then procured clean cotton paper to carefully wrap each item, categorizing them with precision. After accomplishing this task, he tenderly tucked the small paper parcels into his embrace. In the afternoon, at a small clearing, when Zhu Zhuqing arrived, she found Ling Feng already waiting there, his face adorned with a smile that hinted at an unusual, yet palpable anticipation. "Good afternoon, Zhu Zhuqing," Ling Feng greeted, his tone light and cheerful. "Good afternoon," Zhu Zhuqing replied softly. Following the events of yesterday, the coldness she typically exhibited in Ling Feng's presence seemed to have melted somewhat. Her gaze instinctively swept over him, as if she were awaiting something, or perhaps it was merely an unconscious gesture. The two began their usual practice of synchronized footwork. Zhu Zhuqing's demeanor was markedly more stable than in the preceding days. Her gaze was focused and her movements precise. Although her soul power level remained stagnant, the air of restlessness that once surrounded her had significantly diminished. During a brief respite, Ling Feng observed Zhu Zhuqing, who sat beside him on a stone, gently wiping the beads of sweat from her brow and catching her breath. Sensing the opportune moment, he approached her side. Unlike their previous encounter, he refrained from presenting anything directly. Instead, he spoke with a tone of inquiry. "Zhuqing, I have recently developed a curiosity about herbs and similar substances." Zhu Zhuqing paused in her wiping, raising her head, her violet eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, seemingly perplexed as to why he had suddenly broached this topic. Herbs? This seemed only tangentially related to soul master cultivation. Ling Feng smiled softly and continued, "I have discovered that some herbs, though quite ordinary, can be beneficial to the body when used appropriately." As he spoke, he retrieved two neatly wrapped cotton paper packages from his pocket. He placed them on the stone beside Zhu Zhuqing and gently opened them. A refreshing aroma, reminiscent of earth and greenery, wafted forth. Inside were several leaves and roots whose names she could not identify. They appeared unremarkable, akin to wild grass plucked from the roadside. "This is leaf," Ling Feng remarked, pointing to the vibrant green leaves, their veins seemingly glistening with moisture. When brewed in water, it is said to bring tranquility and alleviate fatigue. He then gestured towards the pale yellow roots. "This is called earth ginseng, a common tonic with gentle medicinal properties. Adding a small amount when boiling water or simmering soup can be beneficial, replenishing one's vitality." His sincerity was evident, his gaze clear and earnest, devoid of any hint of boasting or condescension, resembling a child eager to share a newfound treasure with a friend. I see you have been working hard in your training. Ling Feng's voice softened, imbued with genuine concern. While these may not be precious items, I thought they might bring you some comfort, much like yesterday's tranquil flower. Zhu Zhuqing regarded the unassuming herbs on the stone, then lifted her gaze to meet Ling Feng's eyes, which were filled with sincerity. A torrent of emotions surged within her. He was offering her something once more. This time, it was not candy or toys, nor items that would directly enhance her strength, but these seemingly trivial herbs that exuded thoughtfulness and care. He even patiently explained each one's name and purpose. She remained silent, hesitating to accept. Her long eyelashes cast a small shadow upon her fair visage. Noticing her reticence, Ling Feng felt a slight flutter of anxiety and quickly added, I gathered these from my family's garden. They are quite clean. I have also checked, and their properties are very gentle, posing no burden to the body. If you dislike them or find them useless, it is perfectly fine. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly extended her hand. Her movements were delicate as her fingertips cautiously brushed against the dew leaf, feeling its cool texture and the fresh aroma it exuded. Then, lifting her gaze to meet his, she inquired softly yet clearly, Did you specifically go to identify and gather these? Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating her inquiry. He certainly could not confess that the knowledge had been imparted to him by the system. Thus, he merely rubbed his nose, offering a vague smile as he replied, Well, I suddenly became interested and looked up some books. I happened to notice that there are herbs in my garden that might be useful to you. His words were left unfinished, yet the intent was unmistakably conveyed. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head once more, gazing at the several packets of herbs, remaining silent for a long while. Just as Ling Feng began to ponder how to naturally shift the conversation, he heard her whisper a soft, Thank you. Her voice was as delicate as a feather brushing the heart, yet it carried a profound weight. She extended her hands, carefully repackaging the 2 cotton paper pouches, and with a solemnity akin to safeguarding a cherished gift, placed them into her small bag. This gesture spoke volumes. Watching her meticulous actions, Ling Feng was filled with an overwhelming sense of joy and satisfaction. His smile widened, revealing a row of neat teeth. You're welcome. I hope they prove beneficial to you. If I discover anything else worthwhile, I'll be sure to let you know. Zhu Zhuqing responded with a gentle her fingers unconsciously caressing the surface of the small bag, which no longer contained cold cultivation materials, but rather warmth and thoughtfulness. The sun shone warmly, and the gentle breeze caressed the air. As the 2 figures in the clearing, a radiant smile on one, and a quiet demeanor on the other, were enveloped in the faint fragrance of herbs and an unspoken sense of intimacy that blossomed silently between them. From that day forward, Ling Feng devoted greater attention to his garden and the surrounding areas where herbs might flourish. The elementary herb identification skill bestowed upon him the ability to recognize treasures in his vicinity. Each afternoon, when they met, he would occasionally bring forth newly discovered, mild herbs. Sometimes a few wild chrysanthemums that could be dried for tea, or a small handful of green grass stems to alleviate muscle soreness. Each time, he would earnestly share their names and simple uses. She would listen quietly until he finished, then carefully accept them, murmuring her gratitude. This seemed to establish a new, unspoken understanding between them. These seemingly trivial herbs may not directly enhance soul power or break through barriers, yet they flowed like a gentle stream, quietly nourishing Zhu Zhuqing's weary heart. Amidst the heavy burdens of cultivation and familial expectations, they offered her a unique warmth and support that belonged solely to her. Her gaze grew increasingly focused as Ling Feng shared his knowledge of herbs. Occasionally, when he excitedly spoke of a particularly special find, a fleeting glimmer of the faintest smile, one that she herself had not even noticed, would pass through the cool depths of her eyes. Ling Feng, observing her subtle changes, was filled with an ineffable sense of accomplishment. The elementary herb identification skill, which might appear trivial to many, became another means for him to protect her. It was undoubtedly one of the most wonderful rewards he had ever received. Chapter 23. Soul Power Level 16. As the first rays of dawn struggled to dispel the lingering chill of night, Ling Feng sat cross-legged in the courtyard. His eyes gently closed, breathing deeply and rhythmically. Within him, the Darknight Qilin Martial spirit silently stirred. His soul power flowed like a shadowy tide along designated meridians, each cycle seemingly drawing in the almost imperceptible energy particles from the air, fortifying his essence. This ritual had become an unwavering part of his daily routine. Ever since he had acquired his first soul ring, he had never allowed a day to pass in idleness. Whether through the slight enhancements gained during his daily sign-ins, his relentless training, or his extraordinary mental acuity that surpassed peers in controlling energy, his soul power accumulated steadily and efficiently. Today, he felt an unusual vitality coursing through his soul power. The barrier of level 15 had become increasingly thin under repeated assaults, and the stream of energy surged forth, seeking an outlet for release. With focused concentration, he channeled this burgeoning force toward the final threshold. A soft hum echoed in his mind, akin to the exhilarating sensation of a barrier being breached, spreading through his entire being. The soul power that had once surged through his meridians suddenly found a broader expanse, accelerating in speed and noticeably increasing in volume. Ling Feng slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of dark light flashing in their depths, and the aura surrounding him felt more solid than before. With a mere thought, the system interface materialized in his mind. Host: Ling Feng. Age: 7, unbeknownst to him. A year had already passed in this world. Martial Spirit: Darknight Qilin. Soul Power: Level 16, Soul Ring. Yellow: nearly 500 years. Soul Bone. None skills: Shadow Strike, first soul skill. Mastery of basic footwork, intermediate herbal identification, items, golden soul coins, scant, other miscellaneous items omitted. Sign-in point: none. Level 16. Observing the clear fluctuation of his soul power level, a smile involuntarily graced Ling Feng's lips. Although the path ahead would grow increasingly arduous, each solid step brought him closer to his aspirations and endowed him with greater confidence to protect those dear to him. The enhancement of his abilities indeed brought joy. Yet at this moment, another thought took clearer precedence in his mind. Ever since the sharing of the Ningxin flower and subsequent herbal exchanges, their relationship had entered a delicate and harmonious new phase. Afternoon training sessions remained the focal point, but alongside that, there appeared to be unspoken moments of additional time together. After concluding his morning consolidation training, Ling Feng bathed and changed into a clean set of casual attire. Instead of immediately immersing himself in the study of soul techniques or footwork as he usually did, he turned his steps casually toward the relatively secluded alleyway connecting the Ling and Zhu families. This alley, not a main thoroughfare, was often deserted, yet it served as one of the pathways to the side courtyards of both families. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the towering walls, casting dappled shadows upon the cobblestones. Ling Feng slowed his pace, his gaze seemingly casual as it swept across the entrance of the alley. Indeed, before long, a delicate and cool figure appeared at the end of the alley. Zhu Zhuqing was still clad in her practical dark attire, which accentuated her burgeoning physique that was both supple and imbued with strength as a result of her training. She seemed to have just concluded her morning practice and was heading in the direction of the Zhu residence. Ling Feng's face instantly broke into an appropriately surprised smile as he quickened his pace to greet her, his tone light and natural. Zhuqing? What a coincidence. Have you just finished your training? Upon hearing his voice, Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze and, upon spotting Ling Feng, momentarily paused. A fleeting, nearly imperceptible emotion flickered in her violet eyes, perhaps recognition or a subtle sense of relaxation. She nodded gently, regarding these increasingly frequent encounters with Ling Feng. Her initial surprise appeared to have transformed into a tacit acceptance, even a habit. Shall we walk together for a bit? Ling Feng proposed with a smile, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. It's nice to soak up some sun. It's not good to be cooped up training all the time. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at him, neither immediately responding nor declining. She merely adjusted her direction slightly, slowing her pace to walk alongside him in the narrow alley. The sunlight elongated their shadows, which occasionally intertwined. Silence remained the predominant theme of their interaction. Ling Feng did not seek to fill the air with incessant chatter. He understood her temperament, knowing that excessive enthusiasm would likely make her uncomfortable. Occasionally, he would point to a resilient wildflower blooming with small blue petals at the corner of a wall, casually remarking, "Look, that's a blue butterfly flower." Though unassuming, its roots, when dried and ground, possess mild analgesic properties. Zhu Zhuqing would follow his gaze to the tiny flower, observing it quietly for a second or two before softly acknowledging with a hum, indicating her attentiveness. At times, he would share trivial tidbits. "I heard from the guards at home that a new dessert shop has opened in the south of the city, and they say it's quite delightful." He would not inquire whether she wished to visit. He merely wished to share a piece of information. Zhu Zhuqing continued to listen in silence, occasionally tilting her head ever so slightly to steal a quick glance at his smiling profile, before promptly averting her gaze. Her lips pressed tightly together, revealing no discernible emotion. Yet, Ling Feng sensed that she did not reject this companionship or the accompanying silence. Her posture was relaxed rather than tense and guarded. Her silence was tranquil, not stifling or closed off. Sometimes, she would exhibit the faintest of reactions. For instance, when Ling Feng mentioned a particular herb that could alleviate the muscle soreness she had been experiencing from her recent training, her gait would subtly adjust for a fleeting moment, as if she were quietly noting it down. More often than not, they simply walked side by side, listening to the sound of their footsteps and the gentle breeze rustling through the alley, the warm sun bathing them in its glow. The short stretch from the alley entrance to the side gate of the Zhu residence seemed to stretch longer than its actual distance, enriched by the serene companionship, while simultaneously feeling fleeting as they approached the inevitable moment of parting. As they neared the side gate, Zhu Zhuqing would typically pause, turning to look at Ling Feng. "I have arrived." Her voice was always soft, imbued with a unique chill. Ling Feng would smile and nod. "Shall I wait for you at our usual spot this afternoon?" "All right," she replied, slightly inclining her head as a form of farewell, before turning and pushing open the side door. The door closed gently, separating two worlds. Ling Feng stood outside, gazing at the closed door, a gentle smile still gracing his face. Though their exchanges were sparse, he could distinctly sense that the invisible distance between them was gradually, albeit slowly, narrowing with each silent companionship. Her willingness to accept his proximity, to share this tranquil and undisturbed journey with him, was already a significant advancement. He understood that melting the ice was not an overnight endeavor. It required patience and a continuous warmth, and he possessed an abundance of patience for her. As he turned to leave, his footsteps were light yet resolute. He was filled with anticipation for the afternoon sparring session, tomorrow's serendipitous encounter, and the prospect of a longer companionship in the future. The sun shone brightly. A gentle breeze caressed the air, and the quiet alley seemed to linger with the unspoken, harmonious essence of their shared moments. For Ling Feng, each brief encounter, characterized by silence, held significance akin to an elevation in soul power, for he was drawing close to the one star he longed to protect. Chapter 24, The Gift of Giving. Days flowed like a stream, tranquil and swift, amidst training, check-ins, and those tacit encounters and afternoon sparring sessions. Ling Feng's soul power steadily accumulated at the 16th level, and his mastery of the Darknight Qilin Martial Spirit and the Shadow Strike Soul skill became increasingly refined and intricate. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, though her soul power remained at the pinnacle of the 12th level, appeared to shed some of her lingering anxiety and heaviness, thanks to Ling Feng's continual, subtle care and the seemingly trivial herbal remedies. This afternoon, their sparring continued as usual. Their figures danced in the small clearing, the swiftness and cunning of Shadow Strike colliding and deftly evading the fierce precision of Nether Strike, their basic footwork nearly instinctual, marked by an evolving tacit understanding. Sweat glistened in the sunlight, reflecting fragments of light. During a break, they sat side by side on the large stone at their usual spot, breathing softly. Ling Feng habitually reached for the water pouch nearby, first taking a sip himself before naturally offering it to Zhu Zhuqing. She hesitated momentarily, her gaze lingering on the mouth of the pouch. Had it been several months prior, she would have unhesitatingly declined, perhaps even growing wary. But now, she paused just briefly before accepting it, turning slightly to take a few small sips before returning it to Ling Feng. "Thank you," she said, her voice still soft, yet devoid of the initial aloofness. Ling Feng smiled as he took it back, his gaze inadvertently drifting to her forehead, slightly dampened by sweat. For practicality, she always tied her long, sleek black hair into a high ponytail with the most ordinary, yet somewhat worn dark-colored elastic band. A few strands of hair, disheveled by vigorous movement, clung to her fair, slightly flushed cheeks and the side of her neck. As he gazed at these rebellious locks, an unexpected thought suddenly struck Ling Feng's heart without warning. The considerable amount of gold soul coins accumulated from daily check-ins in his system backpack, aside from occasionally supplementing household expenses and purchasing trivial items, seemed to serve little purpose. Could he perhaps do something more meaningful with them? Once this notion took root, it swiftly blossomed. The following day, Ling Feng did not proceed to the training grounds or meander through the alleyways as per his usual routine. He exchanged a few words with his mother, Su Wan, claiming he wished to stroll through the streets to procure some ordinary herbs for cultivation. This was not entirely a falsehood. His newfound interest in identifying medicinal herbs, spurred by basic herbal identification, occasionally led him to scavenge for items at the market. As the capital of the empire, Xingluo City bustled with prosperity, its streets lined with numerous shops and thronged by a sea of people. Ling Feng navigated through the bustling crowd, yet his gaze lingered not on the shops selling soul master weapons, armor, or elixirs, but rather slowed before those peddling women's accessories and garments. His eyes flitted over an array of exquisite hairpins, jade pendants, and bracelets before settling on a modestly adorned, yet elegantly arranged accessory shop. In the window, various ribbons, hairpins, and floral hairpieces were displayed under soft lighting. Ling Feng's gaze meticulously swept over them until it finally fixated on a pale purple hairband. This was not an ostentatious hue, but rather a gentle and understated shade of purple, reminiscent of the faintest blush of dawn's light on the horizon, akin to violets quietly blooming in a tranquil valley. The material appeared to be a smooth satin, possessing a delightful touch that shimmered with a delicate, warm luster under the light, the ends free from intricate embroidery. Simple yet refined. Almost instantly upon seeing it, Ling Feng felt it would suit Zhu Zhuqing perfectly. The noble and mysterious pale purple harmonized with her cool demeanor, while its soft sheen seemed to temper the overly mature sense of solitude that enveloped her. Without much hesitation, he stepped into the shop. "Young master, what would you like to see?" The shopkeeper, a kindly middle-aged woman, greeted Ling Feng warmly, albeit with some surprise at the sight of a young boy entering alone. Ling Feng pointed at the window display. "Madam, could you please fetch that pale purple hairband for me?" The shopkeeper complied, retrieving the hairband and smiling as she handed it to him. "Young master, you have a discerning eye. This color is quite special. And the fabric is exquisite ice silk, cool and refreshing for summer wear, and it doesn't easily absorb sweat." Ling Feng accepted the hairband, feeling its silky, cool texture, genuinely comfortable to the touch. He envisioned how it would look adorning Zhu Zhuqing's inky hair, and a slight smile tugged at the corners of his lips. "How much is it?" 5 gold soul coins, the shopkeeper announced. For a mere hairband, this price was not inexpensive, yet it was far from exorbitant. Ling Feng nodded, refraining from haggling. With a subtle movement of his consciousness, he retrieved 5 gleaming gold coins from his system backpack and placed them on the counter. The gold soul coins produced by the system were indistinguishable in purity and standard from those circulating across the continent. The proprietress's eyes sparkled with surprise. She had not anticipated that this young patron would be so forthcoming. With a smile, she promptly placed the hairband into a delicate brocade box and handed it to him. "Is this for your sisters at home? They will surely adore it." Ling Feng smiled in return, offering no explanation as he carefully accepted the ornate box. Expressing his gratitude before departing the shop, cradling the small brocade box in his arms, he felt his heart race slightly faster than usual. A subtle blend of anticipation and nervousness unfurling within him. This sensation was unlike the joy he experienced when gifting candies, toys, or even herbs. Those items, to some extent, carried a hint of practicality or the intent to amuse a child. However, this hairband seemed more genuine. It was devoid of any ties to cultivation or physical well-being. Simply chosen because he believed it would suit her and enhance her beauty. Later that afternoon, in a small clearing, their sparring ensued as usual. Today, Zhu Zhuqing appeared particularly vibrant. When her martial spirit, the phantom cat, took form, her movements became increasingly agile and ethereal. The angles of her shadow puncture became ever more cunning, compelling Ling Feng to remain utterly focused. Once practice concluded, they resumed their seats on a nearby stone. Sweat dampened the wisps of hair at Zhu Zhuqing's forehead, and she instinctively raised her hand to tuck the unruly strands behind her ear. Ling Feng observed this subtle gesture, inhaling deeply, feeling the brocade box in his embrace grow slightly warm. He retrieved the petite box, but did not immediately offer it. Instead, he grasped it tightly in his hand, applying gentle pressure with his fingertips. Zhu Zhuqing noticed his movement, her gaze falling upon the clearly feminine trinket box. A flicker of evident curiosity flashing across her violet eyes. She looked at Ling Feng, silently inquiring with her expression. Meeting her gaze, he felt a slight warmth rise to his ears, yet he endeavored to maintain a composed demeanor as he extended the box toward her, striving for a steady and natural tone. "This is for you." Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback. She stared at the brocade box presented before her, then lifted her gaze to Ling Feng's face, which bore an expression of mixed expectation and tension that seemed somewhat unnatural. For a moment, she remained motionless. This was neither an herb, nor a snack, nor a toy. It was a beautifully wrapped gift. Hesitating, she did not immediately reach for it. Ling Feng's heart quickened slightly, but he did not retract his hand, maintaining his outstretched posture. "Would you like to open it?" he encouraged softly. Under the encouragement of his gaze, Zhu Zhuqing finally extended her hand, albeit slowly, with a cautious curiosity as she accepted the petite brocade box. Her fingertips brushed against the cool surface, and she gently lifted the lid. A soft lavender hue met her eyes. The smooth, water-like silk hairband lay serenely on the soft lining, its gentle and elegant color radiating a tranquil and noble glow in the fading light of the sunset. Zhu Zhuqing was utterly mesmerized. She gazed at the hairband within the box, her long eyelashes fluttering, her pupils reflecting the delicate lavender as if momentarily entranced. She seemed entirely unprepared for such a gift. The air stilled for a few seconds. She could sense Ling Feng's gaze upon her face, filled with unmistakable anticipation. She gradually lifted her head, gazing at Ling Feng. Her clear eyes filled with pure confusion and bewilderment. Her brows knit slightly as she spoke softly, her voice carrying an almost imperceptible tremor. "Why? Why give her this? It appears rather expensive and serves no practical purpose. This transcends the boundaries of their usual exchanges of small snacks, herbs, or occasional conversations." It feels like a more formal and special gift. Upon hearing her question, Ling Feng observed the complete perplexity etched on her face, tinged with a hint of helplessness. And the tension within him inexplicably dissipated. He smiled, a clean and open expression, his gaze sincerely returning hers as he replied in the most natural tone. There's no particular reason. He paused, his eyes drifting to her hair, his voice gentle yet assured. I simply thought it suited you. Just that. It felt right for you. There are no convoluted reasons, no ulterior motives. It was merely that upon seeing it for the first time, I felt it should belong to you. Zhu Zhuqing's fingers tightened slightly around the brocade box. She lowered her head again, her gaze returning to the delicate lavender hue within, remaining silent for a long moment. The setting sun cast a soft golden edge upon her lowered profile, and her long eyelashes created a delicate shadow, obscuring the emotions flickering in her eyes. Ling Feng, too, chose silence, patiently awaiting her response. After some time, as he began to think she might not accept it and pondered how to ease the atmosphere, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly made a move. She extended her empty hand, her fingertips lightly brushing over the smooth surface of the hairband, savoring its cool, delicate texture. Then, almost imperceptibly, she nodded. Next, she closed the lid of the brocade box, clutching it tightly in her palm. Raising her head, her gaze fleetingly swept across Ling Feng's face. Her voice softer than before yet distinctly audible. Thank you. She did not question further, nor did she refuse. In that instant, Ling Feng's heart settled back into reality. A wave of immense joy and fulfillment swelling within him, his smile shining even brighter. You're welcome. Zhu Zhuqing observed his unreserved happiness, her grip on the box tightening, her fingertips keenly feeling its edges. She quickly lowered her head, rising to her feet, murmuring, I should be going. Yes, see you tomorrow. Ling Feng nodded with a smile. Zhu Zhuqing offered no further response, merely clasping the brocade box tightly as she turned and departed swiftly. Her figure remained cool and distant, yet her pace seemed slightly hurried. Ling Feng stood in place, watching her retreating silhouette until it vanished from sight, slowly retracting his gaze and exhaling in delight. The setting sun elongated his shadow dramatically. He knew that the lavender hairband would, perhaps tomorrow or the day after, eventually find its way into her hair. And this careful, clumsy yet sincere gift seemed to add a touch of gentle brilliance to the bridge built between them through silence and companionship. Chapter 25. She accepted it. The next day, the dawn was just right, and a gentle breeze caressed the air. Ling Feng arrived at their usual meeting spot, a small clearing, earlier than usual. But today his state of mind was markedly different from the past. A blend of anticipation, anxiety, and a subtle restlessness swirled within him, causing him to pace more frequently than usual, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the direction where Zhu Zhuqing typically appeared. His mind replayed the moment from the previous day when she received the ornate box, her expression a mix of confusion and slight bewilderment, followed by a barely audible thank you. Would she accept it? Would she use it? Or was it merely a polite gesture, a temporary acceptance? With that delicate lavender ribbon now hidden away in some drawer, never to see the light of day again, various conjectures churned in his heart, making him feel for the first time that the wait was unbearably long and excruciating. At last, that familiar figure appeared at the end of the path. Ling Feng's heart skipped a beat, his breath instinctively caught in his throat. His gaze, as precise as the most accurate guiding instrument, locked onto her, particularly the strands of hair framing her face. Today, she wore her usual dark practice attire, her long black hair tied back in a neat high ponytail. However, the hair tie was no longer the well-worn dark elastic band. Instead, it was a pale lavender silk ribbon that shimmered softly in the sunlight. The elegant hue contrasted perfectly with her raven locks, striking a balance that was neither gaudy nor overlooked, exuding an undeniable aura of grace and refinement. The smooth texture of the ribbon held her hair flawlessly in place, accentuating her already fair neck, making it appear even more elongated and graceful. As a gentle breeze swept by, the ends of the ribbon swayed lightly, adding a touch of liveliness to her inherent coolness. She had tied it on. She had truly adorned herself with the ribbon he gifted her. In that moment, immense joy surged through him like a warm tide, washing away all his apprehensions and uncertainties. An indescribable sense of fulfillment and achievement surged from the depths of his heart, almost causing his lips to break into an uncontrollable smile. He struggled to suppress his overt excitement, yet the sparkling brilliance in his eyes could not be concealed. As Zhu Zhuqing approached, she naturally noticed Ling Feng's almost fervent gaze fixed intently on her ribbon. Her steps faltered imperceptibly, and a faint blush tinged her fair earlobes. Instinctively, she sought to avert her gaze, but ultimately compelled herself to meet Ling Feng's eyes. Her expression maintained its usual cool demeanor, though the slight tightening of her lips and the flicker in her gaze betrayed the tumult beneath her calm exterior. Good afternoon, she began, her voice seemingly softer than usual, laced with a hint of unease. Good afternoon, Zhuqing, Ling Feng responded, his tone imbued with evident cheerfulness and delight, his smile radiant as the sun at that moment. That ribbon looks lovely on you. It suits you perfectly. He ultimately could not restrain himself, expressing the admiration that resided within him, his tone imbued with utmost sincerity. Zhu Zhuqing's lashes fluttered gently, her gaze descending slightly to rest upon the blades of grass beneath her, as she softly replied, "Thank you for your gift. I'm glad you like it." Ling Feng smiled broadly, his joy illuminating his countenance, feeling a clarity of spirit like never before. He wisely refrained from delving further into this topic, wishing to avoid any discomfort on her part, and swiftly redirected the conversation, suggesting, as was customary, "Shall we commence today as practice?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded, appearing to exhale a sigh of relief. The ensuing sparring session seemed no different from those of the past. Soul techniques clashed, footwork intertwined, and sweat glistened. Yet, Ling Feng perceptibly sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere between them. This change was not evident in their sparse dialogue. They continued to communicate little, nor was it reflected in their actions, as their sparring remained earnest and focused. It was an intangible, flowing essence, more harmonious and congenial. Her attacks retained their ferocity, and her defenses remained nimble, yet in the fleeting moments of subtle coordination and evasion, whenever their gazes met, there seemed to be a reduction in the initial wariness and distance, replaced by an inexplicable sense of understanding and ease. On one occasion, as Ling Feng executed a shadowy ambush, drawing close to her side, a gust of wind passed, causing the ends of her lavender ribbon to brush lightly against his arm, imparting a cool, smooth sensation. Both paused momentarily, only to swiftly part as if nothing had occurred, resuming their sparring, yet a certain indescribable sentiment had quietly permeated the air. After practice, the two settled as usual upon a large stone to rest. Ling Feng instinctively retrieved his water pouch, and they took turns drinking. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns upon Zhu Zhuqing's hair, enhancing the gentle allure of the lavender hue. As he gazed, a thought stirred within him, prompting him to turn towards the quietly perspiring Zhu Zhuqing, and with a natural tone, he invited, "Zhuqing, it is still early. Would you care to join me for a bite to eat? I know a quaint little shop nearby that serves delightful heart-cleansing cakes and lotus seed soup. Not overly sweet, you might enjoy it." Upon uttering this invitation, Ling Feng felt a slight flutter of apprehension. Dining together seemed a step closer than their previous serendipitous strolls and gift exchanges. Would she accept? Zhu Zhuqing ceased her wiping, lifting her gaze to meet his. The anticipation in his eyes was unmistakable, yet devoid of pressure, merely a sincere invitation. She fell silent, seemingly weighing her options. Her gaze instinctively shifted away, only to be drawn back to Ling Feng's face, which bore a gentle smile. She recalled the continuous offerings of sweets, the calming flowers that alleviated her anxiety, the ordinary herbs that nurtured her body, and the carefully chosen ribbon that, to her surprise, she found herself fond of. He had consistently approached her in his own delicate manner, devoid of any harmful intent. The barriers within her heart, under the persistent warmth of his kindness, appeared to loosen just a fraction. After a brief moment, just as Ling Feng was beginning to think that perhaps this was a hasty decision and was preparing to express that it was perfectly fine if they did not proceed, Zhu Zhuqing gently and almost imperceptibly nodded her head. Very well. Her voice remained soft yet distinctly conveyed her consent. Instantly, joy ignited in Ling Feng's eyes, and his smile blossomed even brighter. That is splendid. The ambience of that establishment is quite tranquil. After our practice, we can certainly take a moment to relax. When their break concluded, the two tidied their belongings and departed the small clearing, their destination no longer leading them homeward. Ling Feng skillfully guided the way, traversing several relatively quiet streets until they arrived at a small eatery that exuded cleanliness and elegance. The establishment was modest in size, yet its windows were bright and clear, showcasing a few wooden tables and chairs. At that moment, the number of patrons was sparse, with only a couple of tables occupied, lending an aura of serenity. "This is the place," Ling Feng announced with a smile, pushing aside the door curtain and stepping inside. Zhu Zhuqing followed closely, casting a quick and cautious glance around the interior to ensure there was nothing amiss that would cause her discomfort, before allowing herself to relax slightly. They chose a secluded spot by the window, where they could sit comfortably. The proprietor was a kind-looking elderly lady, who smiled as she handed them a simple menu. Ling Feng accepted it, and naturally pushed it towards Zhu Zhuqing. "Take a look and see what you would like. The qingxin cake and lotus seed soup are the specialties here, reputedly made with gentle herbs and ingredients that are beneficial for soul masters." Zhu Zhuqing scanned the menu, her gaze resting on the delicately named treats. After a moment of hesitation, She softly replied, "You can order." Ling Feng understood and did not hesitate. Turning to the elderly lady, "Excuse me, could we please have 2 servings of qingxin cake and 2 bowls of lotus seed soup?" "Certainly, just a moment please." The lady responded cheerfully before turning to prepare their order. In the interim, a tranquil atmosphere enveloped them. Seated across from each other at the small wooden table, they observed the sparsely populated street outside, with sunlight streaming through the window and casting warm patches of light upon the table. Ling Feng gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, who had her head slightly bowed, her eyes fixed on her hands that were delicately folded on the table. This serene demeanor contrasted sharply with the cold intensity she often displayed during training, revealing a hint of the demure charm expected of a girl her age. The light purple ribbon in her hair became even more pronounced as she lowered her head, seemingly a silent bond connecting the two at either end of the table. After a moment of contemplation, he sought to break the silence. "I've heard that the qingxin cake here is infused with a touch of mint and honey, offering a refreshing taste that isn't overly sweet." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze to meet his, responding with a soft, affirming hum. Soon enough, their delicacies were served. The pristine white porcelain dish held several pieces of tender green cake, visually appealing and indeed fresh. The lotus seed soup was thick and well prepared, emanating a subtle, sweet fragrance. Ling Feng offered a set of utensils to Zhu Zhuqing. "Do give it a try." She gracefully accepted the utensils, delicately picking up a small piece of qingxin cake and sampling it. The cake was sweet and soft, with a hint of mince coolness. It was precisely as Ling Feng had described, neither cloying nor overwhelming, but rather a soothing delight. "How is it?" Ling Feng inquired, anticipation evident in his voice. "Quite delightful," she replied. Zhu Zhuqing nodded gently, offering a soft remark. She then picked up a spoon, scooping a small portion of lotus seed soup and bringing it to her lips. The warm broth slid down her throat, enveloping her in a comforting warmth. Observing her apparent enjoyment, Ling Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him, happily indulging in the food before him. The two sat quietly across from each other, savoring the simple delicacies. Conversation was sparse. Occasionally, Ling Feng would introduce a herb or ingredient used in the snacks, to which Zhu Zhuqing would listen attentively, nodding or responding softly now and then. The sunlight bathed them in a gentle glow, and the air was filled with the faint aroma of the food. In this moment, there were no pressures of cultivation, no familial disturbances, only a serene and genuine tranquility, a warmth that felt both ordinary and profound. Zhu Zhuqing nibbled delicately on the pastries, occasionally glancing up at Ling Feng, who was relishing his meal with gusto. Observing his unclouded smile, she experienced an unprecedented joy in sharing an ordinary meal with someone her age. The tension that had long gripped her heart seemed to ease, albeit subtly. She lowered her gaze, her eyes once again falling upon the soft lavender hue of her hair tips, her fingertips unconsciously brushing against the smooth ribbon, her lips curving into a barely perceptible, delicate smile. Ling Feng took note of this small gesture, and a wave of joy and satisfaction threatened to overflow within him. He understood that the ribbon was not merely a means to tie back her hair. This simple shared meal was more than just sustenance. It served as a key, crossing an invisible threshold, taking their relationship a significant step forward. From this moment on, their world would no longer be confined to the sweat of training and silent walks, but would also encompass many such warm, shared moments. Chapter 26, Soul Power Level 17. Time flew by, and more than half a month had passed since that delightful and meaningful shared meal. Ling Feng's training had never wavered. The 16th level of soul power, through daily accumulation and refinement, had reached a point of fullness, nearing the threshold for another breakthrough. On this particular night, silence enveloped the world, save for the cool moonlight streaming through the window, casting a silver glow upon the floor. Ling Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed, his mind wholly immersed within. The Darknight Qilin Martial spirit roared silently, and pure soul power surged like a dark tide through his meridians. The barrier of the 16th level was solid and formidable, yet under his relentless assault, it now teetered on the brink of collapse. He concentrated, guiding all his soul power, akin to rivers converging into the sea, launching a final offensive toward that last stronghold. Boom! It was as if something within him had been violently shattered, and a torrent of soul power instantly surged into a broader and more resilient network of meridians, accelerating its flow and dramatically increasing its total volume. An overwhelming sensation of strength permeated his limbs and bones, each cell seemingly exulting in triumph. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a shadowy brilliance swirling within their depths, akin to harboring the essence of the endless night. His aura felt denser and more substantial than before, an invisible pressure subtly emanating from him. As his consciousness sank into his mind, the system interface materialized as expected. Host: Ling Feng. Age, 7, Martial Soul, Darknight Qilin, Soul Power. Level 17, Soul Ring. Yellow, approximately 500 years. Soul Bone, none skills, Shadow Assault, first soul skill. Mastery of basic footwork, beginner herbal identification, items, gold soul coins, slightly. Other miscellaneous items omitted. Sign-in point, none. 17. Observing the clearly changing number. A satisfied smile graced Ling Feng's lips. At this pace, he was confident that before entering the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, he would undoubtedly reach level 20 and acquire a second soul ring. The steady enhancement of his strength was his greatest assurance in safeguarding those he cherished. Amidst his joy, he did not immediately exit his cultivation state, but instead habitually murmured in his heart, "Sign in." Ding. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 gold soul coins. The system's notification chimed, yielding yet another unremarkable 10 gold soul coins. Just as Ling Feng was about to stow them away in his backpack, the system's alert surprisingly resounded once more. Ding. Detected that the host is in a specific location, Ling Feng's bedroom, long-term cultivation, soul power saturation, containing a faint energy field. Does it meet the sign-in conditions? Ling Feng was momentarily stunned, followed by an eruption of immense joy in his eyes. His bedroom? This was indeed possible. Of course, he had been tirelessly cultivating here day and night. The essence of the Darknight Qilin Martial Soul and the effused soul power had long saturated this seemingly ordinary room, establishing an incredibly subtle, yet tangible energy field. The system's judgment on the location evidently did not solely rely on universally recognized auspicious sites. This unique energy accumulation point, formed due to the host's own circumstances, also met the criteria. Sign in. He suppressed his excitement and confirmed immediately. Ding. Location sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a special cultivation technique. Soul Power Condensation Method. Commencing knowledge and experience infusion. A wave of cold yet immense information surged into his mind. This time, it was not about herbal identification but a peculiar method for more efficiently and purely condensing and operating soul power. It encompassed unique breathing rhythms, mental guidance techniques, and subtle methods for soul power circulation within the meridians. This was not a technique for directly enhancing soul power levels, but rather a technology to optimize the cultivation process. Once the infusion concluded, Ling Feng closed his eyes to carefully contemplate. The more he pondered, the more astonished and elated he became. This soul power condensation method was extraordinarily exquisite. By operating soul power according to its principles, he could not only slightly accelerate the absorption of external energy, but, more importantly, significantly purify and compress his soul power, ensuring that at the same soul power level, his energy would be more refined and robust, establishing an exceptionally solid foundation. Moreover, this method seemed to provide slight assistance in breaking through bottlenecks. This was truly the coveted cultivation technique every soul master yearned for. Eagerly, he attempted to guide his recently breakthrough, still somewhat turbulent level 17 soul power according to the method in his mind. With each breath, he infused a unique rhythm. His mental focus was intensely concentrated, akin to a precise sculptor's chisel, guiding the flow of soul power. The soul power coursing through the meridians began to operate in a manner that was not only more efficient, but also more orderly. A sense of restlessness was swiftly quelled, becoming more refined and tamed. After merely circulating for a short cycle, Ling Feng distinctly felt an enhanced mastery over his newly elevated 17th level soul power. The quality of the soul power seemed to have subtly improved as well. Wonderful. Ling Feng could not help but rejoice internally. In his view, the value of this soul power condensation technique was comparable to acquiring a formidable soul skill. Almost instantaneously upon grasping this method, a figure naturally surfaced in his mind, Zhu Zhuqing. She remained ensnared at the pinnacle of the 12th level, and although her mindset had stabilized considerably since then, the bottleneck still loomed. The soul power condensation technique, with its remarkable efficacy in refining and mastering soul power, might just assist her in breaking through that barrier, even if it could not directly facilitate her breakthrough. Such a method for solidifying her foundation and purifying her soul power would undoubtedly benefit her future cultivation. The thought of sharing this with her crystallized in Ling Feng's mind without a trace of hesitation. For him, being able to assist her was far more significant than possessing a powerful technique solely for himself. The following afternoon, in a small clearing, Zhu Zhuqing arrived with her hair still tied up with that delicate lavender ribbon, which had become an integral part of her daily attire. As was customary, the two engaged in an exhilarating sparring session. With his promotion to the 17th level, Ling Feng's soul power had become more robust, leading to enhancements in both speed and strength, thereby placing greater pressure on Zhu Zhuqing. However, It also afforded her ample opportunity for further honing her skills. During a break, they sat on a rock, sipping water. Ling Feng glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, whose breaths were slightly labored, yet bore a newfound focus and seriousness. Sensing the opportune moment, he set down his water pouch, turned to face her, and adopted a more formal demeanor. Zhuqing, he began, his voice gentle yet imbued with a hint of seriousness. I have recently had some new insights regarding soul power cultivation. At his words, Zhu Zhuqing paused in her motion to wipe away sweat, raising her gaze with a glimmer of inquiry in her violet eyes. She knew Ling Feng had just achieved a breakthrough. Could it pertain to his experiences at this new level? Ling Feng organized his thoughts and continued, it concerns a method for more effectively condensing and operating soul power. I believe it may facilitate a smoother cultivation experience for you and should also aid in solidifying your current level. He refrained from directly suggesting it would help her break through to avoid imposing unnecessary pressure on her. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened slightly. A more effective method for condensing and operating soul power? Such techniques were typically cherished secrets within noble families or sects, exceedingly precious. Was he truly willing to share this with her? She regarded Ling Feng, her expression a blend of astonishment and uncertainty. Such a method must be invaluable, right? You. Do not worry, Ling Feng interrupted her, his smile open and sincere. Aren't we friends? Besides, this is merely a small technique I have devised on my own. It may not be particularly powerful, but I believe it could be useful, and I simply wish to share it with you. Would you like to hear it? His tone was relaxed and natural, casually referring to the soul power condensation method as a simple technique he had devised himself, as if merely sharing an intriguing discovery, thus alleviating her psychological burden to the utmost. Zhu Zhuqing gazed into his sincere and unblemished eyes, where only pure concern and a willingness to share resided. She recalled everything he had previously shared, from candies to knowledge, from herbs to hairbands, and at this moment, he seemed to consistently present before her the things he deemed valuable, without reservation. An indescribable tremor stirred within her, a bittersweet yet profoundly warm emotion enveloping her. She remained silent for a few seconds, and ultimately nodded solemnly, her voice soft yet remarkably clear. I would like to listen. Thank you, Ling Feng. Shall we give it a try? Ling Feng asked, his smile brightening upon her agreement. He carefully articulated the core principles of the soul power condensation method concerning breathing rhythm and mental guidance in the simplest, most comprehensible language, demonstrating the unique breathing technique himself. Zhu Zhuqing listened intently, committing each word to memory, her violet eyes shimmering with contemplation and understanding. Her innate talent was already exceptional, and her comprehension was outstanding. She quickly grasped the key points. Try to guide your soul power, following this breathing rhythm, Ling Feng softly instructed, observing her state closely. Zhu Zhuqing obediently closed her eyes, attempting to adjust her breathing, concentrating her mind, and began to channel the pinnacle of her 12th level soul power in accordance with Ling Feng's teachings. Initially, there was some awkwardness and hindrance, the flow of soul power not proceeding smoothly. Yet, with a slight furrow in her brow, she showed no signs of giving up. Fully immersed in her adjustments, Ling Feng remained quietly beside her, not interrupting, merely watching her in silence. The sunlight bathed her earnest little face, and that faint purple hue in her hair quivered gently with her breaths. As time passed slowly, suddenly, the previously restless fluctuations of Zhu Zhuqing's soul power began to stabilize and solidify at a visibly accelerated pace. Although the total amount of soul power had not increased, it felt significantly denser and more restrained. She gradually opened her eyes, her violet gaze bursting forth with a bright and astonished radiance. She distinctly sensed that the soul power, which had long been stagnant and difficult to mobilize, had become remarkably docile and pure through this method. The enhanced sense of control over her soul power was incredibly vivid. How does it feel? Ling Feng inquired eagerly, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Zhu Zhuqing took a deep breath, striving to calm the tumult within her heart. She looked at Ling Feng, her expression complex and filled with disbelief and gratitude, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. It's truly remarkable. The soul power seems easier to control now, and it feels more solid. She struggled to find more precise words to describe the sensation of her soul power being refined and condensed. That's all that matters, Ling Feng exclaimed, seeing the brilliance and excitement in her eyes, feeling happier than if he had achieved a breakthrough himself, his smile radiant. In your future training, you should attempt this method more often. It will surely solidify your foundation. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing nodded earnestly, this time refraining from uttering her thanks. Yet, the fingers tightly gripping the hem of her garment, and her shimmering eyes conveyed everything. She gazed at Ling Feng, as if wishing to imprint his likeness deeply within her heart. This young man had once again provided her with invaluable assistance at a moment of utmost need. Beneath the setting sun, Rather than continuing their practice, the two engaged in a quiet discussion regarding the nuances of this soul power convergence method for quite some time. Primarily, Ling Feng elucidated and answered her queries, while Zhu Zhuqing listened intently and posed questions. The atmosphere was harmonious and focused. Ling Feng, observing the earnest profile of the girl beside him, felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He knew that sharing this precious technique would undoubtedly smooth her path of cultivation. He took joy in being a small light along her journey, offering a glimmer of guidance. Chapter 27. Her gratitude days had passed since Ling Feng imparted the soul power convergence method to Zhu Zhuqing. During these days, she devoted nearly all her spare time to contemplating and practicing this intriguing technique. The initial awkwardness swiftly faded, and she grew increasingly adept at the unique rhythm of breathing and the guidance of soul power. Each time she operated her soul power according to the method, she could distinctly perceive a markedly different effect. Her soul power no longer felt scattered as before, but had become as precise as an extension of her own will. More refined and obedient, as if meticulously combed by an invisible hand. Although her soul power level remained at the pinnacle of the 12th rank, that formidable bottleneck still stood firm. She sensed that her foundation was solidifying at an unprecedented pace. Each session of practice left her not with the previous feelings of restlessness and fatigue, but rather with a sense of tranquility and fullness in her soul power. The confidence derived from her enhanced mastery over her own strength quietly alleviated some of the pressure brought on by her stagnating rank. This sensation was unfamiliar yet precious to her. It was as if, while traversing a long, dark night, someone had handed her a lamp. Though it did not illuminate the path ahead, it was sufficient to dispel the darkness before her, allowing her each step to be taken with greater assurance. All of this was thanks to Ling Feng, the boy who always approached her with a warm smile, naturally drawing near to share candies, toys, herbs, hair ties. And now this invaluable method of cultivation without reservation. This weighty kindness and selfless generosity awakened within her a warmth that her heart, long encased in the chill of fierce competition and immense pressure, had never known. She was not ungrateful, but accustomed to burying her emotions deep within. Yet this time, the overwhelming gratitude surged within her, too intense to be brushed aside with a mere soft thank you as in the past. That afternoon, the sun continued to shine brightly. The two had just concluded a round of sparring. Zhu Zhuqing felt that after employing the soul power convergence method, her manipulation of soul power had become more precise. Both the timing and strength of her ghostly thrust had seen subtle improvements, making her practice with Ling Feng increasingly seamless. During their break, they sat side by side upon a large stone in their usual spot. A gentle breeze swept through, bringing with it a touch of coolness and stirring the delicate lavender ribbon that bound Zhu Zhuqing's hair. Ling Feng, who was in the midst of taking a sip from his water pouch, caught a glimpse of Zhu Zhuqing, who seemed to be on the verge of speaking yet hesitated. Unlike her usual demeanor of immediately entering a meditative state or gazing silently into the distance, she slightly turned towards him, her hands unconsciously folding in her lap, fingers gently curling. Ling Feng set down the water pouch and regarded her with a hint of curiosity. "What is it, Zhuqing? Are you feeling unwell after your recent practice? Or is there something amiss with the condensation technique?" His tone conveyed a natural concern. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze, her purple eyes clear and bright, locking onto Ling Feng's. The expression in her eyes had shifted from the initial aloofness and vigilance to an intensity that spoke of earnestness, almost as if she were trying to look into his very soul. She shook her head, her voice more lucid and resolute than usual. "No, the condensation technique is excellent. There is no discomfort at all." She paused, seemingly taking a deep breath before continuing, her tone solemn. "Ling Feng, I wish to thank you once more. Thank you for being willing to share such a precious cultivation method with me." Her voice remained cool, yet the sincerity and weight behind her words far surpassed any fervent declarations. Ling Feng blinked in surprise, then broke into a warm and open smile. "Oh, I thought something was wrong. Haven tea, I already mentioned. As long as you find it useful, there is no need for constant gratitude." However, Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head, her gaze unwavering, her seriousness deepening. "It is different." Looking directly at Ling Feng, she articulated each word slowly and clearly. "I understand that the method to enhance soul power condensation efficiency is not an ordinary technique. I am well aware of its value. In any family, this could be a closely guarded secret." Her words were direct and insightful, clearly recognizing that Ling Feng's earlier remark about it being merely a personal insight was a means to alleviate her mental burden. She was not naive. The environment of the Zhu family had rendered her more mature than her peers, giving her a profound understanding of the significance of such knowledge. "But you imparted it to me without reservation." A subtle, almost imperceptible tremor crept into Zhu Zhuqing's voice, hinting at the emotional turmoil within. This knowledge was not only useful but profoundly beneficial to her. She sought to convey the sense of stability and grounding that accompanied this newfound understanding, yet struggled to find the precise words. Ultimately, it simplified into more genuine expressions. In any case, I am truly grateful to you. Upon concluding her heartfelt expression, she appeared to have expended considerable courage, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks. Nevertheless, she remained steadfast, her gaze firmly fixed on Ling Feng, awaiting his response. Ling Feng, sensing the gravity of the moment, retracted his previously casual smile, adopting a more serious demeanor. He had not anticipated Zhu Zhuqing's formal and profound gratitude, nor her candid acknowledgement of the technique's worth. As he met her earnest and appreciative purple eyes, he discerned not only gratitude but something deeper, a solid foundation of trust that had settled between them. She no longer merely accepted his kindness. Instead, she truly perceived the weight of that kindness and responded with sincerity. A warm current surged within Ling Feng, delighting in her ability to feel this assistance. And he was immeasurably satisfied by the trust that blossomed in her eyes. He shook his head, gazing at her with earnest sincerity, his voice gentle yet resolute. Zhuqing, you really need not be so formal. He paused, his tone softening further, yet imbued with undeniable seriousness. As I have said, we are friends, are we not? Among friends, sharing and assisting one another should not be taken for granted. When I encounter something beneficial for you, I wish to share it, to see you flourish. That brings me the utmost joy. Therefore, you truly need not thank me for such matters in the future. His words bore no trace of insincerity or pretense. In his heart, sharing such a precious method with her was as simple and natural as offering a piece of candy or a sprig of herbs, simply because they were friends and he wished for her well-being. Zhu Zhuqing listened quietly, her gaze fixed upon his clear and earnest eyes, absorbing his soothing words that seemed to warm the heart. The last remnants of unease and apprehension she felt from receiving such a significant gift gradually dissipated with his assurance that there was no need for formality among friends. The word friends, as it escaped his lips time and again, radiated warmth akin to sunlight and steadfastness like a rock, slowly chipping away at the ice encasing her heart. She fell silent, deeply gazing at Ling Feng, and then, with utmost seriousness, she nodded firmly. That soft response held 1,000 unspoken sentiments. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting delicate spots of light in her eyes. The usual coolness about her seemed to melt away, revealing a more vibrant and luminous glow. It was a sense of relief, a newfound, more solid trust and closeness. Observing her demeanor, Ling Feng's smile blossomed anew, more radiant than the sun. He understood that their relationship, through this shared method and her heartfelt gratitude, had entered a profoundly intimate new realm. Then it settled, he exclaimed, rising with a grin, extending his hand toward her in a gesture to help her up, his tone lightening once more. In the future, I shall share more treasures with you, and you mustn't be so formal again. Now, shall we try to integrate the condensation method into our footwork? I believe it might yield remarkable results. Zhu Zhuqing regarded his outstretched hand with a momentary hesitation, then reached out, gently placing her hand in his palm, using his support to rise. Her hand was cool and soft, bearing a hint of calluses from her training. All right, she replied softly, a subtle curve appearing at the corners of her lips, this time more pronounced than ever before. The gentle breeze continued to blow, her hairband fluttering lightly. The two figures on the training ground resumed their intertwined practice, the air thick with an even deeper sense of harmony and trust than before. The unspoken gratitude and politeness had already left a profound imprint on their hearts, becoming one of the strongest bridges connecting them. Chapter 28, The First Alliance. The martial spirit of the Starry Empire was fervent, permeating every stratum of society, particularly among the nobility. The sparring sessions among the young scions served not only as a means to gauge their cultivation achievements, but also as a significant avenue for social interaction and display. Although the Ling family had fallen from grace, they still held this tradition in high regard. On this day, the Ling family's martial arena was bustling far more than usual. Numerous small families, either friendly with the Lings or related by marriage, brought their similarly aged descendants to partake in a modestly scaled gathering centered on exchanges and sparring. A sparse array of parents and guards stood around the venue, the atmosphere not overly tense yet imbued with a touch of formality. Naturally, Ling Feng was among them. As the most prominent rising star of the Ling family, his presence at such an event was expected. To his delight, and yet not entirely surprising, he spotted the delicate and cool figure of Zhu Zhuqing amidst the crowd. The Zhu family was distantly related to the Lings, and it was perfectly normal for Zhu Zhuqing, being of a similar age to Ling Feng, to be invited as well. Their gazes met in the air, and Ling Feng immediately flashed her a brilliant smile. Waving his hand, Zhu Zhuqing paused slightly upon noticing him, then responded with a barely perceptible nod, acknowledging his greeting. She maintained her aloof demeanor, adorned with a light purple hairband, standing quietly amongst her peers from the Zhu family, appearing somewhat out of place. After a straightforward drawing of lots to determine the groupings, the elder of the Ling family announced the matchups. When the names Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing were called to face Wang Ming and Li Yun, Ling Feng's eyes sparkled instantaneously, barely containing a smile. He quickly turned to Zhu Zhuqing, who was also looking at him, her violet eyes flashing with surprise as if she too had not anticipated such a coincidence. Wonderful, Zhuqing. We are on the same team. Ling Feng exclaimed as he bounded over to her side, his tone radiating unmasked joy. This is a perfect opportunity to test our synergy. Observing his genuine excitement, the tension that had slightly gripped Zhu Zhuqing due to the unfamiliar environment and crowd began to ease unconsciously. She nodded gently and murmured in agreement, feeling relieved to be paired with someone familiar rather than complete strangers. However, when they laid eyes on their impending opponents, their expressions grew somewhat solemn. Wang Ming and Li Yun hailed from a small family that maintained a decent relationship with the Lings, and they appeared to be 2 or 3 years older. Likely around the age of 8 or 9. Wang Ming was robust and boisterous, possessing a battle bear spirit, and although his soul ring was merely a decade old, it was evident that he was a powerhouse. Li Yun, on the other hand, was agile, wielding a bluebird spirit, also with a 10-year soul ring. Clearly an adept at swift attacks, the age disparity often indicated more extensive training time and richer combat experience, suggesting that their soul power levels might surpass those of Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. This undoubtedly posed a formidable challenge for them. It appears we are in for a tough battle, Ling Feng whispered to Zhu Zhuqing, yet his face showed no sign of fear. On the contrary, he was eager to engage, believing that their combination of brute force and agile offense would yield a commendable synergy. We must find a way to deal with Li Yun first, as her speed may disrupt our plans. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing carefully scrutinized the opposing team and calmly analyzed. Wang Ming possesses immense strength, making a direct confrontation disadvantageous. My speed is slightly superior. I can attempt to restrain Li Yun while you seize the opportunity to interfere with Wang Ming, or we may execute a feint. Her thoughts were clear and agile. Swiftly grasping the crux of the matter, Ling Feng's eyes glimmered with admiration. A splendid idea. You will feign an attack to draw Li Yun's attention, while I shall launch a direct assault on Wang Ming, forcing him to reveal a weakness. Then, you can find the opportunity to employ your Nether Shadow Strike. The two rapidly exchanged tactical whispers, an ineffable understanding flowing between their gazes. Having trained together for so long, they were intimately familiar with each other's combat styles and habits. Both sides, prepare. The voice of the Grand Elder resonated. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance, simultaneously taking a deep breath, their eyes sharpening instantaneously. Martial Soul, manifest. With a low shout, the shadowy light and the agile silhouette of a cat emerged simultaneously. Ling Feng's figure slightly expanded, his muscles becoming more fluid and powerful, claws extending from his fingertips, surrounded by a faint aura of darkness, as a deep yellow soul ring rose from beneath him, its radiance shimmering. Zhu Zhuqing, on the other hand, became more ethereal, her pupils transformed into those of a cat, her fingertips sharp, encircled by a yellow soul ring as well. Opposite them, Wang Ming let out a low growl, his body becoming more robust, a faint layer of bear fur emerging on his skin. Li Yun, with a sharp command, sprouted ethereal light blue wings from her back, her form becoming extraordinarily agile. Begin. No sooner had the command been given than Li Yun initiated the attack, her azure figure darting towards Zhu Zhuqing like an arrow released from a bow, seeking to leverage her age and speed to suppress the seemingly weaker girl first. However, Zhu Zhuqing was well prepared. Rather than face the assault head-on, she executed the foundational footwork shared by Ling Feng, merging it with the agility of the Nether Shadow Cat, gliding sideways like a specter to deftly evade Li Yun's onslaught, while simultaneously diverting her attention. At the moment Li Yun was distracted by Zhu Zhuqing, Ling Feng sprang into action. First soul skill, Shadow Ambush. His form suddenly became indistinct, leaving behind a faint black afterimage. Not rushing towards the diverted Li Yun, but directly targeting the formidable Wang Ming. His speed surpassed Wang Ming's expectations. With a low growl, Wang Ming's bare paw, accompanied by a howling wind, lunged at Ling Feng with tremendous force. Yet, Ling Feng chose not to meet the attack head-on. Instead, at the very instant of contact, leveraging the deceptive nature of Shadow Ambush and the finesse of his foundational footwork, he executed a remarkably agile sidestep, narrowly evading the bare paw while his claws grazed Wang Ming's muscular arm, slicing through the air. Though he did not inflict serious injury, the immediate pain incensed Wang Ming, who roared in rage and turned to capture the elusive Ling Feng. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared to be pursued by Li Yun, suddenly halted and changed direction, breaking free from Li Yun's entanglement, her figure resembling a purple flash of lightning in the night, with her headband fluttering, aiming straight for the exposed back of Wang Ming, who had turned to chase Ling Feng. First soul skill, Nether Shadow Strike. She seized the moment with impeccable timing. Wang Ming sensed a fierce killing intent behind him, his heart jolting in alarm as he forcibly turned to block the attack. Yet, how could Ling Feng grant him such an opportunity? Almost simultaneously with Zhu Zhuqing's strike, Ling Feng lunged forward once more, his razor-sharp claws aimed directly at Wang Ming's face, compelling him to be unable to attend to both fronts. Cursed be this situation. Wang Ming found himself in a dire predicament, relying solely on his soul power and physical prowess to withstand the onslaught. Bang! Splurt! Zhu Zhuqing's ethereal thrust successfully pierced Wang Ming's rear shoulder, although the attack failed to penetrate deeply due to his tough skin and defensive soul power. It nonetheless caused him to stumble. Meanwhile, Ling Feng's claws left fresh gashes on his arm. What a splendid display of teamwork! Murmurs of astonishment arose from the sidelines. No one anticipated that these two youngest participants could execute such a harmonious synergy, nearly causing a grave misstep for Wang Ming, who had the advantage of age and soul power. Xiao Yun! Wang Ming cried out in pain. At that moment, Li Yun had also shaken off her distractions and swiftly returned to assist, leveraging the speed advantage of her Qilin Martial Soul to launch a side attack against Zhu Zhuqing. Attempting to extricate her from her predicament, the battlefield instantly transformed into a chaotic melee of 2 against 2. Yet, Wang Ming and Li Yun, being the older and more experienced combatants, quickly regained their composure after the initial turmoil. Wang Ming relied on sheer strength to engage directly, while Li Yun incessantly harassed and launched sneak attacks with her speed. Although Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing displayed remarkable coordination, a definitive disparity in raw strength was evident. Ling Feng's shadowy ambush, though swift, exacted a considerable toll, while Zhu Zhuqing's ethereal thrust, though fierce, struggled to deliver a decisive blow to Wang Ming. As they faced the steady assault of their opponents, the pair gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, primarily resorting to exquisite footwork and timely support to defend. On the surface, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing appeared somewhat passive, yet their formation remained intact. Often, when Ling Feng blocked a heavy strike from Wang Ming, Zhu Zhuqing would promptly repel Li Yun's attempts to sneak in. Conversely, when Zhu Zhuqing was pressured by Li Yun's speed, Ling Feng's shadowy ambush would invariably appear at just the right moment to disrupt Li Yun's rhythm. They required little verbal communication. A glance or a subtle movement sufficed to convey their intentions. The deep-seated understanding forged through countless training sessions was brilliantly manifested in that moment. Ultimately, the gap in strength proved insurmountable. Seizing an opportunity, Wang Ming took a blow from Ling Feng, striking him forcefully on the arm he had raised to block, the overwhelming force causing Ling Feng to stagger backward, blood surging. Zhu Zhuqing sought to provide support, but found herself tightly ensnared by Li Yun. It was over. Wang Ming advanced with great strides, his massive paw aimed at the unsteady Ling Feng. Just as defeat seemed imminent, Ling Feng remained composed. Casting a glance in Zhu Zhuqing's direction, their eyes met, and understanding dawned instantly. She disregarded the attack from Li Yun, forcibly pivoting, channeling all her soul power into her fingertips, launching the ethereal thrust anew, not toward Wang Ming, but aimed directly at the joint of the arm he was using to strike at Ling Feng. This was a clever stratagem to divert the threat. If Wang Ming insisted on attacking Ling Feng, he would surely sustain grave injury to his own arm. He had no choice but to curse in frustration, altering his course of action to block Zhu Zhuqing's thrust. At the very moment he altered his tactics, Ling Feng had already forcibly steadied his breath. With a swift change in footwork, he did not retreat, but rather executed a sudden lateral shift, instantly exchanging positions with Zhu Zhuqing. A clap, a bang. Zhu Zhuqing's thrust was thwarted by Wang Ming, leaving her arms tingling from the impact. Meanwhile, Li Yun's assault landed upon Ling Feng's back, eliciting a muffled groan from him. Nevertheless, both seized the opportunity to escape the most perilous zone. However, the continuous high-intensity collaboration and explosive energy had significantly drained their soul power. At this juncture, both were nearing exhaustion, their breaths rapid and their forms precarious. Wang Ming and Li Yun exchanged a glance, resolutely charging forward once more, intent on concluding the battle. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing stood back to back, acutely aware of each other's rapid heartbeat and labored breathing. As they faced the renewed assault of their adversaries, neither exhibited even a hint of surrender in their eyes. One final strike? Ling Feng gasped, a hint of exhilaration gracing his smile. Very well, Zhu Zhuqing replied succinctly, her tone imbued with an unwavering fighting spirit. Together, they summoned the last remnants of their soul power, preparing for one final collision. However, at that moment, the presiding elder interjected, "That is enough. The outcome has been determined. Wang Meng and Li Yun are victorious." The attacks abruptly ceased. Wang Meng and Li Yun exhaled in relief, halting their movements, their gazes toward Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing now laced with less disdain and more surprise and respect. These two youngsters proved to be exceedingly formidable. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing also relaxed simultaneously. As the tension within them dissipated, both felt a wave of fatigue wash over them, their bodies swaying slightly. They exchanged glances. Ling Feng's hair was somewhat disheveled, beads of sweat adorning his brow. Yet he wore a radiant smile akin to the sun, giving Zhu Zhuqing a thumbs up. Zhu Zhuqing's strands were damp with sweat, clinging to her cheeks. Her breath still uneven, but witnessing Ling Feng's joy despite their loss, she could not help but feel a faint smile tug at her lips, a nearly imperceptible curve forming in her otherwise cool gaze. Though defeated, they stood in honor. These 4 words were vividly inscribed in the eyes of all spectators, reflected in the shared smiles exchanged between them. In that moment, no words were necessary. The experience of fighting side by side for the first time, the profound trust in entrusting one's junior to another, and the exquisite tacit understanding forged in battle had undeniably elevated their relationship to an entirely new echelon. Together, they descended from the arena, and though their bodies were weary, their spirits soared like the clear sky above, vibrant and exhilarating. Chapter 29, Touch. The atmosphere of the family gathering reached a small climax following the remarkable yet honorable battle between Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. Onlookers, whether elders from the Ling family or visiting guests, regarded the two children with evident admiration and astonishment. The age gap was objectively present, but the extraordinary synergy, tactical execution, and unyielding determination they displayed were sufficient to transcend their levels, unveiling boundless potential. Yet, the sparring had not yet concluded. Subsequently, several other matches involving the younger generation took place, each showcasing its own splendor. However, none seemed capable of surpassing the breathtaking spectacle brought forth by Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing's collaboration. As the sun gradually dipped towards the west, the atmosphere of the martial arena remained fervent, perhaps driven by lingering excitement or a hint of competitive spirit. The venerable elder of the Ling family stroked his beard in contemplation for a moment before suddenly exclaiming with a hearty laugh, "Excellent. It appears the young ones are brimming with energy. Given this, I shall add a flourish." With a flourish of his wrist, he revealed a jade pendant that emanated a gentle, lustrous glow, adorned with simple cloud patterns. While it may not qualify as a top-tier soul guide, one could faintly sense its calming and tranquil effects. What made it even more precious was the jade's warm texture and exquisite craftsmanship, rendering it quite endearing. This tranquil pendant shall serve as an additional reward for the best performer in the upcoming contest. The elder's gaze swept across the eager young faces in the arena, and with a slight modification to the rules, he announced, in the next round, it shall be a free-for-all. All children wishing to participate may join, and the last one remaining in the arena shall be the victor. Of course, one must refrain from inflicting serious harm. The term free-for-all instantly ignited the atmosphere, intensifying both excitement and tension. Unlike one-on-one or two-on-two matchups, a free-for-all introduced greater unpredictability, testing adaptability, situational awareness, and perhaps even temporary alliances. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance, both recognizing the shared resolve to participate. Having just demonstrated their harmonious cooperation, they were determined not to miss this opportunity. Moreover, Ling Feng felt that the tranquil pendant would suit Zhu Zhuqing perfectly. Soon, alongside them, 6 or 7 other children, aged between 7 and 10, gathered in the center of the arena. Among them were their previous opponents, Wang Meng and Li Yun, their gazes directed at Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing, charged with evident martial intent. Others from different families also possessed commendable soul power. Begin. With the elder's command, the free-for-all erupted instantly. The scene became somewhat chaotic. The children fought independently, instinctively targeting familiar or perceived weaker opponents. Shouts, the clash of soul powers, and the sound of footsteps reverberated in the air. Almost immediately, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing positioned themselves back-to-back, forming a solid defensive stance. Drawing from their previous cooperative experience, they navigated the tumultuous battleground with remarkable composure. To the left, Zhu Zhuqing whispered, her spirit, the spectral cat, endowed her with acute perception, enabling her to sense danger ahead of time. Without hesitation, Ling Feng unleashed his claws, imbued with a shadowy glow, to repel a boy attempting a surprise attack. "I've got your back," Ling Feng said firmly, as he deftly maneuvered to block an incoming strike from a side angle. Together, they operated as a cohesive unit, steadfastly guarding each other's flanks amidst the chaotic fray. Their shadowy strikes and spectral thrusts frequently emerged, each assault brimming with threat, effortlessly dispatching two children who faltered in coordination and fought alone. Wang Meng and Li Yun evidently harbored the same intention, coordinating their efforts as they charged towards Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. Once again, it's them. Ling Feng's gaze sharpened. Let us take care of Li Yun first. Zhu Zhuqing swiftly deduced that Li Yun posed a greater threat amidst the chaos of battle. The flames of conflict reignited. The four combatants instantly became enmeshed in a fierce struggle. Wang Meng roared as he launched an all-out assault on Ling Feng, his powerful strikes akin to a bear's ferocity. Meanwhile, Li Yun flitted around Zhu Zhuqing like a butterfly dancing through flowers, unleashing rapid attacks imbued with flickering azure soul power. Ling Feng clashed hard with Wang Meng, his arm numbed from the impact, yet he adeptly twisted his body, using the recoil to swipe a claw at Li Yun, who was attempting to sneak up on Zhu Zhuqing, compelling her to retreat defensively. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity to catch her breath as her shadowy strike surged forth, directed at the opening Wang Meng had exposed while attacking Ling Feng. The four engaged in a relentless exchange, the intensity of their combat overshadowing the scuffles of the other children around them. In the midst of the fray, Li Yun, frustrated by her inability to break through Zhu Zhuqing's defenses, suddenly accelerated, ghosting around to Zhu Zhuqing's blind spot. She gathered her soul power at her fingertips, aiming a swift strike at the vital point on Zhu Zhuqing's back. Should this strike land, it could incapacitate Zhu Zhuqing in an instant, potentially inflicting internal injuries even through her protective soul power. Be careful. Ling Feng's keen senses were particularly attuned to Zhu Zhuqing's plight. Almost instinctively, he detected the lethal intent emanating from Li Yun the moment she moved. In a heartbeat, he had no time to contemplate, nor could he heed the powerful punch Wang Meng was hurling at him. His shadowy assault erupted to its peak, not for offense or evasion, but for lateral movement. Bang! Swish! Wang Meng's thunderous punch barely grazed Ling Feng's chest, the gust of wind causing his cheeks to sting. Simultaneously, he thrust his left arm forward, forcibly intercepting Li Yun's fingers aimed at Zhu Zhuqing's back. Li Yun's fingertips, charged with the sharp soul power of her azure sparrow martial spirit, struck Ling Feng's arm like a bird's beak. Despite his timely use of protective soul power, he could not fully defend against the attack, compounded by the fury fueling Li Yun's blow. His sleeve was torn asunder, a sharp pain shot through his arm, and several clear gashes appeared, blood rapidly seeping forth and staining a small patch of fabric crimson. Ling Feng stifled a grunt, his brow furrowed in pain, yet he stood firmly to shield Zhu Zhuqing behind him. All of this transpired in a blink of an eye. Zhu Zhuqing, alerted by Ling Feng's warning, had already turned sharply, just in time to witness him using his arm to block the strike and the blood that quickly welled upon his skin. Her pupils dilated with shock. An unprecedented, intense, and complex emotion seized her heart in an instant. Concern, astonishment, and an indescribable surge of fury. She whipped her head toward Li Yun, who was retreating with a pale countenance after retracting her attack. An icy malevolence erupted from her violet feline eyes, her aura transforming into something exceedingly perilous, as though she were poised to pounce and tear her adversary asunder. Zhuqing, Ling Feng, gritting his teeth against the pain in his arm, grasped Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, who was on the verge of losing control. I am unscathed. Just a minor injury. Do not act impulsively. His words momentarily quelled the tempest of murderous intent raging within Zhu Zhuqing. At this moment, the presiding elder immediately intervened, commanding, cease. Li Yun, you have violated the rules by targeting vital points. Ling Feng, how severe is your injury? The elder's voice resonated with authority, yet it bore a tinge of concern as he gazed at Ling Feng's bleeding arm. Li Yun, acutely aware of her transgression, lowered her head, her complexion pale and her words trapped in silence. Wang Meng also halted his actions. The chaotic melee was thus interrupted, and all eyes converged upon them. I am unharmed. Elder, Ling Feng quickly shook his head, signaling that he was fine, unwilling to let his condition disrupt the sparring session. The elder scrutinized his wound, confirming its superficiality before nodding, though he cast a stern glare at Li Yun. The sparring seemed poised to continue, yet Ling Feng's arm continued to bleed. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing unexpectedly performed an action that took everyone by surprise. Disregarding the gazes of those around her and the ongoing contest, she turned to face Ling Feng, extending her slightly trembling hand with utmost care, gently cradling his injured, bleeding arm. Her movements were exceedingly delicate, as if she were handling a fragile treasure. Her violet eyes fixated on the crimson streaks, brows furrowed with evident concern and guilt. Ling Feng, captivated by her demeanor, momentarily forgot the pain and the surrounding circumstances, gazing at her in a daze. Zhu Zhuqing did not meet his gaze. Instead, she retrieved a pristine white silk handkerchief from her attire. The handkerchief carried a faint, refreshing fragrance reminiscent of her essence. With her head bowed, her long lashes cast a shadow, concealing the emotions swirling within her eyes. She began to gently and meticulously wipe away the blood from Ling Feng's arm with the handkerchief. Her fingertips were cool, occasionally brushing against Ling Feng's skin, sending ripples of delicate, electric-like sensations coursing through him. They both felt each other's warmth and subtle tremors. The surroundings seemed to fall into silence, everyone taken aback by this unexpected scene. Witnessing Zhu, the typically aloof and solitary scion of the Zhu family, now devotedly and tenderly tending to a boy's wounds, left the onlookers in awe. Ling Feng felt the sharp pain in his arm dissipate, replaced by an indescribable warmth and tingling sensation spreading throughout his being. Emanating from the point of contact, his heart raced, the sound of his blood rushing echoed in his ears, and the world around him seemed to fade, leaving only the image of the girl before him, head bowed, carefully attending to his injury. Zhu Zhuqing's actions were not particularly skilled and even appeared somewhat clumsy. Yet her earnestness was palpable. She meticulously cleaned the blood, then folded the handkerchief into a slender strip, gently wrapping it around his wound in layers, ultimately tying a somewhat awkward yet remarkably secure knot. Having completed her task, she seemed to exhaust all her courage, swiftly releasing her hold and stepping back slightly. Lifting her head, her fair cheeks were now adorned with two unmistakable, vibrant blushes that extended to the roots of her ears. She dared not meet Ling Feng's gaze, her eyes flitting down to the ground beside her. Her voice was barely above a whisper, laced with a hint of barely perceptible sobs and determination. "You silly fool. Who told you to come in the way?" Ling Feng observed her rare, blushing, shy demeanor, trying to feign calmness. He looked at the arm she had so tenderly bandaged, and a warm surge of emotion welled up within him. He broke into a silly smile, scratching his head, and casually remarked, "It's nothing, just a minor injury. I couldn't bear to see you hurt." His words, simple and straightforward, carried more weight than any sweet nothings. Upon hearing his response, Zhu Zhuqing's body trembled ever so slightly, and she quickly raised her gaze to meet his for a fleeting moment. Her eyes were a tapestry of complex emotions, filled with unspoken sentiments, before she swiftly lowered them again. Yet, the blush on her cheeks deepened. The onlookers surrounding them exchanged knowing and benevolent smiles. Recognizing the subtle atmosphere between the young pair, the elder stroked his beard and chuckled heartily. All right. Youth is full of vigor. A mere scratch is of no consequence. However, since Ling Feng is injured, we shall cease this skirmish." As for the tranquil heart pendant, his gaze swept over Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing, and he added with a smile, "Let us reward them for their remarkable cooperation and performance today. No one objects, I trust?" Naturally, there were no dissenters. The synergy between Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing had been evident to all, and Ling Feng's injury, while protecting his companion, had only endeared him to the crowd. Ling Feng accepted the smooth, tranquil heart pendant, feeling its coolness in his palm. Without hesitation, he turned and naturally presented it to Zhu Zhuqing, his smile radiating sincerity and openness. "Here, Zhuqing. You should wear this. It would suit you well." Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the jade pendant being offered, then at Ling Feng's smiling eyes, and finally at the handkerchief stained with a hint of crimson that adorned his arm, something that belonged to her. After a few moments of silence, she extended a slightly trembling hand and accepted the pendant, clutching it tightly in her palm. The instant their fingertips brushed, both felt a spark, as if jolted by electricity. "Thank you," she murmured, her voice barely audible. The setting sun cast elongated shadows of the two, the air thick with a faint scent of blood, grass, and a sweet, warm essence known as fluttering emotions. The pristine handkerchief, an unspoken token, was tied to his arm and to their hearts alike. This first intimate contact, born of an accident, blossomed into a quietly burgeoning sentiment of mutual understanding. Chapter 30. Signing in at the core conference hall. The lively gathering of family sparring had dissipated, and the Ling family estate returned to its usual tranquility. Yet, the day's remarkable cooperation, thrilling moments, and the lingering touch and fragrance of the pristine handkerchief on his arm continued to ripple through Ling Feng's heart like pebbles cast into a serene lake. Days passed, and the minor injury on Ling Feng's arm had healed completely under the nurturing of his soul power, leaving no trace of a scar. However, the blood-stained handkerchief was meticulously cleaned, dried, and neatly folded, then tucked away in the innermost depths of his drawer alongside other seemingly trivial yet meaningful mementos acquired during system sign-ins. On this day, the father, Ling Zhan, was rarely seen with a slightly brighter expression. Perhaps the family gathering had been relatively successful, and the relationships with several smaller clans had eased, lifting his spirits. After breakfast, he summoned Ling Feng to the study. "Fenger," Ling Zhan said, gazing at his son, whose stature was tall and whose eyes sparkled with clarity. His gaze filled with pride and expectation. I have observed your performance in recent days. It has been commendable. You have not tarnished the honor of our Ling family. Particularly your cooperation with that child, Zhu Zhuqing, was beyond my expectations. Ling Feng smiled modestly. It is Zhu Zhuqing who is remarkable. We have simply practiced together often, which has fostered our mutual understanding. Ling Zhan nodded, pleased with the growing closeness between his son and the young lady from the Zhu family. Today, I am to meet with several elders in the council chamber to discuss the allocation of family resources moving forward. You should accompany me to listen in. You are now the hope of our Ling family's future, and it is time you familiarize yourself with these familial matters. Participating in a family meeting was a first for Ling Feng. His heart stirred, and he promptly replied, "Yes, father." The council chamber of the Ling family was situated in the core area of the main residence, a spacious and solemn room. A heavy redwood long table dominated the space, flanked by high-backed chairs, and the walls were adorned with scrolls depicting the family's history, imparting an atmosphere that was both formal and somewhat austere. As Ling Feng followed Ling Zhan into the council chamber, several elderly family elders, their hair white and expressions serious, were already seated. Upon his entry, their gazes converged upon him, filled with scrutiny and unmistakable expectation. Ling Feng had become the family's greatest hope for rejuvenation, and there were no objections to his early exposure to core matters. After respectfully greeting the elders, Ling Feng took a seat at the lower end of the table beside Ling Zhan. He sat upright, his demeanor earnest, striving to appear composed as he listened to his father and the elders begin discussing matters such as investments in the family business for the next quarter, the allocation of training resources for the younger generation, and which families needed further alliances. These topics were indeed somewhat tedious and distant for the merely 7-year-old Ling Feng. However, he remained intensely focused, striving to grasp the meanings behind the words. After all, these matters pertained to the family's survival and development, and he had long regarded the protection of his family as one of his responsibilities. As the meeting progressed, it temporarily fell into a debate over the yield data of a certain estate. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Feng instinctively sank his awareness into his mind and silently murmured, "Sign in. Ding. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 golden soul coins." The system's notification tone rang out as expected. Ling Feng was about to disregard it as he usually did when, to his astonishment, the notification sounded again, this time causing his heart to leap. Ding. The host is located in a specific place. Ling Family Council Chamber, the confluence of family authority and decision-making. The conditions for location sign-in are met. Would you like to sign in? The Ling Family Council Chamber? It can trigger a location sign-in. A tempest surged within Ling Feng. Yet outwardly he maintained a composed faade, continuing to listen attentively, though his fingers resting on his knees slightly curled in response. He forcefully suppressed his excitement, unhesitatingly affirming in his heart, "Sign in. Ding. Location sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the auxiliary skill. Disguise technique, beginner." The infusion of related knowledge and experience begins. An influx of information, distinctly different from the knowledge of martial spirits, herbal lore, or soul power condensation techniques he had previously acquired, surged into his mind. This time, the knowledge was not only peculiar but also exceptionally practical, encompassing a myriad of intricate skills such as how to subtly adjust one's soul power fluctuations, how to manipulate light and visual illusions, how to control minute muscle variations, and even how to employ mental force for the most basic levels of suggestion and concealment. The core objective was singular: to hide and disguise. Upon the conclusion of the infusion process, Ling Feng felt his mind brimming with countless tips and instincts about concealment. Instinctively, he attempted to apply one of the most fundamental methods, slightly adjusting the natural soul power fluctuations he exuded. In an instant, the impression he gave off seemed to blur, as if his soul power level, once clearly at 17, became somewhat difficult to assess, fluctuating indecisively between 16 and 17. This was incredibly useful. Ling Feng's heart surged with joy. Almost as soon as he grasped this skill, an urgent application surfaced in his mind, concealing the true age of his soul ring. His first soul ring, enhanced by the system's reward of the 10-year soul ring age enhancement card, was already nearing 500 years, far exceeding the normal limit for a first soul ring. Should this be revealed, it would undoubtedly cause an uproar, bringing about countless unnecessary troubles and dangers. Previously, he could only avoid revealing his soul ring, but that was ultimately not a long-term solution. Now, with the disguise technique, beginner, he might attempt to mask the color of his soul ring, making it appear as merely an ordinary 100-year soul ring, yellow, rather than the deep hue approaching purple that it currently exhibited. The meeting continued, Yet Ling Feng's mind had already soared beyond the clouds. He fought against the impulse to delve into research and experimentation immediately, forcing himself to refocus on the meeting, though the slight gleam in his eyes betrayed his inner turmoil. At long last, when the meeting concluded, Ling Feng seized the first opportunity to excuse himself and retreat to his room. Upon closing the door, he eagerly commenced his experiments. Focusing his consciousness, he activated the disguise technique. Following the knowledge in his mind, he guided a thread of soul power and a faint mental force to his fingertips, then cautiously touched the first soul ring, which radiated a deep, purple hue. A peculiar, rippling distortion appeared around the soul ring. He exerted effort to control that energy, attempting to tint the ring back to its normal 100-year yellow. This process was no easy feat, requiring exquisite mastery over both soul power and mental force. On his first attempt, the color of the soul ring merely flickered, oscillating between light and dark, but ultimately did not succeed. Undeterred, Ling Feng took a deep breath and concentrated once more, manipulating the energy with greater precision. Once, twice, thrice. Sweat trickled down from his forehead. At long last, after an indeterminate number of attempts, the profound soul ring, tinged with a hue approaching violet, began to lighten and brighten at a visibly perceptible pace, ultimately stabilizing into a shade of rich yellow. It appeared akin to a soul ring harvested from a soul beast after a century and a half of absorption. Though still superior to an ordinary first soul ring, it had lost its extraordinary allure, now falling within the realm of what could be deemed acceptable for a prodigy, rather than that of a monstrous being. Success. Ling Feng gazed at the now considerably more ordinary soul ring, exhaling a long sigh of relief, his face lighting up with an expression of exhilaration. With this newfound ability, he would undoubtedly enjoy greater safety in his future endeavors outside. In the following days, whenever he found the time, Ling Feng diligently practiced his disguise technique, not only to mask the age of his soul ring, but also to subtly adjust the fluctuations of his soul power, at times presenting himself as a novice of level 17, and at other times appearing to have stabilized at that level, making it difficult for others to ascertain his true strength. That afternoon, in a small clearing, as Zhu Zhuqing arrived, Ling Feng was concluding yet another round of disguise practice, maintaining his soul ring and soul power fluctuations at a level that was slightly beyond the norm, yet still acceptable for a genius. Their sparring commenced as usual, their figures intertwining, soul skills colliding. In a moment of close proximity, Zhu Zhuqing's keen violet cat-like eyes sharply noticed the yellow hue of Ling Feng's soul ring, causing her brow to furrow imperceptibly. Her perception was remarkably acute, especially concerning Ling Feng's aura. During a break, they sat upon a stone. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing turned her head to face Ling Feng, her tone laced with a hint of subtle curiosity as she softly inquired, "Ling Feng, doesn't the color of your first soul ring seem a bit different from a few days ago?" She recalled that the previous hue had been deeper, more closely resembling violet, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, while today, although still yellow, it seemed to lack a certain quality, or perhaps had become somewhat ordinary. Ling Feng was taken aback, silently lamenting Zhu Zhuqing's sharp observational skills. He had long prepared his response, allowing a somewhat bashful smile to grace his face as he rubbed his nose and explained, half truthfully, you caught me. I've been experimenting with a technique to restrain the fluctuations of my soul power, hoping it would slow down consumption or appear less conspicuous. It seems to have some effect on the color of my soul ring, but it's still a work in progress and not entirely stable." He attributed the effects of the disguise technique to his own training, downplaying its significance, as always. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's confusion diminished slightly. She was aware that Ling Feng often pondered peculiar yet immensely useful techniques. The method of soul power condensation was a prime example. She nodded, opting not to delve deeper, merely replying softly, "Indeed, it's a very practical technique." She did not contemplate the astonishing skill that could alter the manifestation of a soul ring. It seemed she naturally harbored an inherent trust in Ling Feng's words. Seeing her refrain from further inquiries, Ling Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him, accompanied by a warm sensation. He smiled and redirected the conversation. "By the way, how has your practice with the soul power condensation method been progressing? Have you noticed your soul power becoming more solidified?" Upon the mention of cultivation, Zhu Zhuqing's expression grew earnest as she nodded. "Indeed, the effects are remarkable. My control over soul power has become considerably easier. Although my level has yet to break through, I feel my foundation has solidified significantly." A hint of barely perceptible gratitude colored her tone. "That is splendid." Ling Feng responded with a joyful smile. "I knew it would be beneficial. Once our soul power increases in the future, our collaboration will undoubtedly become even more formidable." Sunlight bathed the two of them, enveloping the atmosphere in warmth and harmony. Ling Feng gazed at the girl beside him, her serious profile bringing him a sense of tranquility. With the disguise technique at his disposal, he could better conceal his secrets, grow more securely, and thus possess greater capability to safeguard this precious warmth and trust. A thought quietly took root in his mind. Perhaps this skill could, in the future, be employed to protect her in certain moments. Chapter 31. Undercurrents. As autumn deepened, the courtyard became adorned with fallen leaves, and the wind carried a distinct chill. Since acquiring the disguise technique at the family meeting, Ling Feng's training and daily life seemed to have returned to their original course, checking in daily, honing soul power, refining soul skills, practicing disguise, and maintaining his steadfast afternoon rendezvous with Zhu Zhuqing. Yet beneath this tranquility, Ling Feng keenly sensed that Zhu Zhuqing was once again shrouded in an invisible gloom, colder than the essence of autumn itself. The light purple ribbon still held her hair in place, and the tranquil pendant was securely tucked within her garment. She diligently practiced the soul power condensation method he shared, making significant strides in her control over soul power and the solidification of her foundation. However, the frequency with which her brows furrowed, seemingly unconsciously, was increasingly evident. The warmth that had once melted away some of her coldness and solitude through shared experiences seemed to quietly ebb away, becoming heavier than before. She continued to appear punctually in the small clearing, her focus during sparring unwavering, even as her enhanced control over soul power rendered her nether spike more formidable and difficult to evade. Yet during breaks, she often gazed absent-mindedly at the towering walls of the Zhu family estate, her violet eyes reflecting not tranquility or concentration, but a depth of worry and a subtle weariness and struggle incongruent with her age. Ling Feng attempted to share new herbal discoveries or recount amusing anecdotes as he usually would. She listened and occasionally nodded, yet her restlessness was unmistakable. At times, after he spoke for a considerable duration, she would seem to snap back to reality, softly inquiring with an apologetic tone, "What were you saying just now?" This state of mind tugged at Ling Feng's heart. He was nearly certain that something troubling had occurred within the Zhu family, imposing immense pressure upon her. The answer soon emerged during a chance encounter while strolling, revealed in fragments by Xiao Yun, who hesitated before divulging snippets under the weight of several silver soul coins, and Ling Feng's genuine concern. "It seems news from that young master of the Dai family has returned," Xiao Yun whispered, her face etched with worry. "I've heard he has been quite the charmer at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, making many female acquaintances. Some in the family have been speaking harshly, indicating that it's not that our young lady lacks talent, but rather that she cannot hold on to anyone." Xiao Yun dared not continue speaking, yet Ling Feng had comprehended everything. The name Dai Mubai pierced through Zhu Zhuqing's heart like a cold thorn, and it embedded itself within Ling Feng's heart as well. This prince of Xingluo, whom she had never met but whose fate was inexorably intertwined with Zhu Zhuqing, had become yet another burden upon her shoulders due to his romantic escapades. The whispers within her family undoubtedly thrust her back into the eye of the storm. How could her proud and sensitive nature possibly withstand such humiliation and pressure? It was no wonder that her soul power was becoming increasingly adept, yet her level remained stagnant. How could she break through her bottleneck amidst such turmoil and chaos? A surge of indescribable anger welled up within Ling Feng, directed not only towards the unseen Dai Mubai, but also towards the cold and ruthless environment of the Zhu family. Yet, what pained him most was the solitude and hardship that Zhu Zhuqing bore alone. Should he comfort her directly? Tell her to disregard the malicious gossip? He knew such words would be futile and might even touch upon her pride. Could he help her refute the family's criticisms? At present, he lacked both the ability and the standing to do so. What could he possibly do? Ling Feng fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps he could not immediately remove the burdens weighing upon her, but he might be able to create a temporary refuge, a safe haven where she could breathe a little easier. Even if it only allowed her to momentarily forget her troubles, it would be worthwhile. He recalled the light-hearted novels and comics from his previous life that had provided him with amusement. It seemed this world had nothing akin to such distractions. The prevailing literature consisted primarily of tedious historical texts, theories of soul masters, or legendary tales of heroes. An idea began to take root in his mind. The following day, Ling Feng did not head to the training grounds or seek out encounters. Instead, he returned to the bustling commercial street of Xingluo City. This time, his destination was not the jewelry shop, but rather several of the largest bookstores and shops selling miscellaneous goods and paper. After rummaging through the stores for a considerable time, he finally discovered some rough, crudely printed booklets. These were not formal publications, but rather tales circulated among the common folk, written by down-and-out literati. The content was bizarre and eclectic. Some featured the cliché romance of talented scholars and beautiful maidens, while others recounted the extraordinary adventures of heroic figures. The illustrations and prose were quite rudimentary, often bordering on the absurd, typically dismissed as trifles by respectable soul master families. Ling Feng meticulously selected a few volumes, striving to avoid themes of love, and instead opting for those that were lighthearted, humorous, or adventurous. He also purchased some higher-quality blank booklets along with ink and brushes. Upon returning to his room, he drew upon his vast reservoir of memories from his previous life and began to enhance these simplistic tales. He added annotations and supplementary content with more vivid and engaging language, even illustrating simple yet amusing images in the blank booklets, transforming some stories into lighter, more comedic versions. This endeavor consumed a significant amount of his time and energy, yet he found joy in the process. The thought that this might bring a smile to her face and allow her to temporarily cast aside her worries made every effort worthwhile. In the afternoon, in a small open space, when Zhu Zhuqing arrived, her brow was still clouded with an inescapable light sorrow. Even upon seeing Ling Feng, she could only muster a faint smile, her eyes devoid of true mirth. During their sparring session, her attacks bore an almost imperceptible hint of irritation and ferocity, as though she were venting some inner turmoil. When they took a break, the two of them settled down as usual. Ling Feng did not initiate conversation as he typically would. Instead, he produced several meticulously crafted booklets from behind him. "Zhuqing, take a look at this," he said, handing her the booklets with a mysterious smile. "I stumbled upon these a couple of days ago on the street. I found the stories quite intriguing, and the illustrations are rather amusing. Perhaps you could peruse them for a bit of entertainment?" Zhu Zhuqing paused, momentarily taken aback, as she accepted the somewhat crude-looking booklets with a hint of skepticism. Flipping them open, she discovered simplistic drawings and text narrating the escapades of a foolish soul master wandering through the forest, perpetually embroiled in a series of comical mishaps. Alongside were Ling Feng's rather juvenile, yet endearingly quirky annotations, such as a depiction of the soul master being hilariously pursued by a group of 10-year-old soft-boned rabbits. Such trivial literature was foreign to her. The Zhu family would never permit such frivolous content to exist. Instinctively, she considered closing the book, deeming it childish. However, Ling Feng's expectant gaze upon her momentarily halted her movement. Hesitating, she turned to the next page. This page illustrated the hapless soul master finally locating a rare herb, only to suffer from incessant sneezing for 3 days and nights, as it turned out to be just an ordinary wildflower with excessive pollen. Ling Feng's annotation read, "On the importance of mastering the encyclopedia of low-level soul beasts. Behold my earnest gaze." For some inexplicable reason, witnessing the ludicrous imagery alongside Ling Feng's whimsical commentary caused the tension in Zhu Zhuqing's tightly pressed lips to relax, albeit slightly. Although she did not smile, the icy demeanor in her gaze seemed to thaw a fraction. She continued to flip through a few more pages. The narrative was simplistic, even nonsensical at times, and the artistry left much to be desired. Yet, that sheer, foolish joy, coupled with Ling Feng's intermittent humorous quips, flowed into her parched and repressed heart like a gentle stream, quietly alleviating her burdens. She observed the soul master attempting to strike heroic poses only to injure his back, and how he finally earned some money only to purchase a counterfeit manual. As she turned page after page, the oppressive atmosphere surrounding her appeared to dissipate, almost imperceptibly. Ling Feng quietly watched her reactions, noting that while her expression remained largely unchanged, the pace at which she turned the pages had slowed. Her gaze no longer wandered vacantly into the distance, but was now intently fixed on the booklet. Occasionally, her eyes would glimmer with interest at particularly humorous illustrations or annotations, which filled his heart with a flutter of joy. "How is it? Quite silly, isn't it?" Ling Feng inquired with a light-hearted tone. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze and met his, her eyes reflecting a tangle of emotions. Gently, she closed the booklet, holding it in her hands without immediately returning it. She softly murmured, "Yes, it is a bit silly." Her voice bore no discernible trace of joy or anger, yet it lacked any sense of rejection. "It's just something to pass the time," Ling Feng remarked, as if he had accomplished a trivial task. "Next time, I'll see if I can find more entertaining stories." Zhu Zhuqing fell into silence for a moment, her gaze resting on the booklet in her hands, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the rough texture of the pages. After a long while, she softly uttered a single word, "Thank you." This particular expression of gratitude was unlike any she had conveyed before. It was devoid of the weight typically associated with receiving a precious gift, nor did it carry the excitement of being aided. Instead, it bore a hint of fatigue, yet it genuinely conveyed a sense of relief. She did not reject this seemingly childish gesture of care. Ling Feng observed her as she carefully tucked the booklet away. A bittersweet warmth surged within him. He understood that the burdensome pressures still lingered, and the shadow of Dai Mu Bai continued to loom over her. Yet, He hoped that these humble volumes could serve as a small breath of fresh air, allowing her to inhale a modicum of lightheartedness amidst the suffocating tension. The autumn winds remained desolate, yet the atmosphere in the open space subtly warmed due to those few quaint, juvenile booklets. Ling Feng recognized this was merely a drop in the ocean, yet he was willing to continue being the one to create these small openings for her to breathe. Chapter 32, Soul Power Level 18. The biting cold winds stripped the last few resilient leaves from the courtyard, heralding the quiet arrival of winter in Xingluo City. Since the day Ling Feng shared those light-hearted and humorous booklets with Zhu Zhuqing, the heaviness etched upon her brow seemed not to have entirely dissipated. However, at least during the brief moments of her afternoon training, the suffocating sense of oppression had lessened considerably. Occasionally, she would quietly flip through those small volumes during her breaks. Though she still seldom smiled, her gaze softened slightly. This, to Ling Feng, was the greatest solace. He continued to encounter her daily, sharing amusing anecdotes or unassuming yet useful trinkets, carefully safeguarding this rare tranquility. His training, too, remained unwavering, undeterred by external disturbances or inner concerns. Daily meditation and the minuscule yet consistent enhancements in soul power from the system's sign-in, along with the efficient refinement brought by the soul power condensation method, allowed his soul power to steadily accumulate at the 17th level, growing ever more abundant. That night, as the north wind howled outside, the room remained as warm as spring. Ling Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, his mind clear and serene. Within him, the soul power, repeatedly refined through the soul power condensation method, flowed like a majestic yet tamed Qilin through the meridians. The barrier of the 17th level had been worn down to a gossamer thinness, the sense of obstruction waning more and more. He guided the surging soul power towards the final threshold, launching a natural assault. It was as though water flowed effortlessly. Almost devoid of resistance, the soul power surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, swiftly connecting to a broader and more resilient network of meridians. The speed of operation accelerated dramatically, and the overall volume ascended once more, a sensation far more stable and powerful than during his previous breakthroughs coursed through him. The enhancement of soul power was not merely a simple quantitative change, it also accompanied a subtle qualitative leap, enhancing his control over both his martial soul and his body. He slowly opened his eyes, the depths of his gaze shimmering with a ghostly light, profound as the night. His aura was subdued, yet it emanated a more dangerous and profound feeling. His consciousness sank into his mind, and the system interface unfolded as expected. Host: Ling Feng. Age: 7, Martial Soul, Darknight Qilin, Soul Power. Level 18 Soul Ring. Yellow, approximately 500 years. Soul Bone, None Skills, Shadow Assault, First Soul Skill. Mastery of Basic Footwork, Beginner Herb Identification, Soul Power Condensation Technique, Disguise Technique, Beginner, Items, Gold Soul Coins, Slight, Other Miscellaneous Items Omitted. Sign-in points, None. 18. Observing the clearly changing digits, Ling Feng's lips curled into a serene and confident smile. Over the course of nearly a year, he had elevated from a mere level 10 at the time of his awakening to his current level 18. This remarkable pace, even within the entirety of the Douluo Continent, could be deemed monstrous. Moreover, this achievement was reached while he exerted considerable effort using the disguise technique to suppress the age of his soul ring and certain fluctuations in his soul power, ensuring that his performance did not draw undue attention. Though the rewards from daily sign-ins may seem trivial, their cumulative effect, akin to a gentle stream, had saved him considerable effort in honing his abilities. Gradually, he had amassed a significant amount of power, yielding results that were not to be underestimated. This steady enhancement of his strength fortified his confidence. However, it was accompanied by an even deeper concern for Zhu Zhuqing's current predicament. While he advanced swiftly, she remained ensnared at the pinnacle of level 12, bearing the dual pressures of internal and external challenges. Such a stark contrast prevented him from fully relishing the joy of his solitary growth. He must devise a means to assist her. Ling Feng's resolve solidified further within him. Directly imparting soul power was impractical and would likely destabilize her foundation. Perhaps he could explore alternative avenues? For instance, assisting her in better mastering her existing abilities, maximizing the efficacy of every ounce of soul power. This way, even if her level momentarily stagnated, her practical combat skills could continue to improve, thereby bolstering her confidence. An idea began to crystallize in his mind. The following afternoon, in a small clearing, the north wind howled, biting at one's cheeks. Zhu Zhuqing arrived punctually, her light purple hairband fluttering in the breeze. Her delicate face bore a slight flush from the cold, accentuating the clarity and determination in her violet eyes. Shall we begin? She exhaled a breath of white mist, her tone still cold, yet her gaze towards Ling Feng softened considerably compared to her demeanor with others. "Let us begin," Ling Feng replied with a smile, his eyes reflecting an uncharacteristic intensity. The figures of the two once again intertwined. Shadows flickered, and the movements were as nimble as a cat. However, after several exchanges, Zhu Zhuqing keenly sensed that Ling Feng seemed somewhat different today. His speed remained impressive, and his shadow assault retained its unpredictable nature, yet the oppressive aura he usually exuded appeared diminished. On several occasions, when she executed the nether strike, she felt that her angle was not particularly optimal and that the cold weather had slightly affected her speed. Yet, Ling Feng's actions to block or evade seemed just a fraction slower, or he deliberately offered a non-vital part of his body into her attack's trajectory, compelling her to complete her strike and thereby experience the sensation of unleashing her soul power with pinpoint accuracy. Once more, Zhu Zhuqing's nether strike aimed directly at Ling Feng's left shoulder. Ling Feng appeared to miscalculate, and the trajectory of his shadow assault seemed slightly off, as if he intentionally met her fingertips with the outer side of his left arm. Swoosh! In the clash of soul power, Ling Feng's arm bore a shallow white mark, a testament to his deliberate control over his defensive abilities, as he nimbly withdrew his form. Zhu Zhuqing's strike landed, yet she found herself momentarily stunned, a flicker of perplexity crossing her violet eyes. In that instant, she experienced an unprecedented clarity regarding the cohesion of her soul power, the timing of her strike, and the force she exerted upon hitting her target. This sensation resonated far deeper than 100 practice strikes against a wooden post. Standing still, she gazed at Ling Feng, her brow slightly furrowed, and murmured, "Did you let me hit you on purpose?" Ling Feng rubbed his arm, a sheepish smile gracing his features as if he had been seen through, and he casually replied, "Not at all. It's just that the cold has made my body a bit sluggish, causing me to react a moment too late. However, your strike was quite impressive. The concentration of your soul power was remarkable, and your speed was swift. I nearly failed to evade it." His explanation appeared reasonable. Yet as Zhu Zhuqing looked into his laughing, clear eyes, a subtle intuition whispered to her that there was more to it than met the eye. His earlier actions seemed less like a blunder and more akin to a subtle guidance. She chose not to confront this notion directly. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Ling Feng for a moment longer and softly urged, "Let us continue." In the subsequent practice, Zhu Zhuqing became increasingly attentive. She discerned that Ling Feng seemed to deliberately construct perilous scenarios whenever she unleashed her soul techniques. At times, he would feign an opening to tempt her into an attack. At others, he would perfectly block her defenses. Yet, at the instant she attempted to change her approach, he would leave a fleeting, almost imperceptible gap. Occasionally, he would even endure minor, harmless strikes, merely to allow her to experience the sensation of force when her attack connected with a vital point. He resembled an exceptionally skilled sparring partner, seamlessly providing her with the most suitable techniques, guiding her to grasp the optimal path of soul power flow, to seize the ephemeral moments of attack, and to refine her technique and footwork coordination. Under this rigorous and highly targeted training, Zhu Zhuqing felt her comprehension and application of the shadow-piercing technique accelerating at a visibly remarkable pace. The consumption of soul power became more economical. Her strikes grew more precise, her speed intensified, and her explosive power surged. The profound sense of mastery over her own strength significantly alleviated the frustration stemming from her stagnant level. During a break, the two sat sheltered from the wind. Zhu Zhuqing's breath was slightly labored, beads of sweat adorning her forehead, yet her violet eyes shone with extraordinary brilliance, flickering with the focused light of immersion in growth and understanding. She lifted her water pouch to take a sip, then glanced at Ling Feng beside her. Ling Feng was smiling warmly at her, his eyes radiating unabashed admiration. "Zhuqing, your progress is truly remarkable. Just now, during those final few shadow-piercing strikes, your timing was so impeccable that I nearly failed to react." Incredible. Zhu Zhuqing's fingers tightened around the water pouch, as she regarded Ling Feng's sincere smile, which seemed to emanate genuine joy for her achievements, and recalled his perfectly timed blunders and subtle guidance during their practice. The icy surface of her heart appeared to be warmed by a radiant sun, melting away the frost and allowing warmth to flow through. How astute she was. How could she have remained oblivious to his intentions for so long? He discerned her plight, and rather than offering hollow words of comfort or possessing the means to immediately lift the burdens weighing upon her, he devoted his time and energy in the most clumsy yet tender manner. He meticulously disguised his efforts as mistakes, repeatedly providing her with subtle cues, all to aid her in mastering her strength, enhancing her practical skills, and bolstering her confidence, even if only by a fraction. This heartfelt intention was both heavy and warm, stirring her heart, which had been encased in the cold reality, with bittersweet heat. She lowered her head, her long eyelashes casting shadows over the tumultuous emotions swirling in her eyes. After a considerable pause, she spoke in a whisper, barely audible, yet laced with an imperceptible tremor. "Thank you." This time, there was no doubt, no confusion, only a profound understanding and gratitude. She realized he comprehended the essence of her gratitude. Upon hearing her unspoken acknowledgement, Ling Feng's smile blossomed even brighter and warmer, as if it could dispel the chill of winter. He waved his hand dismissively, maintaining a casual demeanor. "What are you thanking me for? I've gained so much from our practice too. Your speed is increasing, compelling me to focus even more. We are progressing together." He always downplayed his contributions, determined to spare her any psychological burden. Zhu Zhuqing raised her gaze to meet his smiling eyes, choosing silence. She buried her gratitude and the weighty warmth deep within the softest recesses of her heart. Despite the howling north wind, the two figures in the open space seemed to envelop themselves in a warm little world of their own, one offering heartfelt support, the other receiving it with understanding. The enhancement of their strength may be gradual, yet the bond and tacit understanding that blossomed through each encounter and exchanged glance were far more solid and heartwarming than any soul power level could convey. Chapter 33, Midnight Conversation. On this winter night, with a sparse scattering of cold stars, a solitary crescent moon hung in the deep blue sky, casting a silvery luminescence that draped the Ling family estate in a veil of ethereal frost. The north wind occasionally swept past the eaves, producing a soft, woeful sound that accentuated the profound stillness. Ling Feng concluded his evening soul power training, feeling the solidity and richness of his level 18 soul power deepen within him. He opened the door and intended to take a brief stroll in the courtyard to ease the stiffness from prolonged sitting and to let the crisp air awaken his senses. The courtyard was deserted, with only the moonlight gently flowing over the stone path, elongating his shadow. As the biting cold wind brushed against him, he instinctively tightened his clothing, just as he was about to take a turn around the small courtyard and return inside. His gaze inadvertently fell upon a small viewing pavilion in the remote corner connecting the Ling and Zhu families. His steps halted abruptly. The pavilion's eaves and corners were sharply outlined in the moonlight, and within stood a petite, ethereal figure leaning against the railing, Zhu Zhuqing. She wore a somewhat thin dark dress, lacking a cloak for warmth, her long black hair secured by a light purple ribbon, cascading down her back. She tilted her head slightly, gazing quietly at the cold moon hanging at the horizon. The chill moonlight cascaded upon her fair and exquisite profile, as if cloaking her in a delicate silver veil, yet simultaneously amplifying an ineffable sense of solitude and coolness. Her figure appeared so frail in the vast pavilion, as if it could be scattered by the biting night breeze at any moment. There was an incongruity with her surroundings, an alienation steeped in her own world. Ling Feng's heart felt as if pricked by an unseen force. What could she possibly be doing alone on such a frigid night, without even a thick garment to shield her? Without hesitation, he softened his footsteps and approached the pavilion. Though his steps were light, they resonated clearly in the stillness of the night. Zhu Zhuqing seemed lost in her thoughts, only jolting back to awareness when he reached the steps of the pavilion. Her body tensed instantly, like a startled creature, as she swiftly turned her head, her gaze sharp and alert, seeking the source of the sound. Upon recognizing Ling Feng, her wariness dissipated swiftly, yet the profound loneliness and desolation in her eyes remained evident to him. She instinctively contemplated turning away or resuming her usual icy demeanor. But as her feet shifted, she ultimately remained where she was, merely averting her gaze, no longer meeting his eyes. "Zhuqing?" Ling Feng ascended the pavilion and stood beside her, his voice tinged with unmasked concern. "What brings you here alone at such a late hour, dressed so lightly? Aren't you cold?" As he spoke, he naturally shed his thick cotton robe and draped it over her somewhat slender shoulders without waiting for her consent. The warmth of his body enveloped her instantly, dispelling the chill that clung to her. Zhu Zhuqing's body stiffened slightly, an instinctive desire to refuse rising within her. But the warmth contrasted with her current coldness caused her to hesitate. In the end, she merely tightened the robe around her shoulders and whispered, "Thank you." Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of an imperceptible rasp, as if she hadn't spoken in a long time. Ling Feng stood beside her, mirroring her gaze towards the cold moon, not rushing to pry further. He simply accompanied her in silence, his presence a quiet assurance that she was not alone. The cold wind swept past, rustling a few dry leaves, creating a soft whisper. The pavilion fell into a brief silence, yet it did not feel awkward. Rather, it flowed with a peculiar, unspoken tranquility shared between them. After what felt like an eternity, long enough for Ling Feng to believe she would remain silent, he heard her voice, faint and almost as if she were speaking to herself, drift into the night air. "The moon appears so desolate." Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback. turning his head to look at her. She continued to gaze at the moon, her profile appearing somewhat fragile under its light. Indeed, he gently responded, following her lead. Yet the stars seemed to be quite near, always accompanying it. Zhu Zhuqing fell silent for a moment, her long eyelashes fluttering as if weighing her thoughts. After a brief pause, she spoke again, her voice even softer, imbued with a rare, almost unfamiliar confusion. Ling Feng, what do you think is the purpose of life? The question, posed by a 7-year-old child, should have seemed innocent and amusing. Yet, when it escaped her lips, it was imbued with a weighty gravity and a palpable sense of oppression. In her violet eyes, gazing at the moon, the cold lunar glow was mirrored alongside an unfathomable confusion. Ling Feng's heart tightened painfully. He understood that this was no mere childish whim, but rather a manifestation of her profound fears and doubts regarding a preordained future brimming with competition and chill. The news about Dai Mu Bai, the pressures from her family, the insurmountable obstacles, these were all gnawing at her tender heart. He refrained from offering light-hearted reassurances, nor did he attempt to provide a definitive answer. Instead, he fell silent for a moment before gently countering her inquiry. What do you think, Zhuqing? What do you believe is the purpose of living? Zhu Zhuqing seemed taken aback by his counter-question. She paused, her gaze drifting from the moon to the stone tiles of the pavilion floor, shaking her head softly. Her voice hoarse, I don't know. After a brief hesitation, as if summoning immense courage, she continued in a voice as delicate as a whisper, revealing a seldom expressed sentiment. It feels like ever since I can remember, I've known I must strive to cultivate my strength, to become formidable, to pursue a predetermined outcome. I cannot falter, cannot lag behind, cannot entertain other thoughts. It's as if I am being guided by an invisible thread, compelled to move forward, unable to look back, with no knowledge of where it leads. Her voice dwindled to a mere murmur, laden with profound fatigue and helplessness. This was the first time Ling Feng had heard her articulate her confusion and resistance to her own fate so plainly. Ling Feng listened quietly, without interruption or judgment, serving merely as a patient confidant. He recognized that what she sought might not be answers, but rather a safe space to momentarily shed her defenses and express her genuine emotions. Once she fell silent again, her shoulders appearing to relax slightly, Ling Feng spoke slowly, his tone calm and warm, akin to a steady candle flame amid the night breeze. I cannot claim to know the purpose of others' lives, Zhuqing. He turned to face her illuminated profile under the moonlight. But for me, living means safeguarding those who matter most to me, ensuring that both I and those I cherish can lead lives that are a touch better, a shade freer. That invisible thread may seem formidable now, difficult to escape. His voice was measured yet imbued with an inexplicable strength. However, we are also growing stronger each day, are we not? One day, we shall possess enough power to determine our own paths and choose our desired destinations. Before that day arrives, Ling Feng's tone softened further. Perhaps we might try to take in the scenery along the way as we traverse that thread? For instance, the moon may seem solitary. Yet the stars are indeed close by. The night air may be frigid, but a thick garment can provide considerable warmth. The journey of cultivation may be arduous. Yet mastering a new skill or winning a cooperative battle feels truly rewarding, does it not? He did not overtly deny her fate, nor did he offer vacuous encouragement. Instead, he gently drew her back from the confusion and dread of an uncertain future, guiding her towards the warmth and beauty of the present moment, the subtle and tangible realities that surrounded them. Zhu Zhuqing listened quietly, neither turning her head nor uttering a word. Yet, Ling Feng could sense the palpable tension enveloping her, a solitude that seemed poised to shatter at any moment, gradually softening and dissipating. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through, prompting Ling Feng to stifle a small sneeze. Startled, Zhu Zhuqing snapped back to attention. She turned to him, her brow slightly furrowed, a flicker of genuine concern crossing her features. You should put your clothes back on. You might catch a chill. As she spoke, she began to untie the outer robe draped over her shoulders. However, Ling Feng gently restrained her hand, shaking his head with a smile. It's all right. My spirit energy is robust, and I can withstand the cold. You should wear it. Your hands are icy. Their warm palms brushed against her cool fingers, and both recoiled as if scalded, leaving an atmosphere tinged with subtle awkwardness yet infused with a gentle warmth. Zhu Zhuqing refrained from insisting on removing the robe, opting instead to draw it more tightly around herself, whispering a soft, "Thank you." This expression of gratitude was laden with a multitude of complex emotions. Ling Feng chuckled lightly, glancing at the sky. It's getting late. Shall I escort you back? It's rather cold outside. Zhu Zhuqing nodded softly. They walked in silence, one before the other, descending the pavilion towards the side gate of the Zhu family. The moonlight elongated their shadows, intertwining them as they moved. Upon reaching the side gate, Zhu Zhuqing halted, unfastening her outer robe and returning it to Ling Feng. "Thank you," she repeated for the third time, lifting her gaze to meet his. In her violet eyes, although still clouded with confusion and weight, there flickered a faint glimmer of solace. "You should go in, get some rest," Ling Feng advised with a warm smile as he accepted the robe. Still imbued with her warmth and the faint fragrance of her presence, Zhu Zhuqing nodded, turning to push open the side gate and stepping inside. The door shut softly behind her. Ling Feng stood at the threshold, holding her robe, gazing at the closed door for a long while before finally turning away. The winter night remained frigid, the moonlight still casting a chill. Yet the solitary figure in the pavilion, gazing up at the cold moon, seemed less burdened by an icy solitude, warmed by the brief companionship and attentive listening of the night. He understood the path ahead would still be fraught with challenges, but he was willing to be the one who draped her in warmth on a cold night, quietly listening to her. At least for this night. She would not bear the weight of her burdens alone. Chapter 34, The Promise. Since that brief conversation in the viewing pavilion, an unspoken understanding seemed to blossom between Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing, an ineffable bond that transcended words. This connection did not stem from an increase in dialogue. They remained largely silent, but rather flowed through their exchanged glances, their collaborative practice, and even in their unvoiced companionship. Embodying a deeper mutual comprehension and comfort, Ling Feng continued to encounter her daily, seamlessly offering subtle cues during their afternoon sparring sessions, while also sharing light-hearted tales he had either unearthed or crafted, bringing smiles to their faces. Zhu Zhuqing, still quietly accepting everything around her, seemed to have dispelled some of the chill enveloping her, though the heavy gloom lingering between her brows had not entirely vanished. It no longer suffocated her as it once did. Occasionally, as she perused those childish picture books, the corners of her lips would fleetingly lift into an almost imperceptible arc. Ling Feng observed all this, feeling a mix of comfort and increasing heaviness in his heart. He understood that the fundamental issues, Dai Mubai, familial pressures, and cultivation bottlenecks, still loomed over her like the sword of Damocles, poised to drag her into the abyss once more. The murmurs of confusion from that night often echoed in his ears. He yearned to do more for her, not merely to distract her or to enhance her combat skills. He wished to offer her something more tangible, a means to combat the chilling future, a glimmer of hope, or perhaps a promise. An opportunity arrived quietly on a relatively warm afternoon. After their sparring session, the two rested on the large stone in their familiar spot. Zhu Zhuqing, slightly panting and with beads of sweat adorning her forehead, took out her water pouch for a sip. Thanks to Ling Feng's deliberate guidance, she had once again successfully combined her spectral thrust with increasingly intricate footwork, executing a particularly cunning ambush that even left Ling Feng somewhat flustered in defense. As Ling Feng watched her earnestly drink, sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting fragmented shadows on her long eyelashes, while the faint lavender headband swayed gently with her movements. A thought stirred within him, and he sensed the moment was ripe. Instead of immediately commending her progress as he typically would, he paused, allowing his gaze to drift toward the imposing walls of the Zhu family estate in the distance, symbols of strict hierarchy and order. His tone turned somewhat distant, as if casually broaching a deeper subject. "Zhuqing, do you remember what you said that night in the pavilion?" Zhu Zhuqing's drinking motion faltered slightly. She recalled that rare display of emotion, the hidden confusion and vulnerability, as well as the quiet companionship of the boy beside her and his gentle words. These memories were indelibly etched in her mind. She hadn't anticipated Ling Feng would unexpectedly bring it up again. Slowly lowering her water pouch, she turned her head, her violet eyes reflecting a hint of curiosity and barely perceptible tension as she looked at him, nodding gently. Ling Feng also turned to meet her gaze. His eyes no longer bore the light-hearted mirth or simple concern of before. Instead, they were imbued with an earnest gravity, as if he sought to penetrate her soul through her eyes. He inhaled deeply, his voice steady yet imbued with undeniable strength, and spoke slowly. "I know that invisible thread weighs heavily. The road ahead may be more arduous than we imagine." His words struck directly at the core of her deepest anxieties. Zhu Zhuqing's fingertips curled slightly, her gaze flickering momentarily, yet she did not avert her eyes. Ling Feng continued, his gaze firmly locked onto hers. "The matters concerning Dai Mubai, the expectations of your family, and the barriers in cultivation may not be easily resolved in the short term." He articulated, one by one, the burdensome stones that weighed heavily on her heart, without a hint of evasion. Zhu Zhuqing's breath quickened slightly. These starkly laid bare truths elicited a suffocating pain within her. Nevertheless, Ling Feng's words were far from complete. His tone suddenly became more resolute, more comforting, akin to sunlight breaking through solid ice. "However, Zhuqing," he gazed at her, each word pronounced with clarity and conviction, "what I wish to convey is that, regardless of how strong that line may be, or how arduous the path ahead. He paused, leaning slightly forward, his gaze akin to the most brilliant of stars, penetrating deeply into her slightly widened violet eyes, earnestly promising, "I will always support you." 5 words, clear, simple, yet weighty as a mountain. It was as though a silent thunderclap had suddenly struck the serene lake of Zhu Zhuqing's heart, stirring tumultuous waves. She was utterly stunned, frozen in place as if under a spell. Her violet eyes widened, the reflection of Ling Feng's face, etched with seriousness and determination, vividly mirrored in her pupils. Support her? How? Against Dai Mubai? Against the imperial edicts of the Luo Empire? Against the entirety of the Zhu family's will? Such notions seemed utterly presumptuous, even mad. Had anyone else uttered these words, she would have deemed them absurd, even insulting. Yet, the speaker was Ling Feng, the very Ling Feng who had repeatedly placed candies, toys, herbs, hairbands, calming accessories, invaluable cultivation techniques, and those naive yet warm words before her. The Ling Feng who unhesitatingly shielded her from attacks in the midst of chaos. The one who draped a coat around her on cold nights and quietly listened to her confusion. The one who meticulously guided her each day, striving to make her stronger and more confident. He had never broken a promise. Every gift he offered had indeed aided her, and each moment of his companionship had genuinely warmed her. Now, as he looked into her eyes, earnestly promising to help her confront that seemingly unshakable fate, Zhu Zhuqing felt her heart gripped tightly by a warm and powerful hand, a blend of ache, disbelief, and an uncontrollable flicker of hope so faint that she feared to acknowledge it. Her eyes betrayed the slightest ripple of emotion. It was no longer the haze of confusion, but rather a tremor born from profound feelings. Her pink lips parted slightly, as if she wished to inquire, to question how he would assist, to declare the impossibility of it all, yet all sounds became lodged in her throat, ultimately manifesting as a mere tremor. She gazed at Ling Feng in a daze, as if seeking to rediscover him. Ling Feng perceived the shock and turmoil in her eyes. He understood the weight of this promise and how incredulous it might seem. Yet, he did not waver. His gaze remained steadfast and warm, even carrying a hint of a reassuring smile as he softly added, "I realize this may sound somewhat reckless. I also acknowledge that I am still quite weak, with limited capabilities." His tone shifted to one of pragmatism and sincerity. "However, Zhuqing, we can take this step by step. For now, let me assist you in becoming stronger, to establish a solid foundation, and to discover methods to break through your bottlenecks. In the future, when we are both empowered, strong enough to wield influence, many circumstances may well change. I do not expect you to believe in the extraordinary feats I can achieve at this moment," he said, gazing at her with eyes as clear as crystal. "I merely wish for you to understand that you are not alone in facing all of this, regardless of what transpires. I will stand by your side, doing all within my power to assist you. This is my promise to you." His words lacked ornate phrases and empty assurances, embodying only the most earnest determination and the clearest path, first to grow stronger, then to pursue other endeavors. The turbulence in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes gradually subsided, yet the deep resonance of her emotions became increasingly pronounced. She remained silent, her hand tightly clutching the hem of her garment, knuckles turning pale, but it loosened slightly. She took a deep breath of the slightly cool air and exhaled slowly, as if attempting to suppress the tumultuous emotions swirling within her. After what felt like an eternity, she finally nodded, almost imperceptibly, in a slow and deliberate manner. The gesture was slight, yet profoundly solemn. She did not say good or thank you, nor did she express doubt or refusal. This simple nod encapsulated a multitude of unspoken sentiments. She had heard him, she had received his message, and perhaps in the deepest recesses of her heart, she was willing to entertain the faint yet immensely comforting hope. Seeing her nod, Ling Feng's serious demeanor gradually softened, giving way to a reassuring and warm smile, as if the weighty promise he had just made was not his at all. He effortlessly shifted the topic, as if discussing an inconsequential matter. Then it settled. "All right, we've rested enough. Shall we try that footwork integration again? I feel there are still some aspects that can be optimized." The sun continued to radiate warmth, and a gentle breeze wafted by, carrying the fragrant essence of distant flora. The two individuals in the open space appeared unchanged, one smiling while the other listened quietly. Yet, something fundamental had shifted. A promise, akin to a seed, had quietly settled in the fertile soil of her heart. Perhaps it would require a long passage of time to take root and bloom. Perhaps the road ahead remained strewn with thorns, but at this moment, it brought forth a beam of light, illuminating the frozen depths of her violet eyes, stirring a barely perceptible, yet undeniably real ripple of hope. The future may indeed be fraught with challenges, but I shall forge ahead, for once a promise is made, it must be upheld throughout this lifetime. Chapter 35, Soul Power, Level 19. As winter wanes and spring emerges, the withered branches in the courtyard quietly sprout tender green buds, and the air is imbued with the refreshing essence of rebirth. However, Ling Feng's heart felt taut like a bowstring, increasingly strained. The pinnacle of 18th level soul power. Through relentless training, the continuous refinement of this soul power condensation method, and the daily assistance of the system, had reached an unprecedented state of saturation. Only one final step remained to cross the threshold of 20, which symbolizes a qualitative transformation and the acquisition of a second soul ring. The final leap requires not only the accumulation of diligent effort, but also a moment of opportunity, a deeper understanding and integration of one's own martial spirit and soul power. Ling Feng's training has grown increasingly rigorous. No longer content with a fixed daily meditation schedule, he often finds himself seated in meditation during the stillness of the night, guiding the surging soul power within him to repeatedly strike against that resilient yet indistinct barrier. It is not uncommon for his garments to be drenched in sweat. The intense concentration of his mental energy brings about a profound sense of fatigue, yet he relishes it. The enhancement of his strength is the cornerstone of fulfilling his promises. He understands better than anyone that without sufficient power, all protection and assistance amount to mere empty words. He yearns to grow stronger, to attain his second spirit ring as soon as possible, to possess greater abilities to safeguard her, and to carve a path through the thorns ahead. As his consciousness delves into his mind, the numbers on the system interface become strikingly clear. Host, Ling Feng, age, 8 years old, in his dedicated training. He has aged another year. Martial Spirit, Night Qilin, Soul Power, Level 19, Soul Ring, Yellow, approximately 500 years, Soul Bone, None Skills, Shadow Strike, First Soul Skill. Mastery of Basic Footwork, Beginner Herb Identification, Soul Power Condensation Technique, Camouflage, Beginner, Items, Gold Soul Coins, a few, other miscellaneous items omitted. Sign-in point, none. 19. Gazing at the number that is infinitely close to 20, Ling Feng feels no hint of complacency. Instead, his fighting spirit ignites with even greater fervor. He takes a deep breath, closes his eyes once more, and immerses himself in his training. Soul power flows through his meridians. The shadowy silhouette of the Night Qilin flickering behind him, emanating a dark and imposing aura. However, no matter how arduous his training or how much of his mind it occupies, there is one figure that perpetually holds the most significant corner of his heart, Zhu Zhuqing. He does not reduce his attention toward her simply because he has reached a critical moment in his own training. On the contrary, he is even more attuned to her condition. He knows that while he is on the verge of a breakthrough, she remains ensnared at the peak of level 12. And the pressure she bears undoubtedly intensifies. The news from Dai Mubai lingers like an unrelenting cloud, and comparisons within the family have never ceased. He has never missed their afternoon rendezvous in the small clearing. In fact, due to his increasingly refined control over soul power as he approaches his own bottleneck, he has become more precise and effective in his demonstrations. He no longer needs to deliberately create overt flaws. Often, a subtle glance or a well-timed pulse of soul power is sufficient to guide Zhu Zhuqing in executing a deft attack or evasion. Zhuqing, focus your strength on your left shoulder. Infuse your soul power into your fingertips before unleashing it. Give it a try. During one sparring session, Ling Feng skillfully counters her shadow strike, swiftly pointing out her minute shortcomings. Zhu Zhuqing adjusts as instructed. When she thrusts again, the sound of the air splitting is sharper, and the power is more concentrated. Yes, just like that. Ling Feng's eyes glimmer with appreciation. After effortlessly evading, he adds, your footwork can be a fraction faster. Anticipate my shift in balance ahead of time. Zhu Zhuqing was fully engrossed, her violet cat-like eyes intently fixed on Ling Feng's movements. As she deftly shifted her footwork, her next strike flowed with an almost ethereal grace, compelling Ling Feng to resort to Shadow Strike to evade her completely. During their intermissions, as he sipped water, he nonchalantly broached the subject. Recently, I've sensed that delving deeper into the soul power condensation technique has significantly enhanced my awareness of its flow. Perhaps you might try during meditation, not solely to focus on breaking through your limits, but also to attune to the subtle currents of soul power coursing through your body. You might uncover something novel. This insight, born from his own nearing of a threshold, he shared with her without reservation. Upon hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing nodded earnestly, a flicker of contemplation illuminating her purple eyes. She then attempted to enter a meditative state, savoring each nuance. Occasionally, she encountered perplexities, furrowing her brow in thought. Ling Feng would then set down his water pouch, lean closer, and, in the simplest of terms, elucidate. It's akin to observing a river's flow. Previously, we only beheld the rushing surface. Now, try to calm your mind and observe the subtle eddies and undertows beneath. their directions and speeds can impart a wealth of information. His explanations were patient and meticulous, imbued with a genuine desire to share. Zhu Zhuqing listened with utmost focus, occasionally posing a key question, revealing her remarkable insight. Observing her earnest comprehension, Ling Feng felt both gratified and somewhat anxious. He yearned to break through swiftly and attain a second soul ring, which might afford him greater resources and abilities to help her transcend her own limitations. In addition to his guidance and cultivation, his tender attentions never waned. As the weather grew warmer, he remained vigilant about her attire. The snacks and teas he brought were perpetually of her preferred light flavor. Any new books he procured were meticulously sifted to ensure they bore uplifting and heartwarming conclusions. He even began to intentionally employ his skills in basic herb identification, seeking out gentler herbs in the family garden and the forests beyond the city, which could soothe the mind and harmonize the meridians. After careful preparation, he would blend them with the common herbs he had previously gathered to present to her. One such herb, known as tranquil heartgrass, had a slightly bitter taste when steeped in water, yet it was said to bring about tranquility. He handed her a freshly gathered small pouch of herbs, his tone as casual as if discussing the weather. Zhu Zhuqing accepted it, lowered her gaze to inhale the faintly bitter aroma of the herbs, then lifted her eyes to meet Ling Feng's warm, smiling gaze. She said nothing, merely stowed the pouch away with care, softly uttering Everything seemed as it always had been. Yet Ling Feng sensed that ever since he had made that promise, there had been some extraordinarily subtle shift in the way Zhu Zhuqing regarded him. It was no longer merely trust or gratitude. It seemed to carry a hint of an ineffable reliance and reassurance. She remained her cool self, still speaking little, but in his presence, the tautness, akin to a readiness to confront the entire world, had undeniably eased. She began to adapt more readily to his guidance and arrangements, even seeking his assistance with her eyes when faced with challenges in her training. This transformation weighed heavily on Ling Feng's shoulders, yet it also invigorated him with a newfound drive. The gentle warmth of the spring sun bathed the clearing as the two concluded another round of training. Resting side by side upon a stone, Ling Feng felt the surging power of his soul force, poised on the brink of breaking through to the pinnacle of level 19. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was quietly meditating beside him, her breath more tranquil than before, and his heart brimmed with urgency and anticipation. He needed to ascend to level 20 without delay. He must acquire his second soul ring. He must grow stronger, not only for himself, but also to possess the strength to protect her and fulfill that heavy yet heartfelt promise. Zhuqing, he suddenly spoke, his voice calm, yet imbued with unwavering resolve. I feel I am on the verge of breaking through to level 20. Zhu Zhuqing paused briefly in her meditation, her violet eyes widening with surprise before being overtaken by a complex expression, a blend of genuine happiness for him and an unavoidable shadow of self-comparison. After a moment of silence, she softly replied, Congratulations. Ling Feng perceived the fleeting shadow in her gaze, a pang of sorrow resonating within him. He looked at her with utmost seriousness. Once I obtain my second soul ring, my strength should see a significant enhancement. At that time, I will surely find a way to help you seek your own breakthrough opportunity. Let us devise a plan together, shall we? He refrained from offering empty reassurances, instead presenting a tangible goal and aspiration. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the undeniable determination and sincerity in his eyes, and the flicker of melancholy born from comparison was strangely enveloped by a greater warmth. Meeting his gaze, she nodded solemnly after a long pause. All right. Chapter 36, The Family Union Yearly Assessment. The early spring sun still bore a hint of chill, yet the atmosphere at the Zhu Family Martial Arts Arena was ablaze with fervor. The annual assessment of the family's younger generation was a pivotal occasion for the Zhu family, a day to evaluate the strength of the new generation and determine the future allocation of resources. No one dared to be negligent. By the sidelines, several family elders sat upright, their expressions grave yet tinged with barely perceptible anticipation. Numerous family members and guests from allied families gathered around, all eyes focused on the young figures in the arena, eager to showcase their skills. Ling Feng naturally found himself among them, clad in a sleek black combat outfit. He stood tall, his demeanor serene, the soul force at the peak of level 19 flowing within him, exuding a steady and composed aura. After nearly a year of rigorous training, he was no longer the child who had just awakened his martial soul, overwhelmed by the system's surprises. Instead, a youthful sharpness and steadiness had begun to manifest in his demeanor. His gaze instinctively sought out the sidelines, and soon he spotted Zhu Zhuqing in a relatively secluded corner. Also present for the assessment, she retained her cool demeanor, dressed in a dark gown with a light purple ribbon binding her hair, standing quietly as if the surrounding clamor had no bearing on her. Yet, Ling Feng could discern that her aura had become significantly more refined compared to 6 months prior. Although her soul power remained at the pinnacle of level 12, the latent strength enveloped within her tranquility was far beyond that of an ordinary 12th level soul master. Their gazes briefly met in the air, and Ling Feng offered her an encouraging smile, to which Zhu Zhuqing imperceptibly nodded in response. An unspoken understanding flowed between them through the exchange of glances. The assessment officially commenced, encompassing evaluations of soul power levels, martial soul strength, and practical combat. The soul power testing phase unfolded without incident. Ling Feng stepped forward, placing his hand upon the crystal sphere, deliberately manipulating his disguise technique to suppress his soul power fluctuations to just above the threshold of level 18. The crystal sphere illuminated with a dazzling brilliance, eliciting gasps from the spectators nearby. Ling Feng, age 8, soul power, level 18, announced the family steward with a voice brimming with uncontainable excitement and pride. Level 18. Was it not merely 2 years? The innate full soul power was indeed formidable. Heaven bless the Ling family. The crowd erupted in astonished murmurs and discussions, and Ling Zhan, along with several elders, finally displayed smiles of contentment. When it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn, she calmly approached and placed her hand on the crystal sphere. The light shone steadily. Although not as resplendent as Ling Feng's, it was still far superior to that of an ordinary soul master. Zhu Zhuqing, age 8, soul power, level 12. The steward's voice remained loud, but the audience's reaction was notably subdued. Level 12, for a core descendant of a prestigious family like the Zhu family, could only be deemed average. Indeed, some informed individuals perceived this progress as lagging behind. Zhu Zhuqing expressionlessly withdrew her hand, as if the surrounding whispers bore no relevance to her, and silently returned to her place. Only Ling Feng could perceive that her fingers, hanging by her side, had tightened ever so slightly. A sense of heaviness settled in Ling Feng's heart, yet he did not reveal it. He understood that the true spectacle lay in the subsequent segments. During the martial soul strength evaluation, Ling Feng's Darknight Qilin Martial Soul was unleashed, and its profound aura of darkness and intangible mental pressure instantly enveloped the arena. Even though he deliberately disguised the color of his spirit ring to a slightly intense yellow, the inherent prowess of this top-tier beast martial soul still attracted numerous astonished gazes. The evaluating elder bestowed a high appraisal, unequivocally stating that his potential was limitless. Zhu Zhuqing's Nether Spirit Cat Martial Soul, while not as striking as the Knight Qilin, exhibited remarkable agility and swiftness under her exceptional command, showcasing its prowess vividly and receiving commendable evaluations that exceeded the typical standards of a 12th level soul master. The final combat confrontation was the main event. The opponents were determined by drawing lots, perhaps by fate's coincidence, or perhaps by some covert arrangement. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing did not draw each other as opponents. Instead, they faced 2 slightly older disciples from other families, one with soul power at level 15 and the other at level 18. Ling Feng's adversary was an 18-level formidable attack-type battle soul master, whose martial soul was the Iron Arm Ape. As the battle commenced, his opponent sought to dominate Ling Feng by leveraging his level and strength. However, Ling Feng's footwork was as ethereal as a dream, and his shadowy strikes were elusive and unpredictable. He did not rush to launch a forceful attack. Instead, he adeptly utilized his speed and agility to continually evade his opponent's powerful strikes while seeking out vulnerabilities. His attacks, though unadorned, were executed with remarkable precision and effectiveness, each strike targeting the opponent's weaknesses or defensive gaps. To the untrained eye, it might have seemed that Ling Feng fought with a degree of conservatism and effort, constantly evading and maneuvering. Yet, only those with keen insight could discern that he had achieved a masterful command of the battle, leading his opponent by the nose, who, despite possessing considerable strength, found no outlet for it, resulting in significant depletion of their soul power. Ultimately, Ling Feng seized upon a moment of impatience from his opponent, who had been unable to secure a victory after prolonged engagement, delivering a seemingly ordinary, yet powerfully infused shadow strike that accurately struck the opponent's chest, sending them sprawling out of the arena. Ling Feng emerged victorious. The referee announced loudly. A brief silence enveloped the arena, only to be swiftly followed by resounding applause. Defeating an opponent of equal level with an 18th level pseudo soul power was not earth-shattering, yet the extraordinary combat awareness, exquisite footwork, and impeccable timing displayed were enough to garner admiration. Ling Zhan and the elders were particularly pleased, their smiles betraying their satisfaction. When it was Zhu Zhuqing's turn, she faced a 15th level agility-type soul master with a wind sparrow as their martial spirit. As the battle commenced, her opponent unleashed a flurry of attacks, capitalizing on their speed advantage. However, to everyone's astonishment, Zhu Zhuqing's performance was even more breathtaking than Ling Feng's. Her nether-cat martial spirit matched the speed of the wind sparrow, exhibiting an even more unpredictable and elusive nature. The nether strike, honed through countless sessions of practice with Ling Feng and the soul power condensation technique, was executed with unmatched swiftness, accuracy, and ferocity, often arriving before the opponent's strikes could land, forcing them to defend. Even more remarkable was her footwork. The foundational techniques imparted by Ling Feng, which she had seamlessly integrated with her martial spirit's characteristics, now showcased astonishing effectiveness. Her figure flickered across the arena like a specter, effortlessly dodging attacks and appearing instantaneously in the most lethal positions. Despite her soul power level being inferior to her opponents, she completely dominated them through her unimaginable practical combat skills, exquisite manipulation of soul techniques, and that elusive footwork. With her first soul technique, Nether Strike, spotting an opening, Zhu Zhuqing's silhouette transformed into a flash of purple lightning, her headband fluttering, instantly piercing through her opponent's defenses. The concentrated soul power at her fingertips coming to rest firmly against their throat. A hush fell over the crowd. Everyone was stunned by the clean and decisive victory that defied the disparity in levels, overcoming an opponent 3 levels higher in such a splendid manner. What kind of terrifying practical talent and control over one's own power did this require? Moments later, an eruption of gasps and exclamations filled the air. She won. She triumphed over a 15th level opponent? Those footwork skills, that mastery of soul techniques, truly remarkable. Is this the prowess of a 12th level soul master? The Zhu family certainly lives up to its reputation. Even with a temporary level disadvantage, her combat capabilities were extraordinarily formidable. Zhu Zhuqing slowly retracted her hand, her breath fluctuating slightly, yet her gaze remained cold and composed, as if she had merely accomplished a trivial task. She offered a slight nod to the referee and her opponent before silently departing from the arena. However, to all those present with discerning eyes, it was abundantly clear that the value she had demonstrated today could not be merely quantified by her status as a mere 12th level soul master. Her potential was equally formidable. Ling Feng, standing at the sidelines, watched as Zhu Zhuqing left the stage, his heart swelling with genuine joy and pride. He knew the immense effort she had devoted over the past 6 months. Those sweat-soaked days and relentless perseverance had finally found their rightful expression today. The elders of the Zhu family exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with astonishment. They had not anticipated that not only was Ling Feng exceptionally gifted, but Zhu Zhuqing also possessed such remarkable combat prowess. The annual assessment concluded amidst awe and discussion. Without a doubt, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing emerged as the 2 most radiant new stars of this session, albeit in vastly different ways, one triumphing through rank and martial soul potential, the other astonishing all with her groundbreaking combat skills. As the crowd gradually dispersed, Ling Feng intended to approach Zhu Zhuqing to share in this joy. Yet he suddenly felt a sharp and scrutinizing gaze upon him, like a cold spider's thread, before it shifted towards Zhu Zhuqing beside him. Alarm bells rang in his mind as he swiftly turned to follow the source of the sensation. Not far from the sidelines stood a tall and strikingly beautiful young woman in purple, whose features bore some resemblance to Zhu Zhuqing, yet were imbued with a greater maturity and intensity. With her arms crossed and a subtle, enigmatic smile gracing her lips, she regarded them. Her gaze felt tangible, imbued with an imperious appraisal and calculation that made one profoundly uneasy. It was Zhu Zhuqing's sister, Zhu Zhuqing, the most outstanding talent of the Zhu family's generation, and the fiancée of Davis. She had evidently come to witness the event and had observed Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing's performances throughout. At this moment, her gaze lingered on Ling Feng for a brief moment, revealing a barely perceptible surprise and amusement, as if she were evaluating an unexpected and intriguing tool. Then her attention shifted back to Zhu Zhuqing, her expression instantly chilling and oppressive, tinged with a faint, unabashed mockery, as if to convey, "What does your combat ability matter?" Ultimately, it is a futile struggle. Zhu Zhuqing clearly sensed this gaze. Her body tensed instantly, akin to a cat bristling in alarm. A flash of fierce determination flickered in her cold eyes as she fearlessly met the stare, though the tight line of her lips and her slightly pallid complexion betrayed her inner turmoil. Ling Feng's heart sank at once, a potent sense of vigilance and protectiveness surging within him. Zhu Zhiyun's presence, along with her unabashed scrutiny and derision, felt like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the joy brought forth by the assessment and starkly reminding him of the formidable and ruthless adversary and rules that loomed before Zhu Zhuqing. He stepped forward, subtly positioning himself half a step in front of Zhu Zhuqing, effectively blocking Zhu Zhiyun's disquieting gaze. He raised his head, meeting Zhu Zhiyun's eyes with calm resolve. his face adorned with a seemingly harmless, polite smile characteristic of youth, offering her a slight nod of acknowledgement. Yet, within the depths of his gaze lay a chilling vigilance and unwavering resolve. Zhu Zhuqing seemed taken aback by Ling Feng's direct intervention and his courteous response. She arched an eyebrow slightly, the playful smile at the corner of her lips deepening ever so slightly, her eyes lingering on Ling Feng for a brief moment, as if a flicker of interest had been ignited within her. With a soft huff, she averted her gaze, turning away with several attendants from the Zhu family. Her departure graceful yet aloof, exuding an air of superiority as if she commanded the very essence of her surroundings. Only when Zhu Zhuqing had completely vanished did Ling Feng exhale a quiet sigh of relief, sensing that Zhu Zhuqing's previously tense demeanor had also relaxed somewhat. He turned to Zhu Zhuqing and softly inquired, "Are you all right?" Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, yet her gaze remained fixed on the direction Zhu Zhuqing had departed. Cold and resolute. After a few moments of silence, she spoke softly, a barely perceptible chill in her voice. She was merely here to witness the spectacle. Ling Feng felt a pang in his heart as he regarded her earnestly. What she witnessed was not mere amusement. She saw an adversary who would render her incapable of smiling in the future. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing abruptly turned to face Ling Feng. As she beheld the unwavering trust and encouragement in his eyes, the frostiness within her began to thaw, transforming into a more intricate emotion. The reverberations of the annual assessment had yet to subside, yet a clandestine current had begun to swell due to Zhu Zhuqing's fleeting glance. Ling Feng understood that from this moment forth, they would likely ascend into the higher echelons of the Zhu family's scrutiny, and the path ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with tumult and uncertainty. He knew he must hasten his journey to strength. Chapter 37, Breaking the Siege. The aftershocks of the annual assessment had not fully settled, and the attention garnered by Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing's remarkable performance had not instantly dissipated with the dispersal of the crowd at the martial arena. Rather, it continued to ferment within the intimate circles of the Ling and Zhu families. Particularly noteworthy was Zhu Zhuqing's horrifying combat prowess. Having triumphed over a level 15 opponent with her own level 12 soul power, which had become the focal point of many conversations over tea and meals. On an afternoon of that day, at the behest of his father, Ling Zhan, Ling Feng accompanied him to receive several heads of vassal families closely allied with the Ling clan in the family garden. Ling Zhan intended for Ling Feng to engage with these social interactions in preparation for future endeavors. Although Ling Feng found the encounter somewhat tedious, he comported himself with grace and poise. Despite a hint of youthful awkwardness in his demeanor, he exhibited a burgeoning steadiness that earned him accolades from the clan leaders present. Just then, a somewhat boisterous laughter and chatter wafted over from the moon gate on the other side of the garden. There stood Zhu Zhuqing, flanked by several elegantly attired young scions of the Zhu family and a handful of outsiders clearly eager to curry favor with them, all entering with an air of revelry, as though they had just concluded a feast and had meandered into the Ling family garden. Dressed in a long gown of deep purple adorned with golden embroidery, Zhu Zhuqing's figure appeared even more statuesque, her beauty striking, radiating an innate sense of superiority and control. The moment she appeared, she instantly became the focal point of the garden, prompting even the clan leaders conversing near Ling Zhan to instinctively lower their voices, casting awestruck glances in her direction. Ling Feng's heart tightened slightly as his gaze swiftly scanned the crowd behind Zhu Zhuqing. Indeed, in a more distant corner, he spotted the solitary figure of Zhu Zhuqing, a stark contrast to the lively group around her. She seemed to have been compelled to join them, her countenance even colder than usual, lips pressed together, and her aloof eyes gazing elsewhere, as if enveloped in an invisible barrier. Observing this, Ling Zhan quickly led Ling Feng and several clan leaders forward to pay their respects. "Miss Zhuqing, esteemed young lords and ladies, what brings you to our humble Ling family garden today?" Zhu Zhuqing returned the greeting casually, her gaze sweeping over Ling Zhan before settling on Ling Feng beside him. A slight, enigmatic smile curved her red lips. "Clan leader Ling, you are too kind. I have heard that your younger brother, Ling Feng, shone brilliantly in the recent annual assessment. A true prodigy, indeed." Her tone seemed complimentary, yet the scrutiny and amusement in her eyes made Ling Feng feel quite uncomfortable. "Miss Zhuqing, you flatter me. I merely relied on good fortune," Ling Feng replied, maintaining his composure with a calm tone. "Fortune?" Zhu Zhuqing chuckled lightly, her gaze shifting back to the corner where Zhu Zhuqing stood. Her voice suddenly rose with a hint of undisguised mockery. "Speaking of luck, did not my dear sister also enjoy a stroke of good fortune recently? Defeating a 15th level opponent with her 12th level soul power. What a surprise even for me, as her elder sister." Her words pierced the garden's previously harmonious atmosphere like a chilling needle, drawing all eyes to Zhu Zhuqing. The youths accompanying Zhu Zhuqing immediately exhibited expressions of derision, curiosity, or schadenfreude? Zhu Zhuqing's body tensed instantly. She lifted her head. Her icy purple eyes fixed on Zhu Zhuqing, her lips pressed tighter, yet she remained silent. This silent defiance only seemed to heighten Zhu Zhuqing's interest. Oh, by the way, Zhu Zhuqing feigned a sudden recollection, delicately tapping her red lips with her slender fingers, her tone laced with faux concern. I almost forgot to ask, dear sister. It's been a year since you reached that 12th level soul power. Has there been no breakthrough yet? I do not mean to criticize. But regardless of how strong your practical abilities are, without corresponding soul power, it ultimately amounts to nothing but an illusion, a castle in the air. You may find yourself at a disadvantage in the future. Each seemingly caring word of hers was, in truth, a dagger aimed at Zhu Zhuqing's most painful scar. Exposing it before all, the affectionate term sister was more jarring than any harsh word could be. Surrounding whispers grew louder. The clan leaders of the vassal families exchanged furtive glances, hesitant to speak further. Zhu Zhuqing's followers did not conceal their low chuckles. Zhu Zhuqing's complexion paled, her fingertips digging deeply into her palms. She glared intently at Zhu Zhuqing, her chest rising and falling slightly, clearly angered. Yet, the long-standing oppression within the Zhu family and the frigid family rules restrained her from openly confronting her elder sister and first heir, Zhu Zhuqing. Ling Feng witnessed this unfold, his anger surging in an instant. He was acutely aware that Zhu Zhuqing's intentions were deliberate. She sought to publicly humiliate Zhu Zhuqing, undermining her confidence to fortify her own position. He could not allow her to succeed. Just as Zhu Zhuqing trembled with barely contained rage, and the mocking smile on Zhu Zhuqing's face deepened, preparing to stoke the flames further, Ling Feng suddenly stepped forward. A bashful yet admiring smile graced his face as he clasped his hands in salute to Zhu Zhuqing, his voice resonant and clear, deftly diverting everyone's attention to himself. Miss Zhuqing speaks truly. The level of soul power is indeed fundamental, and I have much to learn from you. His initial flattery caught Zhu Zhuqing off guard, her expression momentarily faltering as she did not anticipate his response, nor the sincerity behind it. Before she could react, Ling Feng smoothly shifted his tone, gazing earnestly at her, his voice imbued with curiosity and a desire for enlightenment. It has long been said that Miss Zhuqing possesses extraordinary talent and profound cultivation, serving as a paragon for us to emulate. If I may be so bold, I have a query regarding the cultivation of soul power. Might I seize this opportunity to seek your guidance? His words flowed elegantly, both flattering Zhu Zhuqing and artfully steering the conversation away from Zhu Zhuqing, transitioning it to an inquiry about cultivation, an approach utterly reasonable and devoid of fault. Caught off guard by his unexpected request for guidance, Zhu Zhuqing scrutinized Ling Feng, noting his earnest thirst for knowledge. It would be unseemly to outright reject a humble and eager junior in front of so many, especially one who had just sincerely praised her. Reluctantly setting aside her relentless pursuit of Zhu Zhuqing, she raised her chin and replied with an air of aloofness. Oh? What is your question? Pray tell. Her tone retained a condescending hint of condescension. Ling Feng stifled a smirk within, maintaining his demeanor of humility and eagerness to learn. Rapidly conjuring a question from his understanding of the soul power condensation technique and his own cultivation experiences, he crafted an inquiry that sounded profound yet skirted the core secrets, sufficient to elicit Zhu Zhuqing's insights. Recently, during my cultivation, I often sense a slight stagnation when my soul power flows near the governing vessel's spiritual platform. Is this due to insufficient accumulation of soul power, or is there a particular method to be employed when accessing this acupoint? I have heard of your extensive knowledge, Miss Zhuqing, and I am certain you possess unique insights on this matter. This question artfully blended reality and abstraction, pinpointing a specific acupoint while leaving ample room for Zhu Zhuqing's elaboration. As anticipated, although Zhu Zhuqing was indeed talented, she had not delved deeply into the intricacies of such meridian and acupoint issues. Ling Feng's seemingly professional query momentarily disconcerted her, and to uphold her image of erudition, she had to collect herself. Drawing from vague memories and assumptions, she began to expound on general principles of solidifying foundational skills, advocating for a gradual approach rather than aiming too high. Ling Feng, on the other hand, presented himself as the most devoted of students, nodding earnestly and occasionally exclaiming in epiphany, I see. Thank you, Miss Zhuqing, for illuminating my path. I understand now. He successfully captivated Zhu Zhuqing's attention, drawing her into an elaborate discourse on an ethereal question, leaving her no time to target Zhu Zhuqing. The surrounding onlookers were also led astray, believing that Ling Feng was genuinely seeking knowledge, their expressions reflecting the realization as they listened to Zhu Zhuqing's grandiloquent remarks. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, momentarily forgotten in the corner, gazed blankly at Ling Feng's seemingly earnest demeanor, which was in fact a clever evasion of the situation. She watched as he effortlessly dissolved Zhu Zhiyun's sharp advances with just a few words, shielding her from all embarrassment and humiliation. Unconsciously, her tightly clenched hands relaxed. Her pallid complexion gradually regained color, and an indescribable, complex warmth surged through her, dispelling all coldness and grievances. She looked at the figure standing firmly before her, only slightly taller, who repeatedly shielded her with unwavering resolve. In her violet eyes, the frost melted entirely, revealing a delicate glimmer of moisture that she herself had not noticed. After considerable effort, Zhu Zhiyun concluded her exposition, satisfied with maintaining her image and feeling considerably uplifted, even finding Ling Feng a bit more agreeable. With a poised tone, she summarized, in the path of cultivation, the foundation is of utmost importance. One must not be overly hasty. Do you understand? Ling Feng, with a visage full of humility, respectfully acknowledged her words with a bow. Zhu Zhiyun nodded in satisfaction, her interest in lingering dissipating, and she forgot to pursue any further trouble with Zhu Zhuqing, departing the garden gracefully accompanied by her entourage. It was only when their figures had completely vanished that the atmosphere in the garden truly relaxed. Ling Feng secretly exhaled in relief, turning to Zhu Zhuqing, his previously earnest expression fading to reveal a gentle smile tinged with concern. It's all right, they have left. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, raising her head to meet his gaze with her clear violet eyes, filled with a complexity that caused Ling Feng's heart to skip a beat, as it contained emotions he could not decipher. After a considerable pause, when Ling Feng thought she might not speak, she slightly lowered her head and, in a voice so soft it could almost be carried away by the breeze, uttered a single word, "Thank you." This expression of gratitude was unlike any other he had received before. It was lighter, yet seemed to bear the weight of 1,000 burdens. Imbued with an unprecedented softness and reliance, Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, as if the softest part of his heart had been gently stirred. He observed her lowered face, revealing her fair neck and the slight tremor of her eyelashes, a warm smile spreading across his face as he replied in a relaxed and natural tone. "Why be so polite with me?" Sunlight streamed through the gaps of blooming flowers, enveloping the two in warmth and tranquility. The recent conflict, devoid of any weaponry, seemed to have never occurred. Yet, something profound had quietly settled, taking root and beginning to flourish amidst a whispered thank you and a warm smile. Chapter 38. A touch of the back of the hand. After Zhu Zhiyun and her companions departed, the air in the garden seemed to flow anew. The heads of the vassal families were astute individuals. Witnessing the recent invisible turmoil skillfully resolved by Ling Feng, their admiration for the young master of the Ling family heightened. They approached him with smiles, exchanging pleasantries that praised not only his remarkable talent, but also his rare qualities of keen insight, diligence, and eagerness to learn before taking their leave. Ling Zhan looked at his son, his eyes filled with pride and satisfaction, giving him a firm pat on the shoulder, conveying unspoken approval before turning to attend to family matters. In the blink of an eye, the once boisterous garden fell into tranquility, leaving only Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing amidst the blooming flora swaying in the spring breeze. The warm sunlight enveloped them, dispelling the lingering chill and discomfort of the earlier confrontation. Ling Feng turned to the still and quiet Zhu Zhuqing, his face breaking into a gentle smile that conveyed relief and a hint of reassurance. "At last, they have departed. My ears can enjoy a moment of peace." His tone was casual, attempting to brush aside the unpleasant incident. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze, her clear purple eyes meeting his. After the public embarrassment and subsequent rescue, the frost in her eyes had melted away, replaced by a complex swirl of emotions, lingering unease, gratitude for being defended, and a profound sense of appreciation that threatened to overwhelm her. She did not speak immediately, simply observing him with a gaze that felt weighty, meticulously tracing the handsome features of the youth before her, his refined brow, straight nose, and those eyes perpetually filled with warmth and unwavering resolve. It was he who time and again stood before her during her most vulnerable, painful moments, unhesitatingly shielding her with candies, herbs, magical methods, and even his clever words, deflecting both overt and covert attacks, creating a small sanctuary where she could breathe. This profound sense of guardianship transcended ordinary friendship, like a silent spring rain gradually seeping into her frozen heart, fostering dependence and nurturing longing. She recalled his seemingly impossible promise, his steadfast companionship and guidance, and his demeanor when facing Zhu Zhiyun, which appeared humble, yet was neither servile nor arrogant, skillfully navigating the situation. A torrent of emotions surged within her, nearly spilling over. Countless words were lodged in her throat, yet she found herself at a loss for expression. It seemed that no amount of gratitude could adequately convey her feelings at this moment. Feeling a bit embarrassed under her gaze, Ling Feng rubbed his nose and shifted the topic with a smile. It's nothing significant. Zhu Zhuqing is simply that type of person. Don't take her words to heart. As for your strength, we both know it well enough for the future. Before he could finish, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly moved. She took a small step forward, closing the distance between them in an instant, allowing Ling Feng to see her slightly trembling eyelashes and to catch a whiff of her faint, refreshing fragrance. Then, she made a move that caused his heart to stop. She lowered her head slightly, extending her delicate, fair hand, which bore the faint calluses of prolonged training. And with remarkable swiftness, accompanied by an almost imperceptible tremor, gently touched the back of Ling Feng's hand that naturally rested at his side. Her fingertips were cool, akin to exquisite jade, imbued with a hint of early spring chill. Yet the sensation was strikingly vivid, soft, and carried an ineffable, electric thrill, a spark that ignited upon contact. It was as fleeting as a dragonfly skimming the water's surface, seemingly an inadvertent brush. However, Ling Feng was utterly convinced that it was anything but accidental. That gentle touch was laden with emotions too complex for words: gratitude, dependence, trust, and perhaps even a clumsy sense of intimacy that she herself had yet to fully comprehend. After the touch, Zhu Zhuqing appeared startled by her own boldness, abruptly withdrawing her hand and swiftly concealing it behind her back, her ears instantly adorned with a noticeable, alluring crimson hue. She resembled a frightened fawn, instinctively wanting to retreat and distance herself from the ambiguous tension. Yet, before her feet could move, she forcibly halted, seemingly compelling herself to remain in place, not fleeing. Her head hung even lower, nearly burying itself in her chest, as she dared not meet Ling Feng's gaze. Only the rapid rise and fall of her chest and the flushed hue of her earlobes betrayed the turmoil and embarrassment roiling within her. Ling Feng stood completely paralyzed. All sounds faded into the background, leaving only the fleeting yet indelibly clear coolness of her touch on his hand and the sight of the girl before him, her ears blushing and her profile revealing a delicate, pale neck. His mind momentarily blanked, and his heart felt as if it had been struck by some unseen force, beginning to thrum wildly like a war drum, each beat resonating in his ears. An indescribable warmth surged from the spot where he had been touched, coursing through his limbs and making him feel slightly flushed, even causing a tingling in his fingertips. This marked the second instance of such intimate contact. The first had been when she bandaged his wound with a handkerchief, her cool fingertips moving with a clumsy yet earnest grace. This second instance, however, was initiated by her. A gentle brush laden with unspoken words. The sensation was starkly different from the warmth he had felt when injured. It was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples that disturbed his typically composed demeanor. The garden lay in serene silence, save for the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind and the audible, slightly erratic breaths shared between them. Ling Feng gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, whose neck was tinted with pink, observing her rare display of flustered shyness. The initial shock and thrill in his heart gradually transformed into a soft, surging warmth, a powerful urge to envelop her in his embrace and assure her of his unwavering presence, almost overwhelming the bounds of reason. Yet he understood that he must refrain. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the tumultuous emotions roiling in his chest, striving to maintain a voice that remained gentle and natural, as if that earth-shattering contact had never occurred. He even deliberately cleared his throat, attempting to shatter the heart-pounding, ambiguous silence. Ahem, the sun is a bit bright here. Shall we take a seat in that pavilion over there? I just happened to acquire a new storybook depicting the adventures of a soul master in the far north. Though the illustrations are somewhat silly, the depiction of the ice wolves is rather majestic. I doubt you have seen anything like it. His voice carried a subtle rasp, barely perceptible even to himself. Upon hearing his words, delivered with such casual ease, Zhu Zhuqing's tense shoulders seemed to relax ever so slightly. She still did not raise her gaze, merely giving a nearly imperceptible nod, her throat emitting a soft, almost inaudible sound. The fragile sound, though faint, resonated clearly in Ling Feng's ears. A gentle ripple coursed through his heart, and an involuntary, tender smile blossomed upon his face. He refrained from glancing at her flushed cheeks. Instead, turning with thoughtful consideration and leading the way towards the nearby pavilion, his pace deliberately slowed to grant her ample time to regain her composure. Zhu Zhuqing quietly followed half a step behind, her head bowed, eyes fixated on the fingertips of the hand that had brushed against his, as if the lingering warmth still clung to her skin. Her heart raced, her cheeks burned, yet an indescribable warmth, a blend of shyness and reassurance, enveloped her tightly. Upon reaching the pavilion, Ling Feng retrieved the newly crafted storybook that he had enhanced, adorned with depictions of polar landscapes and wolf packs, placing it upon the stone table before seating himself on the opposite side. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment before sitting on the stone bench across from him. still keeping her head lowered, her gaze resting on the rough cover of the storybook, yet refraining from turning its pages immediately. Sunlight filtered through the intertwining vines of the pavilion, casting dappled light between them, while the air was infused with a faint floral fragrance and the subtle essence of anticipation. Ling Feng observed her tranquil demeanor, his heart softening with overwhelming tenderness. He chose to remain silent, simply accompanying her in quietude. After a prolonged silence, it seemed Zhu Zhuqing finally mustered her courage, extending her still slightly rosy fingertips to gently turn to the first page of the storybook. A smile involuntarily crept upon Ling Feng's lips. The spring breeze lingered, and the flowers bloomed splendidly. The fleeting coolness of her touch upon the back of his hand felt like the warmest seed, quietly settling into the depths of his heart's lake, awaiting the bloom of affection. Chapter 39, Soul Power, Level 20. In the depths of spring, life burgeons vibrantly. Within Ling Feng, his soul power experienced a pivotal transformation during this season, brimming with vitality. The barrier of level 19 stood like a resilient, elastic membrane. Over the past month and a half, he had incessantly assailed it with his pure and robust soul power, rendering it as thin as a cicada's wing. Yet he still lacked that final push to break through. On this night, the moonlight flowed like water through the window, filling the quiet room. Ling Feng sat cross-legged, his mind clear and transcendent, oblivious to the distinction between self and surroundings. Within him, through the soul power condensation technique, the refined and unparalleled soul power, akin to a Qilin in the dark night, coalesced with strength, circulating freely through his meridians, each cycle becoming increasingly harmonious and fluid. He did not intentionally strive for a breakthrough. Rather, he immersed his spirit completely in the profound understanding of his own martial soul and the circulation of soul power. The ethereal silhouette of the Night Qilin flickered behind him, emanating an aura that was both enigmatic and majestic, perfectly harmonizing with the rhythm of his own breath and heartbeat. Unbeknownst to him, his breathing adopted a unique cadence, subtly synchronizing with the flow of soul power. That resilient barrier, under this marvelous resonance, seemed unable to contain the surging force within. A faint sound, akin to a delicate chime resonating from the depths of his soul, echoed softly. In an instant, the obstruction vanished without a trace. The tumultuous soul power surged forth like a flood breaching its dam, akin to a Qilin finally shattering the last stronghold, joyfully pouring into a vast and resilient new realm. Boom! A powerful wave of energy erupted from Ling Feng, causing the air within the quiet chamber to resonate with a low hum. A dark radiance enveloped him, flaring up before swiftly retracting, ultimately settling into tranquility. An unprecedented sense of strength, fulfillment, and an exceptionally keen perception of external energies surged through his limbs and bones. Level 20. He abruptly opened his eyes, a flash of dark golden light flickering in their depths. His gaze was sharp as lightning, and his aura was harmonious and robust, reaching a brand new pinnacle. His consciousness delved deep into his mind, where the system interface shimmered subtly, clearly reflecting his transformation. Host: Ling Feng. Age: 8. Martial Soul. Night Qilin. Soul Power. Level 20, requires Soul Ring for advancement. Soul Ring. Purple, pseudo-yellow. Nearly 1,000 years. Soul Bone. None. Skills: Shadow Assault. First Soul Skill. Mastery of Basic Steps. Elementary Herb Identification. Soul Power Condensation Method. Disguise Technique. Elementary. Items: Gold Soul Coins. Slight. Other miscellaneous items omitted. Sign-in point: None. Level 20. A significant leap in realms. Ling Feng suppressed the excitement and ecstasy within, carefully savoring his transformation. The total amount of soul power had dramatically increased, but more importantly, there was a qualitative change and a deeper perception of his martial soul. He felt that he was now more than twice as powerful compared to when he was at level 19. If he were to face Wang Meng from that day again, he was confident he could defeat him head-on without relying excessively on techniques. At last, this day had arrived. Ling Feng clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, his eyes sparkling with immense anticipation. Acquiring the second soul ring not only signified yet another leap in strength, but also represented a solid step forward on his path to becoming a formidable warrior, bringing him closer to his goal of better protecting her. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately began to consolidate his newfound realm, adapting to the surging power. The next morning, as dawn broke, Ling Feng appeared outside his father Ling Zhan's study, brimming with vitality. After his breakthrough, his aura was more subdued, yet the confidence and sharpness in his demeanor could not be concealed. "Father." Ling Feng knocked on the door and stepped inside. Ling Zhan was engrossed in managing family affairs when he lifted his gaze to behold his son, immediately sensing a remarkable transformation within him. Initially taken aback, he then sprang to his feet, his face instantly illuminated with surprise and incredulity. Fenger, have you broken through? Level 20. Do you comprehend the significance of this? Ling Zhan could not have been more aware. This meant that his son, at the tender age of 8, had already met the criteria for obtaining a second soul ring. What an astonishing talent. The true hope for the revival of the Ling family lay before him. Indeed, father, Ling Feng replied, a confident smile gracing his face as he nodded affirmatively. He had just achieved the breakthrough the previous night, and his cultivation was already stable. Excellent, 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 Ling Zhan exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion as he circled the desk and patted Ling Feng's shoulder vigorously, his eyes slightly reddening. Heaven bless our Ling family. Heaven bless us. Fenger, you truly are the pride of your father. Once the initial excitement subsided, Ling Zhan quickly regained his composure, his expression turning serious. Since you have broken through to level 20, obtaining your second soul ring is our utmost priority. I shall convene the elders forthwith to arrange a suitable escort for you to the soul hunting forest. We must find the most compatible century-old soul ring for you. However, Ling Feng shook his head, his gaze resolutely fixed upon his father. In a calm yet earth-shattering tone, he stated, Father, I wish to invite Zhu Zhuqing to accompany us to the soul hunting forest, just as we did last time. She has been stuck at the pinnacle of level 12 for quite some time. Perhaps a change of environment will provide her with the opportunity to break through. Ling Zhan's brow furrowed slightly at his son's words. He was well aware of the close relationship between his son and the Zhu family's young lady. But the matter of obtaining a second soul ring was of grave importance. Bringing along a child whose progress had stagnated posed a potential risk. Perceiving his father's concerns, Ling Feng continued, Do not worry, father, I am fully aware of my limits. Furthermore, my goal for this soul ring is not a century-old one. Not a century-old one. Ling Zhan was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the implications. A second soul ring at level 20 without absorbing a century-old soul ring? Ling Feng took a deep breath. His gaze fierce and unwavering as he articulated each word with clarity. My goal is a 1,000-year soul ring. What? A 1,000-year soul ring? Ling Zhan exclaimed, nearly convinced he had misheard. This is utter folly. Absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring as a second? That is simply impossible. A soul master's body cannot endure the energy surge of a 1,000-year soul ring. It would be tantamount to suicide. Fenger, you must not let your exceptional talent lead you to such reckless aspirations. Ling Feng had anticipated his father's reaction. He did not engage in argument, but instead, with a slight shift in focus, subtly dispelled the illusion concealing his first soul ring. In an instant, the ring, which had always appeared a somewhat rich yellow, deepened dramatically in hue, transforming to a profound purple. An energy wave, far surpassing that of a century-old soul ring, surged forth, exuding a terrifying pressure that struck fear into the hearts of those who felt it. Though the color had yet to fully transition to a pure deep purple, anyone could discern that this was certainly not a century-old soul ring. The intensity of the energy it contained exceeded the limits of the first soul ring by a considerable margin. What is this? Ling Zhan's pupils constricted sharply. His gaze locked onto the soul ring emanating an eerie purple light from Ling Feng. His mouth agape, his face was a canvas of utmost shock and horror, as if he had witnessed something entirely beyond comprehension. How could this be possible with your first soul ring? Ling Feng had meticulously crafted his explanation even before deciding to reveal certain secrets. With a grave expression, he spoke, Father, this matter is indeed perplexing. When I absorbed the soul ring of the shadow leopard, I initially believed it to be merely around 500 years old. However, upon completion of the absorption, I gradually realized that the actual age of this soul ring far exceeds my estimation, and its energy intensity is likely perilously close to that of a 1,000-year soul ring. Perhaps the shadow leopard underwent some unknown mutation. He half-truthfully elucidated, attributing everything to the mutation of the soul beast and unforeseen circumstances. The existence of the system was his greatest secret, one that must never be divulged. As Ling Feng observed his father's astonished expression, he continued, After absorbing this soul ring that surpasses all limits, my body seems to have undergone a form of tempering and transformation, rendering me far more formidable than a soul master of the same rank. Therefore, I possess ample confidence in my ability to withstand the energy impact of a 1,000-year soul ring. He activated his disguise technique once more, restoring the soul ring's color to a deep yellow, concealing the astonishing energy fluctuations that had previously erupted. The study fell into a profound silence. Ling Zhan stared blankly at his son, then at the now normal soul ring, his mind a tumult of confusion. A mutated soul beast? A body that has been tempered? Absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring as a second? All of this sounded like the most outlandish of tales. Yet, the terrifying energy fluctuations that had momentarily surged from his son's soul ring were undeniably real. He swallowed hard, his voice dry. Feng, Are you certain your body can endure this? This is no trivial matter. Should you fail, the consequences would be unimaginable. Father, I am certain, Ling Feng replied, his gaze unwavering and resolute. I know my body's strength better than anyone. Moreover, I have a premonition that only by absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring can I fully unleash the potential of my Darknight Qilin Martial Soul. This is a risk, but it is also an opportunity. Please have faith in me. Ling Zhan looked into his son's eyes, filled with confidence and determination. He recalled the myriad miracles Ling Feng had achieved over the past year, and the shock he felt when the soul ring had instantaneously turned purple. This astonishment gradually transformed into an overwhelming excitement akin to a point of no return. If, by any chance, Fenger could successfully absorb the second soul ring of 1,000 years, how extraordinary that would be. The rise of the Ling family would be unstoppable. With immense risks come immense opportunities. Ling Zhan clenched his fists tightly, his chest heaving. After a lengthy silence, he finally gritted his teeth, a flicker of resolute light shining in his eyes. Very well, I shall trust you this time. I will contact the Zhu family to discuss jointly dispatching guards to escort you to the soul hunting forest. This operation must remain confidential. Thank you, father. Ling Feng exhaled in relief, a smile gracing his face. As for Zhu Qing, Ling Zhan mused, it would be beneficial for her to accompany you. As you said, it might be a fortuitous encounter. I shall do my utmost to facilitate this. Thus, the matter was settled. In the afternoon, in a small clearing, when Ling Feng met Zhu Zhuqing, he could distinctly sense a hint of concern etched upon her brow. Clearly, she had perceptively sensed the momentary surge of energy that he had struggled to contain upon breaking through to the 20th level. Are you all right? She inquired, uncharacteristically taking the initiative, her violet eyes reflecting genuine concern. A warm sensation enveloped Ling Feng's heart as he smiled and said, It's nothing to worry about. In fact, I have splendid news to share with you. Pausing momentarily, he gazed into her eyes and declared, I have surpassed level 20. Furthermore, I have applied to my father for permission to venture once more into the soul hunting forest to obtain a soul ring. This time, I propose we embark on this journey together. Zhu Zhuqing briefly appeared taken aback, her violet eyes flashing with astonishment, comprehension, and a barely perceptible hint of anticipation. She quickly grasped Ling Feng's intention. Your second soul ring? She inquired softly. Ling Feng nodded, casting a glance around before lowering his voice, his tone imbued with unwavering confidence. This time, my target is a 1,000-year soul ring. Even someone as composed as Zhu Zhuqing could not help but feel her pupils constrict in shock at the mention of a 1,000-year soul ring. Absorbing a second soul ring of such age, it was utterly unprecedented. Yet, as she beheld the resolute conviction and confidence in Ling Feng's eyes, recalling his extraordinary first soul ring and the impossibilities he had repeatedly achieved, her shock gradually transformed into a complex trust. It is highly perilous, she whispered, her voice tinged with subtle concern. I am aware, Ling Feng replied with a smile, but I am confident. Moreover, this excursion may very well present you with the opportunity for a breakthrough. Although the soul hunting forest is fraught with danger, sometimes pressure serves as the greatest catalyst for advancement. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent for a moment before lifting her head, her gaze unwavering as she looked at him. Very well, I shall go. There were no extraneous words, yet her statement was imbued with trust and determination. Ling Feng regarded her, a radiant smile illuminating his face. The objective of their new journey was firmly established, the 1,000-year soul ring. Furthermore, the quest to uncover a breakthrough opportunity for her. The path ahead would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges, yet he was filled with confidence. Chapter 40, A Second Journey Together. Days later, all arrangements were in place. The Ling and Zhu families exhibited starkly contrasting attitudes towards the two young heirs embarking together once more to the soul hunting forest. The Ling family, naturally, offered their full support. Ling Zhan had nearly utilized half of the family's liquid assets and dispatched a larger and more formidable escort team led by the Soul Master Yin Feng, who had previously accompanied them. This team even included a newly hired 38th level healing and support Soul Master, whose martial spirit was that of a healer. In contrast, the Zhu family responded with much less enthusiasm, even exhibiting a hint of indifference. Perhaps it was due to Zhu Zhuqing's prolonged inability to break through, diminishing her perceived value in the eyes of the family's upper echelons. Or perhaps Zhu Zhuqing was secretly undermining her. Ultimately, the Zhu family symbolically dispatched only 2 low-level Soul Master guards, their attitude clearly dismissive, lacking the seriousness of their previous involvement. Ling Feng, however, merely chuckled inwardly at this lack of attention, choosing not to voice his thoughts. If the Zhu family did not value this endeavor, the Ling family would. Privately, he utilized system currency to hire 2 experienced Soul Master mercenaries, bolstering their protective force. Thus, The entire team's security strength reached 7 soul masters, creating an impressive array capable of confronting most dangers lurking in the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. On the day of departure, the weather was clear and the spring breeze gentle. Outside the gates of the Ling family, the convoy was fully prepared. In a sleek black hunting attire, Ling Feng stood tall and spirited. Although he had yet to acquire a soul ring, the pinnacle of his soul power radiated a distinct aura, serene and restrained, eliciting both pride and concern from Ling Zhan and Su Wan, who had come to see him off. Be cautious, my son. Do not act recklessly. Su Wan grasped her son's hand. Her eyes slightly reddened as she reiterated her warnings. Consider the 1,000-year soul ring matter with prudence. Safety is paramount. Rest assured, mother. I am well aware, Ling Feng replied with a reassuring smile, his gaze brimming with confidence. Ling Zhan then firmly patted him on the shoulder and solemnly advised, remember, returning alive is more important than anything else. Heed Yin Feng's counsel in times of trouble. Yes, father. At that moment, the Zhu family's carriage arrived. It appeared quite ordinary, even somewhat antiquated, and paled in comparison to the newly prepared carriage and luxurious escort of the Ling family. As the curtain lifted, Zhu Zhuqing emerged. Clad in practical dark attire, her long black hair tied in a ponytail with a light purple ribbon. Her delicate face exuded an air of aloofness, her gaze calm. She first bowed to Ling Zhan and Su Wan, then her eyes fell upon Ling Feng. Their gazes met, and Ling Feng offered her a radiant and reassuring smile. Nodding slightly, Zhu Zhuqing responded with a subtle nod, her gaze lingering on him for a brief moment, seemingly to assess his condition before swiftly averting her eyes. Standing quietly to the side, awaiting departure, Ling Feng astutely noted that beneath her calm demeanor lay a faint, almost imperceptible worry, not for her own safety, but rather for his quest for the 1,000-year soul ring. He chose not to address it, feeling a warmth in his heart. Soon, after bidding farewell to his parents, the group officially set forth. The carriage rolled away, exiting Xingluo City, embarking once more on the path to the soul-hunting forest. Inside the carriage, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing sat facing each other, the atmosphere far removed from the initial awkwardness of their first journey together. Ling Feng deftly produced from his storage soul guide, a modest version purchased with system coins, several exquisite pastries still warm, and a pot of soothing tea, infused with a gentle herbal aroma. Would you care to try? These delicacies are from a newly opened shop in the city, reputedly run by a master chef from the palace. They should be delightful, he said, smiling as he offered the treats and tea to Zhu Zhuqing, his tone casual. Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the elegant pastries, then met Ling Feng's smiling eyes. She did not refuse, softly replying, thank you. She then picked up a piece, savoring it with dainty bites. Her movements remained graceful, yet they appeared markedly more natural than before. Ling Feng, too, took a piece for himself, casually remarking, this journey seems to feel shorter than the last. Zhu Zhuqing swallowed her morsel and gently acknowledged him with a soft hum. After a brief silence, she suddenly lifted her gaze to Ling Feng, a serious glint in her purple eyes as she quietly inquired, do you truly have confidence in obtaining the 1,000-year soul ring? Her voice revealed a trace of concealed concern. The notion of absorbing a millennium-old soul ring was astonishing and extraordinary. Despite her inexplicable trust in Ling Feng, she could not fully relinquish her apprehensions. Ling Feng met her worried gaze, his smile dimming slightly as he adopted a more serious demeanor. He refrained from boasting and spoke earnestly. To be honest, no one can claim absolute certainty when it comes to absorbing a millennium soul ring. There are inherent risks involved. Observing Zhu Zhuqing's furrowed brow at his words, he continued, however, Zhuqing, my physical resilience far exceeds that of an ordinary 20-level soul master. I am absolutely certain of this. You have witnessed my first soul ring. Its true age, he paused, lowering his voice, is actually beyond normal parameters. I was able to absorb it, and as a result, my body underwent significant refinement. This is my foundation of confidence. Moreover, his gaze ignited with fervor and assurance. Risk often accompanies great reward. The enhancement brought by a Millennium Second Soul Ring is unimaginable. To grow stronger swiftly, certain risks are worth taking. I do not wish to merely proceed in a conventional manner. His words were candid and resolute, acknowledging the risks while clearly articulating his determination and confidence. Zhu Zhuqing listened attentively, and as she beheld the undeniable glimmer of confidence in his eyes, her worries seemed to dissipate. She recalled his strength that surpassed his peers, the unfathomable nature of his first soul ring, and the impossibilities he had repeatedly achieved. After a moment of silence, she nodded gently and murmured, be cautious. She refrained from further persuasion, choosing instead to trust his judgment. Rest assured, Ling Feng replied with a renewed smile, his tone lightening. Perhaps this time fortune will favor us, and we may find an opportunity to help you break through your bottleneck. The soul-hunting forest is rife with possibilities. There will always be opportunities. Mentioning her own bottleneck caused Zhu Zhuqing's expression to dim momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure and softly acknowledged him. The journey continued, and Ling Feng ensured that the atmosphere remained vibrant. He occasionally pointed out the scenery outside, sharing amusing anecdotes, and engaged her in discussions about the application of soul techniques and footwork coordination. He even produced a newly acquired book depicting the frosty ice wolves of the polar regions, sharing its humorous tales with her. Zhu Zhuqing mostly remained a quiet listener, but would occasionally respond, pose a question, or, during particularly humorous moments, allow the corners of her lips to curve upward ever so slightly. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Days later, the caravan arrived once more at the familiar little town on the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. The town remained bustling and vibrant, teeming with various soul masters and adventurers. Powerful waves of soul energy were palpable everywhere, and the air was tinged with a faint metallic scent and a wild essence. The group settled into the finest inn in town. Rock Peak, accompanied by his guards, went to procure supplies and inquire about the latest movements of soul beasts within the forest. He once again earnestly emphasized the dangers and precautions to Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. Young Master Ling Feng and Miss Zhuqing, the objective this time is of utmost significance. The Millennium Soul Beast is incomparable to the Century Soul Beast. Its strength and cunning far surpass our imagination. Once we enter the forest, it is imperative to stay close to the team and never act independently. Uncle Yan cautioned gravely. Although he was astonished by Ling Feng's ambitions, he understood his obligation to ensure their safety. Rest assured, Uncle Yan, we comprehend the gravity of the situation, Ling Feng replied earnestly, nodding with determination. Zhuqing also gave a gentle nod in agreement. After settling in, Ling Feng stood by the window, gazing at the vast, perilous expanse of the dense forest in the distance, his eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. The Millennium Soul Ring. It was a prize he was determined to claim. Simultaneously, he did not forget another crucial purpose of this journey. He delved into the system interface, observing the check-in option, and silently murmured, "Check-in. Ding. Daily check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 gold soul coins." Ding. Detected that the host is in the vicinity of the soul-hunting forest, specifically the outskirts of the town, a convergence point for adventurers and soul beasts. This location meets the criteria for check-in. Would you like to proceed? Check-in. Ling Feng decided without hesitation. Ding. Location check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special item. Millennium Soul Beast Aura Lure, Weak, X1. Millennium Soul Beast Aura Lure, Weak. Emits an exceedingly faint aura that attracts specific attribute Millennium Soul Beasts. The effective range is limited, and the duration is brief. Please use with caution. Ling Feng gazed at the small pouch resembling a sachet, emitting a peculiar herbal scent that had suddenly appeared in his hand. A flicker of delight crossing his eyes. How fortuitous. Just as he pondered how to accurately locate the suitable Millennium Soul Beast, the system provided him with this remarkable item. Though its effect was weak and the duration short, it would undoubtedly enhance efficiency at a critical moment. He carefully stowed away the lure, feeling increasingly confident. On the following dawn, as the first light broke, the team was prepared to embark once more into the familiar yet unfamiliar territory of the soul-hunting forest. Towering trees obscured the sun, casting dim shadows, while the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. In the distance, faint roars of beasts and the chirping of insects echoed, signaling lurking dangers. Ling Feng walked alongside Zhuqing in the heart of the procession, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surroundings, his mental acuity heightened as he sensed the fluctuations of soul power around them, wearing a confident yet vigilant expression. Meanwhile, Zhuqing maintained her usual composed demeanor, her eyes alert and her steps light. Yet, she could not help but steal quick glances at Ling Feng, whose unwavering confidence sparked an undercurrent of concern deep within her clear eyes, a worry that lingered unshakably. After all, Millennium Soul Beasts were formidable beings, equivalent to human soul sovereigns. This was their second journey together, with higher stakes and greater peril ahead. Yet, their hands seemed to clasp a little tighter, united by an unspoken bond. Chapter 41. The Challenge Beyond One's Limits. Deep within the soul-hunting forest, ancient trees towered, their branches intertwining to fragment the sky, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the ground. The air is thick with an increasingly pungent scent of humus and an intangible pressure, marking the boundary where century-old soul beasts meet their millennial counterparts. Danger lurks at every turn, necessitating utmost caution with each step. The team advances in a defensive formation, with Rock Peak leading the charge, his formidable soul master aura radiating unabashedly, warding off unwelcome disturbances. The remaining 6 soul master guards, their expressions grave. Shield Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing in the center, vigilantly scanning the shadows for any signs of peril, their blades drawn. The faint glow of their martial spirits flickering subtly upon each of them. Ling Feng is wholly focused, his mental acuity sharply heightened by the Darknight Qilin Martial Spirit, allowing him to discern every subtle fluctuation of soul power and minute sound carried by the wind. Zhu Zhuqing trails closely beside him. Though her nether spirit cat martial spirit is not manifested, her body is taut, poised like a coiled leopard, her cool, piercing gaze sweeping the surroundings. Especially attentive to Ling Feng's flank. Time slips by imperceptibly in this tense atmosphere. They have ventured this deep for nearly half a day, encountering several waves of century-old soul beasts, yet all have passed without incident before their formidable escort. However, the millennial soul beasts suitable for Ling Feng's requirements remain elusive. Either their attributes do not align, or they are too powerful or in pristine condition, the risk of confrontation being exceedingly high. Ling Feng's brow furrows as he computes the passage of time. Quietly, he reaches into his robe and grasps the small pouch emanating an unusual herbal scent, containing a faint soul beast attractant. "Uncle Rock, let us pause for a moment," Ling Feng whispers. The team halts immediately, and Rock Peak turns back, casting a questioning glance. "I sense that the dark or earth elemental properties in this area appear to be more active." Ling Feng provides a plausible excuse, his tone casual. "I'd like to investigate a bit further to see if there are any traces of soul beasts in the vicinity." Rock Peak contemplates for a moment before nodding. "All right. Do not stray more than 10 meters from the team, and remain vigilant." He gestures, prompting the guards to tighten their formation and reduce their alert perimeter. Ling Feng feigns a meticulous examination of the ground, discreetly moving to a downwind rock, swiftly extracting the attractant. He punctures a small opening with his nail, allowing its exceedingly faint essence, nearly imperceptible to humans, to silently disperse, carried by the breeze deeper into the forest. Having completed this task, he quickly returns to the team and nods at Rock Peak. "Nothing to report. Perhaps I misjudged. Let us proceed." The team resumes its journey. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze lingers on him momentarily. Her keen intuition senses that Ling Feng has done something, yet she opts for silence, remaining ever more alert to the sounds around them. After about half a TS worth of time, as Ling Feng privately doubts the efficacy of the attractant or whether it might summon an appropriate target, a shrill, hair-raising hiss suddenly erupts from the depths of the dense forest to their left. This is immediately followed by a cacophony of trees snapping and crashing down, accompanied by the sound of some heavy objects scraping along the ground. "Stand ready." The expression on Yao Feng's face shifted dramatically as he let out a thunderous roar. His form instantly enveloped in a formidable layer of rocky armor. 3 soul rings, 1 white and 2 yellow, flared to life, signaling the completion of his most potent defensive state. The other guards, sensing impending danger, swiftly activated their martial spirits, their soul rings radiating brightly as they shielded Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing from harm. Ling Feng's pupils constricted, a flicker of joy igniting within his heart. It has arrived. Yet, before he could ponder further, the thicket ahead erupted with a deafening explosion, and a massive creature surged forth. It was an enormous arachnid soul beast, its main body exceeding 3 meters in length, while its 8 legs, resembling steel spears, extended over 5 meters. These limbs were cloaked in resilient black and yellow bristles, their tips sharp as scythes. What was most disconcerting was its head, adorned with 8 multifaceted eyes that glimmered with a sinister, bloodthirsty light, fixating intently on the group. Its formidable pincers opened and closed, dripping a viscous green venom that corroded the ground beneath with a hissing sound. The creature's entire form exhibited a mottled black and yellow pattern, blending almost seamlessly with its surroundings. Its back bore eerie patterns reminiscent of agonized human faces, emanating a potent aura of darkness and earth, coupled with the suffocating presence characteristic of a millennium-old soul beast. It was the Earth Abyss Demon Spider, judging by its size and oppressive aura. It must be at least 1,300 years old. Yao Feng inhaled sharply, his voice gravely serious. "Beware its webs and venom. Moreover, it can manipulate earth spikes for attack." However, the seasoned Yao Feng quickly detected an anomaly. "Wait, it is injured." The group focused their attention, and indeed, they observed that the Earth Abyss Demon Spider was in a lamentable state. Its 3rd and 4th legs on the left side were unnaturally bent, seemingly broken, dragging along the ground and severely hampering its speed. A jagged wound marred its abdomen. Although it no longer bled, the flesh was torn, indicating it had recently endured a fierce battle. Even its fearsome pincers were missing a small chunk, though its aura was ferocious. It bore an unmistakable air of weakness and frenzy. It must have recently engaged in a territorial dispute or been wounded by a more powerful soul beast, leaving it in a state of vulnerability and rage. Yao Feng swiftly assessed the situation, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. Young master, this Earth Abyss demon spider, although injured, still possesses the essence of a millennium-old soul beast and is exceedingly dangerous. Yet, it meets your criteria, darkness and earth attributes, adept at ambushes, with formidable strength and defense. The choice to act is yours. Opportunity and peril coexist. This injured Earth Abyss demon spider may be defeated, yet its pain could render it more frenzied and unpredictable. All eyes converged on Ling Feng. Ling Feng's heart raced violently, his blood almost boiling. This was it. An injured Millennium Earth Abyss demon spider, an exquisite result of temptation. He inhaled deeply, his gaze sharp as a blade, without a hint of hesitation. Attack. Uncle Yao Feng, I entrust this to you. Its weak points are the abdomen and the eyes. Understood. Yao Feng replied, no longer wasting words. With a fierce roar, he unleashed his first soul skill, Rock Heavy Armor, followed by his second soul skill, Shockwave Strike, and finally, his third soul skill, Rock Collapse Heavy Fist. He led the charge, stomping his foot with a force that sent a yellowish glow radiating outward, momentarily halting the movements of the cavernous magic spider. At the same time, his colossal rock fist, imbued with the power to shatter mountains, came crashing down upon the spider's head, aiming to draw its primary fire. Others, provide cover. Distract with ranged soul techniques. Healers, be vigilant. Roared Rock Peak. The battle erupted in an instant. The cavernous magic spider emitted an enraged hiss, suddenly opening its mouth to unleash a vast, shimmering black web that surged towards Rock Peak, while its intact limbs thrust forward like spears. The remaining guards sprang into action. Two formidable attack-type soul masters charged from the flanks, their blades slicing against the spider's hardened carapace, sending sparks flying. A healing-type soul master waved his staff, casting a gentle white light upon Rock Peak, fortifying his defenses. Meanwhile, several agile and ranged attackers unleashed their soul techniques, disrupting the spider's line of sight and rhythm of attack. Zhu Zhuqing refrained from recklessly advancing. Her nether spirit cat Martial Soul had already manifested, her gaze icy as she intently surveyed the battlefield, seeking an opportunity for a decisive strike or a chance to aid Ling Feng. Ling Feng, too, remained vigilant, his level 20 soul power operating at full capacity, enhancing his physical capabilities to their utmost as he meticulously observed each movement of the cavernous magic spider, his mind racing with calculations. To the left, its left limb is injured, its balance unsteady. Ling Feng shouted suddenly. A nimble attack-type soul master, upon hearing, swiftly maneuvered to the left, delivering a sharp claw strike to the connection point of the damaged limb. Hiss! The cavernous magic spider screeched in pain, its body tilting sharply to the left, its assault momentarily disrupted. A fine opportunity. Rock Peak seized the opening, bringing down his rock fist once more with a resounding crash, causing fine cracks to appear on the spider's head carapace. However, the ferocity of this Millennium Soul beast was fully awakened. It abruptly lifted its forebody and then came crashing down. The ground shook violently as dozens of sharp earthen spikes erupted from beneath the guard's feet without warning. This was the cavernous magic spider's mastery over earth attributes. Beware the spikes. Ling Feng cried out urgently. Yet it was too late. One attack-type soul master failed to evade in time, his calf pierced by a spike, letting out a cry of agony as he instantly lost combat effectiveness. Another ranged soul master suffered a graze, his movements hindered. Oldly, Rock Peak's eyes widened in horror. The healing soul master's light immediately enveloped the injured, but the wounds were severe. The battle's tide shifted dramatically. Seizing the chance, the cavernous magic spider launched a frenzied assault, spewing webs and venom, its limbs piercing through the air with relentless fury, forcing the guards to retreat in disarray, threatening to shatter their formation. This is untenable. It is too powerful. Young master, we must retreat. A guard shouted anxiously as fear began to spread in the face of the rampaging Millennium Soul beast. Rock Peak's face was etched with urgency and sweat. His rocky armor was already marred by webs and corrosive venom, his soul power depleting rapidly. Ling Feng surveyed the brutal battlefield, observing the struggling guards and glancing at the increasingly frenzied cavernous magic spider, his gaze resolutely unwavering. We cannot retreat. This is our best opportunity. Once one retreats, finding a suitable goal becomes an insurmountable challenge. He suddenly turned to Zhu Zhuqing, speaking with fervent urgency. Zhuqing, do you believe in me? Meeting his resolute and passionate gaze, Zhu Zhuqing nodded without a moment's hesitation. I do. Good. Help me create a fleeting opportunity. Aim for its eyes or the wound on its abdomen. Ling Feng growled, channeling his soul power unreservedly into his right arm. As the shadow of the Darknight Qilin flickered behind him, a chilling aura of darkness enveloping the surroundings. Zhu Zhuqing did not pose any questions, The instant his words fell, her first spirit ring illuminated. The first spirit skill, Phantom Stab. Her figure transformed into a blurred shadow, her speed soaring to its zenith. She did not charge directly at the cave-dwelling spider, but approached from an extraordinarily cunning angle, piercing towards its right compound eye. With her actions, she sought to draw Ling Feng's target's attention, crafting that ephemeral moment of opportunity. The cave-dwelling spider's compound eye immediately detected this swift threat, instinctively swinging a perfectly intact leg like a steel whip towards Zhu Zhuqing, while its head slightly tilted, attempting to use its fangs to crush this audacious little insect. Now is the moment. As its head turned, both its gaze and attack fixated on Zhu Zhuqing. A fleeting vulnerability was exposed at its grotesque abdominal wound and those 8 compound eyes. Phantom Strike. Ling Feng, already poised for action, unleashed his first spirit ring, disguised as yellow, in a brilliant display, enveloping his body in a dense shroud of darkness, transforming into a black shadow almost imperceptible to the naked eye, moving even faster than Zhu Zhuqing's Phantom Stab. He held nothing back, pouring all his soul power and conviction into this singular blow. The target, squarely aimed at the cave-dwelling spider's massive old wound. Young master, no? Yin Feng cried out in terror, desperate to intervene, but it was too late. The cave-dwelling spider sensed the deadly threat to its abdomen, emitting a terrified and enraged shriek, attempting to retract its legs to shield its belly. However, Zhu Zhuqing's fearless assault and Ling Feng's ghostly speed rendered its defenses utterly ineffective. With a sickening thud, the sound of flesh being forcefully torn echoed. Ling Feng, embodying the black shadow, struck with unparalleled precision, crashing into the cave-dwelling spider's gaping abdominal wound. His entire arm nearly disappeared within. Hiss! The cave-dwelling spider released an unprecedented, agonizing wail of despair, its colossal body thrashing violently. Dark green blood and fragments of innards erupting from the wound. Having successfully landed his strike, Ling Feng sought to retreat, propelled by the force of the impact. But the spider's frenzied counterattack before its demise was already upon him. A single intact leg, resembling a scythe, sliced through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed mercilessly at Ling Feng's midsection, striking with such speed and precision that evasion was utterly impossible. Be careful! Zhu Zhuqing cried out in alarm, her face draining of color. Yin Feng and the other guards were equally aghast, desperately attempting to rush forward to provide aid. A resounding crash reverberated through the air, and Ling Feng felt an indescribable force surge through him. A searing pain shot through his right arm, as though his bones were on the verge of shattering. A coppery taste filled his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Like a marionette severed from its strings, he was violently hurled away, crashing against a massive tree before tumbling to the ground, struggling to rise, but momentarily incapacitated. Yet, this fleeting moment of sacrifice provided others with the opportunity to intervene. You wretched beast! You seek your own demise. Yin Feng's eyes blazed with fury as he seized the massive opening left by the subterranean demon spider while it was preoccupied with attacking Ling Feng. Channeling all his wrath and soul power into a single fist, he unleashed his third soul skill, Rock Breaker, with unparalleled intensity. It descended upon the already severely injured head of the subterranean demon spider like a meteorite. A resounding crack echoed through the air, the sound of its skull fracturing distinctly audible. Simultaneously, the attacks from the other guardians fell upon the demon spider like a torrential downpour, particularly targeting the gaping, blood-soaked wound in its abdomen. In this precarious moment, a fierce glint flashed in Ling Feng's eyes, and he summoned the last vestige of his soul power. Nightmare Qilin, manifest! A deep, resonant roar akin to that of a Qilin echoed from the void. Instantly, Ling Feng's right arm was enveloped in a layer of ebony darkness, shimmering with shadowy scales. An overwhelming and ferocious aura erupted forth. At the brink of life and death, he forcibly completed a partial manifestation of his martial soul. His scaled right arm surged forward to intercept the sweeping legs of the spider. A thunderous impact resonated as the massive body of the subterranean demon spider convulsed violently, emitting a final, feeble shriek. The bloodthirsty gleam in its 8 compound eyes dimmed rapidly until it crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and ultimately succumbing to death. A profound purple soul ring slowly coalesced above its lifeless form, pulsating with intoxicating waves of millennia-old soul power. The battle had concluded. The scene lay in disarray, permeated with the acrid stench of blood and corrosive venom. Ling Feng. Zhu Zhuqing was the first to rush to his side, her voice laced with unprecedented panic. She reached him, her gaze fixed on his bloodied lips, his right arm unnaturally bent, and his pallid complexion. Her trembling hand betrayed her distress as fear and helplessness filled her cold, clear eyes. I'm fine. Ling Feng coughed violently, expelling a small amount of congealed blood, enduring the intense pain as he attempted to prop himself up with his left hand. The formidable physique granted by the nightmare Qilin Martial Soul had saved his life. Yet the dying counterattack of the 1,000-year soul beast had inflicted severe internal and bone injuries upon him. Don't move. Zhu Zhuqing's voice quivered with barely concealed emotion as she cautiously supported his uninjured left shoulder, hastily retrieving healing ointment from her storage pouch, her trembling hands nearly causing it to slip from her grasp. At that moment, Ling Feng and a healing soul master hurried over. The healing soul master immediately knelt, the staff in his hands radiating a warm, gentle white light that enveloped Ling Feng. With a fractured right arm, internal organs jarred, and soul power depleted, the healing soul master swiftly assessed the injuries. The white light continued to pour in, and thankfully, Ling Feng's timely block and the formidable nature of his martial soul had mitigated the damage. Otherwise, the unspoken consequences loomed heavy in the air. The warm, healing energy coursed through his body, alleviating the excruciating pain, and Ling Feng's pale visage gradually regained a hint of color. Ling Feng gazed at Ling Feng with a gaze imbued with complexity, concern, trepidation, and profound astonishment intertwined within it. Young master, you have been exceedingly reckless. He eventually exhaled deeply. Had it not been for Ling Feng's precise, ruthless, and resolute final strike, they would have never succeeded in vanquishing this millennium-old cavernous spider, and their casualties could have been far more severe. Yet, the ordeal had been nothing short of harrowing. The other guards gathered around, their eyes filled with reverence as they regarded their gravely injured comrade, each other's exhausted and disheveled forms, and finally, the youth who struggled to rise. To challenge a millennium soul beast and ultimately deliver the fatal blow, such audacity and prowess left even these seasoned soul masters in awe. Ling Feng took a moment to breathe amidst the healing aura, his gaze fixated on the profound purple soul ring suspended above the spider's lifeless form, his eyes glimmering with an intense fervor and unwavering resolve. It is worth it. His voice, though slightly hoarse, resonated with undeniable determination. Uncle Yin, I urge you to recover swiftly and protect me. He then turned to Zhu Zhuqing, whose pallor betrayed her worry, managing to muster a reassuring smile. Whispering in a tone meant solely for her ears, do not fret, I assured you of my confidence. You see, it has already become mine. Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing his blood-stained smile and radiant eyes, tightened her grip on his shoulder, finally nodding resolutely, burying her fears deep within. He had accomplished it. He had truly slain a millennium soul beast. Ling Feng inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous energy within him, and commanded in a solemn tone, everyone, tend to your injuries immediately and restore your soul power. Old Zhou, establish a perimeter. Old Zhou, the healing soul master, was instructed to prioritize stabilizing the injuries of the young master and the wounded brothers. Time is of the essence. We must allow the young master to begin absorbing the soul ring without delay. The guards, enduring their fatigue and pain, sprang into action without a hint of dissent. Ling Feng's recent performance had earned their unwavering respect and acknowledgement. The forest once again became a flurry of activity, yet the atmosphere had transformed entirely. The pervasive scent of blood could attract other predators, and Ling Feng's impending challenge of absorbing the soul ring was unprecedented. Zhu Zhuqing remained by his side, observing him as he closed his eyes to accept treatment, her gaze shifting to the soul ring radiating an unsettling power, her hand discreetly clenching within her sleeve. The true test was only just beginning. Chapter 42, Absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring. The heavy stench of blood emanating from the cavernous spider's carcass spread like ripples across a tranquil lake, rapidly infiltrating the perilous soul-hunting forest, drawing countless greedy and ravenous eyes from the darkness. In the distance, faint growls and the rustling of movement hinted at encroaching danger. Time, now, had become excruciatingly pressing. Ling Feng suppressed his internal injuries and the significant depletion of soul power, his demeanor grave, directing the remaining guards with urgency. Quickly, Old Zhou, prioritize the treatment of the gravely injured and stabilize their conditions. The rest of you, form a circular defensive formation around the young master. Utilize all beast-repelling powder and warning bells. Move swiftly. The guards, acutely aware of the critical situation, acted without hesitation, enduring their pain as they hurriedly complied. The healing staff emanated a gentle white light that enveloped the soul master, whose calf had been pierced, momentarily staunching the flow of blood. Yet it was evident that he could no longer partake in the battle. Another soul master, who had sustained a minor injury from the earth spike, swiftly bandaged himself and, alongside his companions, scattered all the beast-repelling powder they carried around them, creating a barrier of pungent odor. Simultaneously, they hung delicate metal bells on the surrounding branches and shrubs, forming a rudimentary auditory alert system, a defensive circle though battered, yet resilient, centered around Ling Feng, was rapidly established. Rock Peak stood at the forefront, his rocky armor reformed. Although its luster had dimmed considerably, his gaze remained resolute. The remaining guards faced outward, backs turned to the center, weapons tightly gripped, soul rings faintly shimmering, resembling taut bowstrings, vigilantly surveying every direction of the dimly lit forest. Zhu Zhuqing did not stand within the defensive formation. She quietly remained beside Ling Feng, merely a step away from him. Her phantom cat martial soul remained activated, her feline ears quivering slightly, capturing the faintest sounds carried by the wind. Her violet eyes, sharp as an eagle's, incessantly scanned their surroundings, particularly the blind spots behind Ling Feng. Her hands hung naturally at her sides, fingers subtly tensed, soul power surging within, poised to unleash a thunderous strike to intercept any threat that might breach their defenses and disturb Ling Feng. The lines of her profile were taut. All her icy demeanor transformed into an intense vigilance, akin to a mother leopard guarding her territory. Ling Feng sat cross-legged before the colossal carcass of the abyssal spider. Inhaling deeply, the rich stench of blood and the lingering ferocity of the fallen soul beast flooded his nostrils. However, his gaze remained exceptionally clear and steadfast. The profound purple soul ring slowly rotated before him, emanating an unsettling energy wave, the pressure of the Millennium Soul Ring bearing down upon him like a tangible force, relentlessly assaulting his mental fortitude and physical instincts, invoking a sense of reverence and fear drawn from the very essence of life itself. The risks associated with exceeding levels of absorption, especially directly assimilating a Millennium Soul Ring after the first, were far beyond what an ordinary person could fathom. The Soul Ring not only harbored immense energy, but also bore the lingering resentment and fragmented consciousness of the soul beast prior to its demise. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic bodily destruction or mental collapse. Yet, he found no retreat and had never contemplated retreating. Zhu Zhuqing's voice, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, softly broke the heavy silence. She gazed at his pale, yet resolute profile, wishing to articulate something, yet found that any words at that moment seemed painfully inadequate. Ultimately, she solemnly uttered 3 words with all her might: "Be careful." Ling Feng turned his head to meet her eyes, which were filled with concern, tension, and a hint of fear. He attempted to conjure a reassuring smile, but due to the pain within and the impending challenge, it came off as forced. "Rest assured," his voice, though slightly hoarse, carried an undeniable strength. "Wait for my return." With that, he hesitated no longer. His gaze sharpened immeasurably, his right hand slowly raised, and the ethereal figure of the Darknight Qilin flickered behind him. A potent force of attraction emanated from his palm, drawing towards the suspended purple soul ring. Buzz! As the profound violet light made contact with Ling Feng's palm, it was as if cold water had been splashed into a tranquil pot of oil. The entire spirit ring erupted in a dazzling, mesmerizing purple radiance. A colossal, turbulent energy, imbued with darkness and the weight of the earth, surged forth like a breached dam, akin to a roaring steel behemoth, violently coursing through his arm and ruthlessly invading his body. Ack! Ling Feng's body quaked violently, emitting a suppressed groan of anguish. His complexion instantaneously shifted to a deep crimson, with veins on his forehead, neck, and arms bulging grotesquely, writhing like distorted earthworms in a frenzied dance. It felt as though his muscles and bones had been thrust into an immense forge, creaking under the unbearable strain, as if the overwhelming torrent of terrifying energy would burst them apart at any moment. The energy of a millennium-old spirit ring far surpassed that of a century-old ring by numerous folds, its ferocity incomparable. And this was merely the beginning. As the energy poured in with reckless abandon, a chilling, vengeful shard of consciousness, rife with fury and a thirst for slaughter, crashed into Ling Feng's mental realm like a parasitic worm, following the current of energy. The agony, wrath, and resentment of the earth spider before its demise transformed into countless sharp shrieks and distorted phantasms, violently assailing Ling Feng's awareness. He seemed to behold his own wretched state reflected in countless compound eyes, feeling the icy sting of piercing legs and choking amidst sticky webs. The clash of energy with his physical form and the tearing of his spirit by malevolent desires engulfed Ling Feng in a dual, excruciating torment. His body trembled uncontrollably, beads of blood oozing from his skin, rapidly staining his hunting attire crimson. His teeth ground together with a grating sound, blood seeping once more from the corners of his mouth. Yet he clung desperately to the last vestige of clarity within his spirit realm, fervently channeling the soul power condensation technique, directing the frenzied energy along the path of the Shantian art, striving to transmute it into his own soul power, while simultaneously resisting the pervasive mental onslaught with unwavering will. Heavy, labored breaths forced their way from his throat. Each inhalation steeped in excruciating pain. Although the guards outside the protective circle had their backs turned to him, they could distinctly sense the sudden eruption of terrifying energy fluctuations and the heart-wrenching sounds of his suffering. Each heart raced, hands gripping weapons slick with sweat. They understood that the most critical and perilous moment had arrived. Should Ling Feng falter and the energy spiral out of control, all could be grievously harmed, even face annihilation. Yin Feng's countenance was grim, bearing the brunt of the most intense pressure, alert to potential dangers from the periphery, while also anxiously monitoring Ling Feng's condition. His heart ablaze with urgency. Zhu Zhuqing stood beside Ling Feng, experiencing it all at the closest proximity. She watched as his face shifted from crimson to pale, distorted in agony, observed the blood steadily seeping from his body, and listened to his muffled, soul-deep groans of suffering, as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped her heart, causing her pain that rendered her nearly breathless. Her hands were tightly clenched at her sides, the nails deeply embedded in her palms, piercing the skin and oozing droplets of blood, yet she remained utterly oblivious. Her body trembled slightly from excessive tension and anxiety, far more than when she faced life and death. She had never witnessed such a harrowing spectacle of soul ring absorption. Was this truly what a 20-level soul master was meant to endure? She longed to rush forward and do something, even if it was merely to wipe the blood from his face, but she understood that she was powerless to intervene. The process of absorbing a soul ring was something outsiders could not meddle with. Any interference could lead to far more dire consequences. All she could do was watch, guard, and strive with all her might to suppress her trembling and the almost involuntary gasp threatening to escape her lips. Time, at this moment, stretched unbearably slow and torturous. Each second felt as lengthy as a century. The rustling of the forest's wind, the distant low growls of soul beasts, and the occasional ringing of a bell heightened the tension for everyone within the defensive circle. From the northwest, something approaches. It moves swiftly. A vigilant agility type soul master suddenly shouted a warning, his voice dry. A chill ran through everyone's hearts. Yin Feng abruptly turned his head, noticing the trees swaying in the distance, a formidable presence rapidly closing in. Prepare for battle. Yin Feng roared, his rocky armor glowing dimly once more. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze turned icy to the core. The aura of her phantom cat's spirit erupted fully, her first soul ring igniting. She would not permit anything to disturb Ling Feng at this critical moment, even at the cost of her own life. Yet, amidst this internal and external turmoil, Ling Feng, in the throes of excruciating pain, seemed to undergo a peculiar transformation. Behind him, the shadow of the Darknight Qilin reappeared, more solid than ever before. The Qilin raised its head, letting out a silent yet authoritative roar. An overwhelming pressure emanated from an ancient beast spirit, mingling with Ling Feng's indomitable will, forcefully suppressing the chaotic energy and resentment from the thousand-year soul beast. The soul power condensation method reached its zenith, his dantian resembling a swiftly spinning vortex, voraciously devouring and refining the influx of energy, forcibly converting it into pure soul power. His meridians hovered on the brink of rupture. Yet with the robust vitality intrinsic to the Darknight Qilin and the tenacity of his will, they struggled to mend, expand, and become more resilient. This was a cruel process of destruction and rebirth, a fierce clash between will and energy. Ling Feng's body continued to tremble violently, the pain unabated. Yet the clarity in his eyes grew increasingly bright. He fervently guided, compressed, and refined. The external threat seemed to sense the formidable aura emanating from him, or perhaps was intimidated by the sudden eruption of the Darknight Qilin's pressure. As it approached the defensive circle, the presence paused momentarily, letting out a reluctant growl before slowly retreating. The guards of the prison let out a sigh of relief. Though they remained cautious, Yin Feng and the others also relaxed slightly, but their focus quickly returned to Ling Feng. At this moment, Ling Feng's body, once oozing blood from his surface, was no longer bleeding, and the frequency of his tremors began to diminish gradually. The turbulent violet energy still enveloped him, yet it no longer resembled an impending explosion. Instead, it had begun to exhibit a certain docility, as if tamed by a more formidable force, gradually merging itself into his being. The agonized contortion of his face also began to ease, though he remained pale and furrowed, his breaths becoming significantly longer. No longer indicative of a struggle on the brink of collapse. The most perilous phase seemed to be passing. Zhu Zhuqing fixed her gaze upon him, her clenched fist loosening slightly as she felt the sting in her palm, realizing the extent of her earlier exertion. As she observed Ling Feng's breathing stabilize, her taut heartstrings relaxed somewhat. Though her concern had not entirely dissipated, she remained vigilant, never allowing her gaze to waver from him. Time continued to flow. The violet radiance faded, gradually absorbed and assimilated by Ling Feng's profound black soul power. The aura surrounding him began to escalate visibly, undergoing a metamorphosis. It was unclear how long had passed, perhaps an hour, perhaps longer, when the last vestige of violet energy fully integrated into Ling Feng's body, and the tumultuous energy fluctuations around him completely subsided. A hum resonated. A wave of soul power, far more potent and solid, imbued with a dark and profound essence, surged forth from within Ling Feng. He abruptly opened his eyes. Deep within their depths, a fleeting glimpse of profound violet shimmered, reminiscent of stars in the dark night, carrying an air of chilling mystery akin to that of a subterranean demon spider. An overwhelming aura, characteristic of a grand soul master, was unleashed without restraint. He had successfully absorbed his second soul ring, officially becoming a grand soul master. He succeeded. One of the guards could not contain his excitement and let out a low exclamation. All the guards exhaled long, relieved breaths, their faces reflecting a sense of liberation and genuine admiration. They had witnessed a miracle today, an extraordinary feat of absorbing a millennium-old soul ring. Yin Feng, whose body had been tense, finally relaxed, shedding his rocky armor to reveal a face glistening with sweat and fatigue, yet adorned with a gratified smile. Zhu Zhuqing, who had steadfastly remained by his side, felt her resilient facade shatter the moment she saw Ling Feng open his eyes and sensed his stable and powerful new aura. Her legs weakened, nearly giving way beneath her, and her tightly clenched fists released, revealing bloodied palms. The overwhelming aftershock mingled with a tide of relief, striking her heart and causing her eyes to redden uncontrollably, a clear mist enveloping her violet orbs. She quickly lowered her head, not wishing to reveal her discomposure, especially not to him. Ling Feng slowly exhaled a breath laced with the metallic tang of blood, feeling the vibrant soul power surging within him, now exponentially stronger than before. Alongside the firmly established 21st level of soul power, which was actually far beyond that, a genuine and liberating smile finally graced his lips. Though the ordeal had been excruciating and nearly cost him his life, every moment had been worth it. He moved his body slightly, and it seemed that the immense energy absorbed during the process of taking in the soul ring had healed much of the fracture in his right arm, leaving only a trace of lingering pain. The injuries within him had also largely mended. He lifted his gaze and immediately turned to the girl beside him, who had her head lowered. He noticed her shoulders trembling gently and her blood-stained hands hanging limply at her sides. Ling Feng's heart felt as though it had been struck by something, his smile frozen upon his face. He struggled to rise, despite his lingering weakness, his steps resolute. Approaching Zhu Zhuqing, he cautiously took her cold, scarred hands with an unprecedented tenderness. Zhu Zhuqing's body stiffened momentarily, instinctively attempting to withdraw her hand. But Ling Feng gently held on. "I'm sorry," his voice was low and hoarse, laden with guilt and an indescribable ache. "I made you worry." He gazed at the deep nail marks and dried blood embedded in his palm, feeling a tightness in his throat. He could hardly fathom the torment and fear she endured alone while he withstood the energy's onslaught. Zhu Zhuqing did not look up or speak, merely allowing him to hold her hand, her shoulder tremors gradually subsiding. After a long while, she finally shook her head ever so slightly, her voice barely above a whisper, yet tinged with a sense of relief. "As long as you're all right." These simple 5 words bore the weight of countless sentiments. Ling Feng tightened his grip on her hand, feeling the icy touch of her fingertips and the faint tremors coursing through her. A surge of warmth and unwavering conviction swelled within him. At that moment, a subtle shift in his soul energy occurred, and the recently absorbed, fully assimilated purple soul ring naturally manifested, encircling him with a deep, swirling violet glow. Exuding a powerful and mysterious aura, the Millennium's second soul ring had been achieved. All eyes once again focused on this soul ring, filled with awe and envy. Ling Feng took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within him, and turned to Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes shining with confidence and warmth. "All right, I have overcome my ordeal. Now, it is time to help you find the opportunity for your breakthrough." Chapter 43, Successful Breakthrough. Ling Feng firmly held Zhu Zhuqing's cold, scarred hands. The subtle tremors and the vivid wounds felt like fine needles piercing his heart. He had never seen her so uncomposed. Even when faced with Zhu Zhiyun's provocations or the frustration of hitting a bottleneck in her training, she always wore her icy demeanor as armor, concealing her vulnerability. Yet now, that armor had shattered due to his peril. "I'm sorry," his voice was low and raspy, imbued with sincere remorse and indescribable pain. "I made you worry." He gently traced the uninjured skin along the edge of her hand with his fingertips, attempting to convey warmth and solace. Zhu Zhuqing kept her head bowed, the dampness still clinging to her thick lashes, quivering slightly. She did not withdraw her hand, nor did she speak, simply allowing him to hold on. After several seconds, she gently shook her head, her voice barely audible, akin to a whisper, yet imbued with a hint of relief and emotion as if having survived a calamity, as long as you are safe. These simple 5 words bore an immense weight that set his heart ablaze. He could vividly imagine the torment and fear she had endured alone during his protracted struggle against the ancient soul beast's energy and malevolence. He chose not to speak further, instead holding her hand more tightly yet with utmost gentleness, and with his other hand, he retrieved a small vial of exquisite healing ointment from his storage soul guide, emanating a refreshing aura. "Do not move, let me tend to this first." His tone brooked no dissent, infused with a rare tenderness and determination. Zhu Zhuqing did not resist this time. She merely turned her head slightly, seemingly wishing to hide her slightly reddened eyes from him. With great care, Ling Feng dipped his fingertips into the verdant ointment, his movements delicate as if handling a priceless treasure, and began to apply it meticulously to the deep nail marks on her palm. The ointment felt icy to the touch and was imbued with a vigorous vitality, causing the bloodstains to recede and scab over at an almost visible pace. The cooling sensation seemed to soothe the turmoil within Zhu Zhuqing, and her tense body gradually relaxed. Around them, the guards discreetly averted their gazes, either pretending to inspect the alert bells or tending to their own injuries, leaving this small space for the two of them. Yen Feng wore a subtle, almost imperceptible smile of relief, quietly directing the others to restore their soul power and tend to the battlefield's remnants. At that moment, the soul power within Ling Feng, which had just calmed, surged forth like a tidal wave. The profound purple soul ring seemed to be drawn forth, manifesting naturally around him. Spinning slowly, the deep, noble, and powerful purple light illuminated the faces of everyone present, casting a glow upon Zhu Zhuqing's slightly raised gaze. "This is the 1,000-year soul ring," a young guard exclaimed in hushed awe, his eyes brimming with astonishment and envy. Although he had just witnessed the absorption process, feeling the fully formed 1,000-year second soul ring at such close proximity, the overwhelming yet restrained energy fluctuations still left him in a daze. "The purple 1,000-year soul ring, truly a marvel," another guard murmured, his tone infused not only with admiration but also a touch of reverence. This experience had transcended their understanding entirely. Yen Feng strode over, keenly attuned to Ling Feng's stable and powerful aura, as well as the solid presence of the purple soul ring. The fatigue on his face replaced by excitement. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. Young Master Ling Feng, you have succeeded, truly succeeded. How does it feel? What level has your soul power risen to? What soul skill has this soul ring granted you?" His barrage of questions echoed the curiosity resonating within all present. The leap in power from absorbing a soul ring of such caliber was undoubtedly immense. Ling Feng smiled slightly, choosing not to test his soul skill immediately. Instead, he meticulously ensured that the ointment was evenly applied to both of Zhu Zhuqing's hands, relieved to see her wounds no longer grotesque before he finally set his mind at ease. He released his grip, and Zhu Zhuqing's fingers curled slightly, seemingly reluctant to part with the sudden warmth. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and turned his gaze inward, examining himself closely. Within his dantian, the soul power that once flowed like a gentle stream had now transformed into a roaring river, majestic and concentrated, surging endlessly with a palpable sense of strength. Both the quality and quantity of his soul power had undergone a profound metamorphosis. A flicker of thought crossed his mind as he connected with the system. Host: Ling Feng. Age: 8 years. Martial Soul. Darknight Qilin. Soul Power. Level 22. The system interface displayed his true level with impeccable clarity. Soul Rings. Purple pseudo-yellow. Originally close to 1,000 years, underwent a beneficial mutation after absorbing the spirit ring of the cave demon spider due to the host's resolute will and martial soul potential. Stabilizing at approximately 1,100 years. Purple, approximately 1,300 years. Soul Bones. None. Skills: Shadow Strike. First soul skill: Spider Binding. Second soul skill: Mastery of Basic Footwork. Beginner's Herbal Identification. Soul Power Condensation Method. Disguise Technique. Beginner. Items: Gold soul coins. Slight. Other miscellaneous items omitted. Sign-in point: None. Level 22. A wave of ecstatic joy surged within Ling Feng. The benefits of absorbing a 1,000-year spirit ring far exceeded his expectations. Not only had he directly broken through the level 20 barrier, but he had also ascended 2 levels in soul power, reaching level 22. This saved him at least several months of arduous training. Moreover, he keenly sensed that the lifespan of his first soul ring seemed to have undergone a peculiar positive growth during the absorption of the 1,000-year soul ring. Having been refined by that immense energy, the system indicated its true age had increased to approximately 1,100 years. Although it still concealed its true brilliance beneath the guise of the disguise technique, it was evident to him While this remarkable achievement could be attributed to his unwavering will, unique techniques, and formidable martial soul, Ling Feng was acutely aware that during the most perilous moment, a subtly refreshing energy had quietly circulated within him, safeguarding his heart and primary meridians, and had accelerated the refinement of the thousand-year energy at the critical juncture. This silent assistance had been granted by the system when he achieved the hidden feat of absorbing the second soul ring of 1,000 years. Though it lacked any sound notification, yet he could distinctly feel it. Opening his eyes, he met the expectant gazes of those around him, particularly Zhu Zhuqing, whose purple eyes, though regaining some coolness, still retained traces of concern and curiosity. A radiant and confident smile graced Ling Feng's face as he proclaimed with a heightened voice, "Soul power. Level 22. Level 22. You jumped 2 levels? My heavens." Despite their prior anticipation of a significant enhancement, the results still left all the guards gasping in astonishment. For an ordinary soul master, achieving stability at the early stage of level 21 upon obtaining the second soul ring was already commendable, yet he had directly reached level 22. Was this the true power of 1,000-year soul ring? Yin Feng, overwhelmed with excitement, slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Excellent. Simply marvelous. A level 22 Grand Soul Master. A Grand Soul Master with 1,000-year second soul ring. Young Master, your future accomplishments are boundless." He seemed to envision the Ling family rising anew under the leadership of this prodigy. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at him quietly, listening as he announced his rank. A brilliant light flickered through her violet pupils, a genuine joy that temporarily dispelled the usual chill from her brow. She gently pressed her lips together, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately, she merely nodded slightly, leaving everything unsaid. As for Ling Feng, he felt the newly acquired power within him, perfectly merging the attributes of the Darknight Qilin Martial Soul and the Abyssal Spider. Excitement flashed in his eyes. "I shall give it a try?" With a mere thought, the profound purple of his second soul ring suddenly illuminated. Second soul skill, Shadow Bind. With a low exclamation, there was no earth-shattering display of light and shadow. Yet, to the onlookers, Ling Feng's figure seemed to blur for an instant. Almost immediately, from the ground near him, several chains, dark as ink and entirely composed of shadow energy, erupted forth, resembling the eerie limbs of the abyssal spider. These shadow chains moved with astonishing speed, akin to venomous serpents, instantly coiling around the trunk of a massive tree that would require 2 people to embrace. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. There was no thunderous explosion, only a disconcerting sound of corrosion and binding. The shadow chains embedded deep into the resilient bark, tightening continuously while emitting a disquieting creaking sound. More alarmingly, the area ensnared by the chains visibly darkened and withered, as if its life force was being swiftly drained and consumed. Upon the chains, an icy and sluggish mental wave emanated, instilling a chilling dread in those who beheld it. As if once ensnared, not only would their bodies be immobilized, but their soul power and spirit would also face immense suppression and disturbance. Is this a control-type soul skill? Yin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief. He had anticipated that the skill granted by the abyssal spider would be offensive or defensive, but he never expected it to be such a remarkably powerful control-type skill. Observing the strength, speed, and accompanying effects of corrosion, consumption, and mental disruption, it was undoubtedly of a very high grade. In actual combat, once trapped, a soul master of the same rank would likely lose a significant portion of their combat capability in an instant. Ling Feng regarded the gradually dissipating shadow chains and the deep corrosive marks left on the tree trunk with satisfaction, nodding thoughtfully. Indeed, this control skill, combining the binding webs of the abyssal spider, the piercing thorns, venomous corrosion, and its subterranean traits, has culminated in this shadow binding control skill. It operates stealthily, with remarkable speed, offering physical restraint, energy corrosion, and mental disruption. He looked towards Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. This soul skill, whether utilized independently or in conjunction with your nether strike for control and decisive kills, should yield excellent results. Zhu Zhuqing contemplated the terrifying marks upon the tree trunk. Picturing the scene of being unexpectedly ensnared by such chains in battle, a shiver ran through her. Yet, it was swiftly replaced by a surge of confidence. With Ling Feng's formidable control skill, their combined combat prowess would ascend to an entirely new level. She nodded emphatically, her gaze sparkling with brilliance. "Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, young master." The guards came forward to offer their congratulations, their tones imbued with utmost respect and fervor. With such an extraordinary second spirit ring and formidable soul abilities, the future of Ling Feng was beyond their estimation. Ling Feng graciously accepted the well wishes, then, with a serious expression, surveyed the battlefield still thick with the scent of blood and the wounded guards nearby, finally resting his gaze on Uncle Yin. Uncle Yin, how are everyone's injuries? Can they endure? Uncle Yin promptly replied, rest assured, young master. Old Li's leg injury has stabilized. He requires assistance to move, but is not in danger. The others have only superficial wounds and have expended considerable soul power. They have taken medicinal pills and are recovering well. The perimeter has been re-established, and no new threats have been detected for the time being. Good. Ling Feng nodded, then turned his attention to Zhu Zhuqing, his tone softening yet resolute. Now, it is time to fulfill another of my promises. All eyes shifted to Zhu Zhuqing. She was momentarily taken aback, meeting Ling Feng's encouraging and confident gaze. Instantly comprehending his intentions, he sought to provide her with an opportunity for breakthrough. A warm current flowed through her heart, dispelling the last remnants of gloom caused by the rumors surrounding Dai Mubai and the pressures of her family. He had just endured a life-and-death trial, acquiring immense power. Yet he had not forgotten about her. Your soul power has already reached the pinnacle of level 12. You merely lack a suitable opportunity, Ling Feng said earnestly, fixing his gaze upon her. Deep within the soul-hunting forest, chances and dangers coexist. Although the previous commotion was significant, it may have either frightened away or attracted some unique soul beasts. We shall move towards the outskirts while seeking an appropriate target for you. What do you think? His plan was both sound and considerate, taking into account everyone's condition while still searching for her opportunity. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated not at all. The steadfast light reignited in her cool eyes as she nodded vigorously. All right. She believed in him, just as he had previously believed in her. All right. Everyone, heed my command. Ling Feng stood tall, though still young, exuding an air of undeniable authority. Maintain the defensive formation and withdraw slowly towards the forest's edge. Stay vigilant along the way. If any unusual situations arise, raise the alarm immediately. Yes, young master. The group responded in unison, their voices subdued yet filled with vigor and confidence. The team moved forward again. 2 guards assisted their injured comrade, while the others provided protection around them. Uncle Yin continued to lead the way, yet this time, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing were not entirely shielded at the center. Instead, they occupied positions from which they could readily respond and observe their surroundings. Ling Feng felt the immense power from within his level 22 soul power and the profound energy contained within the purple spirit ring, his heart brimming with confidence. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was intently scanning their surroundings, and offered her a gentle smile. Let us proceed, he said softly, his tone light yet resolute. This time, it is my turn to assist you. Sunlight filtered through the sparse branches, casting elongated shadows of the young duo. The team, having endured trials of life and death, though weary and wounded, had grown more cohesive as they set forth once more towards their new objective. Zhu Zhuqing softly acknowledged with a gentle hum, remaining steadfastly by his side, never straying away. The delicate lavender hairband danced lightly atop her tied ponytail, as if imbued with a hint of lively rhythm. Chapter 44, The Second Soul Skill. Under Ling Feng's guidance, the team methodically retreated towards the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. Having endured a brutal battle against the abyssal spider and witnessed Ling Feng's miraculous absorption of the 1,000-year soul ring, everyone remained in a delicate state of exhilaration intertwined with fatigue, yet their vigilance remained unwavering. Ling Feng walked beside Zhu Zhuqing, feeling the invigorating surge of his 22nd level soul power coursing through him, as well as the serene yet formidable essence of the purple 1,000-year soul ring seamlessly merging with his being. A flicker of thought crossed his mind, and the system interface materialized once again in his consciousness, his gaze fixated on the section detailing the second soul skill. Skills: Shadow Strike, first soul skill. Spider Binding, second soul skill. Mastery of basic footwork, elementary herbal identification, soul power condensation technique. Disguise technique, elementary. He silently contemplated the name Spider Binding, having only caught a fleeting glimpse of its potential in a recent experiment, yet it had already granted him a preliminary understanding of its formidable and enigmatic nature. However, its true power would only be tested in the crucible of battle. Turning his head, he gazed at Zhu Zhuqing, who was attentively on guard, and softly remarked, Zhuqing, there are certain details regarding my second soul skill that I wish to discuss with you. It may prove beneficial for our forthcoming collaboration. Zhu Zhuqing instantly turned to him, her violet eyes reflecting a focused intensity. Speak, she urged. Her curiosity and respect for Ling Feng's hard-earned 1,000-year soul skill were palpable. Ling Feng took a moment to collect his thoughts, remaining aware of their surroundings as he quietly elucidated. Spider Binding, as you have observed, is a powerful control-type soul skill. It activates almost silently, with chains forged from pure shadow energy, capable of erupting suddenly from the ground or shadows to ensnare foes. Its characteristics are threefold. Firstly, it possesses an exceptionally strong physical binding force, rendering it nearly impossible for opponents of the same rank to escape instantaneously. Secondly, it carries a dark corrosive effect, steadily eroding the soul power defenses and even the physical form of the bound, inflicting continuous damage and impairing their condition. Thirdly, and most crucially, Ling Feng's tone deepened. The chains are imbued with residual mental resentment from the abyssal spider, capable of disturbing the psyche of those ensnared, rendering their thoughts unsettled and hindering the flow of their soul power, significantly reducing their reaction and escape speed. Zhu Zhuqing listened intently, her eyes alight with understanding. She instantly grasped the formidable value of this soul skill in actual combat. A powerful control skill that combines physical binding, energy corrosion, and mental interference is indeed the most coveted asset for an agile attack type soul master. Ling Feng met her gaze, his eyes shimmering with strategic insight. Once I successfully ensnare a target with spider binding, even if only for a fleeting moment, it will grant you an exceptional opportunity to strike. Your Shadow Piercer, with its remarkable speed and penetrating power, can effortlessly exploit the vulnerabilities exposed by their binding, corrosion, and disruption, delivering a lethal blow. He paused for a moment before adding, of course, this soul skill consumes a significant amount of soul power. Given my current reserve, the number of consecutive uses in a short period is limited, and it must be employed at critical moments. Moreover, its effectiveness may be diminished against opponents with greater mental strength than mine, or those possessing specialized soul skills that can counter control techniques. Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly, her cool voice tinged with a barely perceptible excitement. I understand. Timing is crucial. She had already begun to visualize scenarios in her mind, contemplating how to seize the moment when Ling Feng's shadow chains emerged and how to maximize the power of her netherworld spike. At that moment, the leading figure, Yin Feng, suddenly gestured for the team to halt, entering a state of alertness. To the left front, approximately 150 meters away, a surge of soul power was detected, moving rapidly in a horizontal direction. A guard responsible for monitoring the flank reported in a hushed tone. Ling Feng's gaze sharpened, and he muttered, just in time. Let us test our skills. Uncle Yin, what level is it? Yin Feng carefully sensed the surroundings and replied gravely, the energy intensity is not high. Likely between 400 and 500 years. It's a speed type, possibly a Gale Wolf. The Gale Wolf, a wind attribute soul beast, is renowned for its swiftness and its attacks that inflict tearing damage. If it were of suitable age, it would be an excellent match for Zhu Zhuqing's Netherworld Spirit Cat Martial Spirit, significantly enhancing her speed and offensive capabilities. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance, each recognizing the spark of excitement in the other's eyes. Uncle Yin, you and the others stay on guard and hold the line for me. Zhuqing, let us go? Ling Feng decisively commanded. It was the perfect opportunity to assess the practical effectiveness of his new soul skill. All right, Zhu Zhuqing responded without hesitation, her Netherworld Spirit Cat Martial Spirit instantly manifesting, her eyes sharpening to an extraordinary degree. The two darted forth like arrows released from a bow, swiftly flanking the direction of the soul power disturbance in silence, moving in perfect harmony as if they had rehearsed this countless times before. Yin Feng and the others tightened their formation, anxiously watching the duo's retreating figures, eager to witness the extent of Ling Feng's newfound power. Now bolstered by 1,000-year second soul ring, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing quickly approached their target. Through the gaps in the trees, they caught sight of a slate-gray figure swiftly navigating the forest, a robust Gale Wolf, its coat sleek and shiny, a streak of white fur adorning its forehead. It seemed oblivious to the impending danger, maintaining its steady pace. Ling Feng signaled to Zhu Zhuqing, who immediately understood, stealthily maneuvering to encircle the Gale Wolf's flank and cut off its escape route. Meanwhile, Ling Feng took a deep breath, feeling the surge of his 22nd level soul power coursing within him. The deep purple soul ring on his body quietly illuminated, its glow remarkably subdued, nearly blending with the environment. He silently invoked his second soul skill, Shadow Binding of the Demon Spider. With a seemingly casual gesture, he pointed towards the ground ahead. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, and the fluctuation of soul power was so faint it was almost imperceptible. Yet, from the shadow in the path that the Gale Wolf was about to tread, several inky black, twisting shadow chains erupted from the earth without warning. Like a long-awaited venomous serpent, it sprang forth in an instant, ensnaring the forepaws and the midsection of the Gale Wolf with unparalleled precision. A howl of surprise escaped the wolf's lips. It had no time to react, feeling its limbs tighten as a frigid, bone-chilling energy, rife with corrosive potency, surged into its body, rendering it completely immobilized. A tumultuous, violent wave of mental chaos assaulted its simple consciousness, plunging it into a brief state of terror and confusion. It struggled and howled in vain, utterly incapable of escaping the tightening shadowy shackles. The chains embedded themselves into its flesh, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion, while the wolf's fur turned to charred black. Now was the moment. Zhu Zhuqing, who had long been poised for action, felt a glint of cold light in her eyes. First soul skill, spectral lunge. Her figure transformed into a shadowy blur, moving with incredible speed, her sharp claws aimed directly at the exposed throat of the Gale Wolf, which was firmly bound and defenseless. With a soft thud, the blade pierced flesh. The wolf's struggles and howls abruptly ceased, its eyes wide with disbelief and terror. As its massive body collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from the wound in its throat, a brilliant yellow soul ring gradually materialized above its lifeless form. A kill in an instant. From Ling Feng activating his soul skill to Zhu Zhuqing delivering the finishing blow. The entire sequence transpired with the swiftness of a flash of lightning, executed with seamless coordination. The over 400-year-old Gale Wolf had not even managed a semblance of resistance. Dispatched as effortlessly as a lamb awaiting slaughter. The onlookers, Yin Feng and all the guards, stood agape, gasping in astonishment. They were aware of the might of Ling Feng's second soul skill, yet they had not anticipated its extraordinary potency. The eerie and near-silent activation method, coupled with its formidable binding power and additional effects, rendered it nearly impossible to counter. Furthermore, the synergy between Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing reached a breathtaking level, one controlling, the other delivering the lethal blow, executed with precision and without hesitation. This control is terrifying, one guard murmured, instinctively swallowing hard. He pondered that had he been ensnared by those chains, his fate would likely not have been any better than that of the Gale Wolf. Yin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he clenched his fist. Perfect. Perfect control. Perfect cooperation. Young Master's second soul skill in team combat surpasses many offensive soul skills. At the heart of the battlefield, Ling Feng felt immensely satisfied with the effect of the shadow spider binding. He dissipated his soul power, and the shadowy chains vanished without a trace. Zhu Zhuqing also released her martial spirit, landing beside the corpse of the Gale Wolf. She gazed at the radiant yellow soul ring, her expression calm, though the slight rise and fall of her chest betrayed an inner turbulence not reflected on her exterior. The synergy they had achieved was astonishingly fluid. Ling Feng's formidable control had amplified the potency of her attack several-fold. Ling Feng approached her with a smile, saying, "It seems the effect was quite satisfactory." Zhu Zhuqing looked up at him, softly acknowledging with a hum, and after a brief pause, added, "Impressive." Her direct compliment brought an even broader smile to Ling Feng's face. Just then, a slight commotion arose from the back of the team. "He's awake. Uncle Yin. Brother Li is awake." The guard responsible for tending to the wounded exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing immediately turned back to the group. They beheld old Li, the formidable assault-type soul master whose calf had been pierced by a ground spike, and who had been unconscious until now. His eyes were open, and though his complexion remained pale and weak, clarity had returned to his gaze. The healing soul master was meticulously examining his injuries. "Old Li, how do you feel?" Yin Feng inquired with concern as he crouched beside him. Old Li managed a weak yet hearty smile. "Damn, my leg still hurts a bit, but I'm not dead." "Thank you, Brother Zhou." He directed his gratitude towards the healing soul master, and then looked at Yin Feng and the gathered crowd. "What about that 1,000-year-old cave spider?" "Young master." His last memory before losing consciousness was of Ling Feng transforming into a streak of black light and charging towards the spider's abdomen, coupled with the terrifying sweeping leg. He had been anxiously pondering the outcome. Yin Feng patted his shoulder, his tone filled with excitement and trepidation. "Rest assured, the young master has performed a miracle. Not only did he successfully slay that beast, but he also absorbed its soul ring." "What?" Old Li's eyes widened in shock, and the excitement caused him to inadvertently strain his wound, making him wince, yet he eagerly pressed on. "He succeeded? 1,000-year soul ring. Is it true?" "Absolutely." A young guard interjected, his voice brimming with admiration. "You should have seen it." After absorbing the soul ring, the young master's soul power soared to level 22. Just moments ago, he used the new soul skill granted by that 1,000-year soul ring, in conjunction with Miss Zhuqing, to swiftly annihilate a 400-year-old Gale Wolf. The soul skill was incredible. It was a control type. In an instant, a shadow emerged, and that wolf was rendered immobile. As Old Li listened to his companions excitedly recounting the thrilling events, he could not witness it firsthand, yet he could vividly imagine the danger and subsequent awe. His gaze abruptly shifted towards Ling Feng, his eyes a complex medley of shock, admiration, and elation, ultimately coalescing into a heartfelt exclamation as he struggled to sit up to pay his respects. "Young master, you are truly remarkable." "I, Old Li, am in awe." Ling Feng quickly stepped forward and gently pressed down on his shoulder to prevent him from rising. "Uncle Li, you are still severely injured. There is no need for such formalities. Focus on your recovery. We still have a journey home together. His tone was calm, devoid of arrogance, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Old Li gazed into his steady yet powerfully confident eyes, feeling the restrained yet palpable waves of soul power emanating from him. He nodded heavily, his eyes even becoming a bit misty. He could envision the Ling family, under the guidance of this young man, destined to embrace an unprecedented glory. Ling Feng then turned to the Healing Soul Master. Uncle Zhou, how is Uncle Li's condition? The Healing Soul Master respectfully replied, Young Master, the bones have been set, and the meridians have been initially cleared. However, the injury is severe. He will need to rest for at least 1 to 2 months. During this period, he must refrain from using soul power, or he may incur permanent internal damage. Ling Feng nodded slightly, retrieving a jade vial from his storage soul guide and presenting it to the Healing Soul Master. This is a bone-building blood essence pill I acquired by chance. It works wonders for injuries to bones and vitality. Administer it to Uncle Li. It should expedite his recovery. This was, of course, one of the rare elixirs obtained through the system's daily sign-in, far more effective than ordinary medicinal remedies. The Healing Soul Master accepted the vial and opened it, immediately enveloped by a refreshing fragrance that invigorated his spirit. This potency, young master, is exceedingly precious. Old Li hastily waved his hand, exclaiming, Young master, this is unnecessary. I can manage with my rugged constitution. Such a valuable medicine should not be wasted on me. Ling Feng interrupted them with a dismissive wave, his tone resolute. Uncle Li was injured while protecting me. A mere pill is inconsequential. Your health is paramount. Recover swiftly. His words resonated with authority, exuding a natural leadership that stirred a warm tide of belonging among Old Li and the surrounding soul masters. Thank you, young master. Old Li, no longer able to refuse, swallowed the pill with a choked voice. A gentle yet powerful essence surged through him, alleviating the excruciating pain in his legs significantly. A comforting warmth enveloped his wounds, prompting a contented sigh. After tending to the injured, Ling Feng's gaze shifted back toward the depths of the forest, his eyes sharp. We have rested enough. Let us proceed. The team resumed their journey, their morale bolstered even further. Although burdened with an injured comrade, Ling Feng, now empowered by the Millennium's second soul ring and his enigmatic control abilities, instilled unprecedented confidence in everyone. Ling Feng walked alongside Zhu Zhuqing, their synchronized movements revealing an elevated synergy after their recent perfect collaboration. Often, a mere glance was sufficient for them to grasp each other's intentions. Zhu Zhuqing occasionally cast sidelong glances at the young man beside her. His upright posture, confident demeanor, and the occasional glimmer of deep purple in his eyes brought her an inexplicable sense of reassurance and excitement. She gently clenched her fist, feeling the coolness of the healing medicine in her palm, along with the warmth of his careful protection. Her resolve grew more steadfast. She too must become stronger to match his pace and truly stand beside him. Chapter 45. Her Guardian. Under Ling Feng's leadership, the team continued to retreat steadily toward the periphery of the soul-hunting forest. Despite their high spirits, the actual situation was far from easy. After the fierce battle with the Millennium Abyssal Spider, nearly everyone bore injuries, and their soul power was significantly depleted. Additionally, assisting a severely wounded comrade inevitably slowed their pace. The light filtering through the trees grew increasingly dim, heralding the approach of dusk. The dangers of the soul-hunting forest would multiply at night, necessitating a swift search for a relatively safe place to camp and recuperate. Ling Feng walked at the forefront of the team, side by side with Zhu Zhuqing. On the surface, he appeared composed and decisive, but only he understood the immense burden from absorbing the Millennium Soul Ring had not yet been fully alleviated. The leap in power came not only with a surge in soul energy, but also with profound physical and mental refinement and depletion. Though the immense energy had been refined, the process of forcibly widening the meridians and strengthening the physique resembled the shattering and remaking of the body, placing him in a state of weakness akin to rebirth. Every muscle bore the remnants of soreness and fatigue, while a sense of exhaustion from overextension lingered deep within his soul. He relied solely on his indomitable will and the slight relief brought by the soul power condensation technique to sustain himself. Once more, he instinctively moved his still aching right shoulder, an injury sustained during the deadly counterattack of the abyssal spider. Although the fractured bone had unexpectedly healed significantly while absorbing the soul ring's energy, the strains on his muscles and meridians would take longer to mend. This subtle movement did not escape the keen gaze of Zhu Zhuqing, who had been quietly observing him. Her eyes swept over his slightly furrowed brow and the barely perceptible stiffness of his actions, revealing a flicker of understanding and an almost imperceptible pang of sympathy within her violet irises. She was acutely aware of the risks and after-effects associated with absorbing soul rings beyond one's level, even if successful. The depletion stemming from the very essence of life was not something that could be restored in a fleeting moment. She remained silent, choosing not to speak. But her steps subtly slowed, bringing her closer to Ling Feng, her vigilant gaze scanning the periphery while increasingly enveloping him within her protective sphere. After approximately half an hour of travel, they discovered a relatively open and dry area, backed by a massive rock wall. Upon surveying the surroundings, the rock peak commanded, "The day is waning. We shall camp here for the night. Pair up to take turns keeping watch. Lao Zhou, please check everyone's injuries again. The rest, immediately start a fire and prepare a meal. We must make haste to recover." With the orders given, the group sprang into action. They carefully assisted the heavily injured Lao Li to sit down, retrieving provisions and water, igniting a campfire to dispel the chill of the forest and any lurking threats. Ling Feng approached the rock wall, intending to help set up a perimeter as usual, but a sudden wave of dizziness struck him, causing his steps to falter. His complexion paling further. He quickly grasped the cold rock wall for support, steadying himself as he took several deep breaths, attempting to suppress the feeling of weakness. "What's wrong?" A voice, cool yet tinged with urgency, rose beside him. Ling Feng turned to find Zhu Zhuqing had approached him unknowingly, gazing up at him. Her usually tranquil eyes clearly reflected his current disheveled state, along with an unmistakable concern. "It's nothing." Ling Feng instinctively attempted to conjure a smile to mask his condition. "Just a bit fatigued. I just need to rest for a moment." However, Zhu Zhuqing was not easily deceived by his feigned nonchalance. She pressed her lips together, remaining silent, and instead reached out, grasping the wrist of the hand he had placed against the rock wall. Her fingers were cool to the touch, delicate yet imbued with an undeniable strength. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively trying to withdraw his hand, but she held it firmly. With a sense of soul power wavering and blood energy depleted, she felt the pulse beneath her fingers and, with a calm yet incisive tone, articulated his true condition. "You are forcing yourself." It was not a question but a statement. Ling Feng gazed into her earnest eyes, realizing that there was no evading the truth, and could only offer a resigned smile. To absorb a millennium's soul ring, one must inevitably pay a price. But fret not, my foundation remains intact. It merely requires time to recuperate. Zhu Zhuqing released his wrist, silently observing him for a moment, before abruptly turning away and striding towards the guards who were busily tending to the campfire. Ling Feng watched her retreating figure with a hint of bewilderment. She approached the elderly healing soul master, old Zhou, and whispered a few words. He appeared momentarily taken aback, then glanced in Ling Feng's direction, a look of realization dawning upon him as he nodded in understanding. Swiftly, he retrieved a water pouch from his belongings and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing. After accepting the water pouch, Zhu Zhuqing proceeded to the guard distributing food, collecting several warm, easily digestible flatbreads and jerky, which she meticulously wrapped in a clean leaf. Under the watchful and somewhat astonished gaze of the others, she returned to Ling Feng, cradling her acquired provisions and water. She sat down, her voice still gentle yet imbued with an undeniable resolve that was hard to refuse. Ling Feng observed the items in her hands, and then her unwavering gaze. A complex warmth swelling within his chest. The irritation and fatigue brought on by his weakness seemed to dissipate significantly. He leaned against the rock wall and gradually settled down. Zhu Zhuqing squatted beside him, first offering the wrapped food. "Have something to eat." Then, she uncorked the water pouch, releasing a subtle, soothing aroma of medicinal herbs that filled the air. This was evidently not ordinary water, but rather a concoction specially prepared by old Zhou, designed to aid in the restoration of vitality and soul power. She extended the water pouch towards Ling Feng, watching him take it, and added with a tone that was stiff yet caring, "Drink slowly. Uncle Zhou said this remedy is gentle, but it needs to be absorbed gradually." Ling Feng took note of her natural actions and the concern that she struggled to conceal in her clear, cold eyes. He felt an overwhelming sense of fullness in his chest, as if the restlessness and weariness born of weakness had been significantly alleviated. He accepted the warm food and the fragrant water pouch, tilting his head back to take a sip. The mildly bitter yet sweet liquid slid down his throat, a gentle warmth radiating throughout his being, bringing him considerable comfort. "Thank you," he said softly, looking at the girl beside him, his gratitude sincere and warm rather than forced. Zhu Zhuqing did not meet his gaze. Instead, she hugged her knees, her eyes fixated on the dancing flames of the campfire. The light cast a soft glow on her profile, revealing a hint of a delicate blush around her ears, as she replied quietly, Ling Feng slowly consumed the food and sipped the herbal drink, feeling his strength gradually returning. Zhu Zhuqing sat quietly beside him, neither speaking nor leaving. as if simply content to accompany him in his rest. This silent companionship offered more solace than any words could convey. After a while, Ling Feng's forehead glistened with fine beads of sweat due to his weakness and the warmth of the fire. Just as he intended to wipe it away, a clean, elegant handkerchief, exuding a faint, refreshing fragrance, was presented before him. Ling Feng froze once more, lifting his gaze to the owner of the handkerchief. Zhu Zhuqing continued to avert her gaze, fixating stubbornly on the flickering flames of the bonfire, as if the dancing fire held an irresistible allure. She persistently extended the handkerchief towards him, her delicate wrist exposed, pale and slender, yet unwavering as a rock. Ling Feng's heart fluttered as if brushed by a feather, a peculiar, tingling sensation subtly spreading within him. He slowly reached out, accepting the handkerchief imbued with her warmth and faint fragrance, gently wiping the sweat from his brow. The fabric was exquisitely soft, and its essence momentarily dulled his mental fatigue, as if soothing his very spirit. "I could have managed on my own," he murmured. His voice instinctively softened, lest he disturb the fragile atmosphere enveloping them. Finally, Zhu Zhuqing slightly turned her head, casting him a fleeting glance. Her eyes remained bright, yet there was an inexplicable depth to them, a nuance uncharacteristic of her usual demeanor. With a calm tone, she retorted, "Can you see your own forehead?" Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback by her forthright inquiry, then could not help but let out a soft chuckle. The vibration within his chest stirred his sore muscles, yet it brought him immense relief. Hearing his laughter, Zhu Zhuqing appeared momentarily stunned, quickly turning back towards the fire with a hint of vexation. Though the tips of her ears, once merely flushed, deepened in hue, casting a subtle blush upon her fair neck. Ling Feng stilled his laughter, observing the rare sight of the girl's shy annoyance, and his heart swelled with tenderness. He understood that for someone as cold and proud as she, taking the initiative to care for him required tremendous courage and signified a profound level of trust and concern. He refrained from expressing further gratitude. Some sentiments are best kept within the heart. He carefully folded the handkerchief, infused with her scent and warmth, and tucked it away in his bosom, then resumed quietly consuming his food and drink. Out of the corner of her eye, Zhu Zhuqing caught sight of him stowing away the handkerchief. Her body seemed to stiffen momentarily, yet she voiced no protest, her fingers instinctively curling around her knees. The crackling fire cast shadows of their figures against the rock wall, intertwining in a long silhouette. The surrounding clamor, the whispers of the guards, the chirping of night insects in the forest, seemed to fade away at that moment, creating a serene and warm enclave solely for the two of them. From a distance, the rock peak and other guards observed, their faces adorned with knowing, benevolent smiles, tacitly refraining from intruding. After a considerable time, Ling Feng felt his strength returning. He set down the water pouch and gazed at the still silent girl beside him, softly stating, "I feel much better now, truly. Thank you, Zhuqing." Only then did Zhu Zhuqing slowly turn her head, scrutinizing his complexion, noting it was indeed more vibrant than before. His eyes regaining their brightness, she imperceptibly nodded. "I will take the night watch," she suddenly declared, her tone leaving no room for argument. "You should rest." Ling Feng intended to decline, but upon meeting her steadfast gaze, the words caught in his throat, and he swallowed them back. He understood that this was her way of expressing concern, perhaps even a hint of guilt for not being able to endure the torment of the soul rings by his side before. "Very well," he replied, nodding in acquiescence. "I will take the first half of the night, and you shall take the latter." Zhu Zhuqing seemed inclined to protest, but Ling Feng interjected, "This is an order. Besides, I merely need to recuperate, not lose my combat capability." A flicker of hesitation crossed Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, yet she ultimately chose not to insist further, merely responding with a soft acknowledgement. As the night deepened and the campfire flickered, Ling Feng leaned against the rock wall, closing his eyes to recuperate, diligently channeling the soul power convergence method to hasten his recovery. Zhu Zhuqing sat nearby, neither sleeping nor cultivating, but rather cradling her knees, vigilantly watching over him. Her watchful gaze periodically swept through the surrounding darkness, embodying the essence of the most loyal guardian. Whenever Ling Feng's breath subtly altered during his deep meditation, she would immediately turn her head to ensure his well-being before resuming her watchful vigil. Her protection was silent yet meticulous. Although Ling Feng's eyes were closed, he could distinctly feel the warmth of her gaze resting upon him. An unprecedented sense of tranquility and being cherished enveloped him, akin to warm spring water gently flowing through his heart, nourishing his weary body and spirit. In this perilous night within the soul-hunting forest, her presence transformed even the winds that blew around them into something far more gentle. Chapter 46, Solidifying Soul Power at Level 22. A night devoid of conversation. Under Zhu Zhuqing's silent yet attentive guardianship, Ling Feng enjoyed a rare and profound rest. The crackling of the campfire echoed softly, the effects of the medicine gradually taking hold. And with the continuous operation of the soul power convergence method, when he finally reopened his eyes, the faint morning sunlight had already filtered through the gaps in the trees, casting dappled patches of light. He exhaled a long breath, feeling rejuvenated. The deep-seated fatigue and weakness from the previous day had almost entirely dissipated. The soul power within him surged like a mighty river, robust and steady, completely shedding the initial sense of instability that accompanied his recent advancement, now solid and obedient. The lingering discomfort in his meridians had vanished, replaced by a sensation of invigorating ease. The subtle pain in his right shoulder was nearly imperceptible, and his physical condition had returned to about 80 to 90%. As he moved slightly, he noticed a delicate black cloak had been gently draped over him at some point, infused with a familiar, cool fragrance. He paused, glancing to his side. Zhu Zhuqing remained in her position, knees drawn to her chest, but her head now rested lightly upon her bent knees, seemingly succumbing to fatigue from the latter half of her watch, and had drifted into a light slumber. The morning light illuminated the delicate contours of her profile, casting shadows with her long eyelashes that softened her usual aloof demeanor, rendering her quiet and tender, even exuding a rare vulnerability. Instantly, Ling Feng's heart softened, intertwined with a gentle pang of affection. With utmost care, he lifted the cloak from his body, being extraordinarily gentle, fearful of disturbing her, and held his breath as he attempted to drape it back over her shoulders. However, just as the cloak was about to brush against her skin, her tightly shut eyes suddenly fluttered open. A fleeting glimmer of sharp vigilance and confusion flickered across her violet pupils. However, upon recognizing that the individual before her was Ling Feng, and that he held the cloak poised to drape over her, that vigilance receded like a swiftly retreating tide, replaced by a barely perceptible sense of disarray and embarrassment. Instinctively, she straightened her posture, reverting to her customary aloof demeanor, though the faint blush gracing her ears betrayed her inner turmoil. "You are awake," she remarked, her voice tinged with the huskiness of recent slumber as she averted her gaze, avoiding the sight of the cloak in his grasp. "How do you feel?" Ling Feng observed her rare, nearly flustered expression with amusement, though he stifled a smile and returned the cloak to her, speaking gently. "Much improved. My soul power has stabilized completely. Thank you for the cloak and for keeping watch." As Zhu Zhuqing took the cloak, her fingertips inadvertently brushed against his, causing her to retract her hand as if scalded. Bowing her head, she mumbled a vague acknowledgement before hastily folding the cloak and stowing it away, as if it were a searing hot potato. At that moment, Yin Feng and the other guards began to rouse, and the camp gradually came alive once more. Upon seeing Ling Feng looking revitalized and composed, a collective sigh of relief washed over everyone as they approached him with greetings. "Young master, you have finally recovered. That is splendid news. Your complexion looks significantly better." Ling Feng smiled in response, then surveyed the group, proclaiming, "Everyone, make haste to pack. We depart in 15 minutes. Zhu Zhuqing had fully detached herself from her earlier subtle emotions, her gaze returning to one of focus and resolve. The team set forth once more. With his restored state, Ling Feng perceived the world with newfound clarity. His senses sharpened, the flow of his soul power became more fluid and effortless, and his mastery over his abilities reached a new pinnacle. As he advanced, he silently attuned himself to his enhanced powers and the newly acquired second soul skill. His consciousness delved into the system interface. Host, Ling Feng. Age, 8 years. Martial Soul, Night Qilin, Soul Power. Level 22, stabilized. Soul Rings, purple, pseudo-yellow, approximately 1,100 years. Purple, approximately 1,300 years. Soul Bones, none. Skills, Shadow Strike, first soul skill. Spider Shadow Bind, second soul skill. Mastery of basic footwork, beginner herb identification, soul power condensation method. Disguise technique, beginner. Items, gold soul coins, slight. Other miscellaneous items omitted. Sign-in point, none. Level 22, completely stabilized. 2,000-year soul rings, albeit the first disguised. A surge of pride welled within Ling Feng. He quietly experimented with the fine control of his soul power, occasionally condensing it to his fingertips, forming minute whirlwinds. At other times, he infused it into his legs, rendering his steps light and swift. His command over his strength was rapidly escalating. Of course, the focal point remained the second soul skill, Spider Shadow Bind. He concentrated on the soul power flow required to activate this skill, assessing the extent of mental energy expenditure and the peculiar sensation of a subtle communion with shadows and the earth. He needed to master its release distance, effective range, duration, and the intensity of the accompanying corrosive and mental disruption effects with greater precision. Merely relying on personal experience is insufficient. Practical engagement is the most effective means of familiarization. His gaze fell upon Zhu Zhuqing, who was equally vigilant and focused beside him, and an idea sparked in his mind. Zhuqing, he suddenly spoke, his voice tinged with eagerness. Since the current situation is relatively secure, shall we engage in a spar? I wish to become more acquainted with the effects of my new soul skill. And you might also adapt to its control in advance, to avoid being caught off guard in future confrontations. Moreover, high-intensity conflict might provide you with the impetus for a breakthrough. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing paused for a moment, turning to look at him. A flicker of surprise briefly passed through her violet eyes, soon replaced by a profound interest and a surge of fighting spirit. She had long been eager to experience the might of that millennium-old soul skill firsthand. All right, she replied succinctly, without the slightest hesitation. The others, upon overhearing their dialogue, curiously halted, intentionally forming a circle around them, both to grant them space and to prevent any unnecessary disturbances from their sparring. Anticipation was evident on their faces, as they too were immensely curious about how the young master's formidable control soul skill would fare against Zhu Zhuqing, known for her speed and agility. The two positioned themselves in the arena, approximately 10 meters apart. I will primarily utilize my second soul skill, Ling Feng declared. You may evade and struggle with all your might to experience its binding power. Rest assured, I will regulate the intensity. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, her nether-cat martial soul instantly manifesting. Her eyes transformed into cold, slitted pupils, and her body lowered slightly, adopting a stance ready for evasion. Begin. Her voice was remarkably calm. Ling Feng's gaze sharpened, soul power surging within him, as the deep purple soul ring suddenly illuminated. Second soul skill, Shadow Spider Bind. Without any prior warning, from the shadows beneath Zhu Zhuqing's feet, several dark and icy shadow chains erupted forth like venomous snakes, swiftly lunging towards her ankles. Zhu Zhuqing had been fully attuned to her surroundings. The moment the chains burst forth, her body reacted instinctively. The unparalleled speed granted by her nether-cat martial soul surged forth, enabling her to float backward as if weightless, while her claws intersected in a downward motion, attempting to sever the bizarre chains. However, the velocity of the shadow chains far surpassed her expectations. It seemed as though they possessed a life of their own, their trajectory cunningly predicting her evasive maneuvers. Despite her extraordinary speed allowing her to evade the majority of the chains, one chain latched onto her left ankle with the precision of a relentless parasite. Cold, stinging, corrosive, these three sensations cascaded up her ankle in an instant. Zhu Zhuqing felt her left foot grow heavy, as if it had been welded to the ground, a chilling energy attempting to penetrate her body, hindering her soul power's flow. While a wave of restless and violent emotions began to assault her consciousness, causing her movements to falter. Humph. She let out a muffled grunt, her response swift. Soul power surged into her right leg, forcefully stabilizing her center of gravity, while her right claw shimmered with a ghostly light, fiercely clawing at the chain binding her ankle. The piercing sound of friction echoed. Sparks flew, yet that shadowy chain proved remarkably resilient. Despite her formidable 10th-level soul power, she could merely leave faint white marks upon it, unable to sever it instantly. Moreover, the chain continued to constrict, corroding her soul protective energy and unsettling her mind. With no hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed her first soul skill, Netherworld Thrust. She sought to exploit a momentary burst of speed to forcibly extricate herself from the bindings. A flicker of ghostly light illuminated her form as she surged forward. However, the ominous chain seemed to possess extraordinary elasticity, stretching taut with her thrust, yet showing no signs of breaking. On the contrary, her struggles only intensified the constricting force and corrosive interference. Zhu Zhuqing felt a tremendous force tugging at her ankle, abruptly countering her thrusting speed and causing her to stagger, nearly losing her balance. The mental disturbance further disoriented her, momentarily disrupting the flow of her soul power. Such formidable control, such bizarre effects. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. This was merely the entanglement of a single chain. Were multiple chains to bind her simultaneously, she would likely lose all capacity for resistance in an instant. No longer attempting to forcefully break free, she swiftly altered her strategy, her body spinning like a nimble cat, utilizing the rotational force to counteract the chain's pull while concentrating her soul power at her ensnared ankle. Fiercely resisting the corrosive and disruptive effects, searching for any fluctuation in the chain's energy, Ling Feng refrained from further assault, standing still to keenly sense the feedback emanating from the chain. How does it feel? What is the binding strength? The degree of corrosion? The intensity of mental interference? His voice pulled Zhu Zhuqing back from her intense concentration. She ceased her struggles, breathing slightly heavier, beads of perspiration forming on her smooth forehead. Lowering her gaze to the living darkness that writhed and contracted around her ankle, she felt the myriad effects it conveyed. Her cold eyes filled with gravity and awe. Very strong, she replied candidly, her voice tinged with breathlessness. The physical binding strength is immense. My power is utterly incapable of breaking free. The corrosive effect on my soul power is evident, continuously depleting my energy. The mental interference is quite troublesome, causing distraction and making it difficult to concentrate on manipulating my soul power. She paused, adding her insights. Unless one possesses speed far surpassing that of the chain's deployment or exhibits a stronger momentary explosive force to forcibly break free, or employs special mental defenses or soul skills to nullify the control, it is exceedingly difficult to escape once ensnared within the same rank. Her assessment was objective and precise, and she recognized the terrifying potential of this soul skill. It was tailored exquisitely for Ling Feng. Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction, his thoughts manifesting as he retracted the soul skill. The dark chain instantly transformed into tendrils of black smoke, dissipating into the air. As the chilling sensation of binding and interference vanished, Zhu Zhuqing flexed her slightly numb ankle, which bore a faint ring of gray marks, the remnants of corrosion that would require some time to dispel with her soul power. Again, Zhu Zhuqing raised her head, her gaze brimming with determination. She yearned to better adapt to this control, to discover even the slightest possibility of countering it. Ling Feng smiled, very well. In the ensuing moments, the two individuals continued to engage in a repetitive cycle of release, evasion, binding, and struggle within the glade of the forest. Ling Feng persistently fine-tuned the angle of the shadow spider binding's release, its timing, and the output of his soul power, endeavoring to discover the most covert and elusive method of activation while testing the strength, quantity, and additional effects of the chains under different soul power outputs. Conversely, Zhu Zhuqing regarded him as the quintessential sparring partner. She maximized the speed and agility of the nether cat, narrowly evading the entanglement of the chains time and again, or, upon being ensnared, employing various methods to attempt her escape, experiencing the corrosive and disruptive effects, and striving to enhance her adaptability and precision in soul power manipulation under such extreme control. The arena was illuminated by flickering shadows, with black chains crisscrossing throughout. Their figures intertwined. At times, Ling Feng would gain the upper hand with a decisive strike, while at other moments, Zhu Zhuqing would narrowly evade. The atmosphere of their sparring was tense yet focused, devoid of malice, instead fostering a tacit understanding of mutual refinement and collective advancement. The surrounding guards were captivated, their eyes wide with astonishment. Young Master S soul skill is truly becoming more formidable with each display. Miss Zhuqing's speed is astonishing. She nearly evaded several times. Indeed, if it weren't for the peculiar nature of this soul skill, another individual would struggle to control her. Yin Feng stroked his beard, a look of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes, observing the increasingly harmonious collaboration of the two young prodigies. He felt as though he were witnessing the rise of two brilliant new stars. Once more, Zhu Zhuqing felt the brush of a chain graze the edge of her garment at the very limit of her distance, though not fully ensnared. The momentary corrosion and mental disruption caused her form to falter. Without hesitation, she swiftly retreated, distancing herself from the combat zone, breathing slightly heavier. Beads of sweat glistened on her brow and cheeks, her violet tresses dampened, yet her gaze remained exceptionally bright. The intensity of the confrontation and the persistent mental strain had drained her soul power significantly, leaving her fatigued. However, an unprecedented sense of exhilaration and fulfillment filled her heart. She sensed a subtle enhancement in her control over soul power, her grasp of combat timing, and even her mental resilience. Ling Feng too ceased his assault, his breath remaining steady. Through this repeated practice, his mastery of the shadow spider binding had become considerably more refined, his control deft and intuitive. That should suffice, he remarked, observing the slightly fatigued but brightly-eyed Zhu Zhuqing. Let us take a moment to rest. It seems you have gleaned quite a bit. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, moving aside to retrieve her water pouch, taking small sips to calm her breath and soul power. She indeed needed to digest the insights gained during their sparring. Ling Feng approached her, observing her earnest contemplation, and inquired with a smile, "How do you feel? Have you deduced any strategies for countering it?" Zhu Zhuqing set down her water pouch, contemplating deeply before responding. It is quite difficult. Unless one can absolutely dominate in speed or possesses a potent means to dispel the control, being locked on frontally is nearly insurmountable. The best approach would be to anticipate your activation beforehand or to never step into your most likely range of activation. Her analysis was astute. Ling Feng nodded in approval. Precisely. Thus, this soul skill is better suited for ambushes, gaining control of the initiative, or crafting lethal opportunities amidst chaotic skirmishes. The two exchanged a knowing smile, an unspoken camaraderie blossoming as they stood side by side in battle. Through their intense sparring, Ling Feng had thoroughly solidified his soul power at the 22nd level and had adeptly mastered his second soul skill, the shadow binding of the demon spider. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, in this high-pressure confrontation, had honed her state to the pinnacle of the 12th level, sensing that the barrier hindering her breakthrough had grown increasingly fragile, as if she were merely a step away from that crucial leap forward. After their rigorous training, Zhu Zhuqing, though fatigued, found herself in a peculiar state of exhilaration. The experience of continuously pushing her limits under immense pressure and the meticulous control of her soul power elevated her understanding and mastery of her abilities to new heights. She could distinctly feel the 12th level barrier wavering under repeated assaults, teetering on the brink of collapse, merely awaiting that final, pivotal push. However, this last step was often the most arduous. What was required might no longer be mere arduous training or pressure, but rather a perfectly timed opportunity, or perhaps, accumulation. The team continued to traverse through the forest, their focus sharply attuned to searching for traces of agile soul beasts suitable for Zhu Zhuqing. Ling Feng walked beside her, acutely aware of the changes in her aura. Her soul power was becoming increasingly refined and pure, yet the total seemed to be stuck at some limit, making true transcendence elusive. He understood well that Zhu Zhuqing's bottleneck was not due to negligence, but rather a lack of external impetus, or more precisely, a deficiency in the substantial accumulation needed to break through that final barrier. In the original narrative, her early cultivation speed did not appear particularly extraordinary until she joined Shrek Academy, where she experienced rapid advancement. Resources were likely a significant factor. Resources, indeed, were among the few things Ling Feng possessed in abundance, even if he could not openly provide them in great quantities. He delved into the system space, his gaze sweeping over the scattered items in his backpack. Aside from golden soul coins and miscellaneous trinkets, there were several bottles of potions obtained randomly from daily sign-ins, varying in quality. Low-quality soul power pill slightly enhances soul master cultivation speed, with a weak effect, lasting 1 hour. Quantity 3. Standard soul power pill moderately enhances soul master cultivation speed, with an average effect, lasting 2 hours. Quantity 2. Calming heart pill standard soothes the mind, alleviates cultivation fatigue, and slightly reduces the risk of falling into madness. Quantity 5. These were low-tier rewards from the system's daily sign-in, far inferior to the achievements or location-based rewards, and for his current 22nd level soul power, they were almost negligible, which is why he had neglected to use them, allowing them to accumulate in a corner. However, for Zhu Zhuqing, still at the soul master level and trapped at the 12th level bottleneck, these inferior and standard pills might just provide the unexpected impetus she needed. The crucial question was how to administer them to her discreetly, without raising suspicion. Directly offering them to her, given her sensitive and proud nature, would likely result in refusal or inquiries about their origin. Ling Feng's mind raced, and soon he devised a plan. At noon, the group paused once more to rest and partake in a modest meal. The guards distributed rations and jerky, and Ling Feng retrieved his share along with a water skin filled with clear water. He settled beside Zhu Zhuqing, feigning nonchalance as he ate, while discreetly executing a plan. Under the guise of lowering his head to drink, he swiftly operated the system, quietly extracting a beginner soul power pill, common, and a calming heart pill, common, into his palm. With deft fingers, he crushed the two pills into an almost imperceptible powder. Pretending to choke on the jerky, he coughed a few times and naturally reached for the water skin that Zhu Zhuqing had placed beside him, saying, "Cough, Zhuqing. Could you pass me the water? I seem to have something stuck." Zhu Zhuqing, who was nibbling on a flatbread, nodded without much thought. Ling Feng lifted the water skin, tilting his head as if to drink, but under the cover of his sleeve, he silently flicked the powdered pills into the opening of the water skin. He then took a small sip and returned the water skin to Zhu Zhuqing, his tone effortlessly casual. "Thank you." Zhu Zhuqing accepted the water skin, unaware of any irregularities, and continued to munch on her rations. After a while, she indeed felt parched and naturally picked up the water skin for a few sips. Ling Feng observed this with a sidelong glance, feeling a slight relief mixed with trepidation. He could not be entirely certain of the pill's effects, hoping that these items produced by the system would prove beneficial, at the very least without adverse side effects. After resting for about a quarter of an hour, as the group prepared to set off again, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been quietly meditating, suddenly let out a soft sound of surprise, opening her eyes with a hint of confusion on her face. "What is the matter?" Ling Feng inquired with concern. Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brow slightly, sensing a change within her body, and said uncertainly, "I feel that the flow of soul power seems to have become smoother, and my body feels warm and comfortable." The The fatigue I felt earlier has diminished significantly. She assumed it was the result of their recent rest and meditation. Ling Feng secretly rejoiced, realizing that the pills were beginning to take effect. Though the soul power pill was of ordinary quality, it was indeed enhancing her cultivation speed, while the calming heart pill alleviated her mental fatigue, placing her in a more conducive state for cultivation and breakthroughs. Externally, however, he remained composed, only smiling and saying, "It seems that the pressure from our earlier sparring has borne fruit. Relaxing afterward has made progress easier. This is a good sign, indicating that a breakthrough is imminent." Zhu Zhuqing found his reasoning sound, nodding her head and attributing her improvement to their earlier practice. She closed her eyes again, attempting to guide the now vibrant and fluid soul power to once more challenge the solid barrier before her. This time, the barrier appeared to yield ever so slightly. She felt a surge of focus as she concentrated on channeling her soul power. The group continued onward. Ling Feng noted that Zhu Zhuqing's aura was visibly becoming more vibrant and robust, and her efficiency in absorbing the soul power particles from the air seemed to have improved slightly. As dusk fell and the camp was set up, Zhu Zhuqing hardly paused to eat, instead finding a spot to meditate, her surroundings subtly resonating with the fluctuations of her soul power. Ling Feng recognized that the critical moment had arrived. Following the same method as before, he discreetly mixed a powder of a low-grade soul power pill into her portion of soup while distributing dinner. Shortly after she consumed the soup, her meditative state deepened noticeably, and the surrounding soul power began to converge towards her, as if drawn by an unseen force. As night deepened and the camp fell silent, only the crackling of the campfire and the soft footsteps of the night watchman could be heard. Ling Feng remained awake, seated nearby, appearing to be in a state of recuperation, yet most of his attention was focused on Zhu Zhuqing. Suddenly, the fluctuations of soul power surrounding her intensified dramatically. Her tightly shut eyes fluttered slightly, beads of sweat began to form on her smooth forehead, and her body trembled faintly, as if under immense pressure. Ling Feng's heart raced. He understood that this was the pivotal moment of her breakthrough. Without hesitation, he crushed the last ordinary soul power pill in his palm, took up a jug of freshly boiled water, and approached Zhu Zhuqing under the pretense of refilling her cup, discreetly sprinkling the powder into her drink. "Zhuqing, would you like to take a sip of water before continuing?" he inquired softly, extending the cup towards her. In the crucial moment of her breakthrough, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively took the cup, drinking several sips without a glance. The warm water, infused with the faint medicinal potency, surged into her body, akin to a small flame igniting a pile of nearly extinguished tinder. This tiny spark became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Buzz, a powerful aura, significantly stronger than before, erupted from within Zhu Zhuqing. The soul power that had been gathering around her found an outlet and surged wildly into her body. She suddenly opened her eyes, her violet irises shimmering with brilliance, filled with astonishment and disbelief. She had broken through. She had successfully transcended the 12th level bottleneck that had plagued her for so long, and her soul power did not cease its ascent. Propelled by the residual medicinal energy and the accumulation of her efforts, her soul power level continued to rise steadily. 13th level, 14th level. Ultimately, through her diligent control and guidance, her soul power stabilized at the 16th level, a remarkable leap of 4 levels. From the peak of 12th to 16th, a profound accumulation augmented by the minute influence of the pill, elevating her by 4 levels, culminating in a total of 16. Feeling the tumultuous flow of soul power within her, now several times more potent than before, Zhu Zhuqing momentarily felt dazed. She raised her hands, gazing at her palms, almost unable to fathom the reality of it all. The bottleneck that had troubled her for so long had been shattered just like that, and the extent of her elevation was so immense. Instinctively, she turned her gaze towards Ling Feng, who stood steadfastly by her side. His face bore a perfectly timed expression of surprise and admiration. "You've broken through? 16th level. Zhuqing, your foundation is astonishingly deep. Congratulations." His expression was flawless, as if all of this were merely the result of her own diligent efforts and a natural progression. Zhu Zhuqing gazed upon his sincere smile, and the faint whispers of doubt within her heart, such as the unusually smooth flow of her soul power today and the invigorating sensation after drinking that cup of water, were swiftly swept away by a wave of immense joy and exhilaration over her breakthrough. Indeed, she had been stagnating at the pinnacle of the 12th level for quite some time, diligently honing her skills without a moment's respite. The intense sparring with Ling Feng had imparted profound pressure and insight. Perhaps this was the essence of cumulative power manifesting itself. She attributed the primary cause of her breakthrough to her own accumulation of effort and the opportunity presented by her battle with Ling Feng. Rising to her feet, she stretched her body, feeling the surge of strength coursing through her, and her cold, clear eyes sparkled with an inner light. Turning to Ling Feng, she spoke earnestly. "Thank you, Ling Feng. Thank you for our sparring, for your protection, and for that cup of water." Although she was unaware of the true nature of that water, her intuition told her that he had silently supported her during her breakthrough. Ling Feng smiled and shook his head. "This is the result of your own hard work." Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but smile slightly, her expression blooming like the first thaw of spring, breathtakingly beautiful. "Yes," she nodded resolutely, her eyes brimming with anticipation and determination. The others in the camp were awakened by the commotion and, upon learning that Zhu Zhuqing had not only broken through but had surged to the 16th level, were utterly astonished and rushed to congratulate her. Though they found the extent of her leap somewhat exaggerated, considering her prolonged stagnation and Ling Feng's formidable presence, they felt it was not beyond reason, marveling once more at the exceptional talents of these two young individuals. Yin Feng was particularly elated, his smile unwavering as he exclaimed, "Wonderful, wonderful, double joy. Young master has successfully absorbed the Millennium Soul Ring, and Miss Zhuqing has also achieved her breakthrough. It seems this expedition to the Soul Hunting Forest has been a resounding success." Under the night sky, by the flickering campfire, the young girl reveled in the powerful energy within her, gazing into the smiling eyes of the young man beside her, feeling that the road ahead was illuminated with promise. She remained unaware of the subtle elixir that had blended into her food and drink, attributing her delightful surprise solely to her diligence and good fortune. Meanwhile, Ling Feng observed her genuine joy and rekindled confidence, contemplating that occasionally playing the role of a humble helper felt rather gratifying. Assisting her in her journey towards strength had always been his initial wish, had it not? As for the credit, it mattered little. Chapter 48, Growing Together. The expedition to the Soul Hunting Forest concluded, and the team returned laden with success. The news of Ling Feng's successful absorption of the second Millennium Soul Ring and his promotion to the 22nd level Soul Master spread like wildfire, creating quite a stir among the upper echelons of Xingluo City and the Ling family. Zhu Zhuqing's miraculous breakthrough to the 16th level of soul power, publicly attributed to her accumulation of experience and an extraordinary encounter in the forest, also captured considerable attention. Upon returning to their family, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing's lives seemed to embark on a new trajectory while continuing the tacit understanding forged in the forest. The Ling family had established an expansive and well-equipped independent training ground specifically for Ling Feng, allowing him to hone and experiment with his significantly enhanced soul skills, thereby preventing any unnecessary destruction. From the very first day, this training ground has been graced by a solitary figure, cold and focused. At dawn, as the first light of day breaks, the sound of slicing wind and the subtle clash of soul power resonate across the field. Ling Feng is diligently familiarizing himself with and solidifying the power of level 22, while also experimenting with the more intricate applications of the soul spider binding. He moves like lightning, traversing the arena with remarkable speed. The formidable physical prowess granted by his Darknight Qilin Martial Spirit allows him to outpace others of the same rank even without activating his soul skills. At times, he comes to a sudden halt, his purple soul rings flickering as dark chains spring forth from various astonishing angles, ensnaring the sturdy targets deliberately placed within the arena. The sound of corrosion sizzles ominously, and the waves of mental interference stir a sense of unease in those who observe from afar. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing typically occupies the opposite side of the training ground, diligently practicing the soul power condensation technique imparted to her by Ling Feng. This technique proves exceptionally effective for her, enabling her to rapidly stabilize her level 16 soul power and refine it to a purer essence. With her eyes closed in meditation, her soul power flows like a gentle stream, steady and prolonged with each breath. Occasionally, she rises to practice the foundational movements of her nether spirit cat martial spirit, pouncing, dodging, and claw strikes, maximizing her speed and agility as she strives to master every ounce of strength within her 16 levels of soul power. When Ling Feng concludes a round of soul skill practice, he often retreats to the sidelines to rest. In these moments, Zhu Zhuqing naturally ceases her training to offer him the water and clean towel she has prepared in advance. "Thank you," he says with a smile, his gaze sweeping over her slightly flushed cheeks and the intense focus etched on her face. She replies simply, yet the act of handing over items grows increasingly effortless. At times, as he drinks, she might casually remark, "Your third stance's power angle was off by 3 degrees, resulting in minor soul power wastage." Or the soul spider chains initiated from the left shadow are approximately 5% faster than those from the right. Her keen observations often reveal subtle flaws that Ling Feng himself had overlooked. Ling Feng contemplates her insights with earnestness, his eyes brightening with realization. "That makes sense. I'll give it a try." He welcomes her corrections, cherishing them as invaluable gems, and immediately immerses himself back into practice, fine-tuning those nuances. As afternoon approaches, it is typically time for their sparring sessions, an event that has become the highlight of the training ground's daily activities. One participant boasts dual thousand-year soul rings to outsiders. One appears yellow and the other purple, a soul power of level 22 and mastery over bizarrely potent control soul skills. The other, a level 16 soul master, possesses astonishing speed and razor-sharp combat awareness. Their duels rarely feature the flamboyant exchanges of soul skills. Instead, they are characterized by a fierce contest of speed, technique, anticipation, and instantaneous reactions. Second soul skill, Soul Spider Binding. Ling Feng calls out, a flash of purple light illuminating the arena as chains move in tandem with him. Zhu Zhuqing, akin to an oracle, possesses an uncanny ability to anticipate Ling Feng's moves in the split second before the chains erupt. Her remarkable intuition and speed allow her to shift away just in time, narrowly evading the attack. Simultaneously, she channels her nether spirit cat, swiftly closing the distance, her claws poised to strike at the vulnerable points that Ling Feng desperately seeks to defend. Ling Feng was compelled to interrupt his soul skill, either retreating with a shadowy assault or countering with his superior soul power and physical prowess. The two figures darted across the arena with remarkable speed, their movements intertwining as black light and shadows flickered, accompanied by the sounds of clashing forces and the rush of wind, occasionally punctuated by urgent tactical exchanges. To the left. Too fast, slow down a bit. Faint. Watch your footing. They fought with utmost seriousness, their minds undistracted, fixated solely on each other and how to unravel their opponent's techniques. Each clash served as a test of their abilities and a deepening of their mutual understanding. Ling Feng needed to continuously enhance the subtlety and speed of his soul skill release to capture Zhu Zhuqing, the increasingly elusive spirit cat. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, under the immense pressure of Ling Feng's formidable control, sought to extract every ounce of her potential, pushing her speed and reflex limits to discover the nearly non-existent flaws. Often, after a bout, both were drenched in sweat, their soul power depleted, yet their gazes shone ever brighter. Your speed has increased again, Ling Feng gasped, observing the glistening sweat and the gentle rise and fall of Zhu Zhuqing's chest. Soon, my magic spider shadow binding may no longer be able to contain you. Zhu Zhuqing gently wiped the beads of sweat from her brow, her breath slightly hurried, yet her tone remained calm. There's still a long way to go. Your soul power output has become 10% more efficient since this morning, and your control is more precise. She always had a keen eye for his progress. Then, they would share a smile, retreating to the sidelines to recuperate, occasionally exchanging insights about their recent sparring. They were inseparable, either training together, practicing, or discussing their experiences. Ling Feng would unreservedly share his understanding of soul skills, knowledge of soul beasts, and combat experiences, while Zhu Zhuqing would listen intently, occasionally posing incisive questions or sharing her unique insights from the perspective of her nethercat martial soul. This high-intensity joint training and candid exchange yielded astonishing results. Ling Feng's mastery over his own strength reached new heights. His 22nd level soul power became utterly harmonious, and he wielded the magic spider shadow binding with remarkable finesse. Meanwhile, with the assistance of the soul power condensation method and the ideal training partner in Ling Feng, Zhu Zhuqing's 16th level soul power solidified rapidly, her combat capabilities surged, and her understanding of her martial soul deepened profoundly. Her speed, strength, and reflexes far surpassed those of an ordinary 16th level soul master. They had seemingly become the most crucial sharpening stones and catalysts in each other's paths of cultivation. However, the bond between these exceptionally gifted and strikingly beautiful youths did not go unnoticed, drawing considerable attention and speculation from both within and outside their families. Around the training ground, other members of the Ling family or servants occasionally passed by, witnessing the two figures in perfect harmony, sometimes engaged in fierce combat, other times in quiet conversation, eliciting looks of envy, admiration, or complex emotions. Look, young Master Feng and Miss Zhuqing are practicing again. Their speed is incredible. I can barely see them. I heard Miss Zhuqing has already reached the 16th level. My goodness, isn't she just 8 years old? Such talent is terrifying. Young Master Feng is even more monstrous, with his second soul ring being a millennium old. Their bond is truly remarkable. They are together every day. Indeed, it seemed as though the speaker lowered their voice, infused with a hint of ambiguity, reminiscent of a pair of young lovers. Such whispers began to circulate quietly within the Ling family and certain circles in Xingluo City. Have you heard? The young daughter of the Zhu family has been seen in close proximity to the suddenly ascendant genius of the Ling family. Not merely close, but inseparable. They train together daily and are frequently seen in each other's company. The young man from the Ling family is indeed fortunate, despite his family's decline. His innate talent is extraordinary. Should he win the affections of the Zhu family's young lady? Hush, speak softly. Zhu Zhuqing is already betrothed. Although the prince's subsequent words were uttered in an even lower tone, laden with an unspoken understanding. These rumors, to some extent, reached Zhu Zhuqing's ears. On one occasion, as she passed through the corridor, two maids who were cleaning failed to notice her approach and whispered playfully, "Do you think young Master Feng and Miss Zhuqing are truly an item?" "Absolutely. Did you not see the way Miss Zhuqing looks at young Master Feng? It's entirely different from how she gazes at others. But isn't Miss Zhuqing with, oh, that is not comparable. Young Master Feng is such a wonderful person, both formidable and gentle, and he protects Miss Zhuqing so dearly." Zhu Zhuqing halted in her tracks. Her cool cheeks suddenly suffused with a distinct, palpable blush that even she could feel. Her heart raced as if struck by something, prompting her to hastily quicken her pace and flee in the opposite direction, as though caught in a guilty act. On another occasion, a distant cousin with a fiery temperament intercepted her midway, teasingly raising her eyebrows. "Oh, Sister Zhuqing, are you off to find your brother Ling Feng for training again? How diligent." The drawn-out tone brimmed with mockery. Zhu Zhuqing felt a rush of warmth surge to her head, her cheeks and ears burning intensely. She opened her mouth to retort, to assert that they merely practiced together, yet the words faltered on her lips, feeling weak and insipid. They indeed spent nearly all their time together. Moreover, hearing others associate him with herself stirred within her a mix of shyness and confusion, yet she found no genuine repulsion. Ultimately, she merely pressed her lips together, casting a glare at her cousin, though her flushed cheeks and darting eyes rendered the glare utterly devoid of menace, before lowering her head and almost fleeing in disarray, the sound of her cousin's unabashed laughter echoing behind her. Since that time, she appeared to pay closer attention. While with Ling Feng, though still focused on their training and combat, she would occasionally find herself distracted by vague murmurs from outside the training grounds, her cheeks subtly flushing. When passing water or towels, the brush of their fingertips would startle her, causing her to retract slightly. During moments of shared gaze, she would avert her eyes first, deliberately looking elsewhere. Yet, she never refuted any of the rumors, nor did she ever decline Ling Feng's training invitations. She continued to appear unwaveringly at the training ground each day, steadfastly by his side. Ling Feng, too, had caught wind of the gossip. He merely smiled knowingly, unconcerned, and beneath it all, felt an inexplicable sense of delight. He could perceive the subtle changes in Zhu Zhuqing, the occasional flush on her cheeks, and her averted gaze. Not only did these nuances fail to create a sense of distance, but they also unveiled the burgeoning shyness and vitality of a young girl beneath her icy exterior. He continued to treat her with the same warmth and patience, occasionally sharing harmless jokes, finding great amusement in her feigned composure that could not conceal the blush creeping to her ears. Time flowed quietly amidst their daily training, battles, whispers, and the softly blossoming feelings between them. Unbeknownst to them, as the seasons changed, they both grew a year older. At 9, Ling Feng stood taller, his youthful features maturing, exuding confidence and poise, with deep black eyes occasionally shimmering with a hint of purple, adding an air of mystery and authority. Zhu Zhuqing, also 9, blossomed into an exquisite beauty, her figure beginning to elongate. While still slender, she now possessed an underlying explosive strength. Her violet eyes remained calm, yet occasionally, when glancing at the boy beside her, a fleeting softness and dependence would pass through them. They remained inseparable, growing together, becoming a unique sight known throughout the Ling family and even the entirety of Xingluo City. Outsiders may only perceive their dazzling talents and ambiguous relationship, but they alone understood that within the daily sweat, collisions, exchanges, and silent companionship lay something far deeper and more solid than mere gossip. It was trust, a profound understanding, a shared belief in mutual strength, a habit ingrained in their very bones, and an unspoken, quietly blossoming thrill between them. Chapter 49, Soul Power Level 23. The autumn in Xingluo City carried a slight chill, yet it was far less desolate than the northern winds. In the Ling family's training grounds, two figures continued to clash as usual, the shimmering sweat and soul power sparkling in the afternoon sun. After nearly a year of relentless practice and sparring, the pace of progress for Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing was nothing short of astonishing. Their mutual understanding had penetrated to the very marrow, where often a mere glance or subtle movement could convey intentions, allowing for the most flawless responses. At this moment, Ling Feng was suppressing his soul power to match Zhu Zhuqing's level, engaging her purely with technique and the control of the shadow spider bind. Even so, Zhu Zhuqing found the challenge exceedingly taxing. Her speed had increased remarkably, When unleashing her phantom strike, she transformed into a true shadow, nearly impossible to capture. Her battle instinct sharpened, allowing her to anticipate Ling Feng's soul technique just milliseconds in advance, enabling her to dodge or disrupt his moves, feigning an attack from the left. Her true target lay in the shadow on the lower right. With a sharp command, Zhu Zhuqing twisted her body at an incredible angle, narrowly evading two shadow chains that shot from her original landing point, while simultaneously thrusting her claws toward the minuscule opening Ling Feng exposed in executing his soul technique. A flash of approval crossed Ling Feng's eyes, forcing him to interrupt his subsequent soul power transformation to block with the arm imbued by the Night Qilin. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as they separated instantly. Zhu Zhuqing landed lightly, breathing slightly heavier, beads of sweat at her temples, yet her violet eyes sparkled with excitement. Under the same level of soul power, compelling Ling Feng to such an extent signifies a remarkable advancement for her. Ling Feng also ceased his movements. Feeling the soul power within him gently boiling due to the intense confrontation, the pinnacle of level 22 seemingly loosening ever so slightly. He smiled at Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "Your predictions have become increasingly precise. If this continues, I might have to conceal my ultimate techniques from you." Zhu Zhuqing exhaled softly, adjusting her breathing. She merely cast him a glance, her tone calm yet tinged with a barely perceptible pride. "It is your exceptional guidance." This statement holds truth. Ling Feng's unwavering companionship and instruction, along with his progressive combat philosophies, are indeed the primary reasons for her swift advancement. At that moment, Ling Feng abruptly sensed a surge in the soul power within his dantian, which had long been full. As if a dam brimming with floodwaters had finally burst through its last obstruction. A powerful aura erupted from him, stronger than before, and the fluctuations of his soul power distinctly elevated to a new tier. The air around him seemed to warp slightly. Another breakthrough. He had ascended from level 22 to level 23. This progression was seamless, devoid of any hindrance. Nearly a year of arduous training, battles, and the solid foundation laid by absorbing Millennium Soul Rings had made this breakthrough feel so natural. The guards nearby, resting or training, immediately sensed this fluctuation, casting astonished and envious glances. Has the young master broken through again? Level 23 already. How little time has passed. Truly, one cannot help but feel dwarfed by such talent. Yin Feng, who was instructing a guard, felt the aura and instantly wore an appreciative smile, giving Ling Feng a thumbs up from afar. Zhu Zhuqing, standing directly opposite Ling Feng, felt the change most acutely. The sudden surge of soul power pressure caused her to momentarily catch her breath, but it quickly transformed into genuine joy. She gazed at Ling Feng, her clear eyes reflecting his confident figure, softly uttering, "Congratulations." Feeling the newfound, formidable power within him, Ling Feng's spirits soared. He smiled at Zhu Zhuqing, remarking, "It appears I must be more cautious in suppressing my soul power while training with you in the future." Zhu Zhuqing, however, shook her head, her gaze earnest. "No need. Your true strength will provide me with greater pressure." She yearned to grow stronger, to truly keep pace with him, rather than continuously thriving under his protection and indulgence. Ling Feng understood her gaze, his heart stirred, and he nodded, "All right." Once the joy of his breakthrough subsided, Ling Feng habitually immersed his consciousness into the system interface. Daily check-ins were an unwavering routine. Ding. Daily check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 15 gold soul coins. An expectedly modest reward. However, just as he prepared to exit, the system notification chimed again. Ding. Detecting that the host is at the specific location of the Ling family training ground, a place of persistent hard work, self-breakthroughs, and the sweat and growth of the host. Conditions for location check-in met. Would you like to check in? Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback. The training ground? This place could actually trigger a location check-in? Was it because he had invested so much effort here, breaking through time and again, that it held a special significance for him? Check-in. Without hesitation, he silently recited in his heart. Ding. Location check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a special item. Soul Ring Duration Enhancement Card, 100 years. Soul Ring Duration Enhancement Card, 100 years. This card can be used on any soul ring of the host or others, directly increasing the maximum duration limit of that soul ring by 100 years, only applicable to soul rings under 10,000 years. Upon use, the color and aura of the soul ring will undergo corresponding changes. Please use it with caution. Ling Feng's heart leapt. The Soul Ring Duration Enhancement Card. Moreover, it could be directly utilized for a 100-year increase. This was undoubtedly the most significant reward he had received from the system, second only to divine-level martial souls and 1,000-year soul rings. The importance of the duration of a soul ring is self-evident, directly correlating to the power of soul skills and the fundamental attributes of a soul master. 100-year enhancement represents a qualitative leap for the earlier soul rings. After the initial ecstasy, Ling Feng quickly regained his composure and fell into contemplation. How should this card be utilized? Firstly, it was certain that it should be used on himself or Zhu Zhuqing. To use it on another? Absolutely out of the question. To use it on himself? His first soul ring had a true duration of 1,100 years. Increasing it by 100 years would bring it to 1,200 years, which would certainly yield favorable effects. Though it would not cross the significant threshold of 1,000 years, resulting in a relatively limited enhancement. His second soul ring was 1,300 years. Raising it to 1,400 years would be similarly constrained. Moreover, these two soul rings already far surpassed the ordinary, and while an additional 100 years would indeed make them stronger, it seemed somewhat superfluous rather than maximizing the benefits. Then what about Zhu Zhuqing? An irrepressible thought emerged. If this soul ring duration enhancement card, 100 years, were to be applied to her soul ring, Ling Feng's heartbeat quickened slightly. This would be a genuine act of providing timely assistance, yielding benefits far exceeding those of using it on his existing soul rings. Furthermore, aiding Zhu Zhuqing in enhancing her potential, granting her the power to protect herself and resist fate, was indeed one of his paramount objectives. Risks? There were indeed some. First, how to explain the unusually high duration of her first soul ring. One could claim she possessed extraordinary talent, combined with a fortuitous encounter in the soul hunting forest, perhaps having consumed some rare treasure, which could somewhat account for it. Second, after using the enhancement card, the color and aura of the soul ring would change, necessitating a premeditated explanation. Yet, compared to the immense benefits, these risks were wholly worth taking. In an instant, Ling Feng made up his mind. This soul ring duration enhancement card, 100 years, was destined for Zhu Zhuqing's soul ring. He aimed to forge for her an unprecedented and most robust starting point. With this resolution in his heart, Ling Feng felt a wave of relief and anticipation. He exited the system space, refocusing his gaze, only to find Zhu Zhuqing looking at him with a hint of confusion, seemingly having sensed his brief moment of distraction. "What's the matter?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired. Ling Feng looked at her, a meaningful smile gracing his face as he shook his head. "It's nothing. Just thought of something delightful." She remained unaware of the astonishingly grand plan Ling Feng had envisioned for her soul ring at that moment. Observing the sparkle in her eyes, Ling Feng inwardly chuckled. "Wait for it, Zhuqing. I shall present you with a grand surprise." He seemed to envision the moment when the soul ring, shimmering with a brilliance far exceeding that of ordinary souls, manifested upon her. The expression of shock and joy that would adorn her face was palpable in his mind. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing felt a warmth in her heart, touched by Ling Feng's genuine concern for her. Gazing at the gentle smile of the youth before her, whose eyes sparkled with a remarkable brightness, she suddenly realized that with him by her side, her future was imbued with boundless possibilities. The 17th level of soul power flowed steadily within her, and as she clenched her fists, she was filled with an unprecedented sense of confidence and yearning for what lay ahead. Ling Feng too was filled with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the moment she would soar to new heights. With his own 23rd level of soul power, complemented by two crucial trump cards, he felt an unwavering confidence in facing the challenges that awaited them. They exchanged smiles, a silent understanding passing between them, on their shared journey of growth. He laid down a solid foundation for her. Chapter 50. The Decision to Depart. As autumn deepened, the maple trees beside the Ling family training grounds were adorned with a brilliant red, resembling flames that burned with fervor. Yet, this fiery hue could not dispel the chill of unease and the increasingly heavy oppression that veiled Zhu Zhuqing's brow. Her training remained relentless, even more fervent than before. The 17th level of her soul power, honed day and night through rigorous practice and the operation of the soul power condensation technique, grew ever more solid, and the threshold to the 18th level no longer seemed distant. In her sparring sessions with Ling Feng, her speed, reflexes, and tactical awareness steadily improved, occasionally even compelling Ling Feng to unleash more of his strength. However, he keenly observed that the light in her eyes no longer shone as brightly as it once had. The vitality and sharpness born from their breakthroughs and shared training were being eroded by an invisible, increasingly oppressive pressure. Her words became fewer, her brow often furrowed in subconscious worry. Even during moments of rest, she would gaze vacantly into the distance, her expression marked by an unmistakable fatigue and confusion. Ling Feng understood the source of this pressure. Zhu Zhuqing. Since their return from the soul hunting forest, Zhu Zhuqing had revealed her soul power of level 16, later elevated to level 17, a talent and potential that evidently exceeded the expectations of certain individuals, inevitably triggering Zhu Zhuqing's sensitive and domineering nerves. The invisible suppression from the Zhu family and Zhu Zhuqing's relentless pursuit had become increasingly frequent and overt. Although Ling Feng endeavored to shield her under his protective wing, allowing her to remain at the Ling family training grounds to avoid direct confrontations. Some matters could not be entirely avoided. Rumors became increasingly vicious, no longer merely teasing her relationship with Ling Feng, but beginning to insinuate that she had betrayed her engagement, overstepped her bounds, and foolishly aspired to cling to the genius of the Ling family to escape her fate. They even began to covertly malign Ling Feng, suggesting ulterior motives and a desire to covet the Zhu family's influence. The Zhu family's provision of training resources for her had grown increasingly stringent and delayed, nearly reaching the point of deliberate obstruction. The promised training medicines suitable for her phantom cat martial soul and information on soul beasts had yet to materialize. Even her only close maid, Xiao Yun, returned from the Zhu family each time with eyes filled with indignation and helplessness. Everything felt like a tightening web, silently ensnaring Zhu Zhuqing, suffocating her. She never voiced her grievances to Ling Feng, silently enduring it all, transforming every ounce of pressure into motivation for her cultivation. As if only by continuously enhancing her strength could she grasp that elusive glimmer of hope. Yet, Ling Feng perceived it all too clearly. The fatigue in her eyes and the fleeting glimpse of near despair that occasionally surfaced pierced his heart. That afternoon, following an intense sparring session, Zhu Zhuqing sat on a stone bench at the edge of the training area, her complexion noticeably paler than usual, her breath slightly irregular. A clear indication of her immense mental exhaustion. Ling Feng approached her, offering a water skin, but unlike his usual self, he refrained from uttering words of encouragement or analysis regarding their bout. He simply sat beside her in silence, his gaze resting upon her slightly trembling fingertips and tightly pressed lips. After a considerable pause, Zhu Zhuqing slowly opened her eyes, accepted the water skin, and murmured a quiet thank you, her voice laced with an undeniable rasp and weariness. Has she sought you out again? Ling Feng's voice was calm, yet carried an unavoidable weight. Zhu Zhuqing's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. She lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes concealing the emotions in her eyes, neither confirming nor denying his inquiry. This silence, in itself, was an answer. Ling Feng chose not to probe further into details, deeming it futile. He merely gazed into the distance at the fiery red maple trees, his tone somber yet clear. Here, we are like birds trapped in a cage. No matter how diligently we practice or how much we improve, a mountain always looms above us. The rules of the Zhu family, the fate of Xingluo, and that fiancé who has never regarded you with any esteem. His words sliced through the bloody reality like a cold, precise chisel. Zhu Zhuqing's body trembled slightly as she gripped the water skin tighter, her knuckles turning pale from the exertion. She had never heard anyone speak so bluntly before. Each word struck her heart like a heavy blow, making it nearly impossible for her to breathe. You possess exceptional talent, Zhuqing, truly remarkable. Ling Feng turned to her, his gaze intense and unwavering. You should not be buried here, should not become a pawn in someone else's power games, nor should you squander your life for a nebulous, cold engagement. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly lifted her head, her violet eyes filled with shock, struggle, and a hint of confusion and pain at having her innermost thoughts laid bare. She opened her mouth to refute him, to assert that this was her fate, that it was her family's design, and that she had no choice. Yet, in the face of Ling Feng's fervent and resolute gaze, her words felt painfully inadequate. Let us leave this place, Zhuqing. Ling Feng's voice was low, yet it resounded like thunder, dispelling all the chaos and turmoil in her mind. She was utterly stunned, her pupils constricting in disbelief as she looked at Ling Feng. Leave? Where to? Soto City, Ling Feng replied, already having contemplated this deeply, his tone steady. Soto City in the Balak Kingdom. It lies far from the heart of the Xingluo Empire, where the Zhu family and the royal family's reach cannot extend. More importantly, it houses an academy that may serve as our new beginning. An academy? Zhu Zhuqing's mind was in disarray. Leave the Xingluo Empire? This notion is exceedingly audacious, utterly unconventional. She had never contemplated it before. Indeed, an academy that exclusively admits those deemed monstrous. The glimmer of confidence shone in Ling Feng's eyes. It is said that the admission criteria are exceedingly stringent, yet the pedagogical methods are uniquely distinctive. Within those walls, there exist no familial shackles, no repugnant codes or fates to abide by, only the merit of one's own strength. There, we can cultivate our abilities in tranquility, evolving into individuals powerful enough to seize our own destinies. He leaned forward, his gaze firmly locked onto Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, his tone imbued with an undeniable conviction. Remaining in Xingluo will only lead to our incessant depletion and suppression. One day, we may be forcibly torn apart under various pretenses, or face even more dreadful fates. Departing, though the path ahead is shrouded in uncertainty, at the very least, we would possess freedom and boundless possibilities. We can rely on our own strength to carve out a future that is truly ours. Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced violently, Ling Feng's words crashing over her like tumultuous waves, assaulting the beliefs and boundaries she had clung to for 9 long years. To escape her family? To flee from a predetermined destiny? Such a thought was almost unfathomable. Yet, deep within, a voice long suppressed roared in response. She had grown weary of the omnipresent scrutiny and oppression, weary of the suffocating engagement and fate, weary of witnessing Zhu Zhuqing's lofty gaze, as if she wielded control over everything. She yearned for strength, craved freedom, longed to inhale air unencumbered by shackles. Yet, fear and hesitation still ensnared her. The family would never permit such defiance. They would certainly. Her voice trembled, a reflection of the instinctual terror forged through years of repression. Thus, we must depart quietly. Ling Feng's voice lowered, yet bore a soothing sense of purpose. I have made certain preparations. Routes, funds, and identity disguises have all been preliminarily arranged. As long as we exercise sufficient caution before they realize what has transpired, we shall be leagues away. He observed the intense struggle in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, aware she required one final impetus. He extended his hand, gently resting it upon the back of her tightly clenched, slightly trembling hand. His palm was warm and dry, exuding a reassuring strength. Zhuqing, his voice unprecedentedly tender, yet infused with unwavering resolve, look at me. Trust me. I shall no longer allow you to bear these burdens alone. I will not permit anyone or any rule to drag you back into that icy abyss. Your future should be determined by your own desires, filled with light and warmth. He paused, articulating each word with remarkable clarity. Come with me. I shall lead you away from this place. I will stand by your side as we grow stronger together. Facing every challenge that lies ahead, regardless of what the future holds, I will be by your side. Zhu Zhuqing stared at him, captivated by the unwavering determination reflected in his eyes, the fervent emotion capable of incinerating all obstacles, and the unreserved trust and promise he offered her. The warmth radiating from his hand seemed to possess an extraordinary magic, dispelling the chill of fear that had long resided in her heart. The pressure from her family, the coercion from Zhu Zhuqing, the slanderous whispers, and the terror of the unknown. All these burdens seemed to diminish in the presence of Ling Feng's steadfast gaze and his resolute words. She reminisced about the myriad moments of the past few years. It was he who, during her most solitary and frigid times, offered her a piece of candy. It was he who unreservedly shared his cultivation insights and invaluable techniques. It was he who shielded her from danger in the soul-hunting forest, guarding her as she absorbed soul rings. It was he who, time and again, demonstrated through his actions that she was worthy of being cherished and held infinite potential. This world had bestowed upon her mostly coldness and pressure. Only he had consistently offered her warmth, support, and hope. If escape was destined, then having him by her side seemed less daunting. The tumult within her gradually subsided, replaced by a resolute calm akin to burning bridges. It was the clarity of seeing another path after being cornered, and the determination to embark upon it with unwavering commitment. She turned her hand, firmly grasping Ling Feng's. His fingers were cool, yet imbued with an extraordinary strength. She lifted her gaze, meeting Ling Feng's eyes, which were filled with anticipation and tension as they awaited her ultimate response. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled as if to dispel all hesitation and fear. Then, with a decisive nod, her cool voice trembled ever so slightly with excitement, yet resonated clearly in Ling Feng's ears and within her own heart. All right. This single word bore the weight of 1,000 pounds. It signified betrayal, it signified flight, it signified stepping onto an entirely unknown perilous path. It had also signified rebirth, freedom, and a future alongside him. Ling Feng's heart, once suspended, finally settled, filled with immense joy and a sense of responsibility. He grasped her hand tightly, a radiant, relieved smile blooming upon his face. Then it settled, he declared, his voice buoyant and powerful. The rest is up to me. As Zhu Zhuqing beheld his brilliant smile, feeling the strength and warmth radiating from his hand, the tension in her heartstrings suddenly relaxed, and a faint yet genuine smile gradually spread across her once frozen cheeks. Akin to the first thaw of ice and snow, the gentle rippling of spring waters, breathtakingly beautiful. The decision had been made. The road ahead might be fraught with thorns. But in this moment, their eyes held only each other and the resolute choice they had jointly made. A step into the unknown, yet a step towards freedom. The fiery maple leaves silently recorded this moment that would determine their fate. Chapter 51. Formulating a plan. Having made the decision to escape was akin to opening a window in a stifling, oppressive room. Though the storm outside was uncertain, at least fresh air brimming with possibilities poured in. The lingering gloom in Zhu Zhuqing's brow seemed to dissipate significantly, replaced by a resolute determination and a subtle anticipation. She recognized that from the moment she nodded, there would be no turning back. However, following the impulse came a phase of extreme calmness and meticulous planning. Escaping the Starry Empire was no simple feat. Their unique identities complicated matters. One was the highly esteemed genius of the Ling family. The other the legitimate daughter of the Zhu family, bound by a marriage contract. Once she went missing, it would inevitably trigger intense scrutiny and pursuit from both noble families and the royal court. In the days that followed, everything appeared normal on the surface. Ling Feng continued to visit the training grounds daily, engaging in sparring sessions with Zhu Zhuqing, honing her skills and guiding her in solidifying her 17th level soul power. Their interactions revealed no signs of abnormality. In fact, the presence of a shared secret deepened the unspoken bond between them. However, it was only in the stillness of the night or during brief moments of solitude under the pretext of discussing the intricacies of soul skills that their true plan quietly unfolded in utmost secrecy. Ling Feng's bedroom had transformed into a makeshift command center. The windows were tightly shut and the curtains drawn closely, allowing only the faint glow of an amber soul-guided lamp on the table to illuminate their youthful yet solemn faces. Ling Feng unfurled an exceptionally detailed map of the southern region of the Douluo Continent, acquired through the system, which marked paths, river shallows, and areas with relatively fewer soul beasts, details that ordinary maps would never indicate. The map was crafted from special materials, waterproof and wrinkle-resistant, signifying its extraordinary quality. We cannot travel along official roads, nor utilize any family carriages or soul-guided devices, as that would easily expose our whereabouts. Ling Feng's finger traced the map, his voice subdued yet clear and forceful. My preliminary plan is to head west, entering the mountainous border region between the Luo Empire and the Baloch Kingdom. The terrain there is intricate, and patrols are relatively lax, with many clandestine paths forged by smugglers and mercenaries. His finger landed on an inconspicuous mountain town. We will first arrive here, at Greystone Town. This is a lawless area, a melting pot of various elements, ideal for concealment and intelligence gathering, serving as our stepping stone into the Baloch Kingdom. We will then proceed northward, navigating along this seldom-traveled river valley to bypass major cities, ultimately reaching Soto City. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze followed his finger intently, her focus unwavering, occasionally nodding slightly. Although inexperienced in worldly matters, she possessed innate intelligence and an exceptional memory, diligently committing each place name and route Ling Feng mentioned to memory. The journey was long, requiring at least a month or more, predominantly through wilderness paths. Ling Feng turned to Zhu Zhuqing, his tone grave. We will face the elements, sleeping outdoors, evading soul beasts, and possibly encountering bandits. My body can endure. Zhu Zhuqing interjected without hesitation, her gaze resolute, showing no sign of retreat. I can withstand hardship. Years of pressure and rigorous training had honed her willpower to a level far beyond that of an ordinary person. Very well, Ling Feng replied, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. He continued, next, we must consider supplies. Food, water, medicine, survival tools, and disguises. None can be overlooked. And we need enough to sustain us for at least a month and a half. He produced another sheet of paper, already filled with an extensive list. Food, high-energy jerky, compressed military rations, durable flatbreads, salt, water, large water storage bladders, purification powder, medicine, healing potions, antidotes, deworming powder, remedies for diarrhea and colds, tools, multifunctional daggers, fire starters, ropes, lightweight tents, sleeping bags, maps, compasses, disguises, 2 sets of ordinary coarse cloth garments, cloaks, for protection against wind and rain as well as disguise, skin tone altering ointments, and possibly items for changing hair color. The list was meticulously detailed, encompassing every aspect of wilderness survival. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the inventory, astounded by Ling Feng's thoroughness, while simultaneously feeling a sense of reassurance. With him around, it seemed that no matter the magnitude of the challenge, each obstacle could be surmounted step by step. However, the extensive procurement of supplies was likely to arouse suspicion. Zhu Zhuqing pointed out this critical issue. Although the Ling family was presently led by him, the substantial acquisition of outdoor resources would inevitably reach the ears of those with ulterior motives. Ling Feng's lips curled into a confident smile. Rest assured, I will handle the procurement. I have my own channels. His so-called channels were, of course, the omnipotent system marketplace. By directly exchanging for items with golden soul coins, he ensured that no trace of procurement records would be left behind. And the timing? Zhu Zhuqing inquired. In half a month, Ling Feng calculated. I need time to prepare the supplies. Departing in half a month is just right. During this time, we must continue our training as usual, without revealing any signs. Zhu Zhuqing nodded solemnly, committing Ling Feng's every word to memory. In the days that followed, Ling Feng embarked on his preparations. He frequently entered seclusion to train. But in reality, he was diligently operating the system interface within his consciousness space. System, exchange for 2 large water storage pouches. Exchange for high-quality compressed military rations, 30 days worth. Exchange for 5 advanced healing ointments, 3 special detoxification agents, 5 powerful beast repellent powders. Exchange for 2 multifunctional daggers of tempered steel, 1 ultralight waterproof tent, 2 thermal sleeping bags. Exchange for 2 crude human skin masks. Skin tone alteration ointments, dark and light. Temporary hair color change potions, black and brown. Exchange for several small coin pouches containing the common currency of the Ballot Kingdom. The system's display flickered incessantly as an array of remarkably exquisite and even advanced supplies materialized within his storage soul guide. Fortunately, the internal space of this storage soul guide was sufficiently vast to accommodate such an immense quantity of resources. Observing the golden soul coins flowing out like a stream, Ling Feng did not even bat an eye. These material possessions were insignificant compared to the freedom he and Zhu Zhuqing sought. He even exchanged for 2 seemingly unremarkable yet exceptionally sharp short swords, intended for Zhu Zhuqing's self-defense, along with various small tools such as signal flares and luminescent stones. With each exchange, he meticulously inspected the items to ensure absolute precision. The plan was gradually refined in silence. On yet another deep night, Ling Feng stored the final batch of procured items, a few sets of inconspicuous coarse cloth garments and cloaks, into the storage soul guide. He exhaled deeply, withdrawing his consciousness from the system space. All supplies were now fully prepared. The route was clear in his mind, and contingency plans had been meticulously devised multiple times. He opened the window, allowing the cool night breeze to enter the room and dispel a hint of weariness. Gazing out at the profound darkness and the twinkling lights of Star City in the distance, his eyes were sharp and resolute. The preparations were complete, awaiting the favorable winds. He recalled Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, filled with trust and determination, and the last remnants of uncertainty dissipated within him. No matter what, he was determined to walk this path with her. Turning back to the desk, he took up a pen and inscribed a time and a place on a small slip of paper. This was the covert signal for their final confirmation of action. He carefully rolled up the note and concealed it within his sleeve. Tomorrow, he would hand it over to Zhu Zhuqing. Chapter 52, Farewell. The day of departure was set for the early hours of the following morning. Throughout the day, the two continued their training as usual, engaging in their final sparring session. The movements, gazes, and the clash of their soul techniques were indistinguishable from their past encounters, perhaps even more fervent and earnest due to the impending escape. Only in the most subtle, unnoticed moments did their eyes briefly meet, revealing a resolve and a barely perceptible tension understood solely by one another. However, beneath this facade of calm busyness, only Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing were aware that an undercurrent of turmoil had long since surged. This was not merely a meticulously orchestrated farewell, it was a flight into the unknown. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in brilliant orange hues, the training ground gradually fell silent. The night descended like an immense velvet curtain, gently enveloping Star City. The lights within the Ling family estate flickered on, only to gradually extinguish as the night deepened, leaving only the faint glow of a lantern held by the night watchman. A slender, graceful figure, akin to a shadow blending into the night, stealthily evaded all sentinels and approached the familiar edge of the training ground in the Ling family's backyard. This was the place where they had practiced countless times, shared exchanges, and even enjoyed silent companionship. The largest maple tree by the edge of the field rustled softly in the night breeze, its crimson leaves taking on a subdued hue under the moonlight. Zhu Zhuqing stood in the shadow of the maple, clad in a form-fitting black attire suited for movement, accentuating her developing, delicate frame. Her hair, unbound, cascaded over her shoulders, further emphasizing her somewhat pallid complexion. Her violet eyes shone brightly in the darkness, filled with a complex tapestry of emotions, a resolve toward the future, a tension regarding the plan, a faint bewilderment at the impending farewell to all she knew, and a subtle, perhaps unrecognized, dependency on the person beside her. She did not wait long. Another figure appeared silently at her side, like a phantom, equally clad in dark, practical clothing, exuding a calm demeanor. It was Ling Feng. He appeared considerably more composed than Zhu Zhuqing, yet his deep-set eyes glimmered with a sharp, grave intensity under the moonlight. After carefully assessing their surroundings to ensure absolute safety, he turned his full attention to the young woman beside him. The two stood in wordless communion, silence weaving through the night. The air was thick with an almost palpable heaviness, making it difficult to breathe. Distant echoes of drums resonated, as if counting down the final moments of their vigil. "Are you ready?" At last, it was Ling Feng who broke the silence, his voice low, nearly merging with the whispering wind. Zhu Zhuqing inhaled a breath of the cool night air and nodded, her voice equally soft yet clear. Yes. I've taken care of things with Xiaoyan. Her so-called handling of the situation involved providing that loyal maid with a sum substantial enough to ensure her financial security for the remainder of her life, along with a pre-written letter. This letter would be discovered by Xiaoyan a few days after their disappearance, stating that they had gone out to relieve the pressures of cultivation and that their return was uncertain, thus minimizing any suspicion towards Xiaoyan. Ling Feng nodded, aware that Zhu Zhuqing, though cold in demeanor, possessed a kind heart and would never implicate the innocent. He retrieved 2 seemingly unremarkable dark gray cloth bags from his bosom and handed them to Zhu Zhuqing. These contain some emergency supplies, he explained in a hushed tone. Keep the smaller one close. It holds some gold soul coins and ballot currency, as well as signal flares and antidotes. The larger one should be placed in your luggage. It contains miscellaneous items and provisions you may require on your journey. The contents of these bags had indeed been exchanged from the system, but their appearance had been meticulously rendered unremarkable. Zhu Zhuqing accepted the bags, her fingers brushing against the coarse fabric, feeling the weight of the items inside. She understood that each seemingly ordinary object encapsulated Ling Feng's thoughtful consideration and immense sacrifice. Rather than express her gratitude, she clutched the bags tightly, as if grasping a heavy hope. An uncomfortable silence enveloped them. The night breeze stirred a few maple leaves, which twirled down to their feet. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze, fixing her eyes upon the familiar training ground and the distant, shadowy outline of the Ling family estate, her voice tinged with a faint, nearly imperceptible quiver. Perhaps we shall never return here again? This place held the vast majority of her memories from the past 9 years. Although fraught with coldness and pressure, it was ultimately her home. Here, too, resided the only warmth and light she had found in the past 2.5 years. Ling Feng followed her gaze, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. The Ling family had treated him well, and his parents had poured all their love into him. His departure would undoubtedly deliver a heavy blow to a family that had just glimpsed the hope of revival. This guilt he would bury deep within his heart. Perhaps, he replied, his voice low and sincere, at least for a considerable time, we cannot return. But Zhuqing, he turned to her, his gaze intense and resolute. Leaving is for the sake of living better. It is to ensure that one day we can truly seize our destinies, standing in the sunlight as we wish, rather than being forced to flee as we are now. His words dispelled the sorrow within Zhu Zhuqing, replacing it with unwavering determination. She nodded firmly, I understand. Another gust of wind swept through, carrying the chill of late autumn. Zhu Zhuqing instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. Observing her slight shiver, Ling Feng shed his black cloak, stepping forward to gently drape it over her shoulders. The cloak still held his warmth and a faint trace of his essence, instantly shielding her from the cold. Zhu Zhuqing's body stiffened momentarily, yet she did not shy away, allowing him to secure the cloak around her. His fingertips occasionally brushed against her chin, sending a subtle tremor through her. After tomorrow, the road ahead will be fraught with difficulties, with hardships endured under the wind and dew. And it is likely that such tranquility will be hard to come by again. Ling Feng fastened her cloak, but did not immediately withdraw. Instead, he stood before her, close enough to discern the slight tremor of her eyelashes in the moonlight. I am not afraid, Zhu Zhuqing declared, lifting her gaze to meet his. Her eyes clear and resolute. I know, Ling Feng replied with a smile, his expression appearing especially gentle under the moon's glow. He gazed deeply into her eyes, as though intending to impart his faith and strength to her. Silence enveloped them once more, yet this time, it bore a different weight, imbued with an ineffable warmth, tinged with the melancholy of parting and the comfort of mutual support. Time passed slowly, and the distant sounds of the bell echoed again, reminding them that the moment of farewell drew ever closer. Ling Feng understood that he must depart. The longer he lingered, the greater the peril. He cast one last glance at the place that had witnessed their countless efforts, unspoken understanding, and the quiet growth of their affection. Then, with solemnity, he extended his hand towards Zhu Zhuqing. His palm was broad, with distinct knuckles, appearing steady and strong in the moonlight. Without excessive words, all promises, courage, determination, and requests coalesced within this simple gesture. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze fell upon that hand, her heart gripped tightly by something and then released. She recalled the night she had resolved to escape, when he had similarly reached out to her. This time, she hesitated not at all. She raised her slightly cool hand, gently yet resolutely placing it within his palm. As his hand enveloped hers, an indescribable warmth and sense of security surged through her, dispelling all doubt and unease. Ling Feng tightened his grip, completely enclosing her cool fingers within his warm palm. as if to convey all his strength and protective vows. He gazed at her, and in the moonlight, her eyes seemed filled with stars, clear and trustworthy. "Trust me," he spoke, his voice low and hoarse, yet imbued with a resolve potent enough to cleave through any darkness. Those 3 words bore the weight of 1,000 truths. Zhu Zhuqing looked up at him, meeting the unwavering determination and gentleness in his gaze, rendering all words pale in comparison. She grasped his hand firmly, as if entrusting her life and future to that very hand. Then, with a weighty nod, she poured forth all her courage and trust. She affirmed, a simple utterance, light as a whisper yet resolute and unyielding. No further words were necessary. A smile of profound relief and strength blossomed on Ling Feng's face as he gave her hand one last reassuring squeeze before slowly releasing it. "Return and rest well. Everything will proceed as planned," he gently advised, as if it were merely a customary farewell. "You too," Zhu Zhuqing replied softly, tugging at the cloak that still carried his warmth. They exchanged a glance, and everything was understood without a word. Then, like phantoms, they silently melted into the night, each moving towards their own path. The maple leaves continued to rustle softly, as if whispering secrets of an unknown night filled with farewells and courage. Beneath the moonlight, the training grounds lay deserted, save for a black cloak that still retained a faint warmth and a resolute aura, guarding this land that was soon to become a memory. Chapter 53, The Night Escape. As the hour of the tiger passed, the city of Xingluo succumbed to slumber. The clamor and splendor of the day had completely faded, leaving only the scattered soul-guided streetlights casting a dim and lonely glow amidst the thick darkness. The towering city walls loomed like the spine of a colossal beast, glinting with a cold metallic sheen in the moonlight. The patrolling guards marched with a rhythmic, muffled cadence along their designated routes, the sound of their armor echoing far into the still night. Ling Feng, within the confines of his chamber, lay in wait like a coiled leopard, his breath held to a minimum. He donned a set of nondescript, deep gray coarse cloth garments, his feet clad in soft-soled shoes, presenting himself as an utterly ordinary commoner. Only his luminous eyes, glimmering in the shadows, betrayed his extraordinary essence. He meticulously checked the supplies within his storage soul-guided device, brushed his fingers over the transparent ointment that could slightly alter his facial contours and complexion, and pulled his tattered hood lower. Everything was in readiness. Eschewing the door, he gently pushed open the window and slipped out like a falling leaf, landing soundlessly. The disguise technique, beginner, not only transformed his appearance, but also allowed him to blend seamlessly into the shadows of his surroundings. Following a preordained route, he deftly avoided areas that might harbor watchmen or patrols, utilizing the shadows of corners, the cover of eaves, and even the rustling leaves stirred by the breeze as his shield. Like an invisible specter, he moved swiftly and quietly towards the northwestern corner of the Ling family estate, where a relatively low old wall stood, bordering a secluded dead-end alley, the first rendezvous point outlined in his plan. His heartbeat was steady, breaths elongated, each step precisely placed in the least detectable spots. The night vision bestowed by his Qilin Martial Soul and his heightened perception enabled him to sense the distant movements of patrols in advance, allowing him to hide in time. The process unfolded surprisingly smoothly. Perhaps no one anticipated that the family's celebrated genius would choose to depart in such a clandestine manner on this deep night. Before long, he arrived at the old wall. In the shadows, an equally slender figure had been waiting, clad in similarly unremarkable dark attire. With long hair tightly bound and concealed beneath a hood, it was Zhu Zhuqing. Their gazes met in the darkness, devoid of words, merely exchanging a tacit nod. Ling Feng signaled for Zhu Zhuqing to follow. Drawing a deep breath, he crouched slightly, then suddenly leaped upward, his toes leveraging against the rough wall, agilely scaling to the top like a nimble monkey, lowering himself to observe the area beyond the wall with vigilance. The dead-end alley lay empty, save for a few stray cats rummaging through a heap of refuse, startled into deeper shadows by the sudden appearance of a figure. Safe. Ling Feng extended his hand downward, and without a moment's hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing grasped it firmly. With a gentle tug, Ling Feng effortlessly lifted her onto the wall. Their movements were swift and precise, devoid of any unnecessary sound. Scaling the Ling family estate was merely the initial step. The true challenge lay in traversing a significant portion of Xingluo City to exit through the west gate. Like two closely intertwined shadows, they navigated rapidly through the intricate alleys and rooftops of Xingluo City. Ling Feng led the way, relying on his exceptional spiritual perception and an intimate familiarity with the map, always discovering the safest and most concealed routes. Zhu Zhuqing followed closely, her martial soul, the nether cat, proving invaluable at that moment. Her steps were as light as a cat's, landing silently and moving swiftly, perfectly matching Ling Feng's pace. They avoided the main thoroughfares, opting instead for dimly lit, seldom trodden alleyways. Occasionally, they pressed against the cold walls, holding their breath, waiting for a patrol of soldiers to pass by the alley entrance. At times, they had to nimbly climb over stacked debris and cargo boxes, skillfully navigating around impassable dead ends. At other moments, they lay flat in the shadows of rooftops, completely motionless, until the footsteps below faded away. Throughout this endeavor, they exchanged no words, communicating solely through glances and gestures. The heightened tension and mutual understanding forged an unbreakable bond between them. Suddenly, Ling Feng halted abruptly, raising his arm to shield Zhu Zhuqing behind him, and they pressed closely together into the deep shadow of a porch. Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced, and she instantly stilled her breath, minimizing her presence. The heavy thud of boots, accompanied by the clanking of armor, grew steadily louder as a squad of 12 elite city defense soldiers approached their hiding place. The squad leader held a bright, soul-guided lamp, carelessly scanning the surroundings. The beam of light nearly brushed against their feet. Zhu Zhuqing could distinctly smell the sweat and rust emanating from the soldiers. Her body tensed to its utmost, her fingertips turning slightly cold. Ling Feng's arm remained firmly in front of her, his warm palm gently resting on her arm, transmitting a wordless reassurance. His gaze was as calm as ice, devoid of any panic, as if he had foreseen this moment. Fortunately, the soldiers did not detect anything amiss. Their footsteps gradually receded, ultimately vanishing around a street corner. Only when the sounds faded completely did Ling Feng slowly exhale, retracting his arm and signaling to Zhu Zhuqing with a glance. Zhu Zhuqing released a breath of relief, only then realizing that her palms were slick with a fine layer of cold sweat. She looked at Ling Feng, a flicker of fear crossing her eyes. Yet more prominent was the trust and reliance she felt. With him in the lead, it seemed that even the most perilous situations could be transformed into safety. They continued their stealthy advance. As they approached the west gate, the patrols became increasingly stringent. Not only were the patrols more frequent, but there were also fixed watchtowers along the city walls, manned by soldiers on night duty. Ling Feng chose not to approach the gate directly. Instead, he guided Zhu Zhuqing to a relatively secluded section at the base of the ancient city wall. Here, the distance from the main gate was considerable, and the wall appeared more weathered, its bricks mottled and even adorned with creeping vines. "We ascend from here," he declared. Ling Feng lowered his voice, gesturing upwards. The patrol intervals on this section of the city wall were the longest, and the watchtower held blind spots. But they must act swiftly, for they needed to cross before the next wave of patrol arrived. Zhu Zhuqing looked up at the towering wall, over 20 meters high, took a deep breath, and nodded resolutely. Without hesitation, Ling Feng took the lead. He ascended the wall like a gecko, his fingers deftly gripping the mortar and protrusions, moving with remarkable speed yet utter silence. Zhu Zhuqing followed closely, her movements light and agile, resembling a sprite in the night, closely trailing Ling Feng below. The wall was cold and rough, its height and pressure creating an intense psychological intimidation. Both were fully focused, channeling their soul power into their limbs, daring not to let their minds wander for even a moment. At last, Ling Feng reached the parapet first, swiftly crouching down, his eyes darting like lightning as he scanned the opposite side of the wall and the distant watchtower. Safe. He immediately turned back, extending his hand downwards. Zhu Zhuqing nearly reached the parapet at the same moment, grasping his hand and leaping silently to land beside him. They lay on the chilling bricks, their hearts racing, when faint but approaching footsteps and murmurs echoed from within the wall. The next patrol was arriving. How close? They exchanged a glance, relief evident in their eyes. Not daring to linger, Ling Feng signaled towards the outer side of the wall. There were no footholds here, but the height was relatively lower, with a dense thicket below. "Jump!" Ling Feng commanded, leaping without hesitation. Zhu Zhuqing followed closely behind. The night wind howled past their ears as they felt a sudden weightlessness. In midair, they adjusted their positions to minimize the impact upon landing. Thud! Thud! Two muffled sounds echoed, greatly softened by the thick underbrush. Ling Feng rolled upon landing, dissipating much of the force, and instantly rose, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Zhu Zhuqing was equally swift, landing gracefully, as agile as a cat. They had now emerged outside Xingluo City. Not far away lay the main road and the dark expanse of the wilderness. They had succeeded. A surge of immense joy and exhilaration washed over them, yet they dared not let their guard down. The outside world was not entirely safe. Quickly, away from the main road, Ling Feng urged Zhu Zhuqing, and without hesitation, they plunged into the darker, denser woods beside the road. Dashing towards the west along their planned route, they ran for several miles, finally leaving the imposing silhouette of Xingluo City behind, swallowed by the heavy night. Only then did they allow themselves to slow down, leaning against a large tree, gasping for breath. Sweat drenched their backs, their hearts still racing. Yet an indescribable sense of freedom and thrill replaced their earlier tension. They looked at each other, seeing the slightly disheveled yet exhilarated expressions on their faces. And almost in unison, they broke into relieved smiles. "We did it," Zhu Zhuqing panted, her voice tinged with incredulous excitement. Escaping the city under the cover of night was something she had never dared to imagine in her past life. The first step was successfully accomplished. Ling Feng smiled as he adjusted his breathing, his gaze fixed upon the endless dark expanse of the western wilderness, his eyes sharp and brimming with anticipation. The true journey was about to commence. After a brief respite, Ling Feng retrieved a compass from his storage soul guide to confirm the direction. "This way." He indicated a path diverging from the official road, leading into the hilly terrain. "According to our plan, we shall first evade all crowds, traveling at full speed for 3 days, and then adjust our pace upon entering the border mountains." "Very well," Zhu Zhuqing replied without any dissent. At this moment, Ling Feng was her guiding light and sole reliance. The duo set forth once more, their silhouettes swiftly melding into the vast night and desolate wilderness, steadfastly advancing towards the unknown west, which symbolized freedom. Behind them, Star Luo City gradually faded into a blurred and distant silhouette. Ahead lay the darkest hour before dawn, a moment pregnant with infinite possibilities for a brand new future. 3 days passed. For the entirety of those 3 days, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing resembled two birds that had escaped their confinement, traversing the scarcely trodden pathways, crossing barren hills, sparse woodlands, and meandering river valleys. Pressing westward without pause, they refrained from approaching any villages, subsisting on the cold, hard yet energy-rich compressed rations when hunger struck, and seeking mountain streams for water, carefully using their skins to collect it and meticulously adding purification powder. At night, they sought refuge in wind-sheltered caves or dense thickets, taking turns to rest while maintaining the utmost vigilance. Ling Feng's outdoor survival experience, coupled with the superior equipment acquired through the system, allowed them to avert the majority of troubles. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing's extraordinary endurance and willpower shone brilliantly throughout this arduous journey. She never uttered a single complaint, even willingly shouldering additional responsibilities for night watch and scouting, striving to adapt to this drastically different lifestyle. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, as they ascended to the summit of a barren rocky mountain, the scene before them opened up magnificently. Below lay an expansive and colorful wilderness, with yellowing wild grasses undulating like waves in the autumn breeze, interspersed with resilient shrubs and jagged stones. A murky river wound its way through the landscape like a yellow ribbon, twisting and turning into the distance. Gazing into the horizon, the outline of deep blue mountain ranges emerged, undulating in the far distance. Most significantly, Ling Feng once again retrieved the detailed map from his storage soul guide. Meticulously comparing the terrain with the compass's direction, his face finally breaking into a completely relaxed smile. "We have made it out," he turned to Zhu Zhuqing, who also bore the marks of fatigue from their relentless journey, her appearance weathered. His voice resonated with a sense of relieved joy. "This area no longer falls directly under the jurisdiction of the Star Luo Empire. Ahead lies the Blackstone Wilderness, serving as a buffer zone between Star Luo and Balak. Further west, we shall officially enter the borders of the Balak Kingdom." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's previously tense body seemed to imperceptibly relax a fraction. She gazed into the vast expanse of the heavens, staring at the mountains in the distance that symbolized a new beginning, and remained silent for a long while. After 3 consecutive days of frantic escape, the tension in her mind suddenly relaxed, and an indescribable sense of exhaustion and lethargy washed over her. Yet, accompanying this fatigue was an unprecedented and peculiar lightness. It felt as if the immense weight that had pressed upon her chest had been abruptly lifted. Instinctively, she took a deep breath. The air of the late autumn wilderness, infused with the scent of dried grasses, the earthy aroma of soil, the moisture of river waters, and a uniquely refreshing coolness characteristic of vast landscapes, surged into her lungs. This breath could not be deemed fragrant, perhaps even somewhat coarse, yet it embodied an unparalleled sense of freedom. Gone was the oppressive aroma of luxury and power that permeated the city of Xingluo. Absent was the suffocating incense and chill of the Zhu family mansion. Devoid were the heat and tension that arose from the clash of sweat and soul power on the training grounds. And most importantly, absent were the invisible shackles brought forth by furtive whispers and malicious glances. Instead, all that remained was the vastness of the sky and earth, the wind's soft lament across the wilderness, and the raw, untamed breath of nature itself. She breathed in greedily, time and again, as if striving to expunge all the heaviness and oppression accumulated over the past 9 years. With each deep inhalation, her body felt increasingly buoyant, her spirit more liberated. A vigorous autumn breeze swept towards her, tousling the strands of hair that fell across her forehead and causing her coarse garment to rustle. Instinctively, she raised her hand to tuck the rebellious locks behind her ear. This simple gesture caused Ling Feng, who had been observing her intently, to momentarily pause in surprise. He noticed that amidst the liberating wind, Zhu Zhuqing's brow, which was usually tightly furrowed, had somehow relaxed. Her strikingly cold, yet beautiful visage, perpetually shrouded in a layer of frost, now radiated a gentle and vibrant glow under the warm, golden light of the setting sun. Especially her violet eyes, which often held wariness, detachment, and a hint of melancholy, now reflected the vast wilderness and the resplendent sunset, appearing exceptionally bright and clear, as if washed by autumn waters. What stirred Ling Feng's heart even more was the subtle curve of her lips, which usually remained pressed tight in a stance of defiance and caution, now naturally lifted into the faintest of smiles. It was not an overt expression of joy, perhaps even unbeknownst to her. Yet the slight upturn at the corners of her mouth sent ripples across her otherwise cool demeanor, akin to a small stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating delicate, almost imperceptible waves. This minor transformation seemed to possess a magical power, instantly dispelling all traces of coldness and distance, revealing a hint of the vivacity and gentleness that a girl of her age should rightfully possess, long suppressed. Ling Feng gazed, momentarily entranced. He had witnessed her calm demeanor, her battle-ready spirit, her shyness, and her resolve, yet he had never seen her so at ease. It was as if she had shed a 1,000-pound burden, her entire being becoming transparent and luminous. Zhu Zhuqing appeared unaware of the shift in her expression. She was simply absorbed in this newfound sensation of boundless skies and liberated breaths. She gazed into the distance, suddenly breaking the silence with a voice that lacked her usual chill, instead imbued with a subtle, dreamlike quality. The wind here seems different. Ling Feng came to his senses, observing her silhouette, adorned with a golden hue from the setting sun, and felt an indescribable warmth and tenderness swell within him. He approached her side, standing shoulder to shoulder, both gazing at the vast wilderness. He smiled and remarked, "Indeed, it has changed. Here, there are no rules of the Xingluo, no watchful eyes of the Zhu family, nor those tiresome rumors." He paused, his tone soft yet resolute. "From this moment forth, every breath we take, every step we tread, belongs to us alone." Zhu Zhuqing slowly turned her head to look at Ling Feng. The sunlight illuminated his face, sharply defining his handsome features, his eyes radiating warmth and strength, as though they harbored boundless confidence and courage. Their eyes met, and an unspoken understanding and resonance flowed in the air between them. Zhu Zhuqing softly replied, her smile revealing a more pronounced curve this time. She redirected her gaze to the horizon, feeling the liberating breeze caress her face, and suddenly realized that all the fatigue, tension, and fear of the past 3 days had been worthwhile. "We can find a nice place to camp tonight." Ling Feng's mood lightened as he suggested. "I believe there's a decent spot down by that cliff, sheltered from the wind, close to a water source, and with a clear view." He added with a hint of jest, "How about we build a fire and brew some hot soup? Eating dry rations all the time is making my stomach protest." His tone carried a lightness that would have been unthinkable during their time in Xingluo. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled slightly at the mention of hot soup. Such a word evoked a sense of warmth. She had nearly forgotten the taste of warm food. Nodding, she replied with a faint hint of anticipation, "All right." The two wasted no time, carefully descending the rocky hill towards the cliff Ling Feng had mentioned. Indeed, they discovered a dry, wind-sheltered natural stone alcove, perfectly sized for two, with a small patch of flat sandy ground in front. Not far away flowed a tributary of a murky river, its waters considerably clearer. Ling Feng retrieved a lightweight tent from his storage soul guide, and together they swiftly erected a simple shelter at the entrance of the alcove, providing both wind protection and subtlety. Zhu Zhuqing took the initiative to fetch water from the river, filling a small pot she had brought along. Ling Feng then conjured some dry firewood, exchanged from the system, easily ignited and durable, along with a small packet of jerky and dehydrated vegetables. As the orange flames of the campfire crackled to life in the twilight, the dancing light dispelled the autumn chill and illuminated their modest campsite, enveloping it in a warm and stable atmosphere. The water in the pot gradually came to a boil, and the aromas of the jerky and vegetables wafted upwards with the steam, filling the air with the scent of human warmth for the first time in 3 days. Zhu Zhuqing hugged her knees, sitting beside the fire, quietly watching Ling Feng stir the soup with a twig. The flickering flames danced within her clear eyes, casting a soft blush upon her porcelain cheeks. The oversized coarse cloth robe enveloped her slender figure, imparting an air of fragility, yet also exuding an extraordinary resilience. She inhaled deeply once more, this time filled with the mingling aromas of food, the scent of firewood, and that omnipresent essence of freedom. A sudden thought struck her. Perhaps continuing down this path was not such a bad idea after all. Ling Feng ladled a steaming bowl of soup and presented it to her, his smile glowing warmly in the firelight. Give it a try. While it may not rival your family's chef, it is certainly better than rations. Zhu Zhuqing accepted the rough wooden bowl, its warmth radiating to her very core. Bowing her head, she gently blew on the soup before cautiously taking a sip. The simple meat and vegetable broth, though somewhat bland in flavor, enveloped her cold body and taut nerves in a soothing warmth and sweetness. Unable to resist, she took another sip and softly declared, "It's delicious." Ling Feng observed her as she savored the soup, a picture of innocence and satisfaction, her face illuminated by the firelight, revealing a softness that could no longer be hidden. A wave of tranquility and contentment washed over him. He understood that the road ahead remained long and fraught with uncertainty. Yet they had successfully taken the most arduous first step. That night, under the vast stars, the winds of freedom swept across the wasteland, stirring the hearts of the young. The crackling campfire mirrored their anticipation for the future and the warmth that quietly blossomed amidst their shared plight. The air felt remarkably refreshed, invigorating their spirits and enlivening their hearts. Chapter 55. The journey begins after a night of deep slumber. Sheltered by the stone cave from the wind and the comforting glow of the campfire, Zhu Zhuqing experienced the most profound rest since her escape. Awakened by the crisp morning bird song, she opened her eyes to the cool morning light filtering through the tent seams and the remnants of the campfire, now merely warm ashes. Emerging from the tent, she inhaled the brisk yet refreshing air of the wasteland morning, feeling the fatigue of previous days wash away, leaving her spirit remarkably invigorated. Stretching her limbs, her gaze instinctively sought the familiar figure. She spotted Ling Feng already awake, standing by a nearby stream, washing his face in the icy water. He appeared to be casually checking the simple alarm mechanisms he had set up the previous night, where thin strings connected to empty cans would create a sound if disturbed. Noticing Zhu Zhuqing had awakened, Ling Feng flicked the droplets off his hands and approached her with a smile. "Awake? How did you sleep?" "Very well," Zhu Zhuqing nodded, observing his damp hair and invigorated demeanor, clearly indicating he had risen much earlier than she. "That's good," he replied. "It's chilly in the morning. Let us have some hot water to warm your stomach." With a flourish, he produced a metal thermos with excellent insulation from his storage device and handed it to her. "I've treated it with purification powder. Drink without worry." Zhu Zhuqing took the thermos, feeling its warmth, evidently prepared well in advance. She sipped the perfectly warm water, a soothing warmth flowing down her throat and into her stomach, dispelling the last remnants of the morning chill, leaving her feeling utterly comfortable. She observed Ling Feng as he began to busily fold the tent with practiced ease, neatly stowing it into the soul guide device. Then, he thoroughly buried the ashes of the campfire with earth, erasing any trace of their presence. Once these tasks were completed, he took out a map and compass, meticulously verifying the route for the day's journey. The entire process was fluid and natural, as if he had performed it countless times before. Zhu Zhuqing silently watched, finishing her water before returning the kettle to him, softly inquiring, "Is there anything I need to do?" Ling Feng accepted the kettle with a bright smile, saying, "Your responsibility is to maintain your optimal condition. That is the greatest assistance you can provide me. The road ahead is long, and we must conserve our strength. Let me handle these trivial matters." His words flowed effortlessly, devoid of any sense of obligation, as though caring for her was simply a matter of course. The team set forth once more, delving deeper into the Blackstone wasteland. The journey was more arduous than the preceding 3 days. Here, scarcely any formed paths existed. Beneath their feet lay sharp stones and loose sand, sometimes requiring them to climb steep hills, at other times maneuvering through dense thickets of thorns. Though the autumn sun was not excessively fierce, prolonged exposure on the barren land left one parched. Ling Feng consistently led the way, wielding his sharp multifunctional dagger to slash through obstructing vines and thorns. When confronted with difficult terrain, he would always scout ahead to assess the situation before turning back to lend a hand to Zhu Zhuqing. He remained vigilant about their water supply, invariably locating a stream or spring just before her water pouch ran dry. During their midday rest, he would choose a shaded spot, sharing food with her. When night fell and they set up camp, he undertook the entire array of responsibilities, finding a suitable campsite, erecting the tent, gathering firewood, or retrieving system firewood, igniting the fire, and preparing their meals. Even while she washed up, he stood guard nearby, ever watchful. His attentiveness was remarkable, seemingly tireless. Each time he handed her water, it was always at the perfect temperature, and every portion of food was thoughtfully allocated, considering her energy expenditure. Even during night watch, he would reserve the quieter first half of the night for her, willingly bearing the heavier fatigue of the latter half. Zhu Zhuqing watched him manage everything with meticulous organization, allowing her to focus solely on walking and staying alert, freeing her from any other concerns. This level of care instilled an unprecedented sense of security within her. Yet it also gradually birthed an inexplicable unease and guilt. She was not a pampered young lady who required constant coddling. She was Zhu Zhuqing, a soul master accustomed to bearing the weight of pressure and competition since childhood. Ling Feng's protection was so thorough that it made her feel like a burden, a liability in need of care. Particularly during one instance while climbing a severely eroded slope, Ling Feng ascended first, then lowered a rope and nearly half lifted, half carried her up. Observing her slightly breathless state and dust-covered hands, he instinctively remarked, "Be careful. Next time we encounter such difficult terrain, I shall carry you across." The words, initially uttered out of concern, pricked Zhu Zhuqing's heart like a tiny thorn. She silently brushed off the dust from her clothing, choosing not to respond. That evening, Ling Feng busied himself at the selected campsite as he did routinely. He adeptly erected the tent, then retrieved a small pot and ingredients, preparing to kindle a fire for cooking. Observing him as he prepared to labor alone, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer restrain herself and stepped forward. "Allow me to start the fire," she softly suggested, her tone infused with a subtle insistence. Ling Feng paused momentarily, surprised, and raised his gaze to meet hers. Although the flames had yet to ignite, her expression in the twilight was strikingly earnest. All right," he eventually replied, handing her the flint, a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. "Be careful, don't burn yourself." Zhu Zhuqing accepted the unfamiliar flint and squatted before the carefully arranged kindling. Recalling Ling Feng's usual motions, she imitated his actions, striking the stones together. Crackle, crackle. Sparks scattered, yet they consistently failed to land accurately within the dry tinder. After several attempts, whether due to insufficient force or incorrect angles, she appeared somewhat clumsy. Biting her lip, she refused to concede defeat. Concentrating intently, and even instinctively channeling a hint of spiritual energy to her fingertips in hopes of achieving greater precision. Ling Feng did not interrupt her, merely watching quietly. A gentle smile and a hint of admiration in his eyes. At last, a larger spark successfully ignited the tinder, releasing a wisp of delicate blue smoke. A flicker of joy danced in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes as she cautiously leaned down, exhaling softly, as if nurturing a fragile treasure. Her movements were somewhat awkward, the strength of her breath fluctuating, nearly extinguishing the feeble flame on 2 occasions. Nevertheless, she remained utterly focused, her violet eyes fixed on that flicker of hope, her long eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath them. Finally, through her perseverance, the flame caught onto the small twigs, joyfully leaping and gradually growing larger. The warm orange glow illuminated her face, slightly smudged with ash, yet unable to conceal her delight. She lifted her gaze to Ling Feng, her eyes sparkling as though she had accomplished something extraordinarily significant. "I did it," she stated with an air of calm. Yet the slight rise at the end of her sentence betrayed her modest sense of achievement. Ling Feng noticed the smudge of soot on her nose and the rare, childlike joy evident in her expression, causing his heart to flutter gently, a wave of softness washing over him. Unable to resist, he reached out, lightly brushing his thumb across the tip of her nose, smiling as he praised, "Impressive. From now on, the task of starting the fire will be entrusted to you." His gesture was natural and affectionate, the warmth of his fingers lingering for just a moment. Zhu Zhuqing's body froze in an instant, her cheeks flushing crimson. The fresh sense of accomplishment swiftly replaced by overwhelming embarrassment. She abruptly lowered her head, unable to meet Ling Feng's amused gaze, her heart racing wildly. Acutely aware of the heat radiating from the spot he had touched, she mumbled an incoherent response and stood up, feeling somewhat flustered as she moved aside. Staring blankly at the dancing flames, Ling Feng gazed upon her rare, almost bashful demeanor, as if she were shyly stumbling over her own feet, and his spirits soared. He ceased to tease her and began to prepare dinner with a cheerful heart. The meal consisted of steaming meat soup poured over compressed biscuits, which, despite its unappealing appearance, provided warmth and comfort sufficient to soothe the weariness of the day. During dinner, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have recovered from her earlier embarrassment. She quietly finished her portion and, observing Ling Feng tidying up the utensils, suddenly spoke up. "Tomorrow, I will attempt to set up the tent." Ling Feng, taken aback, smiled and replied, "That sounds great. It's a bit complex, but you are quite clever. I'm sure you'll learn it quickly." The following day, Zhu Zhuqing attentively watched as Ling Feng selected a campsite, leveled the ground, erected the framework, and drove in the pegs. She then eagerly requested to try it herself. The process was naturally fraught with difficulties. The framework misaligned at the joints, and the pegs were hammered askew. Yet, she approached the task with utmost seriousness, her brow furrowed in concentration. Ling Feng patiently guided her, assisting only at critical moments while allowing her the freedom to explore on her own. When the tent, albeit slightly askew yet securely erected, finally stood before them, Zhu Zhuqing revealed the bright spark of accomplishment she had been striving to conceal. As their journey continued, she began to actively share in the responsibilities within her capabilities, fetching water and treating it with purification tablets during breaks, helping to tidy the campsite, and even attempting to identify directions using the map and the sun. Her movements, once awkward and clumsy, gradually grew more adept. She no longer passively accepted care, but instead endeavored to immerse herself in this wilderness existence, striving to become an equal partner capable of sharing the burdens, rather than a dependent requiring constant nurturing. Ling Feng observed her efforts and transformation with a heart full of gratitude and an indescribable emotion. He recognized her pride and determination and respected her choices. He ceased to take on all the responsibilities himself and began to consciously teach her various survival skills, providing her with opportunities for practice. Their cooperation became increasingly harmonious. Often, words were unnecessary, as a glance or a gesture sufficed to convey each other's needs. The winds remained biting, and the journey continued to be arduous. Yet through mutual support and silent endeavor, this path of escape seemed less arduous. A brand new relationship, rooted in equality and interdependence, was quietly taking root amidst the winds and sands of the wilderness. Zhu Zhuqing remained reticent, but Ling Feng could sense that the invisible, self-imposed barriers around her were gradually crumbling. The look in her eyes conveyed not only trust and reliance, but also a newfound resolve to walk alongside him. Chapter 56, Soul Power Level 24. The journey across the Blackstone wasteland unfolded day after day, the scenery monotonous yet vast. Aside from the undulating hills, withered wild grasses, jagged rocks, and the occasional murky river, there seemed to be little else. The sky appeared exceptionally lofty, the azure expanse often adorned with large, billowy clouds. The autumn sun had lost the fierce intensity of summer, becoming bright and translucent as it bathed this desolate land. The passage of time has become nebulous here, with only the gradually diminishing temperatures and the increasingly biting autumn winds serving as reminders that the season is inexorably advancing into late autumn. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing have long since adapted to this relentless rhythm of day and night. Their steps have grown more assured, and their responses to the wilderness have become increasingly composed. The tacit understanding between them has deepened, often allowing them to complete tasks such as selecting a campsite, delineating a perimeter, and retrieving supplies without the need for verbal or visual communication. Zhu Zhuqing has made remarkable progress. She is no longer the sheltered young lady who required Ling Feng's constant care. She has become adept at starting fires, fetching water, and erecting simple tents, even capable of roughly determining direction based on maps and celestial bodies. Though her words remain few, the uncertainty and coldness that once lingered in her violet eyes have been replaced by a calmness and a sharpness befitting the wilderness. Her soul power, now at level 18, has become increasingly solidified through the practice of the soul power condensation method and the daily rigors of their journey, and the threshold of level 19 seems no longer distant. Ling Feng remains the backbone of the team, shouldering the primary responsibilities of exploration and decision-making, perpetually on high alert, utilizing his keen senses to evade potential dangers, whether from ferocious soul beasts or ill-intentioned travelers. His care has transformed from meticulous oversight to a more subtle form of guardianship, guiding her at crucial moments. He discreetly allows her the smoother paths, feigns wakefulness during her night watches to relieve her earlier, and naturally allocates the more energizing portions of food to her bowl. Every day, irrespective of how fatigued he may be or how inhospitable the environment, Ling Feng steadfastly completes one task, the daily check-in. This has almost become a ritual for him. Sometimes it occurs at the break of dawn when the first rays of sunlight pierce the horizon. At other times beneath the shade of a tree during midday respite, or after dusk when the campfire flickers to life. He always seeks a fleeting moment of solitude, immersing his consciousness into the luminous screen visible only to him. Beep. Daily check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 12 gold soul coins. Beep. Daily check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 gold soul coins. Beep. Daily check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 low-quality soul power potion. Beep. Daily check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 15 gold soul coins. Beep. Daily check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 2 ordinary tranquility pills. Beep. Daily check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 8 gold soul coins. The rewards are consistently unremarkable, primarily comprising varying quantities of gold soul coins, occasionally interspersed with a bottle or two of minimally effective low-grade potions or pills. For Ling Feng, whose soul power has already reached level 23 and who possesses access to a system marketplace, these meager rewards are indeed rather insignificant. Though gold soul coins are always a stable currency, they provide little direct assistance in his current wilderness survival scenario. Yet, he has never expressed any complaint or slackened his efforts. Even the smallest gain contributes to a greater whole. More importantly, he harbors a subtle feeling that this daily check-in feature may be more than a mere resource acquisition mechanism. With perseverance, it might yield unexpected rewards. Moreover, this serves as a subtle connection between him and the enigmatic system, as well as a link to his former ordinary life. He meticulously stored away the potions and gold soul coins he had acquired. The inferior soul power potions had minimal effect on him, yet he intended to keep them. Perhaps for the opportunity to exchange them for more practical resources in the future, or to discreetly replenish Zhu Zhuqing at an opportune moment. One evening, they set up camp beneath a colossal red sandstone formation, shielded from the relentless winds of the desolate plains. The setting sun cast a deeper crimson hue upon the rocks, resembling flames that danced in the twilight. Zhu Zhuqing was by a nearby creek, skillfully treating the fresh water they had collected that day with purification powder. Meanwhile, Ling Feng sat in the center of the camp, deviating from his usual routine of immediately preparing dinner. He sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, breathing deeply and steadily. The arduous journey, coupled with exposure to the elements, seemed to drain him significantly. However, it paradoxically served as a form of unique training. The fatigue in his body, the tension in his spirit, his struggle against the natural environment, and the constant demand for precise control over his own power were all honing his soul power and will. The Darknight Qilin Martial spirit he possessed inherently bore a wild essence, becoming increasingly vibrant amidst this vast and primal landscape. He sensed that his soul power, now at the 24th rank, brimmed with potential, reaching yet another critical threshold. The thin barrier that had formed after days of accumulation and refinement was on the verge of collapse. He activated the soul power condensation technique. The soul power within his dantian surged forth like a guided tide, flowing in an orderly manner, compressing and impacting. The process unfolded seamlessly, encountering almost no obstacles. With a resonating hum, a force more formidable than before suddenly radiated from within him, causing the fine sand and gravel on the ground to tremble slightly. The quality and quantity of his soul power had ascended to a new level, 24th rank. He successfully broke through. Ling Feng slowly opened his eyes, a deep purple glimmer swirling within before it vanished. He felt the vast and powerful energy coursing through him, and a satisfied smile crept upon his lips. Every incremental enhancement of strength signified an increased assurance of safety in this perilous world. Instinctively, he summoned the system interface and glanced at his personal information panel. Host, Ling Feng. Age, 9. Martial Spirit, Darknight Qilin, Soul Power, 24th rank, Soul Rings, Purple, Pseudo-Yellow. Approximately 1,100 years, Purple, approximately 1,300 years, Soul Bones. None. Skills, Shadow Strike, First Soul Skill, Spider Shadow Bind, Second Soul Skill. Mastery of Basic Footwork, Basic Herbal Identification. Soul Power Condensation Technique, Disguise Technique, Beginner. Items, Gold Soul Coins, Slight. Other miscellaneous items omitted. Sign-in point, none. At the 24th rank, his soul power steadily increased. Observing the gratifying shift in the numerical representation of his strength always brought him joy. Just then, Zhu Zhuqing returned, carrying a pot of treated water. She immediately sensed the heightened and yet unresolved soul power fluctuations emanating from Ling Feng, as well as the lingering confidence reflected in his smile. She paused for a moment, a flicker of understanding passing through her violet eyes as she softly inquired, "Have you made another breakthrough?" Ling Feng smiled and nodded, his spirits high. "Yes. I'm now at level 24. It seems that this daily journey is indeed a form of cultivation." Zhu Zhuqing approached him, setting down the water flask, and observed how effortlessly he had surpassed numerous soul masters who required months of arduous training to overcome such a hurdle. Her gaze was complex. She felt genuine happiness for him, mingled with a subtle sense of urgency. His progress was astonishingly rapid, compelling her to exert herself fully just to keep pace with his shadow and avoid falling too far behind. "Congratulations," she stated succinctly as always. Yet the sincerity in her tone was unmistakable. "Thank you." Ling Feng stood up, stretching his limbs, the sound of his joints cracking softly resonating with vitality. "At this rate, by the time we reach Soto City, I might even be able to challenge the rank of Soul Emperor." His tone carried a hint of teasing, meant to encourage her. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's resolve visibly strengthened. She clenched her fist, reminding herself to strive even harder. By the way, Ling Feng seemed to suddenly recall something. Retrieving a small jade vial from his storage soul guide, the very vial he had obtained a few days prior, This is for you. Zhu Zhuqing accepted the vial with curiosity. What is this? It's a potion that nourishes soul power. Its effects are rather ordinary, but it's better than nothing, he explained casually, as if it were a trivial item. I noticed you've been diligently cultivating your soul power. You're at the peak of level 18, right? This might help stabilize your progress and ease your ascent to level 19. Just take a small sip each day. He deliberately downplayed the potion's origin and value to alleviate any potential burden on her mind. Holding the cool jade vial, Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the slightly rippling, faintly glowing green liquid within, falling silent once more. She was no fool, regardless of its ordinary effects. Such a potion that assisted in soul master cultivation could not possibly be cheap. He always did this, quietly offering her the best while feigning indifference. She lifted her gaze to meet Ling Feng's. The remnants of the sunset cast a golden hue upon him, his smile warm and carefree. Ultimately, she neither refused nor expressed her gratitude. Some bonds are best cherished in silence. She simply held the vial tightly in her palm and nodded gently. All right. Then, as if to shift the conversation and to prove her own diligence, she moved aside to start a fire for dinner, her movements more agile than usual. Ling Feng watched her busy figure, smiling softly, and joined her to lend a hand. As night fell and the campfire crackled to life, illuminating their calm and resolute faces, Ling Feng stirred the meat soup in the pot, while habitually completing his daily check-in. Ding! Daily check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received 10 gold soul coins. Listening to the notification echo in his mind and observing the additional 10 gold soul coins in his account, Ling Feng maintained his usual composure. Though still reliant on the meager support, Ling Feng found profound significance in the steadily rising levels of soul power and in the sight of the young girl beside him blossoming into a strong and independent individual. This daily persistence, monotonous as it may seem, held extraordinary meaning. The road ahead was long, yet every single step counted. Each sign-in and every breakthrough contributed a seemingly insignificant but solid chip towards their shared future. The starry sky over the wasteland shone exceptionally bright, with the Milky Way arching across the heavens, silently observing the two diminutive yet vibrant figures below and their unwavering ascent. Chapter 57, The First Handhold. After nearly 10 days of trekking through the Blackstone wasteland, the monotonous and desolate scenery began to transform. The distant, undulating outlines of deep blue mountains grew increasingly distinct, and the ground beneath their feet gradually morphed from a sandy, barren desert into more solid earth tinged with a hint of green. Occasionally, they caught sight of indistinct paths worn by wheels, signifying their approach to areas of human activity. According to the map, they were nearing the last significant gathering point at the edge of the Blackstone wasteland, known as Greystone Town. Although nominally under the jurisdiction of the Starfall Empire's borders, the actual control lay in the hands of local factions. It was a chaotic haven for smugglers, mercenaries, and fugitives from various lands, serving as the final resupply and information hub before entering the Kingdom of Balak. From a distance, Greystone Town resembled a heap of gray blocks clinging to the foot of the mountain, with its low, haphazard buildings constructed from locally quarried gray stone. The town lacked proper fortifications, surrounded only by rudimentary wooden fences and watchtowers. A faint mixture of smoke and the essence of daily life permeated the air. Approaching Greystone Town, Ling Feng stowed away the map, his expression growing grave. We need to enter and procure some fresh food and water, while also gathering information on the recent border activities to detect any anomalies. However, this place is quite chaotic, and we must exercise utmost caution. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, her gaze filled with vigilance. Instinctively, she tugged at her hood, shrouding much of her face in shadow. She understood that in such lawless territories, girls of her age could easily attract unnecessary trouble. The duo refrained from entering the town directly, opting instead to observe the surroundings for a while. They chose a more frequented entrance, an open wooden gate guarded by 2 watchtowers. The guards leaned lazily against the towers, weapons in hand, indifferent to the comings and goings of the populace, only questioning the caravans laden with goods. Blending in with a group of farmers pushing carts, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing lowered their heads and successfully entered Greystone Town. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by a cacophony of sounds and a lang of odors. The narrow streets were uneven and teeming with a diverse crowd. Boisterous mercenaries brandished their weapons, shouting to clear the way. Hunters clad in leather skirts flaunted their muscular physiques while dragging fresh animal hides. Wary merchants guarded their stalls, their sharp eyes scanning for potential customers. And numerous dubious characters lurked in shadowy corners, whispering among themselves with furtive glances. The air was permeated with the scent of sweat, the stench of livestock dung, the charred aroma of grilled meat, the sourness of inferior wheat beer, and an array of indescribable odors. The streets were lined with rudimentary stalls, offering a plethora of goods, from materials for crafting beasts, crude weapons and armor, to provisions, salt, substandard healing potions, and even some dubious antiques and fragments of soul-guiding devices. The cacophony of hawkers, haggling voices, disputes, and the braying of animals was incessant, creating a din that was almost overwhelming. Ling Feng immediately became alert. Positioning Zhu Zhuqing slightly behind him, his gaze sharp as he scanned the surrounding environment and crowd, his mental acuity heightened, attuned to any potential danger. It was Zhu Zhuqing's first encounter with such chaotic tumult. Although Starfall City was vibrant, it maintained an orderly tranquility, particularly in the noble district, which was characterized by elegance and serenity. This primitive, savage, and chaotic spectacle left her feeling profoundly uncomfortable, her brows instinctively knitting together, her body tensing slightly as she unconsciously leaned closer to Ling Feng. They needed to procure some perishable fruits, vegetables, and meat, as well as replenish their supply of clean drinking water. Ling Feng oriented himself and guided Zhu Zhuqing towards the town center, where a marketplace seemed to be bustling. The deeper they ventured, the more crowded it became. They were jostled and pressed, making progress arduous. A drunken brute stumbled out from a nearby tavern, nearly colliding with Zhu Zhuqing. Quick as a flash, Ling Feng pulled her towards himself, using his shoulder to shield her from the inebriated man. "Hey, watch where you're going, you fool," the man grumbled, his breath reeking of alcohol. Ling Feng shot him a cold glance, dismissing him entirely as he tightened his protective hold on Zhu Zhuqing. The drunken man, momentarily daunted by the glacial menace in Ling Feng's eyes, muttered some curses before swaying away. A group of raucous children then erupted through the crowd, laughing and shouting, nearly separating the two. The throng surged with relentless pushing and shoving. Despite Zhu Zhuqing's formidable soul power, her slender frame made her vulnerable in this environment of sheer physicality. She had to exert all her strength to maintain her balance and avoid being swept away by the tide of people, her attention consumed by the surrounding tumult. Ling Feng observed her struggle, his brow furrowed in concern. This was unsustainable. It was too easy to get separated, and she was clearly suffering. Just then, a minor commotion erupted ahead, causing the crowd to surge forward with sudden intensity. "Hey, what's the rush? Damn it, stop pushing," came the startled shouts and curses. A tremendous force propelled from behind, catching Zhu Zhuqing off guard. She stumbled, gasping, her body instinctively tilting sideways, just as she feared she would fall and possibly be trampled. A warm, powerful hand grasped her slightly cold one with precision and unwavering resolve. The hand was dry and steady, with distinct knuckles, emanating a reassuring strength that pulled her back from the brink of imbalance, securing her firmly. Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced from the earlier fright and in astonishment. She looked down at the hand that held hers tightly. His palm enveloped her delicate hand completely, the warmth of his body radiating through their touching skin, forming a stark contrast to the frigid chaos of their surroundings. Her fingers instinctively contracted, ever so slightly, as if attempting to escape the unexpected, intimate contact. The unfamiliar sensation caused her heart to skip a beat, a wave of panic and shyness surging within her. Yet, the owner of that hand did not relinquish his grip. Instead, he tightened it slightly, as if silently assuring her, "Do not be afraid, follow me." Ling Feng did not glance back. Most of his attention remained focused ahead and on the surrounding environment. He merely turned his body to shield her from the throng of people, his deep, succinct voice cutting through the cacophony, reaching her ears clearly. "Stay close to me." There was no explanation, no inquiry. As if this act of holding hands was the most natural choice, merely the most effective means to navigate the tumult before them. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze, catching only a glimpse of his resolute profile and the firm set of his lips, feeling the undeniable strength emanating from his palm. The confusion and shyness within her were strangely supplanted by an overwhelming sense of security. Yes, it was merely to avoid losing each other, merely for safety, she reassured herself. Thus, her slightly struggling fingers gradually relaxed, no longer seeking to withdraw, but instead submitting, even with a hint of imperceptible reliance, allowing him to hold her tightly. Ling Feng sensed her hand's relaxation, a subtle warmth blossoming within him, his lips curving ever so slightly upwards. He hesitated no longer, firmly grasping her hand as they began to navigate through the crowd like fish gliding through water. His strength and experience enabled him to find the gaps in the throng, skillfully maneuvering while always keeping her securely behind him, using his body as a shield against all pushes and collisions. Zhu Zhuqing followed in his wake, hardly needing to exert herself, simply moving forward under his guidance. All the noise, chaos, and anxiety seemed to be isolated beyond the confines of their clasped hands. In her world, it felt as though only the tall figure ahead and the steady warmth radiating from his palm remained. She could even feel the calluses on his palm, formed from years of martial training, brushing against her hand, bringing forth a strange yet authentic sensation. Her cheeks involuntarily flushed, her heartbeat quickening. But not due to the crowd or confusion. She slightly lowered her head, her gaze resting upon their intertwined hands, observing how his large, knuckled fingers enveloped hers, an unprecedented, peculiar feeling quietly unfurling within her heart. A touch of nervousness, a hint of shyness, yet an inexplicable sense of comfort and solidity enveloped her. This was their first, so formally intimate and prolonged hand-holding. Unlike the bandaging after training injuries, different from the reliance during wall climbs, and distinct from the fleeting touches of consolation. This moment was one of conscious, side-by-side companionship, disguised under the guise of protection, yet subtly unlocking the door to intimacy within their hearts. On the surface, Ling Feng appeared wholly engrossed in forging a path, yet all his senses were acutely attuned to the soft, cool hand in his grasp. He meticulously moderated his strength, ensuring he neither hurt her nor got swept away by the bustling crowd. The delicate sensation emanating from their connection, coupled with her unwavering trust, rendered his heart tender, even overshadowing his vigilance toward their surroundings. He led her through the clamorous marketplace, pausing before a vendor selling fresh fruits and vegetables to discreetly procure a selection of easily transportable produce. He later located a relatively clean water station to replenish their hydration. Throughout this endeavor, his hand never relinquished its hold. It was only when they had gathered all they needed and extricated themselves from the throngs at the marketplace's core, arriving at a comparatively spacious and tranquil street, that Ling Feng appeared to come to a realization, somewhat awkwardly loosening his grip. The sudden absence of her warmth and softness left him with an inexplicable sense of emptiness. There are too many people. I'm afraid we might get separated, he coughed lightly, offering a rather dry excuse, his gaze awkwardly drifting elsewhere, his ears slightly flushed. Zhu Zhuqing's hand discreetly fell back to her side, her fingertips seemingly still tinged with the warmth and strength of his palm. She too avoided his gaze, lowering her head and softly responding with a faint sound, barely audible. Beneath the shadow of her hood, the exposed portion of her cheek and earlobe bore a charming blush. A subtle, yet awkward silence enveloped the air, woven with an indescribable sweetness. Let us inquire for information and leave this place swiftly. Ling Feng broke the silence, striving to restore a semblance of normalcy to his tone. All right, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her voice remaining gentle. The two walked side by side, maintaining a small, comfortable distance between them. No one mentioned that fleeting moment of hand-holding again. Yet something had quietly taken root in their hearts, an undeniable presence that could no longer be overlooked. The clamor of Greyrock Town persisted. Yet the warmth they had shared during their clasped hands became an unspoken secret between them, illuminating a small, but comforting light on their uncertain path of escape. Chapter 58, Her Warmth. That hand still lingered with a searing memory, even though they had parted. Even with half a step separating them as they strolled down the now relatively quiet street, Ling Feng could distinctly sense the lingering, soft coolness of her touch, and the rhythmic pulse of the delicate veins beneath her skin. Her accelerated heartbeat transmitted to him through their touching flesh without reservation. Was his own heartbeat not equally rapid? Like a drum? Just moments ago, amidst the crowd, he had been wholly focused on confronting danger and safeguarding her, managing to suppress that fluttering sensation. Now, with the peril momentarily abated, the instinctual emotional tide he had forcibly overlooked surged forth like a liberated flood, crashing against the shores of his heart. He instinctively clenched his hand slightly, as if attempting to capture the fleeting warmth that had slipped away. His fingertips still recalled the silky delicacy of her skin and the subtle protrusion of her petite knuckles beneath his touch. He had never imagined that holding someone's hand could be such a heart-stirring and exhilarating experience. The sensation was far more intricate and penetrating than the power derived from absorbing a millennium's worth of soul rings. From the corner of his eye, he swiftly glanced at the young woman beside him. Zhu Zhuqing had her head slightly bowed, her oversized hood still obscuring much of her face, revealing only a delicate, alabaster jawline and her tightly pressed lips, which had lost some color. Her gait seemed more rigid than usual, her hands tucked within her sleeves, hanging by her sides as if the hand that had just been held needed to be carefully concealed, properly placed. However, her earlobes, exposed to the air and seemingly sculpted from the finest jade, were already suffused with a vibrant, undeniable crimson, the hue even creeping down to her slender neck, disappearing beneath her collar. This silent embarrassment spoke volumes, eclipsing any words she might utter about the tumult within her heart. Ling Feng could almost envision that beneath the shadow of her hood, her typically cool and serene cheeks were undoubtedly flushed with a rosy glow. Her violet eyes perhaps flickering in bewilderment, their long, lush lashes trembling like the wings of a startled butterfly. The air seemed to crystallize, saturated with a profoundly subtle, viscous sweetness of silence. The cacophony of the bustling marketplace faded behind them, leaving only the slightly disordered sounds of their breaths and heartbeats entwined. Clearly audible in the secluded alley. Every sound was magnified in that moment. Ling Feng felt a dryness in his throat. He cleared it gently, attempting to articulate something to shatter the disconcerting quiet, yet found his mind a blank slate, unable to conjure the usual banter and light-hearted remarks. He even hesitated to look at her again, his gaze flitting nervously over the dilapidated houses and scattered debris lining the street. Zhu Zhuqing was as taut as a drawn bow. She sensed Ling Feng's occasional glances, his gaze seemingly imbued with palpable warmth, causing her skin to blush under the scrutiny. All her senses appeared to converge on her right hand, which had just been tightly clasped in his. She could still feel his strength, his calloused palm, and the heat radiating from him, each sensation vividly replaying in her mind, leaving her heart in disarray. She had never experienced such prolonged, intimate contact with a male. Even Dai Mubai, her nominal fiancé, had never come closer than 3 steps. Yet, Ling Feng's warmth and strength were both overwhelming and reassuring. That feeling of being completely enveloped and securely protected made her, in that fleeting moment, forget all the noise and chaos around them. With only their hands intertwined in her world, this unfamiliar, intense, and uncontrollable sensation frightened her, yet there lingered an unspoken yearning. Ultimately, it was Ling Feng who broke the silence, his voice dry and hoarse from tension as he remarked on the earlier crowd. He repeated this feeble excuse, as if explaining it to her, yet more so convincing himself. Yes, Zhu Zhuqing's whisper was so faint it was almost inaudible, akin to the delicate murmurs of a mosquito. She kept her gaze lowered, her hands concealed within her sleeves, the tips of her fingers instinctively curling momentarily. Another suffocating silence enveloped them. The two resembled clumsy marionettes, mechanically advancing, their movements appearing somewhat rigid, the half-step distance between them an invisible yet distinctly palpable boundary. Fortunately, this awkward and ambiguous atmosphere did not linger for long. Their secondary purpose of gathering intelligence compelled them to focus. Ahead loomed a seemingly dilapidated tavern, bustling with patrons. A wooden sign hung askew, adorned with a blurred depiction of a wine glass, while a grimy windbreak curtain swayed at the entrance, through which boisterous shouts and raucous laughter spilled forth. Such establishments were typically the most chaotic yet informative. Ling Feng halted, his expression shifting to one of gravity and vigilance. He inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the tumult of emotions within him. This was not the moment for idle thoughts. He turned to Zhu Zhuqing and whispered, "Wait for me here, do not enter. Find an inconspicuous corner and remain alert. I shall inquire within and return." He could not allow Zhu Zhuqing to face peril in such a mingled crowd. Zhu Zhuqing promptly extricated herself from her previous state of embarrassment, regaining her usual composure and vigilance. She nodded, instinctively scanning her surroundings before retreating to a dim corner across from the tavern, where a pile of clutter concealed her presence, her form almost merging with the shadows. Nearly undetectable to the casual observer, Ling Feng cast a glance at her, ensuring her concealment was adequate before lifting the grimy curtain and stepping into the tavern. Inside, the light was dim, the air thick with a nauseating amalgam of cheap beer, sweat, and tobacco. Various eyes immediately fixed upon the evidently unfamiliar youth, some with curiosity, others with scrutiny, and a few with ill intentions. Ling Feng maintained an impassive demeanor as he strode directly to the bar. Tossing a few silver coins onto the counter and ordering the cheapest beer, he leaned casually against the bar, keenly attuned to the cacophony of surrounding conversations, striving to capture any useful snippets of information while occasionally engaging in light banter with the seemingly well-informed bartender. His focus was razor-sharp, every ounce of his mental acuity devoted to discerning the veracity of the information, momentarily relegating thoughts of the girl outside and the flutter of emotions within him to the depths of his mind. Outside the tavern, Zhu Zhuqing leaned against the cold wall, cloaked in shadows. She tilted her head slightly, alert to the sounds around her, her ears instinctively picking up the faint murmurs from within the tavern concerning Ling Feng's activities. Time passed gradually. She gazed at the grimy curtain, a flicker of concern rising within her. Given the chaos inside, might he be in danger? This worry swiftly supplanted her previous feelings of shyness and discomfort. Her hand unconsciously clenched, still warm with his lingering touch, now instilling a sense of unease within her. At last, the curtain was lifted once more, and Ling Feng emerged. His expression remained unchanged, and his steps were steady, suggesting that no conflict had transpired. Zhu Zhuqing quietly exhaled, emerging from the shadows. Ling Feng, upon seeing her, approached swiftly and whispered, "I have gathered some intelligence. There are indeed rumors of searches from Xingluo, primarily concerning our unexpected disappearance. However, as of now, No large-scale arrest warrants have reached this border town. Border patrols seem to have intensified slightly, yet there remain numerous gaps. For us, this is somewhat reassuring. His tone had returned to its usual calmness and coherence. Zhu Zhuqing listened intently, nodding her head. Learning that the situation was not as dire as she had imagined, the tension in her heart began to ease. Before Ling Feng could finish his thought, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a nearby stall. An elderly woman was selling baked pancakes, utilizing a simple clay oven to cook a local specialty, sprinkled with coarse salt and spices, exuding a rustic and enticing aroma. Ling Feng recalled that Zhu Zhuqing had been subsisting on dry military rations for days, hardly having tasted anything palatable, and his heart softened slightly. He approached the stall, purchasing 2 freshly baked, steaming hot pancakes, wrapped in clean leaves. Turning back to Zhu Zhuqing, he offered her one, speaking naturally. "Try this, it looks delightful. Eating those dry rations has likely spoiled your appetite." The warm pancake, emanating the primal fragrance of food, was presented before Zhu Zhuqing, momentarily taking her by surprise. She gazed into Ling Feng's eyes, which now sparkled with a gentle smile, then glanced at the golden, glistening pancake. The remnants of her earlier embarrassment and worries dissipated in an instant. A subtle yet profoundly genuine warmth replaced the previous tumult of emotions. She silently extended her hand, accepting the warm pancake. Their fingertips inadvertently brushed once more, and this time, both seemed considerably more at ease. The electric sensation still lingered, but no longer incited a desire to flee in panic. "Thank you," she murmured, cradling the pancake as she took a small bite. The outer crust was crisp, while the interior remained soft, imbued with a savory saltiness and the original fragrance of wheat. Simple, yet delicious. Warmth radiating from her palms to her heart. Ling Feng took a bite of his own pancake, nodding with a smile. "It truly tastes quite good." The two stood quietly at a secluded street corner, savoring their humble pancakes. The earlier disquieting atmosphere seemed to dissolve, replaced by a deeper, more stable understanding between them. It was as if that sudden moment of hand-holding had, in an intangible way, shattered something while simultaneously establishing something new. Once they finished their pancakes, Ling Feng brushed the crumbs from his hands, his expression turning serious once more. "Supplies are secured, and I've gathered the information. It is unwise to linger here. We must depart from Huisher town swiftly and continue our journey." "Understood." Zhu Zhuqing nodded, her gaze equally resolute. They did not tarry any longer, quickly making their way toward another exit of the town. This time, they walked side by side, maintaining a distance of about a step between them. No one attempted to grasp the other's hand again, yet the warmth of their once tightly entwined fingers seemed to linger in their palms, silently entwining them in a secret and comforting connection. The path ahead remains shrouded in uncertainty, yet some elements have quietly begun to transform. Much like seeds concealed beneath thawing snow, waiting for the warmth of sunlight and the caress of rain, they anticipate the day of emergence. Chapter 59, Encounter with Bandits. Departing from the tumultuous chaos of Greystone Town, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing once again set forth on their journey westward. The interlude within the town, particularly that fleeting yet profound moment of hand-holding, rippled through their hearts like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating circles of sentiment that, though unspoken, deepened their tacit understanding, lending a subtle thickness to the air around them. They opted for a more obscure path, nearly engulfed by wild grasses, a remnant of an ancient trade route for their subsequent travels. This desolate terrain, rarely trodden by human feet, promised to minimize potential pursuit and troubles, albeit at the cost of unknown dangers lurking in the shadows. The elevation began to rise gradually, with the distant mountains assuming a more imposing silhouette. The autumn breeze swept across the barren expanse, carrying an unrelenting chill. Both remained vigilant, Ling Feng heightening his senses to their utmost capacity, ever alert to the sounds surrounding them. However, trouble often arrives unannounced. As they traversed a rugged gorge, Ling Feng abruptly halted, raising his arm to shield Zhu Zhuqing. There was movement. He lowered his voice, his gaze keenly scanning the corner of a stone wall ahead. Zhu Zhuqing immediately halted, slightly bending her body into a defensive posture. The aura of her ethereal feline spirit subtly swirling around her, her eyes growing cold and alert. Indeed, the sounds of raucous laughter and disarrayed footsteps echoed from behind the stone wall. Moments later, 7 or 8 men, clad in mismatched leather armor and wielding an array of rusted blades and clubs, staggered into view, effectively blocking their narrow passage. Each of these men bore fierce expressions, their eyes clouded with greed, their bodies reeking of sweat and blood, evidently bandits who had long thrived on plunder in this desolate region. At the forefront stood a burly man with a menacing scar etched across his face, brandishing a chipped machete. He leered at Zhu Zhuqing, whose delicate figure, even clad in coarse fabric, could not conceal her inherent grace. His gaze then shifted to Ling Feng, a grin revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Well, well. Today luck is on our side, catching 2 tender lambs. He exclaimed. You, lad, be wise and leave behind anything of value along with this lovely little beauty. If we're in a good mood, perhaps we'll spare your life and let you scurry away. The bandits behind him erupted in laughter, their malicious eyes appraising the pair like wolves eyeing their prey. Clearly, they dismissed the 2 seemingly young and weary travelers. Ling Feng's expression darkened instantly, particularly upon hearing the ruffian's vile words directed at Zhu Zhuqing, a glimmer of icy murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Yet, he did not immediately react. Instead, he instinctively positioned Zhu Zhuqing more securely behind him, a gesture so natural it seemed a practiced instinct, etched deeply within his being. Zhu Zhuqing stood behind his broad shoulders, gazing at his figure, which, though not particularly imposing, appeared extraordinarily reliable in this moment. The tension that had surged within her at the sight of the bandits curiously subsided. She could even sense the latent power within him, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. We are en route to Barak to visit family. With little money to spare, we kindly ask for your understanding. Ling Feng attempted to defuse the situation, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable firmness. Visiting family. Ha! The scar-faced bandit seemed to find the notion ludicrous, laughing uproariously. I see you 2 are merely lovebirds on the run. Spare me your pleasantries. No money? Then leave the girl behind. Though a bit thin, she's quite the looker. I could enjoy her company. His words grew increasingly intolerable, and Ling Feng's gaze turned frigid. He understood that this situation could not end amicably. Just as the bandit stepped forward, his hand reaching out as if to caress Zhu Zhuqing's face, a powerful and tempestuous wave of soul force erupted from Ling Feng without warning. Instantly, 2 resplendent soul rings ascended from beneath his feet, spiraling upward. The first soul ring, a brilliant yellow, shone far brighter than a typical 100-year soul ring. The second, however, was a deep, noble, and heart-stirring purple, a millennium soul ring. 1 yellow and 1 purple. The 2 soul rings intertwined, emanating an overwhelming pressure that enveloped the bandit leader and all his cohorts. A soul master. A great soul master. One bandit reacted first, screeching like a chicken with its neck grasped, his face awash with disbelief and terror. Purple. A millennium soul ring. How is this possible? Another bandit, paralyzed with fear, dropped his club, his legs quaking uncontrollably. The once arrogant scar-faced leader's lewd smile froze, morphing into sheer horror and panic. His outstretched hand was suspended in midair, as if encased in invisible ice. He had only relied on a modicum of strength and ruthlessness to attain his position, never having encountered such a young great soul master. More terrifying still was the second soul ring, the legendary Millennium Soul Ring. The purple radiance felt like the gaze of death, chilling him to the bone. He had no doubt that with a mere flick of a finger, the other could effortlessly obliterate them all. Ling Feng stood resolutely, his stature seemingly more imposing. His expression was as somber as water, his dark eyes flickering with a cold flame, radiating a palpable aura of menace. He remained silent, his icy gaze sweeping over each bandit. Any bandit caught in his sight felt as though plunged into an icy abyss, their souls fleeing in terror, desperately wishing to shrink into the crevices of the stone. Begone! The single word thundered like a clap of thunder, piercing through the ears of all the bandits like a winter's icicle. The scar-faced leader trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground. He dared not harbor even a trace of malice. His life was at stake. Begone! We shall take our leave. Thank you for your mercy, Master Soul Master. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. He shouted incoherently, turning to flee in a hurried scramble, neglecting even to retrieve the fallen machete. The other bandits, equally terrified, followed their leader, wailing and crying like lost souls, fleeing in a panic as if they wished they had been born with extra legs. In the blink of an eye, they vanished around the corner of the canyon, leaving behind a scene of chaos and a cloud of dust. The canyon once again fell into silence, the only sound being the pulsating purple soul rings that continued to spin slowly, emanating powerful waves of energy. Ling Feng gradually retracted his soul power and murderous aura, causing the 2 brilliant soul rings to fade from sight. He turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing, and the coldness in his gaze instantly melted away, transforming into concern. Are you all right? Were you frightened? His tone returned to its usual gentleness, as if the fierce figure who had just intimidated the bandits was not him at all. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, her violet eyes fixed on him, shimmering with complex emotions. There was astonishment at his formidable strength, relief at the dissipated crisis, but more profoundly, an indescribable flutter and sense of safety. She had clearly observed that throughout the entire process of him unleashing his soul rings and sending the bandits retreating, his body had remained slightly turned, steadfastly shielding her in the safest position behind him. That protective stance felt so natural, so resolute, as if it were an inherent right. In that moment, his broad back represented her entire world, isolating her from all malice and danger. Zhu Zhuqing fell silent for a moment. She merely lifted her gaze toward the direction in which the bandits had fled, her expression slightly frosty. Will they come back with more men? Ling Feng shook his head confidently. Rest assured. Such a rabble is inherently cowardly. Having witnessed the 1,000-year soul rings, unless they are tired of living, they would never dare return. Moreover, they would not linger here. He paused, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing with a hint of apology. It seems this route is not very safe. We must exercise greater caution moving forward. However, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, her gaze unwavering as she looked at him. With you by my side, I am not afraid. She uttered this phrase with such naturalness, devoid of any hesitation or reluctance. After witnessing the earlier scene, her trust and reliance on him had reached an entirely new height. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback by her words, followed by a surge of warmth and responsibility swelling within him. Meeting her clear and steadfast gaze, he solemnly nodded. Yes. I will always protect you. With the crisis averted, the two took a brief respite, confirming that there were no signs of the bandits returning before continuing their journey. After this minor episode, the wind in the canyon seemed to have lost its chill. Ling Feng continued to walk ahead, with Zhu Zhuqing following closely behind. Just a step away, observing the upright figure before her, Zhu Zhuqing's heartbeat quickened, seemingly faster than usual. The powerful stance he had exhibited while releasing the soul rings and the moment he had shielded her behind him were indelibly etched in her mind, like a brand. A blend of admiration, reassurance, and a certain indescribable sentiment quietly began to blossom and spread within her heart. She subtly raised her hand, glancing at her palm. The sensation of being tightly grasped and securely sheltered by him lingers still. An unprecedented, peculiar warmth envelopes her heart, though the path ahead may harbor unknown perils. At this moment, her spirit is replete with courage and an inexplicable anticipation. Chapter 60, A Sense of Security. The interlude in the canyon. Akin to a stone cast into the lake, leaves behind a profound silence and a subtle tension after the ripples fade. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing hasten their pace, eager to depart from this realm of strife. Only upon fully emerging from the canyon, when the expansive, sunset-drenched wilderness unfolds before them in hues of gold and crimson, do they instinctively slow their steps. The heightened vigilance and the fleeting surge of soul power have rendered Ling Feng's breath slightly heavier than usual. Beads of perspiration forming on his brow. He discreetly regulates his breathing, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings to ensure no threats remain. Zhu Zhuqing trails closely behind, her eyes unable to stray from the strong silhouette of his back. The setting sun elongates his figure, and though his shoulders are not particularly broad, to her, they seem capable of shouldering the entire sky. The heart-stopping scene they just witnessed is indelibly etched in her mind. His sudden eruption of formidable soul power, the dazzling, heart-stirring purple soul ring, and his unwavering stance, like a rock, that shielded her so resolutely. She has observed his earnestness while training, his focused contemplation when analyzing routes, his playful glimmer when jesting, and his silent, resolute profile during late-night vigils. Yet, it was only moments ago that she truly felt, up close, the overwhelming might he possesses, a strength potent enough to inspire trust in life and death. In the face of bandits, the ice-cold glare and lethal intent in his eyes starkly contrasted with the gentle, patient youth she knew. Yet strangely, this did not instill fear in her. Rather, it evoked an ineffable shock and thrill. Having grown up in the cold, ruthless environment of the Zhu family, rife with competition and calculation, a sense of security had always been a rare luxury. She had grown accustomed to confronting every challenge alone, enveloping herself in a fade of ice, relying on no one. Even her nominal fiancé brought only added pressure and humiliation. But Ling Feng is different. He quietly prepares warm water for her, meticulously teaches her survival skills, generously shares the best food, instinctively takes her hand in crowded places, and, at the first hint of danger, shields her behind him with a formidable presence that crushes any threat. This feeling of being protected and cherished washes over her like a warm tide, gradually eroding the icy barriers surrounding her heart, revealing its soft, yearning essence. Her gaze falls upon the nape of his neck, slightly damp with sweat, and the subtle rise and fall of his shoulders as he regulates his breath. An inexplicable emotion stirs within her, bittersweet, yet imbued with an indescribable warmth. She suddenly recalled the moment he unleashed his soul power, driving the bandits away, and turned to her with eyes that transformed from coldness to concern. He inquired if she had been frightened, yet he made no mention of whether his actions had been strenuous. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing quickened her pace to walk almost shoulder to shoulder with Ling Feng. She slightly tilted her head, her voice softer and gentler than usual, imbued with a trace of subtle worry as she whispered, "Are you all right?" Ling Feng, engrossed in observing the terrain ahead, momentarily paused at her words and turned to face her. In her clear, purple eyes, reflecting the twilight's glow, he could distinctly see his own reflection along with an unusual, unmasked concern. The seriousness on his face dissipated instantly as he broke into his usual, bright, reassuring smile, as if the earlier conflict had merely been a trivial interruption. "Just a minor matter," he said lightly, even teasingly, dismissing the few clueless petty thieves who had barely managed to stir before being frightened away. Yet, he swiftly shifted his focus back to her, his tone turning earnest. "But you, I hope those vile words didn't affect you?" He showed no concern for the earlier confrontation, prioritizing her feelings instead. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at his cheerful smile and listened to his relaxed tone, her slight worry evaporating, replaced by a more grounded and comforting sensation. She gently shook her head, her lips unconsciously curving into a small smile that mirrored his. "I'm fine." She paused, her gaze returning to him, her tone growing more serious. "Your 1,000-year soul ring is remarkable." This was the second time she had praised his soul ring. Her voice filled with genuine admiration, devoid of jealousy or fear, only joy for his accomplishments. Ling Feng laughed heartily, exuding confidence and ease. "It's just luck. Once I help you acquire your second soul ring, you'll become formidable as well. Perhaps in the future, when encountering such petty thieves, you won't even need my assistance. You could easily take them down solo." He consistently encouraged her, affirming her potential and painting a hopeful future. As Zhu Zhuqing listened, envisioning that scenario, a glimmer of aspiration and determination flickered in her eyes. She nodded vigorously yes. The setting sun elongated their shadows, intertwining and casting them upon the desolate land. The atmosphere shifted to one of ease and camaraderie, as if the earlier tension and the scent of blood had been swept away by the autumn breeze. Ling Feng naturally slowed his pace, walking alongside her, no longer in a protective stance. As they strolled, he casually outlined their upcoming plans. "At this pace, in about 5 or 6 days, we should be able to traverse this wasteland." Zhu Zhuqing listened quietly, occasionally responding. She cherished hearing him outline the future. His steady, reliable voice always alleviated her uncertainties about the unknown path ahead, instilling her with confidence. As they continued, a small grove of withered poplar trees appeared before them, their twisted, gnarled branches presenting a desolate yet eerie beauty under the sunset. Ling Feng paused his steps, cautiously observing for a moment. After confirming that no danger lurked nearby, he suggested, "Let us establish camp here for the night. These withered trees will shield us from the wind and provide some concealment." The two shared an unspoken understanding as they divided their tasks. Zhu Zhuqing took the initiative to gather the scattered, dry twigs from the ground to kindle a fire, her movements more adept than before. Ling Feng chose a relatively flat spot backed by the massive roots of a dead tree to begin erecting the tent. Before long, the campfire blazed anew, dispelling the chill that threatened with the onset of night. The flickering flames illuminated the serene and focused expressions of the two. Ling Feng prepared their meal, while Zhu Zhuqing sat quietly beside the fire, hugging her knees and watching the dancing flames, occasionally glancing at the industrious Ling Feng. An indescribable sense of tranquility and warmth enveloped the small campsite, isolated in the desolate wilderness beneath the vast starry sky. Accompanied by the crackling fire and the reassuring presence of each other, they created an extraordinary tableau. It was as if the external conflicts, pursuits, and destinies had receded into the background, leaving only their companionship amidst the cosmos. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt that if this journey had no end, continuing onward in this manner might not be an unbearable prospect. This thought startled her, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she quickly lowered her head, burying half her face in her knees. Ling Feng remained oblivious to her subtle emotional turmoil, handing her the warmed food with a simple, "It's time to eat." "Thank you," Zhu Zhuqing replied, accepting the food and taking small bites. After dinner, as was customary, Ling Feng prepared to keep watch. He urged Zhu Zhuqing to rest first, saying, "You must be tired. Get some sleep early. I'll take the first half of the night." However, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated and softly replied, "I am not sleepy yet. I will keep you company for a while." Ling Feng was taken aback, but, upon seeing the earnestness in her eyes, smiled and shifted aside to make room for her. "All right then, let us enjoy the stars of this wilderness together. They shine far brighter than those of Xingluo City." Zhu Zhuqing settled beside him, wrapping her arms around her knees and gazing up at the sky. The magnificent Milky Way spanned the horizon, countless stars scattered like diamonds across the deep blue velvet, dazzling and mysterious in their grandeur. The night sky of the wilderness was so pure that it took one's breath away with its beauty. Side by side beneath the stars, the campfire crackled quietly beside them, No further words were exchanged as they savored this rare moment of tranquility and serenity. Zhu Zhuqing stole a glance at Ling Feng, whose gentle profile was illuminated by the starlight and firelight, observing his focused and bright gaze as he admired the celestial display. The icy corner of her heart seemed to thaw under the soothing ambience of the night and the warmth emanating from the person beside her. An unprecedented sense of security enveloped her like a warm tide, gently cocooning her. She understood that as long as he was by her side, no matter the challenges that lay ahead, she possessed the courage to face them. As the night deepened and the cold winds began to rise, Ling Feng noticed the young girl beside him shiver slightly. Without hesitation, he unfastened his outer robe and draped it over her shoulders. Zhu Zhuqing stiffened momentarily, but did not refuse the gesture. The outer robe still retained his warmth and a faint scent, enveloping her completely and shielding her from the cold. She gently adjusted the collar, burying half her face in the soft fabric, feeling as if her heart was filled with a warm, drowsy sense of security. Beneath the starry sky, upon the desolate plains, two youthful hearts drew ever closer in this silent guardianship and reliance. Chapter 61, Shared Dinner. As night deepened, the chill of the wilderness spread like an unspoken tide, yet the small space beside the campfire remained warm. Ling Feng carefully pulled his outer robe closer to Zhu Zhuqing, ensuring that the cold would not encroach upon her. The two sat quietly side by side, gazing up at the vast expanse of the starry sky. Though no words were exchanged, an indescribable tranquility and mutual understanding flowed silently between them. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the distant, haunting howls of unknown soul beasts, embellishing this eternal silence. Zhu Zhuqing curled slightly, draped in Ling Feng's outer robe that still carried his warmth and scent. An unprecedented sense of safety enveloped her, allowing her taut heartstrings to gradually relax, even giving rise to a hint of languorous fatigue. Stealing a glance at the young man beside her, she observed the flickering firelight casting alternating shadows across his sharply defined features. His gaze was clear and focused on the stars, seemingly lost in thought, yet also simply appreciating the magnificent sight that was so rarely seen in the city. After an indeterminate amount of time, Ling Feng suddenly moved. He gently stood, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs. "Are you hungry?" He turned to Zhu Zhuqing, offering her a warm smile. "After today's journey and a bit of fright, you need to replenish your strength. Wait here, I'll prepare something to eat." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively wanted to rise to assist. Just sit tight." Ling Feng interrupted gently yet firmly, his tone leaving no room for argument. "You've already helped with gathering firewood and setting up the tent. Leave the cooking to me. Stay warm for a while." His thoughtfulness always manifested in these subtle details, never allowing her to feel belittled, yet perfectly assuming more responsibility. Watching him walk towards their luggage, she swallowed her words, tightening the robe around her, the warmth within her heart expanding. Suddenly, she recalled that this was perhaps the second time they had shared a meal since leaving Xingluo City. Or if one counted the quick meal in the carriage after returning from the soul hunting forest, perhaps the third time they had dined together so formally. Each occasion seemed to accompany a subtle shift in their relationship. Ling Feng retrieved from the luggage the provisions he had prepared earlier, some durable flatbreads, a few pieces of dried meat, and some edible wild mushrooms and tubers he had gathered along the way in safe areas. Though there were more exquisite foods in the system's space, he could not conjure them out of thin air. These ordinary ingredients, processed by his own hands, were the most suitable for the current situation. He deftly set up a compact iron pot, poured in some clean water, and tore the dry, tough meat into slender strips. Alongside the meticulously cleaned mushrooms and diced roots, he added a sprinkle of the salt and dry spices he had brought. Soon, a rich aroma, a delightful blend of meaty and herbal fragrances, began to waft through the air, stirring an insatiable appetite. Meanwhile, he skillfully threaded the dough onto a sharpened twig, positioning it close to the bonfire to roast it with care. The surface of the dough gradually transformed into a golden, crispy hue, exuding an enticing scent of wheat. Zhu Zhuqing sat quietly, her gaze involuntarily following Ling Feng's busy figure, observing him as he focused on concocting the soup and deftly flipping the dough. Each movement appeared so practiced and natural, as if he had performed these tasks 1,000 times before. The firelight illuminated his earnest brow, momentarily captivating her attention. She had never imagined that a man, especially one as exceptionally gifted and powerful as a soul master like him, could exude such charm while attending to these mundane chores, instilling a sense of comfort within her. "All right, given the limited conditions, let us make do." Ling Feng's voice broke through Zhu Zhuqing's reverie. He approached with a steaming bowl of fragrant meat and mushroom soup, the surface adorned with glistening droplets of oil. Alongside it, he offered a perfectly roasted piece of dough, crisp on the outside, yet tender within. "Thank you." Zhu Zhuqing quickly extended her hands to accept the bowl. The warmth of the earthenware seeped into her palms, radiating warmth to her heart. The rich aroma penetrated her senses, causing her empty stomach to emit an involuntary growl. Her face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head in mild embarrassment. Ling Feng, seemingly oblivious, chuckled as he settled beside her, pouring himself a bowl of soup and taking a bite of the dough. Eat while it's hot. The cold of the wasteland night can be biting. A warm soup will help. With that, he busied himself with his meal, exuding a straightforwardness that suggested this was the most delectable feast in the world. Zhu Zhuqing mimicked his actions, cautiously blowing on the soup before taking a gentle sip. Instantly, an indescribable warmth and flavor enveloped her palate, cascading down her throat and swiftly banishing the chill within her. The savory saltiness of the meat, the tender freshness of the mushrooms, the sweet essence of the roots, and the perfectly balanced spices melded together in a simple, yet astonishingly delicious harmony. Unable to resist, she took another hearty sip, feeling her entire body warm in response. Nibbling on the roasted bread, the delightful contrast between its crisp exterior and soft interior offered a heavenly texture, with the wheat aroma merging with the soup's richness, delivering immense satisfaction. It's delicious, she lifted her gaze, staring earnestly at Ling Feng. Her violet eyes sparkled in the firelight, reflecting appreciation and a hint of surprise. She had not anticipated Ling Feng's culinary prowess. In this desolate wilderness, he had managed to create such comforting and delectable fare. Ling Feng, upon hearing her praise, smiled with a hint of pride, his eyes narrowing with delight. Of course, it's a secret recipe, crafted solely by me in the past. He nearly let slip more, but quickly glossed over it, adding, if you enjoy it, feel free to have more. There's plenty left in the pot. The so-called exclusive recipe is merely a survival skill honed during a solitary existence in a previous life, complemented by a modicum of culinary understanding. Yet, in the Douluo Continent, particularly for someone of noble lineage like Zhu Zhuqing, who has never laid a finger in the kitchen, this is an exceptionally rare delicacy. Zhu Zhuqing softly acknowledged this, lowering her head and quickly resuming her meal. She was genuinely hungry and truly found the food delightful. The two sat around the dancing campfire, silently savoring this simple yet remarkably heartwarming dinner. The air was filled only with the sounds of chewing, sipping soup, and the subtle crackling of the fire. The atmosphere was not awkward. Rather, it flowed with a sense of tranquil harmony. Far removed from the intrigue and high walls of Luo City, in this vast, seemingly desolate, yet liberating expanse, sharing a meal prepared by someone who offered her warmth and security was an experience Zhu Zhuqing had never encountered before. She even felt a fleeting illusion that they were not desperate fugitives, but rather travelers exploring the world together. After finishing the flatbread in her hand, Zhu Zhuqing glanced at the remaining soup in her bowl, hesitating momentarily before softly breaking the silence. Do you often prepare food for yourself? Ling Feng had just finished the last sip of soup. Wiping his mouth casually with his sleeve, he smiled and replied, I suppose so. I used to enjoy wandering outside. One cannot starve oneself, so I gradually learned. In truth, many things, when handled properly, taste quite good. Once we settle down, I'll have the opportunity to prepare more delicious meals for you. He naturally made a promise for the future. Listening to his words, Zhu Zhuqing imagined his past adventures, her lips involuntarily curling into a slight smile. She realized that her understanding of him was incrementally deepening, with each new revelation rendering him more real and approachable. All right, she responded softly, her voice as light as a feather's touch, yet imbued with clear anticipation. Ling Feng chuckled and stood up. Please pass me the bowl. I'll tidy up. This time, Zhu Zhuqing did not hesitate and handed him the empty bowl, as she watched him skillfully wash the dishes and organize the cooking utensils. Her gaze remained fixed upon him. When Ling Feng returned after cleaning, he found Zhu Zhuqing still seated in the same spot, not having followed his earlier advice to rest. She hugged her knees, resting her chin upon them, gazing into the campfire, lost in her thoughts. The flickering flames cast a gentle halo upon her delicate yet aloof profile, lending her an air of rare fragility and innocence. Ling Feng felt a stir in his heart and approached to sit down again. Why haven't you gone to rest yet? Aren't you tired? Zhu Zhuqing turned her head slightly to look at him, her eyes clear. I'm all right. After a pause, she added, I'd like to sit here a little longer. Ling Feng did not press further. Instead, he added a few more dry twigs to the nearly extinguished fire, reviving its vibrant flames. The stars here are indeed much brighter and more numerous than in Luo City, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly remarked softly, raising her head to gaze at the brilliant Milky Way. Indeed, there are no blinding lights, nor towering walls obstructing the view. Ling Feng gazed upwards, his tone imbued with a hint of nostalgia, feeling as though he had drawn remarkably closer to the heavens, as if he could reach out and touch the sky with a mere extension of his hand. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing concurred. In Starfall City, Even during the night, one could perpetually sense an intangible, oppressive order and restraint. Yet here, the vastness of the world enveloped them. The stars hung low, and one's spirit seemed to expand and attain a newfound sense of freedom. In her childhood, Zhu Zhuqing's voice was soft, as if she were either conversing with herself or confiding in Ling Feng. The window in my room is quite small, revealing only a fragment of the sky. On sleepless nights, I would often gaze at that little patch of sky, counting the stars, always feeling that the stars were so free, able to travel wherever they wished. This marked the first occasion she had voluntarily broached the subject of her childhood. Though her tone remained unremarkable, it conveyed a profound, ineffable solitude. Ling Feng listened intently, refraining from interruption, understanding that she was gradually unveiling her innermost thoughts, previously sealed away. As she matured and underwent more training, her interest in stargazing waned. Her voice regained its neutrality, concealing the fleeting emotions she had just revealed. Ling Feng turned his head to observe her features softened by starlight. A flicker of compassion stirring within him. He spoke gently, "It is well now. We have ventured out. From now on, you may gaze at the stars for as long as you desire. The entire sky belongs to you." Upon hearing his words, Zhu Zhuqing turned to meet his gentle yet resolute gaze. His words always struck a chord deep within her, offering her hope and strength. Their eyes locked, and an intangible shift seemed to occur in the air around them. The crackling of the campfire echoed softly, starlight fell silently, and the wild winds appeared to cease their howling. Zhu Zhuqing's heart inexplicably skipped a beat, causing her to avert her gaze in a fluster. Returning her attention to the stars, her ears subtly tinged with an imperceptible blush. Ling Feng, feeling somewhat awkward, cleared his throat and rubbed his nose. Lifting his gaze to the sky, attempting to ease the tension by changing the subject. "Ahem, look over there. Those few bright stars connected together, don't they resemble a spoon? That is the Big Dipper." He began pointing at the sky, somewhat clumsily introducing Zhu Zhuqing to the few constellations he was familiar with. Zhu Zhuqing listened quietly, occasionally following the direction of his finger, though she did not fully grasp the meanings of spoon or Orion. Yet, witnessing his earnest efforts to explain, the faint curve of her lips remained unyielding. The night wind was still chilly, yet the campfire blazed warmly, the food was comforting, and the beauty of the starry sky was captivating. The companionship of the person beside her dissipated all loneliness and coldness. This simple wilderness dinner, their second formal meal together, lacked exquisite utensils and lavish dishes, yet it radiated an unprecedented warmth and tranquility, akin to the gentlest stream quietly nurturing the burgeoning emotional bond between them. As the night deepened and dew began to settle, Ling Feng urged Zhu Zhuqing to rest once more. This time, she did not resist, obediently rising. She removed the outer robe she had draped over her shoulders and returned it to Ling Feng. "It's cold at night. You should wear it," she said, her voice still light, yet imbued with an undeniable insistence. Ling Feng was momentarily startled as he accepted the outer robe, which still bore the warmth and faint fragrance of its previous wearer. It felt as though something had gently nudged him within. Observing Zhu Zhuqing as she bent to enter the tent, he donned the robe once more, sensing the lingering warmth it retained. He settled down beside the campfire, gazing at the tranquil expanse of the desolate wilderness and the slumbering girl within the tent, feeling an overwhelming sense of peace and contentment. Beneath the starry sky, a gentle smile gradually graced his lips. Chapter 62, Soul Power Level 25. As dawn began to break, the silence of the wilderness was pierced by the melodious calls of birds. The chill of late autumn was most severe at the break of day, with a thin layer of frost coating the canvas of the tent. Ling Feng slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing across his gaze before vanishing. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, which condensed into a white mist in the frigid atmosphere, lingering for some time. During the latter half of his night watch, he remained industrious, continuously channeling his soul power to purify and refine it. The arduous journey from Star Luo City, filled with trials, battles, and insights, combined with the subtle pressure from the previous day's imminent conflict, seemed to transform into nourishing resources for his cultivation, allowing his steadily advancing soul power to finally surpass a minor threshold. A more robust and substantial sense of strength coursed through his limbs. With a slight shift in thought, he summoned the system interface visible only to himself. Host: Ling Feng. Age: 9. Martial Soul. Night Qilin. Soul Power. Level 25. Soul Rings. Purple, pseudo-yellow, approximately 1,100 years. Purple, approximately 1,300 years. Soul Bones. None. Skills: Shadow Assault. First Soul Skill. Spider Shadow Binding. Second Soul Skill. Mastery of Basic Footwork. Basic Herb Identification. Soul Power Condensation Method. Disguise Technique. Beginner. Items: gold soul coins, various other miscellaneous items omitted. Sign-in point. Sign-in available today. Indeed, his soul power level had risen from 24 to 25. A hint of satisfaction tugged at the corners of Ling Feng's mouth. Each increment in strength signified an enhanced ability to safeguard those around him and to confront the myriad uncertainties that lay ahead. He refrained from rising immediately, instead focusing his mind to press the sign-in button on the system interface. Ding. Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have received low-level soul guidance device, storage belt, X1. 50 gold soul coins. Ling Feng was taken aback, a wave of excitement surging within him. A storage soul guidance device. Such a treasure. In the Douluo Continent, any soul guidance device related to spatial technology is invaluable and exceedingly practical, although the system classified it as low-level. Even a mere 1 or 2 cubic meters of storage space would significantly alleviate their current inconveniences, such as reducing the burden of luggage and providing better concealment for precious items. He promptly delved into the system backpack to examine the newly acquired reward. It was a seemingly ancient black belt, crafted from a material that was neither entirely leather nor metal, cool and flexible to the touch. The buckle was a simple circular metal clasp, engraved with faint, intricate patterns, subtly emanating a weak ripple of soul power. The system description reveals, low-level storage soul guide, containing an independent space of 1 cubic meter, which can be activated or deactivated by infusing a trace of soul power. It cannot store living beings. 1 cubic meter is sufficient. Ling Feng felt an overwhelming joy within. This was truly a timely boon. He gently unzipped the tent and emerged. The crisp air greeted him, invigorating his senses. He noticed Zhu Zhuqing already up, standing a short distance away on a patch of withered yellow grass, her eyes slightly closed, her posture upright. Clearly engaged in her daily morning practice. Her focus was intense, her breathing long and steady, with an almost imperceptible ripple of soul power surrounding her, indicating her effort to assimilate the gains from their journey thus far. Ling Feng refrained from interrupting her, choosing instead to stand quietly to the side, stretching his limbs while keeping a vigilant watch over their surroundings. His gaze fell upon the serious profile of the young woman. The dawn light, soft and gentle, cast a warm golden hue upon her cool features, her long eyelashes creating delicate shadows, her expression one of concentration and tranquility. Through their shared experiences over these past days, the icy demeanor she once held at bay seemed to have melted considerably. Although she remained aloof with outsiders, before him, she increasingly revealed signs of focus, trust, and even occasional softness. After about a quarter of an hour, Zhu Zhuqing gradually concluded her practice and opened her eyes. The moment she did, she spotted Ling Feng standing beside her. A trace of warmth flickered in her violet eyes as she nodded lightly in acknowledgement. How do you feel? Although the soul power in this wilderness isn't particularly dense, its purity should be beneficial for solidifying your foundation, Ling Feng inquired with a smile as he approached. Naturally steering the conversation, Zhu Zhuqing assessed the soul power within her, nodding earnestly. Yes, the flow of soul power seems smoother than when we were in the city. She paused, glancing at Ling Feng, perceptively noticing an unfamiliar aura emanating from him, one that was subdued yet more profound. A hint of surprise crossed her features as she hesitantly asked, "Have you broken through again?" Ling Feng chuckled and did not conceal the truth. Yes. I just advanced to level 25. Despite her earlier suspicions, hearing the confirmation left Zhu Zhuqing slightly breathless. She was aware of his extraordinary talent, yet the speed of his progression was astonishing beyond belief. Many soul masters might struggle for a year or even several years to break through just one level, especially at the Great Soul Master stage. Yet he seemed to effortlessly surpass obstacles that others found insurmountable. Noticing the clear astonishment in her eyes, Ling Feng scratched his head, his tone lighthearted as he deflected the topic. Perhaps it was the fright from those ruffians yesterday that triggered my potential. He jested, then redirected the conversation. What about you? How far do you feel you are from level 20? When it came to her own training, Zhu Zhuqing's expression turned serious, though her brow furrowed slightly. The growth of my soul power has accelerated significantly compared to before. Yet I still feel I lack some accumulation to break through the bottleneck to level 20. She sensed that. With the assistance of the elixirs and soul power condensation techniques Ling Feng provided, her training speed had far surpassed that during her time at the Zhu family. However, as she approached the critical threshold of a higher realm, the depth of accumulation required became increasingly substantial, making it clear that mere soul power accumulation would not suffice for an easy breakthrough. At present, her soul power is firmly established at level 19. Yet it appears she still has some distance to traverse before breaching that barrier. Ling Feng approached her, extending his hand with a gentle expression. Do not rush. Allow me to assist you. The cultivation of soul power cannot solely rely on arduous practice. Perception and mental state are equally significant. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at his outstretched hand, hesitated for but a moment, and then naturally offered her wrist. She had long ceased to resist his touch and the probing of her soul power, and she had developed an implicit reliance on his guidance and aid. Ling Feng's fingers delicately rested upon her slender wrist as a stream of warm, pure Darknight Qilin's soul power gradually flowed into her meridians. His soul power, though inclined towards darkness, bore no trace of malevolence. Rather, it exuded a sense of stability, depth, and inclusiveness, cautiously navigating through her body, sensing the state of her spectral feline soul power. Zhu Zhuqing felt a warm current gradually coursing through her meridians, gently guiding her own soul power, allowing it to circulate more smoothly, enveloping her in an indescribable sense of comfort. She relaxed her body, closed her eyes, and wholeheartedly embraced this external yet reassuring force. Ling Feng's brow furrowed slightly before gradually relaxing. He sensed that Zhu Zhuqing's total soul power had indeed reached the pinnacle of level 19, even more robust than he initially anticipated, with an exceptionally solid foundation. However, as she had sensed, the barrier to level 20 undeniably existed, and it appeared to be more resilient than that faced by typical soul masters. This may be attributed to the quality of her martial soul, the pressures of her mindset, and some subtle stagnation accumulated during her past cultivation. He guided his soul power with utmost gentleness, circulating it meticulously around several crucial meridian nodes, nurturing and unblocking them. Simultaneously, he spoke softly, his voice imbued with a peculiar soothing quality. Relax, do not resist. Feel the flow of soul power, akin to a river cleansing the obstructions within its channel. What is needed is not merely the forceful impact, but also the natural understanding and a more refined mastery over one's own strength. His words seemed to possess a certain enchantment, leading Zhu Zhuqing's spirit into a profound introspection of her soul power. Following Ling Feng's guidance, she endeavored to perceive and manipulate each thread of her soul power with greater finesse. As time gradually passed, the morning sun finally ascended above the horizon, casting golden rays across the desolate expanse. Ling Feng slowly withdrew his soul power, releasing his grip. Almost the moment he retracted his energy, Zhu Zhuqing's body shuddered slightly, and the previously steady fluctuations of her soul power suddenly became animated, as if infused with newfound vitality. She abruptly opened her eyes, her violet irises sparkling with a bright glimmer, her face alight with incredulous delight. I feel as though my soul power has become more refined. My sense of control is significantly clearer. She marveled at the transformation within her. Although her level did not immediately elevate, she could distinctly sense that the formidable barrier had become slightly loosened, and her mastery over soul power had ascended to a new tier. This accumulation was undoubtedly invaluable in her pursuit of breakthrough. Ling Feng gazed at her astonished expression and smiled, nodding gently. Your foundation is indeed quite profound. It merely lacks that final spark of opportunity and a more nuanced grasp of your power. Just now, I merely helped you to untangle your meridians, guiding you to perceive your soul power more clearly. It seems the effect was quite favorable. His tone was imbued with warmth and encouragement. If you continue in this manner, once you successfully acquire your second soul ring, your advancement will undoubtedly be significant. Zhu Zhuqing nodded vigorously, her heart swelling with exhilaration and gratitude. She looked at Ling Feng and earnestly said, "Thank you, Ling Feng. You always provide me with the most crucial assistance precisely when I need it the most." "There's no need for such formality between us," Ling Feng replied with a wave of his hand, his laughter bright and hearty. "We are partners, after all. Your strength enhances our ability to face future challenges together, does it not?" The word partner echoed quietly in Zhu Zhuqing's mind, a warm current coursing through her heart. This term seemed to carry a weight beyond that of mere friendship, signifying camaraderie in battle and shared fortunes. At that moment, Ling Feng appeared to recall something suddenly, a mysterious smile gracing his face. "Ah, Zhuqing, allow me to present you with something special." "Really?" Zhu Zhuqing looked at him, puzzled. With a flick of his wrist, as if performing a magic trick, a quaint black belt materialized in his hand. "Here, this is for you." Zhu Zhuqing's gaze fell upon the belt, immediately sensing the faint fluctuations of soul power emanating from it. A glimmer of surprise flickered in her eyes. Is this a soul-guiding device? Coming from the Zhu family. Her insights were exceptional. She recognized at once that this was no ordinary item. "Indeed, it is a storage belt," Ling Feng explained with a smile, presenting the belt to her. "It contains a cubic space, sufficient for storing some essential personal items. The usage is quite simple. Just infuse a bit of soul power to retrieve items." He refrained from divulging the belt's origins, and Zhu Zhuqing tacitly chose not to inquire further. She stared blankly at the seemingly ordinary yet invaluable storage belt, then glanced up at Ling Feng's nonchalant smile, her heart a tempest of emotions. A storage soul guiding device, even the most rudimentary one, was far from an ordinary soul master's possession. Had he truly gifted it to her so effortlessly? This is far too valuable. Zhu Zhuqing instinctively thought to refuse. She had already received too many favors from him. Valuable? It's merely a tool, Ling Feng interjected, pressing the belt into her hands. We are constantly on the move. Minimizing our baggage is essential, and certain items will be safer stored within. His tone was natural and left no room for refusal. As if this were merely a trifling gift. Clutching the cool, flexible belt in her hands and meeting his sincere, encouraging gaze, Zhu Zhuqing found herself unable to voice her rejection. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the tumult within her heart and complied, infusing a trace of soul power into the belt. Instantly, she felt her consciousness connect to an extraordinary space of 1 cubic meter. She attempted to store a few personal items she carried, including the light purple headband Ling Feng had gifted her, a small vial of healing medicine, and a handful of golden soul coins. With a mere thought, the object in her hand vanished and materialized in the perceived space. With another thought, it reappeared in her grasp. This enchanting sensation elicited a flicker of novelty and wonder in her clear, cold eyes. How is it? Convenient, isn't it? Ling Feng inquired with a smile. Indeed. Zhu Zhuqing nodded earnestly, her face rarely displaying a glimmer of youthful exuberance. She carefully fastened the storage belt around her waist, adjusting its fit. The black belt complemented her dark attire beautifully, appearing far from obtrusive. From now on, our essential supplies can be entrusted to your care, Ling Feng jested. You shall be our squad's mobile warehouse manager. Zhu Zhuqing's lips curled into a subtle smile, and she softly acknowledged with a gentle her fingers instinctively brushing over the belt buckle, her heart swelling with a sense of security. This gift was not only practical, but also symbolized his unwavering trust in her. The sun dispelled the morning mist, elongating their silhouettes. Ling Feng began to adeptly pack up the camp, extinguishing the campfire and dismantling the tent. Come on, mobile warehouse manager. He cheerfully urged. We should continue our journey and aim to cover more ground today. All right, Zhu Zhuqing replied with a clear, bright voice. The pair resumed their trek, the autumn sun casting a gentle warmth upon them. Zhu Zhuqing felt the faint ripple of soul power emanating from the storage belt at her waist, her own soul power, enhanced and refined by Ling Feng's assistance, now more vibrant within her. Observing the ever-smiling youth beside her, who seemed capable of resolving any challenge, her steps grew lighter, her previous shadows of doubt and unease dissipating under the warmth of the sun and the safety he provided. Though the path ahead remained uncertain, her heart brimmed with more hope and strength than ever before. Chapter 63, The Gift of the Belt. The afternoon sun had lost its midday intensity, becoming much gentler, stretching their shadows across the withered grass. The fatigue from their continuous journey began to subtly manifest, yet their pace remained steady. With the aid of the storage belt, Zhu Zhuqing found her burdens significantly alleviated, her movements becoming increasingly nimble and graceful. Ling Feng occasionally glanced at her, his gaze drifting to the unobtrusive black belt at her slender waist, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Witnessing her ease due to this small convenience brought him a sense of contentment. After traveling a while longer, a meandering brook came into view. The crystal-clear water shimmered under the sunlight, sparkling like precious gems amidst the vast expanse of the wilderness. Let us rest here for a moment, replenish our water, and allow you to acclimate to your new gear, Ling Feng suggested, halting his steps and pointing towards the brook. All right, Zhu Zhuqing agreed with a nod. Continuous travel warranted a pause for recuperation. They approached the stream, and Ling Feng first scanned the surroundings with caution, ensuring no soul beasts lurked nearby. Before crouching down to splash his face with the refreshing water, the icy sensation swiftly chased away much of his fatigue. Zhu Zhuqing mimicked his actions, cleansing her cheeks and hands in the cool waters, which invigorated her spirit. After a brief respite, Ling Feng observed Zhu Zhuqing's occasional, subconscious gestures of touching the belt at her waist, finding it somewhat endearing. With a smile, he inquired, So, how are you finding the storage belt? Is there anything you find awkward about it? Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze, her violet eyes sparkling with a clear, newfound delight. She vigorously shook her head, exclaiming, No? It feels quite natural. It's just still a bit unbelievable. She paused, carefully articulating her thoughts, trying to convey her feelings. With a mere thought, items effortlessly vanished within. And with another, they re-emerged. It was truly convenient. Coming from the Zhu family, she had seen storage soul tools before, but those were always treasures meticulously preserved by family elders or esteemed figures. She had merely glimpsed them from afar, never having the opportunity to touch one, let alone possess it. Now, to have such a precious soul tool at her waist, this surreal sensation lingered within her. Ling Feng, noting the unabashed fondness and a hint of bewilderment in her eyes, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He feigned nonchalance and remarked, "You'll get used to it. In time, you'll find that this item is the best companion for travel. Oh, by the way, why not try to store the water pouches? Fill them up and then put them back and see how it feels?" "All right," Zhu Zhuqing replied, retrieving 2 leather water pouches from her original bag and kneeling by the stream to fill them carefully. Then, concentrating deeply, she infused a thread of soul power into the belt. In an instant, the 2 pouches in her hands vanished without a trace. She closed her eyes to sense, confirming that the pouches were securely resting in the cubic meter of storage space before opening her eyes to look at Ling Feng, a glimmer of success illuminating her expression. "Excellent," Ling Feng exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Zhu Zhuqing's lips curled into a slight smile at his encouragement, but soon her expression grew solemn again. She lowered her gaze to the buckle at her waist, her fingers gently brushing against the cool metallic ring, and she fell silent for a moment. Suddenly, she raised her head, her gaze turning exceptionally serious, even a touch resolute, as she looked at Ling Feng. Ling Feng, Ling Feng, who was preparing to share some provisions, looked up to meet her unusually grave expression, momentarily taken aback. "This storage soul tool," Zhu Zhuqing's voice was soft yet remarkably clear, "is far too precious. I truly cannot accept it." Ling Feng's smile faltered for a moment, followed by a resigned sigh. "Here we go again. Didn't we agree? It's just a tool. What is the issue with accepting it?" "It's not that simple." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, her tone firm. "I understand the value of a storage soul tool. Even the most basic ones are worth a fortune, and they are rarely available. This is far too extravagant. You've already helped me so much. I cannot accept something so valuable." Her gaze was clear and resolute, carrying an undeniable seriousness. It wasn't that she disliked it or felt ungrateful. On the contrary, it was precisely because she recognized the weight of this gift and Ling Feng's unreserved kindness that she felt increasingly uneasy about accepting it. She feared becoming indebted, worried about her inability to reciprocate, and was even more afraid that this overwhelming gift might carry expectations she could not bear. Ling Feng gazed into her steadfast eyes, aware that she was genuinely troubled. He set aside the provisions in his hands and approached her, his playful demeanor replaced by a matching seriousness. "Zhuqing," he said, locking eyes with her, his voice gentle yet resolute, "look at me." Zhu Zhuqing instinctively met his gaze. "Firstly, this item is not as precious to me as you might think," Ling Feng slowly articulated. This statement was partially true. To the system, it was merely a low-level reward. But in this world, its worth was indisputable. He felt compelled to express that the process of acquiring it did not entail the enormous sacrifice one might imagine. Therefore, you need not bear any psychological burden. Secondly, he paused, his tone growing more earnest. "I am giving this to you not because of its value, but because of its utility. We are currently in flight. The road ahead is uncertain, and anything that can enhance our chances of survival and facilitate our actions should be utilized to its fullest potential, should it not? In your possession, it can serve its greatest purpose, alleviating your burdens, which is its most significant value to me." He extended his hand, gesturing towards the belt at her waist. "See, it is black and quite ordinary in style, blending seamlessly with you, perfectly suited for concealing our movements. If kept with me, it might be damaged in a skirmish or attract unwanted attention, and that would be a waste." Zhu Zhuqing listened to his words, her lips moving slightly as if she wished to respond. However, Ling Feng preempted her, his tone suddenly imbued with an undeniable firmness. Thirdly, and most importantly, he fixed her with an intense gaze, enunciating each word with conviction. "I offer you this gift because I desire to, because I believe you need it, and because I believe it is fitting for you. That is all. I harbor no expectation of reciprocity, nor do I feel you owe me anything. If you must feel uneasy, then consider it a part of my investment in your future. The stronger and safer you are, the greater our chances of survival and achieving our goals. Is that reason sufficient?" His words struck Zhu Zhuqing like a series of heavy blows to her heart. Particularly the final assertion, imbued with a hint of dominance and inevitability, left her momentarily speechless, unsure of how to retort. She gazed into his eyes, filled with unwavering sincerity and concern, a pure desire for her well-being, and an earnest insistence for her acceptance, causing the defensive ice wall within her heart to melt like spring snow beneath the sun. Indeed, had he not always been this way, quietly giving, subtly assisting, never asking for anything in return? The elixirs, knowledge, protective artifacts, and now the soul guiding device. His every action seemed to serve a singular purpose, to enhance her well-being. Her repeated refusals, seemingly a reluctance to incur debt, were in fact a manifestation of her distrust and emotional distance from him. Realizing this, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly found her stubbornness somewhat ludicrous and, at the same time, deeply hurtful. She lowered her head slightly, her long lashes casting shadows over her eyes, concealing the tumultuous emotions swirling within. Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the hem of her garment. Ling Feng, however, did not press her further, simply waiting quietly for her decision. He understood that she needed a moment to digest and accept her feelings. The gentle flow of the stream seemed to slow the passage of time. After a considerable duration, Zhu Zhuqing finally lifted her head once more. The struggle and unease in her eyes had faded, replaced by a clarity imbued with a weighty gratitude. She gazed intently at Ling Feng and spoke earnestly. Ling Feng, thank you. Not just for this, as she lightly touched her waist, but for everything. Her voice, though slightly hoarse, resonated with strength. I have received this sentiment, and please trust that I will not disappoint your expectations. I will grow stronger. Strong enough to stand beside you, to face any hardship, and to repay this precious goodwill. Rather than speaking of repaying gifts, she emphasized the return of sentiment. This subtle distinction signified that she had genuinely accepted not merely the soul guide device, but also Ling Feng's unwavering trust and support. Upon hearing her words, Ling Feng's face finally broke into a brilliant smile, akin to the sun breaking through the clouds. He nodded vigorously. That's more like it. I believe in you. You will undoubtedly become exceptionally formidable. Who knows? I might even rely on you to protect me someday. Upon hearing his playful remark, Zhu Zhuqing's expression thawed, blossoming into a delicate yet profoundly genuine smile, reminiscent of the first bloom of spring after a long winter, captivating in its beauty. She softly acknowledged with a gentle her voice light, yet imbued with determination. With the knot in her heart untied, the atmosphere became instantly more relaxed. In high spirits, Ling Feng shared his provisions with her, jokingly remarking, "All right, mobile warehouse manager, I entrust our lunch to your care. Feel free to access it any time." Zhu Zhuqing accepted the food, casting him a teasing glance laden with a rare hint of playfulness. With a thought, the provisions in her hand vanished into her storage space, only to reappear moments later. Seemingly invigorated by the playfulness, she repeated the action several times before pausing, a faint, untroubled smile gracing her lips, unnoticed by herself. Ling Feng observed her childlike antics, his smile growing warmer. He knew that she had finally accepted the belt from the depths of her heart. It was not merely a soul-guiding artifact, but a symbol of her complete trust in him, as well as the increasingly tight and inseparable bond they shared. The sun shone warmly, the stream babbled melodiously, and the winds of the wilderness softened. After a brief respite, the two rose once more, continuing their journey. Zhu Zhuqing's steps seemed more resolute and buoyant. She occasionally reassured herself of the belt's presence at her waist. There resided not just a storage space, but also a weighty and warm sentiment. Ling Feng walked beside her, gazing ahead at the endless road, his heart filled with tranquility and fulfillment. He understood that some seeds, once sown, will inevitably break through the earth and flourish. Their journey, after all, was still long. Chapter 64. Sharing an umbrella on a rainy day. The autumn sky, like a child's face, had just been clear and bright, basking in gentle sunlight, when in the span of a meal, dark clouds surged from the northwest, rapidly consuming the azure expanse above. The leaden clouds hung low, oppressive and heavy, imbued with the foreboding sense of an impending storm. The wind across the barren plain had changed its character, no longer dry and mild. It now carried a palpable dampness and chill, howling as it swept up withered grass and dust, causing their garments to flutter wildly. Rain was imminent. Ling Feng halted, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the increasingly somber sky, his tone tinged with gravity. Judging by the density of the clouds, the rain would surely be substantial. Zhu Zhuqing also cast her eyes skyward, her clear gaze reflecting the roiling dark clouds. The expanse of the wilderness stretched endlessly, devoid of any semblance of shelter from the rain. Should they be caught in this autumn downpour, not only would it be uncomfortable, but it would also heighten the risk of catching a chill in this desolate place, far from any village or inn, which would be exceedingly troublesome. We must quicken our pace and search for any suitable refuge ahead, perhaps a rock face or a large tree, Ling Feng decisively urged, accelerating his stride. Although he understood the chances were slim, they could not simply remain stationary, waiting to be drenched. Zhu Zhuqing promptly followed suit, their figures darting swiftly through the intensifying wind. Yet, the vastness of the wilderness surpassed their expectations. It was not until the torrential raindrops began to fall, splattering against the ground and creating small mud splashes, that they realized they had yet to find any shelter. The rain grew denser and more urgent, soon coalescing into sheets, enveloping them in a hazy curtain that blurred their vision. The icy rainwater swiftly soaked their hair and shoulders. Alas, it's too late, Ling Feng muttered, glancing around frantically until his gaze landed on a wind-eroded rock, slightly protruding and standing a few paces away. That meager outcrop offered little in the way of refuge. barely sufficient for one person to huddle beneath it against the onslaught of rain and wind. "Over there," he exclaimed, grasping Zhu Zhuqing's wrist and dashing toward the rock. The situation proved worse than anticipated. The stone was far too small, allowing at most one person to evade the worst of the elements. And with no other cover in sight, the fierce wind and rain swept in from all directions, leaving them with nowhere to hide. They huddled beneath the rock, nearly pressed together, yet still, torrents of rainwater soaked their backs and pant legs. The biting cold seeped through their clothing, chilling them to the bone. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, silently channeling her soul power to fend off the cold, but the relentless rain striking her face and neck compelled her to shiver slightly. Ling Feng glanced at the dense curtain of rain, then at the young woman beside him, her damp hair clinging to her temples and her cheeks paling. His brow furrowed in concern. This was not a sustainable situation. Even with soul power shielding them, prolonged exposure to the cold rain would inevitably lead to illness. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He reached into his storage soul guide, where, aside from provisions and miscellaneous items, lay a sturdy foldable oil paper umbrella. This had been one of the everyday items he purchased with system gold at the marketplace before leaving Xingluo City, initially deemed unnecessary. But now it emerged as their sole beacon of hope. "Thank goodness I brought this." Ling Feng felt a surge of relief as he produced the umbrella, opening it with a swift motion. The yellow oil paper canopy, though not particularly large, seemed to create a small sanctuary of dry sky in that moment. However, the dilemma soon arose. The rain poured down with great intensity, and the space beneath the umbrella was already limited. The rocky depression they occupied was far too narrow. If both stood under the umbrella, they would be unable to evade the rain from all directions. Ling Feng hesitated not for a moment and swiftly made a decision. He firmly held the umbrella with one hand while the other naturally and gently encircled Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, drawing her closer into the recess of the rocks. "Step in a bit more, so you won't get wet." His voice, though mingled with the cacophony of the rain, rang clear and distinct. He tilted the umbrella nearly entirely over her head, ensuring she was thoroughly sheltered beneath its canopy. Meanwhile, much of his own body was suddenly exposed to the torrential downpour. The icy rain pelted his left shoulder, back, and pant legs, rapidly soaking through his clothes and sending shivers coursing through him. Zhu Zhuqing, taken by surprise as he pulled her, nearly collided with his chest. The scent of rain mingled with a hint of his sweat enveloping her senses. Her body instinctively stiffened for a moment. Yet, she soon acutely felt the rain that had been drenching her cease abruptly, replaced by a dry sanctuary. The sound of raindrops splattering against the umbrella contrasted sharply with the deluge striking the person beside her. She quickly lifted her gaze and was met with the sharp contours of Ling Feng's jawline, his left shoulder and sleeve already soaked through. Rain cascaded from his dark, glossy hair, tracing down his striking profile. He appeared utterly oblivious to his own predicament, focused intently on holding the umbrella while his vigilant eyes scanned the rain-soaked landscape. His body a steadfast bulwark against the tempest. The umbrella was small, necessitating that he shield her closely, their proximity so intimate that she could almost feel his warmth. Zhu Zhuqing's heart felt as though it had been struck by something, swelling with a bittersweet ache, accompanied by an inexplicable warmth. She observed the drenched side of his body, then glanced down at her own attire, which bore only the faintest hint of moisture. An overwhelming, ineffable emotion surged within her. How could he endure the rain for her sake? Ling Feng, her voice trembled slightly as she gently nudged his damp arm. You should move over a bit. The umbrella is too much towards my side. It's fine, I can handle it. A little rain is nothing, he replied, lowering his head to flash her a bright smile, his demeanor still cheerful, even with a hint of nonchalance. You're more delicate, don't catch a chill. My spiritual power is greater than yours. Getting a bit wet won't matter. He spoke with such ease, yet the cold rain relentlessly sapped his warmth, causing him to involuntarily shiver. This subtle movement did not escape Zhu Zhuqing's notice, and her heart clenched sharply. No, her tone suddenly turned firm, infused with an unprecedented resolve and stubbornness. No longer futilely pushing him away, she reached out and grasped his wrist, the hand that held the umbrella. Ling Feng paused, looking down at her. There she was, tilting her face up, her clear purple eyes filled with unwavering determination, even tinged with a hint of indignation. It was his anger at her lack of self-care. You will fall ill. She fixed her gaze upon his eyes, her voice soft yet remarkably clear and powerful, cutting through the sound of the rain. Move the umbrella over a bit. Otherwise, I will go out into the rain. She audaciously threatened him with her own well-being. Ling Feng was utterly taken aback. He stared into the resolute and earnest eyes of the girl before him, filled with concern for him and an unyielding insistence. Was this truly the cool, reticent Zhu Zhuqing, who always silently accepted his arrangements? This sudden display of stubbornness and strength sent a shock through his heart. followed by an indescribable warmth. He had not anticipated such a fervent reaction from her, and this side of her emerged because of him. Seeing Ling Feng frozen in place, Zhu Zhuqing pressed her lips together, feigning a move towards the edge of the umbrella. No. All right, I will listen to you, Ling Feng exclaimed, startled. Quickly tightening his arms to secure her firmly in place, reluctantly yet affectionately conceding, I will shift over a bit, just a little, is that acceptable? His hand gripping the umbrella handle finally tilted slightly towards himself. The yellow canopy now covered more of his head, though it still could not entirely shield his tall frame. At least he was no longer completely exposed to the rain. Zhu Zhuqing intently observed his movements until she confirmed that the rain no longer poured directly onto his shoulders. Only then did she breathe a slight sigh of relief, though her grip on his wrist did not immediately loosen, as if fearing he might change his mind. The distance between them seemed to diminish with this action. The space beneath the umbrella was already cramped, and now their breaths were audible. Zhu Zhuqing could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from his chest through the soaked fabric of his clothing, as well as the strong, steady rhythm of his heartbeat. Her hand remained tightly clasped around his wrist, the heat of his skin igniting a sudden flush of warmth in her face. Startled, she released her grip abruptly, lowering her head awkwardly as a blush crept to her ears. Ling Feng too sensed the overly intimate proximity and contact, his throat constricting slightly, rendering the atmosphere subtly ambiguous and charged. The patter of the rain became the sole background sound, further accentuating the silence of their small world beneath the umbrella. Is this all right? Ling Feng spoke, his voice slightly hoarse. Zhu Zhuqing replied softly, her words barely above a whisper. A brief silence fell upon them once more. Both gazed straight ahead at the curtain of rain, their bodies rigidly maintaining their positions, neither daring to move. After what felt like an eternity, Zhu Zhuqing seemed to hesitate for a while before uttering in a faint voice, "Thank you." Ling Feng, upon hearing this, lowered his head, catching only a glimpse of her dark hair and the flush on her ears. The awkwardness that had previously lingered dissipated, replaced by a sense of softness and comfort. "Nonsense," he replied quietly, his tone imbued with an unrecognized tenderness. "We need not say such things between us." Another silence ensued, yet this time, it was not awkward but instead flowed with a silent understanding and warmth. The wind and rain continued, the chill biting. The space beneath the umbrella remained narrow and damp. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing felt that this was the warmest and safest moment she had experienced since departing from Xingluo City. She quietly lifted her eyelids and cast a swift glance at Ling Feng's still somewhat damp profile. In her heart, the ice-encased corners seemed to be thoroughly washed away and melted by the sudden downpour and his unwavering protection, becoming soft and fervent. She subtly inched her body closer to him, attempting to dissipate a hint of chill with her meager warmth. Ling Feng sensed her delicate gesture, imbued with dependency and care. His body stiffened momentarily before gradually relaxing. His arm, steady as a rock beneath the umbrella, sheltered them both, creating a small haven of warmth and dryness amidst the tumultuous storm. The rain continued to fall, yet the hearts beneath the umbrella were closer than ever before. Chapter 65. Seeking shelter in a cave. The rain showed no signs of abating. Rather, it intensified, enveloping the world in a vast curtain of white. The wild wind whipped the rain, mercilessly battering everything in the desolate expanse. The small oiled paper umbrella appeared increasingly frail against nature's ferocity. Even as they huddled closely together, torrents of rain were still driven in by the wind, soaking their hems and pant legs. The bone-chilling cold seeped through their drenched garments, relentlessly eroding their body heat. This situation was untenable. Ling Feng raised his voice above the cacophony of rain, his words rendered somewhat indistinct by the howling wind. "We must find a more secure place to take shelter, or we shall surely fall ill." Zhu Zhuqing pressed tightly against him, acutely aware of the vibrations in his chest as he spoke and the slight tremors his cold body could not suppress. She nodded vigorously, her violet eyes anxiously scanning the blurred scenery of the rain for any potential refuge. Suddenly, her gaze fixed upon a dark outline of a rock face not far ahead. There appeared to be a shadow that receded inward. "Over there, Ling Feng, do you see that there seems to be a cave?" She quickly pointed, her voice tinged with an urgency of newfound hope. Ling Feng squinted in the direction she indicated. The storm was too fierce for clarity. But that shadow indeed resembled an entrance. He felt a surge of excitement. "It seems so. Let us investigate. Stay close to me." He firmly held the umbrella with one hand while grasping Zhu Zhuqing's wrist with the other, almost shielding her as they trudged towards the rock face. Navigating the treacherous terrain with great care. The ground, soaked by the rain, had become perilously slippery, requiring caution with every step. Finally nearing the cave, both felt a surge of joy. It was indeed a naturally formed cave. The entrance, about the height of a person, was partially concealed by large fallen stones and dense vines, making it difficult to spot unless approached closely. Ling Feng was the first to part the damp vines, cautiously peering inside. The interior was pitch dark, but it seemed spacious, and there was no overwhelming scent of large soul beasts, only a faint, earthy aroma of soil and rock, moistened by the rain. It appeared there was no danger. Let us venture inside. Ling Feng sidestepped, allowing Zhu Zhuqing to enter first. Following closely behind, he cast a vigilant glance back at the tempestuous storm outside, ensuring nothing pursued them before fully entering the cave. Upon entering, the cacophony of the wind and rain from the outside world was abruptly muted, leaving only a dull, mournful wail. The cave's interior was indeed more spacious than it had appeared from outside, resembling an irregularly shaped small room, ample enough for both of them to move about. Though the ground was somewhat damp, it was a far cry from the muddy quagmire outside. Most importantly, they were entirely free from the omnipresent, soaking rain. They were finally safe. Ling Feng exhaled a long, relieved breath, the tension in his body loosening slightly. He stowed away the now tattered oil paper umbrella against the cave wall. Yet, with the immediate crisis averted, another form of discomfort quietly emerged. Both of them felt as if they had just been pulled from the water, their bodies soaked through. Ling Feng was thoroughly drenched, and although Zhu Zhuqing had been somewhat shielded, the relentless wind and rain had infiltrated her defenses. Her hair, shoulders, back, and pant legs were thoroughly soaked, her thin attire clinging to her form, accentuating her youthful yet emerging curves, the cold, damp sensation proving exceedingly unpleasant. The autumn chill quickly enveloped them in this stagnant state after their exertion, prompting Zhu Zhuqing to instinctively hug her arms, shivering slightly, her lips turning pale. Observing her discomfort, Ling Feng immediately remarked, "We must kindle a fire, otherwise we shall certainly catch a chill." He quickly scanned the cave and noticed a collection of dry twigs and fallen leaves in the corner, evidently accumulated by the wind over time. This discovery filled him with joy. Fortune smiled upon them, for here lay ready firewood. He promptly set to work, carefully gathering the dry twigs into a relatively flat and well-ventilated area in the center of the cave. Then, he retrieved a fire starter from his storage soul guide and, after several attempts, finally succeeded in igniting the dry leaves. A small cluster of vibrant orange flames danced joyfully, gradually igniting the twigs. The crackling campfire dispelled the darkness and dampness within the cave, bestowing the invaluable warmth. The flickering orange glow illuminated the cave, casting the silhouettes of the two figures in a playful dance. The warmth enveloped them, and Zhu Zhuqing instinctively drew closer to the fire, extending her frostbitten hands to soak in its comforting heat. However, the discomfort of her wet clothing clinging to her skin was unbearable, and without drying them, the heat would be continually drawn away, making illness all too likely. Ling Feng, evidently aware of this predicament, wasted no time. He stood up, turning his back to Zhu Zhuqing and facing the cave entrance, his voice steady and natural as he said, "You should remove your outer garments to dry by the fire. Wearing wet clothes is inadvisable. I shall guard the entrance and will not turn back." His actions were decisive and unhesitating, his tone sincere and filled with an undeniable gentlemanly grace. The upright silhouette stood like the most dependable barrier, shielding against all storms and potential intrusions, thereby delineating an unequivocally private and secure space for Zhu Zhuqing. As she gazed upon his equally drenched figure, still dripping with water, the softest corners of her heart were profoundly stirred. He was always like this, prioritizing her feelings and safety above all else, demonstrating meticulous consideration and profound respect. She gently bit her lower lip and murmured, "But your clothes are soaked as well. You are the one who has endured the rain the most." "I am fine, robust, and full of vigor," Ling Feng replied cheerfully, not bothering to glance back, and even deliberately straightened his posture. "You should dry off first. Once you are well, we can discuss this further. Hurry, don't catch a chill." His insistence left Zhu Zhuqing with no room for refusal. She was indeed shivering from the cold, and the damp fabric clinging to her skin was exceedingly uncomfortable. Without further hesitation, she softly uttered, "Thank you. I will be better soon." With utmost care, she unfastened the storage belt around her waist, placing it on the dry ground beside her. Then turned her back to Ling Feng's figure and swiftly removed her soaked outer garment and the soft inner layer, leaving only the most intimate attire. The cold, wet clothing peeling away from her skin made her shudder involuntarily, prompting her to hastily drape the garments over a clean branch she had found near the fire to dry. The orange glow of the flames illuminated her skin, enveloping her in warmth and dispelling the chill. She curled up on the ground, which was covered with her dry coat, attempting to minimize her exposure to the air. The cave fell into a serene silence, punctuated only by the crackling of the burning wood. The distant sounds of wind and rain outside, and the subtle rhythm of their breathing. The atmosphere was imbued with a delicate tranquility and awkwardness, yet more profoundly. It was suffused with an ineffable sense of trust and peace. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze inadvertently fell upon the figure standing sentinel-like before her. His back was erect and sturdy, the drenched fabric clinging closely to his form, clearly delineating the fluid, robust musculature of his back and shoulders. It was not an exaggerated display of muscles, but rather a testament to the formidable strength and remarkable vitality characteristic of youth. At that moment, the darker patches of fabric, saturated with rainwater, slowly released droplets that pooled at his feet, forming an inconspicuous puddle on the ground. He, who had undoubtedly endured far more rain than she, who was far colder than she, unhesitatingly relinquished the first opportunity to warm himself for her sake, standing resolutely in place, enduring the torment of the cold and damp clothing. Reflecting on their journey thus far, his care, his responsibility, his respect, and his thoughtfulness during moments of peril, each subtle act of kindness, and every seemingly light-hearted jest laden with sincere intent flooded her mind. In Zhu Zhuqing's cool eyes, the ice and snow melted away, transforming into a complex, soft, and fervent emotion. Within her, there resided concern, gratitude, and deep emotion, alongside a burgeoning sense of dependency and affection that she herself had yet to fully comprehend. She suddenly recalled that family assessment when he stood protectively before her, shielding her from Zhu Zhuqing's scrutinizing gaze. Memories flooded back of the soul hunting forest, where, despite being gravely injured and absorbing a soul ring, he still expressed concern for her well-being. She remembered the frigid night in Xingluo City, where he made a solemn promise, and the recent storm, where the umbrella tilted unmistakably in her favor without hesitation. This silhouette seemed to have been ahead of her for an eternity, shielding her from countless tempests and tribulations. Observing the still dripping hem of his clothing and the slight, involuntary tremor he could scarcely suppress, Zhu Zhuqing felt her heart tighten, a bittersweet warmth enveloping her. An urge to take action surged within her. After a brief moment of hesitation, she softly spoke, her voice echoing ethereally in the cavern. "Ling Feng, are you cold?" Ling Feng's figure seemed to shift slightly, followed by his efforts to maintain a steady voice. "I'm fine, I can endure it. You focus on your own warmth, don't mind me." His response was entirely anticipated by Zhu Zhuqing. He was always like this, habitually shouldering everything alone. She pressed her lips together, choosing to remain silent. Quietly, she hastened the task of roasting their garments, hoping they would dry sooner. Time flowed slowly in the stillness. The clothes, heated by the fire, released white steam, gradually becoming dry and soft. Once the outerwear and inner garments were nearly dry, still retaining the warmth of the fire, Zhu Zhuqing promptly donned them. The enveloping warmth of the dry clothing brought her an indescribable sense of happiness. She picked up Ling Feng's similarly drenched coat, which she had discreetly placed beside the fire to dry, the very one he had draped over her shoulders earlier, now pleasantly warm. Rising to her feet, she held the dry coat in her hands and approached him step by step. "Ling Feng," she called softly. Have you finished drying yours?" Ling Feng replied, steadfastly adhering to his promises, without turning around. "Turn around." Zhu Zhuqing's voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable insistence. Hesitating, Ling Feng finally turned to face her. His complexion was somewhat pale from the cold, his lips a shade lighter than usual, yet his eyes remained bright and clear. Upon seeing Zhu Zhuqing fully dressed, her hair still slightly damp but her cheeks flushed with warmth, he felt an immense relief. However, before he could speak, Zhu Zhuqing directly extended the warm, dry coat toward him, her tone laced with mild reproach and deep concern. "Your clothes are still dripping. You should take them off to dry. Put this on first, or you might truly fall ill." She paused, lowering her voice yet maintaining clarity. "I will guard over there too." With that, she mimicked his earlier stance, moving to the other side of the cave, turning her back to him and facing the rock wall, her petite figure appearing exceptionally resolute in the glow of the firelight. Ling Feng stood in stunned silence. He gazed at the coat in his hands, still radiating the warmth of the fire and the faint fragrance of the girl, then looked up at her back, turned towards him, expressing the same concern through her actions. A previously unknown, surging warmth cascaded through him, shattering all his defenses and enveloping him more profoundly than the bonfire ever could. He opened his mouth, intending to speak, but found his throat constricted as if obstructed by some unseen force. Ultimately, he could only respond in a low, hoarse voice, "All right." He ceased to stubbornly refuse and promptly removed his soaked, icy, heavy outer garment, donning the dry and warm garment that was offered to him. That warmth seemed to envelop not only his body but also seep directly into the very depths of his heart. With their positions exchanged, the guardianship remained steadfast. Outside the cave, the storm continued to rage. Within, the fire flickered, exuding an ambience of warmth and tranquility. The two youths, seated back to back, could distinctly sense each other's clumsy yet sincere concern and protection. An unspoken rapport and warmth flowed silently through the air, binding their hearts ever closer together. Chapter 66. Illness. At some point, the sound of wind and rain outside the cave gradually ceased, leaving only the occasional drip from the rock walls, each drop echoing clearly in the stillness of the night. The campfire had burned throughout the night and was now reduced to a dim glow, a mere pile of smoldering embers stubbornly radiating their last warmth. Zhu Zhuqing leaned against the cave wall, initially closing her eyes to rest while remaining vigilant. However, in the latter part of the night, Ling Feng insisted on taking her watch, allowing her to rest. She had indeed grown weary and, without realizing it, drifted into a light sleep. Yet, a subtle and unusual sound roused her from her slumber. It was a labored, heavy breathing, interspersed with faint, intermittent groans. Zhu Zhuqing's heart tightened suddenly, and she became fully alert, all remnants of sleep dissipating. She quickly opened her eyes and followed the sound, discovering that it emanated from Ling Feng, who appeared to still be asleep, curled up against the opposite cave wall. In the dim morning light and the dying embers, she observed Ling Feng's body curled tightly, his once proud brow now furrowed, his forehead glistening with beads of cold sweat, his complexion an alarming shade of red, while his lips appeared cracked and pale. Each labored breath he took seemed to exhaust him, imbued with an evident heat, signaling his discomfort. Ling Feng. Zhu Zhuqing's heart sank with dread. She hurriedly rose and crossed the distance to his side, kneeling next to him, cautiously reaching out to touch his forehead. It was burning hot. The scorching temperature that met her fingertips felt as if she had been seared by fire, causing her to retract her hand abruptly. A wave of profound panic and guilt swelling within her. He had a fever, and it was severe. Surely, it was from being drenched in rain for too long, followed by enduring the night in damp clothing, allowing the chill to seep in, ultimately leading to his illness. Yet, she had slept so deeply, completely oblivious to his plight. Ling Feng. Ling Feng, how are you? Zhu Zhuqing's voice trembled with unrecognized anxiety as she gently shook his shoulder. Ling Feng seemed to be stirred by her touch, laboriously opening his heavy eyelids. His gaze was unfocused and bewildered, lacking its usual brilliance, taking a long moment to finally settle on Zhu Zhuqing's face. He attempted to muster a reassuring smile, but the weakness and muscle aches from his high fever rendered that smile painfully feeble and forced. His voice was hoarse, akin to the rasping of sandpaper, and he felt a chill and slight dizziness. It's nothing to worry about, he insisted, even as his fever intensified. Despite his condition, he still urged her not to fret. Zhu Zhuqing, observing his struggle, felt a surge of emotions. An amalgamation of urgency, anger, and deep concern gripped her heart. She compelled herself to remain calm. This was no time for panic. You have a fever. You're burning up, she stated, her tone regaining composure, though her words came out with a hastened urgency, revealing her inner anxiety. Immediate action was necessary to lower his temperature. Lie still. She sprang to her feet, hastening to the cave entrance, parting the vines to confirm that the rain had ceased and the surroundings were secure. Upon returning to the cave, her gaze swiftly landed on the backpack that had belonged to Ling Feng. She recalled that it contained a water pouch and some clean cloths. With deftness, she opened the pack, retrieving the water pouch and a soft piece of fabric. Though the water inside was limited, it remained refreshingly cool. Without hesitation, she soaked the cloth, wringing it until it was damp but not dripping. Back at Ling Feng's side, she crouched down again, her movements now imbued with confidence and determination. Carefully, she adjusted his head and gently placed the cool, damp cloth against his feverish forehead. The sudden chill seemed to offer him some relief. He let out a vague sigh, his furrowed brow easing slightly, yet his body continued to tremble from the cold. Zhu Zhuqing noted the persistent flush on his face and the parched lips, realizing that mere cooling of his forehead would not suffice. Recalling how, during her own childhood illnesses, her grandmother would wipe her neck and arms with cold towels to help reduce fever, she acted without hesitation. She soaked the cloth again, wringing it with delicate precision. This time, her movements were meticulous and gentle. She brushed aside the strands of hair from Ling Feng's forehead and carefully wiped the cool towel across his heated temples, the arteries on either side of his neck, and the inner sides of his defined wrists. Occasionally, her fingertips brushed against his scalding skin, a sensation that startled her, prompting her to handle him with even greater care, as if she were cradling a rare treasure. The cool moisture evaporated, drawing away some of his heat, and Ling Feng's breathing seemed to steady slightly, though he remained disoriented and feverish, mumbling incoherently, "Cold, so cold." Observing his shivering form, Zhu Zhuqing promptly retrieved her dry outer garment, which she had set aside, and gently draped it over him. Yet, he continued to tremble. The The fire in the cave had nearly extinguished, leaving only the faint warmth of embers. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her eyes. She soaked the towel once more, replacing the cloth on his forehead, and then sat beside him. After a moment of hesitation, she extended her hand, pulling the trembling figure, along with the coat, closer to herself, attempting to share her warmth and dispel some of the chill that enveloped him. Her touch was gentle, imbued with a clumsy yet unwavering tenderness. Ling Feng seemed to sense a source of warmth in his dazed state, unconsciously gravitating towards its comforting embrace. His forehead gently rested against her shoulder, his feverish breath cascading over her neck, sending shivers down her spine. Zhu Zhuqing's body instinctively stiffened for a moment. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, and her heart raced like a drum. Yet, she did not push him away. Instead, she adjusted her posture to allow him a more comfortable position. One hand still securely holding the damp cloth on his forehead, which was soon to warm. Time flowed slowly amidst the silence and worry. Outside the cave, the sky gradually shifted from deep indigo to the pale hue of dawn. At last, strands of golden sunlight valiantly pierced through the gaps in the vines, spilling into the cave and dispelling the last remnants of darkness. Zhu Zhuqing had spent the night awake, her focus unwavering on Ling Feng's condition, tirelessly replacing the cold compress on his forehead, testing his temperature with the back of her hand, and cautiously offering him sips of cool water. Her actions evolved from initial anxiety and awkwardness to a practiced ease, as if she had performed these gestures 1,000 times before. The profound emotions, buried even from her own understanding, flowed forth unreservedly in the quiet of the night, within the undisturbed cave, through her meticulous care. As dawn fully broke and the chirping of birds filled the air once more, Ling Feng's alarming fever gradually subsided, though he still bore a mild fever. His breathing became noticeably steadier, and he no longer felt cold, sinking into a deeper slumber. Only then did Zhu Zhuqing let out a long, deep sigh of relief. The tension in her shoulders finally eased, and an overwhelming sense of fatigue washed over her. She carefully assisted him, gently laying him back down, placing her folded jacket beneath his head. Again, she reached out, softly probing his forehead, sensing the lingering warmth that had ceased to be scorching, and her heart, which had been suspended in worry, finally settled. She sat quietly beside him, keeping vigil. Morning light streamed through the vines, softly illuminating the cave and revealing Ling Feng's face, still marked by fatigue, but now peaceful in his sleep. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze lingered on him, reflecting on his protective presence from the previous night and her own turmoil from that day. An indescribable emotion surged within her heart. She extended her hand, her fingertips delicately, almost cautiously, brushing aside the damp strands of hair from his forehead, her touch astonishingly gentle. Her eyes were soft and focused, tinged with a lingering fear and deep compassion. "You foolish boy," she murmured, her voice barely audible, only for her ears, "always neglecting yourself." The cave was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of his steady breathing. Chapter 67, Her Worry. Zhu Zhuqing maintained her previous position, sitting motionless beside Ling Feng, resembling a guardian statue. Her gaze never strayed from his sleeping visage, meticulously capturing the subtle changes in his breathing, fearful that the fever, which had only just begun to recede, might return. Remaining in a single posture for an extended period left her body somewhat stiff and numb, yet she paid it no mind, compared to her physical discomfort. The heavy weight of worry and apprehension in her heart was the true shackle preventing her from relaxing. She gazed at his brow, which remained slightly furrowed even in slumber, as though he were subconsciously battling the discomforts inflicted by illness. His complexion had improved significantly from the flushed hue of the night, yet a hint of frail pallor lingered, and the chapped state of his lips had yet to fully recover. This rare vulnerability starkly contrasted with his usual robust and cheerful demeanor, piercing through Zhu Zhuqing's heart like an invisible needle. Unable to resist, she extended her hand, her fingertips delicately brushing aside a few strands of his dark hair, dampened by cold sweat and now dried, appearing somewhat disheveled. Her movements were cautious, as if she feared disturbing his peaceful slumber. Suddenly a low, hoarse cough emerged from Ling Feng's throat, causing his body to shudder slightly. Zhu Zhuqing's heart tightened immediately. Almost instinctively, she leaned closer, her voice barely above a whisper. Laden with concern, "Ling Feng, are you feeling unwell? Would you like some water?" She anticipated that he was about to awaken. However, Ling Feng did not open his eyes. The cough seemed merely an unconscious reaction in his deep sleep. His furrowed brow tightened further, his lips murmuring indistinct, almost as if he were ensnared in a troubling dream. Zhu Zhuqing held her breath, inching even closer, attempting to decipher his words. "Cold, dangerous." The fragmented, raspy words spilled from his cracked lips, muddled yet imbued with a sense of urgency and worry. Zhu Zhuqing's heart sank. What could he be fretting about in his dreams? Was he haunted by the bandits from yesterday or some other peril? A profound ache filled her gaze. This man, even while ill and lost in slumber, seemed to be subconsciously taut with concern. Instinctively, she reached out, wishing to adjust the coat draped over him, to offer him warmth and a sense of security. Just as her fingertips were about to graze the edge of the coat, a blistering hot hand suddenly shot out from beneath it, seizing her wrist with a precision and almost instinctive force, preventing her from retracting her hand. Zhu Zhuqing froze, momentarily stunned. His palm, still feverish, radiated an unusual warmth that penetrated her skin, sending a tremor through her heart. His grip was firm, almost possessive, tinged with a subtle tremor, as if he were clinging to a lifeline or attempting to prevent something of utmost importance from slipping away. Zhu Zhuqing's initial reaction was one of surprise and a hint of panic, instinctively wanting to withdraw her hand. The ingrained notion of propriety between men and women surged within her, and this intimate contact sent her heart racing and her cheeks flushing with an uncontrollable heat. However, at the moment she exerted a slight force to pull back, Ling Feng seemed to sense her hesitation. The hand gripping her wrist not only held firm, but tightened even more. As he lay awkwardly on the rough bedding, his head shifted restlessly, his brow furrowed tightly. His cracked lips parted once more. This time the indistinct murmurs became markedly clearer, imbued with evident urgency and a profound yearning. Zhuqing, don't go. It's dangerous. Wait for me. He called her name. So distinctly, so urgently, laden with a worry and protective instinct that even dreams could not relinquish. The strength with which Zhuqing had been struggling dissipated in an instant upon hearing her name softly whispered from his lips, like a punctured balloon deflating completely. She froze in place, her wrist firmly grasped by his feverish hand, as if bound by an invisible shackle, yet she felt no inclination to escape. Was he, even in the depths of unconsciousness, troubled about her safety? Did he hold her so tightly out of fear of her departure, fear of her encountering peril? An indescribable torrent of bittersweet emotions surged within her, intertwining like a flood breaching its banks, instantly overwhelming all her psychological defenses. A sudden sting filled her nose, and her eyes involuntarily reddened and moistened. She no longer attempted to withdraw her hand. Instead, she relaxed her entire body, allowing him to grip her firmly. Cautiously, she adjusted her position to sit more securely, lest she disturb him. Her gaze fell upon the hand that held her wrist so tightly. His fingers were long and strong, slightly pale at the knuckles from fever and exertion. Her hand appeared exceptionally delicate within his grasp, and the searing warmth transmitted through their skin seemed to penetrate to the very depths of her heart. An unprecedented flutter and ache firmly seized her. He was always like this, no matter the time or place, whether awake or in a stupor, his first instinct was always to protect her. It had been so in the rain yesterday, so as he fought through fever last night, and even now, trapped in a nightmare, it remained unchanged. This heavy, almost instinctual guardianship moved her profoundly. How could she remain unmoved? How could she not succumb? Gradually, she raised her other free hand, hesitating for a moment before gently, almost reverently, placing it upon the back of his hand that held hers. Her hand was cool, a subtle attempt to alleviate the heat emanating from his palm and to soothe his restless dreams. As she observed the persistent furrow of his brow, she responded to his murmurs in the softest of tones, nearly a whisper, as if making a solemn promise. I want to leave, there's no danger. You should rest well. Her voice was astonishingly tender, imbued with a catch and affection she herself was unaware of. Perhaps her soothing presence had a calming effect. Or perhaps he had entered a deeper sleep after the fever had subsided, for Ling Feng's frown began to unfurl gradually, the grip on her wrist loosening slightly. Though he still held on, it was no longer with a force that caused pain. His breathing became more elongated and steady, as if he had finally escaped the clutches of that troubling nightmare and had succumbed to a tranquil slumber. Zhuqing remained there quietly, utterly still, allowing him to hold her hand. The sunlight gradually shifted, enveloping the clasped hands of the two individuals in a warm halo. She lowered her gaze to their intertwined fingers, her heart swelling with a bittersweet ache. A tapestry of emotions, worry, fear, tenderness, and heartbreak, interwove within her, ultimately transforming into an indelible softness and resolve in her eyes. His present vulnerability illuminated the immense pressure and hardship he bore in his unwavering guardianship. He was not invincible. He too experienced illness, pain, and the need for support. She realized she could not forever remain the one in need of protection. She must grow stronger, strong enough to provide him with shelter when he required it, just as he had consistently done for her. Time slipped quietly by, the cave around them tranquil and warm. Zhu Zhuqing forgot the stiffness and numbness of her body. Her entire being focused on the hand she held so tightly and the sleeping figure beside her. The worry in her eyes had not faded. Instead, it deepened. merging with a weightier and more sincere emotion. She was uncertain how long he would remain asleep, yet she knew she would steadfastly remain by his side until he awakened, just as he had done for her countless times before. Chapter 68, Recovery. Ling Feng slowly regained consciousness amidst a warm, dry sensation and the distinct brightness of sunlight. His heavy eyelids, as if laden with lead, struggled to open a narrow slit, revealing the rough, textured rock walls of the cave, illuminated by the morning light. His awareness gradually filled like a beach after the tide recedes, taking several moments for him to comprehend his surroundings, the heavy rain from the previous day, the discovery of this cave, and then memories became a blur, hot and fragmented. The chilling rain, the feverish warmth, the throbbing headache, the bone-chilling cold, and a pair of cool yet gentle hands that repeatedly replaced the damp cloth on his forehead, accompanied by intermittent, anxious whispers. He suddenly jolted awake, instinctively attempting to sit up. However, a wave of unmistakable weakness and soreness coursed through his body, particularly in his throat, which felt as if it had been scraped with sandpaper, eliciting a low, hoarse groan. At that moment, he sensed something warm and delicate in his right hand, gripped tightly yet gently. He instinctively looked down to see Zhu Zhuqing seated beside him on the cave floor, her body slightly leaning against the wall, seemingly lost in a shallow sleep due to extreme fatigue. One of her hands was firmly clasped in his palm, while her other hand rested lightly on a folded, slightly damp cloth, as if even in slumber, she was ready to tend to him. Ling Feng's gaze froze, his heart gripped by an invisible hand, his breath momentarily halted. Before him, Zhu Zhuqing appeared in a state of weariness he had never witnessed before. Her usually meticulously arranged black hair now had several disheveled strands falling across her forehead and cheeks, losing its former luster. Upon that delicate, ethereal visage lay an unmistakable weariness, with faint, dark shadows beneath her eyelids, a clear indication of a sleepless night. Her lips bore a pallid hue, slightly pressed together in concern, even in slumber. Her slender brows were gently knitted, as if burdened by unspoken worries. Clad in the attire from the previous day, now dried but creased from the night's turmoil, she appeared particularly diminutive and fragile, yet possessed an endearing resilience that tugged at one's heartstrings. Ling Feng's gaze lingered over her exhausted countenance, tracing the contours of her wrist, which he had held tightly, perhaps even causing it to redden. His eyes then fell upon the damp cloth beside her and the nearly empty water pouch. Last night's hazy memories surged forth with clarity, crashing into his consciousness like a tidal wave. It was she, during his fevered delirium, it was she who stayed awake, tending to him through the night. She had used cold water to bring down his fever, offered him sips of water, and allowed him to clutch her hand tightly during his restless nightmares, providing silent comfort and support. And he had clung to her hand throughout the night? An indescribable surge of emotions, a tumultuous blend of profound sorrow, deep gratitude, and overwhelming guilt, enveloped Ling Feng entirely. His heart felt constricted, aching intensely, as warmth gathered in his eyes unbidden. What merit did he possess to deserve her unwavering care? Grasping her hand, he found himself trembling slightly, instinctively lightening his hold, as if fearful of causing her pain or disturbing her weary slumber. Yet, this subtle movement roused Zhu Zhuqing from her shallow sleep. Her lashes fluttered before she laboriously opened her eyes. Initially, her clear purple gaze reflected a dazed confusion mingled with residual worry. But upon meeting Ling Feng's eyes, brimming with complex emotions and fixed intently upon her, clarity washed over her. "You're awake." Her voice, raspy from slumber, was laced with surprise and urgency. She instinctively leaned closer, inquiring about his condition. "How do you feel? Are you still unwell? Has the fever subsided?" A torrent of questions spilled forth, her concern palpable, momentarily forgetting that her hand remained clasped in his. Ling Feng did not respond to her inquiries. His eyes remained locked on her haggard face. His throat constricted several times before he managed to rasp out a few words, his voice so hoarse it scarcely resembled his own. "You haven't slept all night?" Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback by his question, and only then did she seem to realize her own disheveled appearance. She averted her gaze somewhat awkwardly, attempting to restore her usual composure, though fatigue was unmistakably etched in her tone. "I'm fine. What about you? Are you still feverish?" As she spoke, her other hand instinctively reached out, gently pressing the back of her hand against his forehead. The cool, soft touch caused Ling Feng's body to stiffen slightly. He distinctly felt the warmth of her fingertips confirming that his forehead was at a normal temperature, and in that instant, the tension in his shoulders dissipated subtly. It seemed that the fever had abated. She sighed in relief and softly murmured. Her heart, which had been in suspense, finally settled back into place, and a faint yet genuine smile of relaxation graced her lips. To Ling Feng, this smile felt like a needle, gently piercing the softest part of his heart. He gazed at her weary smile, noticing the dark circles beneath her eyes, the disheveled strands of her hair, and felt the surge of emotions from her delicate hand, which he had possibly held for an entire night, finally breaking through the dam of restraint. He tightened his grip on her hand momentarily, though he quickly relaxed his hold again. His voice, tinged with excitement and hoarseness, resonated deeply, laden with unmasked tenderness and overwhelming gratitude. I'm sorry for putting you through this, Zhuqing. His gaze was intense, brimming with a multitude of emotions that seemed capable of drowning anyone within them. I'm sorry for worrying you, for burdening you. I'm truly sorry. He uttered several apologies in succession, as if that was the only way to convey a fraction of his guilt and appreciation. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback by the unrestrained emotions in his eyes, emotions so raw that they threatened to overflow. She had never seen him so vulnerable, so profoundly grateful. As she looked into his reddened eyes, stained with guilt, and listened to the heartache woven into his hoarse voice, her own heart felt as if it had been scalded, sending ripples of tenderness through her. She gently yet resolutely shook her head, meeting his gaze, her voice softly clear and earnest. Do not apologize. After a brief pause, she looked into his eyes and, with utmost seriousness, pronounced each word, as long as you are all right. This simple sentence, devoid of any ornate language, seemed to convey 1,000 sentiments, striking heavily on Ling Feng's heart. All the worries, fatigue, waiting, and fears coalesced into this most straightforward yet sincere expression. As long as you are well. All my hardships are inconsequential. Ling Feng stood in stunned silence, gazing into the girl's clear yet resolute eyes, observing her pale face etched with seriousness. A fierce warmth surged in his eyes, blurring his vision. He abruptly turned away, inhaling deeply, forcing down the wave of emotion. A man does not shed tears lightly, especially not in her presence. He turned back, striving to wear a familiar smile, one intended to reassure, yet softened by weakness and emotion. He released her hand, the sudden emptiness in his palm stirring both their hearts, and then, almost instinctively, he placed his now warmer palm gently over the back of her hand that had just touched his forehead, giving it a light pat. Yes, I'm fine now. His voice remained hoarse, yet it was imbued with strength and a sense of relief born from fear. Thanks to you. I truly appreciate it, Zhuqing. This time, he refrained from uttering apologies, instead expressing his gratitude with utmost sincerity. Zhu Zhuqing felt the warmth returning to her palm, the normal warmth now radiating from her hand. As she listened to his heartfelt thanks, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she instinctively withdrew her hand, lowering her gaze to discreetly adjust the hem of her already neat attire. Are you hungry? I shall prepare something to eat, she proposed, rising to her feet, eager to divert the conversation and conceal the tumultuous emotions brewing within her. Observing her somewhat flustered silhouette, Ling Feng's smile deepened, and the corner of his heart, filled with warmth and emotion, became tenderly chaotic. The sunlight fully illuminated the cave, casting light on the increasingly clear and resilient bond between them. Unbeknownst to them, they had matured another year. At the age of 10, in this vast land, it signified not only greater responsibilities and possibilities, but also the subtle roots of certain feelings beginning to take hold, becoming impossible to ignore. The gratitude of surviving calamity intertwined with the warmth of mutual protection, composing the most enchanting melody of that morning. Chapter 69, Zhu Zhuqing, Level 20. After a day of recuperation, Ling Feng's health had largely returned, though his soul power had yet to completely regain its peak state. His mobility was no longer hindered. As the morning light once again bathed the desolate plains, the two extinguished the last embers in their cave, gathered their belongings, and resumed their journey towards Soto City. Having endured a tempest and a bout of illness, the atmosphere between them seemed to have undergone a subtle transformation. A deeper understanding and an ineffable closeness flowed silently between them. Ling Feng continued to instinctively walk slightly ahead, vigilant of any movements ahead. Yet he would occasionally slow his pace to check on Zhu Zhuqing's condition. Zhu Zhuqing, when her gaze fell upon his tall silhouette, would linger for a moment longer than usual, her eyes reflecting a barely perceptible concern and gentleness. The autumn air was crisp and refreshing after the rain, imbued with the fragrance of earth and dried grass. The expansive view revealed faraway mountains resembling ink shadows. Although weary from the continuous journey, perhaps due to having escaped the suffocating environment of the Douluo Empire, or perhaps because of the companionship by her side, Zhu Zhuqing felt her soul power flowing more smoothly than ever before. The barrier that had hindered her for so long seemed to grow thinner amidst the ongoing trek and shifts in her state of mind. During their breaks, she would even unconsciously enter a meditative state, guiding her soul power to accelerate through her meridians, striving to break through the final barrier. Ling Feng observed quietly, choosing not to interrupt, but instead silently guarding her, his eyes filled with encouragement and anticipation. He understood that she was merely a chance away from a breakthrough. That noon, the two sought refuge on a small wind-sheltered hillock to rest. Ling Feng took out provisions and water, offering them to her. Zhu Zhuqing accepted them but did not consume them immediately. Instead, she closed her eyes once more, forming a simple seal with her hands, attempting to utilize this brief respite to push against her bottleneck anew. Her expression was focused and earnest, long eyelashes casting gentle shadows beneath her eyelids. Ling Feng sat quietly beside her, nibbling on a flatbread, yet his gaze remained fixed upon her, tinged with a subtle tension. He could sense the surrounding energy of the universe slowly but steadily converging toward Zhu Zhuqing. This was a sign of an impending breakthrough. Time passed gradually. Fine beads of sweat began to emerge on Zhu Zhuqing's smooth forehead, her breathing becoming slightly hurried. And the previously stable fluctuations of her soul power began to exhibit pronounced surges, crashing against an invisible dam like the tides. Ling Feng found himself holding his breath, gripping the water pouch tightly, fully concentrated on safeguarding her, vigilant against any disturbances that might intrude upon her focus. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing's body trembled violently. A surge of soul power, exponentially stronger than before, erupted from within her, creating an invisible vortex centered around her that sent the dried grass on the ground bowing down in submission. Her tightly shut eyelids trembled violently. A trace of pain etched upon her face, yet more prominently was a resolute determination to break free from her shackles. Ling Feng's heart leaped into his throat. In the next moment, all extraordinary phenomena abruptly converged. The surging soul power erupted within her, akin to a multitude of rivers converging into the vast ocean, swiftly flooding back into her being. Her previously rapid breaths transformed into deep, prolonged inhalations, as a more substantial and potent aura gradually emanated from her. The fluctuations of her soul power began to stabilize, yet at a new and elevated level. Zhu Zhuqing inhaled deeply, as if to draw in all the pure essence of the world, before slowly opening her eyes. What a pair of eyes they were! Her violet irises sparkled with clarity, as if they had been washed by pristine waters, becoming even more luminous, with a glimmer of brilliance dancing within their depths, embodying a sense of liberation and uncontainable joy. Her entire demeanor seemed to undergo a subtle transformation, shedding some of its heaviness and gaining a radiant confidence. Instinctively, she lifted her hands, staring blankly at her palms, feeling the surging and overwhelming soul power within her, far surpassing her previous limits. An immense, almost surreal sense of joy engulfed her in an instant. Raising her gaze, her voice trembled slightly with excitement as she searched for the one who had steadfastly remained by her side. I think I've broken through. Although she had anticipated this moment, hearing her confirmation allowed Ling Feng's heart, which had been suspended in uncertainty, to finally thud back to rest, replaced by an overwhelming wave of genuine joy and pride. He sprang to his feet, taking a swift step toward her, his face alight with a dazzling smile, more radiant than the autumn sun. Really? Level 20. His unrestrained excitement mirrored that of someone who had achieved the breakthrough themselves. Observing his exuberance, Zhu Zhuqing felt as though a warm stone had been cast into her ocean of joy, making it swell even more. She nodded vigorously, her lips curving into an uncontrollable smile, one so bright it could only be described as radiant, a happiness and relief that had never before graced her features. Yes, level 20. I feel my soul power has increased immensely. This is wonderful. Zhuqing, this is truly fantastic. Ling Feng exclaimed, nearly dancing with delight as he circled Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes brimming with admiration and pride. I knew you could do it. Your accumulation was already sufficient. It just needed that final push. He understood better than anyone the sacrifices she had made for this moment and the immense pressure she had endured. The weight of family comparisons, the shadow of her sister, the abandonment by her fiancé, all had once loomed over her like a boulder, hindering her progress. Now, through her own efforts and perseverance, she had finally shattered that barrier, officially becoming a great soul master in need of a second soul ring. This was a crucial step toward her path of strength, a solid stride in breaking free from the shackles of destiny. Zhu Zhuqing observed his unfeigned elation, feeling the purity of his joy for her, and her nose tinged with a slight prick of emotion, this time born of profound happiness and gratitude. She worked to maintain her smile, nodding earnestly, yes. After the initial excitement, Ling swiftly regained his composure, his gaze transforming into one of earnest intensity. He fixed his penetrating eyes on Zhu Zhuqing and spoke with solemnity, each word imbued with vigor. Reaching level 20 signifies that you need to acquire your second soul ring. Zhuqing, rest assured, I will undoubtedly assist you in finding the most suitable soul ring for you. His words bore no hint of hesitation, brimming with unwavering confidence and commitment. Your Nethercat martial spirit possesses both agile attack capabilities and certain enigmatic traits. The first soul skill, Nether Stab, is a linear acceleration thrust attack. Thus, for your second soul skill, it would be prudent to seek control, area disruption, or enhanced explosive stealth capabilities. We should keep an eye out for agile soul beasts exhibiting such characteristics, preferably of dark, shadow, or mental attributes, with a lifespan of around 500 to 600 years. And it must not be less than 500 years to maximize your potential. He articulated the optimal strategy he had devised based on her martial spirit traits. His own experience of absorbing a millennium-old soul ring and the knowledge provided by the system, almost without a second thought. He had long regarded the task of helping her obtain her second soul ring as equally significant as his own cultivation. Zhu Zhuqing listened quietly to his clear analysis and planning, observing the focused light in his eyes as he meticulously crafted her future. And a warm ocean of emotions surged within her heart. He always behaved this way, perpetually ahead of her, thoughtfully considering everything and orchestrating the best for her. She felt no discomfort at his arrangements. Instead, a profound sense of reassurance and trust enveloped her, for she understood that all his actions were for her benefit. Okay. She gazed at him and responded with a single, yet profoundly resolute word. Her violet eyes sparkled with absolute trust and reliance. I will follow your lead. She believed in his judgment, in his promises, just as she believed in herself. Ling Feng, upon witnessing the trust reflected in her eyes, felt a surge of pride and an overwhelming sense of responsibility. He extended his hand, intending to encourage her with a reassuring pat on the shoulder as usual, but midway, for reasons unknown, he halted. Ultimately, it transformed into a firm gesture. Leave it to me. I will certainly find you the perfect second soul ring. Beneath the sunlight, the girl had just made a breakthrough, radiating vitality and filled with anticipation for the future. The boy made his promise, his gaze ablaze with confidence. At the age of 10, they stood on the vast wilderness, the road ahead still long, yet brimming with infinite possibilities and hope due to their companionship and shared growth. Zhu Zhuqing felt the surge of her level 20 soul power coursing through her, and gazing at the one who was mapping out her future. She distinctly perceived for the first time that destiny can indeed be altered and grasped through her own strength. And how wonderful it was to have him by her side on this journey. Chapter 70, Collaborative Hunt. Leaving the temporary resting hill, the two continued their journey westward. Having just broken through to level 20, Zhu Zhuqing was infused with soul power, her senses sharpened, and her entire being radiated a vigorous vitality. Ling Feng, feeling a mix of joy and vigilance, extended his mental prowess like an invisible web, meticulously searching for traces of soul beasts that could serve as Zhu Zhuqing's second soul ring. Within his system backpack lay a Century Soul Ring enhancement card, quietly emanating a soft glow. This was a gift he had long prepared for Zhu Zhuqing, awaiting the opportune moment to unobtrusively employ it during her acquisition of the soul ring, thereby elevating her starting point and solidifying her foundation. Perhaps Zhu Zhuqing's breakthrough had ushered in good fortune, or perhaps Ling Feng's mental probing had become increasingly precise. As dusk approached, they finally spotted their target at the edge of a sparse birch forest. Before them stood a colossal wolf, entirely cloaked in a bluish-gray hue, nearly twice the size of an ordinary wild wolf. Its limbs were long and powerful, its claws gleaming with a chilling light. Most remarkably, an ethereal azure aura surrounded it, rendering its movements somewhat indistinct as it sprinted with astonishing speed. It was the windstorm demon wolf. Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he grasped Zhu Zhuqing's arm, whispering with fervor, judging by its size and energy fluctuations, it is approximately 580 years old. It perfectly aligns with your requirements. Zhu Zhuqing held her breath, intently observing the demon wolf that was currently hunched over, devouring some prey. Renowned for its speed and wind attribute-based tearing attacks, the soul ring of the windstorm demon wolf would likely bestow enhancements to speed, wind blade attacks, or acceleration-type soul skills, which would indeed complement her Nethercat martial spirit. Its speed is formidable. A frontal assault may not allow us to capture it. Ling Feng's mind raced as he devised a strategy. I will take the lead to restrain its movements while you seek the opportunity to deliver a fatal strike with your nether puncture. Remember, it must be a single decisive blow. Otherwise, if it escapes using the wind, it will be exceedingly difficult to pursue. Understood. Zhu Zhuqing nodded resolutely, her gaze sharpening like that of a cat eyeing its prey. Her body slightly crouched, and her soul power began to quietly coalesce. Although she felt a tinge of nervousness at the prospect of hunting such a young soul beast for her soul ring, her excitement and determination overshadowed it, especially with Ling Feng by her side, providing her immense reassurance. Prepare. Ling Feng commanded softly, his eyes narrowing as he activated his second soul skill, Shadow Spider Binding. As his words fell, 2 soul rings, one yellow, one purple, suddenly flared to life, the purple 1,000-year soul ring shining brilliantly. He raised his hand towards the oblivious windstorm demon wolf, and dozens of shadowy, ink-like threads of energy surged forth, intricately binding the wolf's limbs and torso with uncanny precision, as if they possessed life. The might of a 1,000-year soul skill vastly eclipsed that of a 100-year skill. The shadow threads not only moved with astonishing speed, but also bore formidable binding and mental deterrence power. Awu! The windstorm demon wolf, caught off guard, let out a furious roar, unleashing a surge of azure energy in a desperate attempt to break free from its restraints. Its strength was immense, and its speed remarkable. Had it been an ordinary control soul skill, it might have easily escaped. However, Ling Feng's shadow spider binding, derived from the legendary abyssal spider, was no trifling matter. The shadowy threads possess remarkable resilience, tightly entwining and continuously emitting waves that disrupt the mind, causing the swift movements of the storm wolf to become sluggish and rigid, as if ensnared in an invisible mire. Now is the moment. Zhu Zhuqing. Ling Feng maintained the output of his soul skill, calling out with urgency. There was no need for his reminder. Zhu Zhuqing, ever poised and waiting for the opportune moment, shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Her form traced a faint black afterimage in the air, her speed astonishing. The first yellow soul ring beneath her feet shimmered brightly. First soul skill, Nether Strike. Her body and arm appeared to merge as one, transforming into an exquisitely sharp black streak of light, imbued with penetrating force. Aimed directly at the exposed throat of the storm wolf, revealed through its struggles. Timing, angle, speed, all were executed to perfection. The storm wolf, severely hindered by the binding of the shadow spider threads, had no time to mount any effective evasion or defense, watching helplessly as the lethal black streak of light rapidly enlarged in its gaze. With a piercing sound, the blade penetrated through fur and flesh. Zhu Zhuqing's silhouette appeared like a specter beside the wolf. Her right hand's fingers converged, the tips glistening with a dark, lethal glimmer. Having fully embedded into the wolf's throat, one strike, a fatal blow, the storm wolf's roar abruptly ceased, its massive body convulsing violently a few times. The pale blue aura surrounding it rapidly dissipating, the ferocity in its eyes dimming, until it collapsed with a thunderous thud, breathless. A profound yellow soul ring gradually coalesced above its lifeless form, radiating a rich wave of soul power and the essence of wind attributes. It was a triumph. Zhu Zhuqing panted slightly, gazing at the fallen wolf and the emerging soul ring, her eyes filled with disbelief, joy, and a sense of achievement. This was her first independent fatal strike on such a youthful soul beast, and the execution was remarkably swift. All of this was thanks to Ling Feng's powerful and precise control. Well done, Zhu Zhuqing. Ling Feng retracted his soul skill, swiftly approaching her with a beaming smile of admiration. The timing was impeccable. The might of Nether Strike was fully unleashed. His praise was sincere. Zhu Zhuqing's combat talent was extraordinarily high, calm, decisive, and precise, lacking only experience and a formidable soul skill combination. Once given the right opportunity, her performance was nothing short of astounding. Zhu Zhuqing raised her head, looking at Ling Feng, her violet eyes shimmering with excitement and gratitude. It was your control that made it possible. Without your soul skill, I would have struggled to land that hit. She understood well that the seemingly simple strike was fundamentally supported by Ling Feng's powerful Millennium Soul skill, which perfectly limited the Storm Wolf's greatest advantage, its speed. We are partners. After all, mutual cooperation is to be expected. Ling Feng smiled and waved his hand dismissively, casually approaching the corpse of the Storm Wolf as if scrutinizing the coalescing soul ring to confirm its quality. However, deep within his consciousness, he operated a system interface visible only to him at an astonishing speed. Using the Century Soul Ring Age Enhancement card. Target, the soul ring generated by the Storm Wolf before him. He resolutely issued the command to the system. Ding. The Century Soul Ring Duration Enhancement card has been successfully utilized. The target soul ring duration has been elevated by 100 years. Current soul ring duration, approximately 680 years. As the system prompt resonated, Ling Feng keenly perceived that the newly formed yellow soul ring, originally embodying a depth of around 580 years, exuded a more profound and subdued brilliance, its soul power fluctuations evidently becoming richer and more formidable. Although the exterior changes were exceedingly subtle and hard to detect, its essence had undeniably transformed. A second soul ring lasting 680 years. This undoubtedly surpasses the limits of the vast majority of Soul Masters' second soul rings, even approaching the duration of some ordinary Soul Masters' third soul rings. This represents a tremendous enhancement for Zhu Zhuqing's foundation and future potential. Ling Feng suppressed the excitement and satisfaction swelling within him, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he turned to Zhu Zhuqing. Offering an encouraging smile, the quality of the soul ring is quite remarkable. Its energy is remarkably pure, infused with a strong wind attribute, and its duration is approximately around 580 years, making it exceptionally suited for you. Are you prepared? Once you have adjusted your state, you may begin the absorption. I shall protect you. Zhu Zhuqing, trusting Ling Feng's judgment completely, gazed at the profound yellow soul ring, her eyes brimming with anticipation and determination. She nodded emphatically yes. I am ready. Drawing a deep breath, she settled cross-legged before the soul ring, focusing her mind and spirit as she commenced the flow of soul power, guiding the 680-year windstorm demon wolf soul ring to gradually merge with her body. Ling Feng stood vigilantly by her side, his gaze scanning the surroundings, his mental energy radiating at full capacity to ensure that nothing would disturb her absorption process. Observing Zhu Zhuqing gradually entering a meditative state. As she began to assimilate the overwhelming energy emanating from the soul ring, a gentle smile of satisfaction and anticipation graced his lips. This flawless synchronization not only achieved the successful hunt of their target, but also discreetly delivered his meticulously prepared gift. He looked forward to how immensely powerful Zhu Zhuqing would become after absorbing this soul ring that transcended limits. Chapter 71. Her absorption of the soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing sat cross-legged before the corpse of the windstorm demon wolf, her eyes tightly shut, her expression solemn and focused. She slowly raised her hands, as soul power flowed from within her like a gentle stream, carefully guiding the deep purple soul ring that hovered in the air closer to herself. As the soul ring, imbued with boundless energy and the essence of the wind, finally descended upon her, making contact with her body, a muffled groan escaped Zhu Zhuqing's lips. Her body trembling violently, fine beads of sweat instantly forming on her smooth forehead. A torrent of fierce and potent energy surged into her meridians like a raging flood. This energy was far more powerful and ferocious than what she had experienced during the absorption of her first soul ring. It contained not only pure soul power, but also the sharpness of the windstorm demon wolf and the fierce aura of the demon wolf, crashing violently within her body, wreaking havoc and bringing waves of excruciating pain. Her complexion instantly paled, her jaw clenched tightly, and her slender fingers turned white from the exertion. Standing beside her, Ling Feng felt his heart leap into his throat, his fists instinctively clenching tightly as his mental energy became intensely focused, closely monitoring her every subtle change. Although he was confident that the soul ring, enhanced by the soul ring enhancement card, was well within Zhu Zhuqing's capacity and more suited to her, the process of absorption was inherently perilous. Witnessing her endure suffering, he could not help but feel a surge of anxiety and heartache. He had even prepared himself to intervene at any moment, despite knowing that external interference could affect the absorption's efficacy. However, Zhu Zhuqing's resilience surpassed his expectations. After the initial shock, she swiftly steadied her mind. The technique of soul power concentration imparted to her by Ling Feng began to operate autonomously with remarkable speed. The previously scattered soul power, under the guidance of this efficient method, began to take on an organized form, akin to an experienced dam managing the tumultuous influx of energy. Her phantom cat martial spirit manifested, casting a faint black silhouette behind her, aiding in the acceptance and integration of the agile energy of the soul ring. She maintained her focus, using her formidable will to combat the pain inflicted by the energetic surge, gradually guiding, taming, and merging this powerful force. Time flowed slowly in the silence and tension. Ling Feng observed as Zhu Zhuqing's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, her pale complexion returning to a healthy hue. Though sweat continued to bead on her brow, her breath grew increasingly steady and elongated. The once tumultuous energy of the soul ring began to soften, integrating into her soul power in an orderly manner, much like rivers merging into the sea, becoming a part of her strength. His taut heartstrings slowly began to ease. Filled with admiration and relief, he knew that the most dangerous phase had passed. Her willpower and foundation were more remarkable than he had anticipated. Indeed, as time progressed, the fluctuations of Zhu Zhuqing's soul power began to ascend at a visibly rapid pace. The originally level 20 soul power threshold was effortlessly breached under the impact of such immense energy, and her soul power level began to soar. Level 21. Level 22. Her soul power ultimately stabilized at the level of 22. This increase exceeded Ling Feng's previous estimates. This was undoubtedly due to the formidable energy contained within the 830-year soul ring, as well as Zhu Zhuqing's solid foundation and the efficacy of the soul power concentration technique. Finally, When the last vestiges of soul ring energy were completely absorbed, the surging fluctuations of her soul power gradually subsided, ultimately becoming entirely contained. The faint silhouette of the phantom cat behind her emitted a soft, joyful hum before quietly merging into her body. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. They revealed a pair of even deeper, brighter violet orbs, with a breeze seemingly swirling within. Sharp and lively, a significantly more potent aura emanated from her, embodying the formidable presence of a level 22 soul master. The absorption was a success. Ling Feng's heart, which had been suspended in anticipation, finally settled, an overwhelming sense of joy and pride flooding his being. He could hardly contain himself as he stepped forward, his voice brimming with eagerness and excitement. Zhu Zhuqing, how do you feel? How has your spirit power improved? What soul skill have you acquired? Zhu Zhuqing took a deep breath, reveling in the unprecedented vitality coursing through her body and the newfound lightness and agility she felt. A tremendous, almost surreal happiness enveloped her. She lifted her gaze to Ling Feng, her eyes sparkling with brilliance, nearly overflowing with joy, and her lips involuntarily curled upwards into an extraordinarily radiant smile. I did it. My spirit power has reached level 22. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement, yet resonated with strength. And the soul skill I obtained is the Phantom Claws. Instinctively, she raised her right hand, a surge of spirit power emanating from her fingertips. In an instant, ethereal claws, glimmering with a dark, cold light, extended nearly a foot from her fingertips. Though the claws were not physical entities, they exuded a chilling sharpness that sent shivers down one's spine. With a casual flick of her hand, she unleashed a flurry of dazzling black claw shadows, akin to a tempest, that tore through the ground before her, carving out dozens of intersecting, several-inch-deep claw marks. The speed of the attack was astonishing, the coverage extensive, and each claw shadow harbored formidable penetrating and tearing force. What a powerful area attack soul skill! Ling Feng's eyes brightened, unable to suppress his admiration. It combines speed and lethality while also effectively covering evasive maneuvers. The Phantom Claws are simply perfect for you. They flawlessly compensate for your previous limitation of only having single-target attacks. He genuinely rejoiced for her. The value of this soul skill exceeded even his expectations. It seemed that the century-long enhancement not only boosted the spirit power absorption, but likely also optimized the skill's potency. Zhu Zhuqing was equally astonished by the power of her newly acquired soul skill. As she dissipated her spirit power, the ethereal claws vanished. Yet the excitement in her eyes remained undiminished. She nodded vigorously, yes. I can feel that the activation speed is rapid, and the consumption is less than I anticipated. I can immediately connect it after using the Phantom Strike in close quarters, or utilize it against multiple foes. Her exhilaration grew as she glanced at the 2 soul rings that floated around her. Upon focusing on the second soul ring, she paused slightly, exclaiming, "Oh, Ling Feng, doesn't this soul ring seem to have a deeper color than before?" The 2 soul rings encircling her were vibrant. The first was a bright yellow, while the second, although predominantly yellow, exhibited a notably richer and deeper hue, almost nearing a faint purple. This was certainly not the color typical of a 500-year soul ring. Ling Feng mused silently. The Century Enhancement card has activated, while outwardly feigning a thoughtful examination, revealing just the right amount of surprise and contemplation. Indeed, the color is quite deep, and the energy fluctuations it contains are exceptionally robust. It seems that the lifespan of this Gale Demon Wolf might be even higher than we estimated, likely nearing 700 years. Zhuqing, you are truly fortunate. This is undoubtedly the limit for your second soul ring, even surpassing the limits of an ordinary soul master. He cleverly attributed the cause to errors in judgment and sheer luck, his tone sincere and devoid of any theatrical pretense. Nearly 700 years. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's violet eyes instantly brimmed with disbelief and exhilaration. She was well aware of the implications of absorbing a soul ring of 700 years. Such a feat was a challenge only achievable by the most extraordinary of geniuses. She had initially thought that 500 years was already remarkable, but to her astonishment, the overwhelming joy engulfed her like a tidal wave as she gazed at her profound, nearly violet soul ring. Feeling the surge of her level 22 soul power and the formidable new soul skill, the ghostly claw. For a moment, she found herself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the beauty of it all, as if she were in a dream. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her gaze piercing and radiant as she looked at Ling Feng. Her eyes filled with boundless gratitude and a hint of incredulity. Ling Feng, I'm so excited I'm almost incoherent. Without you, without your control, I could never have obtained such a soul ring. Thank you. She understood deeply that without Ling Feng's exquisite control of his powerful 1000-year soul skill, It would have been impossible for her to defeat even a 500-year soul beast, let alone one nearing 700 years. Ling Feng, observing her eyes slightly reddened with excitement, felt a swell of accomplishment and tenderness in his heart. He chuckled and waved his hand dismissively, his tone light, yet imbued with undeniable affirmation. What are you thanking me for? This is the result of your own hard work. It is your resilience and talent that have allowed you to withstand the energy impact of this nearly 700-year soul ring. Zhuqing, you are far more exceptional than you realize. His affirmation was like the warmest force, infusing Zhu Zhuqing's heart with strength. She ceased to speak, merely gazing deeply at him, etching this heavy gratitude and immense happiness into her soul. The sunlight filtered through the sparse trees, casting its glow upon her sweat-drenched yet radiant face, illuminating the profound, nearly violet soul ring. Everything was suffused with hope and strength. A level 22 Great Soul Master, a second soul ring close to 700 years, and the powerful new soul skill, the Ghostly Claw. Zhu Zhuqing knew that from this moment onward, her destiny had truly begun to diverge, and all of this was inextricably linked to the young man beside her. Chapter 72, Encounter with a Soul Beast. The sun had completely sunk below the horizon, leaving only a vibrant crimson and purple hue in the sky, resembling a spilled palette of colors, painting the twilight sky. The temperature difference between day and night in the wilderness began to manifest, as the evening breeze carried a distinct chill, rustling the withered yellow grass with a soft whisper. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing did not pause, continuing their journey under the waning light. Zhu Zhuqing had just acquired her second soul ring, significantly enhancing her strength, and was in the throes of familiarizing herself with her new power, feeling no fatigue whatsoever. She even proactively unleashed her ghostly spirit cat martial spirit, delighting in the exquisite sensation of her level 22 soul power coursing through her body, occasionally practicing the subtle manipulation of the ghostly claw, her fingertips shimmering with faint, shadowy claws. Ling Feng walked beside her, observing her rare display of exuberance and curiosity, and he couldn't help but smile. He understood her current feelings. The joy of mastering a newfound power after a breakthrough was irreplaceable by any means. How does it feel? As the soul force circulated and the soul skills were unleashed, was the connection still seamless? Ling Feng, vigilant of his surroundings, casually inquired, his tone reminiscent of a patient mentor. Yes, it flows smoothly, Zhu Zhuqing affirmed, a noticeable lightness in her voice. The soul force seemed much more obedient than before. With a mere thought, it could swiftly coalesce. However, the energy consumption of the Nether Hundred Claws still required some adjustment. If fully unleashed, with her current soul force, she could probably execute it consecutively 7 or 8 times. That is quite commendable, Ling Feng praised. The consumption of group attack soul skills is inherently substantial. 7 or 8 consecutive uses would suffice for most scenarios. As her soul force improves, the frequency will naturally increase. The most crucial aspect is mastering it, achieving a balance between control and release, even managing the density and range of the claw shadows. I understand, Zhu Zhuqing replied earnestly. Then, as if struck by a thought, her purple eyes turned to Ling Feng, curiosity and a hint of combativeness glinting within. Ling Feng, your second soul skill, the Demon Spider Shadow Bind, demonstrates remarkable control. Had you not perfectly restricted the speed of the Gale Demon Wolf, I would never have succeeded so easily. She paused, her tone brimming with eagerness. Once we find a place to rest, shall we spar? I wish to personally experience the suppression of the Millennium Soul skill and see if the Nether Hundred Claws can, to some extent, break through that control. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's eyes brightened, and he replied with a smile, absolutely. I've been hoping for this. It will be just as well to observe the practical application of your new soul skill. However, I assure you, I shall not hold back. Bring it on. Zhu Zhuqing replied, a slight smile gracing her lips, her eyes shimmering with confidence. With her enhanced strength, she appeared to possess greater assurance and a sense of equality in her combat spirit when facing Ling Feng. As the two exchanged insights on their training and planned their upcoming spar, the atmosphere was light and harmonious. Yet, this seemingly tranquil wilderness was never devoid of lurking dangers. As they traversed a rocky terrain, Ling Feng's outwardly projected spiritual force suddenly detected a faint, concealed fluctuation of soul power emanating from beneath the ground ahead. The wave carried a cold, earthy scent and a potent hostility. Be careful. Ling Feng's expression hardened. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly reached out, pulling the still reacting Zhu Zhuqing behind him. At the instant Zhu Zhuqing was yanked back, a thunderous explosion erupted from the ground where they had just stood. Dirt and stones flew in all directions as a massive, pangolin-like figure burst forth from the earth, exuding a foul wind, its mouth lined with sharp teeth, snapping viciously at the very spot Zhu Zhuqing had occupied. The The speed was astonishing. It was a soul beast known as the century-old Earth Spike Scorpion Armor Beast. Ling Feng instantly recognized this creature, his tone growing grave. It specialized in subterranean ambushes, boasted formidable defenses, and had a ferocious, greedy temperament. It appeared to possess over 300 years of cultivation. Zhu Zhuqing was startled into a cold sweat by this sudden assault, her heart racing uncontrollably. Had it not been for Ling Feng's quick reflexes, that sudden ambush would have left her either severely wounded or in a state of utter disarray. She immediately steadied her mind, her gaze sharpening, as two soul rings rose beneath her feet, signaling her readiness for battle. In a cold voice, she remarked, "It has fixated on us. Indeed, such creatures harbor grudges and view us as mere prey." Ling Feng positioned Zhu Zhuqing protectively behind him, his icy stare fixed on the menacing Earth Spike Scorpion Beast, which hissed threateningly, its claws poised for another assault. A hint of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. 300 years. Just the right opportunity for you to hone your skills and familiarize yourself with your new soul abilities. However, its defenses are formidable. Your nether 100 claws may not easily breach them. I shall take the lead in the offense while you provide support. Be wary of its poisonous stinger and its ability to burrow. His tone was calm and composed, as if this ferocious century-old soul beast were merely a lamb awaiting slaughter, failing to elicit any anxiety from him. As a level 25 soul master possessing 2,000-year soul rings, he indeed held the stature to regard a 300-year-old soul beast with such nonchalance. Understood. Zhu Zhuqing nodded without hesitation, her confidence in Ling Feng's prowess unwavering. At that moment, the Earth Spike Scorpion Beast seemed incensed by Ling Feng's dismissive demeanor, emitting a piercing shriek. Its massive form abruptly reared up, resembling a colossal yellow wheel, charging toward the two with an overwhelming force. Simultaneously, its stout, sharp tail, glimmering with an eerie blue light, was raised high, poised to strike like a venomous serpent. Seeking death, Ling Feng scoffed, showing no intention of employing his soul abilities. Just as the Earth Spike Scorpion Beast was about to collide with him, he sprang into action. His footwork shifted with an ethereal grace, and he executed the basic steps with mastery, sidestepping the fierce charge by a mere fraction of an inch. Concurrently, a dark luminescence flickered on his right hand, as the Darknight Qilin Martial Spirit partially manifested, enveloping his palm in a layer of intricate black scales, his fingers transforming into razor-sharp shadow claws. Harnessing the beast's forward momentum, Ling Feng's right claw shot forth like lightning, not a soul technique, but the simplest yet most direct strike, infused with potent soul power and physical strength. A straightforward punch aimed at the relatively vulnerable junction of the scorpion beast's neck and armor. With a thunderous crash that resonated painfully, Ling Feng's fist, embodying his level 25 soul power and the formidable might of the Darknight Qilin, struck the scorpion beast's neck with the force of a hammer. Crack! The distinct sound of bones fracturing echoed. The Earth Spike Scorpion Beast's massive form abruptly halted, emitting a wretched howl of agony, its charge violently interrupted. The tremendous force sent its body tumbling sideways, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The scales at its neck visibly caved in, blood gushing forth, a clear indication of its severe injury. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, as Ling Feng deftly sidestepped, retaliated with a punch, and sent the Earth Spike Scorpion Armor Beast flying with a devastating blow. The entire sequence unfolded with remarkable fluidity, exuding an air of effortless grace. Standing behind him, Zhu Zhuqing witnessed the entire spectacle unfold with perfect clarity. Her violet eyes widened in astonishment. Despite her prior knowledge of Ling Feng's formidable strength, witnessing him so effortlessly and almost violently incapacitate a 300-year-old soul beast renowned for its defenses left her profoundly awestruck. Was this truly the extent of his power? He didn't even need to employ any soul techniques. The Earth Spike Scorpion Armor Beast, having sustained severe injuries, unleashed its primal fury, struggling to rise while emitting frantic screeches. Its venomous stinger suddenly ejected a few droplets of eerie blue poison towards Ling Feng. With a chilling gaze, he moved nimbly, effortlessly evading the foul-smelling droplets. At the same time, he advanced once more, and this time, the purple Millennium Soul ring beneath his feet finally illuminated. His second soul technique, Shadow Spider Binding. Multiple strands of shadowy silk shot forth, instantly ensnaring the struggling Earth Spike Scorpion Armor Beast to the ground. The suppressive force of a Millennium Soul technique was beyond its capacity to escape. No matter how vehemently it roared and writhed, it remained utterly immobilized. Even its lethal stinger ensnared securely. With leisure, Ling Feng approached its trembling form, gazing into its small, terrified eyes, and shook his head. I had no intention of killing you, but since you sought your own demise and resorted to poison, I cannot let you live. He raised his right hand, now shrouded in scales, and a glimmer of cold light danced across his claws. With a swift and lethal strike, he ended the life of the century-old soul beast in an instant. A deep yellow soul ring gradually materialized from its lifeless body. Ling Feng dissipated his martial spirit and soul technique, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Brushing off non-existent dust from his hands, he turned to Zhu Zhuqing, who still appeared somewhat dazed, and smiled lightly. "It's done." Zhu Zhuqing, observing his nonchalant demeanor, then glancing at the deceased earth-spike scorpion armor beast and the deep yellow soul ring, found herself at a loss for words. Taking a deep breath to quell the tumult within her, she regarded Ling Feng earnestly and stated, "You have grown stronger." Her remark encompassed not only his level but also his mastery over strength and the absolute composure he exhibited in the face of danger. Ling Feng, upon hearing her words, scratched his head and smiled sheepishly, his demeanor contrasting sharply with his earlier decisiveness. "I suppose it's not too bad. I can't let my illness go to waste. Can I? I must make some progress. Let us go. It's getting dark, and the scent of blood here is too strong, likely to attract other creatures." Zhu Zhuqing nodded, casting one last glance at the earth-spike scorpion armor beast before hastily following in Ling Feng's footsteps. The last vestiges of the setting sun vanished, and the night began to descend. Yet within Zhu Zhuqing's heart, the brief yet overwhelming scene they had just witnessed instilled a sense of grounding and security. With him by her side, it seemed that no matter the peril, fear dissipated into insignificance. Chapter 73, Soul Power Level 26. The night enveloped the desolate expanse like a cloak of obsidian velvet, as the brilliant Milky Way stretched across the horizon, silently gazing down upon the earth. The coolness brought by the evening breeze became increasingly evident. The autumn wind, which had seemed gentle during the day, revealed its sharp fangs by night, brushing against the skin and ushering in waves of chill. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing sought shelter behind a windbreak of earth, finding a relatively flat spot to set up camp. The campfire blazed anew, its flickering flames dispelling both darkness and cold, illuminating the faces of the two, which bore signs of fatigue yet were suffused with satisfaction. After a simple meal of dry rations, Ling Feng did not immediately rest. Although he had seemingly dispatched the earth-spike scorpion beast with ease during the day, the exertion of soul power, coupled with the need for precise bursts of energy, proved to be a trial given his recent recovery from illness. He sensed that his soul power, now at level 25, had reached a fulsome pinnacle after this relatively mild skirmish and the days of relentless travel. The barrier leading to level 26 became strikingly clear and fragile. Glancing at Zhu Zhuqing, who was immersed in the firelight, quietly contemplating and familiarizing herself with her level 22 soul power and the new soul skill, Shadowy 100 Claws, he softly spoke, "Zhuqing, I feel my soul power stirring. I need to cultivate and solidify it. Would you mind taking the first half of the night watch?" At his words, Zhu Zhuqing snapped back from her meditative state without hesitation, nodding earnestly. "Of course, focus on your cultivation. I will remain vigilant." Her violet eyes shone brightly in the firelight, filled with a terrifying resolve. With her enhanced strength, she radiated confidence, fully capable of shouldering the responsibility of the night watch. Ling Feng smiled at her before settling into a cross-legged position, closing his eyes and swiftly entering a state of cultivation. The soul power condensation method began to operate quietly, and the soul power within him, already surging, began to flow with greater efficiency and order, as if guided like an army along his meridians. The sparse energy particles in the surrounding atmosphere were drawn to him, gradually converging towards him. The sensation of precise control over power from the previous day's battle lingered. His body, having recovered, seemed to have gained newfound clarity and sensitivity. At this moment, the cultivation method was in full operation, and the rate of soul power increase was noticeably swifter than usual. He could clearly see the invisible barrier between levels 25 and 26, which grew increasingly thin as the surging waves of soul power washed over it, with more and more cracks appearing upon its surface. Time slipped away in the silence of his cultivation. The campfire crackled, while Zhu Zhuqing sat quietly beside it, her gaze occasionally darting cautiously to the dark outlines around them, then resting on Ling Feng's serene profile. Observing the intensifying waves of soul power surrounding him and feeling the steadily increasing aura, she felt no surprise, only a sense of calm acceptance and gentle anticipation. He was always growing stronger, as if on an endless ascent. After an indeterminate span of time, the fluctuations of Ling Feng's soul power suddenly intensified, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. His body trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Yet his expression remained solemn, as though he were striving to break through some barrier. Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced, and she instinctively clenched her hands, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. However, The anticipated arduous breakthrough did not persist for long. Suddenly, Ling Feng's body relaxed, and a surge of formidable soul power erupted from within him, significantly stronger than before, only to retract swiftly. He exhaled a long, murky breath, which condensed into a distinct white mist in the frigid air, lingering for some time. He opened his eyes, which sparkled with brilliance, akin to the brightest star in the night sky, clearly indicating that his cultivation had ascended to a new level. Congratulations, Zhu Zhuqing's voice resonated at the opportune moment, infused with genuine admiration. Although she could not discern the specifics of his rank, the unmistakable elevation in his aura was undeniable. A broad smile adorned Ling Feng's face as he stretched his limbs, reveling in the surging power and the increasingly solidified soul energy within him. He felt elated, having finally broken through to level 26. The illness had somewhat impeded his progress. Otherwise, he would have achieved this breakthrough a few days earlier. His tone bore a hint of relief and satisfaction. Zhu Zhuqing, however, gently shook her head, her voice calm yet assured. You have progressed quite swiftly. In her eyes, Ling Feng's pace of cultivation was nothing short of extraordinary, and the brief delay due to illness was of little consequence. Ling Feng chuckled, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. He rose, assuming the watchman's duty. I'll take the second half of the night. You should rest well and consolidate your level 22 realm. All right. Zhu Zhuqing did not hesitate, as she indeed required time to fully acclimate to her newfound power. Following his suggestion, she lay down on the makeshift bed, closed her eyes, yet did not immediately fall asleep. Instead, she continued to quietly circulate her soul power within. Ling Feng added a few more logs to the fire, ensuring its warmth intensified, then stood vigil beside the flickering flames, safeguarding this small haven of tranquility. The latter half of the night passed in serene stillness, interrupted only by the sounds of the wind and distant beastly roars. As the first light of dawn graced the eastern horizon, Ling Feng was the first to awaken. After a night of cultivation, his level 26 soul power had solidified completely. Zhu Zhuqing soon roused as well. The two tidied up briefly, washed with cold water, consumed some provisions, and resumed their journey. In the ensuing days, the path became relatively tranquil. They skillfully avoided areas with potent soul beast presences. The minor troubles they encountered, often decades or even centuries old, rarely required Ling Feng's intervention, as Zhu Zhuqing effortlessly dispatched them with her newly acquired Phantom 100 Claws, which allowed her to refine her soul skills and consolidate her cultivation. Meanwhile, Ling Feng continued his journey while diligently practicing the soul power condensation method, quietly refining the residual energy from his Millennium Soul Ring. His soul power grew at a remarkably stable and impressive rate. Suddenly, she recalled her nearly 700-year-old second soul ring, and the thought resurfaced in her mind. Being with him seemed to make breakthroughs in cultivation much easier. They exchanged a knowing smile, choosing not to speak further. Yet an invisible and tighter bond was quietly forming between them. Having weathered storms together, faced dangers side by side, shared the joy of breakthroughs, and even experienced the vulnerability of illness and the care that followed, they were now intricately connected, their relationship far more intimate than when they departed from Luo City. They were no longer merely companions on a journey. They had become each other's most trusted and reliable support. As they continued their journey, the distance between the two unconsciously narrowed. Ling Feng would naturally reach out to clear away the thorns obstructing her path, while Zhu Zhuqing, in perfect harmony with his focused exploration ahead, maintained a vigilant silence, ever watchful of their surroundings. During their shared moments of rest, exchanging food and water, any semblance of formality or reluctance vanished. The 10-year-old boy and girl traversed this vast expanse side by side, though the road ahead remained uncertain and potential pursuers lurked behind. Their steps grew increasingly resolute, and their gazes shone ever brighter. For they understood that, regardless of what awaited them ahead, at least they had one another. Chapter 74, A Respite in Town. After several consecutive days of braving the elements in the wilderness and battling spirit beasts, even soul masters felt the toll of exhaustion weighing heavily on their bodies and minds. Thus, when the familiar yet distant outline of a town finally emerged on the horizon, both Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing could not help but reveal a flicker of anticipation and relief in their eyes. It was a town of moderate size, its gray stone walls not particularly lofty, yet symbolizing a long-awaited return to civilization and order. At the town's entrance, soldiers clad in worn leather armor lazily stood guard, merely glancing at the incoming and outgoing crowd without further inquiry. After paying a negligible entrance fee, the two finally stepped onto the cobbled streets of the town. The clamor of voices, the shouts of various vendors, and the sound of wheels rolling over the pavement surged into their ears, bursting with a vibrant and noisy vitality that starkly contrasted with the desolate silence of the wilderness. Shops lined the streets, taverns, blacksmiths, grocery stores, and tailors, though not extravagant. They exuded a comforting warmth for two weary travelers who had long wandered in the wild. Zhu Zhuqing instinctively inhaled deeply. The air was a medley of food, spices, leather, and a faint hint of livestock, not particularly pleasant, yet it allowed her taut nerves to relax slightly. She surveyed her surroundings with a watchful gaze, tinged with an almost imperceptible sense of novelty. This was the first human town she had entered since departing from Xingluo City. Ling Feng also felt a notable lightness in his mood. He smiled at Zhu Zhuqing and remarked, "At last, we can properly rest. Let us first seek out a clean inn, take a hot bath, enjoy a warm meal, and then replenish our supplies." "Indeed," Zhu Zhuqing replied with a gentle nod, fully in agreement. She longed to wash away the dust and fatigue of their travels. As they walked along the main thoroughfare, they soon spotted an inn that appeared reasonably tidy and respectable, its sign emblazoned with the words Oak Inn. Ling Feng entered first. Behind the counter stood a plump middle-aged man, engrossed in calculating on an abacus. Upon noticing the arrival of guests, he immediately greeted them with a warm smile. "Welcome, young sir and miss. Looking for accommodation? Good sir, we require 2 quiet rooms," Ling Feng responded calmly, placing several gold soul coins on the counter with an air of casualness. He did not disclose his identity as a soul master, striving to blend in with ordinary attire. Yet the natural poise in his demeanor compelled the astute innkeeper to treat him with utmost respect. Upon seeing the gold coins, the innkeeper's eyes brightened, and his smile grew even more enthusiastic. Yes, we have just the rooms for you. There happen to be 2 adjacent upper rooms, tranquil and pristine, ensuring your satisfaction." He swiftly produced 2 brass keys, charging 5 silver coins per room per day, which included hot water and breakfast. Ling Feng cheerfully paid, received the keys, and turned to Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "Let us head up and take a look." The proprietor promptly summoned an attendant to guide them. The rooms were located at the end of the second-floor corridor, indeed quite serene. Though modest in size and furnished simply, they were impeccably clean and tidy. The bedding, though somewhat coarse, exuded the comforting scent of sunshine, and a small pot of green plants on the windowsill added a touch of vitality. "This is quite satisfactory." Ling Feng nodded in approval, handing one of the keys to Zhu Zhuqing. "You can rest for a bit, or take a hot bath to unwind. I'll step out to procure some supplies and gather information." Zhu Zhuqing accepted the key, surveyed the tidy room, and a flicker of contentment crossed her eyes. She looked up at Ling Feng, hesitated momentarily, and said softly, "Be careful." Despite entering a human town, it did not guarantee absolute safety. The pursuers from the Douluo Empire might still lurk in the shadows. Ling Feng understood her concerns and offered her a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, I'll be cautious. I'll return shortly." He jingled the keys in his hand, adding, "If anything arises, just come find me next door." Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Ling Feng turned and descended the stairs, first inquiring with the proprietor about the locations of the local grocery store and a place selling maps, before swiftly merging into the throngs of the street. His first stop was a well-stocked grocery store where he purchased ample supplies of easily storable provisions, dried food, clean water, jerky, and salt, replenishing their previously consumed rations. Next, he sought out the shop that the proprietor had mentioned, which sold travel gear and basic maps. "Excuse me, do you have a more detailed map leading towards Soto City?" Ling Feng inquired as he entered the shop. The shopkeeper, a thin old man with glasses, adjusted his spectacles and scrutinized Ling Feng before rummaging beneath the counter for a somewhat worn roll of parchment. "This is the most comprehensive one available, marking the main thoroughfares, known large soul beast forests, and several notable towns and villages. However, the details further west, near the border and Soto City, become rather vague. The situation there is complex and fluctuates rapidly." Ling Feng unfurled the map for a meticulous examination. It indeed provided significantly more detail than the one they had previously used, marking numerous new points of interest, particularly several relatively safe trade routes and a few towns where they could replenish their supplies, which would be invaluable for their forthcoming journey. "I'll take this one," Ling Feng said decisively, paying promptly and carefully stowing the map away. After completing his shopping, he did not immediately return to the inn but instead meandered around the town, seemingly idly listening to the conversations of passers-by and patrons, gathering potentially useful information. Most of it revolved around local trivialities or merchants discussing prices, and he heard nothing regarding the pursuers from the Douluo Empire or any unusual characters, which offered him a slight sense of relief. As he passed by a clothing store, he paused, glanced at the garments displayed inside, contemplated for a moment, and then entered. Moments later, he emerged with a modestly sized parcel in hand. As Ling Feng returned to the Oak Inn with the procured supplies, the sky was already darkening. He first retreated to his room, stowing away most of the items in his system space, leaving only a few inconspicuous ones in his luggage. before knocking on Zhu Zhuqing's door. The door opened swiftly, revealing Zhu Zhuqing, who had just emerged from her bath. She had donned a clean, dark outfit. Her damp black hair cascading over her shoulders, droplets of water glistening at the tips, exuding a faint fragrance of soap. After washing away the dust of travel, her skin appeared even more fair and smooth. The coolness of her countenance was softened by a subtle blush brought on by the warm water, diminishing the usual aloofness and enhancing her youthful grace, momentarily leaving Ling Feng taken aback. "You've returned," she said, stepping aside to allow him entry, her voice seemingly gentler than usual. The hot bath had evidently brought her complete relaxation. At that moment, the inn's attendant delivered their dinner, a simple fare of roasted meat, bread, and vegetable soup, which, after days of consuming rations, was undoubtedly a culinary delight for both. Ling Feng carried the meal to his room, and they sat opposite each other, quietly savoring this long-awaited warm meal. The room was tranquil, the only sound being the soft clinking of cutlery. Under the warm light, the atmosphere felt particularly serene and cozy. After enduring the life-and-death struggles of the wilderness and the hardships of sleeping outdoors, this simple meal and night together felt truly precious. After finishing dinner, Ling Feng rose to leave, urging Zhu Zhuqing to rest properly. As he reached the door, he suddenly paused, turning back to look at her, his tone taking on a serious note. "Make sure to lock the doors and windows tonight. Though the town appears safe, it's better to be cautious. I'm just next door. If anything happens, call me immediately." His admonition was thorough and filled with undeniable concern. Zhu Zhuqing stood at the doorway, gazing up at him, his soft silhouette outlined by the light, stirring the tender corners of her heart once more. She nodded gently. "Yes, I understand. You too. Rest well. Good night, Zhuqing." "Good night, Ling Feng." The door closed softly, separating their spaces, yet making them feel less distant due to the mutual care and protection they shared. Chapter 75. Buying clothes for her the following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting warm patches of light across the floor. Ling Feng had awoken early, and after a night of restful sleep, his fatigue had vanished, leaving him invigorated, with his spiritual energy seemingly more abundant. After freshening up, he pondered for a moment before picking up the package containing the clothes he had purchased the day before, and he knocked on the door of the adjacent room once more. Moments later, the door opened. Zhu Zhuqing had already risen. Still clad in her old attire from the previous day, her long hair simply tied back, revealing her smooth forehead and delicate neck. A hint of languor graced her features, offering a charm distinct from her usual cool demeanor. "Good morning," Ling Feng greeted with a smile, extending the package towards her. "These are the clothes I bought yesterday. Try them on to see if they fit. It's not convenient to wear the same outfit all the time." Zhu Zhuqing's gaze fell upon the package, and she hesitated momentarily, surprised that Ling Feng had come so early to deliver it. As she accepted the package, her fingertips brushed against the soft fabric, stirring a ripple of emotion within her. She was not lacking in replacement clothing. Rather, her hurried escape had left her with few items, most of which were somewhat worn. Ling Feng's attentiveness once again enveloped her in a warm sense of being well cared for. "Thank you," she murmured, her tone noticeably softer than usual. "There's no need to be so polite with me," Ling Feng replied with a smile, naturally stepping aside to provide her space. "Go ahead and try it on. I will wait for you outside. If it doesn't fit or you dislike the style, I can exchange it." His demeanor was open and sincere, devoid of any hint of familiarity, radiating pure concern. Zhu Zhuqing nodded gently and softly closed the door behind her. Upon returning to her room, she unwrapped the package. Indeed, it contained two brand new outfits, one in a deep, mysterious purple black, and the other in a more matte shade of night black. The fabric felt both soft and sturdy, clearly not of inferior quality, with tight stitching and sharp cuts, devoid of any unnecessary embellishments, perfectly aligning with her usual minimalist style. She picked up the purple black outfit, unfolding it for a moment, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. The size appeared to be just right. How did he know? Was it merely by visual estimation? That seemed incredibly accurate. A faint blush crept up her ears. She dismissed the scattered thoughts in her mind, quickly shedding her old clothes and donning the new ensemble. The moment she slipped into the garment, Zhu Zhuqing was astonished once more. It was not merely a matter of fitting. The waist, shoulder width, arm and pant lengths seemed almost custom-tailored for her, perfectly accentuating her body's curves. It was snug enough to allow for movement without constraint, yet devoid of any excess slack, elegantly outlining her youthful figure with an air of gracefulness. She approached the somewhat blurred copper mirror in her room to take a glance. The reflection revealed a young lady clad in purple-black attire, which further accentuated her fair complexion. The smooth lines crafted by years of training were subtly visible beneath the fitted clothing, presenting her with a striking allure that harmoniously blended with her cool demeanor. creating a unique and captivating charm. She slightly moved her arms and executed a few simple stretches, feeling no sense of hindrance, only comfort. She had to admit, Ling Feng's eye for detail and estimation skills were astonishingly accurate. At that moment, a gentle voice called from outside the door. Zhuqing, how is it? Does it fit well? Snapping back to reality, Zhu Zhuqing hesitated for a moment before walking to the door, taking a deep breath before opening it. The instant the door swung open, Ling Feng was momentarily dazzled. The morning light fell perfectly upon the young lady at the threshold, her new purple-black attire flawlessly accentuating her tall stature and unique, cool aura. The fabric shimmered softly with her movements, enhancing her already stunning features. Unlike the worn and dusty garments of the past, she now resembled a pearl that had been polished, radiating the brilliance she was always meant to possess, strikingly beautiful, yet infused with the youthful vitality and a hint of unnoticeable shyness. Ling Feng found himself momentarily entranced, his gaze fixed upon her, forgetting to look away. He was aware of Zhu Zhuqing's beauty, yet her usual demeanor was one of cold aloofness. Coupled with the disarray of her escape, what drew attention was her resilience and vigilance. At this moment, clad in fresh attire and cleansed of the dust of travel, her veiled beauty suddenly blossomed in the soft morning light, the impact far exceeding his expectations. His gaze was clear and direct, filled with unabashed admiration and awe, devoid of any hint of impropriety. Under his unwavering scrutiny, Zhu Zhuqing felt a warmth bloom from her ears to her cheeks, slightly flustered. She turned her face away to evade his intense gaze, her voice considerably softer than usual, tinged with a hint of barely perceptible panic. It fits quite well. Only then did Ling Feng snap back to reality, realizing his earlier indiscretion. He cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment, his ears tinged with heat as he swiftly diverted his gaze, attempting to cloak his previous astonishment with exaggerated praise. Not just well. It's absolutely perfect. I knew this color and style would suit you, and indeed it does. You look magnificent. His compliments, straightforward and sincere, only served to deepen Zhu Zhuqing's embarrassment. She lowered her head, focusing on the tips of her shoes, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment, her heart racing like a fawn, pounding vigorously. Aside from the obligatory familial compliments, she had never received such candid praise from a peer, especially not from Ling Feng. A complex blend of shyness, joy, and a hint of bewilderment unfurled within her. The sight of her rare bashfulness, with lowered eyes and flushed cheeks, stood in stark contrast to her usual composed and resilient demeanor, bestowing upon her an endearing charm. Ling Feng's heart skipped a beat, overwhelmed by an indescribable warmth and sense of fulfillment. He rubbed his nose, striving to adopt a more casual tone. You should also try on another black outfit. Let us see if the size is the same. If it doesn't fit, I can exchange it later. No need to try. Zhu Zhuqing's voice was barely above a whisper. This set fits perfectly. The other should be the same. She had faith in his judgment, or perhaps she believed in his remarkable ability to gauge size. That's good. Ling Feng sighed in relief, smiling. At least I didn't tee by the wrong one. Let us head downstairs for breakfast. Then we can plan our next route. The owner mentioned the meat porridge and baked cakes here are quite good. Zhu Zhuqing replied softly, finally lifting her head. The blush on her face had not entirely faded, yet she made an effort to restore her usual icy demeanor. Although the slight glimmer in her eyes and the occasional twitch of her lips betrayed her inner turmoil, she turned to grab her belongings from her room, following Ling Feng downstairs. Walking ahead, Ling Feng wore an irrepressible smile. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing occasionally glanced at his somewhat worn clothing, then at her new outfit. Feeling a stir in her heart, during breakfast, they sat across from one another. The innkeeper had indeed spoken the truth. The steaming meat porridge was aromatic, and the baked cakes were crisp on the outside and tender within, complemented by delightfully tangy pickles. The two dined in silence. Yet the atmosphere felt more delicate and warm than during any previous meals. As Ling Feng savored his porridge, he couldn't help but steal another glance at the girl across from him. In the gentle morning light, she took small bites of her meal, her eyelashes casting delicate shadows over her focused expression. The new attire she wore accentuated the graceful contours of her profile, stirring within him an indescribable sense of satisfaction once more. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to sense his gaze, lifting her head to regard him with a hint of curiosity. In an instant, Ling Feng averted his eyes, hastily downing his porridge, murmuring, "Hurry and eat. It won't taste good when it cools." Observing his flustered demeanor, Zhu Zhuqing found herself amused. The corners of her lips, previously pressed together, finally curved into a subtle yet genuine smile, reminiscent of ice and snow beginning to melt, or spring blossoms unfurling, exquisite beyond measure. She quickly lowered her gaze, concealing the uncontrollable mirth, yet a warm light seemed to illuminate the tender corners of her heart. Their breakfast concluded in a subtle and delightful atmosphere. Chapter 76. Casual Conversations of the Past. As night fell, the quaint dining area of the Oak Inn was aglow with warm oil lamps, brightening the modest space. Most of the other guests had finished their meals and retreated to their rooms, leaving only Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing seated at a table by the window. Before them lay a steaming dinner of tender meat stew, golden brown roasted poultry, fresh dark bread, and a small dish of local wild berry jam. In contrast to the simplicity of breakfast, dinner was decidedly more sumptuous. The two dined quietly, and after a day of rest and the subtle interlude sparked by her new attire, the atmosphere felt even more harmonious and natural. Outside, the faint sounds of townsfolk and barking dogs only served to enhance the tranquility within the inn. Ling Feng sipped the fragrant meat stew, gazing at Zhu Zhuqing, who was delicately enjoying her roasted meat. Beneath the soft light, she wore the striking new purple-black outfit, her demeanor calm and focused. The occasional flutter of her eyelashes cast fine shadows on her eyelids, shedding the chill and wariness of the daytime, revealing a rare softness. A thought flickered in Ling Feng's mind. Despite all they had shared, he realized he had never truly understood her past, nor had she inquired about his. What had her carefree childhood, typical of ordinary children, been like? He wished to bring her a moment of joy and relaxation, even if just fleeting. Setting down his spoon, Ling Feng cleared his throat gently, drawing Zhu Zhuqing's attention. A reminiscence danced across his face, tinged with humor as he spoke in a lighter tone. Speaking of which, this wild berry jam reminds me of a rather embarrassing incident from my childhood. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze, her violet eyes filled with curiosity as she turned to him. Ling Feng appeared lost in thought, chuckling as he continued. I must have been around 5 or 6 years old, utterly gluttonous. My family had a few fruit trees in the backyard, one of which bore small, bright red fruits that looked incredibly tempting. When the adults weren't paying attention, I stealthily climbed up to pluck a handful and stuffed them into my mouth. He paused deliberately, creating an air of suspense. Zhu Zhuqing, indeed captivated, couldn't help but softly inquire, and then? It was difficult for her to imagine that the powerful and composed Ling Feng had once climbed trees to steal fruit as a child. Ling Feng made an exaggerated expression of disgust, grimacing as he exclaimed, and then? I nearly fell from the tree, so sour was the fruit. It wasn't sweet at all. It was one of those extremely tart berries used for making jam. My mouth was filled with sourness, and my tongue felt numb. It took me quite a while to recover. As he spoke, he animatedly illustrated his tale with vivid expressions and gestures, as if the taste of that sour fruit was still etched in his memory. Zhu Zhuqing listened, envisioning a delicate little boy brought to tears by the sourness, and couldn't help but let the corners of her lips curve upwards, though she quickly composed herself. Yet, in her clear, bright eyes, a faint smile blossomed. That smile rippled through her usually serene gaze like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating subtle waves beneath the surface. Ling Feng noticed her fleeting smile, and it felt as if something within him had been ignited, prompting him to continue his tale. But that was not the end of it. Undeterred, I then set my sights on the honey in a beehive. This time, I was clever enough to avoid directly raiding the hive, knowing I might get stung. So, I devised a brilliant plan. I took a long bamboo pole to poke at it. Unfortunately, I didn't get to taste the honey. Instead, I ended up provoking a hornet's nest and had to run all over the yard, finally jumping into a pool to escape, much to the amusement of my family for several days. He vividly recounted the chaos of that moment, his tone laced with self-deprecation and nostalgia. This time, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer contain herself, letting out a soft, breathy laugh. She quickly raised a hand to cover her mouth, but the merry glint in her eyes betrayed her. Her shoulders trembled slightly as she suppressed her laughter. The sound was delicate and brief, reminiscent of pearls dropping onto a jade plate, clear and melodious. It was a laugh Ling Feng had never heard before, uniquely hers, imbued with genuine joy. As he watched her, illuminated under the soft light, her previously tranquil expression transformed into one brimming with vibrant mirth. He noticed the gentle flush on her cheeks and the softness in her brow and eyes. In that moment, it felt as if all the light converged upon her, rendering the world bright and warm. Ling Feng's heart momentarily skipped a beat before it began to race with unprecedented vigor. An indescribable sense of fulfillment and happiness washed over him like a warm tide, enveloping his entire being. He felt that all his previous efforts and the dangers he had faced were worth it just to witness her genuine and joyous smile. He even wished to concoct more tales of his childhood mischiefs to elicit further laughter from her. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to realize she had lost her composure and quickly lowered her hand, striving to maintain her usual cool demeanor. Yet, the lingering smile at the corners of her eyes and the blush that had not yet faded made her appear even more vibrant and endearing. You were quite the handful as a child. She seemed to want to comment, but words eluded her. Ultimately, she merely pressed her lips together and softly remarked, quite mischievous. Her tone carried a hint of playful reproach and softness that she herself was unaware of. Haha, indeed. My parents had their fair share of headaches because of me. Ling Feng chuckled in response to her words, feeling an immense sense of joy. He noticed that her plate of roasted meat was almost depleted and naturally pushed his own plate of barely touched roasted fowl towards her, suggesting she try it as it was perfectly cooked. The proprietor claimed it was freshly hunted pheasant from today, its meat tender and succulent. This time, Zhu Zhuqing did not decline. Instead, she softly uttered a thank you, gently spearing a small piece with her fork and bringing it to her lips, savoring it with graceful deliberation. The atmosphere grew even warmer and more relaxed. Ling Feng gazed at her and suddenly asked in a soft voice, "And what about you, Zhuqing? Did you have any delightful experiences in your childhood?" He posed the question carefully, infused with tentative curiosity. He understood that her early years might not have been easy, yet he hoped to share some lighter memories. Zhu Zhuqing paused her chewing momentarily, the smile in her eyes dimming slightly as she slipped into a brief silence. Just as Ling Feng thought she might not respond and was preparing to shift the conversation, she gently spoke, her tone woven with a hint of distant reminiscence. There were very few amusing incidents. She hesitated, seemingly striving to extract something from the monotonous and somber recollections. When I was about 4 or 5, my grandmother cared for a rather plump white cat. It was unafraid of people and often slipped into my room, rubbing against my legs or curling up on the soft mat by my window to bask in the sun. I would sometimes secretly save a bit of milk to feed it. Her voice was soft, her words deliberate, as if she were recounting a distant and hazy dream. That may have been one of the rare fragments of warmth in her otherwise cold childhood. And what happened next? Ling Feng asked gently, not daring to interrupt her memories. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze dimmed slightly as she continued. The cat grew old and passed away. My grandmother was very sad, and we did not adopt another. Her tone was flat, revealing little emotion, yet Ling Feng sensed a tinge of loss that perhaps lay beneath that calm surface. A moment of silence enveloped the restaurant. Ling Feng sighed softly within. Yet his face brightened again with a warm smile as he spoke in a relaxed tone. A plump cat, that must have been delightful to pet. Once we settled down, we could adopt one, or perhaps even a more magnificent spirit beast cub. Having a guardian for the home would be splendid. He deliberately avoided touching upon any sadness that might linger, gently steering the conversation towards a more hopeful future. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her gaze, meeting Ling Feng's warm countenance, imbued with dreams and smiles, and felt the ripples of emotion stirred by her memories gradually settle. She looked at him, as if envisioning the stable, warm future he described. She nodded softly, a slight yet genuine smile gracing her lips, her voice light, yet imbued with a clear yearning. All right. Dinner concluded in an atmosphere of tranquil warmth. Those simple, even somewhat silly childhood anecdotes served as the finest catalyst, quietly bridging the distance between their hearts. Before returning to her room, standing in the corridor, Ling Feng looked at Zhu Zhuqing's softly smiling profile and whispered, "Good night, Zhuqing. Sweet dreams." Zhu Zhuqing looked up at him, her eyes sparkling and clear under the light, reflecting his shadow within their depths. She gently nodded, "Good night, Ling Feng." Her smile was subtle yet profoundly enchanting. For Ling Feng, that was more than sufficient. Chapter 77, Soul Power, Level 27. After a restful and comfortable night at the Oak Inn, Ling Feng awakened the following morning to the melodious chirping of birds outside his window. Sunlight filtered through the delicate paper of the window, casting a warm brilliance throughout the room. He stretched lazily, feeling invigorated and rejuvenated, the remnants of fatigue from his recent travels and illness vanishing completely. His soul power began to circulate within him, vibrant and lively, as though the thorough relaxation of the previous night had rendered his cultivation even smoother. Habitually, he sat cross-legged without immediately rising, instead focusing inwardly and summoning the system interface visible only to him. Host: Ling Feng, age 10, martial soul, Night Qilin, soul power, level 27, soul rings, purple, false yellow. Approximately 1,100 years, purple, approximately 1,300 years, soul bones, none, skills, shadow assault, first soul skill, magic spider binding, second soul skill, mastery of basic footwork, beginner herbal identification, soul power condensation method, disguise technique, beginner, items, gold soul coins, minor, other miscellaneous items omitted. Sign-in point. Available for today. Indeed, his soul power had risen from level 26 to 27. A joyful smile crept across Ling Feng's lips. This elevation felt seamless. Perhaps aided by the tranquil state of mind he had achieved the previous day. In high spirits, his gaze fell upon the sign-in point at the bottom of the system interface. Sign-in point. Available for today. He wondered what delightful item he might receive today. With a hint of anticipation, he focused his mind and pressed the sign-in button. Ding! Daily sign-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have received low-level soul guiding device, boots of speed, X1, 30 gold soul coins. Another soul guiding device. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback. Then a wave of excitement surged within him. Although labeled as low-level, soul guiding devices remain scarce commodities in this realm. He immediately delved into the system backpack to inspect his new acquisition. It was a pair of seemingly unremarkable deep gray short boots, ordinary in style. Made from a material that felt like leather, yet was not quite. The texture was cool and supple, and faint silver patterns could be discerned on the shaft and sole, emanating a subtle pulse of soul power. The system description read, low-level soul guiding device. Infusing soul power can slightly enhance the wearer's movement speed and evasion ability. Effects are sustained and consume minimal soul power. Enhancing speed and evasion? Ling Feng's eyes lit up. This was indeed a valuable item, whether for travel or combat. It was exceptionally practical. He almost immediately envisioned the perfect recipient for these boots. Zhu Zhuqing. Her martial soul, the nether cat, was the epitome of agility and attack, making speed and nimbleness her fundamental traits. Although these speed boots were merely a low-level soul guiding device, they would undoubtedly amplify her strengths. Compared to himself, the true value of these boots would be realized even more in Zhu Zhuqing's capable hands. He suppressed his impulse to seek out Zhu Zhuqing immediately, storing his boots carefully in the system space before rising to wash up. Once he was presentable, he knocked on the door of the adjoining room. Zhu Zhuqing had already risen and opened the door. She was still dressed in her well-fitting purple-black attire, exuding an air of elegance and vitality. After a night of restful slumber and yesterday's recuperation, her complexion had visibly improved, her fair cheeks radiating a healthy flush. Good morning, Ling Feng greeted with a smile, perceptively noting that her aura seemed to have become more refined. He couldn't help but inquire, it appears your soul power has been completely stabilized? Zhu Zhuqing nodded, a hint of satisfaction gleaming in her violet eyes. Yes, my level 22 is now fully consolidated, and I feel that my soul power is increasing at a much quicker pace than before. Absorbing the nearly 700-year-old second soul ring has not only elevated my level, but also subtly enhanced my innate qualities. Wonderful. Ling Feng genuinely rejoiced for her, realizing that the effects of the mutated soul ring surpassed their expectations. Let us head downstairs for breakfast, and then we must continue our journey. All right, Zhu Zhuqing replied, turning to grab her belongings. Most of her items were already stored in her storage belt. She merely needed to carry a small package to maintain a semblance of modesty. As they descended, the innkeeper had prepared a simple breakfast, oatmeal, black bread, and hot milk. While it was somewhat more modest than the previous evening's dinner, it was sufficient to satisfy their hunger. During the meal, Ling Feng casually inquired, by the way, Zhuqing, how is your precise control over soul power now? For instance, can you maintain a soul skill effect that consumes very little soul power for an extended period? Though Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat puzzled by his sudden question, she pondered seriously and responded, for a state that consumes extremely little soul power, I should be able to maintain it for a while. My martial soul is inherently inclined towards speed and stealth, which provides a certain advantage in this kind of fine control. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. I just suddenly thought of some applications for soul skills. Ling Feng smiled, feeling reassured. The speed boots consume minimal soul power, and with Zhu Zhuqing's level 22 soul power and the characteristics of her nether cat martial soul, maintaining them for an extended period should pose no challenge. After finishing their breakfast and settling the bill, the two departed from the Oak Inn, setting their feet once again on the road westward. Leaving the town and re-entering the vast expanse of the wilderness, their mental state was markedly different from before. Adequate rest and an increase in strength had instilled them with renewed confidence for the journey ahead. After walking a short distance and ensuring the surroundings were clear, Ling Feng halted, retrieving the deep gray speed boots from the system space. Zhuqing, these are for you, he said, presenting the boots before her. Zhu Zhuqing gazed curiously at the seemingly ordinary pair of boots, hesitating to accept them immediately. What are these? They are soul guide boots. When worn and infused with soul power, they can slightly enhance your movement speed and evasion capabilities. Ling Feng explained in a relaxed and natural tone. I happened upon them at a small stall in town yesterday. They seemed quite suitable for you, so I purchased them. Give them a try and see if they fit. He once again told a falsehood, attributing the items acquired from the system's sign-in to purchases made in town. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's violet eyes momentarily flickered with surprise. Another soul-guided device. Though it was a low-grade one, such devices that could directly enhance speed were still quite valuable. How did he consistently stumble upon these treasures perfectly suited for her? She gazed at Ling Feng's earnest smile, which seemed as casual as presenting an ordinary gift, and recalled the impeccably fitting new outfit from the previous day. That subtle feeling within her resurfaced once more. However, this time, she refrained from inquiring further and did not decline. Silently, she accepted the boots. The cool, supple texture and faint soul power emanating from them indicated that they were anything but ordinary. She walked over to a nearby stone and sat down, removing her somewhat worn old boots and slipping on the speed-enhancing footwear. The moment she donned the boots, she was once again astonished that the fit was perfect. It was as if they had been tailored specifically for her, offering unparalleled comfort. She lifted her gaze and cast a complex look at Ling Feng, who merely smiled and urged her to infuse them with soul power to test their efficacy. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within her, Zhu Zhuqing followed his advice, channeling a strand of soul power into the boots. In an instant, the delicate silver patterns on the boots seemed to come alive, shimmering with a soft glow. She immediately felt a lightness surge from her feet, as if her body had become considerably lighter, and the resistance of the surrounding air had diminished. A sensation of being as light as a swallow, ready to unleash her speed at any moment, enveloped her. Instinctively, she stood up and took a gentle step forward. Whoosh! Her body shot forward, her speed surpassing her usual pace by at least 30%. Moreover, her movements were smoother and more natural, as if she were always meant to move this swiftly. Zhu Zhuqing steadied herself, her eyes gleaming with delight. The effect far exceeded her expectations. For an agile attack-type soul master, speed was everything. The enhancement provided by these shoes was monumental. She attempted several rapid directional shifts and evasive maneuvers, finding them increasingly effortless. And the soul power consumption was negligible, allowing for prolonged use. This was simply astonishing. She couldn't help but exclaim, her cool demeanor illuminated by uncontainable joy. The increase in speed was evident, and her body felt lighter. Ling Feng, witnessing her exhilaration, felt a happiness greater than if he had obtained a treasure himself. He chuckled. It seems I did not make a wrong purchase. They truly suit you well. Future journeys will be much easier, and in the face of danger, your strategic retreats will be swifter. He quickly amended his phrasing, yet the teasing glint in his eyes was unmistakable. Zhu Zhuqing recognized his jest. Yet instead of falling into silence as before, she shot him a playful glare, devoid of any anger. Imbued instead with a rare hint of playful reproach, I would never flee so easily. The moment she uttered those words, she was slightly taken aback, seemingly surprised by her own tone. Ling Feng was momentarily stunned as well, before bursting into hearty laughter. All right. Our esteemed Zhu Zhuqing is indeed powerful, requiring no escape. Rather, it is her enemies who will scatter in disarray. Zhu Zhuqing felt her cheeks warm at his laughter, yet as she gazed upon his bright and joyous smile, and the extraordinary boots that brought her immense delight, a sense of unprecedented ease and elation enveloped her heart. Fueled by her solid 22nd level soul power and the security provided by her companion's 27th level prowess, she lowered her head, unable to suppress the upward curve of her lips, and softly yet distinctly expressed, "Thank you, Ling Feng. I truly adore these boots." "As long as you like them," Ling Feng replied, his laughter subsiding, his gaze gentle upon her. "Let us see how swiftly we can traverse today with the new boots, a 27th level soul master and a 22nd level soul master." Indeed. Zhu Zhuqing nodded emphatically, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. The sun bathed the vast plains and illuminated the two figures who had begun to accelerate ahead and behind. The boy's silhouette stood tall and vigorous, while the girl, enhanced by the soul-guided boots, became even more nimble and swift, akin to a live black cat, closely pursuing. The increase in speed signified their ability to reach their destination sooner, thereby granting them additional advantages in the face of potential future risks. Though the journey ahead remained lengthy, their steps grew increasingly light and resolute. Chapter 78. Enhanced Rapport. With the blessing of the speed boots, Zhu Zhuqing's overall agility ascended to a remarkable level. While on the road, she no longer needed to exert herself fully to channel her soul power. Maintaining a lower consumption allowed her to effortlessly keep pace with Ling Feng, and even reserve some energy. This significantly increased the distance they could cover each day. However, Ling Feng was not merely content with the journey. He understood that the enhancement of strength transcended soul power levels and soul rings. It resided in the honing of practical combat skills, particularly in the cultivation of their mutual rapport. In the perilous world of soul masters, a partner with a shared understanding could often yield results greater than the sum of their parts. Thus, during their travels or moments of respite, Ling Feng consciously began to increase their cooperative practice. "Zhuqing, let us practice our coordination," he suggested during a break, standing as he addressed the meditative Zhu Zhuqing. "Let us assume a defensive soul beast appears ahead. My control soul technique will restrict it first, and you shall seize the opportunity for a decisive strike." The key is in the timing and the fluidity of our soul techniques. Zhu Zhuqing immediately opened her eyes, a glint of sharpness and seriousness flashing in her violet gaze. She possessed an immense passion for enhancing her strength, particularly through training that could tangibly bolster her combat prowess. All right, the two selected a relatively open area, using a large weathered rock as their imaginary foe. Begin, Ling Feng commanded, his voice firm. The purple soul ring beneath him instantly glowed, and he unleashed his second soul technique, Demon Spider Shadow Bind. Several shadowy threads shot towards the massive rock with precision, while they could not physically bind the stone. The unique energy fluctuations and mental intimidation of the technique were vividly simulated. Almost simultaneously with the release of the shadowy threads, Zhu Zhuqing moved. The speed boots shimmered briefly, and she darted forth like a wraith, her first soul ring shining brightly. Ethereal stab. The black stream of light accurately pierced toward the area of the rock controlled by Ling Feng. Her timing was impeccable, striking precisely when Ling Feng's soul skill activated, producing its most potent control effect. However, their initial collaboration felt somewhat awkward. The speed of her nether piercing was so swift that Ling Feng's control skill hadn't yet reached its zenith when her assault landed, resulting in a slight, yet discernible lag in their synchronization. Stop, Ling Feng instructed, stepping forward to analyze. My magic spider shadow binding is not an instantaneous control. It has a brief activation period. You must sense the peak of my soul energy fluctuation before unleashing your speed. This will allow you to maximize the control effect and render your attack more surprising. Zhu Zhuqing listened intently, nodding thoughtfully. Her innate sensitivity to energy fluctuations enabled her to grasp the crux of the matter immediately. Once more, they repeated their simple coordination for the second and third time. Ling Feng continually fine-tuned the rhythm and intensity of his soul skill, while Zhu Zhuqing devoted herself to perceiving his energy waves, seeking the optimal moment to intervene. Gradually, their movements became increasingly fluid. Often, just as Ling Feng's shadow silk was shot forth, Zhu Zhuqing's body would spring into action, the brilliance of her nether piercing precisely striking at the pinnacle of the control effect. Their synergy felt as though it had been honed through countless rehearsals. Excellent. Ling Feng's eyes gleamed with appreciation. Next, let us attempt a series of attacks following the control. After I bind, you will execute the nether piercing up close, followed immediately by the nether 100 claws. A new exercise commenced, presenting a greater challenge that required seamless integration of both soul skills and instantaneous judgment of the battlefield. Initially, after completing the nether piercing, Zhu Zhuqing would always experience a brief adjustment period before launching the nether 100 claws, a potential opportunity lost in actual combat. Do not halt. The end of the piercing is the beginning of the 100 claws. Connect your intent. Ling Feng called out encouragingly. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip. Her violet eyes filled with focus and determination. She attempted repeatedly, striving to eliminate the subtle pauses between the transitions of the two soul skills. After countless attempts, finally, during one practice session, as Ling Feng's magic spider shadow binding simulated its release, Zhu Zhuqing's figure shot forth like an arrow, the black radiance of her nether piercing striking with precision. Just as the black glow was about to dissipate, a flurry of sharp black claw shadows erupted, cascading down like a tempest. The transition between the two soul skills was seamless, with not a moment's pause, as if they were a complete combo in itself. Splendid. Ling Feng couldn't help but exclaim in delight. Zhu Zhuqing ceased her movements, breathing slightly heavier, gazing at the marks she had created with eyes brimming with joy and a sense of accomplishment. This sense of fluid power entranced her. Meanwhile, their tacit understanding quietly flourished through these repeated practices. Sometimes, a mere glance from Ling Feng in a certain direction would prompt Zhu Zhuqing to intuitively launch a surprise attack. At other times, a slight shift in Zhu Zhuqing's posture would allow Ling Feng to anticipate her attack trajectory, enabling him to release his control skill in advance for coordination. They were able to seamlessly execute a simple yet elegant series of silent maneuvers. Ling Feng initiated with a simulated control gesture, followed by Zhu Zhuqing's swift approach with a shadowy thrust. Ling Feng maintained close proximity for support, as Zhu Zhuqing instantly unleashed her spectral claws, while Ling Feng simultaneously simulated a lethal strike. The entire sequence flowed effortlessly, as if their minds were interconnected by invisible threads. Each movement was impeccably timed, exuding an extraordinary beauty and formidable presence. The intense practice not only enhanced their synergy, but also demanded a higher level of mastery over their soul power. Zhu Zhuqing could sense her level 22 soul power becoming increasingly refined and vibrant through the cycle of continuous consumption and recovery, with the barrier to level 23 appearing to thin under this relentless honing. On a certain evening several days later, they had just concluded a simulated battle practice. Zhu Zhuqing, In her attempt to perfectly evade Ling Feng's simulated area control, simultaneously launched a counterattack, pushing her speed, control of soul power, and bodily coordination to the utmost limit. After the practice, she seated herself in a meditative posture, preparing to recover her expended soul power. However, as she began to circulate the soul power condensation technique, the restless energy within her, which had long been pent up, seemed to find an outlet and surged forth violently. An aura more potent than before erupted from within her, elevating the fluctuations of her soul power to an entirely new level. Remarkably, following the high-intensity practice and continuous accumulation, she naturally broke through to level 23. Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes wide, her violet gaze filled with incredulous joy. Instinctively, she glanced at Ling Feng, who stood nearby. He had already sensed the distinct surge of her soul power during her breakthrough and wore a knowing and encouraging smile, as if all of this was to be expected. He approached her with a warm demeanor, his voice imbued with affirmation and congratulations. Congratulations, Zhuqing. You've reached level 23. It seems the results of your recent training are remarkable. As Zhu Zhuqing felt the newfound vigor coursing through her, she gazed at Ling Feng's reassuring smile, her heart swelling with immense joy and gratitude. She understood that every breakthrough she achieved was inseparable from his guidance and support. Yes, she nodded emphatically, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Thank you, Ling Feng. This time, her gratitude extended beyond her current breakthrough. It encompassed his unwavering mentorship, companionship, and boundless support. Ling Feng observed her elation, his heart equally filled with a sense of accomplishment. He reached out, this time quite naturally, and gently patted her shoulder. This is the result of your own hard work. Level 23 is merely a new beginning. Keep pushing forward. I believe your limits extend far beyond this. His touch was brief yet warm, conveying pure encouragement. As Zhu Zhuqing absorbed the fleeting yet comforting sensation on her shoulder, she met his sincere admiration and anticipation with a blush, her heart nurturing a burgeoning sense of trust and reliance. Beneath the setting sun, the girl who had just achieved a breakthrough and the boy who stood protectively beside her exchanged smiles filled with understanding and camaraderie. A profound understanding flows between their gazes. Requiring no words, they can intuitively comprehend the joy and encouragement reflected in each other's eyes. The journey ahead remains. Yet the bond shared by the two walking side by side has become increasingly robust, their strides more resolute and composed. Chapter 79. Riding together after several days of relentless travel and intense training, their strength and synergy have grown exponentially. However, a lingering sense of urgency resides within Ling Feng. It has been some time since they departed from Xingluo City. Although no clear traces of pursuers have emerged, the longer they delay, the greater the uncertainties become. Moreover, Zhu Zhuqing's soul power is rapidly advancing, necessitating a stable environment for her to thoroughly assimilate her gains, rather than enduring the hardships of the road. On this particular midday, they caught sight of a settlement ahead, slightly larger than Oakwood Town. An idea sparked in Ling Feng's mind. Zhuqing, let us quicken our pace and explore the town up ahead, he suggested, pointing towards the distant settlement. Zhu Zhuqing voiced no objections. With a flicker of light from her speed-enhancing boots, she effortlessly matched Ling Feng's pace. Upon entering the bustling town, they discovered it was indeed livelier than Oakwood Town, with a steady flow of people on the streets, and even small merchant caravans making their way through. Ling Feng, with a clear objective in mind, promptly inquired about the locations of the marketplace and horse market. Are you planning to buy one? Zhu Zhuqing asked, somewhat surprised. Horses command a hefty price in this world, especially those capable of long-distance travel. Indeed, Ling Feng nodded, explaining, relying solely on our own strength is far too slow. Acquiring a horse for transportation will save us considerable time and energy, allowing you to focus more on your cultivation rather than wasting it on the journey. His reasoning was entirely practical, stemming from genuine necessity. Zhu Zhuqing pondered this and found it reasonable, choosing not to voice further objections. While internally admiring Ling Feng's astuteness and thoroughness, he always seemed to devise the most efficient solutions. They arrived at the horse market on the town's edge, where a cacophony of sounds filled the air, mingled with the scent of various animals. Ling Feng's discerning gaze swept across the horses for sale, quickly honing in on a striking black-maned steed. This horse boasted long, powerful limbs, a gentle yet watchful demeanor, and a sleek coat, evident of proper training. Ling Feng approached the horse trader, engaged in conversation, and casually inspected the horse's teeth, hooves, and overall vigor before promptly paying with his fortunate accumulation of gold soul coins. Leading the horse out of the market, Ling Feng turned to Zhu Zhuqing with a smile, remarking, "We were fortunate. This horse should possess excellent stamina and appears to have a calm temperament." Zhu Zhuqing regarded the tall steed, then glanced at Ling Feng. her eyes betraying a hint of hesitation. The fact that there was only one horse implied they would need to ride together. A considerable challenge for someone who typically maintained distance from others. Seemingly aware of her thoughts, Ling Feng patted the saddle. His tone as casual as could be. This saddle is wide enough to support both of us comfortably. Your light frame will not impede our speed if you sit in front. I will handle the horse, allowing you to rest or cultivate. His suggestion was straightforward and pragmatic, devoid of any ambiguity, as if merely arranging the most sensible means of transportation. He had even contemplated the arrangement of their positions. He would control the horse from behind, assuming the primary responsibilities of driving and vigilance, while she would ride in front, allowing for a relatively relaxed stance and avoiding any awkward physical contact. Zhu Zhuqing gazed into Ling Feng's clear and serene eyes, then cast her glance upon the gentle black steed. Considering his remarks on efficiency and the necessity to reach Soto City swiftly, her lingering doubts gradually succumbed to reason. Taking a gentle breath, she suppressed the inexplicable tension within her and nodded in agreement. Seeing her consent, Ling Feng's smile broadened. With a swift motion, he mounted the horse. His movements agile and graceful. He then positioned himself firmly in the saddle, shifting back to create sufficient space before extending his hand towards Zhu Zhuqing. Come, I will help you up, he offered. Zhu Zhuqing looked at his outstretched hand, its knuckles distinct, and despite a slight curl of his fingers, she ultimately raised her hand to rest lightly in his palm. His hand was warm and dry, bearing the calluses typical of a martial artist. Yet it was remarkably steady and strong. With a gentle lift, Zhu Zhuqing utilized his support to leap gracefully, landing securely in front of the saddle. In an instant, the distance between them had diminished significantly. She could almost feel the warmth emanating from Ling Feng behind her and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. The thin fabric of their clothing offered only a slight barrier between her back and his chest. A refreshing scent, a blend of grass, sunlight, and a hint of youthful sweat enveloped her senses. Zhu Zhuqing's body stiffened momentarily, her spine straightened, and her hands awkwardly found their place in front of her. She instinctively softened her breathing, her heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably, and a blush crept across her cheeks. This was her first experience of such close proximity to a male. Ling Feng seemed to sense her tension. He restrainedly shifted his body back slightly, striving to maintain a minuscule gap between them while adjusting the reins. His voice, steady and soothing, reached her ears. Hold on tight, we are setting off. If you feel uncomfortable or tired, do not hesitate to tell me. His voice was near, his warm breath occasionally brushing against her ear, sending a subtle shiver down her spine. Yet, his tone remained unwaveringly calm and trustworthy, devoid of any hint of intimacy, as if this were merely a commonplace occurrence. Zhu Zhuqing responded softly, making an effort to relax and focus her attention on the road ahead. Ling Feng gave a gentle shake of the reins, his legs slightly squeezing the horse's belly. Go. The black stallion let out a resounding neigh and began to trot. The initial jolt caused Zhu Zhuqing to lean back involuntarily, her back nearly pressing against Ling Feng's chest. She quickly grasped the front saddle to steady herself. To her surprise, Ling Feng's horsemanship was exemplary, swiftly guiding the horse into a smooth gallop. The wind howled past her ears, and the scenery on either side blurred rapidly into the distance. Indeed, the speed was several times faster than walking. The initial stiffness and awkwardness gradually dissipated amidst the swift ride and Ling Feng's consistently courteous demeanor. Zhu Zhuqing began to acclimate to the rhythm, her tense body slowly relaxing. She was even able to divide a portion of her consciousness to sense the flow of soul power within her body. The jolting of the horse beneath her seemed to transform into a peculiar rhythm, granting her a newfound understanding of her control over the soul power and its subtleties. With her eyes closed, she endeavored to enter a shallow state of meditation. Ling Feng, positioned behind her, cautiously controlled the reins, striving to ensure a smoother ride. His vigilant gaze swept across the path ahead and the surroundings, fulfilling his duty as a protector. The delicate silhouette of the young woman before him was almost within reach, her hair dancing gently in the rushing wind, occasionally brushing against his chin, bringing a slight tickle and an elusive fragrance. He could distinctly perceive her transition from initial rigidity to gradual relaxation, and he felt a subtle sigh of relief in his heart. He respected her boundaries, never intending to take advantage of her vulnerability. The journey, shared upon a single steed, seemed to lose its monotony. At times, when they encountered rugged terrain, the horse would jolt, causing Zhu Zhuqing to lean back slightly, their brief contact fleeting and ephemeral. Both would tacitly maintain silence, as if nothing had transpired. Occasionally, Ling Feng would softly inform her of the upcoming route or point out distant landmarks. At other moments, Zhu Zhuqing would quietly inquire about nuanced sensations related to soul power cultivation, to which Ling Feng would respond patiently. An unspoken understanding flowed between them upon the horse's back. Trust and reliance deepened quietly in their close companionship, settling like sediment. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they had traveled a considerable distance. Ling Feng found a sheltered spot to halt the horse. "Let us rest here for the night," he suggested. He dismounted first and naturally extended his hand to assist Zhu Zhuqing down. She grasped his arm and gracefully descended. After a day of shared riding, she seemed to have grown less sensitive and resistant to such physical contact. "This horse is indeed swift," Zhu Zhuqing remarked softly, observing the black stallion grazing on the grass. Her tone imbued with a hint of satisfaction. "Yes, it was worth the purchase," Ling Feng replied with a smile, beginning to unsaddle the horse. "It appears our luck has been quite favorable." As he busied himself preparing camp, Zhu Zhuqing quietly assisted him. The setting sun elongated their shadows, casting them upon the grass. The distance between those shadows seeming far closer than in reality. The first day of their shared journey passed in this delicate atmosphere, straddling the line between awkwardness and understanding. An indescribable sentiment, akin to spring vines, had begun to entwine and grow between them, unnoticed. Chapter 80, Nestled in the Wind. The first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the sparse trees, illuminating the makeshift campsite. Ling Feng slowly opened his eyes, invigorated by a night of cultivation. He gently shifted his body and glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was still peacefully asleep with her head resting on his outer garment. Her sleeping face was calm and gentle, devoid of her usual aloofness. Ling Feng did not wish to disturb her. He quietly rose and began to prepare breakfast. He warmed the leftover provisions from the previous night and fetched fresh water from a nearby stream, his movements light and practiced. "Are you awake?" Ling Feng turned to see Zhu Zhuqing sitting up, her fingers working through her slightly disheveled long hair. "Yes," she replied. Zhu Zhuqing nodded gently, her gaze resting upon the breakfast prepared by Ling Feng. "Allow me to handle this. You have kept watch all night," she offered. Ling Feng smiled in response. "It's quite all right. It will be ready shortly. How do you feel? Is your soul power stable?" Zhu Zhuqing closed her eyes for a moment, attuning herself to her energy. "It has solidified completely at level 23, and it seems I have made some progress," she replied. "That is excellent," Ling Feng said, handing her the warmed provisions. "Once we finish eating, we shall set off." After a simple meal, they tidied their belongings. Ling Feng led forth the black-maned horse, skillfully saddling it. "Shall we proceed as we did yesterday?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired softly, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes. "Indeed, you shall sit in front, and I will guide the horse," Ling Feng answered candidly, extending his hand to assist her onto the mount. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated momentarily before placing her hand in his, gracefully using his support to leap onto the horse's back. Ling Feng then mounted behind her, carefully maintaining a respectful distance. "Are you settled?" he asked, giving the reins a gentle shake. The black-maned horse immediately began to trot along the path. The journey commenced in tranquility. Both remained silent, accompanied only by the sounds of the wind and the horse's hooves. Ling Feng focused intently on steering the horse while vigilantly surveying their surroundings, while Zhu Zhuqing closed her eyes to cultivate her spirit, occasionally sensing the flow of her soul power. However, as they progressed, the road became increasingly rugged. The jolting of the horse became more pronounced, causing Zhu Zhuqing to lean back against Ling Feng's chest, their bodies brushing against each other. Each contact prompted a brief stillness between them, followed by a mutual, unspoken agreement to act as though nothing had happened. "This path is rather challenging. Hold on tight," Ling Feng murmured, his voice close to Zhu Zhuqing's ear. She nodded softly, instinctively grasping the front saddle. At that moment, the horse unexpectedly stepped into a small pit, jolting violently. Zhu Zhuqing was taken by surprise, and her body collided backward into Ling Feng's embrace. "My apologies," she quickly said, leaning forward in an attempt to create distance. "It is quite all right. The road is uneven, so there is no need to fret," Ling Feng replied gently, though his heart raced involuntarily. Amidst the continued jolting, he suddenly felt a surge of soul power within him. The energy he had accumulated recently had reached a critical point, beginning to push against the barrier of the next level. "What is it?" Zhu Zhuqing keenly noticed the sudden rigidity in Ling Feng's form. "My soul power appears ready to break through," he said, his voice steady, as he skillfully reined in the horse to reduce its speed. Zhu Zhuqing's concern heightened. "Should we stop and find a place?" Ling Feng shook his head. "No need. It is merely a minor breakthrough. I can manage while we continue our journey. However, I may require your assistance to stabilize my posture." "What must I do?" Zhu Zhuqing asked without hesitation. "Just as you are now," Ling Feng instructed. Feeling the surge of soul power beginning to course through him, he closed his eyes, multitasking as he steered the horse while guiding the tumultuous energy within him to breach level 28. His body grew slightly warm, and the energy from the surrounding air began to converge upon him. Zhu Zhuqing felt the change in the temperature of Ling Feng's body behind her, as well as the increasingly potent fluctuations of his soul power. She carefully maintained her posture, neither encroaching upon Ling Feng nor straying too far, providing support as he experienced the tremors of his soul power during his breakthrough. The path grew increasingly rugged, and the jolting of the horse intensified. During a particularly violent jolt, Zhu Zhuqing instinctively leaned back, her entire back pressed against Ling Feng's chest. This time, she did not immediately lean forward. Instead, she held her position, offering him more stable support. Ling Feng was at a critical juncture of his breakthrough, feeling Zhu Zhuqing's back closely against him, even clearly hearing the rhythm of their heartbeats. This was their third instance of such intimate contact, yet the first while both were fully cognizant and aware. Ling Feng's heartbeat quickened slightly, but he swiftly reined in his thoughts, concentrating on guiding his soul power. The surging soul power within him crashed against barriers like a tide, finally breaking through with a resounding roar only he could hear. Level 28. Ling Feng exhaled deeply, opening his eyes. It was then he realized Zhu Zhuqing was still nestled in his embrace, the two maintaining an intimate posture. Did it succeed? Zhu Zhuqing asked softly, yet she did not shift. Yes, I'm at level 28 now, Ling Feng replied, his voice unconsciously softened. Zhu Zhuqing gently turned her head, a smile playing on her lips. Congratulations. Ling Feng gazed at her profile, so close that the sunlight gilded her long eyelashes with a golden hue. His heart softened involuntarily. Thank you, Zhuqing. Without your support, the breakthrough would not have been so smooth. Zhu Zhuqing slightly shook her head. I did not do much. Yet she made no move to distance herself, as though accustomed to this closeness. The horse continued its journey, and for a moment, they fell into silence, an unspoken understanding flowing through the air. Ling Feng's arm encircled Zhu Zhuqing's waist as he held the reins, appearing from afar as if cradling her in his embrace. It seems we have both grown taller, Ling Feng remarked suddenly. Time flies. Before we know it, we are 11 years old. Zhu Zhuqing softly affirmed. Do you miss home? Ling Feng inquired gently. Zhu Zhuqing was silent for a moment before slowly replying. There is nothing to miss about that home. Except, she paused. Except for meeting you. Ling Feng's heart skipped a beat. He had not anticipated Zhu Zhuqing's candidness. As he was momentarily taken aback, Zhu Zhuqing continued. During those years in Xingluo, I never imagined someone could be so sincere to me. Ling Feng, thank you for being in my life. This was Zhu Zhuqing's first sincere expression of her feelings, leaving Ling Feng momentarily at a loss for words. Instinctively, he tightened his embrace. Holding Zhu Zhuqing close, I will always be by your side, Zhuqing. No matter what challenges lie ahead, we shall face them together. Zhu Zhuqing did not respond, but Ling Feng felt her relax against him, a silent testament to her trust and acceptance. In the gentle embrace of the wind, two souls nestled together. The rhythmic clatter of hooves resonating against the earth, as if providing a melodic accompaniment to their quietly burgeoning affection. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Ling Feng reined in the steed, saying, Let us rest here for the night. Tomorrow, we should reach the border. He dismounted first, extending a hand to assist Zhu Zhuqing down. Their fingers lingered together a moment longer than usual, a complex array of emotions swirling in their gazes. That evening, while Ling Feng was consolidating his soul power at the 20th level, he felt Zhu Zhuqing's gaze fixed upon him. When he concluded his meditation and opened his eyes, he found her lost in thought, staring intently at the flickering campfire. What occupies your mind? He inquired softly. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her eyes, the firelight dancing within their depths. I was contemplating our new life that awaits us in the kingdom of Balak, she replied. Ling Feng nodded with a smile. Indeed, a new life. Together, we shall grow stronger. No one will ever force you into actions against your will again. A glimmer of hope sparkled in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, a brilliance Ling Feng had never witnessed before. I believe in you, she declared, those simple 4 words carrying the weight of 1,000 promises. Ling Feng understood that she had entrusted him with her utmost faith. As the night deepened, Zhu Zhuqing leaned against a tree and succumbed to slumber. Ling Feng draped his coat over her, vigilantly remaining by her side. Gazing up at the starry expanse, he silently resolved to protect this young woman who had so willingly opened her heart to him. The night breeze was cool, yet warmth blossomed within their hearts like spring. Chapter 81. Arrival at the border. As dawn's gentle light broke, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing prepared their belongings early, embarking on their journey once more. According to the map, they should arrive at the border checkpoint of the Kingdom of Balak by midday. We should reach the border checkpoint soon, Ling Feng remarked while guiding their horse. Glancing at Zhu Zhuqing ahead of him, Zhu Zhuqing tilted her head slightly. I've heard the border checks are quite stringent. Is there anything we need to prepare? Ling Feng affirmed. I have already arranged for our identification documents. We shall adapt to the circumstances when the time arises. Remember, we are now siblings from a small town at the border of the Douluo Empire, on our way to visit relatives in the kingdom of Balak. Siblings? A hint of unnoticeable disappointment tinged Zhu Zhuqing's tone. Ling Feng chuckled lightly. This will arouse less suspicion. The name Ling Qing suits you well. Zhu Zhuqing repeated the name softly, nodding gently. All right, I will heed your words. As the horse advanced, the scenery gradually transformed. The path broadened and smoothed, revealing other travelers and merchant caravans. A grand fortress emerged on the horizon, the flag of the kingdom of Balak fluttering atop its towers. That is the border checkpoint. Ling Feng murmured. Remember, no matter what transpires, remain composed. I will handle everything. Zhu Zhuqing nodded softly, instinctively leaning back closer to Ling Feng's chest. This silent dependence stirred within him a fierce protective instinct, prompting him to carefully rein in the horse, reducing its speed. As they approached the fortress, the throng of people grew denser, various merchant caravans and travelers forming long lines, awaiting their turn to pass through the inspection. Ling Feng observed that the border guards were clad in uniform armor, meticulously scrutinizing the identification documents of each passerby, occasionally detaining individuals for further questioning. The atmosphere appeared even more stringent than he had anticipated. Zhu Zhuqing spoke softly, her tone laced with concern. Ling Feng gently patted her shoulder, reassuring her, "Fear not. Our identification documents are in order." They joined the queue, advancing slowly with the flow of people. Ling Feng noticed that the guards not only examined the papers, but also keenly observed the demeanor of the travelers, occasionally posing a few inquiries. After approximately half an hour, it was finally their turn. "Dismount for inspection," a guard commanded. Ling Feng deftly swung down from his mount and extended a hand to assist Zhu Zhuqing. He noted that the captain of the guards was scrutinizing them intently, particularly casting several glances at Zhu Zhuqing. "Name, place of origin, and destination?" the captain asked in a routine manner, reaching for the identification document that Ling Feng offered. "Ling Feng, Ling Qing, hailing from Haishi Town in the Starfall Empire. Bound for Soto City in the Barak Kingdom to seek refuge with my aunt," Ling Feng replied smoothly, maintaining an air of composure. The captain examined the document meticulously, then raised his gaze to compare their features. "Siblings? You don't resemble each other much." Ling Feng felt a jolt of alarm within, yet maintained his calm exterior. "Cousins, my father and Ling Qing's father are brothers." At that moment, another guard approached and whispered something in the captain's ear. The captain's expression sharpened. "Recently, noble youths from the Starfall Empire have eloped, and their described age and characteristics bear a striking resemblance to yours." Ling Feng sensed Zhu Zhuqing's body stiffen slightly. He discreetly squeezed her hand, signaling her to remain composed. "You jest, my lord," Ling Feng replied with a composed smile. "We are merely ordinary citizens. How could we ever aspire to nobility? If you doubt us, feel free to inspect our belongings. We carry only a few changes of clothes and provisions." The captain narrowed his eyes and abruptly turned to Zhu Zhuqing. "Young lady, tell me, who is he to you?" Zhu Zhuqing raised her gaze, despite her inner tension. Her voice remained remarkably steady. "He is my cousin Ling Feng. After the passing of my parents, he has taken me to Soto City to seek our aunt." "Oh, what is your aunt's name? Where does she reside in Soto City?" The guard pressed. "My aunt's name is Ling Wan, and she lives on Jasmine Street in the southern district of Soto City," Zhu Zhuqing replied fluidly, recalling the details that Ling Feng had thoroughly verified with her beforehand. The captain fixed his gaze on Zhu Zhuqing for an extended moment before suddenly commanding, "Remove your veil." Zhu Zhuqing instinctively stepped back half a pace, but Ling Feng immediately moved forward to shield her. "My lord, my sister has recently developed a rash on her face, making her reluctant to be seen. I hope for your understanding." "I said, remove it." The captain insisted, his tone unwavering. Ling Feng's mind raced, understanding that outright refusal would only heighten suspicion. He subtly began to channel his soul power, prepared to resort to force if absolutely necessary. At that moment, however, Zhu Zhuqing gently tugged at the hem of Ling Feng's garment and stepped forward herself. "Since it is your request, I shall comply, my lord." She slowly lifted her veil, revealing a delicate face marred by several red rashes. Ling Feng was astonished to discover that, unbeknownst to him, numerous red spots had indeed appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's face, resembling a rash. The captain of the guard frowned, visibly disappointed and disgusted, and waved his hand dismissively. "Take her back. It appears she is certainly not the person we seek." Ling Feng felt a sense of relief wash over him, yet he remained vigilant. He noticed that the guard beside the captain continued to scrutinize them with a skeptical gaze. "The documents are in order. You may proceed," the captain said, returning the documents to Ling Feng, but adding, "However, according to the latest regulations, all young individuals arriving from the Xingluo Empire must undergo an additional soul power assessment. Ling Feng's heart tightened, but he maintained a calm facade and inquired, "Soul power assessment? What is the purpose of this?" "It is an order from above. We are merely executing it," the captain replied impatiently. "Follow me." Exchanging a glance with Zhu Zhuqing, Ling Feng trailed behind the captain to a tent beside the checkpoint. Inside sat an elderly soul master, a crystal ball placed before him. "Masterly, please assess the soul power levels of these two young individuals," the captain instructed. The old soul master nodded, signaling for Ling Feng to place his hand on the crystal ball. Ling Feng's mind raced with strategies. He knew that revealing his true soul power level would certainly arouse suspicion. A 28th level Grand Soul Master and a 23rd level Grand Soul Master could hardly pass for ordinary civilians. In that moment, he recalled his disguise technique. He secretly channeled his soul power, suppressing it to around level 15 before placing his hand on the crystal ball. The crystal ball emitted a soft glow, indicating a soul power level of 15. The old soul master nodded, recording the information, and gestured for Zhu Zhuqing to step forward. Mimicking Ling Feng, Zhu Zhuqing also suppressed her soul power to approximately level 13. "Soul power levels are normal, no issues," the old soul master informed the captain. The captain appeared somewhat unconvinced but found no flaws to exploit and simply waved his hand. "All right, you may leave." Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing both exhaled a sigh of relief simultaneously, bowing respectfully before hastily departing. Just as they were about to exit the checkpoint, a loud voice rang out from behind. "Wait a moment." Ling Feng's heart sank, and he discreetly gathered his soul power, ready to act at any moment. Slowly turning around, he saw the guard who had been scrutinizing them approaching quickly. "Is there something else?" Ling Feng asked calmly, his body slightly leaning forward, prepared for a confrontation. The guard stepped before them, his piercing gaze fixed on Zhu Zhuqing. "Where did you acquire that ornament at your waist?" It was then that Ling Feng noticed the exquisite jade pendant adorning Zhu Zhuqing's waist, a gift he had purchased for her in a small town not long ago. He mentally chastised himself. Such a fine piece of jade was indeed not something an ordinary civilian could possess. Zhu Zhuqing, however, responded with poise. "This is a keepsake from my late mother. If you desire it, please feel free to take it." With that, she began to unfasten the jade pendant. The guard hesitated for a moment, awkwardly waving his hand. "There's no need. I was merely inquiring. You may proceed." This time, no one obstructed their path. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing hurriedly traversed the checkpoint, only letting out a sigh of relief after confirming they were not being followed for quite a distance. "That was truly perilous," Ling Feng murmured. "What is the cause of the rash on your face?" Zhu Zhuqing offered a faint smile. "It is merely a benign reaction to a herbal remedy I prepared this morning. I did not anticipate it would prove useful." Ling Feng gazed at her in astonishment. "You foresaw that someone would demand you remove your veil." "Just as a precaution," Zhu Zhuqing replied softly. "Over the years, I have learned that being perpetually prepared for various circumstances is of utmost importance." A complex swirl of emotions surged within Ling Feng, a mixture of admiration for her cleverness and sorrow for the hardships that necessitated such wisdom. He hesitated before asking about the jade pendant. "It is indeed a memento left by my mother." Zhu Zhuqing's gaze darkened slightly. "I have always kept it close, and this morning, I wore it specifically to confront such situations. Wealth should not corrupt, nor should poverty sway. This principle is understood by those guards. If I had offered it freely, they would have refused." Ling Feng could not help but regard Zhu Zhuqing with newfound respect. "You are even more astute than I had imagined." Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. "It is merely a matter of survival." She gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting an unusual maturity for her age. "At last, we have left Xingluo behind." Following her gaze, Ling Feng beheld the vast and uncharted lands of the Balak Kingdom unfolding before him. "Indeed, we are free," he spoke softly, a swell of ambition stirring within him. "From this moment forth, we shall grow strong in our own way, no longer subject to anyone's whims." Zhu Zhuqing turned to Ling Feng, her eyes sparkling with unwavering determination. "I believe in you." They exchanged smiles, and in that instant, all anxiety and fatigue dissipated. They mounted their horses once more, advancing towards the heart of the Balak Kingdom. The distant chimes from a town echoed in the wind, seemingly welcoming their arrival. Ling Feng felt the warmth of Zhu Zhuqing beside him, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. No matter the challenges that lay ahead, at this moment, they were free. This freedom marked their first step toward strength. As the setting sun cast elongated shadows of the two, intertwining them, it seemed to herald an inseparable future. Chapter 82, A New Beginning. Crossing the border checkpoint of the Balak Kingdom, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing continued along the official road. The scenery around them gradually transformed. Unlike the vast and majestic mountains of the Xingluo Empire, the landscape of the Balak Kingdom was softer and more varied, with fields, hills, and streams intertwining, teeming with vitality. The atmosphere here is entirely different, Zhu Zhuqing remarked softly, her curious eyes peering out from beneath her veil. Since departing the Xingluo Empire, she appeared considerably more at ease, no longer holding her nerves taut as before. Ling Feng expertly guided his steed, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "Indeed. The kingdom of Balak is renowned as the land of granaries. The earth here is fertile, and the climate is temperate, starkly contrasting the oppressive atmosphere of the Xingluo Empire." The horses trotted along the official road at an unhurried pace, the two riders making their way forward leisurely. In the fields beside the path, farmers toiled diligently, while children occasionally frolicked and chased one another, pausing curiously to gaze at the horse-riding travelers. Ling Feng sensed a transformation in Zhu Zhuqing ever since they crossed the border. Her words had flowed more freely, and she occasionally initiated conversations, an unthinkable notion in the past. As noon approached, they paused to rest beneath a small grove by the roadside. Ling Feng dismounted, retrieving provisions in a water pouch, which he offered to Zhu Zhuqing. "Have a bite to eat. We still have a journey ahead this afternoon." Zhu Zhuqing accepted the food, removing her veil to take small bites. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a warm glow upon her face, revealing the fading red spots meant to disguise her features, giving way to her naturally fair skin. Ling Feng gazed at her and suddenly remarked, "Once we arrive in Soto City, you need not wear the veil all the time." Zhu Zhuqing paused, lifting her gaze to meet his. "Why not? In Xingluo, you are the second young lady of the Zhu family, known to many," he explained with a smile. "But here, you are merely Ling Qing, an ordinary soul master maiden, free to walk in the sunlight without concealing your beauty." A complex emotion flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. She remained silent for a moment before softly replying, "I have grown accustomed to hiding. The prospect of change leaves me somewhat bewildered." Ling Feng nodded in understanding. "It is perfectly fine. We can take our time. The most important thing is that, from now on, you can choose the life you desire." His words seemed to strike a chord deep within Zhu Zhuqing. She gazed intently at Ling Feng, an indescribable emotion shining in her eyes. "Thank you, Ling Feng. Without you, I might still be trapped in that cage in Xingluo, awaiting a predetermined fate." Ling Feng shook his head. "It is your courage that has allowed you to break free from your shackles. I merely happened to appear when you needed me." They shared a knowing smile, a silent understanding weaving itself into the air between them. Through their time together, a profound trust and reliance had blossomed between them. After their respite, they resumed their journey. The afternoon's travels were notably smooth, the road wide and even, with the occasional merchant caravan and traveler passing by, all of whom exchanged friendly nods. "It seems the people of Balak are far more amiable than those of Xingluo," Zhu Zhuqing observed as she watched the passers-by. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. "Xingluo values martial prowess, and its people are rather fierce, whereas Balak is trade-oriented, fostering a more open and inclusive spirit. This is one of the reasons for my choice to come here." At that moment, a commotion arose ahead. Ling Feng instinctively reined in his horse, positioning himself protectively behind Zhu Zhuqing. He observed a gathering of individuals on the road, seemingly embroiled in a dispute. "What is happening?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired softly. Ling Feng squinted, scrutinizing the scene for a moment. "It appears a merchant caravan has clashed with local farmers. Let us take a detour to avoid unnecessary trouble." However, just as they prepared to turn their horses around, the conflict unexpectedly escalated. A farmer brandished his hoe and charged towards the merchant convoy's guards, who suddenly unleashed their spirit rings, a white and a yellow ring, revealing the presence of a formidable spirit master. "Halt!" Ling Feng commanded, spurring his horse forward. He could not stand idly by while a spirit master assaulted ordinary folk. The guard, noticing Ling Feng's intervention, glared at him with displeasure. "Mind your own business. These ruffians deliberately obstructed our path and initiated the violence." The farmer, pointed at by the guard, retorted angrily, "It was your carriage that damaged our waterway. You refused to compensate and still wish to force your way through." Ling Feng surveyed the scene and indeed noticed that a section of the waterway had been crushed by the carriage, with water gushing forth and inundating a patch of crops. "My good sir," Ling Feng calmly addressed the guard, "one ought to compensate for the damage inflicted upon another's property. Moreover, a spirit master should never resort to violence against ordinary people." The guard sneered, "Who do you think you are to reprimand me?" As he spoke, he released a wave of spirit pressure in an attempt to intimidate Ling Feng. Unfazed, Ling Feng secretly channeled his own spirit power, effortlessly dispelling the guard's oppressive aura. The guard's expression shifted, realizing that Ling Feng's strength surpassed his own. "While traveling, it is wise to maintain harmony," Ling Feng continued in a steady tone. "Compensating for the damages and resolving this matter amicably would also benefit the reputation of your convoy, would it not?" At that moment, the curtain of a carriage in the convoy was lifted, and a well-dressed middle-aged man protruded his head, inquiring, "What is the matter?" The guard hurriedly approached to explain. After listening, the middle-aged man frowned and shot a glare at the guard before smiling at Ling Feng. My young brother is quite right. It was indeed our people who acted recklessly. He turned to the farmer. Good sir, we shall compensate for the damage to your waterway, and additionally, we will provide compensation for the crops lost. How does that sound? Seeing the change in attitude, the farmers calmed down, and both parties quickly reached a compensation agreement. Once the matter was resolved, the middle-aged man curiously observed Ling Feng. You are quite young, yet handle affairs with such wisdom. May I ask your name? Ling Feng. He replied simply. I am on my way to Soto City with my sister. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. What a coincidence. Our convoy is also headed to Soto City. Why not travel together? It would be safer on the road. Ling Feng exchanged a glance with Zhu Zhuqing, who subtly nodded. And he accepted the offer. Then I shall impose upon you. Joining the convoy made the journey significantly more pleasant. The convoy leader, surnamed Chun, was a loquacious individual who shared with Ling Feng numerous insights about the Balak Kingdom and Soto City. Soto City has been quite lively lately, Mr. Chen elaborated. The biggest news is that Shrek Academy has begun enrolling students once again. Shrek Academy? Ling Feng's interest peaked, for it was indeed one of the targets he intended to pursue. Mr. Chen nodded in affirmation. Yes, although it is a relatively obscure institution. It is said that the admission standards are exceedingly stringent, only accepting prodigious talents. Each enrollment period tends to create quite a stir. Feigning curiosity, Ling Feng asked, if it is so difficult to gain entry, why do so many still aspire to attend? You may not be aware, Mr. Chen lowered his voice conspiratorially. While the Academy's reputation may not be grand, it is rumored that all graduates are elite talents. There are even whispers of a soul sage-level powerhouse residing within the Academy. Ling Feng's heart was filled with understanding. It appeared that the circumstances surrounding Shrek Academy were indeed consistent with the descriptions in the original text. He cast a glance at Zhu Zhuqing, noticing her intense focus, her eyes gleaming with contemplation. As dusk descended, the caravan halted at an inn to rest. Ling Feng requested 2 adjacent rooms, settling Zhu Zhuqing comfortably before retreating to his own chamber to practice. A gentle knock echoed at the door. Upon opening it, he found Zhu Zhuqing standing outside. Is there something you need? He asked, stepping aside to allow her entry. Zhu Zhuqing entered the room, pondering for a moment before speaking. Are you truly considering Shrek Academy? Ling Feng was not surprised that she could discern his thoughts and nodded. Indeed, I have such intentions. It is said that their faculty is exceptionally strong, and their teaching methods are unique, ideal for those of us who require rapid enhancement of our abilities. A flicker of anticipation crossed Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, tempered by a hint of concern. But the entrance standards are so stringent. Can we meet them? Ling Feng smiled with confidence. If we cannot meet them, who else could? He looked at Zhu Zhuqing, reminding her, do not forget. You were a genius soul master who reached level 23 before the age of 12. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head slightly. In Xingluo, perhaps that qualifies as genius. However, since Shrek Academy claims to only accept monsters, their standards must be exceedingly high. Then let us become the monsters among monsters, Ling Feng declared with unwavering conviction. I am confident that we will pass the assessments. His words seemed to possess a certain magic, gradually calming the unease within Zhu Zhuqing. She nodded gently. I believe in you. The two continued their conversation about future plans until the night deepened, at which point Zhu Zhuqing returned to her own room. Ling Feng stood by the window, gazing at the twinkling stars in the night sky, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. Soto City, Shrek Academy, and the characters they were soon to encounter, all filled him with excitement. A new beginning, he murmured softly, a smile gracing his lips. The caravan resumed its journey. As they drew closer to Soto City, the roads became increasingly bustling, and the villages along the way grew more vibrant and lively. Influenced by Ling Feng's optimistic spirit, Zhu Zhuqing began to speak more freely, actively inquiring about various aspects of soul master cultivation, and the two engaged in spirited discussion. Look over there. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly pointed into the distance. Following her gaze, Ling Feng beheld the silhouette of a magnificent city gradually becoming clearer on the horizon. Towering walls, standing towers, and the faint aura of soul power visible above the city all attested to its prosperity and strength. That must be Soto City, Ling Feng exclaimed, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled in response. It is even grander than I imagined. The members of the caravan shared in their excitement. Quickening their pace, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged smiles, each seeing the anticipation mirrored in the other's eyes. Chapter 83, Soul Power Level 29. The outline of Soto City gradually became distinct in the distance, its walls soaring majestically. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing strolled leisurely alongside the caravan. with each step closer to the city amplifying their perception of the vibrancy and vitality of this second-largest metropolis in the Baloch Kingdom. "We are finally arriving," Zhu Zhuqing whispered, her voice imbued with a rare sense of elation. Ling Feng smiled and nodded. Indeed, this journey has not been easy. He felt the surging soul power within him, sensing that a breakthrough was imminent during his recent cultivation. Tonight, they would rest at the inn outside the city, and tomorrow they would enter the city at dawn. Zhu Zhuqing gently acknowledged, her gaze lingering on the distant silhouette of the city, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. The merchant caravan arrived at the inn outside Soto City before darkness fell. This was a sizable resting point, bustling with travelers and soul masters alike. Upon settling in, Ling Feng specifically requested 2 relatively secluded rooms located in the inn's rear courtyard, away from the clamor of the front hall. "You rest first. I will cultivate for a while," Ling Feng said to Zhu Zhuqing. She nodded, cautioning him, "Don't push yourself too hard. You've been training diligently lately." Ling Feng smiled, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I know my limits." Once inside the room, Ling Feng sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes in concentration. He felt the soul power within him surge like a torrent, continuously battering against the 28th level bottleneck. This sensation of impending breakthrough was stronger than ever before, the soul power boiling as it coursed through his meridians. Taking a deep breath, he activated the soul power condensation technique, beginning to channel the overwhelming energy. The soul power circulated within him, each cycle becoming increasingly refined and pure. Ling Feng could distinctly feel the barrier obstructing his advancement beginning to loosen. At that moment, a notification sound echoed in his mind. "Ding! Host detected on the verge of a breakthrough. Would you like to check in for the day?" Ling Feng's heart stirred, and he silently thought, "Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host has obtained intermediate soul beast knowledge." Instantly, a wealth of information about soul beasts flooded into Ling Feng's mind. Unlike the previous basic soul beast knowledge compilation, this new knowledge was more profound and comprehensive, covering the habits, weaknesses, and suitable soul ring characteristics of soul beasts that had existed for millennia, even tens of thousands of years. Ling Feng endured the slight dizziness from the influx of knowledge as he continued to guide his soul power against the bottleneck. Surprisingly, during the process of assimilating this new knowledge, his mental strength seemed to have been honed and enhanced, allowing the flow of soul power to become more fluid and unimpeded. Boom! It felt as though a barrier within him had shattered, and the soul power surged forth like a flood breaching its dam, racing through his meridians. Ling Feng felt a jolt throughout his entire being as his soul power level remarkably broke through to level 29. Slowly, he opened his eyes, which gleamed with brilliance. The soul power post-breakthrough was even more condensed and robust, and his perception of the surrounding environment sharpened. He could even distinctly sense Zhu Zhuqing's steady and profound soul power fluctuations in the adjacent room, indicating that she was also making progress in her cultivation. With a thought, Ling Feng attempted to utilize the newly acquired intermediate soul beast knowledge. Instantly, detailed information about various soul beasts appeared in his mind, including their habitats, behavioral traits, combat styles, and soul ring characteristics. This knowledge felt innately familiar, readily accessible at any moment. The system's reward arrived just in time, Ling Feng mused to himself. With this knowledge, he could devise a more precise plan for Zhu Zhuqing's next soul ring acquisition. A gentle knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Ling Feng opened the door to find Zhu Zhuqing standing outside, concern evident in her eyes. "Just now, I sensed a powerful fluctuation of soul energy emanating from your room. Have you broken through?" she inquired softly. Ling Feng smiled and nodded. "I have reached level 29. And you? I perceive that your soul energy has also improved." A glimmer of surprise flashed in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. "Congratulations. I have also broken through to level 24. She paused momentarily, a hint of shyness in her voice as she added, "Thanks to the soul energy condensation technique you imparted, my cultivation efficiency has significantly increased." Ling Feng gestured for her to enter the room. "This is the fruit of your own hard work." Zhu Zhuqing nodded gently, suddenly asking, "The threshold of level 30 is approaching. Do you have any thoughts about your third soul ring?" Ling Feng had contemplated this matter long ago. The Darknight Qilin Martial Spirit possesses both offensive and agile characteristics. For my third soul ring, I hope to acquire a potent attack-type soul skill. Among the 1,000-year soul beasts, the Abyssal Demon Spider, Shadow Tiger, or Blazing Lion are all commendable choices. He continued his analysis. The Abyssal Demon Spider may bestow control or area attack capabilities. The Shadow Tiger could enhance my stealth and explosive power. While the Blazing Lion, Ling Feng's eyes gleamed with sharpness. Though its attributes do not entirely align with my dark martial spirit, if I can successfully absorb it, It may allow my attacks to inflict fiery damage, significantly amplifying my lethality. Zhu Zhuqing listened intently, and after a while, she softly remarked, "You always plan so meticulously." Ling Feng gazed at her, "Because we cannot afford to make mistakes. Each absorption of a soul ring pertains to future growth and must be chosen with caution." The two continued to discuss various knowledge related to soul beasts and soul rings, during which Ling Feng took the opportunity to share certain insights from intermediate soul beast knowledge in the form of his own research with Zhu Zhuqing. She listened with great focus, occasionally posing questions that revealed her high level of comprehension. As night fell, Zhu Zhuqing finally stood to take her leave. Upon reaching the door, she suddenly turned around, softly saying, "Ling Feng, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have never had the opportunity to contemplate how to become stronger and seize my own destiny." Ling Feng looked at her gently. "This is what you have fought for yourself. Remember, from now on, your fate lies in your own hands." A complex emotion flickered in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, ultimately transforming into a resolute gaze. "I will strive to meet your expectations." After bidding farewell to Zhu Zhuqing, Ling Feng once again immersed himself in the newly acquired knowledge. He was astonished to discover that intermediate soul beast knowledge not only encompassed information about soul beasts, but also included numerous insights regarding soul master cultivation and soul skill application. This knowledge greatly broadened his horizons, offering him a deeper understanding of the path of the soul master. The system rewards are increasingly practical, Ling Feng thought with satisfaction. He could sense that this knowledge would profoundly impact both his and Zhu Zhuqing's future growth. The following morning, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing bid farewell to the merchant caravan. Blending into the crowd as they approached the grand gates of Soto City, a long line formed at the entrance, where the guards meticulously inspected the identity documents of each entrant. When it was their turn, Ling Feng confidently presented the prepared documents. After verifying their authenticity, the guards waved them through. Passing through the thick city gates, the bustling scene of Soto City immediately unfolded before their eyes. The broad streets were teeming with vehicles, with shops lining both sides, and the air was filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, among whom were individuals donned in the attire of spirit masters. "What a lively city," Zhu Zhuqing murmured in awe, her curious eyes surveying the surroundings from behind her veil. Ling Feng nodded, acknowledging, "Indeed, being a major city, it naturally surpasses the small towns we've passed through in terms of prosperity." He observed the layout of the streets and suggested, "Let's find an inn to settle down first, and then we can gradually inquire about Shrek Academy." The pair proceeded along the main street, and ultimately selected a moderately priced inn that appeared clean and tidy. After securing 2 adjacent rooms, Ling Feng turned to Zhu Zhuqing and said, "You should rest for a bit. I will go out to gather some information." Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. "Be careful." Ling Feng smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'm merely going to listen for news at the taverns. I won't cause any trouble." Upon exiting the inn, Ling Feng blended into the throngs of people in Soto City. He first visited several taverns, eavesdropping on conversations, and then went to some places frequented by spirit masters. Indeed, many were discussing the admissions of Shrek Academy. "Have you heard? Shrek Academy has begun enrollment again. That academy that only accepts monsters? How many did they admit last year? I believe it was only 3 or 4. Their standards are exceedingly strict, but I've heard that every graduate from there is nothing short of an elite." Ling Feng listened intently to the various discussions, gaining a general understanding of the academy's admission criteria. It was said that the standards were exceptionally rigorous, requiring not only a certain age and spirit power level, but also the completion of various peculiar tests. As he pondered this, a notification chime echoed in his mind. Ding. Important location Soto City detected. Would you like to check in? Ling Feng felt a surge of excitement and silently thought, check in. Ding. Check-in successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Concealment Necklace. Concealment Necklace. Wearing it can hide one's spirit power fluctuations and the true age of spirit rings, making it difficult for those below the spirit Douluo level to discern. A gleam of joy flashed in Ling Feng's eyes. This reward was truly timely. With this necklace, he could better conceal his strength and avoid revealing his cards too early. Eager to share this good news with Zhu Zhuqing, he hurried back to the inn. As he stepped into the lobby, he spotted Zhu Zhuqing seated at a corner table, a cup of tea placed before her. "What brings you down?" Ling Feng approached and inquired. Zhu Zhuqing looked up at him, a hint of concern in her eyes. "You took quite a while to return. I was a bit worried." Warmth filled Ling Feng's heart as he sat down across from her. "I gathered quite a bit of information. The admissions of Shrek Academy are indeed stringent, but it should not pose a problem for us." He lowered his voice and added, "Moreover, I have some good news." As he spoke, he retrieved the newly acquired concealment necklace from his bosom. The necklace was exquisitely crafted, with a deep blue gemstone pendant that shimmered with a subtle glow. "What is this?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, her eyes filled with curiosity as she gazed at the necklace. Ling Feng explained, this is a special spirit tool. When worn, it can conceal spirit power fluctuations and the true age of spirit rings. With it, you can better hide your strength and avoid unnecessary attention. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a precious spirit tool. Where did you acquire it? Ling Feng had already devised his words. This is one of the treasured heirlooms of my family, and I intended to present it to you upon our arrival in Soto City. Now seems the opportune moment. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated as she gazed at the necklace. It is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Please do, Ling Feng interjected. We are now united. Your safety is my safety. With this, we can better conceal our strength and avoid unnecessary troubles. Zhu Zhuqing met Ling Feng's earnest gaze and eventually nodded gently. Thank you, Ling Feng, as she accepted the necklace. Her fingertips inadvertently brushed against Ling Feng's palm, causing both to momentarily startle. Ling Feng cleared his throat to shift the subject. Allow me to help you put it on. Zhu Zhuqing turned slightly, lifting her long hair to reveal the delicate nape of her neck. Ling Feng carefully fastened the necklace around her, his fingers occasionally grazing her skin. And both felt their hearts racing in unison. Once the necklace was secured, Zhu Zhuqing turned to face him, the deep blue gem pendant accentuating the paleness of her skin. Ling Feng could distinctly sense that the fluctuations of her soul power had become indistinct, rendering even the aura of her soul rings nearly imperceptible. The effect is remarkable. Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction. Even a soul sage would find it challenging to discern your true capabilities now. Zhu Zhuqing gently caressed the pendant, her eyes brimming with gratitude. I will cherish it dearly. Ling Feng smiled. Now, let us discuss more pressing matters. The enrollment for Shrek Academy is in 3 months. We need to prepare accordingly. The two engaged in discussions regarding their upcoming plans, filled with anticipation for the new life ahead. Ling Feng sensed the 29th level of soul power within him and glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, adorned with the concealing necklace, his heart swelling with confidence. Regardless of how rigorous the assessments at Shrek Academy might be, they were certain to succeed. They had traversed the most arduous path, from the Luo Empire to the Balik Kingdom, from forced flight to the freedom to pursue power. Chapter 84, Approaching Soto. On the official road outside Soto City, the flow of people had noticeably increased. A diverse array of travelers, merchant caravans, and soul masters flowed endlessly, creating a river of humanity surging toward the bustling metropolis. Ling Feng skillfully maneuvered his black-maned horse, carefully sidestepping pedestrians. Zhu Zhuqing sat before him, her eyes, concealed beneath her veil, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. The closer they approached Soto City, the more soul masters they encountered, many of whom exuded formidable auras. It seems Soto City is even more vibrant than we anticipated, Ling Feng remarked softly, his gaze sweeping over a group clad in resplendent soul master robes, each adorned with a uniform emblem, clearly members of a sect or academy. Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly. Indeed, the number of soul masters is substantial, and their strength is not to be underestimated. She instinctively touched the concealing necklace around her neck. Finding solace in its presence, Ling Feng sensed Zhu Zhuqing's tension and softly reassured her, there is no need for concern, we have our disguise. And most will not perceive our true strength. As long as we remain low-key, we will not attract unnecessary attention. Despite his words, Ling Feng himself did not dare to be complacent. He keenly sensed that among the crowd, there were at least 3 soul sect-level experts, with soul kings appearing in abundance. As the second largest city of the Kingdom of Balik, Soto City indeed attracts a multitude of soul masters. At that moment, a commotion arose ahead. A brash voice exclaimed, "Step aside. Can't you see our young master wishes to pass?" Ling Feng lifted his gaze and beheld a group of elegantly dressed youths strutting toward him, led by a boy of approximately 15 or 16 years. Adorned with a flaming totem badge on his chest, flanked by several apparent attendants who rudely shoved aside the pedestrians in their path. "They are from the Blaze Academy," murmured a bystander. "These fellows are always so arrogant." Ling Feng felt a chill at the mention of Blaze Academy, one of the 5 renowned elemental academies in the realm of soul masters. He swiftly steered his horse toward the roadside, aiming to evade this group. However, contrary to his intentions, the leading boy's gaze swept through the crowd and suddenly fixated on Zhu Zhuqing, who stood behind Ling Feng. Despite her veil, her graceful figure and unique aura remained striking. "Hey, you in the veil," the boy commanded without courtesy. "Take off the veil and let this young master have a look." Ling Feng furrowed his brow, shielding Zhu Zhuqing behind him, and calmly replied, "My dear brother, my sister is currently unwell and cannot meet anyone. I hope you can understand." The boy scoffed. "Unwell? Perhaps she is too ugly to show her face?" His companions erupted in laughter. Zhu Zhuqing's body stiffened slightly, and Ling Feng sensed her displeasure. He gently held her hand, signaling her to remain calm, and addressed the boy. "We have urgent matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave." As he spoke, Ling Feng attempted to guide his horse away, but the boy swiftly stepped in front of him, declaring, "This young master has not permitted your departure yet." A glint of coldness flashed in Ling Feng's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. "What is the meaning of this? We are strangers. Why trouble us?" The boy arrogantly raised his chin. "This young master is Yin Shun of Blaze Academy. It is a fortune for your sister to catch my eye. Let her unveil. If she is pleasing to the eye, I may consider taking her as a maid." At this proclamation, the fire of indignation ignited within Ling Feng. Yet, he restrained his fury and replied in a low voice, "My sister does not require such fortune. Kindly step aside." Yin Chen's expression darkened, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. With that, he unleashed his soul power, 2 yellow soul rings rising from beneath his feet, revealing him to be a grand soul master. The surrounding crowd retreated in alarm, fearful of being caught in the fray. Some bystanders displayed sympathy, yet none dared to intervene. Ling Feng maintained his composure, secretly circulating his soul power without revealing his soul rings. He coldly regarded Yin Shun. "Is this how students of Blaze Academy conduct themselves in broad daylight?" Yin Shun, unnerved by Ling Feng's gaze, quickly regained his bravado. "Enough of your nonsense. Either let her unveil, or I shall do it myself." Just then, a gentle yet authoritative voice resonated. "Yin Shun, are you causing trouble again?" As the crowd turned their heads, they beheld a middle-aged man clad in a cerulean robe approaching with measured steps, adorned with a flame emblem on his chest, yet in a deeper hue. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yin Shun immediately subdued his demeanor. "Teacher Li, I was merely jesting with these 2 friends." The man referred to as Teacher Li shot a fierce glare at Yin Shun. "Apologize at once. You have brought shame upon the Flame Academy." Reluctantly, Yin Shun mumbled a few words of apology, and Teacher Li turned to Ling Feng, speaking with a tone of contrition. "My apologies, young brother. The academy has been lax in its discipline, and I regret that you have witnessed this." Ling Feng, perceiving the sincerity in his voice, softened his own tone. "It is of no consequence, merely a misunderstanding." Teacher Li appraised Ling Feng with a glance, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. Though he could not discern the true strength of Ling Feng, he sensed that this young man was extraordinary. His gaze shifted to Zhu Zhuqing behind Ling Feng, where he similarly felt an elusive wave of soul power. "Are you two also here in Soto City for the Shrek Academy recruitment?" Teacher Li inquired abruptly. Ling Feng felt a jolt of surprise, yet maintained his composure. "What leads you to such a conclusion, teacher?" Teacher Li chuckled lightly. "At this time of year, a multitude of young soul masters flock to Soto City, most likely for the Shrek Academy's recruitment. However, if I may be candid," he lowered his voice, "the admission standards of Shrek Academy are exceedingly stringent. If you are interested, you might consider our Flame Academy instead. While I cannot claim it to be superior to Shrek, the entrance requirements are certainly more reasonable." Realizing the man's intentions to recruit talent, Ling Feng responded courteously, "Thank you for your kind offer, teacher. We shall consider it." Teacher Li nodded and handed over a business card. "Should you change your mind, feel free to visit me at Flame Academy." With that, he took the unwilling Yin Shun and departed. Once they were out of earshot, Zhu Zhuqing softly inquired, "Why didn't you decline outright?" Ling Feng glanced at the card in his hand, smiling slightly. Having an additional option is always beneficial. Moreover, there is no need to embarrass him publicly. He tucked the card away and continued to guide their steed onward. It seems the recruitment by Shrek Academy is indeed quite noteworthy, attracting even Flame Academy to vie for talent. Zhu Zhuqing pondered this. That Yin Shun is so arrogant, yet his teacher exhibits such courtesy. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Individuals from large sects and universities vary greatly in character. Thus, we must remain discreet to avoid unnecessary troubles. After this minor episode, the two became even more cautious. Ling Feng opted for a relatively secluded path. Though it took them farther afield, the foot traffic was markedly diminished. Along the way, they paused for a brief respite at a roadside tea stall. The proprietor, a loquacious elder, poured tea while conversing. "You two are also heading to Soto City, I presume?" The city is quite lively these days, bustling with soul masters. Ling Feng accepted the tea and casually inquired, "Elder, are there always so many soul masters in Soto City?" The elder shook his head. "Not typically. This influx is due to the Shrek Academy's recruitment. Each year at this time, numerous young soul masters arrive from various places, hoping to gain admission to the academy for their studies." "Why is Shrek Academy so popular?" Ling Feng feigned surprise. The old man lowered his voice. "I have heard that this academy is quite peculiar as it only admits monsters. Those who manage to graduate are all remarkable individuals. Hence, despite the stringent standards, there are always people eager to gain admission." Zhu Zhuqing inquired softly, "Do you know where Shrek Academy is located?" The elderly man gestured towards the west. "If you head west from Soto City for about 10 miles, you will find a small village, and the academy is situated beside it. However, he paused. I advise you not to harbor too much hope. I have heard that only a few individuals manage to pass the assessment each year. Ling Feng thanked the old man, left some coins for tea, and continued on his way with Zhu Zhuqing. Only admitting monsters, Zhu Zhuqing murmured. I wonder if we qualify as monsters. Ling Feng smiled. In the eyes of others, our cultivation speed might indeed be considered monstrous. A 12-year-old soul master is a genius no matter where you go. Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head, but at Shrek Academy, that may not be anything extraordinary. Ling Feng spoke confidently, rest assured. I have a premonition that we will surely pass the assessment. As they drew closer to Soto City, makeshift stalls began to appear along the roadside, selling various supplies for soul masters, offering information, and even consultants claiming they could guarantee passing the assessment. It seems an entire industry has formed around this. Ling Feng observed a stall boasting a guarantee for passing the Shrek assessment and couldn't help but shake his head. Zhu Zhuqing also noticed the stalls. Can these people be trusted? Most are likely frauds, Ling Feng scoffed. If they could truly guarantee success, why wouldn't they enter Shrek themselves? Just then, a slender man approached. Speaking in a conspiratorial tone, are you two going to take the assessment at Shrek Academy? I have insider information. For just 10 gold soul coins, I can guarantee your success in the preliminary test. Ling Feng shot him a cold glance. No thanks. The man, undeterred, persisted. The price is negotiable. How about 8 gold soul coins? You should know that the preliminary test at Shrek eliminates 9 out of 10 participants. Ling Feng chose to ignore him and urged his horse to accelerate. The man chased after them for a few steps, but upon realizing he would not make a sale, he returned dejectedly. It seems the assessment at Shrek Academy is indeed challenging, Zhu Zhuqing remarked softly. Ling Feng nodded. The more difficult it is, the more it signifies the academy's excellence. I believe that true geniuses will not be overlooked. As evening approached, the majestic walls of Soto City came into clear view. A long queue formed at the city gates, with a steady stream of people waiting to enter. Ling Feng opted to stay at and outside the city, deciding to enter in the morning. Let's rest well tonight, he told Zhu Zhuqing. She nodded gently, her eyes shimmering with anticipation and determination. Chapter 85, Soul Power Level 30. In the inn outside Soto City, Ling Feng sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed, feeling his soul power surge and flow like a mighty river. Ever since breaking through to level 29, he sensed that he was but a step away from the threshold of level 30. Yet that step felt as insurmountable as crossing a chasm. In the stillness of the night, the moonlight cascaded through the window panes, enveloping the room in a silvery veil. Ling Feng was wholly immersed in his cultivation, the soul force circulating within him reaching its zenith, as the surrounding spiritual energy of the world seemed to gravitate towards him. In this tranquil evening, Ling Feng suddenly felt an extraordinary transformation occurring within his soul force. The once steady flow began to accelerate, forming tiny whirlpools within his meridians that incessantly devoured the surrounding spiritual energy. A spark ignited within Ling Feng's heart. He realized that the opportunity for a breakthrough might soon present itself. He calmed his mind, focusing intently on guiding his soul force. Memories of his arduous journey began to surface in his mind, fleeing the Darknight Empire, overcoming countless obstacles, and the mutual support and growth shared with Zhu Zhuqing. Each battle and every breakthrough had nourished the growth of his soul force. At that moment, he sensed a faint wave of soul force emanating from the adjacent room. He could discern that Zhu Zhuqing was also engaged in her cultivation, her soul force steady and profound, seemingly on the brink of reaching level 25. The thought of Zhu Zhuqing filled Ling Feng with warmth. This girl, who appeared cold yet possessed a tender heart, had unknowingly become an indispensable part of his life. He yearned to grow stronger, not solely for himself, but to protect her, ensuring she remained forever shielded from harm and constraints. This resolve ignited the soul force within Ling Feng like a spark. He felt the soul force in his meridians surge, violently battering against the barrier of level 30. Now was the moment. Ling Feng silently urged himself, channeling all his energy into the final push. The soul force surged within him, each cycle becoming increasingly refined and pure. He distinctly sensed the invisible barrier beginning to crack under the pressure of his soul force, as if it were glass on the verge of shattering. With a thunderous roar, something within him shattered, and the soul force surged forth like a flood, flowing freely through his meridians. Ling Feng trembled with exhilaration as his soul force level unmistakably broke through to level 30. Slowly, he opened his eyes, brilliance shimmering within them, his entire aura subtly transformed. Level 30 marked a significant watershed, signifying his eligibility for the third soul ring and the formal entry into the realm of soul masters. As Ling Feng reveled in the torrent of soul force coursing through him, he recognized that his power had escalated beyond measure. When he attempted to harness his soul force, He found both its quality and quantity had undergone a qualitative leap. The difference between level 30 and level 29 was seemingly a mere step, yet in reality, it was an insurmountable chasm. Finally, he had reached level 30. Ling Feng let out a long breath, a contented smile gracing his face. The arduous cultivation journey had finally borne fruit at this moment. Just then, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Ling Feng opened it to find Zhu Zhuqing standing outside. Concern etched in her eyes. I sensed a powerful wave of soul force from your room. Have you broken through? She asked softly. Ling Feng smiled and nodded. I've reached level 30. And you? I sense your soul force has also progressed. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with delight. Congratulations. I too sense that the bottleneck at level 25 is beginning to loosen. Perhaps in a few days, I shall achieve a breakthrough. Ling Feng sidestepped to allow her entry into the room. Excellent. It appears we are both making progress. He paused momentarily before continuing. Now that I have reached level 30, I must start contemplating the matter of my third spirit ring. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at him intently. Do you have any ideas? Ling Feng pondered for a moment. Employing his intermediate spirit beast knowledge for analysis, the Darknight Qilin Martial Spirit possesses both offensive and agile characteristics. I hope to acquire a powerful attack-type soul skill for my third spirit ring. Among the 1,000-year spirit beasts, the Abyssal Spider, Shadow Tiger, or Blazing Lion would all be commendable choices. Zhu Zhuqing listened with rapt attention, and after a while, softly remarked, You always plan so meticulously. Ling Feng met her gaze. Because we have no room for error. Each absorption of a spirit ring pertains to our future growth and must be chosen with utmost care. He moved to the window, gazing at the silhouette of Soto City in the distance. I have decided to search for a suitable spirit ring near Soto City. It is said there is a forest of spirit beasts to the west of the city, though it may not compare to the Stardow Forest. It is still home to numerous 1,000-year spirit beasts. A flicker of concern crossed Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. Are you going alone? Ling Feng shook his head. We shall first settle in Soto City and gather the necessary information. Besides, he smiled slightly, you are nearing level 25 as well. When the time comes, we can hunt spirit beasts together. Zhu Zhuqing nodded gently, yet her concern had not entirely dissipated. 1,000-year spirit beasts are formidable. Do exercise caution. Ling Feng smiled confidently. Do not worry. I have a sense of proportion. Let's not forget, I am capable of absorbing even the 1,000-year abyssal spider. Her thoughts drifted back to the perilous circumstances surrounding Ling Feng's absorption of his second spirit ring, causing her heart to tighten. It is precisely because of that I worry even more. Ling Feng sensed her concern and felt warmth in his heart. Rest assured, this time I will be thoroughly prepared. A mischievous glint sparkled in his eyes. And don't forget, I have you as my capable assistant. Zhu Zhuqing felt a blush creep to her cheeks at his words and softly replied, I will strive not to hold you back. The two continued their discussion on spirit beasts and spirit rings, and Ling Feng took the opportunity to share some of the intermediate spirit beast knowledge with Zhu Zhuqing. She listened attentively, occasionally posing questions that demonstrated her remarkable insight. As night deepened, Zhu Zhuqing rose to take her leave. Upon reaching the door, she suddenly turned back, softly saying, Ling Feng, congratulations on breaking through to level 30. I believe you will obtain the most suitable third spirit ring. Ling Feng regarded her warmly. Thank you. You too. Strive to break through to level 25 soon. After bidding farewell to Zhu Zhuqing, Ling Feng immersed himself in the reflections that followed his breakthrough. The sensation of being at level 30 was profoundly different. He could distinctly feel a tighter connection with the world around him, and his control over his soul power had become more adept. It is time to plan for the future, Ling Feng mused. He retrieved paper and pen, beginning to meticulously outline his forthcoming plans. First, we need to settle in Soto City and find a long-term residence. While an inn may be convenient, it is not conducive to training or confidentiality. Furthermore, it is imperative to ascertain the specific dates and requirements for enrollment at the Shrek Academy, ensuring thorough preparation. Thirdly, one must investigate the distribution of soul beasts surrounding Soto City in anticipation of acquiring a third soul ring. Fourthly, it is essential to continue enhancing one's strength to guarantee absolute success in the admissions assessment. On the following morning, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing rose early, preparing to enter Soto City. After a night of rigorous cultivation, Ling Feng had fully mastered the essence of 30th level soul power. His aura had become more subdued, yet his gaze had grown sharper. You seem somewhat different, Zhu Zhuqing observed keenly, noticing the change in Ling Feng. Ling Feng smiled. Reaching level 30 is a threshold. There are indeed some changes post-breakthrough. When you reach level 25, you will experience a similar sensation. After settling their expenses, they mounted their steeds and headed towards the city gates of Soto. A long queue had already formed at the entrance, with people continually arriving to enter the city. While waiting, Ling Feng noted that the inspections at the city gates appeared particularly stringent that day. The guards not only meticulously checked identification documents, but also conducted additional inquiries with individuals who seemed to be soul masters. I heard they are searching for someone. A middle-aged man dressed as a merchant whispered as he turned back. Something happened in the city last night. Several soul masters got into a scuffle on the streets, injuring quite a few people. Ling Feng's heart tightened. Do you know who it was? The middle-aged man shook his head. I'm not sure. Only that they are not locals. Hence, the inspections are especially strict today, particularly towards soul masters. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, both sensing the alertness in each other's eyes. The last thing they needed was to attract the attention of the authorities. When it was their turn for inspection, Ling Feng calmly presented his identification. After the guard meticulously verified it, he scrutinized them for a moment longer. Are you both soul masters? Ling Feng nodded. Yes. We have recently obtained our qualifications as soul masters. He deliberately suppressed his soul power to present an appearance of just over level 20. The guard then turned to Zhu Zhuqing. Is this young lady also a soul master? Zhu Zhuqing gently nodded, remaining silent. The concealing necklace perfectly masked her soul power fluctuations, making her appear as an ordinary girl. The guard seemed to find nothing amiss and waved them through. You may enter. I must remind you that private duels are prohibited within Soto City, and violators will face severe punishment. Ling Feng acknowledged and, guiding their mounts, they passed through the city gates, officially entering Soto City. The sights within the city captivated both of them. Broad streets lined with shops displayed a dazzling array of goods. Pedestrians flowed continuously, and vehicles traversed the roads, presenting a scene of bustling prosperity. Let us first find an inn to settle down, and then we can gradually gather information, Ling Feng suggested to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Her curious eyes, hidden beneath her veil, surveyed the unfamiliar city. The style of this place diverged significantly from that of the Douluo Empire, appearing more open and prosperous, evoking a sense of novelty, yet also unease within her. Ling Feng sensed her emotions and softly reassured her, do not worry, we shall embark on a new life here. They proceeded along the main street, and ultimately chose a clean and tidy inn for their stay. Once settled, Ling Feng turned to Zhu Zhuqing and said, you should rest at the inn while I venture out to gather information about Shrek Academy. However, Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, replying, I will accompany you. Two of us can gather information more swiftly. After a moment's contemplation, Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Very well, but we must exercise caution to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. The two exited the inn, seamlessly blending into the bustling crowd of Soto City. A new chapter of their lives was about to unfold. Ling Feng understood that reaching level 30 was merely a new beginning. The road ahead would be long. Nevertheless, he was confident that together with Zhu Zhuqing, they could confront any challenge. Chapter 86. The Search for Soul Beasts. On a misty morning in Soto City, before the fog had fully dissipated, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing had already prepared themselves to embark on their journey to the Soul Beast Forest beyond the city. During their stay at the inn, they had gathered information and gained a general understanding of the distribution of soul beasts in the vicinity of Soto City. According to the innkeeper, there lay a misty forest 30 miles west of the city, where numerous thousand-year soul beasts roamed. Ling Feng unfolded a recently acquired rudimentary map, pointing to the marked area. This should be suitable for our quest for soul rings. Zhu Zhuqing examined the map closely and remarked softly, I have heard that the misty forest is perpetually shrouded in fog, making it easy to lose one's way. Ling Feng nodded. Precisely. For this reason, the number of soul masters venturing there is relatively scarce, making it ideal for individuals like us who require discretion. He stowed the map away, adding, I have prepared a compass and signal flares, just in case. The two vacated their room and rode westward on horseback. As they departed Soto City, the scenery gradually became desolate with sparse human presence. Approximately an hour later, a forest enveloped in mist came into view. This was the misty forest. Ling Feng halted his horse, keenly observing the surroundings. The trees within the forest stood tall and dense, with fog swirling amid them, obscuring visibility and imparting an aura of mystery and danger. Zhu Zhuqing frowned slightly. The fog here is thicker than I had anticipated. Dismounting, Ling Feng retrieved 2 long ropes from his pack. For safety's sake, we will tie these ropes around our waists, connecting ourselves to prevent getting lost in the fog. Zhu Zhuqing accepted the rope and deftly secured it around her waist. You have considered this thoroughly. Ling Feng then produced several small vials. These contain antidotes and stimulants. The mist in the forest may contain trace toxins, so it is prudent to take them in advance. After consuming the potions, they tethered their horses in a concealed spot outside the forest and proceeded on foot into the misty forest. Upon entering, the temperature dropped noticeably and the fog thickened further, limiting visibility to about 10 meters. Stay close to me, Ling Feng whispered, his right hand subtly releasing the Darknight Qilin Martial Soul, vigilantly sensing the movements around them. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, her phantom spirit cat martial soul quietly manifesting, her eyes shimmering with a ghostly light, enhancing her visual acuity. The forest was eerily silent, with only the sound of their footsteps and breathing breaking the stillness. Ling Feng remained entirely focused on detecting the fluctuations of soul power in search of suitable soul beasts. Approximately 300 meters to the left, he sensed a soul power fluctuation, likely belonging to a 1,000-year soul beast. Ling Feng suddenly halted his steps and lowered his voice. Zhu Zhuqing immediately became alert, inquiring about the type of soul beast. Ling Feng closed his eyes to sense for a moment, stating that it was swift and likely a sensitive attack-type soul beast, lamenting its unsuitability for him. They continued their exploration, encountering several century-old soul beasts along the way, all of which Ling Feng deftly detected in advance, allowing them to evade unnecessary confrontations. His current objective was a Millennium Soul Beast, particularly one that could serve as a formidable attack or control type for his third soul ring. Your perceptive abilities have grown remarkably, Zhu Zhuqing remarked in admiration. Throughout their journey, Ling Feng consistently discerned the traces of soul beasts ahead of time, sparing them from numerous battles. Ling Feng smiled faintly, attributing this to one of the characteristics of his Darknight Qilin Martial Soul, which was particularly sensitive to fluctuations in soul power. He refrained from mentioning the assistance of the system, a secret he held dear. At noon, they paused for a brief respite in a relatively open area of the forest. Ling Feng retrieved provisions and water from his storage belt, offering them to Zhu Zhuqing. At this pace, it seems unlikely we will find a suitable soul beast today, she said softly, a hint of concern in her tone. However, Ling Feng appeared unperturbed, emphasizing that the search for an appropriate soul ring requires patience, especially for the third, which would significantly influence his future direction and thus must be chosen with caution. He unfolded a map, pointing to a marked location. According to the information I've gathered, there is a possibility of encountering a strong attack-type soul beast approximately 3,000 years old deeper in the misty forest. Let us explore in that direction. After their brief rest, they delved deeper into the woods. The further they ventured, the thicker the fog became, and the levels of the soul beasts evidently increased. Ling Feng had to exercise greater caution to avoid alarming those formidable entities. Suddenly, the sounds of battle reached them from the right ahead. Ling Feng halted, straining to listen. Zhu Zhuqing also heard the distant clashes of soul power and the roars of beasts. It appears that soul masters are hunting a soul beast, she observed. After a moment's contemplation, Ling Feng suggested, let us investigate, but maintain our distance. Perhaps we may benefit from their efforts. Silently, they approached the source of the commotion and soon witnessed a fierce confrontation. 3 soul masters were besieging a massive rhinoceros-type soul beast, its body encased in thick armor, with a singular horn atop its head radiating a dull yellow light. It is a rock-armored rhinoceros, with at least 2,500 years of cultivation, Ling Feng murmured, noting that the 3 soul masters were all at the soul master level and displayed remarkable synergy in their tactics. Zhu Zhuqing scrutinized the battle closely. The rock-armored rhinoceros boasts formidable defenses, yet its speed is a notable weakness. Among the trio, one specializes in control, while the other 2 focus on strong attacks. Their strategy is quite clear. As Zhu Zhuqing had indicated, the control-type soul master continuously unleashed vine-like soul skills to restrain the rhinoceros's movements, while the 2 attack-type masters seized the opportunity to strike at its relatively vulnerable eyes and abdomen. After a grueling struggle, the rock-armored rhinoceros finally collapsed, revealing a deep purple soul ring. A pity, the soul ring of the rock-armored rhinoceros is suited for defense-type soul masters, not for me, Ling Feng noted with a slight shake of his head. The eldest of the 3 soul masters began to absorb the soul ring, while the other 2 stood guard. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing quietly retreated, ensuring not to disturb them. It appears that many soul masters are currently active in the forest, murmured Zhu Zhuqing. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. With the Shrek Academy's enrollment approaching, numerous soul masters aspire to enhance their strength beforehand. We must exercise greater caution. The afternoon search yielded no results. Although they encountered several 1,000-year soul beasts, none met Ling Feng's criteria. Either their attributes were mismatched, or their age was insufficient. As evening approached, the fog in the forest thickened, reducing visibility to less than 5 meters. Ling Feng resolved to find a place to spend the night. Let us halt our search for today and resume tomorrow. He discovered a cave beneath a rock face, and, after ensuring it posed no danger, decided to rest there for the night. Zhu Zhuqing assisted in gathering firewood, while Ling Feng summoned a bonfire using his soul power. The flames dispelled the damp chill of the cave, providing a measure of comfort and security. I apologize for the fruitless venture today, Ling Feng said with a hint of regret. Initially, he had anticipated finding a suitable soul beast today. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. The search for soul rings is inherently a matter of luck. There is no need for apologies. She gazed at the flickering flames and softly remarked, "Moreover, I am quite happy to experience this alongside you." Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected Zhu Zhuqing to express such sentiments. He looked at the girl sitting opposite him, the firelight illuminating her profile, rendering her usually cool demeanor markedly softer. "I feel the same," he replied softly. "With you by my side, I find solace." They exchanged smiles, a silent understanding flowing between them. The mutual support they had provided each other over the past few days had forged a profound trust and reliance. As night deepened, Ling Feng urged Zhu Zhuqing to rest while he took the first watch. Sitting at the cave entrance, he sensed the surge of his soul power at level 30, intensifying his yearning for the third soul ring. "System, is there a method to increase the likelihood of locating a suitable soul beast?" Ling Feng silently inquired. "Ding. It is recommended that the host utilize the soul beast sensing function, which consumes 100 gold soul coins per use and allows the detection of soul beasts levels and attributes within a 5-kilometer radius." Ling Feng's heart leapt with joy. Such a function exists? Why was this not mentioned earlier? Ding. This function is unlocked only after the host reaches level 30. Without hesitation, Ling Feng chose to activate the soul beast sensing function. In an instant, his perception expanded significantly, and a map of the surrounding soul beasts materialized in his mind. Most were 100-year soul beasts, with a few thousand-year ones present, yet none met his requirements. Just as he was about to conclude the sensing, he suddenly detected a powerful and peculiar fluctuation of soul power approximately 4 kilometers to the northwest. Focusing intently on that soul power, he discerned its exceptional and enigmatic attributes. It appeared to belong to a ghost tiger. The ghost tiger is an exceedingly rare soul beast, possessing shadow attributes and excelling in concealment and ambush, making it one of Ling Feng's ideal choices for his third soul ring. Suppressing his excitement, Ling Feng resolved to head in that direction at dawn to investigate. With a clear objective, the likelihood of finding a suitable soul ring had significantly increased. In the stillness of the night, Ling Feng gazed at the starry sky, filled with anticipation for the hunt that awaited him. Chapter 87. Acquiring the third ring. As the first rays of morning light had yet to pierce the mist, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing were already prepared for their departure. After a night of rest, both were in peak condition. "Last night, I sensed a unique fluctuation of soul power emanating from the northwest. It is highly likely to be a soul beast suitable for me," Ling Feng remarked to Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Zhu Zhuqing nodded gently. "Then let us proceed in that direction." The pair advanced towards the direction Ling Feng had sensed. As they journeyed further northwest, the fog thickened, and the trees became increasingly sparse, giving way to jagged, peculiar stones. The atmosphere here felt oddly foreboding. Zhu Zhuqing remained vigilant, her meow spirit cat Martial Soul quietly manifesting to enhance her perception. Ling Feng also summoned his Darknight Qilin Martial Soul, the black scales on his arm shimmering faintly. Indeed, the fluctuations of soul power here were unusual, seemingly imbued with a shadowy essence. After traversing approximately a kilometer, Ling Feng suddenly halted, a grave expression crossing his face. "It's just ahead. I can feel that surge of soul power. It is formidable, at least 3,000 years of cultivation." Zhu Zhuqing immediately adopted a battle-ready stance. "What kind of soul beast is it?" Ling Feng closed his eyes momentarily to attune his senses, then slowly opened them. Excitement flickering within. "It is a ghost tiger, a rare soul beast characterized by its shadow attribute. Precisely the ideal choice for my third soul ring." The ghost tiger, scarcely documented in soul beast compendiums, was known for its prowess in stealth and ambush, capable of traversing shadows with ease and striking unpredictably. Due to its rarity and strength, it was a coveted source of soul rings for many agile attack-type soul masters. A ghost tiger with 3,000 years of cultivation likely possessed the power comparable to an ordinary 4,000-year soul beast. "Should we deliberate further?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, concern threading her voice. Ling Feng pondered for a moment before resolutely shaking his head. "Such an opportunity is rare. Ghost tigers are exceedingly elusive, and we may not encounter another chance like this. Besides," a glimmer of confidence flashed in his eyes, "I am certain I can contend with it." Seeing Ling Feng's unwavering determination, Zhu Zhuqing ceased her objections. "Very well. I shall support you with all my strength." Silently, they crept closer to the location of the ghost tiger. In a region strewn with jagged stones, they finally beheld their target. It was an enormous black tiger, its fur resembling the deepest shades of night, adorned with enigmatic purple patterns. Most strikingly, its body seemed to meld with the surrounding shadows. One could easily overlook its presence if not for a careful gaze. The ghost tiger rested, yet even in slumber, it exuded a chilling aura. "What an intense surge of soul power," Zhu Zhuqing whispered in awe. stronger than any soul beast we have encountered before. Ling Feng nodded, lowering his voice. The ghost tiger excels in stealth and ambush. We must strike first. I will engage directly while you provide support, keeping an eye on its ability to traverse shadows. After a concise discussion of their strategy, Ling Feng took a deep breath and quietly summoned 2 soul rings, one yellow, one purple, soul power surging within him. Now, he commanded in a hushed tone as he activated his first soul skill, Shadow Strike, propelling himself towards the ghost tiger with the swiftness of a specter. As Ling Feng approached, the ghost tiger suddenly opened its eyes, revealing a pair of pure purple orbs. Cold and devoid of mercy, it emitted a low growl, its form abruptly merging into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Be careful, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed. Ling Feng immediately halted his advance, keenly sensing his surroundings. The Darknight Qilin Martial Soul was acutely attuned to fluctuations in soul power. He could detect the ghost tiger swiftly maneuvering within the shadows, seeking an opportunity to strike. To the left, Ling Feng shouted, activating his second soul skill, the Spider Shadow Bind, as several strands of black silk shot towards a patch of shadow on the left. Roar! The ghost tiger was compelled to emerge from the shadows, its claws slicing effortlessly through the webs that ensnared it. With astonishing speed, it lunged towards Ling Feng in the blink of an eye. Unflustered, Ling Feng invoked the Shadow Strike once more, narrowly evading the ghost tiger's assault. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing launched her own attack from the side, her first soul skill, the Netherworld Thrust, aimed directly at the ghost tiger's flank. The ghost tiger reacted with remarkable swiftness, its tail sweeping like a steel whip towards Zhu Zhuqing, forcing her to retreat and dodge. At that moment, Ling Feng seized the opportunity, summoning the full might of his Darknight Qilin Martial Soul, delivering a powerful punch to the side of the ghost tiger. Bang! The collision of fists and claws produced a dull thud. Ling Feng was pushed back several steps, his arm tingling slightly, while the ghost tiger merely swayed, clearly possessing the upper hand in strength. What formidable power! Ling Feng marveled inwardly. The ghost tiger's prowess, honed over 3 millennia, exceeded his expectations. Seemingly enraged, the ghost tiger let out a deafening roar, the purple patterns on its body suddenly glowing. As it once again melded into the shadows, it's about to unleash its innate ability. Ling Feng warned, his vigilance heightened. In the next instant, the surrounding shadows seemed to come alive, multiple dark figures launching assaults from various directions. These shadows were elusive and indistinguishable, rendering defense nearly impossible. Ling Feng concentrated all his soul power, the characteristics of his Darknight Qilin Martial Soul allowing him to barely sense the ghost tiger's true form. Yet, the sheer density of the shadowy attacks forced him to allocate most of his focus to defense. Zhu Zhuqing found herself in an even more precarious situation. Although her Netherworld Spirit Cat Martial Soul excelled in speed, it struggled against the ghost tiger's shadowy onslaught. A dark figure grazed her arm, leaving a trail of blood. Zhuqing! Ling Feng exclaimed, his eyes filled with urgency. I'm fine. Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth, determined to focus on countering the threat. A sense of urgency gripped Ling Feng. He knew he had to end the battle swiftly. Taking a deep breath, he channeled his soul power to its fullest, the Darknight Qilin Martial Soul, emitting a deep, resonant roar. Spider Shadow Bind. Ling Feng activated his second soul skill once more, but this time his target was not the ghost tiger itself, but the surrounding shadows. The strands of silk spread out like a fishing net, temporarily restraining the movements of the dark figures. In that fleeting moment, Ling Feng pinpointed the location of the ghost tiger's true form nestled in a shadow directly ahead. Now, Ling Feng bellowed, concentrating all his soul power into his right fist. The phantom of the Darknight Qilin materializing behind him, emitting a thunderous roar. He propelled himself towards that shadow like an arrow loosed from its bow. The ghost tiger seemed to sense the impending danger, attempting to vanish into the shadows once more. But the constraints of the Spider Shadow Bind delayed its movements by a fraction of a second. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Ling Feng's fist surged forth with tremendous force. The impact resounded with a thunderous crash as his fist struck the ghost tiger, producing the ominous sound of shattering bones. The ghost tiger let out a piercing scream, its body tumbling from the shadows, crashing heavily against a massive boulder. However, the vitality of a 3,000-year soul beast is remarkably resilient. Even in the face of severe injury, the ghost tiger struggled to rise. A frenzied light flickered in its eyes, and the purple patterns on its body began to pulse erratically, evidently preparing for a desperate counterattack. Be cautious. It's going to strike back, Zhu Zhuqing hastily warned. At that moment, Ling Feng unleashed his shadowy assault with full force, targeting the ghost tiger's most vulnerable spot, its eyes. The ghost tiger was taken aback by Ling Feng's sudden attack, and, by the time it reacted, it was too late to evade. With a swift thrust, Ling Feng's hand pierced through the ghost tiger's right eye, blood spraying forth. With a final, anguished roar, the ghost tiger convulsed violently several times before falling still. A profound purple soul ring slowly ascended from its lifeless body, exuding a powerful wave of soul energy. The battle concluded, and silence enveloped the forest once more. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance, both recognizing the fatigue and joy reflected in each other's eyes. We did it. Ling Feng exhaled deeply, gazing at the profound purple soul ring. The 3,000-year ghost tiger soul ring was even better than he had anticipated. Zhu Zhuqing approached him and softly said, "Congratulations on finding your ideal soul ring." Ling Feng turned to her, noticing the scars on her arm, his heart tightening. "Your injury? It's merely a superficial wound. Nothing to worry about." Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head. "You should absorb the soul ring first. I will guard you." Ling Feng nodded, understanding that it was best to absorb the soul ring as soon as it appeared. He sat cross-legged, regulating his breath, preparing to absorb the 3,000-year ghost tiger soul ring. As he gazed at the deep purple soul ring, anticipation sparkled in Ling Feng's eyes. The third soul ring, the realm of a soul sovereign, was within reach. Chapter 88. The Return of Overlevel Absorption. Ling Feng sat before the ghost tiger's corpse, the profound purple soul ring slowly rotating in the air, emanating a heart-stirring wave of soul energy. For a level 30 soul master, a 3,000-year soul ring was undoubtedly a formidable challenge, verging on perilous. Zhu Zhuqing stood nearby, her eyes, concealed by her veil, filled with concern. Though she was aware of Ling Feng's experience in overlevel absorption, this time he faced a soul ring from a soul beast that was far more powerful than the 1,000-year earth spider he had previously encountered. "Are you truly certain you wish to absorb this soul ring?" Zhu Zhuqing could not help but reiterate. "A 3,000-year soul ring is far too risky for a level 30 soul master." Ling Feng inhaled deeply, determination glimmering in his eyes. "The ghost tiger soul ring aligns perfectly with my martial soul attributes. It would be a grave mistake to let it slip away." He smiled slightly, adding, "Haven't you witnessed my capabilities? Overlevel absorption is not uncharted territory for me." Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head. "Every time I watch you absorb a soul ring, She paused, leaving her thoughts unspoken, yet the worry in her eyes was unmistakable. A warmth enveloped Ling Feng's heart as he spoke softly, "Rest assured. I possess the discernment necessary. Should the burden become insurmountable, I shall promptly cease the absorption." This statement was partially true once the soul ring absorption commenced. Halting it midway proved exceedingly challenging. Nonetheless, he wished to alleviate Zhu Zhuqing's concerns. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to perceive his thoughts, letting out a gentle sigh. "Then let us begin. I shall stand guard for you." Ling Feng nodded, closed his eyes, and began to regulate his breathing and soul power. He employed the soul power condensation technique, optimizing his energy to its utmost potential, and then gradually beckoned the ghost tiger's soul ring to approach him. The moment the purple soul ring enveloped him, a torrent of immense and ferocious soul power surged into Ling Feng's body like a flood breaching a dam. The energy contained within the 3,000-year soul ring far exceeded his expectations, even surpassing the power of the 1,000-year cave-dwelling spider's soul ring he had previously absorbed by several folds. Ugh! Ling Feng stifled a groan as his complexion instantly paled. The ghost tiger's soul power was not only vast, but also bore a peculiar shadow attribute, rampaging through his meridians and inflicting excruciating pain. Noticing this, Zhu Zhuqing's heart tightened. She instinctively took a step forward but forced herself to halt. She understood the necessity of not disturbing Ling Feng at this moment, and could only anxiously remain vigilant. Ling Feng exerted all his strength to manipulate the turbulent energy. Yet the ghost tiger's soul power was exceptionally unruly, charging through his body like a wild stallion, each impact bringing him piercing agony. Such domineering soul power. Ling Feng was inwardly astonished. He had not anticipated that the 3,000-year ghost tiger's power would be so formidable, far exceeding that of a typical soul beast of the same age. This might be attributed to the rarity and unique attributes of the ghost tiger. As the soul power crashed through his meridians, Ling Feng felt as if they were being forcibly expanded, a process laden with torment. Sweat poured from his forehead, and his body trembled slightly, yet he gritted his teeth, resolutely continuing to employ the soul power condensation technique, slowly taming the wild energy. Time drifted by, with Ling Feng's complexion fluctuating between a ghastly pallor and a deep crimson. Zhu Zhuqing, witnessing this, felt her heart race, her hands unconsciously clenching, nails digging into her palms. At that moment, a rustling sound suddenly echoed from the forest. Zhu Zhuqing immediately became alert, her spectral spirit cat Martial Soul quietly manifesting as she warily gazed toward the source of the noise. Emerging from the mist were several figures, who paused, clearly taken aback by the scene before them. They were 3 soul masters, 2 men and 1 woman, appearing to be in their 30s, with emblems on their chests indicating they hailed from the same sect. Ah, there's a little girl here guarding so diligently. One of the lanky men whistled, his tone flippant. The shorter, stockier man noticed the ghost tiger's corpse and the soul ring Ling Feng was absorbing, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. A 3,000-year ghost tiger soul ring. This lad is quite fortunate. Only the woman remained relatively cautious, surveying Zhu Zhuqing and Ling Feng as he absorbed the soul ring. She whispered, "Let us not cause trouble. We should leave." However, the lanky man clearly had no intention of departing quietly. He approached Zhu Zhuqing with a grin, "Little sister. It's quite dangerous to guard alone. Would you like us brothers to assist you?" With a chilling gaze, Zhu Zhuqing fully unleashed her spectral cat martial soul. 2 yellow soul rings rising from beneath her feet. "Halt! Move any closer, and I shall not be merciful." Upon witnessing her 200-year soul rings, the 3 intruders visibly relaxed their vigilance. The lean, tall man scoffed. "A mere great soul master dares to be arrogant? Those who are wise should step aside. Once that boy absorbs the soul ring and hands over the soul bone, we may consider sparing you." It became evident that they were driven by greed, believing the ghost tiger might yield a soul bone. The value of a soul bone far surpasses that of a soul ring. No wonder they were tempted. A sudden alarm surged through Zhu Zhuqing, yet her exterior remained composed. "There is no soul bone. I insist you leave at once." The short, stout man chuckled maliciously. "Whether or not there is a soul bone, we shall ascertain once we inspect the corpse." He then advanced towards the ghost tiger's body. Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing positioned herself in front of him, her spectral stab poised for action. "Who dares to proceed? Do not blame me for my ruthlessness." A fierce glint flickered in the tall man's eyes. Refusing to drink the wine offered, "You shall suffer the consequences. Do not say we were not polite." As he spoke, he unleashed 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, revealing himself as a soul ancestor. The other 2 also released their soul rings, both at the soul ancestor level. The disparity in strength between 3 soul ancestors and a single great soul master was staggering. Zhu Zhuqing felt a surge of anxiety. Yet she remained resolutely in front of Ling Feng. She understood that he was in a critical moment of absorbing the soul ring and must not be disturbed. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige." The tall man coldly huffed, activating his first soul skill, a blade of wind hurtling towards Zhu Zhuqing. Agilely, she dodged. But the attacks from the other 2 followed in quick succession. Faced with the onslaught of 3 soul ancestors, she soon found herself at a disadvantage, perilously outmatched. In this dire moment, as Ling Feng absorbed the soul ring, he suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of purple light gleaming within. Although the ghost tiger's soul power was ferocious, it began to be gradually tamed under the influence of the Darknight Qilin Martial Soul. However, the commotion from the battle outside disrupted his concentration. Witnessing Zhu Zhuqing embroiled in a fierce struggle to protect him ignited a fierce anger within Ling Feng. He forcefully diverted a portion of his soul power and bellowed, "Who dares to harm her?" Though still in the process of absorbing the soul ring, Ling Feng temporarily suppressed the backlash of soul power and sprang to his feet. The Darknight Qilin Martial Soul was released in full force, and the brilliance of 2 soul rings shone brightly, sending powerful waves of soul energy that caused the 3 soul ancestors to pale in shock. "Impossible. He is still absorbing the soul ring. How can he divert his focus to battle?" The woman exclaimed in horror. A glint of greed crossed the tall man's eyes. "There must be some hidden treasure. Capture them." Ling Feng's eyes flashed with cold determination as he activated his second soul skill, the spider shadow binding, shooting forth several strands of black spider silk toward the 3 soul ancestors. Despite being distracted by the soul ring absorption, the skill still managed to temporarily restrain their movements. "Zhuqing, fall back," Ling Feng commanded, channeling his soul power with all his might to hasten the absorption of the soul ring. Zhu Zhuqing retreated immediately, her concern for Ling Feng evident. "Your soul ring absorption. Fear not." Ling Feng gritted his teeth. 3 mere soul ancestors cannot pose a threat to me." Though his words were bold, they resonated with an undeniable air of intimidation, bolstered by the increasingly potent waves of soul power emanating from him. The 3 soul lords exchanged glances, momentarily hesitant to advance. Seizing the opportunity, Ling Feng focused intently on absorbing the soul ring. Perhaps it was the surge of anger that ignited his latent potential. The once tumultuous energy of the ghost tiger began to merge at an accelerated pace. The Darknight Qilin Martial Spirit emitted a jubilant roar, as if welcoming this rare enhancement. No time to delay. The lanky man could no longer contain himself and initiated the assault. The other 2 simultaneously joined in, unleashing 3 formidable soul techniques aimed directly at Ling Feng. In that critical moment, Ling Feng suddenly let out a piercing howl, a brilliant violet light erupting from his being. The Ghost Tiger Soul Ring was finally fully absorbed, and a powerful surge of soul energy flooded through him, mending his damaged meridians and elevating his soul power level. Rising from level 31 to 32. His power stabilized at level 32. Ling Feng opened his eyes, violet light swirling within, as a profound purple soul ring ascended from beneath him, harmonizing with the other two rings in a magnificent display of one yellow and two purple, signifying his status as a soul lord. Now it is my turn. Ling Feng regarded the three soul lords with a cold gaze, emanating an overwhelming aura. Chapter 89. The Birth of a Soul Lord. Ling Feng stood proudly, the three soul rings beneath him rotating gracefully, one yellow and two purple, symbolizing the formidable strength of a soul lord. Having just absorbed the 3,000-year Ghost Tiger Soul Ring, his soul power had not only breached level 32, but his entire demeanor had undergone a subtle transformation, imbued with an air of depth and mystery. The expressions of the three soul lords shifted dramatically. They could distinctly sense the powerful fluctuations of Ling Feng's soul energy, far surpassing that of an ordinary newly ascended soul lord. Retreat. The woman was the first to react, urgently commanding her companions. She sensed that the young man before her was no ordinary soul lord, his oppressive presence rivaling that of some soul ancestors. Yet, how could Ling Feng allow them to escape so easily? They had not only attempted to seize potential soul bones, but had also nearly harmed Zhu Zhuqing, crossing a line he could not tolerate. Want to leave? Too late. Ling Feng barked coldly, and his third soul ring suddenly illuminated, radiating a brilliant purple light as he activated his third soul technique, Shadow Domain. Centered around Ling Feng, an eerie darkness swiftly enveloped the three soul lords. Within this domain, their vision and perception were severely hampered, as if they were ensnared in an endless abyss. What soul technique is this? My soul power is slowing. The lanky man was horrified to realize that within this darkness, the speed of his soul energy's operation had significantly diminished, diminishing the potency of his techniques. In contrast, Ling Feng thrived within the shadow domain, experiencing enhanced speed and perception. This was the third soul technique bestowed upon him by the Ghost Tiger Soul Ring, creating a field that weakened his foes while bolstering his own capabilities. First, Ling Feng's voice echoed like a specter in the darkness, and in the next moment, he appeared behind the short, stout man, launching a shadow strike. Thud! The stout man barely had time to react before Ling Feng's fist struck his back, sending him flying like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into a tree and losing consciousness. Fourth, the lanky man exclaimed in alarm, yet in the darkness, he was utterly unable to discern Ling Feng's whereabouts. The wind, akin to a grim reaper in the dark of night, traversed freely through the realm. The shadow domain not only diminished the enemy's strength, but also amplified his stealth and ambush capabilities, which epitomized the essence of the Ghost Tiger Soul Ring. Second, Ling Feng's voice resonated once more as he materialized beside the woman. The woman reacted swiftly, promptly activating her defensive soul skill. However, under the duress of the shadow domain, the effectiveness of her skill was significantly compromised. Phantom Claws. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing seized the opportunity to launch her attack. Within the shadow domain, her Phantom Spirit Cat Martial Soul experienced a notable enhancement, moving with increased swiftness and delivering more unpredictable strikes. Faced with the simultaneous onslaught of Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing, the woman found herself in a state of utter disarray. Ling Feng exploited her vulnerability, ensnaring her movements with a spell of binding, while Zhu Zhuqing's claws pressed menacingly against her throat. Please, do not kill me, the woman pleaded in terror. Ling Feng regarded her coldly. Provide me with a reason to spare your life. In haste, she replied, we are members of the Swiftwind sect. If you slay us, the sect will not let you go unpunished. Swiftwind sect? Ling Feng furrowed his brow, having heard of this sect, a second-tier organization within the Baloch Kingdom, renowned for its speed. Just then, the tall, gaunt man suddenly burst forth from the shadows, fleeing towards the forest. He had abandoned his companions to save himself. A cold glint flashed in Ling Feng's eyes as he activated his shadow strike, swiftly closing the distance to the lanky man. With the enhancement of the shadow domain, his speed far surpassed that of his opponent. Trying to escape? Ling Feng scoffed, delivering a powerful punch to the man's back. The gaunt man hurriedly turned to block, but under the weakened state imposed by the shadow domain, his strength faltered significantly. With a resounding thud, he was sent flying by Ling Feng's blow, blood spilling from his mouth. Please, do not kill me, the gaunt man pleaded in fright. I can reveal a secret about Shrek Academy. Ling Feng paused momentarily. Speak. The gaunt man hurriedly divulged. This recruitment cycle at Shrek Academy includes a hidden test, not listed among the official assessment criteria. Only by passing this test can one truly gain the Academy's attention. Interest flickered in Ling Feng's eyes. What hidden test? It pertains to practical combat. The gaunt man gasped. It is said that the examiner will disguise themselves as a provocateur to test the student's battle awareness and courage. Those who perform exceptionally well may still be specially recruited, even if their official assessments are lacking. Ling Feng pondered this information, recognizing its alignment with the original plot he was familiar with, contemplating its authenticity. Is there more? He pressed coldly. The gaunt man shook his head. That is all I know. I beg you spare me. Ling Feng deliberated for a moment before retracting his soul skill, allowing the shadow domain to gradually dissipate. He looked at the three individuals sprawled on the ground and stated icily, I shall spare your lives today. Remember, if the Swiftwind sect dares to cause trouble, I will not be so lenient. The three, as if granted a reprieve from death, scrambled away in a panic, neglecting even to retrieve their unconscious companion. Ling Feng watched their retreating figures with a shake of his head. With the crisis averted, Zhu Zhuqing approached Ling Feng. Concern etched on her face. Are you all right? When forcibly interrupted during the absorption of a soul ring, could there be any repercussions? Ling Feng smiled faintly, reassuringly stating, Rest assured, not only is there no adverse effect, but rather, this misfortune has turned into a blessing. His anger had facilitated a more effective integration of the ghost tiger's soul ring, allowing his soul power to surge directly to level 32. He reveled in the surging energy within him, nodding in satisfaction. The third soul skill, Shadow Domain, is immensely powerful. Within this domain, I can weaken my enemies while enhancing my own abilities, allowing for better concealment and ambush. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with admiration. Congratulations, you have officially become a soul master. Ling Feng smiled at her. It is also thanks to your protection. It was perilous just now, and you could have left on your own. Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head. How could I possibly abandon you and leave alone? A simple statement, yet it stirred a warm current within Ling Feng's heart. He understood that Zhu Zhuqing had completely regarded him as the most important person in her life. Ling Feng approached the ghost tiger's corpse, examining it with a hint of regret. It's a pity there are no soul bones. The probability of a ghost tiger yielding soul bones is exceedingly low. Zhu Zhuqing, however, remained unfazed. Successfully absorbing a 3,000-year soul ring is already a significant gain. Ling Feng nodded, retrieving fresh water and food from his storage belt. Let us rest for a moment before returning to Soto City. The enrollment at Shrek Academy is about to commence, and we must be prepared. They sat upon a rock, sharing food and water. Ling Feng elaborated on the characteristics and techniques of the shadow domain, while Zhu Zhuqing listened intently. Your third soul skill is perfectly suited to complement my nether spirit cat martial soul, she said, excitement gleaming in her eyes. In the shadow domain, my speed and stealth capabilities will be greatly enhanced. Ling Feng nodded. Indeed, our cooperation will become even more harmonious. Once you acquire your third soul ring, our strength will experience a qualitative leap. After their respite, they gathered their belongings and commenced their journey back to Soto City. Along the way, Ling Feng continuously familiarized himself with the newly acquired third soul skill, growing increasingly adept at controlling the shadow domain. Chapter 90. The Power of the Domain. As they returned to Soto City, Ling Feng felt the surging soul power of level 32 within him, alongside the profound energy contained within the deep purple third soul ring. The shadow domain, a skill derived from the 3,000-year ghost tiger, granted him a fresh perspective on the realm of soul masters. What exactly is the effect of your third soul skill? Zhu Zhuqing could not suppress her curiosity. She sensed a distinct aura emanating from Ling Feng, one that was markedly different and imbued with an enigmatic depth. Ling Feng smiled gently. Let us find a quiet place, and I shall demonstrate. The two made their way to a secluded grove outside the city. Ling Feng gestured for Zhu Zhuqing to step back a few paces, then took a deep breath. The third soul ring suddenly illuminated, its purple radiance appearing particularly mystical in the sunlight. Third soul skill, Shadow Domain. A peculiar darkness rapidly expanded from Ling Feng's center, enveloping an area of 30 meters around him. The light within this domain noticeably dimmed, as if dusk had descended prematurely, and an oppressive atmosphere pervaded the air, suffocating in its intensity. Zhu Zhuqing stood at the precipice of the domain, acutely aware of the eerie energy emanating from within. Curiosity compelled her to take a step forward, crossing into the shadow realm. In an instant, she was engulfed by an overwhelming pressure that assailed her from all directions. Her movements became noticeably sluggish, as if she were traversing through water. To her astonishment, the flow of her soul power significantly diminished, rendering her once fluid energy sluggish and cumbersome. As she endeavored to execute the netherworld thrust, she found herself struggling to even summon her martial spirit. In this shadow realm, her speed advantage evaporated, leaving her feeling ensnared, as though mired in quicksand. Ling Feng's silhouette flickered within the domain, seemingly merging with the shadows. His voice echoed from all directions, making it challenging to ascertain his precise location. The Shadow Realm can diminish the speed and soul power of foes, while simultaneously enhancing my perception and stealth capabilities. As he spoke, Ling Feng suddenly materialized behind Zhu Zhuqing, gently tapping her shoulder. She whirled around, only to catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow dissolving into the darkness. In the next moment, he appeared to her left, his tone laced with mirth. Within this domain, I can traverse freely, akin to a specter. Zhu Zhuqing attempted to track his movements, but under the domain's debilitating influence, her vision and senses were severely constrained. Ling Feng's form flickered like a phantom, evading her grasp entirely. What a formidable domain! Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but exclaim. She sensed that within this realm, Ling Feng's strength was significantly amplified, while his adversaries were drastically weakened. This reciprocal effect would prove decisive in battle. With a smile, Ling Feng pulled Zhu Zhuqing out of the Shadow Realm. The moment they exited, the oppressive pressure lifted, and her soul power resumed its normal flow. She exhaled deeply, her eyes wide with awe. This soul skill is extraordinarily powerful. In this domain, you are virtually invincible. Ling Feng nodded. Indeed, the Shadow Realm is potent, but it also demands substantial energy. With my current soul power, I can sustain the domain for no more than 3 minutes. 3 minutes is ample time, Zhu Zhuqing replied earnestly. In a clash of experts, 3 minutes can determine victory or defeat. Ling Feng regarded Zhu Zhuqing thoughtfully and suddenly inquired, "Would you like to experience my attack within the domain?" A glimmer of combativeness ignited in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes. "Yes. Let me feel just how formidable you are within this realm." They re-entered the shadow domain. This time, Zhu Zhuqing was mentally prepared, yet she still felt the suffocating weight of the oppressive atmosphere. She channeled her soul power to its fullest, summoning the Netherworld Spirit Cat Martial Spirit in an attempt to counteract the domain's debilitating effects. Ling Feng's form flickered throughout the domain, his voice resonating from all around. "Be cautious." No sooner had he spoken than a shadow surged toward Zhu Zhuqing from her left. She quickly attempted to evade, but under the domain's influence, her reflexes were delayed. Ling Feng's fist grazed the edge of her clothing, the gust of wind it generated stinging her cheek. "How swift!" Zhu Zhuqing gasped internally. Within the confines of the realm, Ling Feng's speed has been significantly amplified, while her opponent's agility has been drastically diminished. This reciprocal relationship has led to an astonishing disparity in their velocities. Ling Feng's assaults surged forth like a relentless tide from all directions, leaving Zhu Zhuqing struggling to defend herself. Compounding her discomfort, her perception within the realm was severely hampered, rendering her incapable of accurately discerning the direction of Ling Feng's attacks. "Shadow Strike." Ling Feng's voice suddenly emanated from the front. Zhu Zhuqing hastily attempted to block the assault, only to realize she had struck nothing but air. In the next moment, Ling Feng had already maneuvered in from the side, her finger lightly tapping the small of Zhu Zhuqing's back. "Were this a real battle, you would be dead," Ling Feng remarked, a hint of amusement lacing her tone. Zhu Zhuqing sighed. "Within this realm, I cannot even harness half of your power. This domain is truly formidable." Ling Feng dispelled the realm, letting sunlight once again cascade through the forest. With a smile, he remarked, "Although the Shadow Realm is powerful, it is not without its weaknesses. For instance, its effects are diminished against spirit-type soul masters, and if the opponent possesses the ability to dispel the realm, it can become quite troublesome." Zhu Zhuqing pondered this. "So this realm is more suited for ambushes and one-on-one confrontations, rather than frontal team battles." "Precisely," Ling Feng affirmed, nodding in appreciation. "The Shadow Realm indeed excels at creating opportunities for one-on-one encounters or launching surprise attacks amidst chaos." As they deliberated on various applications of the Shadow Realm, Zhu Zhuqing offered numerous valuable insights. Ling Feng was astonished to discover that her understanding of combat far surpassed that of her peers, often pinpointing the crux of the matter with remarkable clarity. "You possess a tactical mind," Ling Feng praised sincerely. "In the future, you could assume a commanding role within a team." Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head. "I am more adept at execution than at command." However, she paused thoughtfully. "If I were to collaborate with you, I believe we could unleash a formidable fighting prowess." Ling Feng felt a stir within his heart as he gazed into Zhu Zhuqing's earnest eyes, suddenly proposing, "Let us test our synergy. You shall take the lead, and I will use the realm to assist you." Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "All right." The two sought an open area, and Ling Feng once again summoned the Shadow Realm. This time, Zhu Zhuqing sensed the weakening effect of the realm had dissipated, replaced by a remarkable feeling of enhancement. Though her speed remained unchanged, her awareness of the surroundings became strikingly clearer, as if she had formed a resonance with the realm itself. "Within this realm, I can choose to diminish the enemy or bolster my allies," Ling Feng elucidated. "Of course, if both effects are applied simultaneously, the results will be less potent." As Zhu Zhuqing absorbed the changes within the realm, A sudden spark of inspiration struck her. If your realm can enhance my stealth and ambush capabilities in tandem with my nether spirit cat martial soul, it could yield unexpectedly powerful results. As she spoke, Zhu Zhuqing's figure gradually blurred within the realm, appearing to meld with the shadows. Her movements became more erratic and elusive, akin to a specter that was nearly impossible to capture. Ling Feng's eyes sparkled with delight. Wonderful. The Shadow Realm is exceptionally compatible with your martial soul. The two continued to practice their coordination within the realm, exploring the optimal strategies for combat. Zhu Zhuqing discovered that, under the enhancement of her domain, her phantom thrust had become increasingly elusive and difficult to defend against, often launching attacks from unexpected angles. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, attuned to Zhu Zhuqing's movements through his domain, provided timely support and coordination. Their synergy grew more harmonious with each practice session, flowing as naturally as if they were of one mind. After approximately an hour of practice, Ling Feng retracted his domain and expressed satisfaction. Our collaboration has improved significantly. Once you acquire your third soul ring, your strength will undergo a qualitative leap. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, her eyes brimming with anticipation. I will strive to break through as soon as possible, so as not to hold you back. Ling Feng chuckled and shook his head. You have never been a hindrance to me. On the contrary, with you by my side, I can confidently push my limits. His words warmed Zhu Zhuqing's heart, a subtle smile gracing her lips beneath her veil. Gaining Ling Feng's recognition was more precious to her than any praise. As the sun set, the two returned to Soto City. Along the way, Ling Feng continued to elucidate various applications of the domain to Zhu Zhuqing, who listened intently and occasionally shared her insights. Upon returning to the inn, Ling Feng summarized, although the shadow domain is powerful, one must not rely on it excessively. A true master understands when to employ the appropriate abilities at the right moment. Zhu Zhuqing wholeheartedly agreed. Just as you often say, soul skills are merely tools. What truly matters is the wielder of those tools. Ling Feng nodded with approval. Precisely. You have grasped this principle profoundly. The day's training and discussions left both filled with confidence for the future. With the formidable shadow domain, Ling Feng's strength had undergone a significant transformation. Zhu Zhuqing also gained immensely from the experience, deepening her understanding of the path of the soul master. As night fell, Ling Feng stood by the window, gazing out at the nightscape of Soto City, contemplating their forthcoming actions. With the enrollment at Shrek Academy approaching, they needed to be thoroughly prepared. At that moment, Zhu Zhuqing was quietly cultivating in her room, feeling the pinnacle of her soul power at level 24, just a step away from breaking through to level 25. She resolved to reach this milestone before the enrollment assessment, determined not to disappoint Ling Feng's expectations. Chapter 91, Consolidating Strength. In the dawn light outside Soto City, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing commenced a new day of training. Having experienced the domain the previous day, both had gained a deeper understanding of each other's capabilities, leading to even greater synergy. How is your shadow domain's consumption? Zhu Zhuqing inquired with concern, having noticed Ling Feng's pallor after demonstrating the domain, evidently a result of excessive soul power expenditure. Ling Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, regulating the somewhat chaotic flow of his soul power. The consumption is indeed substantial. With my current soul power, I can maintain it for no longer than 3 minutes. Afterward, I will require at least an hour of recovery to fully restore. Zhu Zhuqing pondered carefully. Then it must be used cautiously in actual combat, ideally as a decisive measure rather than a standard skill. Ling Feng agreed. Exactly. Although domain-type soul skills are formidable, they also demand significant resources. It is essential to seize the optimal moment. With that, Ling Feng began demonstrating how to swiftly recover soul power. He activated the soul power condensation technique, drawing the surrounding elemental energy towards him as if it were magnetically attracted, forming a small vortex of energy. This technique not only enhances the efficiency of cultivation, but also accelerates the recovery of soul power. Ling Feng elucidated that during combat, if one could find a moment to utilize this technique, even a brief instant could significantly restore their soul power. The two sat opposite each other in a clearing within the forest, jointly practicing the soul power condensation technique. The morning light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon them. The air was suffused with a faint, refreshing aroma of grass and trees, invigorating their spirits. Zhu Zhuqing felt the flow of soul power within her body and suddenly sensed the loosening of the bottleneck at level 24. With a spark of determination, she accelerated her soul power operation, launching an assault towards level 25. Ling Feng noticed the fluctuations in Zhu Zhuqing's soul power and opened his eyes, a look of surprise crossing his face. He could sense her soul power rapidly ascending, evidently on the brink of a breakthrough. Focusing his mind, he gently guided her, advising her to avoid haste and to progress steadily. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, channeling her entire focus into the operation of her soul power. With the aid of the soul power condensation technique, elemental energy continuously surged into her body, transforming into pure soul power. The bottleneck at level 24 gradually weakened under the impact of her soul power, ultimately shattering with a resounding force. Level 25. Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating them. She felt her soul power had grown significantly stronger, and her control over her martial soul had become even more adept. Congratulations, Ling Feng said sincerely. Reaching level 25 is a significant milestone, and the power gained post-breakthrough will be markedly enhanced. Zhu Zhuqing, sensing the changes within her, softly replied, "Thank you for your guidance. Without the soul power condensation technique, I could not have achieved this breakthrough so swiftly." Ling Feng smiled. "This is the result of your own efforts. Now, let us solidify your cultivation." In the following hours, they began to spar, familiarizing themselves with her newfound strength. Ling Feng restrained his soul power to around level 25, engaging in skillful exchanges with Zhu Zhuqing. During their practice, Ling Feng was astonished to find a remarkable enhancement in her abilities. Her speed had increased, her attacks were sharper, and her timing in combat had become more precise. "Your progress is substantial," Ling Feng praised earnestly. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I feel my understanding of the Nether Spirit Cat Martial Soul has deepened. It seems I have gained new insights." As she spoke, her figure suddenly became blurred, as if merging with the surrounding light and shadows. Her movements transformed into an elusive dance, making her difficult to track. "Is this a deeper capability of the martial soul?" Ling Feng observed with surprise. He sensed that Zhu Zhuqing's Nether Spirit Cat Martial Soul had undergone a transformation, greatly enhancing its affinity with the shadows. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "After breaking through to level 25, I feel a closer connection with the shadows. Perhaps my martial soul is awakening a deeper layer of power." Ling Feng pondered thoughtfully. "The Nether Spirit Cat is inherently a shadow-type martial soul, which complements my shadow domain remarkably well. Once you acquire your third soul ring, you may very well awaken abilities related to the shadows." The notion invigorated both individuals. Should Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul indeed awaken shadow-related abilities, harmonizing with Ling Feng's shadow domain would yield a synergistic effect surpassing mere addition. Following their sparring session, Ling Feng commenced fortifying his soul power at the 32nd level. Upon ascending to Soul Master, he found his control over soul power markedly enhanced, experiencing a qualitative leap in both the quality and quantity of his energy. The principal distinction between a Soul Master and a Great Soul Master lies in the perception and utilization of the world's vital energies. Ling Feng elucidated the insights he had garnered from his training as a Soul Master. After surpassing the 30th level, the connection between Soul Masters and the natural world becomes profoundly more intimate, enabling them to harness a greater amount of the world's vital energy for their purposes. He demonstrated how to channel this energy into soul techniques, amplifying their potency. With a casual flick of his wrist, a shadow blade shot forth, striking a distant tree trunk, leaving a deep mark, a testament to the manipulation of the world's energies. Ling Feng explained that even with the same output of soul power, the effectiveness of the soul technique could vary significantly. Zhu Zhuqing listened intently, etching these invaluable experiences into her memory. Although she had yet to break through the 30th level, gaining insight into the cultivation methods of a soul master would greatly benefit her future advancements. At noon, the two shared a simple meal in the woods. Ling Feng retrieved provisions and fresh water from his storage belt, also producing some local delicacies purchased in Soto City. "Try this. The candied fruits from Soto City are quite renowned." He offered a packet of dried fruit to Zhu Zhuqing. Gently lifting her veil, she sampled the candied fruits. Sunlight bathed her exquisite visage, causing Ling Feng to momentarily lose his composure. "What is the matter?" Zhu Zhuqing noticed his gaze and inquired curiously. Regaining his focus, Ling Feng cleared his throat. "It's nothing, merely that you seem considerably more cheerful than before." Zhu Zhuqing paused slightly, then nodded softly. "Perhaps it's because I've escaped that suffocating place. Here, I can truly be myself." A warm current surged within Ling Feng's heart. "Indeed. Here we are both free." After their meal, they resumed their training. Ling Feng began to experiment with integrating the shadow domain with other soul techniques. Seeking to unveil additional applications, he discovered that employing shadow assault within the shadow domain significantly enhanced its effects. The already rapid advance speed approached an almost instantaneous state under the domain's influence. Additionally, the spider shadow bind became increasingly elusive and difficult to counter within the domain, as the threads seemed to meld with the shadows, rendering them nearly undetectable until it was too late to evade their grasp. The paramount advantage of the shadow domain lies in its ability to create a combat environment favorable to oneself. Ling Feng concluded, within this domain, I can dictate the pace and nature of the battle, compelling my adversaries to fight by my rules. Zhu Zhuqing wholeheartedly concurred. Thus, when facing domain-type soul masters, the optimal strategy is to avoid being drawn into their domain or possess the capability to dismantle it. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Precisely. While the domain is formidable, one must not become overly reliant on it. A true powerhouse should possess a diverse array of combat methods to adapt to varying circumstances. As the sun set, the two concluded a day of rigorous training. Ling Feng's soul power had been fully consolidated at level 32, and his mastery over the shadow domain had become increasingly adept. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing had completely grasped level 25 of her soul power, gaining a deeper understanding of her nethercat martial spirit. As night enveloped the sky, the lights of Soto City began to glow. However, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing did not return directly to the inn. Instead, they ventured to a small hillside outside the city. From this vantage point, they could behold the enchanting nightscape of Soto City. The myriad lights twinkled like stars mirrored on the ground, a breathtaking sight. What a beautiful view, Zhu Zhuqing murmured softly. Rarely did she have the opportunity to quietly appreciate the night scenery. During her time in the Douluo Empire, she was always bound by various rules and pressures, seldom experiencing such tranquil moments. Ling Feng unfurled a blanket from his storage belt and laid it on the ground, then produced some simple food and beverages. Let us sit and savor this rare tranquility, he said. Zhu Zhuqing gently settled down, removing her veil to allow the night breeze to caress her face. The moonlight illuminated her delicate profile, adding an air of softness and mystery to her presence. Ling Feng handed her a cup of juice. Try this. A specialty of Soto City, moonlight juice. Zhu Zhuqing accepted the cup and took a small sip. The juice was sweet and refreshing, with a subtle floral fragrance that lingered delightfully. It's delicious, she softly remarked, her eyes sparkling with joy. Ling Feng smiled and poured himself a cup as well. Sometimes, we need to pause and appreciate the scenery along our journey, rather than rushing forward relentlessly. Zhu Zhuqing pondered this. Indeed, throughout our travels, we have been consumed by training and battles, rarely having the chance to sit quietly like this. As the stars in the night sky became increasingly vivid, a brilliant Milky Way spanned the heavens, dazzling in its splendor. Ling Feng pointed to the brightest star in the sky. Look at that star. It is the brightest in the entire night sky. Following his gesture, Zhu Zhuqing indeed spotted a particularly luminous star twinkling above. Do you know? Ling Feng said softly. That brightest star is just like you. Even in the darkest night, it radiates a unique light, guiding the way. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. She hadn't expected Ling Feng to say such words, and a warm current surged within her. I am not that special, she replied in a hushed tone, a hint of shyness lacing her words. Ling Feng gazed at her earnestly. No, you are very special. Your strength, your courage, your determination set you apart. Even in the face of great adversity, you never speak of surrender. Such qualities are far more precious than any innate talent. Zhu Zhuqing lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with complex emotions. Thank you, Ling Feng. Without you, I might still be trapped in that cage in the Douluo Empire, unable to see such a starry sky or the hope for the future. Ling Feng shook his head. You chose to break free from your shackles. I merely happened to be there when you needed me. They fell silent for a moment, quietly admiring the stars above. The gentle night breeze carried the fragrant scent of distant fields, uplifting the spirit. Look, a shooting star. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly pointed to the sky and exclaimed. A brilliant light streaked across the night sky, vanishing in an instant. Ling Feng smiled and remarked. It is said that if one makes a wish upon seeing a shooting star, that wish will come true. Zhu Zhuqing, intrigued, inquired, Did you make a wish? Ling Feng nodded. Indeed, I did. Yet, I cannot disclose it, for then it would lose its efficacy. Zhu Zhuqing chuckled softly. I too have made a wish. I hope it comes to fruition. Once again, a shooting star illuminated the sky, followed swiftly by a second and a third, heralding the onset of a meteor shower. Countless meteors burst forth like fireworks against the night backdrop, creating a breathtaking spectacle. It's so beautiful. Zhu Zhuqing gasped, her eyes wide open, fearing she might miss any falling star. Ling Feng too was awestruck by the magnificence of the scene. He had never witnessed such a grand meteor shower. It felt as though the entire universe was unveiling its most splendid visage for them. Amidst the celestial display, Ling Feng noticed subtle transformations occurring within Zhu Zhuqing. Her soul energy seemed to pulse with increased vigor, and the ambient spiritual essence of the world began to coalesce around her. Are you on the verge of a breakthrough? Ling Feng asked in astonishment. Zhu Zhuqing sensed the changes within her as well. Under the meteor shower's ethereal glow, her soul energy surged, loosening the constraints of her level 25 bottleneck. Focus your mind and guide your soul energy to break through the barrier, Ling Feng urged. This is a rare opportunity. Do not let it slip away. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, settling into a meditative posture, initiating her soul energy concentration technique. In the unique ambience of the meteor shower, the world's spiritual essence became exceptionally vibrant, making her cultivation considerably more efficient. Ling Feng stood guard beside her, providing protection. He could feel Zhu Zhuqing's soul energy escalating rapidly, soon shattering the level 25 barrier and advancing towards level 26. This sight filled Ling Feng with astonishment. Zhu Zhuqing had recently broken through to level 25. Logically, she would require time to solidify her foundation before attempting another breakthrough. Yet, in the extraordinary environment of the meteor shower, her cultivation speed had accelerated remarkably, allowing her to break through consecutively. Finally, as the meteor shower began to wane, Zhu Zhuqing completed her breakthrough. She opened her eyes, sparkling with brilliance, her entire demeanor reflecting a subtle transformation. Level 26, she marveled, feeling the surge of power within her. It was simply beyond belief. Ling Feng praised, cultivating in such a special environment often yields remarkable results. This meteor shower has invigorated the surrounding spiritual essence, significantly enhancing your cultivation speed. Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the now tranquil night sky and softly expressed, "Thank you for bringing me here. Otherwise, I might have missed this opportunity." Ling Feng smiled. This chance was grasped by you yourself. However, continuous breakthroughs necessitate solid consolidation. Otherwise, your foundation may become unstable. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, "I understand. I will diligently consolidate my cultivation upon our return." The two tidied their belongings, preparing to head back to the inn. Before departing, Zhu Zhuqing cast one last glance at the night sky, seemingly wishing to imprint the beautiful scene deeply in her memory. On their way back, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly asked, "Ling Feng, what do you think Shrek Academy will be like?" Ling Feng pondered for a moment and remarked, "It is said that this academy only accepts monsters. The instructors and students there do not adhere to conventional norms, yet each one is a genius among geniuses." "A monster, you say?" Zhu Zhuqing chuckled softly. "Perhaps we truly belong there." Ling Feng reciprocated the smile, saying, "Indeed, as two monsters, we are finally destined to find our rightful place." Upon returning to the inn, the night had deepened. Ling Feng escorted Zhu Zhuqing to her door, whispering, "Rest well." Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "You too, take care of yourself." Once in his room, Ling Feng stood by the window, gazing at the stars twinkling in the night sky, his heart brimming with hope for the future. He felt a surge of joy at Zhu Zhuqing's continuous breakthroughs. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing was in her room, quietly attuning to her newly attained soul power at level 26. The exhilaration from her successive advancements illuminated her spirit, yet she recognized the paramount importance of solidifying her cultivation. Reflecting on Ling Feng's words, she resolved to fortify her skills and lay a robust foundation. Sitting cross-legged on her bed, Zhu Zhuqing commenced her soul power consolidation technique, anchoring her recently acquired strength. The stars in the night sky shimmered silently, as if safeguarding the dreams of these two young souls. Another challenge awaited them, yet they were poised and ready. Chapter 93, Entering the Inner City. The morning sunlight bathed the streets of Soto City, as Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing rose early, preparing to officially immerse themselves in the vibrant life of this bustling city. The previous day, they had merely settled outside the city. Today they would truly integrate into its fabric. "Are you ready?" Ling Feng knocked on Zhu Zhuqing's door, inquiring. The door swung open, revealing Zhu Zhuqing, who had already prepared herself. She still wore her veil but had donned a new dress, looking refreshingly composed. "All set," she replied softly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation for the new life ahead. After settling their bill at the inn, they mounted their ebony steed and ventured toward the heart of Soto City. A long queue had formed at the city gate, with throngs of people eager to enter. "It seems there are even more today," Ling Feng observed the line, noting the presence of several soul masters among them, likely due to the enrollment at Shrek Academy. Zhu Zhuqing nodded gently. "I've heard that during this time of year, Soto City is inundated with soul masters." While waiting in line, they overheard a conversation among several merchants ahead of them. "The accommodation fees have risen again this year. A single room at a regular inn costs 5 gold soul coins per day. Indeed, it's all due to Shrek Academy's recruitment. I heard even the cottages outside the city are fully booked. The Rose Hotel is the most outrageous. A luxury room demands 50 gold soul coins, and they're hard to come by." Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, each reflecting the concern mirrored in the other's eyes. The lodging situation was more dire than they had anticipated. At last, it was their turn to enter the city. After the guard inspected their identification documents, he waved them through. As they passed through the massive city gates, the bustling sights of Soto City unfolded before them. In stark contrast to the tranquility of the previous evening, the daytime city was alive with vibrancy. The broad streets were teeming with vehicles, flanked by an array of shops, and the air was filled with the incessant clamor of vendors' calls. The streets were bustling with pedestrians, among whom were individuals adorned in the attire of soul masters. What a lively city, Zhu Zhuqing whispered in astonishment. Although she had already witnessed the nightscape of Soto City, the daytime splendor left her utterly captivated. Ling Feng nodded, remarking, "After all, it is a major city. It is naturally far more prosperous than the small towns we have passed through." He surveyed the layout of the streets. "Let us first locate an inn to settle down, and then we can gradually inquire about the registration details." The two made their way along the main street, commencing their search for a place to stay. However, the situation proved to be even more dire than they had anticipated. "I'm sorry, all the rooms are fully booked," the innkeeper of the first establishment said apologetically. "There's only a storage room left. Would you like it?" The attendant at the second inn waved his hand impatiently. "We were fully booked 3 months in advance. How could there possibly be any vacancies now?" The landlady of the third inn scoffed. After inquiring at 7 or 8 inns, they received the same response. Every place was fully occupied. Even some establishments that appeared to be in poor condition displayed no vacancies signs. "It seems the situation is more severe than we imagined," Ling Feng frowned. "This won't do. We must try to find a more upscale hotel." Zhu Zhuqing expressed her concern. "The prices at a high-end hotel must be exorbitant." Ling Feng smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. Money is not an issue." He patted his storage belt. "My fortunate savings are still sufficient." The two proceeded towards the central area of Soto City, where the architecture was evidently more opulent. Ultimately, they arrived before a building named the Rose Hotel. This was a lavishly decorated establishment, its exterior painted a soft pink, with 2 uniformed attendants standing at the entrance. Through the glass doors, they could see the lobby adorned in luxury, with crystal chandeliers sparkling brilliantly. "This place looks quite expensive," Zhu Zhuqing remarked softly. Ling Feng, however, smiled with confidence. "The more upscale the place, the more likely there will be available rooms. Let's give it a try." Upon entering the hotel lobby, they were immediately greeted by an attendant. "Welcome to the Rose Hotel. How may we assist you?" Ling Feng inquired directly. "Do you have any vacant rooms?" The attendant, with an apologetic expression, replied, "I'm very sorry, but all the standard rooms are fully booked. However," he paused, "we do have one last luxury suite available. Although the price is rather steep." Ling Feng felt a surge of excitement. "How much?" 100 gold soul coins per day, the attendant quoted a staggering price. Zhu Zhuqing gasped, "That's so expensive." The attendant maintained a professional smile. "Due to the current special circumstances, prices are indeed higher than usual. Moreover, this is the last available room. Many guests are interested." Without hesitation, Ling Feng nodded. "We'll take it." The attendant, somewhat surprised, soon regained his professional demeanor. "Very well. Please follow me to check in." Zhu Zhuqing gently tugged at Ling Feng's sleeve, whispering, "It's too expensive. Perhaps we should look elsewhere." Ling Feng shook his head. "Other places won't be any cheaper, and they might not even have vacancies. Let us stay here. Money is not an issue." Upon checking in, the receptionist curiously scrutinized the young couple. Ling Feng appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old, while Zhu Zhuqing, despite her veil, also seemed quite young. It was evident that such youthful individuals could afford the luxurious suite at the Rose Hotel, indicating they were not of ordinary lineage. "How many days will you be staying?" the receptionist inquired politely. Ling Feng pondered for a moment. "Let us book for 3 days." He placed 300 gold soul coins on the counter, his movements natural and fluid, as though this was a trifling sum. The receptionist's eyes flickered with surprise, but she swiftly processed the check-in. "Here is your room key. The Rose Hall on the 3rd floor. Would you like assistance with your luggage?" Ling Feng shook his head. "No need. We will manage ourselves." He accepted the key and led Zhu Zhuqing towards the staircase. The interior of the Rose Hotel was even more opulent than its exterior. The corridors were adorned with thick carpets, and exquisite oil paintings hung on the walls, while a delicate scent of roses permeated the air. Upon reaching the Rose Hall, Ling Feng unlocked the door with the key. The sight within the room astonished both of them. It was an enormous suite, the living room spacious and bright, furnished with exquisite decor. The bedroom door stood ajar, revealing a grand double bed draped in lavish silk sheets. The bathroom even boasted a marble bathtub, exuding an air of extravagance. "This is too luxurious," Zhu Zhuqing remarked, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Though she was the second young lady of the Zhu family, she had never experienced such opulence. Ling Feng, however, remained composed. Having spent the money, one must enjoy the corresponding service. He set their luggage aside and approached the window. Drawing back the curtains, outside lay the bustling streets of Soto City, teeming with life and vibrancy. In the luxurious suite of the Rose Hotel, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing stood in the center of the living room, Confronted by an unexpected dilemma, the room contained only one large bed. Ling Feng glanced at the magnificent double bed in the bedroom, feeling a bit awkward as he rubbed his nose. I did not anticipate that the so-called luxurious suite would be arranged like this. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned slightly crimson, fortunately obscured by her veil, rendering her embarrassment less discernible. She whispered, "Shall I seek another inn?" Ling Feng immediately shook his head. "Currently, it is exceedingly difficult to find a room in Soto City. You would not find another place. Moreover," he paused, "I am uneasy about you staying alone outside." This was the truth. Soto City was a melting pot of various individuals, and it was indeed unsafe for Zhu Zhuqing, a young girl, to lodge by herself. "What should we do then?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, somewhat at a loss. Although she shared a close bond with Ling Feng, sharing a room was beyond her comfort level. Without hesitation, Ling Feng suggested, "I can sleep on the sofa. It appears quite comfortable, sufficient for me." Zhu Zhuqing turned her gaze toward the long sofa in the living room. While it looked luxurious and was cushioned, it was still merely a sofa, and sleeping on it would surely not be comfortable. "That won't do." She shook her head. "You have an assessment tomorrow and need proper rest." Ling Feng chuckled, "I am a soul master. My physical condition is excellent. Sleeping on the sofa poses no issue. However, you need to rest well to prepare for the assessment." Zhu Zhuqing still felt uneasy. "But," she began, only to be interrupted by Ling Feng. His tone resolute. "There are no buts. It is settled. You will sleep in the bedroom, while I will take the sofa." As he spoke, Ling Feng commenced arranging the sofa, meticulously positioning the cushions and retrieving a thin blanket from his storage belt, presenting the appearance of someone truly prepared to spend the night there. Watching Ling Feng's industrious figure, a wave of warmth surged within Zhu Zhuqing. He was always like this, considering her needs and even willing to endure discomfort for her sake. "Ling Feng," she called softly, "what if we simply switch to another hotel?" Ling Feng turned to her, a wry smile gracing his lips. "I inquired earlier. It is indeed nearly impossible to secure a room in Soto City at this moment. The only reason the Rose Hotel suite remains available is due to its exorbitant price, while all other hotels are fully booked." He gestured towards the bustling street outside. "Look, many people are forced to pitch tents in the square for the night. In comparison, we are quite fortunate to have such a lavish place to stay." Following his gaze, Zhu Zhuqing indeed spotted numerous makeshift tents in the square, with many spirit masters resting there. They were indeed much more fortunate. "But I truly feel bad for making you sleep on the sofa," she murmured. Ling Feng approached her earnestly. "Zhuqing, do we really need to concern ourselves with such matters? Your comfort is paramount to me." His words stirred something deep within Zhu Zhuqing. She raised her head to meet Ling Feng's sincere gaze, suddenly resolute. "Then how about this?" she said softly. "The bed is large. We could each take a side." As the words left her lips, Zhu Zhuqing's face flushed crimson. Fortunately, her veil concealed her embarrassment. Ling Feng paused momentarily, then shook his head. "That may not be appropriate. Your reputation is of utmost importance. It must not suffer because of me." Yet Zhu Zhuqing persisted with determination. "There are only the two of us here. No one will know. Besides," she hesitated, "I trust you." The simple declaration of "I trust you" elicited profound emotion within Ling Feng. He understood the immense courage and faith it took for someone like Zhu Zhuqing, with her cool demeanor, to utter such words. Noticing Ling Feng's lingering hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing continued, "If you insist on the sofa, then I shall accompany you there. I cannot enjoy the spacious bed while you suffer." Ling Feng gazed into Zhu Zhuqing's steadfast eyes and recognized her sincerity. He sighed, finally relenting. "Very well. We shall do as you say. However," he added earnestly, "I will place some items in between us as a boundary to ensure your privacy." Zhu Zhuqing nodded gently, a slight smile playing at the corners of her mouth beneath her veil. "Thank you for your consideration." Thus, the two began rearranging the layout of the bedroom. Ling Feng brought several cushions and a blanket from the living room, constructing a simple divider in the middle of the bed. "This should suffice," he said, satisfied with his handiwork. "You shall sleep on the left and I on the right, without disturbing one another." Zhu Zhuqing gazed at the charming boundary line, unable to suppress a gentle laugh. "You truly have thought this through." Ling Feng shrugged, replying, "It is merely a matter of basic courtesy. Although our relationship is amicable, certain boundaries must still be respected." Once all arrangements were made, both found themselves awkwardly standing in the bedroom, uncertain of what to do next. Ultimately, Ling Feng broke the silence. "You should rest first. I will go out to inquire about the specifics of the assessment." Zhu Zhuqing nodded, "Come back soon." After Ling Feng departed, Zhu Zhuqing sat alone by the bedside, absorbing the peculiar atmosphere. She had never imagined cohabiting with a man, let alone that this individual would be Ling Feng. Strangely, she felt neither fear nor resistance. Instead, a sense of reassurance enveloped her, for she recognized that Ling Feng genuinely respected and cared for her. Gently, She caressed the veil covering her face, contemplating whether to remove it. In such an intimate space, it seemed unnecessary to keep the veil on. Ultimately, she delicately lifted the veil, revealing her exquisite visage. In the mirror, the young girl's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes shimmering with a complex blend of emotions, shyness, anticipation, and a hint of subtle sweetness. Meanwhile, Ling Feng strolled through the streets of Soto City, his own heart unsettled. The decision to share a room with Zhu Zhuqing appeared sudden, yet in reality, it had been a natural progression. After spending considerable time together, their bond had transcended that of ordinary friends. However, he reminded himself to honor Zhu Zhuqing's boundaries, understanding that time and space were essential for adjusting to their new relationship and environment. After gathering information around the city, Ling Feng gained a deeper insight into the assessment at Shrek Academy. It was said that this year's evaluation was particularly stringent, with standards set even higher than in previous years. This only solidified his resolve to give his utmost effort. Upon returning to the Rose Hotel, night had fallen. Ling Feng gently knocked on the door, and Zhu Zhuqing quickly opened it. As her unveiled face came into view, Ling Feng momentarily lost his composure. "What's wrong?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, a hint of shyness in her voice. Regaining his senses, Ling Feng smiled. "It's nothing. I'm just not accustomed to seeing you without your veil." Zhu Zhuqing lightly touched her face. "In the room, it should be unnecessary to wear the veil, right?" "Of course," Ling Feng nodded. "Just be yourself." They shared a simple dinner, the atmosphere tinged with a subtle awkwardness, given that it was their first time sharing such a private space, and both needed time to adjust. To alleviate the tension, Ling Feng suggested, "How about we practice for a while?" Zhu Zhuqing's eyes brightened. "All right." Thus, they sat facing each other on the living room carpet, beginning their training. Ling Feng guided Zhu Zhuqing in channeling her soul power to consolidate her recent breakthrough. During this process, the delicate awkwardness gradually dissipated, replaced by a familiar rapport. After their training concluded, night had deepened. It was time for bed, and the subtle, awkward atmosphere returned. Ling Feng cleared his throat. "You should wash up first. I'll wait for you to finish before using the bathroom." Zhu Zhuqing nodded, taking her change of clothes as she entered the bathroom. Ling Feng sat on the sofa in the living room, striving to calm his somewhat tumultuous heartbeat. When Zhu Zhuqing emerged from the bathroom, freshly washed, Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback. Dressed in a simple nightgown, her long, damp hair cascading over her shoulders, she radiated a gentle luminosity, starkly contrasting her usual cool demeanor. "I'm ready," Zhu Zhuqing softly announced. "You may go now." It was only then that Ling Feng regained his composure, hastily gathering his clothes. All right. He entered the bathroom and splashed cold water on his face. Attempting to steady himself, "Ling Feng, what are you thinking?" He chided himself. The assessment is of utmost importance. Everything else must take a back seat. Upon finishing his grooming and stepping out of the bathroom, he found Zhu Zhuqing lying on the bed, turned away from him, seemingly already asleep. The boundary formed by the cushions remained neatly in place. Ling Feng gently extinguished the light, and under the moonlight, cautiously settled onto the other side of the bed. The invisible boundary created by the cushions felt palpable. "Good night, Ling Feng," Zhu Zhuqing murmured softly in the darkness. Ling Feng smiled faintly. "Good night, Zhuqing." That night, both of them enjoyed an exceptionally sweet slumber. Chapter 95. Journey to Shrek Academy. The first rays of sunlight crept through the curtains of the luxurious suite at the Rose Hotel, casting mottled shadows on the carpet. Ling Feng slowly opened his eyes, realizing he remained on the right side of the bed, the cushion boundary between him and Zhu Zhuqing intact. He let out a quiet sigh of relief, glad not to have crossed the line. Turning his head, he noticed Zhu Zhuqing still sound asleep. The morning light gently illuminated her face, casting delicate shadows from her long eyelashes onto her cheeks, rendering her usually cool features exceptionally soft in slumber. Ling Feng hesitated to wake her and quietly rose, approaching the window to pull aside a small section of the curtain, gazing out at the waking city of Soto. Today marked an important occasion, the final day for registration for the assessment at Shrek Academy. The streets were already bustling with pedestrians, many of whom were young soul masters and their families heading towards the west of the city. Ling Feng could sense the excitement and tension in the air, as if the entire city was buzzing in anticipation of this special day. "Are you awake?" came Zhu Zhuqing's slightly drowsy voice from behind him. Ling Feng turned to see her sitting up, her fingers gently untangling her somewhat disheveled hair. The morning light framed her in a golden hue, a scene so beautiful it momentarily left Ling Feng spellbound. "Good morning," he smiled. "Did you sleep well?" Zhu Zhuqing nodded lightly. "Very well. Today is the day of the assessment." There was an unmistakable hint of nervousness in her tone. Ling Feng approached the bedside, looking at her earnestly. "No need to worry. With our abilities, passing the assessment should be a mere formality." What matters is to showcase our unique qualities and potential. Zhu Zhuqing took a deep breath, her tension gradually giving way to determination. You're right. We are prepared. The two then began their morning routines, readying themselves for the day ahead. Zhu Zhuqing meticulously gathered her long hair into a tidy ponytail, adorned herself with the concealed necklace gifted by Ling Feng, and after a moment's hesitation, decided to don the veil. In public settings, it is prudent to exercise caution, she softly explained. Ling Feng nodded in understanding, affirming, you have made the right choice. Once we enter the academy, we can revert to our true selves. Having completed their preparations, the duo stood before the mirror for a final inspection. Ling Feng was clad in a simple yet elegant black outfit, accentuating his tall stature and composed demeanor. Zhu Zhuqing wore a fitted deep purple combat suit that elegantly showcased her graceful figure, combining ease of movement with sophistication. Are you ready? Ling Feng extended his hand, his eyes radiating encouragement. Zhu Zhuqing gently placed her hand in his palm, replying, I am ready. Together, they stepped out of the room and into the hotel lobby. Upon seeing them, the attendant bowed politely and wished, may your assessment go smoothly today. Ling Feng nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude. Exiting the Rose Hotel, the morning sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing a refreshing chill. The streets of Soto City had come alive, bustling with young soul masters accompanied by family or mentors, all heading westward. There are even more people than yesterday, Zhu Zhuqing remarked softly, unconsciously tightening her grip on Ling Feng's hand. Ling Feng sensed her nervousness and gently squeezed her hand in reassurance. Do not worry, we are stronger than most. His words were not an exaggeration. A 12-year-old soul sovereign at level 32 paired with a level 26 great soul master was indeed a rare combination. Ling Feng believed their talents would undoubtedly impress the examiners from Shrek Academy. As they moved with the throng, Ling Feng noticed the myriad of gazes directed towards them, some curious, some envious, and others disdainful and provocative. A group of seemingly affluent youths scrutinized the passing soul masters with discerning eyes, as if evaluating the prowess of potential competitors. Look over there, a lavishly dressed youth pointed at Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing, remarking to his companions, here come two who are utterly oblivious to their own limitations. Shrek Academy is not a place for just anyone. His companion scoffed, indeed. Every year, numerous deluded individuals attempt their luck, only to return in disgrace. Ling Feng's expression remained unchanged, as if he had not heard their comments. However, Zhu Zhuqing's grip tightened, betraying her displeasure. Do not pay them any mind. Ling Feng whispered soothingly. Once the assessment begins, our strength will speak for itself. Zhu Zhuqing nodded softly, yet her gaze remained icy as it swept over the arrogant youths. The group, caught off guard by her piercing stare, instinctively fell silent. After walking for a while, Ling Feng suddenly halted. Let us have something to eat first. The assessment may last a long time, and we need to maintain our stamina. They approached a street vendor, where Ling Feng purchased 2 servings of Soto City's specialty breakfast, rose pancakes and moonlight fruit juice. The rose pancakes were crispy on the outside and tender within, imbued with a subtle floral fragrance, while the moonlight juice was sweet and refreshing, invigorating the senses. This tastes delightful, Zhu Zhuqing remarked, savoring a small bite, her eyes sparkling with surprise. Ling Feng smiled and remarked, once we pass the assessment, we shall indulge in the culinary delights of Soto City. During their meal, Ling Feng noticed a familiar figure, the teacher, Mr. Li, from the Blazing Fire Academy, whom he had encountered a few days prior in the Misty Forest. Mr. Li was leading a group of students towards the assessment site, among them the arrogant Yin Chen. Yin Chen also spotted Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing, his eyes betraying a flicker of surprise and a hint of resentment. Yet this time he refrained from provoking them, reluctantly departing under Mr. Li's urging. It appeared that the Blazing Fire Academy had sent representatives to partake in the assessment, which left Ling Feng deep in thought. Zhu Zhuqing whispered, the enrollment at Shrek Academy attracts talents from all corners, and the competition will undoubtedly be fierce. Ling Feng nodded. Indeed, that is the essence of its allure. Only by competing with the strong can we become stronger. After finishing their breakfast, the two continued on their journey. As they approached the western part of the city, the throngs of people grew denser. Eventually, they arrived at the west gate of Soto City, where a long queue had formed, all waiting to exit towards Shrek Academy. Soldiers were stationed at the gate, maintaining order and checking each individual's assessment number. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing presented their number plates received the previous day and passed through the inspection without incident. Upon exiting the city gates, a broad dirt road stretched ahead, flanked by lush fields, with a dense forest visible in the distance. Many soul masters had already begun their journey along this path, creating a long stream of people. It was said that Shrek Academy was located 10 miles west of Soto City, in a small village. Ling Feng recalled the information he had gathered, noting that the distance was not far and they could take their time. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. As they progressed with the crowd, the scenery was enchanting. Fields, creeks, and groves formed a tranquil pastoral tableau. Yet, no one had the heart to appreciate the beauty. Every soul was absorbed in preparing for the impending assessment. After walking for a while, Ling Feng suddenly sensed a fluctuation in Zhu Zhuqing's soul power. He inquired with concern. "What's wrong? Are you feeling anxious?" Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head. "It's not anxiety, it's excitement. I can feel that today's assessment will mark a significant turning point in our lives." Ling Feng smiled. "Indeed, from this day forth, we shall embark on a new chapter." After traversing over a mile, the outline of a small village came into view. The village appeared quite ordinary, even somewhat dilapidated, entirely unlike the grand institution of a renowned Soul Master Academy. "Is that really Shrek Academy?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, astonished. She had envisioned Shrek Academy as a majestic establishment, not merely a humble village. Ling Feng, however, was unfazed. It is said that Shrek Academy values pragmatism over appearance. True strength does not require ostentatious adornments to shine. As they drew nearer, they noticed a simple canopy set up at the village entrance, where a long line had formed. An elderly man, appearing to be in his 60s, sat beneath the canopy, conducting preliminary tests for the applicants. "That must be the examiner for the first trial," Ling Feng whispered. "It is said that one must pass his test to enter the academy and participate in the formal assessment." The team advanced at a sluggish pace, with each applicant required to present their spirit rings before the elder for evaluation. Occasionally, jubilant cheers erupted from those who succeeded, while others left dejectedly, their hopes dashed. "Too old, disqualified. Insufficient spirit power, next. Poor quality of martial spirit, return." The elder's voice was calm, yet exuded an undeniable authority. Each judgment was swift and precise. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing stood in line, surrounded by anxious whispers as the crowd speculated on the elder's criteria for assessment. It was said that he was Master Li Yusong, a formidable spirit emperor with a discerning eye. Just moments ago, a 25th level soul master had been eliminated for lack of potential. The standards of Shrek Academy were indeed exceptionally rigorous. Ling Feng observed the evaluation process of Master Li Yusong with quiet intensity. He noted that while the elder appeared to be merely inspecting the spirit rings, he was, in fact, deeply perceiving the quality of each applicant's martial spirit, the solidity of their spirit power, and their potential. At last, it was their turn. Ling Feng gestured for Zhu Zhuqing to step forward. Taking a deep breath, she approached Master Li Yusong and respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Master." Li Yusong raised his gaze, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. "Release your martial spirit and spirit rings." Zhu Zhuqing nodded, channeling her martial spirit, the phantom spirit cat, as two yellow spirit rings materialized beneath her feet. Her movements were graceful and fluid, her spirit power radiating with stability and density. Li Yusong's eyes brightened slightly. 12 years old, level 26, solid spirit power, excellent quality of martial spirit. "Well done. You have passed." He handed Zhu Zhuqing a green token. "Proceed inside and pay the registration fee." Zhu Zhuqing accepted the token, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Thank you, Master." She stepped aside to await Ling Feng's turn. Next, it was Ling Feng's moment to advance. "Greetings, Master," he bowed. Li Yusong regarded him, astonishment evident in his expression. "Release your martial spirit and spirit rings." Ling Feng summoned his Darknight Qilin Martial Spirit, and 3 spirit rings emerged, 2 yellow and 1 purple, concealing the true age. The deep purple, 1,000-year spirit ring elicited gasps of amazement. Level 32, 12 years old. Li Yusong's surprise was rare, particularly at the sight of a 1,000-year third ring. "Good, good, good," he exclaimed 3 times, his eyes filled with appreciation. "What is your name?" "Ling Feng." "Ling Feng," Li Yusong repeated, as if to engrave the name in his memory. "You have passed. Here is your token." He presented Ling Feng with a green token, his demeanor noticeably warmer than towards other successful candidates. Ling Feng accepted the token. "Thank you, Master." He joined Zhu Zhuqing, and they exchanged a joyful glance, each recognizing the delight in the other's eyes. "Shall we proceed?" Ling Feng suggested softly. Together, they walked toward the village to pay the registration fee and participate in the upcoming assessments. Their successful passage through the first hurdle greatly bolstered their confidence. Chapter 96, Entering the Academy. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing held the green token of passage bestowed by Master Li Yusong, exchanging a knowing smile that revealed the uncontainable joy and anticipation for the future reflected in each other's eyes. Their successful navigation of the first challenge, particularly the unabashed admiration from Master Li, undeniably infused them with a potent sense of encouragement. "Let us proceed to pay the registration fee and discover what the next challenge entails." Ling Feng spoke gently, his voice imbued with a reassuring strength. Naturally, He took Zhu Zhuqing's hand once more, feeling the slight chill of her palm and the barely perceptible dampness, a remnant of the inevitable tension faced before the sole Emperor-level examiner. Zhu Zhuqing responded with a soft murmur, not pulling away, but rather, her fingers subtly moved to return his grip. Together, they walked side by side, joining a handful of other fortunate young soul masters who had successfully passed the preliminary trials, entering what appeared to be an unassuming village. Upon entering, the stark contrast between the tranquility of this village and the bustling chaos of the outside world was palpable. The dirt paths were far from smooth, flanked by simple farmhouses, with the sounds of chickens and dogs mingling in the air. Occasionally, villagers curiously peered out to observe this group of young individuals, their attire and demeanor strikingly different from their own, their gazes filled with a blend of innocence and mild curiosity, yet devoid of any awe. As if the enrollment of Shrek Academy had become a commonplace spectacle, the air was fragrant with the subtle essence of grass and earth, a far cry from the vibrant bustle of Soto City. Zhu Zhuqing's gaze drifted over the lowly abodes, the drying crops, and the distant open space that resembled a playground, adorned with rudimentary wooden posts and obstacles. A flicker of incredulity and faint confusion illuminated her cool eyes. Is this truly the legendary Shrek Academy? The institution known for accepting only monsters, reputed to elevate its graduates to the status of barons within the empire, a sanctuary of countless legendary soul masters? The scene before her was strikingly plain and even rudimentary. It starkly contrasted with her envisioned grandeur of a high-level soul master academy, replete with majestic halls and comprehensive facilities. Appearing far more formal than this humble setting, her steps involuntarily slowed, and a barely noticeable furrow formed on her brow. Ling Feng, ever attentive to her emotional shifts, immediately sensed her change in demeanor. He tightened his grip on her hand, turning his head slightly and lowering his voice to a gentle tone only they could hear, saying, "Do you find it quite different from your expectations?" Zhu Zhuqing hesitated momentarily before softly nodding, her voice laced with uncertainty. "It looks just like an ordinary village." Her tone reflected not disdain, but rather a profound sense of bewilderment stemming from the stark contrast to her mental image. Ling Feng smiled knowingly, his gaze sweeping over the seemingly ordinary yet intricately arranged houses and the distant training facilities, humble yet polished from frequent use. He patiently elucidated. "I inquired about Shrek Academy's philosophy. It values practical experience and potential over superficial ostentation. Dean Flender has a saying, 'Good steel should be used for the blade.' Perhaps the Academy's resources are dedicated to genuine training and instruction. Look at those wooden posts." He gestured towards the training ground in the distance. "The wear and the unique traces of soul power left behind are no mere decoration. They have been forged through rigorous practice. A truly formidable soul master does not require an opulent hall to enhance his presence. His voice is steady and persuasive, imbued with an insight that transcends age. Sometimes, the most unassuming places may conceal a true dragon. Let us not forget that the instructor responsible for the preliminary assessment, Teacher Li, is a formidable soul emperor. His presence at the first checkpoint speaks volumes about the Academy's exceptional stature." As Ling Feng's analysis resonated in her mind, Zhu Zhuqing's initial confusion gradually dissipated, replaced by a flicker of understanding and rekindled anticipation. Indeed, how could she have judged by appearances? Ling Feng was right. The strength of a soul master lies within themselves, while the essence of the Academy resides in its faculty and philosophy. The discerning gaze and formidable prowess of Teacher Li suggest that no ordinary village could possibly warrant his guardianship. As she gazed anew at the cottages and training grounds, her perspective shifted, now imbued with scrutiny and inquiry, seeking the extraordinary hidden within the commonplace. Feeling the warmth and resolve emanating from Ling Feng's palm, the momentary wavering in her heart, instigated by her surroundings, vanished without a trace. "I understand," Zhu Zhuqing murmured, tightening her grip on Ling Feng's hand. "Thank you." Ling Feng smiled. "There's no need for such formality between us. Let us proceed. The registration point should be ahead." The two followed the stream of individuals who had passed the preliminary assessment, advancing along the village's narrow path. Soon, they came upon a weathered wooden table beneath a large tree, behind which sat a middle-aged teacher, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. Donned with glasses and languidly yawning, a money box positioned before him. A wooden sign stood beside the table, inscribed with the words registration fee payment, 100 gold soul coins. Upon seeing this price, gasps of shock echoed from the surrounding crowd. Even some youths who appeared to hail from relatively affluent backgrounds displayed expressions of disbelief. 100 gold soul coins? How exorbitant! Is this extortion? Even prestigious soul master academies do not charge such exorbitant registration fees. Should one fail the subsequent assessments, will the fee not be refunded? The earlier joy of passing the preliminary test was greatly overshadowed by this steep cost, causing some to hesitate, while others wore expressions of indignation. The teacher seated behind the table adjusted his glasses and, with an air of indifference, remarked, "If you find it too expensive, you may leave at once." Shrek Academy does not accept the impoverished or the indecisive. 100 gold soul coins serve merely as an initial filter. If you cannot part with even this modest sum, or if you lack the resolve to invest in your future, it suggests either your family's financial situation cannot support the immense costs of subsequent training, or your own commitment is insufficient. Either scenario fails to meet our academy standards. His words, though harsh, were brutally realistic. Cultivating as a soul master is inherently resource-intensive. Without financial backing, even the most prodigious talents struggle to make progress. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance, unfazed by the situation. Ling Feng had the support of a system, thus was not lacking in gold soul coins. Zhu Zhuqing, though in a difficult position, could still muster the 100 gold soul coins, given her lineage from the Zhu family of Star Luo. As they approached, some individuals gritted their teeth and paid the fee, while others sighed resignedly and chose to depart. Soon, it was their turn. Ling Feng released Zhu Zhuqing's hand, stepped forward, and calmly retrieved 200 gold soul coins from his storage belt, placing them upon the table. "Teacher, this is for both of us." The languid teacher observed Ling Feng's decisive demeanor and cast a glance at him and Zhu Zhuqing, particularly noting their youthful visages. A flicker of discernment briefly sparkled in his eyes, yet he refrained from further inquiry, merely nodding and gesturing toward the registration ledger. Name, age, martial soul, spirit power level. "Please register." Taking the token, he directed them to the second examination area. Upon arrival, he handed over 2 blue tokens to the instructor responsible for the spirit power assessment. "Thank you, teacher." After Ling Feng recorded their information and accepted the blue tokens, he passed one to Zhu Zhuqing. Having paid a substantial registration fee, they officially became candidates and proceeded toward the second examination site, as indicated by the teacher. The second examination area was situated in a clearing at the heart of the village, where the crowd was noticeably sparser than outside, yet the atmosphere was palpably tense. Those who had passed the initial round and were willing to pay 100 gold spirit coins were all individuals brimming with confidence in their own talents and abilities. In the clearing stood a crystal ball, evidently a spirit guiding device, alongside a tall, robust young man with golden hair. He crossed his arms, his expression imbued with arrogance and impatience, surveying the candidates as if appraising goods. Clad in the uniform of Shrek Academy, he was evidently a current student temporarily assigned to oversee the evaluation. The arrival of Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing drew considerable attention. Their pairing was striking. They appeared quite youthful, yet exuded an extraordinary composure, especially Zhu Zhuqing. Although her face was veiled, her graceful figure and serene aura remained captivating. The golden-haired youth's gaze fell upon them, lingering momentarily on Zhu Zhuqing, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. However, as his eyes shifted downward to see the natural way their hands hung, occasionally brushing against one another, his brow furrowed intensely, and his expression darkened at a visible pace. A wave of inexplicable displeasure and irritation surged within him. Ling Feng also noticed the discontented expression of the senior responsible for the assessment. His heart stirred, and he vaguely deduced the other's identity, yet maintained an impassive demeanor, calmly guiding Zhu Zhuqing to the end of the line awaiting evaluation. Zhu Zhuqing too sensed the unfriendly gaze. Her cool eyes glanced over, meeting the golden-haired youth's for a fleeting moment before she indifferently turned away, as though he were merely an inconsequential passerby. This act of disregard only deepened the scowl on the golden-haired youth's face. The line progressed slowly, with candidates sequentially placing their hands on the crystal ball to infuse it with their spirit power. Wang Chong, 12 years old, spirit power level 21, passed. Li Shui, 12 years old, spirit power level 23, passed. Next, the golden-haired youth's voice was cold and unyielding. At last, it was Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing's turn. Ling Feng gestured for Zhu Zhuqing to go first. She stepped forward, extending her delicate hand to gently press against the icy surface of the crystal ball. As her spirit power flowed into it, the crystal ball suddenly illuminated, radiating a brilliant light. The golden-haired youth observed the scale displayed on the crystal ball, his eyes widening in surprise as he instinctively announced the result. Zhu Zhuqing, 12 years old, spirit power level 26, passed. His voice was tinged with disbelief. A 12-year-old, level 26 soul master. Such talent was undeniably exceptional. He couldn't help but glance at Zhu Zhuqing several more times. Zhu Zhuqing withdrew her hand, gave a slight nod, and stepped back to Lu Feng's side, whispering, "It is your turn." Lu Feng stepped forward, similarly placing his hand upon the crystal ball. He did not exert himself intentionally. As his soul power surged within, the crystal ball erupted with a brilliance even more dazzling than during Zhu Zhuqing's earlier test. The entire orb nearly became transparent, and the inner glow of soul power surged violently. This spectacle not only captivated the candidates present, but even the golden-haired youth, who had been standing with crossed arms and an air of arrogance, suddenly straightened his posture. His pupils constricted in shock, and disbelief washed over his face as he exclaimed, "Ling Feng, 12 years old, level 32 soul power. How is this possible? A soul emperor?" A wave of astonishment rippled through the gathering, as all candidates focused their gazes upon Ling Feng, filled with shock, envy, jealousy, and even a hint of reverence. A 12-year-old soul emperor. What a concept. A true prodigy among prodigies. The golden-haired youth, Dai Mubai, fixed his gaze on Ling Feng, then abruptly turned to Zhu Zhuqing, who stood beside Ling Feng, her demeanor calm and seemingly unfazed. Noticing their natural and intimate stance, his expression darkened in an instant, becoming exceedingly grim. A vague and inexplicable fury churned within his chest. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner turmoil and the unsettling discomfort, his voice becoming somewhat stiff and cold. "Pass. Proceed to the area for martial soul testing." He pointed in another direction, almost forcing the words through clenched teeth. Ling Feng calmly withdrew his hand, as if possessing level 32 soul power were the most ordinary matter. He politely nodded to Dai Mubai. "Thank you, senior." Then he naturally took Zhu Zhuqing's hand, gently saying, "Zhuqing, let us go." Zhu Zhuqing obediently nodded, allowing him to lead her, as they walked toward the martial soul testing area under the scrutinizing gazes of the onlookers. Behind them, Dai Mubai stared at their tightly interlinked hands and their retreating figures, his fists instinctively clenching, nails nearly digging into his palms. An indescribable sense of frustration and anger ignited within him. That girl with the phantom spirit cat martial soul, 12 years old, level 26. And those cold eyes that radiated even through a veil. An obscure thought and a strong premonition struck his mind, leaving him perturbed. And the boy beside her. A 12-year-old soul emperor with a Darknight Qilin Martial Soul. What was their relationship? Why were they so intimate? Chapter 97, Soul Power Test. As Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing exited the open area of the soul power test, they could distinctly feel the searing gaze behind them, almost piercing through. The surrounding candidates cast various inscrutable glances, whispers filling the air. A 12-year-old soul emperor. My heavens, I must be mistaken. That girl is impressive as well. A 12-year-old level 26 soul master. Who are they? Could they be descendants of a major sect? They seem quite close. Are they a couple? The senior in charge of the test, Dai Mubai, looks rather displeased. As the murmurs reached her ears, Zhu Zhuqing furrowed her brows slightly, instinctively wishing to withdraw her hand from Ling Feng's grasp. It was not that she was concerned about the gaze of others, rather, she was unaccustomed to being the center of attention, especially not wanting Ling Feng to endure excessive scrutiny and criticism because of her. However, Ling Feng tightened his hold. He turned his head slightly, offering her a reassuring smile, and softly said, "Do not mind them. We have passed the assessment based on our abilities. There is nothing to conceal. As for that senior named Dai." He paused, a flicker of understanding and a barely perceptible chill crossing his eyes. "His opinion of us is irrelevant." His voice was steady and resolute, imbued with a powerful confidence that instantly quelled the subtle unease within Zhu Zhuqing. She took a gentle breath, no longer attempting to break free. Instead, she grasped Ling Feng's hand more firmly. Indeed, they had supported each other through hardships to reach this point. Why should they concern themselves with the views and attitudes of those who were unrelated? She softly replied, her gaze once more becoming clear and resolute. Following the instructions, the two arrived at the location designated for the soul spirit assessment. It was a spacious area on the outskirts of the village, adjacent to the modest yet practical training ground they had previously observed. The individual responsible for the soul spirit evaluation was a robust-looking middle-aged instructor with a kind demeanor, who was meticulously observing a candidate demonstrating their soul spirit, occasionally nodding or shaking his head. Upon seeing Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing approach, particularly sensing the still turbulent waves of soul power emanating from them, the instructor's attention was immediately drawn. Clearly, the astonishing results from the soul power test had somehow reached this place. "Teacher Zhang, these are the two youngsters." A seemingly assistant student murmured to the middle-aged instructor, his tone filled with awe. The robust man, referred to as Teacher Zhang, brightened at the mention, taking a keen interest in Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. He boomed, "Oh, are you the two 12-year-old prodigies? One at level 32, the other at 26? Come. Release your soul spirits and soul rings for me to see. Let me behold the spectacle." His tone was straightforward, imbued with a sense of grandeur. Though his choice of words was somewhat coarse, it did not come off as off-putting. Rather, it conveyed sincerity. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing released each other's hands and stepped forward. Ling Feng gestured for Zhu Zhuqing to go first. Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly, advancing a step. A glimmer of ethereal light flashing in her cool eyes. She declared, "Soul Spirit, manifest." In an instant, her body seemed to become lighter and more elastic. Her pupils quietly transformed, reflecting a cat-like sharpness, with her fingertips extending into glistening claws that shimmered with a cold light. An eerie yet agile aura emanated from her being. Simultaneously, two brilliant yellow soul rings rose from beneath her feet, rhythmically pulsating around her body, their radiance pure and indicative of their impressive age. Phantom Spirit Cat. Excellent. A top-tier agility-based beast soul spirit. Teacher Zhao exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration, his eyes filled with appreciation. The soul ring configuration is optimal, with 200-year soul rings. Your foundation is exceptionally solid. Young lady, you are quite remarkable. He did not hesitate to lavish praise upon her. Zhu Zhuqing retracted her martial soul, causing her spirit rings to vanish as she slightly bowed, uttering a cold, yet subtly appreciative thank you, teacher. All right, next. It's your turn, lad. Teacher Zhang eagerly directed his gaze towards Ling Feng, brimming with anticipation. What form would the martial soul and spirit rings of a 12-year-old soul master take? Ling Feng inhaled deeply and stepped forward, consciously regulating the surging soul power within him and the true age of his spirit rings. The system's disguise technique, beginner, silently activated. Martial soul, manifest. His deep voice resonated, contrasting the serene manifestation of Zhu Zhuqing's spirit. Suddenly, a commanding and profound aura erupted from him. A layer of intricate dark scales materialized around his body, and within the depths of his pupils, dark golden flames flickered. Surrounding him was a faint mist of black, emanating a terrifying presence that merged power, speed, and mental pressure. Though it was but a fleeting moment, it caused all the beast soul masters present, including Teacher Zhang, to feel a tremor in their martial souls, awakening a deep-seated reverberation within their very souls. Then, 3 spirit rings spiraled up from beneath his feet, 2 yellow and 1 purple. Although Ling Feng deliberately suppressed it, making the purple ring appear as if it were merely at the threshold of a millennium. Lacking the full brilliance of its true age exceeding 1,300 years, the noble and potent hue of purple, accentuated by the 2 yellow rings, remained dazzlingly striking. The 1,000-year third ring. Teacher Zhang gasped, his eyes widening in astonishment as disbelief etched across his face. What is your martial soul? The overwhelming pressure he sensed during the fleeting manifestation of the martial soul momentarily unsettled even him, a soul emperor-level powerhouse. This was undoubtedly a premier beast martial soul. Ling Feng retracted his martial soul, his aura returning to calm, and respectfully replied, Teacher, my martial soul is the Darknight Qilin. Darknight Qilin. Darknight Qilin, Teacher Zhang muttered twice, seemingly rummaging through his memory. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh with excitement. Excellent. What a magnificent Darknight Qilin. Dominant. The quality of this martial soul is undeniably top tier, potentially fusing offensive might with agility and mental attributes. Perfect. The combination with your spirit rings is impeccable. You, lad, are truly a marvel. Our Shrek Academy must have you. Teacher Zhang's exclamations resonated like thunder throughout the venue, drawing the attention of all candidates and staff. Their gazes towards Ling Feng becoming increasingly intricate. Just then, a voice filled with suppressed anger and coldness emerged from behind the crowd. Indeed, quite remarkable. Turning around, they found Dai Mubai had arrived at the martial soul testing ground unbeknownst to them. With his arms crossed, he leaned against a distant tree trunk, his expression dark enough to seem as if it could drip with water. His gaze, sharp as ice, fixated on Ling Feng, then swept across Zhu Zhuqing, who stood beside him. His eyes lingered momentarily on her slender, fair hands, which had just retracted her martial soul's claws, revealing an exceedingly complex mix of emotions, shock, reluctance, anger, and a hint of confusion that even he was unaware of. Initially, he had merely been feeling restless and had come over to take a look. Yet he never anticipated witnessing such astonishing talent and martial spirit in person. The Darknight Qilin, a 1,000-year third ring, and a 12-year-old soul master. These revelations struck him like a heavy hammer upon his heart. The emergence of the nether spirit cat martial soul nearly confirmed his unwilling suspicions. The girl named Zhu Zhuqing was very likely the fiancée he had never met, yet was bound by fate since childhood, and there she was, intimately close to another man, who possessed such terrifying prowess. Dai Mubai's words, though seemingly complimentary, were laced with an unmistakable chill and hostility. Teacher Zhang furrowed his brow and spoke gruffly. Mubai, why are you here instead of overseeing the soul power test? He seemed to have noticed Dai Mubai's unusual demeanor and his inexplicable animosity towards Ling Feng. Dai Mubai did not respond to Teacher Zhang. His gaze remained fixed on Ling Feng, the corners of his mouth curling into a frosty arc. Ling Feng, is it? I shall remember you. I hope you shine just as brightly in the upcoming practical assessment. The provocation in his words was unmistakable. Faced with such blatant hostility, Ling Feng maintained his composure, meeting Dai Mubai's gaze with equanimity, even allowing a hint of a nonchalant smile to grace his lips. Thank you for your concern, Senior Dai. I shall do my utmost in the practical assessment. His calm demeanor only served to further infuriate Dai Mubai. With a cold huff, Dai Mubai turned abruptly and strode away, his back radiating an indelible aura of resentment. Teacher Zhang watched Dai Mubai depart, shaking his head and muttering, "What has gotten into this kid today?" He then turned his attention back to Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing, his face brightening once more. "Well done, you two little prodigies. Your martial souls are of exceptional quality, and your soul ring combinations are perfect. Take these 2 purple badges," he said, handing them over, "and head over there to prepare for the practical assessment. That is the main event, so be cautious." "Thank you, Teacher Zhang," Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing said in unison, bowing in respect as they accepted the purple tokens. Upon leaving the martial spirit testing ground, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but softly inquire, "He seems to be targeting you?" She had certainly sensed Dai Mubai's intense animosity. Ling Feng smiled faintly, a trace of coolness and understanding in his expression. "Perhaps it is not directed at me, but at us." He cast a significant glance at Zhu Zhuqing, adding, "Some individuals, accustomed to evasion and indulgence, often become flustered and enraged when suddenly confronted with responsibilities they cannot escape and the uncertainties that may arise." Zhu Zhuqing, being remarkably astute, immediately grasped the implication behind Ling Feng's words. Her gaze turned icy in an instant. The initial relaxation from passing the assessment vanished, replaced by a renewed tension. As a flicker of disdain and resolve crossed her cool eyes, she once again extended her hand, grasping Ling Feng's, her voice soft yet unmistakably clear. "That is his issue. It does not concern us." Feeling the determination in her grip, Ling Feng's smile transformed into one of warmth and sincerity. "Indeed, it does not concern us. Let us proceed to the final practical assessment." 2 individuals clasped hands and walked toward the final assessment venue, their shadows elongated by the sunlight, merging as one with unwavering determination. Chapter 98, Soul Master Assessment. Clutching the purple token that indicated their passage through the Soul Master evaluation, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing advanced toward the location pointed out by Teacher Zhang. As they approached, the palpable tension in the air intensified, punctuated by the distant echoes of soul techniques clashing and the fervent shouts of combatants. The earlier interruption caused by Dai Mubai's hostile appearance lingered briefly like a shadow across their minds, but was soon cast aside by both. Whether it was Ling Feng's calm demeanor or Zhu Zhuqing's frosty composure, they radiated an aura of focus, undisturbed by external distractions. For them, the paramount objective was to successfully navigate the Shrek Academy's assessment and earn recognition and a foothold through their own merits. The final practical assessment, Zhu Zhuqing murmured softly, her cool eyes glinting with a sharp light, an instinctive surge of battle spirit ignited by the prospect of challenge. Her spectral cat martial soul endowed her not only with swiftness, but also with the keen instincts and competitive spirit of a hunter. Ling Feng sensed the subtle shift in her aura and smiled gently. "Feeling nervous?" Zhu Zhuqing shook her head and gazed at him. "With you by my side, I am not anxious." Her words flowed naturally, as if they were an undeniable truth. Having traversed the perilous soul-hunting forest, narrowly escaping from Starluo City, and supporting each other through their journey, Ling Feng had become her most steadfast pillar of strength and source of confidence. A warm feeling spread through Ling Feng's heart as he tightened his grip on her hand. Yes, together. The practical assessment took place in a deliberately cleared expanse. The ground solidified and surrounded by a simple fence. At that moment, 2 youths were engaged in a fierce duel at the center, their soul rings flashing as shouts erupted around them. A few candidates who had already passed previous rounds stood nearby, awaiting their turn to participate or observe the practical assessment. Their expressions grave. On the edge of the clearing, a robust man, resembling a mountain, lounged in a weathered recliner, dressed in a simple tank top. His bronze skin and sinewy muscles were exposed, his hands clasped behind his head, eyes closed as if in repose, seemingly indifferent to the battle unfolding before him. Yet, an almost imperceptible, terrifying aura surrounded him, like that of a slumbering lion, rendering his presence impossible to overlook. As Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing's gazes fell upon him, their pupils contracted slightly. The oppressive aura emanating from this teacher was even more formidable than that of the previous Soul Emperor level teacher Li Yusong. He must be the instructor overseeing the practical assessment, Ling Feng murmured, his expression turning solemn. The depth of his strength was unfathomable. He could sense the vast sea of soul power contained within the man, immeasurable and overwhelming. Zhu Zhuqing nodded gravely, instinctively adjusting her breath. The battle soon reached its conclusion. As one youth was struck by the opponent's soul technique, staggering out of the ring and declared defeated. Though the victor was panting heavily, a smile of triumph adorned his face. Only then did the robust man in the recliner lazily open one eye, his voice resonating like distant thunder. One? Take a break. Wait for the next round. Next, who steps up? His gaze lazily swept across the candidates waiting by the sidelines, and upon noticing the newcomers, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing, particularly sensing the extraordinary fluctuations of their soul power and their youthful vitality, the other eye of his opened wide, revealing a glimmer of interest. Oh, two intriguing little beings have arrived. He sat up, his imposing figure exuding an invisible pressure. Are you the two 12-year-old prodigies? Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. Greetings, teacher. The robust man was none other than Zhao Wujin, the vice president of Shrek Academy, who nodded in acknowledgement, a seemingly simple, yet somewhat playful smile gracing his rugged face. I am Zhao Wujin, responsible for the final practical assessment. The rules are straightforward. Withstand the duration of an incense stick under my scrutiny, or make me move even a single step, and you will be deemed successful. At this declaration, the other candidates gasped in astonishment. Enduring the presence of someone who appeared to be at least a soul emperor level for an entire incense stick? Or compelling him to move? The challenge seemed insurmountable. Their previous assessments had merely involved combat among peers. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing felt a chill run down their spines. This criterion was indeed exceptionally stringent, perfectly embodying Shrek Academy's reputation for selecting only exceptional individuals. Zhao Wujin observed the immediate seriousness that enveloped the two, evidently pleased with the effect, and chuckled. Of course, considering your young age and commendable talent, I can offer you a slight concession. You two may engage together. He gestured towards Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. Together? Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, each discerning the determination in the other's eyes. While collaborating would indeed enhance their chances, the pressure of confronting such a formidable opponent was equally daunting. What? Are you afraid? Zhao Wujin provocatively challenged. Ling Feng inhaled deeply, his gaze sharpening, and proclaimed boldly, Thank you, teacher, for this opportunity. We are willing to accept the assessment together. Excellent. Such courage. Zhao Wujin laughed heartily. Rising from his reclined position, as he stood, he resembled an iron tower, emanating a formidable aura. Let us prepare to commence. I am eager to witness the true capabilities of these two little prodigies. The other candidates hastily retreated to a safe distance, clearing the area. All eyes were fixed upon the trio in the center, brimming with curiosity and tension. They were eager to see if this 12-year-old genius, who had already attained the rank of Soul Master, could indeed conquer this final and most arduous challenge. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing swiftly separated by a few paces, establishing a distance conducive for mutual support. Their eyes met, and without uttering a word, years of tacit understanding had allowed them to grasp each other's intentions. Ling Feng let out a low shout, once more unleashing his martial soul. Dark-scaled shadows manifested, a dignified aura enveloping him, as three soul rings, two yellow and one purple, swirled into being. Despite the disguise, the purple ring remained resplendent. Almost simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing completed her martial soul manifestation, her eyes transforming into slits, sharp claws extending, with two yellow soul rings radiating brilliance. Oh, the Darknight Qilin? The Nether Spirit Cat? Both are top-tier beast martial souls. This is rather interesting. In Zhao Wujin's eyes, a fierce gleam intensified as he flexed his robust neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. Yet, he remained with arms crossed, firmly planted in place, clearly opting to observe how the two young challengers would make their move. Zhuqing, Ling Feng called out softly. Instantly, Zhu Zhuqing comprehended, her figure becoming a blur as her first soul ring illuminated. First soul skill, Netherworld Stab. Like a wraith, her body surged forward, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Her claws piercing toward the vulnerable area of Zhao Wujin's chest with such swiftness that onlookers could only perceive a fleeting blur. However, Zhao Wujin merely grinned, neither dodging nor retreating. Clang! A sharp sound resonated as Zhu Zhuqing's claws struck what felt like unyielding steel, sparks flying, failing to even graze Zhao Wujin's skin. The tremendous recoil left her wrist tingling, propelling her backward into a graceful somersault, landing back on her feet, her eyes wide with astonishment. Such formidable defense. Your speed is commendable, but alas, your strength lacks a touch, Zhao Wujin commented, remaining immovable. At that moment, Ling Feng sprang into action. His first soul ring glowed simultaneously. his silhouette vanishing abruptly, only to reappear beside Zhao Wujie like a shadow torn from the night, his speed breathtaking. First soul skill, Shadow Assault. His hand, infused with shadowy power, struck toward Zhao Wujie's rib. Zhao Wujie raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Ling Feng's speed, yet he still did not shift his stance. Instead, sweeping his robust arm backward like a steel whip, precisely intercepting Ling Feng's assault. Bang! The muffled sound reverberated as Ling Feng felt as though his hand had collided with a mountain, an overwhelming force surging toward him. He utilized the momentum to perform a backward flip, landing lightly on his feet, his arms slightly numb, yet his expression remained unchanged. Impressive speed and strength, lad. This ambush holds some intrigue, Zhao Wujie praised, still retaining his calm demeanor. In this initial probing attack, neither of the two had managed to force Zhao Wujie into a more pronounced defensive posture. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. The might of their opponent surpassed their expectations. It seemed that achieving even a slight movement from teacher Zhao would be an arduous task. Ling Feng inhaled deeply, his fighting spirit igniting. Zhu Zhuqing silently nodded. Her form slightly crouched, akin to a poised feline, awaiting the next opportunity to strike. Chapter 99, The Trials of Dai Mubai. The mountain-like presence of Zhao Wujie enveloped the entire examination arena, arms crossed. A playful smile adorned his face as he regarded the two young challengers before him. Poised and prepared. Regarding Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing's earlier swift and precise probing attacks, he had merely deflected them casually, not even shifting his stance. A testament to his unfathomable strength. Is that all you can muster? If this is your limit, then the duration of this incense stick will indeed feel excessively prolonged. Zhao Wujie's voice boomed, laced with a hint of mockery, aiming to exert greater psychological pressure on the duo. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged glances, their silent communication conveying an understanding of their forthcoming tactics. A direct assault was evidently futile. They needed to rely on speed, coordination, and control to uncover an opportunity. At that moment, a cold and resentful voice resonated from the edge of the arena. Teacher Zhao, why should you personally confront two great soul masters and a newly promoted soul zone? Allow me to test their mettle and provide them with an opportunity to adapt to the practical assessment. The crowd turned to see Dai Mubai returning. Standing outside the fence with a sullen expression, fixated on Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing within the arena, particularly pained by their synchronized glances. He could not bear the thought of Zhao Wujie assessing them, especially the girl with the nether cat martial soul. An inexplicable sense of possessiveness and anger compelled him to step forward. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie raised an eyebrow, glancing between Dai Mubai and the duo, seemingly intrigued. He rumbled, "Oh, Mubai, do you wish to stretch your limbs? Very well." He stroked his chin, acknowledging, "It would indeed be unfair for me to engage them myself. Then it shall be you." However, his tone shifted to one of gravity. "Mubai, you are a 37th level soul zone, and you must not hold back. I want to see the true capabilities of these two little monsters." A glint of triumph and ferocity flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes as he leaped into the arena, landing in the center like a fierce tiger, confronting Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. "Rest assured, Teacher Zhao, I will not hold back," he declared through gritted teeth, his gaze slicing through Ling Feng like a cold blade. Ling Feng's brow furrowed slightly. Dai Mubai's soul power stood at 37, a full 5 levels above his own 32. And the latter's years of training at Shrek Academy endowed him with combat experience and mastery of soul skills far beyond that of an ordinary soul master. More importantly, Dai Mubai's unabashed hostility and intent to target them infused the assessment with uncertainty and peril. Zhu Zhuqing, too, felt the icy weight of Dai Mubai's glare, her clear eyes flashing with cold light as she instinctively edged closer to Ling Feng, adopting a stance of coordinated defense. This subtle movement further incensed Dai Mubai. "Commence the assessment," Zhao Wujie proclaimed, producing a stick of incense from somewhere, igniting it with a flick of his fingers, and placing it in the ground beside him before reclining back in his chair, preparing for a spectacle. The other candidates held their breath, keenly aware that this senior was not to be trifled with. "Please, Senior Dai, enlighten us." Ling Feng suppressed his displeasure, maintaining a facade of politeness as he spoke in a low tone. Simultaneously, he discreetly signaled Zhu Zhuqing with his eyes, urging her to prioritize agility and support rather than engage in direct confrontation. Dai Mubai snorted derisively. "Enlighten you? I shall provide you with a thorough lesson." Without a moment's hesitation, he bellowed, "White Tiger, embody." A brilliant pale light erupted from him, his golden hair transforming into a striking mix of black and white. A distinctive pattern resembling the character King appeared on his forehead, his hands swelled, sharp claws akin to blades protruding, and his muscles bulged, exuding explosive power. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings spiraled around him, the purple of the third ring appearing even more profound than the one Ling Feng had disguised. The terrifying pressure of a powerful assault-type beast martial soul instantly enveloped the arena, radiating the domineering ferocity of the king of beasts. First soul skill, White Tiger Shield. Dai Mubai activated his enhanced defensive soul skill, a layer of white light enveloping his body. He then exerted force beneath his feet, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, aiming directly at Ling Feng. He was resolute in his intention to crush this insufferable young man with sheer force. His speed was remarkable, and his tiger claws tore through the air, emitting a piercing whistle. Ling Feng, however, chose not to confront him head-on. With a flicker of his first soul ring, he transformed into a shadow, deftly sliding to the side just in time to evade Dai Mubai's ferocious lunge. Yet, Dai Mubai seemed to have anticipated this. As soon as his attack missed, he exerted force in his core, forcibly twisting his body. His second soul ring illuminated. Activating his second soul skill, White Tiger's Radiant Wave. A blazing white sphere erupted from his mouth, darting towards the spot where Ling Feng had just evaded. A remarkably precise prediction. The sudden change in tactics was rapid, the energy within the sphere brimming with explosive potential. The onlooking candidates gasped, their hearts racing for Ling Feng. Just at this critical juncture, a shadow, like a wraith, interposed itself between the two. Zhu Zhuqing had moved. Her speed reached its zenith at that moment. Arriving before Dai Mubai, her claws did not strike at him, but deftly targeted the edge of the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. With a sharp clang, her claws diverted the energy sphere slightly, causing it to graze Ling Feng's garment before crashing into the ground beyond, sending a small cloud of earth into the air. Although Zhu Zhuqing was pushed back by the force of the sphere, her gaze remained cool and piercing. Ling Feng let out a low shout, not pausing for an instant. In the moment Zhu Zhuqing created an opportunity for him, his second soul ring flared to life. His second soul skill, Demon Spider's Shadow Binding. Several strands of dark shadowy spider silk appeared, ensnaring Dai Mubai's legs and waist like venomous serpents. This was the exquisite application of a control-type soul skill in synergy. Dai Mubai had not anticipated Zhu Zhuqing's decisive intervention, nor Ling Feng's impeccable timing in deploying his control skill. Just as he had unleashed the White Tiger's Radiant Wave, he found himself ensnared by the bizarre shadowy threads, momentarily immobilized. What a harmonious collaboration. Zhao Wuji at the sidelines brightened with admiration. Bound by the spider silk, Dai Mubai felt a surge of humiliation. With a furious roar, he activated his third soul ring, a deep purple light radiating. His third soul skill, White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. His already formidable muscles swelled further, black stripes appearing on his skin, and his aura surged dramatically, instantly doubling his power, defense, and attack. He exerted force, and the shadowy spider silk binding him squeaked ominously, on the verge of snapping. Now was the moment. Ling Feng would not let this opportunity slip away. Just before Dai Mubai could unleash his soul skill and break free, he activated his first soul skill once more, Shadow Assault. His figure melded into the shadows, rapidly closing in on the slight opening exposed on Dai Mubai's side due to his exertion. His hand, imbued with shadowy power, aimed for the gap beneath his ribs. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing understood the cue. Her second soul ring glowed, and her figure split, launching an assault from another direction. Her second soul skill, Netherworld's 100 Claws. Countless claw shadows descended upon Dai Mubai's back. The attacks of the two assailants arrived almost simultaneously, their coordination impeccable. Dai Mubai was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a fierce and synchronized counterattack. Despite his formidable defense in his White Tiger transformation, he dared not withstand the full force of both adversaries. Particularly the shadow-infused strike from Ling Feng, which exuded a palpable threat. With a roar, he was compelled to abandon his attempt to break free from the webs. Sweeping his tiger claw back fiercely to parry Ling Feng's assault, while simultaneously twisting his body in a desperate effort to endure Zhu Zhuqing's phantom claw with his back. The clash resounded with a dull thud as Ling Feng's hand strike met Dai Mubai's claw, forcing both to retreat a step. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing's myriad claw shadows struck his back, producing a sound that grated on the nerves. Yet, the amalgamation of the White Tiger transformation and the White Tiger barrier rendered her attacks largely ineffective, leaving only a series of white scratches on his back without breaching his defenses. The recoil, however, surged through him, stirring his blood. Nevertheless, their objective had been achieved. In his attempt to block and evade, Dai Mubai stumbled slightly. Although he quickly regained his footing, he had indeed moved. While it was but a minor shift, it was unmistakably clear to all present. Enough. Stop. Zhao Wujing's voice boomed like thunder. Although the incense had yet to burn out, the testers had moved their feet. According to the rules, Ling Feng, Zhu Zhuqing, you have passed. Dai Mubai's body instantly stiffened, his complexion shifting from green to red, then to pale. An expression of utter humiliation etched upon his face. He had been compelled to move by two newcomers whose soul power was significantly inferior to his own, especially under his deliberate targeting and full exertion. This was an utter disgrace. All of it stemmed from the infuriating synergy between that boy and that girl. He glared fiercely at Ling Feng, his eyes almost ablaze with fury. Ling Feng exhaled slowly, releasing a breath of pent-up tension as he withdrew his soul power and concealed his soul rings. Although their confrontation had been brief, facing the full might of a 37th level soul sage had taken its toll on both him and Zhu Zhuqing, both in terms of soul power and psychological strain. He turned to Dai Mubai and calmly stated, "Thank you for the challenge, Senior Dai." Zhu Zhuqing quietly returned to Ling Feng's side. Her breath slightly labored as she remained vigilant towards Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's chest heaved violently for a moment before he forcefully waved his hand, scoffing disdainfully. And without uttering a word, he turned and leapt out of the arena, striding away with a demeanor fraught with resentment and disgrace. Zhao Wujing watched Dai Mubai depart, shaking his head without further comment, and then turned to Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Well done. Your cooperation was seamless, your tactics clear, and your courage commendable. Especially you, young lady. Your timely intervention was decisive. You both truly qualify as monsters of Shrek. Please wait over there." Chapter 100, Zhao Wujing's Trial. "All right, you little ones over there, stop dawdling and come here." Zhao Wujing called out to the other three candidates waiting at the side of the arena. Ling Feng turned to follow the sound, seeing two girls and a boy approaching. One of the young maidens donned a simple white long dress, her neat ear-length hair framing a porcelain complexion, adorned with an exquisitely delicate visage and an ethereal demeanor. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of liveliness and curiosity, exuding a gentle charm. The other maiden sported long braided hair, dressed in a playful pink outfit, her large eyes brimming with vivacity, radiating an infectious energy. In the center stood a young lad clad in a blue outfit, possessing a well-proportioned physique. Though not conventionally handsome, he emanated an approachable aura, his gaze reflecting a maturity and composure beyond his years. These three individuals were none other than Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Tang San. Zhao Wujing shifted his robust neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, a sly grin playing upon his lips. "I am Zhao Wujing, the examiner for your fourth trial. The task is quite simple. Endure for the duration of an incense stick." He gestured towards the incense that had just been lit and was slowly burning beside him. "If any one of you can last until the end, you shall pass. Of course, if you manage to make me move even a single step, that would also count as a victory." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong's face immediately reflected a trace of concern. The oppressive aura emanating from the burly middle-aged man was far more intimidating than that of Dai Mubai. It bore the weight of a mountain and the ferocity of a grizzly bear. Xiao Wu, however, pouted defiantly. "You think you can assess all five of us by yourself? That is quite presumptuous." It was evident that she had yet to fully grasp the formidable nature of Zhao Wujing. Tang San, however, wore a grave expression, stating earnestly, "Senior, I seek your guidance." His perceptive purple extreme magic eyes sensed the unfathomable strength of this teacher Zhao, whose vigor surpassed any soul master he had encountered. Zhao Wujing chuckled. "Do not think I am bullying you mere children. I shall grant you the time of an incense stick to become acquainted and devise strategies." With that, he casually returned to the old recliner, closing his eyes as if the impending trial held no significance to him. Seizing this rare opportunity, the five candidates promptly gathered together. "Greetings, I am Ning Rongrong, a master of the auxiliary soul system at the 26th level, with the soul of the 7 treasure, glazed tile." Ning Rongrong spoke first, her voice melodious and enchanting. "The 7 treasure, glazed tile?" Aside from Ling Feng, Zhu Zhuqing, and Tang San, the others were momentarily taken aback. They had certainly heard of the prestigious reputation of the world's foremost auxiliary soul. Xiao Wu exclaimed in astonishment. "You are from the 7 treasure glazed sect?" Ning Rongrong nodded, a faint hint of pride gracing her features, which quickly transformed into concern. "My 2 soul rings can enhance speed and strength attributes for everyone. However, Teacher Zhao's aura is overwhelmingly powerful. He is likely at least a soul sage, which may limit my enhancement effects." Tang San introduced himself succinctly. "I am Tang San, a master of the control soul system at the 29th level, with the soul of blue silver grass." "I am Xiao Wu, a master of the agility attack soul system at the 29th level, with the soul of a rabbit," Xiao Wu added, casting a curious glance at the silently observing Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. Ling Feng met their gaze with calm composure, stating, "I am Ling Feng, a master of the Assault Soul system at the 32nd level, with the soul of the Darknight Qilin. He refrained from revealing his control abilities, intending to hold them in reserve. Zhu Zhuqing, wielding the soul of the Nether Cat, stood as a level 26 agility attack system soul master. Her voice remained as frigid as ever. Level 32, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong cast astonished glances towards Ling Feng, a 12-year-old soul sovereign. Such talent is truly remarkable. A glimmer of hope flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes. With a soul sovereign among us, our chances have significantly improved. I can prioritize my support for you. Tang San pondered for a moment and said, Teacher Zhao's strength far exceeds ours. A direct confrontation is unfeasible. My blue-silver grass martial soul excels in control, and I can attempt to restrict Teacher Zhao's movements. Xiao Wu will take the lead. Her burst of power at close range is formidable. Brother Ling Feng, as a soul sovereign, you possess the greatest strength. Please take the offensive and directly engage Teacher Zhao. Miss Zhu Zhuqing, you are an agility attacker, so please maneuver and support, seeking opportunities to disrupt. Ning Rongrong, I would appreciate it if you could enhance our abilities. We must rely on teamwork if we hope to endure for a stick of incense's time. His arrangement was clear and methodical, fully considering each individual's strengths. Ling Feng nodded in agreement. Very well. I will do my utmost to draw Teacher Zhao's primary fire. Zhuqing, act when the opportunity arises. Safety is paramount. The last sentence was spoken softly to Zhu Zhuqing. She glanced at him and imperceptibly nodded. Xiao Wu shook her fist, her confidence seemingly restored. All right. Let us show him our prowess. The time of a stick of incense swiftly elapsed. Zhao Wujing rose from his reclined position, his massive frame exuding an oppressive aura that seemed to weigh heavily on the air. He cracked his neck and grinned. Have you all conferred? Then let us begin. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. I want to use my martial soul at first. The seven treasures glazed tower emerged. Ning Rongrong was the first to act, her body gracefully spinning as dazzling, multicolored light radiated from within her. In her right palm, a tower of vibrant hues, over a foot tall, shimmered brilliantly, and two yellow soul rings ascended from beneath her feet, silently encircling her. The seven treasures glazed tower is renowned. First, strength. Second, speed. Accompanied by her crisp incantation, for beams of colored light shot forth, enveloping Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ling Feng, and Zhu Zhuqing. Instantly, all four felt a warm surge of energy coursing through their limbs, invigorating their bodies and rendering them lighter. The effects of the world's foremost support martial soul were immediate. Oh, the little girl of the seven treasures glazed tower? Quite intriguing. A flicker of surprise crossed Zhao Wujing's eyes, yet he remained unperturbed. Now, Tang San called out, charging forward first. His hands subtly transformed into a jade hue. The mystic jade hand already activated. Simultaneously, his first soul ring illuminated, and with his first soul skill, bind. Countless thick strands of blue-black blue-silver grass erupted from the ground beneath Zhao Wujing's feet, entwining around him like serpents and tightly binding his legs. Xiao Wu, Tang San shouted. Xiao Wu, already in sync, dashed towards Zhao Wujing like lightning, her speed amplified by Ning Rongrong's enhancement. Unfazed by the entangling blue-silver grass, Zhao Wujing laughed. A mere blue-silver grass dares to constrain me? He did not even engage his soul power. Merely a slight tremor of his body caused the seemingly resilient blue-silver grass to shatter inch by inch. Yet, in that fleeting moment of restraint, Xiao Wu had already closed the distance. Her first soul ring illuminated, and she unleashed her first soul skill, bow of the waist. Her body, astonishingly supple, propelled herself forcefully against Zhao Wujie's robust arm, using the momentum to flip, her long scorpion braids striking like a serpent emerging from its burrow, precisely coiling around Zhao Wujie's neck, attempting to leverage the immense power of the bow of the waist to hurl him away. However, Zhao Wujie merely chuckled, his neck stiffening slightly, and a tremendous force rebounded from him. Xiao Wu felt as though her braid had ensnared an iron mountain. Not only did she fail to budge him, but she was also thrust backward by the recoil, her arms tingling with numbness. Xiao Wu, Tang San exclaimed, rushing forward to assist. Little one, your strength is commendable, but alas, it still falls short. Zhao Wujie laughed heartily, even finding time to critique. He did not pursue her, clearly holding back. At that moment, a shadow appeared silently at Zhao Wujie's flank, claws gleaming with a cold light, aiming straight for his ribs. It was Zhu Zhuqing. She had seized the moment perfectly, striking just as Zhao Wujie had repelled Xiao Wu, at the very instant when his old strength had waned. Phantom strike. Zhao Wujie seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, swinging his robust arm backward without a glance, as if shooing away a fly. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing's speed, augmented by Ning Rongrong's enhancements, was astonishingly swift. Missing her strike, she swiftly retreated, utilizing the airflow generated by Zhao Wujia's arm, and scathed. "Oh, the little kitty is quite fast," Zhao Wujia remarked, slightly taken aback. However, the true assault was yet to come. Just as Zhao Wujia's attention was drawn to Zhu Zhuqing, Ling Feng made his move. With Ning Rongrong's dual boosts of power and speed, his first soul ring flared to life, and he activated his first soul skill, Shadow Ambush. His body seemed to meld into the shadows, his speed soaring to a terrifying extent, almost teleporting to Zhao Wujia's front. The dark aura emanating from his Darknight Qilin Martial Spirit erupted, carrying a faint, psychological intimidation as he hurled a punch towards Zhao Wujia's face. This punch encapsulated all the might of his 32nd level Soul Master, augmented by 30% from the 7 treasures, Glazed Tile, along with the speed enhancement of Shadow Ambush and the additional damage from the Hidden Strike. The force of his punch was ferocious, even producing a sharp whistling sound. The relaxed expression on Zhao Wujia's face finally diminished. He sensed a hint of threat emanating from this punch, not from an absolute disparity in strength, but from the extraordinarily condensed explosive force and the peculiar aura of dark corrosion mixed with a subtle psychological disturbance. "Well done, young lad," Zhao Wujia praised. No longer daring to be arrogant and merely withstand with his body, he abruptly raised his right fist, still not employing his martial spirit. But the muscles in his arm instantaneously coiled, gathering an explosive force as he collided against Ling Feng's punch. Boom! The clash of their fists reverberated like thunder. Ling Feng was propelled backward 7 or 8 meters before regaining his stance, his arms numb and aching, internally astonished. Such terrifying strength, even without a martial spirit. He was this formidable. The punch he delivered moments ago felt akin to striking a colossal soul beast charging forward. Yet, Zhao Wujia's body wavered slightly, firmly rooted in place, his feet seemingly anchored to the ground. However, upon his right fist, an ethereal layer of faint black energy began to envelop him, steadily eroding his skin, eliciting a mild sting and a chilling sensation, while a faint hint of irritation flickered in his mind. Zhao Wujia was astonished once more. He had not anticipated that Ling Feng's soul power could be so extraordinary, not only surpassing that of his peers in strength, but also imbued with dark attributes and subtle mental disturbances, provoking a sense of discomfort within him. What a peculiar martial spirit. "Well done, young man." Seizing the moment when Zhao Wujia was momentarily distracted by Ling Feng's strike and attempting to dispel the dark encroachment and mental disturbance from his fist, Tang San's assault swiftly followed. Second soul skill, Parasite. The blue-silver grass seeds, which had quietly attached themselves to Zhao Wujia, erupted in an instant, ensnaring him with even more robust tendrils. "Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing," Tang San bellowed. Xiao Wu darted forward once more, while Zhu Zhuqing launched an ambush from another direction. Bound by the parasitic blue-silver grass, Zhao Wujia's movements were delayed. Xiao Wu's graceful techniques and Zhu Zhuqing's sharp claws struck simultaneously, targeting his joints and vital points. "This is becoming interesting." Zhao Wujia laughed heartily as his soul rings finally illuminated his form. 7 soul rings suddenly arose, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. The overwhelming pressure emanating from these rings surged through the arena like a tsunami. A powerful fluctuation of soul power erupted with a thunderous boom, and all the blue-silver grass entwining him was reduced to powder in an instant. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were directly blown away by the immense soul power. Xiao Wu was timely caught by Tang San's blue-silver grass, while Zhu Zhuqing adeptly flipped mid-air, staggering a few steps upon landing, only to be shielded by Ling Feng, who mitigated much of the impact. "To compel me to unleash my martial spirit, you little monsters are indeed impressive." Excitement flickered in Zhao Wujia's eyes. But the game is about to end. First soul skill, Immovable King Body. A dense layer of golden light suddenly enveloped him, making his body appear to swell significantly, achieving an extraordinarily formidable level of defense. "Now, I shall take this a bit more seriously," Zhao Wujia declared, striding forward like a humanoid tank, charging directly at Ling Feng, who had brought him the most astonishment. His speed was astonishingly swift. "Ling Feng, be careful," Ning Rongrong exclaimed, her 7-treasure glazed tile tower glowing brightly as she maximized its amplification effects. Tang San's hidden weapons flew toward Zhao Wujia like a tempest. But upon striking the immovable king body, they merely clinked harmlessly, unable to impede him in the slightest. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing attempted to disrupt from the sides. Yet Zhao Wujia paid them no heed. His focus was singularly on Ling Feng. An immense pressure enveloped Ling Feng in an instant. He understood that the true trial was only just beginning. He swiftly spoke to Zhu Zhuqing. "Zhuqing, support me. Leave the task of drawing fire to me." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a sharp glimmer flickered in his eyes. Channeling his soul power to the fullest, he charged headlong towards Zhao Wujin. Chapter 101. The Revelation of the Millennium Soul Rings. Zhao Wujin, akin to a frenzied giant bear, unleashed the unmovable king body, surging towards Ling Feng with an unmatched force. Each step he took caused the ground to tremble slightly, and the oppressive aura emanating from his 7 soul rings was nearly suffocating. In the face of this overwhelming onslaught, Ling Feng's expression was gravely serious, yet he did not flinch. He understood that if he chose to evade, Zhao Wujin's momentum might redirect towards Ning Rongrong or others, leading to the immediate collapse of their team. He had to withstand this first and most formidable wave of impact head-on. Ling Feng. Zhu Zhuqing's cold voice carried a hint of barely perceptible urgency as her figure flitted like a specter around Zhao Wujin's flank, her claws relentlessly attacking in an effort to distract him. However, the defense of the unmovable king body was exceedingly robust. Her assaults merely left faint white marks upon the golden light, failing to create any significant disruption. Tang San's blue-silver grass once again entwined around Zhao Wujin, but upon mere contact, it was shattered by the golden aura. Xiao Wu attempted to close in with her agile techniques, only to be repelled by the terrifying shockwave generated by Zhao Wujin's casual sweep. Ning Rongrong gritted her teeth. The radiance of the 7 treasure glazed tile enveloping Ling Feng, amplifying his power and speed to their utmost limits. All hope seemed to rest upon Ling Feng, as Zhao Wujin's colossal fist, accompanied by a menacing gale, hurtled towards him. Ling Feng took a deep breath, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. It was as though he had been pushed to the brink, compelled to unveil his hidden trump card. He bellowed, "Teacher Zhao, I must defend." Before his voice faded, his soul power erupted explosively. Beneath him, 3 soul rings ascended in an instant. Yet, to the astonishment of all present, including the seasoned Zhao Wujin, the 3 soul rings beneath Ling Feng were revealed to be deep purple, 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 purple. 3 profound purple soul rings, signifying 3 millennium soul rings. What? This is impossible. Ning Rongrong gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth, her eyes brimming with incredulity. Tang San and Xiao Wu were momentarily stunned, their faces etched with shock. Millennium soul rings? The first and second soul rings are millennium? This utterly shattered the conventional wisdom of the soul master realm. Even Dai Bai, who had seemingly remained aloof with his eyes closed, now widened his gaze, his face a canvas of horror and disbelief. The flickers of jealousy and resentment he previously harbored were obliterated by this astounding revelation. Zhao Wujin's forward momentum abruptly faltered, his coppery eyes fixed intently upon the 3 purple soul rings, the playful smile on his face vanishing entirely, replaced by profound astonishment and keen interest. 3 purple? The first and second soul rings are indeed millennium? Young man, you. Before he could finish, Ling Feng had already surged into action. Empowered by the 3 millennium soul rings, his aura ascended to an unprecedented height. The aura of darkness surged forth like a tidal wave, faintly resonating with the low growl of a Qilin, its psychological intimidation magnified several times over, causing even the seasoned Zhao Wujing to feel a slight tremor in his spirit. The first soul skill, Shadow Ambush. Ling Feng's figure seemed to vanish entirely, only to reappear beside Zhao Wujing in the next instant, his speed exceeding that of before by more than double. With a hand cloaked in thick shadow energy, he struck fiercely at Zhao Wujing's side. Yet, Zhao Wujing, a veteran of countless battles, remained unfazed despite his surprise. The golden light of his immovable king form blazed forth as he raised his robust arm to block the attack. A resounding thud echoed through the air. Ling Feng was once again knocked back, but the golden glow on Zhao Wujing's blocking arm pulsed violently, the shadow energy clinging to it eroding like a living entity, hissing audibly, and even causing Zhao Wujing a sharp pang of pain. The mental interference became increasingly pronounced, leaving him in a state of disarray. What a remarkable lad! How peculiar his soul power is. Zhao Wujing's astonishment deepened. This strength, this bizarre attribute, surely far surpassed that of an ordinary 32-level soul master. The benefits of a millennium soul ring are indeed colossal. Yet, he did not hesitate, swiftly retaliating with his other hand, a gust of wind accompanying his movement as he struck down upon Ling Feng with the force of a battering ram. As Ling Feng regained his footing, faced with this ferocious blow, his gaze sharpened. The second soul ring suddenly gleamed, the second soul skill, Phantom Spider Binding. Several strands of shadowy spider silk, more substantial and dense than before, materialized from thin air, imbued with a faint purple luminescence, instantly ensnaring Zhao Wujing's striking arm and massive form. This time, the resilience of the silk far exceeded the previous attempt, significantly hindering Zhao Wujing's movements. The formidable binding force caught Zhao Wujing off guard. The third soul skill, Shadow Domain. Without a moment's pause, Ling Feng unleashed his most powerful technique. centered around his body. A thick darkness spread rapidly like a rising tide, enveloping Zhao Wujing in an instant. Within this domain, light diminished drastically. The temperature seemed to plummet, suffused with a chilling, oppressive atmosphere. Zhao Wujing felt his body grow heavy, as if sinking into a quagmire. His actions and perceptions dulled, even the flow of his soul power hindered. The golden light of his immovable king form noticeably dimmed under the encroaching darkness. In contrast, Ling Feng thrived within the shadow domain. His speed, perception, and recovery of soul power experienced remarkable enhancement, his body feeling lighter, melding seamlessly with the surrounding shadows. A domain-type soul skill. This time, Zhao Wujing was genuinely moved. Soul masters possessing domain skills are exceedingly rare, and to see one manifest in a third soul ring soul master is astounding. What sort of monster is this lad? Just as Zhao Wujing found himself ensnared by the shadow domain, his movements sluggish and senses dulled, Zhu Zhuqing seized the moment. She had been patiently awaiting this opportunity. Bolstered by Ning Rongrong's enhancement and the subtle amplification of the shadow domain, her speed reached its zenith, akin to a true specter. Launching her attack from Zhao Wujing's blind spot. The second soul skill, Netherworld 100 Claws. Countless claw shadows descended upon Zhao Wujing's back like a tempest, striking at a single point. The sound of relentless slicing filled the air, although the absolute defense of the immovable king remained unbroken. The concentrated assault combined with the shadow domain's weakening effect caused Zhao Wujing to experience a distinct impact and sharp pain on his back. Roar! Zhao Wujing was thoroughly incensed, being pressured to such an extent by a few younger opponents, to the point of employing his martial soul and first soul skill only to be suppressed by their domain, was a blow to his pride. With a fierce roar, his formidable soul power erupted violently. Although the seventh black soul ring did not illuminate, the immense soul force of a soul sage erupted like a volcano, shattering the shadowy threads that ensnared him, causing the surrounding shadow domain to tremble violently and shrink considerably. Kid, your domain is impressive, but the disparity in soul power is too great, Zhao Wujing declared, stomping his foot on the ground, causing it to tremble. With his second soul skill, the mighty Vajra Palm, a colossal golden hand appeared out of thin air, exuding an overwhelming momentum as it descended upon Ling Feng. This strike bore far greater power than before, clearly indicating that Zhao Wujing was now employing his true strength. Before the golden palm reached him, the terrifying pressure rendered Ling Feng breathless, as if he were locked in place by a massive golden mountain, with no escape in sight. Ling Feng, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed, rushing forward, but was repelled by the terrifying residual waves of soul power. Tang San's blue-silver grass surged forth desperately in an attempt to block the attack, only to disintegrate upon contact with the golden hand. Even Xiao Wu was forced to retreat repeatedly. Ning Rongrong's face paled, yet she persisted in amplifying Ling Feng's power. Confronted with this formidable assault, a frenzied glint flashed in Ling Feng's eyes. He understood there was no way to evade, nor could he afford to. Behind him stood Zhu Zhuqing, his comrades. With a wild roar, he poured all his soul power unreservedly into the shadow domain, striving to diminish the palm's might to the greatest extent possible. Simultaneously, he crossed his arms defensively in front of him, the spectral image of the Darknight Qilin Martial Soul roaring defiantly behind him, as a dense force of shadows coalesced into a robust barrier before him. Boom! The golden palm crashed down upon the shadow barrier. Darkness and golden light clashed violently, eroding and annihilating each other, producing a deafening roar. The shadow barrier before Ling Feng barely held for an instant before it shattered explosively. The residual force of the golden palm struck his arms with tremendous impact. Crack! The unmistakable sound of bones fracturing echoed. Ling Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string. Crashing heavily several meters away, struggling for a moment before finding it difficult to rise. His arms were twisted unnaturally, clearly indicating fractures. The shadow domain dissipated instantaneously. Ling Feng. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned pale in an instant as she rushed towards him, disregarding everything. Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong felt their hearts leap into their throats. Zhao Wujing retracted his palm, gazing at the bloodied Ling Feng on the ground. A flicker of regret crossed his eyes, sensing he may have exerted too much force. Yet, more than that, he was struck by astonishment. The young man, utilizing the power of the Soul Sovereign, withstood a tremendous strike from the diamond palm, albeit somewhat mitigated. Yet he merely suffered a fracture and spat blood. The resilience of his physique and the peculiar nature of his soul technique render him a veritable monster among monsters. At that moment, the incense stick finally reached its conclusion, and the last wisp of ash gently descended. Chapter 102. Perseverance, as required by the plot. The incense has burned out. Quick-eyed Ning Rongrong was the first to notice, exclaiming with excitement. Just as Zhao Wujie was about to approach and assess Ling Feng's injuries, he halted mid-step, turning to glance at the incense stick, which had indeed burned down to mere embers. He momentarily stood in astonishment, his expression revealing a complex mix of surprise, admiration, and a hint of frustration. He had initially intended to be somewhat serious and swiftly conclude the battle, yet he did not anticipate the tenacity of these little monsters, especially that boy named Ling Feng, whose hidden talents seemed inexhaustible. Ultimately, he was compelled to employ his second soul technique to subdue him, inadvertently prolonging the conflict until the incense's end. Tang San and Xiao Wu both exhaled in relief, their taut nerves finally relaxing, and they instantly felt a wave of fatigue wash over them. Zhu Zhuqing, however, appeared oblivious to Ning Rongrong's words, having rushed to Ling Feng's side. Crouching down, her usually calm and collected eyes were now filled with unmistakable urgency and concern. Observing the blood at the corner of his mouth and his twisted arm, her heart felt as if it were being tightly squeezed, aching painfully. Ling Feng, are you all right? Her voice trembled slightly, a quiver she herself had not even recognized. She yearned to reach out and support him, yet feared touching his wounds. Her hand hovering helplessly in the air. Ling Feng coughed violently a few times, expelling a bit of blood, his face pale, yet his eyes remained bright. Enduring the intense pain coursing through his arms, he managed to muster a difficult smile, attempting to reassure her. I'm fine, just a minor injury, a few broken bones. Nothing more. Soul Masters recover quickly, a few days of rest will suffice. His voice was somewhat weak, yet he endeavored to maintain a calm tone. How can you say you're fine in such a state? Zhu Zhuqing's voice involuntarily carried a hint of reproach. Witnessing his struggle against the pain stirred something deeply tender within her heart. Resolving not to hesitate any longer, she carefully avoided his injured arm and retrieved a clean handkerchief from her soul guide, gently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Her movements were somewhat awkward and unfamiliar, yet she was entirely focused and earnest. The coolness of her fingertips occasionally brushed against Ling Feng's cheek, accompanied by a barely perceptible tremor. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at her exquisite face so close at hand, and seeing the unmasked concern in her eyes. The agony in his arm seemed to lessen significantly, a warmth flooding his heart. He quietly allowed her to tend to him, his gaze softening. This scene did not escape the notice of those present. A flicker of envy and curiosity crossed Ning Rongrong's eyes. Xiao Wu blinked her large eyes, nudging Tang San with her elbow, whispering, "Brother, look at them." Tang San offered a faint smile, signaling her to remain silent, yet internally, he began to glean an understanding of the relationship between Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. Standing at a distance, Dai Mubai's countenance was so dark that it seemed as if droplets of water might fall from it. His fists were tightly clenched, with his nails digging deeply into his palms. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's tenderness and concern were lavishly bestowed upon another man, piercing his heart like venomous needles. He snorted coldly, unable to endure the sight any longer, and abruptly turned away, his silhouette brimming with bitterness and defeat. Zhao Waoji observed the young couple with a rugged face, revealing a rare smile. He stroked his chin and laughed heartily. Good. Well done, young man. To endure under my command for a whole incense stick's time, and even compel me to act seriously. Your third soul skill is of the domain type, truly remarkable. Moreover, your soul ring configuration. Damn it, after all these years, this is the first time I've seen such a thing. The first and second soul rings are both 1,000-year monsters. Your future is boundless. His laughter was resounding, filled with joy and admiration, clearly immensely satisfied with Ling Feng's performance. Despite his astonishment at Ling Feng's astonishing soul ring configuration, his predominant sentiment was one of appreciation for talent. Shrek Academy was precisely the kind of institution that nurtured such extraordinary individuals who defied convention. With Zhu Zhuqing's support, Ling Feng struggled to rise. She carefully allowed one of his arms to rest upon her shoulder, bearing most of his weight with her slender frame, which, although delicate, possessed the strength of a grand soul master sufficient to support the injured Ling Feng. Ling Feng slightly bowed to Zhao Waoji. Thank you, Teacher Zhao, for your mercy. He understood that Zhao Waoji had deliberately tempered the force of that last strike. Otherwise, it would have been far more than a mere fracture. Zhao Waoji waved his hand dismissively. All right, enough of this. Your name is Ling Feng, right? I'll remember you. And you all. His gaze swept over Tang San. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, you did well. Good teamwork and considerable courage. Especially you, the little girl from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Your assistance was timely. All 5 of you have passed. He ultimately announced the results. Ning Rongrong's pale face instantly lit up with excitement, nearly causing her to leap with joy. Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged relieved smiles. Mubai, where have you gone? Get over here. Zhao Wuji bellowed towards the distance. The somewhat sullen Dai Mubai approached slowly. Take these few to the dormitory and settle them in. Then find Oscar and have him bring some recovery sausages for this young man, Zhao Wuji instructed, gesturing towards Ling Feng. At the mention of Oscar and recovery sausages, curiosity and confusion appeared on the faces of Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong, aside from Ling Feng. Zhu Zhuqing remained focused on supporting Ling Feng, seemingly indifferent to everything occurring around her. Yes, Teacher Zhao, Dai Mubai replied sullenly, casting a complex glance at the pair of Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing nestled together, particularly at Zhu Zhuqing's posture as she supported Ling Feng, which struck him as particularly jarring. However, he ultimately chose not to say anything further, merely stating stiffly, "Follow me." With that, he turned and led the way ahead. "Can you walk?" Zhu Zhuqing asked Ling Feng softly, her voice gentle. "Yes, no problem. Thank you for your trouble," Ling Feng nodded, enduring the pain as he followed Dai Mubai step by step with Zhu Zhuqing's assistance. Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Xiao Wu hurriedly followed suit. Zhao Wujin observed the departing figures of the new students, particularly noticing Ling Feng, gently supported by Zhu Zhuqing. A smile crept across his face as he muttered softly, "Old Flander, our academy has struck gold this time, especially with that peculiar boy Ling Feng. TSK, TSK. He shook his head, reclined back onto his chair, and appeared unusually content. The setting sun cast elongated shadows of the group. Despite Ling Feng's injuries, his successful passage through the assessment and the deepening bond with Zhu Zhuqing made him feel that all of this was worthwhile. Zhu Zhuqing's steadfast support and her unmasked concern filled his heart with warmth. Chapter 103, Official Students, Without the Fatty. Dai Mubai led the way ahead, his demeanor somber, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. His tall figure radiated an air of aloofness, clearly reflecting his poor mood. Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and Xiao Wu trailed behind, curiously surveying the legendary Monster Academy, yet the gloomy ambience stifled their conversation. Only Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing seemed to exist in their own little world. Zhu Zhuqing carefully assisted Ling Feng, striving to keep his injured arm stable. Her movements were gentle and steady, her ice-blue eyes focused, nearly masking her innate chill. Ling Feng leaned heavily against her slender yet strong shoulder, distinctly feeling her warmth and slight tension. Each step sent sharp pains through his arm. Yet he felt an unusual calmness within, accompanied by an indescribable warmth. "Does it hurt?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, her gaze fixed ahead, her voice barely above a whisper, audible only to Ling Feng. Turning his head, he caught a glimpse of her delicate profile and the slight flutter of her eyelashes. He smiled and replied softly, "It's bearable. Much better than when absorbing the spirit ring." He attempted to lighten her worry with a casual tone. Zhu Zhuqing did not respond further, merely tightening her grip on his arm. Although Dai Mubai did not turn around as he walked ahead, the keen hearing of a soul master caught the subtle, caring exchange behind him, pricking at his heart like fine needles. His fists clenched tighter, knuckles whitening. Soon, Dai Mubai led them to a row of rudimentary wooden houses. These cabins appeared quite old, even more dilapidated than the villagers' homes they had seen earlier, yet they were relatively clean. This was the student dormitory, with 2 students assigned to each room, self-allocated. Dai Mubai halted, his voice rigid and devoid of extra explanation, merely gesturing towards the row of houses as if completing a task. Ning Rongrong surveyed the modest dormitories, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly. Coming from the 7-treasure glazed tile school, she had never resided in such a place. However, recalling Zhao Wujin's terrifying demeanor and the academy's monstrous reputation, she bit her lip and remained silent. Xiao Wu, on the other hand, seemed less concerned, tugging at Tang San's arm, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Brother, which room will we stay in?" Tang San patted her hand, turning his gaze towards Dai Mubai, politely inquiring, "Senior Dai, could you please tell us which rooms are vacant? We are unfamiliar with the place." Dai Mubai seemed to recall something, and with an air of impatience, gestured casually, "The first room on the left is mine. The second is vacant, and the third is also unoccupied. The first room on the right belongs to Oscar, while the second and third are empty. You may sort it out yourselves." His gaze swept over Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing, the corners of his mouth curling into an enigmatic smile. "This is the state of the academy. If you cannot endure it, you may leave at any time." His words were rather brusque, causing Ning Rongrong's expression to shift slightly. Xiao Wu cast an irked glance at Dai Mubai. Ling Feng, seemingly oblivious to the underlying sting in his words, quietly suggested to Zhu Zhuqing, "Shall we stay next to each other? It would be good to have someone to look after." Given his injuries required rest, he felt more at ease with Zhu Zhuqing, a girl residing in the adjacent room. Zhu Zhuqing readily agreed with a gentle nod. Observing this, Tang San remarked, "Then Xiao Wu and I shall occupy the second room." He pointed to the second room on the left. Ning Rongrong assessed the remaining rooms and then glanced at the mutually supportive Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing, tactfully stating, "I will take the third room on the left." She opted for a room slightly farther from them. Once the arrangements were completed, Dai Mubai snorted dismissively. "The rooms include basic bedding. Everything else is up to you. Remember, do not wander around at night." As if recalling Zhao Wuji's instructions, he added curtly, "Wait here. I shall fetch Oscar." With that, he turned on his heel and strode away, seemingly eager to depart. After Dai Mubai's exit, the atmosphere eased somewhat. Tang Xin turned to Ling Feng, saying, "Ling Feng, you should rest for a while. Xiao Wu and I will tidy up the room." Ling Feng smiled gratefully, "Thank you, Tang San." Xiao Wu chimed in cheerfully, "No problem at all. You've been injured so severely. Let Zhu Qing help you inside and sit down." Zhu Zhuqing cast a grateful glance towards Tang San and Xiao Wu, subtle yet sufficient for them to sense her kindness. She supported Ling Feng as they made their way to the third dormitory on the right. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, a faint scent of wood and dust wafted into the air. The room was quite small, roughly 10 square meters, with extremely simple furnishings, 2 hard wooden beds, 2 worn wooden tables, and a wardrobe, with nothing else to speak of. The beds indeed held clean, albeit visibly old, bedding. Though austere, it was relatively clean. Zhu Zhuqing helped Ling Feng to the side of one bed, encouraging him to sit down slowly, her movements remaining cautious. "I'm fine now, Zhuqing, thank you," Ling Feng said, leaning against the headboard. His complexion was pale from pain and blood loss, yet his spirit remained intact. Zhu Zhuqing refrained from speaking, simply picking up a clay pot from the table, discovering it contained fresh water, and pouring a cup to offer Ling Feng. Her actions always spoke louder than her words. Ling Feng took the cup and sipped the cool water, which soothed his throat considerably. At that moment, Tang San and Xiao Wu entered. Tang San swiftly began to help with a light cleaning of the dust in the room, while Xiao Wu picked up the bedding from the other bed to spread it out. "This academy is quite simple," Xiao Wu murmured as she arranged the bed. Tang San smiled, replying, "The teacher once said, for soul masters, external factors are merely aids. The essence lies in one's will." Though modest in appearance, this place undoubtedly possesses extraordinary qualities, having nurtured esteemed souls like Senior Dai and Teacher Zhao. Just as this thought crossed my mind, a soft, languid voice wafted in from outside, tinged with a hint of charm. "Are the new students in? Your beloved Senior Oscar has arrived. I hear one of you has been injured. Come, indulge in my freshly grilled sausages, guaranteed to cure all ailments and restore your soul power, effectiveness assured." Before the words had fully settled, a figure appeared at the door, dressed simply in gray, with tousled hair and a scruffy beard obscuring much of his face. It was difficult to ascertain his age. However, his youthful voice suggested he was not particularly old. Most striking were his peach blossom eyes, large and glimmering with a mischievous charm, as he eagerly scanned the room, ultimately resting his gaze on the bedridden Ling Feng. In his hands, he held several bright red, aromatic sausages of unusual shape. It was evident that this was Oscar, the food-type soul master spoken of by Zhao Wuji and Dai Mubai. "Wow, what a beautiful junior!" Oscar exclaimed, immediately noticing Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu in the room. His eyes lit up, and upon catching sight of the ethereal Zhu Zhuqing, he instinctively tidied his messy hair and struck what he believed to be a dashing pose. Xiao Wu couldn't help but chuckle. Ning Rongrong, intrigued by the commotion, peeked in from the adjacent room, leaning against the doorframe. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing seemed oblivious to Oscar's presence, her attention unwaveringly fixed on Ling Feng. A barely perceptible frown crossed her exquisite brow at his words, and the oddly shaped sausages, a flicker of subtle repulsion gleaming in her eyes. Ling Feng regarded Oscar with a mix of amusement and resignation, while he was already aware of what to expect, witnessing the sausage vendor in the flesh, particularly with those distinctly unique sausages, was still somewhat comical. Suppressing a smile, he addressed Oscar. "You must be Senior Oscar, right? Teacher Zhao sent you?" "Absolutely correct," Oscar exclaimed, stepping closer and presenting a sausage to Ling Feng with exuberance. "You must be Ling Feng, the one who bravely withstood a strike from Teacher Zhao? Come, have a bite of my restorative sausage, and I assure you, you'll be back on your feet in no time. Just 5 copper soul coins each, fair and square." The sausages glistened invitingly, exuding a tantalizing aroma, yet their peculiar shape was somewhat difficult to behold. Zhu Zhuqing's expression grew even colder as she observed the sausage nearly touching Ling Feng's lips. Suddenly, she reached out, gently pushing Oscar's hand away. Her voice icy as she declared, "No need." Her gesture was subtle, yet her resolve was unwavering. Oscar paused, his smile faltering momentarily, as he looked at Zhu Zhuqing with a hint of disappointment. "Junior, don't let its unusual appearance fool you. The effects are genuinely remarkable. I, Oscar, guarantee it with my integrity." Xiao Wu stifled a giggle from the side, while Ning Rongrong wore a mix of curiosity and disdain. Tang Xin displayed a wry smile, clearly feeling the awkwardness of the situation. Ling Feng, observing Zhu Zhuqing's protective demeanor coupled with a touch of disdain, felt a warmth in his heart. He understood that Zhu Zhuqing was concerned about the origins and peculiar nature of this dubious item and its potential impact on him. He offered a gentle smile to Zhu Zhuqing, signaling her to feel at ease, then addressed Oscar, saying, "Oscar, I have faith in the efficacy of your soul skill. Please, hand me too." With that, he bore the pain and, using his uninjured hand, retrieved 10 copper soul coins from his storage soul guide and handed them over. The daily sign-in rewards from the system occasionally provided him with both gold and copper soul coins, so he was not lacking in funds. Ling Feng. Zhu Zhuqing regarded him with mild disapproval, her eyes filled with questions. "It's fine, Zhuqing," Ling Feng reassured her with a nod, before accepting the 2 sausages Oscar offered. They were warm to the touch, and the enticing aroma was undeniable. Disregarding their appearance, they certainly stimulated the appetite. Under the gaze of his companions, Ling Feng maintained a composed demeanor as he brought 1 sausage to his mouth and chewed a few times. The flavor was unexpectedly delightful. The meat was firm, perfectly charred on the outside while tender within, bursting with savory essence. More importantly, as the sausage entered his stomach, it transformed into a gentle warmth that swiftly spread through his limbs, alleviating the intense pain in his fractured arm and significantly accelerating the recovery of his depleted soul power. "How is it, Junior? I didn't deceive you, did I?" Oscar raised his eyebrows in triumph, casting a furtive glance at Zhu Zhuqing. After finishing the second sausage and relishing the comforting warmth within, Ling Feng sincerely expressed his gratitude. "The effect is remarkable. Thank you, Senior." Observing that Ling Feng was indeed unharmed and visibly improving, Zhu Zhuqing's tense expression relaxed slightly, though her gaze remained wary and resistant towards the remaining sausages in Oscar's hand. Encouraged by Ling Feng's enthusiastic endorsement, Oscar's spirits soared as he turned his attention to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. "Beautiful juniors, would you care to try one? They're excellent for enhancing beauty and replenishing vitality." Xiao Wu shook her head vigorously, laughing as she hid behind Tang San. "No way, they look so strange." Ning Rongrong wrinkled her nose in disdain, shaking her head in agreement. Zhu Zhuqing, however, averted her gaze entirely, refusing to look once more. Oscar, feeling disheartened by the rejection, let his charming eyes droop, appearing significantly affected. Ling Feng stifled a laugh and produced more copper soul coins, saying, "Senior, please give me 5 more. I'm preparing for the future." He thought that Zhu Zhuqing might need them someday if she were to sustain injuries or exhaust her soul power. Although she resisted now, it was prudent to have them on hand. Oscar's mood brightened instantly as he accepted the coins, handing Ling Feng 5 more sausages while leaning in and lowering his voice. "Junior, you're quite savvy. Whenever you wish for sausages in the future, just seek me out, and I'll give you a discount." After winking at Ling Feng and casting a secretive glance at Ning Rongrong, he hummed a cheerful tune as he departed. Once Oscar left, Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong retreated to their rooms, laughing as they went. Tang Xin helped Ling Feng tidy up briefly before departing with Xiao Wu. The room was left with only Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. Ling Feng carefully stored away the 5 additional sausages and smiled at Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "Though they may appear somewhat peculiar, their effectiveness is truly commendable. This is the nature of food-type soul masters. They may even save lives in the future." Zhu Zhuqing watched him put away the sausages, fell silent for a moment, then quietly replied, "I understand." She seemed at a loss for the appropriate words to articulate her feelings, ultimately opting for a gentle shake of her head. "Are you feeling better?" "Much improved." Oscar's sausages truly live up to their reputation. Ling Feng shifted his arm, still experiencing pain, yet he was able to move it slightly. His soul power had notably recovered, and he estimated that after a night's rest, he would be able to move freely by the following day. Observing the improvement in his complexion, Zhu Zhuqing felt the last remnants of her worry gradually dissipate. She glanced around the modest room and softly said, "You should rest. I will return to the next room. You can call me if needed." "All right." Ling Feng nodded, watching her serene silhouette depart before gently closing the door behind her. Leaning against the headboard, he listened to the faint sounds of her tidying up next door, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Despite the simplicity of the dormitory, the rigors of the assessment, and his injuries, the fact that he could be her neighbor and share this academy experience felt quite delightful. He shut his eyes, silently beginning to cultivate the Xiantian technique, an analogous practice rewarded by the system, and the soul power condensation method, hastening the absorption of the sausage's medicinal properties to mend his injuries. Chapter 104, Flinders Rules. The following morning, as dawn broke, Ling Feng awoke from his meditation and assessed his condition. Oscar's restorative sausage had indeed remarkable effects. Coupled with his robust physique and the support of his techniques, the fractured bone in his arm had begun to heal. Although he could not exert force yet, ordinary movements posed no significant issues, and his soul power had largely returned. Having just completed his morning routine, he heard a gentle knock at the door. Upon opening it, he found Zhu Zhuqing standing quietly outside. She had donned a clean black athletic outfit that accentuated her graceful figure, her long dark hair tied back in a ponytail, presenting a neat and refreshing appearance. Her delicate face glimmered subtly in the morning light. "How do you feel?" she inquired, glancing at his arm. "Much better. It does not hinder my movements," Ling Feng replied with a smile. "Let us go. We should be gathering soon." The two exited the dormitory together, discovering Tang San. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong had also emerged. Dai Mubai stood a short distance away, his expression still somewhat grim, though seemingly calmer. Upon seeing Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing emerge together, his gaze darkened as he turned away. "Now that everyone is here, follow me," Dai Mubai stated, his tone devoid of warmth. "The principal, Flinder, wishes to see you." He turned and led the way as the group followed him through the village to an open area on the other side. This space resembled a rudimentary playground, with a tall, slender middle-aged man standing in the center. He wore crystal glasses, had a slightly protruding chin, and deep-set eyes that conveyed a hint of cunning. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he gazed thoughtfully at the sun that had just fully emerged over the horizon. This individual was Flinder, the principal of Shrek Academy, a formidable soul sage of the 78th level. Dai Mubai stepped forward respectfully and announced, "Principal, I have brought the 5 new students." Only then did Flinder slowly turn, his hawk-like gaze piercing through the lenses of his glasses as it swept over Ling Feng and the others. His gaze briefly lingered on Ning Rongrong, as if to ascertain something, before resting on Ling Feng for a moment, a subtle glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Finally, he addressed everyone. "Very well, it seems that this year, Shrek Academy is fortunate to have gained 5 little monsters." The voice of Flander was somewhat hoarse, yet possessed a unique magnetism. "I am Flander, the principal of Shrek Academy. First and foremost, I welcome you to this extraordinary family of monsters." His opening remarks were relatively conventional, but the tone shifted abruptly thereafter. "However, once you step into Shrek, you must adhere to its rules." Flander adjusted his glasses, a glint of light reflecting off the lenses. "First, no acts of debauchery or pillaging are permitted. Though brawling is encouraged, of course, only among students. Should any disputes arise outside, you'll bear the consequences." This pronouncement left Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu exchanging incredulous glances. "Encouraging brawls." Secondly, Flander continued, "No facilities within the academy, including the simulated training grounds, are available for free use. A corresponding fee is required." "Fee?" Xiao Wu could not suppress a soft murmur. Flander's keen ears caught her words, and he turned to her with a grin. "Of course, it requires payment. What aspect of Soul Master training is without cost? Do you think these training environments materialize from thin air? Is there no expense for maintenance?" He paused for effect, raising his voice slightly. "I understand that some of you come from prestigious sects, while others may possess modest savings." His gaze pointedly swept over Ning Rongrong and Ling Feng. "However, at Shrek, do not expect to coast by on family connections. All students must rely on their own strength to earn their living expenses, tuition, and all resources for training. The academy will not provide any financial assistance in gold soul coins. In other words, from this day forth, you must find ways to support yourselves and cover all expenditures at the academy." Flander laid down a rule that could only be deemed stringent. Ning Rongrong's brows furrowed deeply. Throughout her life, she had never worried about money. The 7-treasure glazed tile school was never lacking in wealth. How could she be expected to earn her own living? Xiao Wu also stuck out her tongue, glancing at Tang San. His expression remained calm, as if he had anticipated this scenario. Or perhaps he was accustomed to resolving matters independently. Flander observed their reactions with a leisurely demeanor. "Of course, the academy will provide you with avenues to earn money. In Soto City, there exists a Grand Soul Arena, a venue for soul masters to compete in battle. Any soul master may participate in the contests after registration, with rewards for victories. This will be the quickest and most suitable method for you to earn money at this stage." "The Grand Soul Arena?" Tang San pondered thoughtfully. "Indeed." Flander affirmed with a nod. "As for other means of earning, you may explore those for yourselves. In summary, the academy is quite impoverished, and I am exceedingly so. Do not expect assistance from me. Everything relies on your own efforts." He concluded with a tone that was almost self-righteously proud, as if the academy's financial straits were a badge of honor. Listening to Flander's discourse, Ling Feng could not help but chuckle inwardly. Just as he recalled, this principal was a veritable miser, staunchly advocating for self-sufficiency. However, for him, who possesses a divine signing-in system, money has never been a concern. The accumulation of golden soul coins from daily check-ins has long amounted to a considerable sum, more than sufficient to cover the expenses at the academy. He even contemplated lending some to Zhu Zhuqing, but immediately dismissed the thought. Given Zhu Zhuqing's disposition, she would never readily accept such assistance. Moreover, Flinder was right. Soul masters need to hone their skills, and earning independently is a form of training. He instinctively turned his head to glance at Zhu Zhuqing beside him. At that moment, she also slightly turned her head to look at him. Their gazes met in midair. In each other's eyes, they discerned an understanding and a hint of resignation concerning Flinder's lamentations about poverty. Yet, more prominently, there was a tranquil and tacit agreement that since this was the situation, they would simply adapt and overcome it. Without uttering a word or exhibiting any discernible change in expression, in that fleeting exchange of glances, their sentiments were unmistakably understood. They were not individuals who shied away from challenges. If the rules were thus, they would adapt and conquer. A subtle smile, barely perceptible, curled at the corners of Ling Feng's lips. In Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, a faint glimmer of amusement seemed to pass, akin to the delicate light of melting snow. Brief, yet illuminating. Soon after, both returned to their previous demeanor, attentively listening to Flinder's teachings, as if that moment of silent communication had never transpired. Yet, the unspoken understanding and camaraderie quietly flowed between them, allowing them to feel a warmth of companionship amidst the peculiarities of this academy. Flinder seemed oblivious to the subtle exchanges among the students below, or perhaps he noticed but chose to ignore them. Adjusting his glasses, he concluded, "Well, these are the rules. You have today to rest and familiarize yourselves with the environment. Starting tomorrow, classes will commence. Mubai, take them to get acquainted with the academy, particularly the Grand Soul Arena, and explain everything clearly to them." "Yes, Dean," Dai Mubai replied. Flinder nodded, and with a swift motion, he vanished silently, exhibiting a remarkable mastery of agility. Observing the direction in which the dean had disappeared, the reactions of the 5 new students varied. Ning Rongrong was still fretting over her financial situation. Xiao Wu tugged at Tang San, curiously inquiring about the Grand Soul Arena's appearance. Dai Mubai took a deep breath, preparing to fulfill his responsibilities as a senior. Meanwhile, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged another glance, both recognizing the determination reflected in each other's eyes. Chapter 105, The Soto Grand Soul Arena. The resonance of Dean Flinder's declaration of self-reliance echoed in their ears. That very afternoon, Dai Mubai dutifully gathered the 5 new students, ready to escort them to register at the Grand Soul Arena in Soto City and familiarize them with this pivotal location for their future endeavors. Oscar, shamelessly tagging along under the guise of observation and learning, had his gaze fixated on the 3 newly enrolled female students, particularly the aloof and graceful Zhu Zhuqing, who became his focal point of interest. However, under Zhu Zhuqing's icy disregard and Ling Feng's occasionally calm glances, he dared only to admire from a distance. The group traversed the rural pathways, heading towards Soto City, with the setting sun stretching their shadows long. Ning Rongrong remained somewhat troubled by the necessity of earning her own keep, pouting as she remarked, "The Grand Soul Arena? It merely sounds like a place for brawls. How much could one possibly earn there?" Dai Mubai glanced at her, responding with a measured tone. "The Grand Soul Arena is the most prevalent combat venue on the continent, backed by formidable powers that ensure a degree of fairness. The prize money varies according to the rank of the Soul Masters. For our level, winning a one-on-one match could yield approximately 10 gold soul coins. Should one wager on their own victory, the rewards are greater, albeit with heightened risk." 10 gold soul coins? Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. That was quite a sum. She and Tang San had not possessed such wealth during their time in Nodding City. Tang San, however, was more preoccupied with the rules. "Senior Dai, what regulations govern the matches at the Grand Soul Arena?" Dai Mubai elucidated. "There are primarily 3 categories: competitive matches, life and death contests, and gambling fights. We will only partake in the most basic competitive matches, which are of a sparring nature, where intentional maiming or fatality is strictly prohibited. There are 3 formats for the matches: 1-on-1, 2-on-2, and team battles. The latter requires equal numbers on both sides, with at least one participant of Soul Master rank or above leading the team. For now, 1-on-1 and 2-on-2 are your main options," he added. "Each victory accumulates a point, while a defeat results in a deduction of points. Upon reaching certain thresholds, the badge rank will elevate, ranging from the lowest Iron Soul badge to copper, silver, gold, purple gold, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. The higher the rank, the greater the winning prize and the honor it represents." As they spoke, they arrived in Soto City. Traversing the bustling streets, a grand edifice loomed before them, its scale surpassing even that of the city lord's mansion. The building soared over 100 meters high, appearing majestic in the golden hues of sunset, with echoes of thunderous cheers emanating from within. Above the main entrance hung a colossal plaque, adorned with the images of a sword, a hammer, and a blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, symbols of the continent's top 3 sects, signifying the formidable backing of the Grand Soul Arena. "This is the Soto Grand Soul Arena," Dai Mubai declared, a glimmer of battle fervor flickering in his eyes. "Come, let us proceed to register." Upon entering, the vast space, resplendent with brilliant lights and a cacophony of voices, along with the palpable fervor and combat spirit in the air, struck the 5 newcomers with overwhelming intensity. Enormous soul-guiding screens were embedded in the surrounding walls, continuously displaying information on upcoming duels and soul master rankings. Under Dai Mubai's guidance, they approached the registration counter. The registration process was straightforward. One needed to provide their name, age, place of birth, and martial soul, followed by a soul power test, after which they would receive an initial Iron Soul badge. To avoid unnecessary complications and to adhere to the tradition of concealing identities at the Grand Soul Arena, everyone opted to use code names. Evil Eye White Tiger, Dai Mubai announced his alias, already a seasoned participant here. Thousand-Handed Azura, Tang Sin stated calmly. Softbone Charm Rabbit, Xiao Wu cheerfully inscribed. 7 Treasures Glazed Tile. Ning Rongrong hesitated for a moment before ultimately deciding to adopt this name that, while seemingly ambiguous, also reflected her status. Oscar pushed forward, a sly grin gracing his features. It was now the turn of Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. Ling Feng picked up a pen, pondered briefly, and inscribed the 2 characters for Qilin. The name Darknight Qilin not only represented his martial soul, but also exuded a commanding yet restrained aura. Zhu Zhuqing, with her characteristic coolness, wrote down Ethereal Spirit Cat, directly naming her martial soul, which perfectly aligned with her persona. Upon completion of the registration, each individual received a cold Iron Soul badge. "Shall we test our skills now?" Dai Mubai raised his badge, inviting participants for 1-on-1 or 2-on-2 matchups. Oscar immediately leaned towards Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu. "My dear junior sisters, would you care to form a duo with your senior? My grand sausages will ensure your soul power is abundant." Xiao Wu made a face of disdain, exclaiming, "Absolutely not." Ning Rongrong similarly recoiled in dismissal. Tang San and Xiao Wu naturally teamed up, naming themselves the 3-5 combination. Dai Mubai showed no interest in finding a partner, preferring the 1-on-1 format. Ling Feng turned to Zhu Zhuqing beside him and casually inquired, "Zhuqing, shall we join forces?" Without hesitation, Zhu Zhuqing gently nodded, "All right." The pair approached the registration desk for 2-on-2 matches. Without lifting their gaze, the staff member asked, "Team name?" Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged a glance. His name was Qilin, and her title was Ethereal Spirit Cat. A spark ignited within Ling Feng's heart as he spoke, Ethereal Qilin. Upon hearing this name, a flicker of light danced in Zhu Zhuqing's icy blue eyes. The name Ethereal Qilin seemed to intricately intertwine their martial souls and destinies. She did not object, tacitly accepting this team name. The registration was successful, and the Ethereal Qilin team was officially established. Soon, an announcement echoed through the arena. "The Ethereal Qilin team, please proceed to the 13th Soul Arena for preparation, as the next 2-on-2 battle is about to commence." "Let us go," Ling Feng said to Zhu Zhuqing. She nodded, and the two walked side by side toward the designated arena entrance, with Dai Mubai and the others trailing behind to spectate. The 13th arena was relatively small, yet it was filled with numerous spectators. The host was fervently introducing the upcoming teams. "Next, let us welcome the newly registered team, Ethereal Qilin. The 2 members appear remarkably youthful. Let us anticipate their performance. Their opponents are the Iron Wall team, who have achieved 3 consecutive victories, an impeccable duo of defensive soul masters." As the spotlight illuminated the entrance, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing gracefully emerged. Both donned simple yet striking attire. Ling Feng stood tall and handsome, his calm demeanor tinged with a hint of sharpness, while Zhu Zhuqing possessed a slender figure and breathtaking beauty, yet her demeanor was as frigid as ice. The moment this duo appeared, their remarkable looks and austere presence captured the attention of many. Their adversaries were 2 tall and robust young men, both wielding shields as their martial souls, adorned with 3 soul rings, 1 white and 2 yellow, indicating their 3-ringed soul sovereign status. Seeing the youth of Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing, a disdainful smile crept across their faces. "Little ones, this isn't child's play. You still have time to concede to avoid injury," one of them chuckled mockingly. Ling Feng's expression remained unchanged, while Zhu Zhuqing couldn't even be bothered to cast a glance in their direction. The competition commenced with the host's command. The Iron Wall duo let out a low roar, simultaneously unleashing their soul skills. The first soul skill, Shield Guardian. Enormous shadowy shields emerged before them, radiating a heavy luminescence, positioned one behind the other. They formed a formidable defensive line, steadily advancing forward, a classic defensive counterattack strategy. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing moved almost instantaneously as the host's words faded. There was no exchange, no hesitation. Ling Feng's first soul ring illuminated first, not for an attack, but for the speed burst granted by Phantom Assault. He maneuvered like a wraith, flanking to divert the opponent's attention. At the same moment, Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a true specter, utilizing the unparalleled speed bestowed by her nether spirit cat Martial Soul, augmented by the speed enhancement previously granted by Ning Rongrong, racing towards the adversary from another direction with the swiftness of a gale. No matter how fast you are, you cannot breach our defense. The Iron Wall duo scoffed, their shields glowing even brighter. Yet, just as Zhu Zhuqing's lethal claws were about to make contact with the radiant shield, Ling Feng's second soul skill activated. Second soul skill, Shadow Spider Bind. Multiple strands of pitch-black shadow silk precisely appeared beneath the Iron Wall duo, instantly coiling upwards. While it could not completely restrain the two formidable defensive soul masters, it successfully induced a critical delay in their movements, causing the brilliance of their shields to waver. It was in this fleeting moment of hesitation that Zhu Zhuqing's nether puncture struck. Her claws glimmered with an eerie cold light, expertly seizing the slightest opening during the opponent's soul power circulation, and with a swift motion, she managed to tear a minute gap in the thick luminous shield. At the same time, she twisted her body, leveraging the recoil to gracefully leap away, unscathed. And now, Ling Feng's true killing move erupted. As Zhu Zhuqing drew the fire, the instant his control soul skill took effect, he appeared before the opposing soul master, as if he had teleported. The dark aura and mental intimidation from his Darknight Qilin Martial Soul caused the soul master to falter. First soul skill, Phantom Assault. A decisive strike. A punch imbued with formidable shadow power crashed into the shield's ethereal image, which was already dimmed by the interference of the soul skill. Boom. Crack. Accompanied by a thunderous noise and the unmistakable sound of shattering, the shield's phantom was brutally smashed apart by Ling Feng's explosive punch. The soul master let out a cry of anguish, stumbling backward, his shield-bearing arm tingling with numbness, his face etched with disbelief. The other soul master attempted to provide assistance, but found himself ensnared by Zhu Zhuqing's relentless, ghostly assaults, unable to break free. Ling Feng offered no respite, advancing once more. His fist halted mere inches from the nose of the beleaguered soul master, the wind generated by his punch ruffling the opponent's hair backward. Do you concede? Ling Feng inquired calmly. The soul master, gazing at the terrifying power encapsulated in that fist, and witnessing his companion thoroughly restrained, turned pale, swallowing hard. He dejectedly uttered, I concede. Observing this, the other soul master had no choice but to cease his resistance as well. The entire combat unfolded with astonishing swiftness, spanning merely a matter of seconds from inception to conclusion. For a brief moment, the audience fell silent, only to erupt into fervent applause and cheers. Although the skirmish was fleeting, the remarkable speed, impeccable coordination, and formidable explosive power displayed by the spectral Qilin duo left an indelible impression on the spectators. The host, finally regaining composure, exclaimed with excitement, Goodness! Such extraordinary synergy. A victory as swift as the wind. Let us congratulate the spectral Qilin duo on their triumph in their inaugural 2-on-2 contest. Ling Feng retracted his fist and turned to face Zhu Zhuqing, who met his gaze with a glimmer of victory in her cool, clear eyes. The two shared a tacit nod of acknowledgement. As they descended from the battle platform, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and the others approached them. Incredible, Ling Feng. Zhu Zhuqing, your coordination was nothing short of seamless, exclaimed Xiao Wu, her enthusiasm palpable. Tang San's eyes sparkled with contemplation, seemingly analyzing the recent encounter. Dai Mubai regarded Ling Feng with a complex expression, ultimately nodding in approval. Well fought. Oscar, meanwhile, exaggeratedly proclaimed from the sidelines, Junior brothers and sisters, you are formidable. From now on, seniors will rely on your protection. Ling Feng smiled, feeling a sense of ease. In this battle, he and Zhu Zhuqing had not even resorted to their most potent soul techniques, effortlessly securing victory through their harmonious cooperation and the seamless transition of their abilities. Naturally, he draped his arm around Zhu Zhuqing's slender shoulders. Chuckling, the key was Zhuqing's incredible speed and her effective control. This gesture was instinctive. After their time together, particularly through shared trials of escape, injury, and mutual support, Zhu Zhuqing had become someone he deeply trusted and felt close to. As his warm palm, slightly damp with the aftermath of battle, rested gently on Zhu Zhuqing's somewhat delicate shoulder, she momentarily stiffened. Her body instinctively tensed, a flicker of confusion and discomfort flashing in her cool gaze, nearly prompting her to instinctively wield her soul power to push him away. However, in that fleeting moment of impulse, memories cascaded through her mind, fighting side by side in the soul-hunting forest, promises made beneath the starry sky, mutual support during their flight, tender care during feverish nights, and the unspoken perfect synergy they had just exhibited on the battle platform. His hand merely rested lightly, devoid of any frivolity or transgression, resembling a camaraderie celebration. A natural sharing of joy. Gradually, her rigid form began to relax, albeit at an excruciatingly slow pace. The confusion within her was forcibly suppressed, hidden deep within her cool gaze. She neither withdrew nor responded, simply averting her head slightly to avoid his smiling eyes, offering a soft in her calm, neutral tone as a reply to his earlier praise, as if the hand resting on her shoulder were non-existent. Yet, the faint blush creeping to her ears silently betrayed the turbulence within her heart. The moment Ling Feng encircled her shoulders, he was acutely aware of the implications. This world, after all, differed from his previous life. The boundaries between men and women still existed, especially for a girl of Zhu Zhuqing's composed demeanor. He felt a twinge of annoyance at his own abruptness, preparing to discreetly withdraw his hand when he keenly sensed the subtle shift in her body from rigidity to relaxation. Although she still tilted her head and spoke with a cool demeanor, she did not push him away. In Ling Feng's heart, it was as if a tiny firework had quietly blossomed, bringing an indescribable sense of joy and warmth. He understood Zhu Zhuqing. Her lack of rejection, in a certain sense, was the greatest form of acceptance. He did not overstep. The hand resting on her shoulder maintained the perfect degree of pressure, conveying both intimacy and respect. He smiled at Dai Mubai and the others, saying, "It's merely good fortune. Our opponent is struggling to adapt to our pace." Tang Sen observed Ling Feng's hand on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, then glanced at the seemingly unperturbed Zhu Zhuqing, and a flicker of understanding crossed his face, accompanied by a slight smile. Xiaowu blinked her large eyes and leaned towards Tang San, whispering, "Brother, look at them." A glimmer of curiosity and envy sparkled in Ning Rongrong's eyes. Oscar clutched his heart dramatically, feigning injury, and lamented softly, "Woe is me, I've lost my chance." Dai Mubai, witnessing this scene, grew increasingly sullen, abruptly turning away and stating coldly, "Let us go tally our points and rewards." With that, he strode towards the accounting area. Only then did Ling Feng naturally lower his hand from Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder, as if it were the most ordinary of gestures. He leaned down and softly said to her, "Let us see how much we VE won." "All right," Zhu Zhuqing replied quietly, feeling the warmth on her shoulder vanish abruptly. And a fleeting, barely perceptible sense of loss flickered in her heart, though she quickly regained her usual cool composure. At the accounting station, the staff recorded their iron fighting spirit badges. The Yuming Qilin team secured their first victory, each earning a point, as it was a 2-on-2 match. The victory prize was 10 gold soul coins for each participant, with an additional 10 gold soul coins awarded to the winning team, totaling 30 gold soul coins. Glancing at the weighty 30 gold soul coins in his hand, Ling Feng smiled and handed 15 of them to Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "Here, this is your share." Zhu Zhuqing looked at the gold soul coins before her, but hesitated to take them. She shook her head slightly. "You contributed more in that battle." She referred to Ling Feng's decisive blow that shattered the opponent's defense. Ling Feng, without giving her a chance to argue, pressed the gold soul coins into her hand, insisting, "We are teammates. There is no need to divide efforts. A win belongs to us both. Besides, without your restraint, I wouldn't have been able to achieve such ease. Take it. This is our first earnings through our own efforts." Holding the gold soul coins that still bore his warmth, Zhu Zhuqing gazed at his unyielding smile and, after a moment of silence, gently nodded, accepting the coins. The feeling of earning money herself was unfamiliar, yet it did not seem unpleasant. As they departed the bustling Seoul arena, the outside world had plunged into darkness, with the lights of Soto City beginning to twinkle. After a brief, intense battle, the group felt a mix of fatigue and excitement as they relaxed. Passing by a charming and cozy dessert shop, the enticing aroma of sweets wafted through the air. Ling Feng paused, turning to Zhu Zhuqing. "Shall we have something to eat before heading back?" "It's on me." Zhu Zhuqing followed his gaze to the charming and vividly colored pastries displayed in the dessert shop window, and her ice blue eyes seemed to flicker slightly. Typically indifferent to culinary delights, she had never before indulged in such seemingly frivolous sweets. Xiaowu had already begun to cheer. Yes, they look delicious. Xiao-san, let us go have some." Ning Rongrong, too, appeared intrigued, nodding in agreement. Oscar readily raised both hands in approval. Dai Mubai frowned slightly, seemingly disinterested. Yet he did not voice any opposition. Ling Feng looked at Zhu Zhuqing and playfully asked, "What do you think? Shall we give it a try?" Under his somewhat expectant gaze, Zhu Zhuqing unexpectedly responded with a gentle The group entered the dessert shop and settled at a large table. Ling Feng ordered an array of signature desserts and drinks. When a strawberry mousse cake adorned with fresh strawberries and rich cream was placed before Zhu Zhuqing, she stared at the exquisite confection, uncertain of how to proceed. Ling Feng scooped a spoonful of his own dessert and brought it to his mouth, revealing a look of satisfaction. "It's quite delightful. You should try it." Zhu Zhuqing imitated his actions, cautiously taking a small bite with a delicate spoon. Instantly, the sweet yet light aroma of cream and the refreshing fragrance of strawberries melted in her mouth, enveloping her taste buds in an unfamiliar sweetness. She paused momentarily, then took another spoonful. While her expression remained largely unchanged, her cold eyes seemed to soften ever so slightly, adopting a minuscule curve of warmth. Ling Feng observed her daintily savoring the cake, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. It appeared that she was not averse to such sweet treats after all. After finishing their desserts, the group returned to Shrek Academy under the moonlight. Along the way, Ling Feng naturally walked alongside Zhu Zhuqing once more. Following their earlier shoulder incident and shared dessert, the atmosphere between them felt notably more harmonious, an unspoken understanding lingering in the air. Upon returning to the academy, they each retreated to their respective dormitories. As the night deepened, Ling Feng lay on his hard bed, reminiscing about the victories of the day's soul battles. The lingering sensation of her slender and resilient shoulder in his grasp remained in his palm, and he drifted into a pleasant slumber. Meanwhile, in the adjacent dormitory, Zhu Zhuqing lay awake in her bed, unable to sleep. She gazed at the ceiling, replaying every detail of the day's battle, the memory of the hand that had naturally rested on her shoulder, and the sweet flavor of the strawberry mousse. Instinctively, she lifted her hand and gently touched her shoulder, as if still feeling a trace of warmth there. Turning onto her side, she buried her face into her pillow and closed her eyes, yet her heartbeat quickened, refusing to settle. Chapter 107. Daily training commences. The sweet and leisurely moments are always fleeting. The following morning, before dawn had fully broken, a sharp whistle sliced through the tranquility of Shrek Academy, rousing everyone from their slumber. "All personnel, assemble on the playground. 5 minutes. Latecomers will face the consequences." A deep, serious voice, tinged with sternness, resonated through the soul power amplification, reaching every dormitory with clarity. Ling Feng immediately opened his eyes and swiftly rolled out of bed. He swiftly completed his morning routine and pushed open the door. Almost simultaneously, the door next door swung open, revealing Zhu Zhuqing's figure at the threshold. Clad in a sleek black outfit, her long hair neatly tied back, there was no trace of the disorientation typically seen upon waking. Instead, she exuded an air of coolness and vigilance, as if she were well accustomed to such abrupt gatherings. The two exchanged a glance, and, in mutual understanding, dashed toward the playground. Upon their arrival, they discovered a solitary figure already standing there. The individual was of average height, somewhat slender, dressed simply in a gray long robe. His expression appeared somewhat rigid, yet his gaze was profound and filled with wisdom, imparting a sense of seriousness and meticulousness. This was none other than the renowned master, Yu Xiaojing, theoretically invincible in the realm of soul masters. Tang Xin stood respectfully beside him, his demeanor one of reverence. Dai Mubai, Oscar, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong soon arrived, panting heavily. Ning Rongrong even rubbed her sleepy eyes, clearly struggling to adapt. Master Yu Xiaojing, with an impassive expression, observed his stopwatch and, once everyone had gathered, spoke coldly. "I am Yu Xiaojing. From this day forward, I will be responsible for your physical and theoretical training. You may refer to me as Master." His gaze swept across each individual like a cold flash of lightning, pausing briefly on Tang San and Ling Feng. Devoid of any superfluous emotion, "The first rule in my class is absolute obedience. Any questioning, negligence, or attempts to cheat will be met with severe punishment. Do you understand?" His voice carried an undeniable authority. "Understood," responded Dai Mubai, Ling Feng, Tang San, and the others without hesitation. Oscar, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong quickly echoed their agreement. "Very well," the master nodded. "Now, put on your iron vests." He gestured to several heavy black vests laid on the ground nearby. The group approached and picked one up. Feeling its weight immediately, Ning Rongrong nearly lost her grip. "What on earth is this made of? It's so heavy," Xiao Wu exclaimed. Oscar, with a mournful expression, lamented, "Master, how much does this weigh?" The master replied coldly, "Each of you will wear one. The weight has been adjusted slightly according to your current soul power and physical condition, but it is no less than 50 pounds. Don them and run 20 laps around the village. No use of soul power. Complete it before noon, or you shall go hungry." 20 laps. Oscar cried out in despair, and without using soul power, a single lap around the village is at least 3 kilometers. 20 laps is 60 kilometers. This is madness. Ning Rongrong's face turned pale at the thought. As a support-type soul master, Her physical constitution was already the weakest. Running 60 kilometers in a 50-pound iron vest was nothing short of a fantasy. Dai Mubai and Tang San, though equally grave in expression, remained silent and began to don their iron vests. Ling Feng picked up his own, which felt heavier, likely over 70 pounds. With an unperturbed expression, he donned it and secured the straps, then naturally walked over to Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared to be struggling to put on her own vest. Ling Feng extended his hand to assist her, enabling her to don it smoothly. Zhu Zhuqing paused momentarily, murmuring, "Thank you. Begin." Master issued the command without any preamble. Dai Mubai and Tang San were the first to charge forward. With a determined bite of her teeth, Xiao Wu hastened to follow. Oscar wailed in despair. Yet he trudged forward with heavy steps. Ning Rongrong's eyes were reddened with emotion as she gazed at the burdensome iron attire and the seemingly endless path ahead, nearly brought to tears. However, under Master Yu Xiaojing's cold gaze, she trembled but began to run. Ling Feng adjusted his breathing and advised Zhu Zhuqing beside him. "Regulate your breath, maintain your pace, and do not rush too quickly at the outset." Zhu Zhuqing nodded, beads of sweat already forming on her forehead. The 50-pound weight was a considerable burden for her, a sensitive agility-type fighter. The two ran side by side in the middle of the group, their heavy footsteps thudding against the ground with a dull sound. Each breath became laborious, and their legs felt as though they were laden with lead. After merely 2 laps, Ning Rongrong's face had turned ashen, her pace reduced to that of a mere stroll, nearly collapsing to the ground. Oscar was not faring much better. Panting heavily and drenched in sweat, Xiao Wu, relying on her physical resilience from her agility techniques, managed to persevere, though her speed had also diminished. Dai Mubai and Tang San, possessing the strongest physiques, led the front, yet their foreheads glistened with perspiration. Ling Feng's breath grew heavy as well, his clothes soaked with sweat. But he maintained a steady half-step behind Zhu Zhuqing, neither too fast nor too slow. He kept a rhythmic breath, inhaling every 3 steps and exhaling every 3 steps. His voice, though slightly breathless, reached Zhu Zhuqing's ears with unwavering steadiness. Following his guidance, Zhu Zhuqing adjusted her breathing, sensing a slight alleviation of the constriction in her chest. Lowering her center of gravity and utilizing her thighs for power, she conserved her energy. Silently, she complied with his instructions. By the 5th lap, Zhu Zhuqing's steps had begun to falter, her lips parched, yet her gaze remained stubbornly fixed ahead. Ling Feng's breath also wavered, but upon noticing Zhu Zhuqing's condition, he produced a water pouch, took a sip himself, and then offered it to her. "Have a drink, but not too much, just enough to moisten your throat." Zhu Zhuqing hesitated as she looked at the pouch extended before her. Sharing water was an intimacy surpassing that of sharing sweets. "Quickly now, hydration is crucial," Ling Feng urged, his voice imbued with undeniable concern. No longer hesitating, Zhu Zhuqing accepted the pouch, slightly turned away, and took small sips. The cool water slid down her throat, providing immense relief to her parched vocal cords. She returned the pouch to Ling Feng, whispering, "Thank you." Ling Feng took back the pouch, naturally sipping from it again before stowing it away. This indirect contact made Zhu Zhuqing's heart skip a beat, and the flush of exercise on her face seemed to deepen. Hastily, she redirected her gaze forward and continued running. Master Yu Xiaojing appeared at the edge of the track at some point, standing like a statue, expressionless as he recorded something. Upon observing Ling Feng consistently running alongside Zhu Zhuqing, offering reminders, and even sharing water, a subtle shift in his rigid expression revealed a barely perceptible furrow of his brow, though it quickly returned to its previous state. The track was long and arduous. Each lap was an ultimate test of willpower and physical endurance. Oscar and Ning Rongrong had long fallen behind, struggling to walk at the back. Xiao Wu had also slowed, encouraged by Tang San to press on. Although Dai Mubai could still run, his speed had significantly diminished. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing maintained their rhythm, with Ling Feng's encouragement and reminders unwavering. With 10 laps remaining, they adjusted their pace, having passed the most arduous moments. "Keep in step with me," he urged, his voice intermittent due to his labored breathing, yet it acted as an invisible tether, propelling Zhu Zhuqing ever forward. Gritting her teeth, her icy gaze brimmed with fatigue. Yet she exhibited no hint of surrender. The steady, reassuring words from her side and his unwavering companionship made the oppressive weight of her iron attire feel somewhat more bearable. Aligning her steps with his, she inhaled the dust he stirred, as if drawing strength from his resolve to persevere. As she finally completed the last lap and stumbled across the finish line, Zhu Zhuqing nearly collapsed onto the ground. Ling Feng caught her arm. His condition was slightly better, though he was also drenched in sweat, his muscles trembling. "Don't stop immediately. Walk slowly for a while," he rasped, still supporting her as they moved at a measured pace. Zhu Zhuqing gasped heavily, her entire weight leaning on his arm, devoid of the strength to speak. Sunlight filtered through her sweat-drenched hair, illuminating her face. Slightly flushed from exhaustion, a portrait of stubbornness intertwined with fragility, strikingly beautiful. The master observed the two supporting each other as they trudged along, glancing at Oscar, who lay sprawled on the ground, along with Ning Rongrong, and the barely standing Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Dai Mubai. In his notebook, he silently marked a significant symbol next to Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing's names. The hellish training had only just begun, and amid this process, certain bonds, nurtured through sweat and support, were becoming increasingly resilient. Chapter 108, Soul Power Enhancement. Master Yu Xiaojiang's brutal training regimen became an indispensable part of Shrek Academy's daily routine for all the students. The relentless burden of long-distance running, impact resistance training, and extreme physical challenges, coupled with precise control over soul power, stretched everyone's stamina and energy to the utmost limits. At the end of each training session, all would collapse to the ground, resembling those pulled from water, with not even a finger willing to move. Oscar's restorative sausages became the most sought-after currency. Despite their unappealing appearance, their efficacy sustained everyone through the initial, most grueling days. Ling Feng too endured immense training pressure. His specially crafted iron attire weighing over 70 pounds, the heaviest among all the students. Yet, with his formidable physique, indomitable will, and the subtle modifications from the system, he consistently adapted to the training intensity quicker than his peers, often adding extra practice after completing the tasks set by the master. In the stillness of the night, while others were deep in restorative slumber, Ling Feng would often venture alone to a secluded clearing on the academy's back mountain. The moonlight cascaded like water, illuminating the forested glade. Sitting cross-legged, he focused his mind. Instead of commencing his practice immediately, he silently intoned, "System, check-in. Ding. Daily check-in successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 50 golden soul coins and 1 beginner soul power potion." The system's notification tone remains as succinct as ever. Day after day of check-ins yield rewards that are predominantly mundane, though occasionally a delightful surprise such as a temporary boost card for soul power training speed, 1 hour, graces him. Ling Feng comprehends that the system has shifted to a mode of steady, gradual assistance. Without hesitation, he consumes the softly glowing beginner soul power potion. A gentle yet pure energy instantly unfurls within him, permeating his limbs and bones. He promptly initiates the soul power condensation technique, guiding this energy to merge with his own soul power, circulating through his meridians in a harmonious cycle. The fatigue from his extreme daytime training gradually dissipates under the flow of soul power, transforming the soreness in his muscles into a revitalizing tingling sensation. His body resembles a piece of repeatedly tempered fine iron, growing increasingly resilient amid the oscillation of exhaustion and recovery, better equipped to accommodate and wield soul power. Concurrently, he diligently digests and assimilates the seemingly fundamental yet profound theoretical knowledge imparted by his master, which directly addresses the essence of a soul master's strength. The intricate manipulation of soul power attributes, the precise timing of soul skill releases, and the art of maximizing effects with minimal soul power. These insights corroborate his personal training, elevating his comprehension of his own power to an entirely new dimension. On this day, after completing another intensive training session, Ling Feng routinely consumes the soul power potion obtained from his check-in and embarks on late-night cultivation. The soul power surges within him, more tumultuous than ever before. During his sparring training with Dai Mubai earlier, the overwhelming presence of his opponent's White Tiger Martial Soul and his 37th level soul power had inadvertently stimulated Ling Feng's potential. At this moment, under the dual influence of the potion and his techniques, he senses that his soul power has reached a critical juncture. The barrier of 32 levels is vividly apparent, yet precariously close to collapse. He calms his mind, fully directing the surging soul power to launch an assault on that intangible barrier. Boom! A faint rumble seems to resonate within him. The obstruction is instantaneously breached, and the soul power flows forth like a river bursting its banks, cascading into a broader realm. His aura suddenly intensifies, becoming more substantial and profound. Ling Feng slowly opens his eyes, a fleeting brilliance shimmering within, akin to stars in the dark night under the moonlight. He exhales a long breath of turbid air, feeling the substantial increase in his soul power, a satisfied smile curving upon his lips. He has reached level 33. The journey from acquiring the third soul ring at level 30 to now achieving 33 has not been lengthy. This breakthrough is the result of the Master's extreme training that excavated his potential, the pure energy provided by the system's soul power potion, and his unwavering dedication to rigorous cultivation, all three elements harmoniously converging. He does not pause, but instead closes his eyes once more to solidify the newly attained realm of soul power, ensuring it stabilizes completely. The benefits of this enhancement are manifold. He perceives a marked improvement in his physical attributes, reaction speed, total soul power, and recovery rate. More importantly, his perception and control over his martial soul and soul skills have become increasingly adept and intuitive. As a thought flickered, the third soul ring quietly illuminated. Its deep purple glow subtle under the moonlit night. The shadow domain, centered around his being, a darkness more profound than before swiftly expanded, covering nearly 1/5 more ground than previously. The oppressive atmosphere within the domain, which weakened opponents and enhanced his own abilities, was further amplified. His mastery over the domain had become increasingly refined, allowing him to concentrate the weakening effect on a specific target within the area, rather than dispersing it uniformly. He repeatedly unleashed and retracted the domain, savoring the nuanced changes brought about by the enhancement of his soul power, continuously familiarizing himself with the augmented strength. It was only when his soul power had dwindled to nearly half, and his spirit felt a touch of fatigue, that he finally ceased his endeavor. Level 33 was still insufficient. Ling Feng clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him, yet his gaze drifted toward the horizon. To truly protect those he cherished and alter the course of fate, he would need the strength of a tidal Douluo, if not something even greater. He understood that the road ahead was long, but each solid step forward brought him closer to his goal. Beneath the moonlight, his figure stood tall and resolute, akin to a dormant Qilin, silently accumulating strength, awaiting the moment to soar to greatness. Chapter 109. The Enhancement of Soul Power. Ling Feng's breakthrough was quiet and unheralded. However, the following day during training, the perceptive master Yu Shaojiang was the first to notice the change in his aura. A fleeting hint of satisfaction crossed his rigid face. Yet the training tasks assigned to Ling Feng were soon intensified. Ling Feng accepted this with equanimity and adapted swiftly. This, in turn, created greater pressure on Dai Mubai, who had always prided himself on his talent, compelling him to train even harder. Yet, Dai Mubai was not the only one spurred by this revelation. Zhu Zhuqing witnessed Ling Feng's advancement firsthand. They spent nearly every moment together, training, running laps, and battling side by side in the soul arena. Ling Feng's rapidly ascending prowess struck her like an unyielding whip, silently lashing at her heart. She recalled the cold home in the Luo Empire, the insurmountable mountain looming before her, and the despairing fate that seemed inescapable. Initially, her life appeared preordained, with all her efforts rendered futile against the immense pressure of her family and the harsh rules that governed her existence. However, Ling Feng's appearance was like a beacon piercing through the darkness. He brought hope, offered promises, and, through his astonishing rate of growth, demonstrated to her that destiny could indeed be altered. "I will help you." His resolute words echoed in her ears. Yet, Zhu Zhuqing had never been one to merely await salvation from others. She yearned to grow stronger, to seize control of her own fate, and to stand beside him rather than remain forever sheltered behind his protection. This fervent desire transformed into an almost self-punishing diligence. Master S' training regimen was already grueling enough, yet she consistently pushed herself harder. She ran an extra lap with weights, endured an additional 15 minutes of impact training, and practiced soul power control to the point of mental exhaustion. With each instance of exhaustion leading her to the ground, each moment her sweat-soaked garments clung to her, and each time her muscles ached to the point of being unable to lift her arms, she gritted her teeth and silently bore it all. The tenacity reflected in her cool, piercing gaze left both Oscar and Xiao Wu in awe. Ling Feng observed everything with a heart full of empathy. Yet his sentiments were predominantly rooted in understanding and respect. He recognized that this was the path she had chosen, her means of defying fate. His role was not to hinder her, but to accompany and support her. On this particular day, after completing the agility training assigned by their master, Zhu Zhuqing was drenched in sweat, her breath coming in quick gasps. Yet, her eyes shone with an extraordinary brightness, and her soul power surged within her, seemingly reaching a critical juncture. Without a hint of hesitation, she sat cross-legged and commenced her assault on the 27th level's threshold. Ling Feng quietly positioned himself nearby, serving as her guardian. He refrained from uttering a word, opting instead to remain a silent sentinel. The process proved to be somewhat smoother than anticipated. Perhaps the rigorous training had thoroughly unleashed her potential, or perhaps the fervent desire to grow stronger fortified her resolve. Either way, the barriers did not endure for long. After approximately the span of an incense stick, Zhu Zhuqing's aura suddenly intensified, becoming sharper and swifter. She gradually opened her eyes, which sparkled with a fierce brilliance, akin to a predatory feline poised to strike in the dark. She had succeeded in breaking through to the 27th level. Sensing the shift in her aura, Ling Feng's face broke into a smile of satisfaction as he stepped forward and softly said, "Congratulations, Zhu Zhuqing." She lifted her gaze to meet his, and for a rare moment, her cool eyes revealed a glimmer of clear joy and relief. She gently nodded in acknowledgement. Following her breakthrough, Zhu Zhuqing's speed and attacks became increasingly formidable. In the subsequent combat training sessions, her movements grew ever more elusive. The ghostly piercing strike and the ghostly claw unleashed by her produced a sharper sound of slicing air, often posing a lethal threat before her opponents could react. To better solidify her cultivation and hone her combat skills, Zhu Zhuqing frequently sought out Ling Feng for sparring sessions after training. In the vast training ground, their figures darted and collided with remarkable speed. Zhu Zhuqing pushed her velocity to the utmost, launching rapid assaults around Ling Feng, her claws glinting with a chilling light as they struck from various cunning angles. Ling Feng, however, refrained from exerting his full strength. Instead, he relied on his formidable mental prowess and mastery of combat rhythm to defend and evade. He deliberately suppressed his speed and power to match Zhu Zhuqing's level, focusing on honing the precise control of his soul power and responsive techniques. He was feeding her techniques. Each block and every dodge was executed with impeccable timing, providing Zhu Zhuqing with ample pressure to continually refine her attack routes and force application while ensuring she remained unharmed. Occasionally, he would offer succinct guidance. There's an opening beneath your left ribs. Your speed can be greater, but your force lacks penetration. The change after your feint could be more sudden. His insights were concise and precise, often pinpointing the shortcomings in Zhu Zhuqing's attacks with remarkable clarity. Zhu Zhuqing listened intently, her cool eyes shimmering with the light of understanding. She etched his words into her memory and immediately sought to improve in their next sparring session. Her attacks grew increasingly fierce, her speed more elusive, and her mastery of both physical strength and soul power visibly enhanced. For Ling Feng, this practice was equally beneficial. Exercising precise control while suppressing his own strength served as an exceptional training method. He needed to concentrate intensely, anticipate Zhu Zhuqing's strikes, and respond in the most ingenious and energy-efficient manner. This greatly enhanced his control over his soul power and sharpened his combat awareness. Their moonlit sparring sessions became a nightly ritual. As they danced through the air, claws and fists intertwined, there was no hint of hostility. Rather, a profound sense of tacit understanding and harmony prevailed. After each session, they would collapse onto the ground, panting with exhaustion. Ling Feng would produce a water skin for them to share. Occasionally, he would conjure up some delightful rations or fruits acquired through the system's sign-in rewards, which they would divide to replenish their energy. Though rarely speaking, an unspoken bond and a mutually supportive atmosphere solidified between them. They were both striving to grow stronger, acutely aware of each other's progress. This shared journey of growth and mutual encouragement filled Zhu Zhuqing with an unprecedented sense of fulfillment and warmth. Her gaze towards Ling Feng, beneath its cool exterior, revealed a subtle trace of reliance and trust. Chapter 110, Financial Authority. As they became increasingly familiar with the Soto Great Spirit Arena and steadily improved their capabilities, the win rate of the Infernal Qilin duo began to stabilize at a remarkably high level. Though they occasionally encountered formidable opponents and even suffered a loss or two, overall, their victories vastly outnumbered their defeats. The points on their Iron Spirit badge continued to accumulate, and the prize money from their wins grew ever more substantial. Initially, a single match would yield merely 30 gold soul coins, but as their badge level increased and their opponents became stronger, the rewards swelled correspondingly. It became common to earn 20 to 30 gold soul coins from closely matched contests. Ling Feng did not have an urgent need for gold soul coins. The rewards from the system's daily sign-ins, though seemingly modest, had amassed over time into a considerable sum, sufficient to cover all his expenses at the academy. With plenty to spare, his participation in arena matches was primarily for practical training and point accumulation, with financial gain being a secondary concern. Zhu Zhuqing, however, was different. She adhered strictly to Dean Flanders' principle of self-sufficiency, relying solely on her earnings from the Great Spirit Arena for all her expenses. She needed to cover the costs of her training space and purchase essential supplies. Although her lifestyle was extremely frugal, expenses still existed. Ling Feng understood her stubbornness and never broached the subject of directly giving her money, knowing it would only harm her pride. On this particular day, they returned once more from the Soto Great Spirit Arena, having secured another decisive victory. After settling accounts, each received 25 gold soul coins. Upon returning to the academy, night had fallen. They walked side by side along the path to their dormitory, the moonlight casting elongated shadows behind them. Ling Feng weighed the heavy purse in his hand, containing over 100 gold soul coins he had accumulated that evening and prior, yet to be deposited in the system space. Suddenly, he halted in his tracks. Zhu Zhuqing followed suit, casting a puzzled glance in his direction. Ling Feng turned to face her, presenting the bulging purse with a natural demeanor, saying, Zhuqing, please hold on to this for me. Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. She glanced at the sizable amount of gold coins in the pouch, then back at Ling Feng's nonchalant expression, momentarily at a loss for words. Why? Ling Feng chuckled, his smile radiating sincerity under the moonlight. I tend to be a bit forgetful, and carrying so much money, I'm afraid I might misplace it. It wouldn't be safe in the dormitory either. Just keep it for me, and I'll ask for it when I need it. While this reasoning seemed plausible, it bore an unmistakable air of contrivance. With storage soul tools available, or at the very least, secure places to stow valuables, it seemed improbable that one could easily lose such assets, especially someone as meticulous as Ling Feng. Zhu Zhuqing, not being naive, quickly grasped Ling Feng's intent. He was subtly entrusting her with his earnings, indirectly alleviating her expenses while delicately preserving her dignity. A gentle tug at her heartstrings ensued, a complex amalgamation of warmth, gratitude, and a hint of bewilderment surged within her. Instinctively, she sought to decline. Just consider it a favor, Ling Feng interjected, his tone light yet tinged with a hint of pleading as he nudged the purse closer. You see, we often practice together and go out. It's more convenient for you to hold on to the money. Otherwise, if I were to misplace it one day, I'd be left hungry. He even feigned a pitiful expression. Zhu Zhuqing regarded him in silence. The moonlight illuminated his handsome face, his eyes brimming with sincerity and trust, devoid of any condescension. It felt entirely natural for him to entrust her with a financial responsibility that, while perhaps insignificant to him, was of utmost importance to her. She recalled the myriad ways he had supported her during this time, his encouragement and discreet care. From their shared experiences in the soul-hunting forest to their mutual reliance during their escape and the companionship during their daily training, he had always been attentive and considerate. The words of refusal evaporated on her tongue. With a slight bow of her head, her long lashes cast delicate shadows on her eyelids. After a moment of hesitation, she gradually extended her hand and accepted the weighty purse. It felt cool to the touch, yet emanated an almost searing warmth. Clutching the purse firmly, she lifted her gaze to meet Ling Feng's eyes, her voice soft yet remarkably clear. All right, I will take care of it for you. This utterance transcended a mere promise to safeguard his finances. It embodied a silent acceptance and response. She embraced his goodwill, reciprocating his trust. In this seemingly ordinary exchange of possessions, their relationship quietly advanced into a realm of deeper intimacy and trust. Then it settled. Ling Feng's smile radiated with brilliance, as if he had just unraveled a formidable conundrum. From now on, the management of our public funds shall be entrusted to you, Butler Zhu. Upon hearing the term public funds, Zhu Zhuqing felt a faint flush creep up her ears, though the evening shadows concealed it well. She softly acknowledged his words and carefully stowed the purse into her storage soul guide, her actions imbued with gravity, as if she were accepting not merely a bag of money, but a profound trust. The two continued to walk side by side towards the dormitory, and the atmosphere seemed to shift subtly. While words remained sparse, a shared sentiment flowed more distinctly between them. Henceforth, the other members of Shrek Academy occasionally observed Zhu Zhuqing silently withdrawing the purse to settle expenses when venturing to Soto City for daily necessities, with Ling Feng invariably standing beside her, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The transfer of financial authority signified a deeper bond of trust and connection that had already taken root. Chapter 111, The Academy Banquet. Master Yu Xiaojiang's training regimen, though rigorous to the point of extremity, was not devoid of respite. After enduring several days of intense physical trials, the master generously announced an afternoon break and an evening feast at the Academy's canteen, granting this peculiar group of students a rare opportunity to breathe and relax. Upon receiving the news, everyone, including Dai Mubai, exhaled in relief, their faces alight with expressions of fortunate survival. Oscar dramatically knelt on the ground, offering thanks to the heavens. In the humble canteen of Shrek Academy, an enticing aroma of food wafted through the air, a rarity indeed. Though the fare remained simple, it was noticeably more abundant than usual, with several bowls of rare meat dishes gracing the table. Around the long wooden table, 7 students gathered, the atmosphere palpably more harmonious than when they first enrolled. Having endured hellish training together and fought valiantly in the great soul arena, the shared experience of trials and tribulations had unwittingly drawn them closer. While Dai Mubai occasionally cast complex glances towards Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing, the hostility that once characterized his gaze had softened into a sense of resigned rivalry. Oscar continued to jest, attempting to elicit laughter from Ning Rongrong, though with limited success. Tang San and Xiao Wu sat closely, engaged in quiet conversation, while Ning Rongrong curiously surveyed the array of dishes before her. Seemingly intrigued by the simplicity of this communal meal, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing naturally sat together. Ling Feng effortlessly took the bowl before Zhu Zhuqing, serving her a rich and thick rice porridge, placing it gently in front of her. He then handed her a coarse grain bun. Make sure to eat well. The training consumes a lot. His movements were fluid and instinctive, as if he had performed this act countless times before. Zhu Zhuqing paused slightly, gazing at the steaming porridge and the bun offered to her, her eyes flickering with surprise. Unaccustomed to such attention in the presence of so many, she instinctively contemplated declining. But upon meeting Ling Feng's earnest and caring gaze, the words of refusal retreated to her lips, and she merely whispered, "Thank you," as she accepted the bun. Ling Feng smiled and began to use the public chopsticks to serve several well-cooked slices of meat onto the plate before Zhu Zhuqing. The dish appeared quite palatable. He encouraged her to give it a try, aware of Zhu Zhuqing's diligent training. He understood her need for protein and subsequently noticed a plate of stir-fried wild vegetables that looked particularly appetizing, adding some to her plate. "Consume some vegetables for a balanced diet," he remarked naturally, delicately considering her tastes and needs, wholly unperturbed by the gazes of those around them. Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head, sipping her porridge and savoring the vegetables that Ling Feng had served her. Her dining movements were graceful, exuding an innate composure even amidst such a rudimentary setting. She remained silent, yet did not refuse Ling Feng's kindness, quietly accepting his attentions. However, under the dim light of the cafeteria, a subtle blush crept onto her fair earlobes. This exchange had not gone unnoticed by the others present. Xiao Wu nudged her companion Tang San, leaning closer to whisper with a playful chuckle, "Brother, look at Ling Feng. He is quite attentive." Tang San smiled wryly, offering Xiao Wu a pair of vegetables. "You can't even eat without chatting." Oscar, feeling envious, picked up the communal chopsticks, attempting to serve the nearby Ning Rongrong. "Rongrong, you should try this." Ning Rongrong immediately shielded her plate with her hand, her expression one of disdain. "No, you eat it yourself." She had no desire to consume the food served by this rather unsavory character. Yet, her gaze fell upon Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. Observing Ling Feng's meticulous care and Zhu Zhuqing's cool demeanor that nonetheless seemed to allow it, a flicker of envy and curiosity sparkled in her eyes. As a princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, she had been attended to by countless individuals throughout her life, yet had never experienced such genuine, thoughtful concern. Unable to suppress her amusement, she blinked her large eyes, teasingly inquiring, "Ling Feng, I hadn't realized you were so attentive, taking such good care of our Zhuqing? Zhuqing, is it delicious?" Her gaze flitted between the two, imbued with youthful gossip and playful banter. At her words, all eyes at the table swiftly turned to Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. Ling Feng, possessing a thick skin, merely smiled and replied naturally, "We look out for each other. Zhuqing trains so hard. She needs to replenish her nutrition." He spoke with such candor that he felt no sense of impropriety. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing, under the teasing gaze of Ning Rongrong and the collective attention of the others, felt her previously slightly flushed ears turn crimson, the color spreading to her neck. Her eating paused, her head lowered further, nearly burying itself in the bowl. Her fingers tightened around the chopsticks, clearly embarrassed. In a voice barely above a whisper, she managed to squeeze out two words, "It's fine." This rare display of shyness starkly contrasted with her usual aloof and proud demeanor, causing Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong to stifle their laughter behind their hands. Even Dai Mubai momentarily froze, his gaze shifting away with a complex expression. Oscar, on the other hand, wore a look of someone who had learned something new. Ling Feng, observing the nearly curled-up Zhu Zhuqing beside him, aware of her bashfulness, chuckled and addressed Ning Rongrong. All right, let us eat. Otherwise, the food will get cold." He adeptly diffused the situation for Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong chuckled and ceased her relentless pursuit, shifting her focus to evaluate the flavors of the meal. Although her discerning nature as a young lady lingered, the atmosphere quickly became lively once more. Zhu Zhuqing subtly exhaled a sigh of relief, though the warmth on her cheeks persisted. She discreetly lifted her eyes, casting a glance at Ling Feng, who conversed with others with effortless composure. Her heart inexplicably raced a few beats faster. This sensation of being publicly teased was quite unfamiliar to her. Yet, curiously, she felt no genuine aversion in the depths of her heart. Instead, there was a faint, ineffable sweetness, akin to the warm porridge she had just consumed, enveloping her in comfort. The gathering concluded in this subtly delicate yet relaxed ambience. Ling Feng's natural care and affection for Zhu Zhuqing did not go unnoticed, becoming an unspoken truth among all present. Chapter 112, Heart to Heart Under the Moonlight. After the meal, everyone dispersed. Oscar dragged Dai Mubai away to whisper about something unknown, while Tang San was entangled by Xiao Wu. who insisted on a stroll behind the academy to aid digestion. Ning Rongrong also returned to her dormitory. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing walked side by side along the path back to their dorms. The night air was cool, infused with the refreshing essence of grass and trees. While the luminous moonlight draped everything in a soft silver veil, they remained silent, savoring the rare tranquility following their training. The recent incident in the cafeteria seemed to linger in the air, imparting a subtle, flirtatious ambience that altered the atmosphere around them. Upon reaching the dormitory entrance, Ling Feng did not immediately push open his door. He gazed up at the bright full moon in the night sky, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. He turned to Zhu Zhuqing, speaking softly, "It's still early. Would you like to sit on the rooftop for a while? The moonlight is splendid tonight." Zhu Zhuqing paused, following his gaze to the moon, her eyes sparkling under its glow. She remained silent for a few seconds, seemingly hesitating, but ultimately nodded gently. "All right." A smile graced Ling Feng's face as he glanced around before effortlessly leaping onto the not particularly high eaves of the dormitory like a nimble cat. He then turned, naturally extending his hand towards Zhu Zhuqing below. She looked at his outstretched hand, did not refuse, and gently took hold. With a slight exertion, Ling Feng pulled her up gracefully. The rooftop was tiled, slightly slanted, yet immaculate. They found a relatively flat spot to sit. The night breeze caressed them, bringing a hint of coolness and stirring a few strands of Zhu Zhuqing's hair. The surroundings were tranquil, with only the faint chirping of insects from the distant fields audible. The vast sky above them was dotted with sparse stars, yet the full moon radiated a soft and bright glow, quietly enveloping them. Sitting side by side, they were close enough to feel each other's warmth and hear the gentle rhythm of their breaths. A serene yet ambiguous atmosphere began to spread silently. After a moment of silence, Ling Feng gazed at the moonlight in the distance and slowly spoke, his tone gentler than usual. "Zhuqing, have you ever considered what you would like to do in the future after graduation?" Zhu Zhuqing embraced her knees, gently resting her chin upon them. Her cool gaze fixed on the hazy outline of the village illuminated by moonlight. She shook her head softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "I never thought about it before. I only felt the need to grow stronger, to survive." Her tone was unembellished, yet it carried an undercurrent of subtle desolation. Under the weight of her family's expectations and the burden of fate, envisioning a future seemed a luxury. Ling Feng turned his head, observing the delicate profile of her face, outlined by the moon's glow, her long eyelashes casting soft shadows that rendered her somewhat fragile. A pang of tenderness surged within him, yet his voice emerged with unwavering conviction and gentleness. "And what of now? Now we can contemplate." He paused, his gaze drifting back to the horizon, as if he were painting a beautiful vision of the future. His words imbued with a reassuring strength. "Once we become powerful enough to disregard those odious rules and constraints, we can journey across the continent together, explore the depths of the starry forest, witness the glaciers in the far north, and listen to the tides in the city of the vast sea. Rumor has it that beyond the ocean lies another land. Perhaps we could visit there too." His words flowed steadily, filled with dreams and aspirations for the future, and within this vision, every we unmistakably encompassed the cool girl beside him. Zhu Zhuqing listened in silence, refraining from interruption. The moonlight enveloped her, as if cloaking her in a silver sheen. The images Ling Feng described represented a freedom and expansiveness she had never dared to imagine, far removed from the conflicts of the Douluo Empire, distant from her family's cold gaze, leaving only the vastness of the world and the companionship of those dear to her. With each syllable he spoke, her heart gradually softened and warmed. "We could find a cherished place to settle down, or perhaps continue traveling indefinitely," Ling Feng continued, his voice laced with mirth. "Of course. This hinges on us becoming exceptionally strong first. Thus, every moment spent training diligently with the master and fighting in the Grand Soul Arena is worthwhile, wouldn't you agree?" Upon finishing his thoughts, he turned to gauge Zhu Zhuqing's reaction, only to discover that, unbeknownst to him, she had tilted her head slightly and was quietly gazing at him. Her eyes, usually as cool as a mountain spring, shimmered under the moonlight, reflecting a profoundly intricate and tender emotion, an essence of warmth, ripples of yearning, and a deep, almost overwhelming sense of reliance and trust. She regarded him for several moments before making a gesture that sent Ling Feng's heart racing. Slowly and gently, she rested her head on his shoulder. The movement was delicate, imbued with a hint of trepidation and barely perceptible tremors, akin to a cautious cat finally drawn to the warmth of its source. In that instant, Ling Feng's body froze. He could distinctly feel the coolness of her forehead through the fabric, catch the subtle fragrance wafting from her hair, and sense the slight weight of her trust as she leaned into him. Time seemed to halt in that moment. The moonlight embraced the two nestled on the rooftop. The sounds of insects faded into the background, and the world was reduced to the rhythm of their shared breaths and heartbeats. Ling Feng's heart raced like a drum, filled with immense surprise and indescribable emotions swelling within his chest. He understood that for a girl like Zhu Zhuqing, characterized by her cool demeanor and formidable inner defenses, such an overture of closeness signified profound trust and acceptance. He gradually and cautiously relaxed his body, allowing her to nestle in more comfortably. He refrained from speaking, fearing that even the slightest sound might disrupt this hard-won intimacy. Zhu Zhuqing leaned against his shoulder, her eyes gently closed. Her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings. Her heart raced as well. In that moment of contact, she nearly expended all her courage. Yet, contrary to her expectations of discomfort, she found only his broad and sturdy shoulder, along with a warmth and acceptance that were deeply reassuring. His words still echoed in her ears, those discussions of future plans, each syllable resonating within her heart. In those visions, there was only the two of them, with her firmly included. Never before had anyone so clearly and unequivocally integrated her into the tapestry of their future. An unprecedented sense of security enveloped her, allowing her perpetually tense spirit to finally unwind. The moonlight cascaded silently, tenderly merging their entwined figures together. Chapter 113. Embrace under the moonlight. Zhu Zhuqing's reliance felt like a delicate feather, alighting upon Ling Feng's heart like a ripple that stirred tumultuous waves within. He remained utterly still, paralyzed by the fear that this might merely be a fleeting dream, and any movement could shatter the illusion. He could distinctly feel her soft, cool form and hear the gentle, rhythmic cadence of her breath brushing against his neck. A profound, ineffable happiness and contentment filled his being, rendering him somewhat dizzy. The moonlight was tender, the night breeze gentle, and the girl in his embrace utterly real. After what felt like an eternity, or perhaps just a fleeting moment, Ling Feng's astonished mind began to regain its capacity for thought. Following the initial euphoria, an overwhelming tenderness surged within him, accompanied by an impulse to draw her even closer and protect her with utmost care. His heart continued to race, yet his movements became exceedingly gentle and resolute. He slowly and cautiously lifted his arm, first wrapping it lightly, tentatively around Zhu Zhuqing's shoulders. At the instant his arm made contact with her, he distinctly sensed a subtle tremor course through her body, not one of resistance, but rather an instinctive, bashful flutter. She did not shy away or look up. Instead, as if seeking further reassurance, she inched closer into his embrace. This delicate response was akin to the most fervent encouragement, instantly dissolving all of Ling Feng's hesitation and restraint. Without further indecision, he tightened his grip, drawing her slender, supple form more fully into his arms. This was a genuine embrace, not the celebratory camaraderie of victorious comrades or the supportive gestures of fatigue from training. It was an embrace imbued with affection, protection, and intense emotion. Ling Feng rested his chin gently atop Zhu Zhuqing's head, inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance of her hair. Her physique was more delicate than he had envisioned. Cradled in his arms, she felt as though she might shatter with the slightest pressure, yet beneath that fragile exterior lay an astonishing resilience and strength. At the moment when Ling Feng enveloped Zhu Zhuqing entirely in his embrace, her body tensed for an instant, her heart racing as if it were about to leap from her chest. No one had ever shared such intimate proximity with her before. The masculine scent, warm and imbued with a sense of security, enveloped her completely. The overwhelming sensation of being possessed and protected momentarily rendered her mind blank, stirring a flicker of panic within her. However, that disquiet was swiftly replaced by an unprecedented sense of comfort and warmth. His embrace was so solid, so warm. It seemed capable of shielding her from all the storms and chill of the outside world. The sharp defenses she had long maintained began to soften and dissipate within this embrace. Gradually, her rigid form relaxed, gently leaning against his chest, instinctively adjusting to a more comfortable position. The rhythmic thumping of his strong, rapid heartbeat resonated in her ears, echoing against her eardrums and her heart. That heartbeat began to synchronize with her own, creating a wondrous and reassuring cadence. Neither spoke. Words felt superfluous in that moment. They simply nestled together, seated upon the rooftop under the moonlight. Ling Feng's arms held Zhu Zhuqing firmly yet tenderly, while she nestled obediently against him, her eyes closed as if in slumber, though the slight tremor of her lashes and the lingering warmth of her cheeks betrayed her restless heart. The moonlight cascaded gently upon them, casting a sacred silver glow over their entwined figures. The distant chirping of insects seemed to soften, as if to avoid disturbing this serene beauty. This was a momentous advancement. From the initial wariness and distance in Starfall City, to the camaraderie forged in the soul-hunting forest, to the mutual support during their flight, and finally to the shared days and nights at Shrek Academy. The accumulation of their understanding and trust culminated in this moment. Under the tender moonlight, Their connection naturally blossomed into the most direct form of physical intimacy and emotional revelation. This embrace was warm and tranquil, yet it bore more potency than any grandiose vow. It silently conveyed their sentiments, affirming their places in each other's hearts. Time slipped away unnoticed, and as the night breeze grew cooler, Ling Feng shifted slightly. Lowering his head to softly inquire in her ear, "Are you cold?" Zhu Zhuqing gently shook her head within his arms, her voice barely a whisper, tinged with a faint nasal tone, "Not cold." Her soft words brushed against Ling Feng's heart like a feather. He tightened his embrace, holding her a bit closer. After a moment of silence, Ling Feng spoke again. "It's getting late. We have training tomorrow. Shall we head back to rest?" Zhu Zhuqing appeared reluctant, yet she nodded gently. Ling Feng stood first, then carefully helped her to her feet. Their hands naturally intertwined, neither willing to let go. As they descended from the rooftop and walked toward the dormitory entrance, two individuals stood facing each other, their hands intertwined. "Good night, Zhuqing." Ling Feng gazed at her with an expression so tender it seemed capable of drowning one in affection. "Good night," Zhu Zhuqing replied softly, quickly glancing up at him before lowering her gaze once more, withdrawing her hand and turning to push open the door, slipping inside like a startled fawn. Swiftly closing the door behind her, Ling Feng remained outside, observing his empty hand, yet his lips could not suppress an upward curve, revealing a foolish grin. He inhaled the cool night air deeply, feeling an inexhaustible energy coursing through him. Inside, Zhu Zhuqing leaned against the door, her cheeks aflame, her heart racing. She gently pressed her hand against her chest, savoring the warmth and strength of their recent embrace, her cool eyes shimmering with an unprecedented softness. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the window, casting a small patch of brightness upon the floor, illuminating the slight lift of her lips. This night was destined to be sleepless. Chapter 114, The Unbroken Spirit of Combat. Morning sunlight broke through the sparse clouds, bathing the Shrek Academy playground. Yet it could not disperse the warmth lingering in Ling Feng's heart from the previous night. He stood at the assembly point, his gaze inevitably drifting towards Zhu Zhuqing's dormitory. Zhu Zhuqing soon appeared, clad in her customary black attire, which accentuated her slender and agile figure, her countenance cool, her stride steady. However, as she approached, Ling Feng keenly detected a barely perceptible flicker in her eyes, and at the moment their gazes met, he noticed a fleeting pause and a hint of a blush that quickly faded away. Ling Feng's heart skipped a beat, swiftly filled with a sense of profound joy. He stepped forward naturally, his tone casual yet imbued with a warmth understood only by the two of them. "Good morning, Zhuqing." "Morning," Zhu Zhuqing replied, her voice slightly softer than usual, her gaze shifting slightly, yet not completely avoiding him as it had before. Instead, it settled on the air beside him. Master Yu Shaojiang's stern voice abruptly interrupted the delicate atmosphere. "Assemble. Today's physical training will increase by 5 kilograms, 30 laps around the village." The rigors of training remained unchanged. Yet Ling Feng felt an abundance of energy surging through him. He continued to run alongside Zhu Zhuqing, and as her breaths became slightly more labored, he quietly reminded her, "Adjust your rhythm. Inhale 3, exhale 1. His voice was barely above a whisper, ensuring only she could hear. Zhu Zhuqing did not respond verbally, but Ling Feng could clearly see her breathing pattern immediately align with his suggestion. An unspoken understanding flowed between them. During a water break, Ling Feng offered his water pouch to her. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated briefly before accepting it, no longer exhibiting the reluctance she once had. These subtle changes did not go unnoticed by Xiao Wu, who nudged her equally sweaty companion Tang San, exchanging knowing glances as she whispered, "Hey, San, don't you think something feels different between those two?" Tang San chuckled resignedly, having also observed the increasingly natural rapport between them. "Focus on training, don't get distracted," he advised softly. Daytime training concluded amidst perspiration, and the night belonged to the Soto Great Soul Arena. Following their prior registration and debut performance, the Phantom Qilin duo has garnered considerable attention. With each successive victory, their fame has escalated like a snowball rolling downhill. Tonight, they once again step into the dimly lit passage of the 2-on-2 soul fighting arena. The air is thick with the distant roar of the audience from the main arena, a cacophony of cheers. Ling Feng turns his head slightly to glance at the serene girl beside him and whispers, "Are you ready?" Zhu Zhuqing nods, her gaze fixed on the light at the end of the passage, her eyes sharp and focused. "Yes," she replies succinctly. As per our usual strategy, Ling Feng smiles gently. "You will be the main attacker, and I will provide support and control." "Agreed," Zhu Zhuqing affirms concisely. This has become their established tactic. Ling Feng's Shadow Qilin Martial Soul possesses a blend of offensive strength, agility, and control, making it exceptionally versatile, while Zhu Zhuqing's Phantom Spirit Cat is the epitome of a swift and lethal assassin. Utilizing the mobility of Shadow Ambush and the control of Spider Shadowbind, Ling Feng creates optimal attacking opportunities for Zhu Zhuqing, often resulting in a decisive blow. The host's exuberant voice fills the arena. Next, let us welcome our Phantom Qilin duo. They boast an astonishing record of 9 consecutive victories. Will they continue their glorious streak and achieve a 10th win tonight? Let us await the outcome. As the spotlight illuminates the entrance, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing stride in unison into the tumultuous arena. The cheers and discussions from the audience surge into their ears. They are back. The Phantom Qilin. I hear their coordination is frighteningly precise. That female soul master is so fast, it's hard to even catch a glimpse. The male's control skills are equally daunting. Getting ensnared is disastrous. I'm betting on their victory. It's a must. Their opponents are a pair of towering brothers, both wielding the Rhino Martial Soul, exuding formidable defensive prowess at the Soul Master level. Rhino brothers, crush them. Some spectators rally in support of their adversaries. The elder Rhino brother barks at Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. You two are in for a rough time. 10 consecutive wins? Dream on. Ling Feng merely offers a faint smile, choosing not to respond, while Zhu Zhuqing remains unfazed, her expression as impassive as stone, as if the opponents were mere phantoms. Let the battle begin. With the host's command, the Rhino brothers unleash a thunderous roar, activating their first and second soul rings. Their muscles swell, and a thick, rock-like layer of armor appears on their skin. Lowering their heads, they charge towards Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing like 2 unstoppable war chariots, their momentum shaking the ground beneath them. Gasps erupt from the audience. However, in the face of this ferocious onslaught, Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing seem entirely unfazed, as if they had anticipated this moment. No words are necessary. At the instant their opponents launch their assault, Zhu Zhuqing's figure darts silently to the side like a specter, her speed leaving only a faint black afterimage. Meanwhile, Ling Feng stands firm, his second soul ring flickering, the purple light disguising itself as yellow beneath his illusion technique. Yet the soul power emanating from him remains potent. Second soul skill, Spider Shadowbind. Dark shadows, akin to venomous serpents, slithered forth from beneath his feet, not directed at the charging Rhino brothers themselves, but rather anticipating their trajectory with precision, weaving into a viscous mire of shadow upon their path. The moment the Rhino brothers breached the shadow's domain, their velocity plummeted as if ensnared in a quagmire, their relentless momentum abruptly stifled, and their steps turned exceedingly heavy. Cursed be it. It's a control technique. The eldest roared, striving to break free through sheer force, yet the resilient shadow energy held fast, rendering immediate escape impossible. Just as their speed faltered and an opening momentarily presented itself, a chilling glint, like the fangs of a serpent illuminated in the dark of night, erupted unexpectedly from the side shadows, aimed directly at the vulnerable ribs of the second Rhino brother, where their defenses were relatively weak. Zhu Zhuqing's form seemed to meld with the shadows, becoming visible only at the instant of her strike. Her first soul ring shimmered, amplifying the speed of her phantom stab to its zenith, her claws glinting with a deadly, ethereal light. Watch out. Second brother, be careful. The eldest shouted in horror, attempting to assist, but was ensnared by the shadowy bindings. A moment too late. The second brother, sensing imminent peril, let out a ferocious roar, activating his third soul ring, thickening his outer carapace in an attempt to withstand the blow. However, Zhu Zhuqing's strike encapsulated her entire strength and velocity. Seizing the perfect moment when her opponent was ensnared, their prior power waning and new strength yet to arise. A sharp tearing sound echoed as her claws rent through the carapace, although it did not completely breach the defenses to inflict grievous injury. The overwhelming force and penetrating power still elicited a pained roar from the second Rhino brother, causing him to stagger and lose his balance. First soul skill, Phantom Assault. Ling Feng, who had long been prepared, appeared before the off-balance second Rhino brother as if teleporting, delivering a straightforward yet powerful hand chop imbued with dark soul energy, striking precisely at the side of his neck. Simultaneously, Zhu Zhuqing, having successfully landed her blow, did not pause. Her form spun with the grace of weightlessness, her myriad claws trailing after images as they descended upon the first Rhino brother, who had just freed himself from the bindings and sought to counterattack Ling Feng, compelling him to defend. Thud! The heavy blow to his neck, compounded by the prior pain of his defenses being breached, sent the second Rhino brother reeling, his massive body crashing to the ground like a mountain, momentarily incapacitated. The remaining Rhino brother, now isolated, faced the seamlessly coordinated and lightning-fast Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing, managing to endure for less than half a minute before Ling Feng ensnared him again with the spider shadow binding, while Zhu Zhuqing's claws hovered threateningly before his throat. The icy sensation sent chills down his spine, immobilizing him in sheer dread. The conclusion of the battle was so swift it left one bewildered. From inception to conclusion, merely 2 or 3 minutes had elapsed. Following a brief silence, the audience erupted into a fervent chorus of cheers and applause. Victorious. They have triumphed again. 10 consecutive victories. Truly remarkable. Their synergy is flawless. I scarcely perceived how they communicated. It seems they needed no words. The host excitedly announced, the victors, the Phantom Qilin duo. Congratulations on their magnificent 10 consecutive victories. This is an extraordinary battle of tacit understanding. Ling Feng withdrew his soul power and extended his hand towards the rhinoceros brothers on the ground. My respects. The elder rhinoceros was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Ling Feng's face, which bore no trace of mockery, but rather a serene smile. With a wry grin, he grasped Ling Feng's hand and rose. Impressive. Your coordination is unparalleled. He turned to look at Zhu Zhuqing, who was similarly assisted to her feet by her brother, and remarked, little girl, your speed is remarkable, and your strikes are fierce. Zhu Zhuqing nodded slightly in acknowledgement. As they descended from the soul fighting platform, the staff responsible for recording scores and distributing prizes smiled as they handed a small pouch of money to Ling Feng. Mr. Ling Feng, Miss Zhu Zhuqing, congratulations on your 10 consecutive victories. Ling Feng accepted the pouch without a glance and naturally passed it to Zhu Zhuqing beside him. She smoothly took it and placed it in her storage belt, executing the action with such ease that it seemed entirely natural. Over the past few days, she had transitioned from discomfort to complete acclimatization. Today, we coordinated exceptionally well, Ling Feng remarked with a smile as they walked away. Indeed, Zhu Zhuqing replied, pausing briefly before adding, your timing in controlling the situation was precise. Gaining her proactive acknowledgement deepened Ling Feng's smile. It was your timing in attacking that was impeccable. That final strike of the spectral 100 claws forced him to defend, creating the perfect opportunity for me. As they quietly exchanged insights about the recent battle, they exited the arena. The moonlight elongated their shadows, intertwining at times. Their conversation remained sparse, yet every glance and subtle movement conveyed understanding between them. This unspoken tacit understanding was forged through countless battles fought side by side, shared training sessions, and the deepening bonds of their emotions. 10 consecutive victories represented not merely an achievement in combat, but stood as the finest testament to their relationship and synergy. Ling Feng observed the cool profile of the young girl beside him, aglow with a gentle sheen under the moonlight, and felt a profound tranquility and contentment within. He understood that they were steadily growing stronger together, moving step by step toward a shared future. Chapter 115. Encountering Strong Adversaries. The 10 consecutive victories of the Spectral Qilin sent ripples through the Soto Great Soul Arena, far more expansive than anticipated. They were no longer an obscure rookie duo but had begun to attract considerable attention, signifying that their forthcoming opponents would inevitably be more formidable. Master Yu Xiaojing, upon learning of their achievements, merely stated with a calm demeanor, remain vigilant. Consecutive victories mean you will face increasingly stronger opposition. The true test has only just begun. As it turned out, the Master's words were always accurate. Days later, when Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing arrived once more at the waiting area for the 2-on-2 soul battles, they distinctly sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Many soul masters regarded them with scrutiny, suspicion, and even a hint of malicious challenge. Their odds had also changed, shifting from initially high to now low, indicating that the arena recognized their prowess. In the upcoming match, the Spectral Qilin duo would face the Heavenly Net combination. The staff announced the matchups. Heavenly Net? Ling Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. The name carried an air of control and restraint. A familiar staff member nearby quietly cautioned, be careful, Ling Feng. The Heavenly Net combination has recently arrived from another city, boasting a record of 7 victories and 1 defeat, showcasing formidable strength. Their martial souls are quite unique, and their synergy is particularly cunning, specifically designed to counter speed-oriented soul masters. Thank you. Ling Feng nodded in acknowledgement, his expression growing somewhat solemn. He glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, who was also observing him, her clear, cold gaze flashing with a hint of sharpness. It was evident she had heard the warning as well. Specially designed to counter speed types? Ling Feng pondered. It seems this battle will not be easy. Zhu Zhuqing clenched her fist, her fingertips revealing glimmering claws. Then let us shatter their constraints. Her tone remained calm, yet it carried an undeniable confidence and fighting spirit. Ling Feng appreciated her demeanor and smiled, nodding. All right. Let us show them what absolute speed and synergy truly mean. However, as they ascended the battle stage and beheld their opponents, their vigilance heightened once more. The Heavenly Net combination comprised 2 men, one tall and slender with a sinister gaze, the other short and robust, wearing a cold smirk. Both were ranked 37, a level that surpassed Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing. More importantly, an eerie aura enveloped them, exuding a sense of stickiness and restraint. "Oh, so it's you two little fellows who have been making waves lately?" The short, stocky Soul Master grinned, revealing his menacingly white teeth. 10 consecutive victories? Today, you will learn what it means to be outmatched." The tall, lean Soul Master fixed a chilling gaze on Zhu Zhuqing, his tongue licking his lips. "Fast are you? We shall see how quick you remain." Zhu Zhuqing's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. Ling Feng stepped forward, subtly shielding Zhu Zhuqing behind him, maintaining a calm demeanor as he addressed their foes. "Enough with the idle chatter. Let us see who truly has the skill." "Oof, stubborn," scoffed the short, stocky Soul Master. As the announcer's voice declared the start, the Heavenly Net combination immediately launched their assault. "Martial Soul, manifest." The tall, lean Soul Master was enveloped in a dark glow, raising his hands as countless nearly transparent threads erupted from his fingertips, weaving through the air like living entities. Beneath him, the third soul ring ignited, activating his third soul skill, Net of Darkness. In an instant, an expansive area around him was ensnared by those exceedingly fine, yet incredibly resilient threads, which appeared to be imbued with a viscous soul power that greatly hindered movement speed within the vicinity and even interfered with the flow of soul power. This was indeed the nemesis of speed-type soul masters. Meanwhile, the short, stocky Soul Master's martial soul was a hefty black chain hammer, its head studded with sharp spikes. With a bellow, he activated his first and second soul ring simultaneously, unleashing his first soul skill, Hammer Shock, and his second soul skill, Soul Lock Tracking. He hurled the chain hammer, which did not directly target Ling Feng or Zhu Zhuqing, but rather spiraled through the air with an eerie whistle, releasing powerful shockwaves that disrupted mental clarity and seemingly locked onto their auras, poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. One controlled the battlefield, restricting movement, while the other launched distant, forceful attacks that tracked their targets. This series of attacks is exceedingly cunning and ruthless. Ling Feng and Zhu Zhuqing instantly felt an overwhelming surge of pressure. Within the confines of the intricate web, Zhu Zhuqing's figure was clearly constrained, no longer elusive like a specter. The omnipresent fine threads were particularly troublesome. Not only were they resilient, but upon contact, they adhered to her soul power, forcing her to expend more energy with each movement to extricate or sever them. Above, the whirling chain mace, emanating shockwaves, loomed like a sword poised to strike at any moment. Shadow Strike. Ling Feng activated his soul skill at once, attempting to break the continuous control of the tall and slender Soul Master by closing the distance. However, the stout Soul Master, seasoned in experience, swung the chain mace with tremendous force, directing it towards Ling Feng's trajectory, compelling him to alter his course, while the shockwave sent his blood surging. Demonic Spider Shadow Binding. Ling Feng shifted his target, enshrouding the stout Soul Master in shadow energy, aiming to restrict his control over the chain mace. Yet, the tall and slender Soul Master scoffed, his fingers twitching as countless fine threads swiftly countered, weaving themselves in layers before the stout Soul Master. Although the shadow energy tore through many of the dense threads, its speed was significantly reduced, allowing the stout Soul Master to evade effortlessly. "Futile. Within my web, the power of your soul skills is severely diminished," proclaimed the tall and slender Soul Master with smug satisfaction. Second soul skill, Infernal 100 Claws. Zhu Zhuqing's figure surged towards the tall and slender Soul Master like a whirlwind, her claws unleashing a flurry of talon shadows in a bid to forcibly tear apart the web. Slicing sounds echoed as countless threads were severed, yet an endless supply immediately replenished them, as if inexhaustible. Moreover, these threads were remarkably resilient. Zhu Zhuqing felt as if her claws were ensnared in an exceedingly viscous adhesive, her speed stalling. At that moment, "Got you." The stout Soul Master's eyes gleamed dangerously, as the ever-circling chain mace struck like a viper, seizing the fleeting moment when Zhu Zhuqing was momentarily fatigued and vulnerable, unleashing a piercing shriek and a powerful shockwave as it descended upon her back. The consequences of such a blow would be unimaginable. "Zhuqing, be careful." Ling Feng's pupils dilated, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Without hesitation, Shadow Strike. He activated his soul skill again, but this time not to attack, but to intercept. His body transformed into a shadow, swiftly darting to position himself between the chain mace and Zhu Zhuqing. Simultaneously, he channeled his soul power to the fullest, his Darknight Qilin Martial Soul manifesting. As his arms became enveloped in dark scales, crossing defensively before him, he chose to withstand the impact. Boom! The heavy chain mace struck forcefully against his crossed arms. A deafening roar erupted, accompanied by the sickening sound of cracking bones. The terrifying force and the eerie shockwave exploded simultaneously. Ling Feng felt an excruciating pain in his arms, as if his bones were shattering. While his chest felt as though it had been struck by a colossal hammer, blood surged violently, and a sweet taste filled his throat as blood uncontrollably trickled from the corner of his mouth. The sheer force hurled him backward. Ling Feng, Zhu Zhuqing happened to turn her head, witnessing the heart-stopping scene unfold before her. She saw him take the lethal blow meant for her, noticed the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and observed his body being flung backward. In that fleeting moment, her mind buzzed. As if gripped by an icy hand, her heart nearly ceasing to beat. For the first time, fear and panic flickered in her usually serene eyes, surpassing any previous encounters with danger. Instinctively, she yearned to rush to his side without a second thought. However, Ling Feng, twisting his body mid-air, stumbled several steps upon landing before regaining his balance, his arm hanging limply, clearly injured. Yet, he abruptly raised his head, sternly commanding Zhu Zhuqing, "Stay back. I'm fine. Be wary of their coordination." His voice, strained by pain, resonated with undeniable authority. He understood that if Zhu Zhuqing were to act impulsively out of concern, she would likely fall prey to their ensuing barrage of attacks, plunging her into genuine peril. Zhu Zhuqing's footsteps halted abruptly. As she beheld Ling Feng's pale visage and the blood at his lips, her eyes instantly brimmed with tears. A surge of unprecedented fury and chilling murderous intent erupting from her core like a volcano. Slowly, she turned her gaze towards the smug faces of the Tianluo Daiwang duo, her stare as frigid as eternal ice, the very air around her seemingly plummeting in temperature. The feline glimmer in her eyes had vanished, replaced by an almost frenzied resolve and wrath. "You seek death,